Today, a familiar silhouette stood once more in the cemetery of the Hidden Leaf Village. Silver hair, a leaf headband, and a black mask adorned the figure. Lin, today I sent 3 more youngsters back to school. I truly cannot permit those who do not cherish their comrades to become ninjas. What would Obito do in this situation? It has been 10 years since he left. With his gaze lowered, Hatake Kakashi lingered on a name etched on a gravestone, commencing a habitual recounting of his recent life, as if conversing with an old friend. This provides a general understanding of the military capabilities of the opposing nations. Aoki, you have done remarkably well. As he flipped through the documents in hand, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded frequently, unable to conceal his admiration for his subordinate. Standing beside him, a ninja clad in a black hooded cloak slightly bowed his head, a few strands of white hair cascading from beneath the hood, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Thank you for your praise, Hokage-sama. It is merely my duty. Setting down the documents, the third Hokage turned to the speaker, his tone as congenial as ever. I never imagined this task would extend over a decade. That little girl has grown into a young woman. Aoki, please remove your hat so I may see you. Yes. The female ninja, addressed as Aoki, complied and pulled down her hood, revealing strikingly pure white short hair that stood out in the Hokage's office. Her fair complexion bore a touch of dust from her tireless journey, while her gray-black eyes emanated a resolute gaze. The third Hokage couldn't help but reflect on the swift passage of time. The once clever little girl had finally matured into a dependable ninja. Seeing you now reminds me of your mother, Aoki Haruki. Indeed, though she had never met the mother spoken of by the Hokage and could not fathom what such a feeling entailed, Aoki Rin responded politely. Observing Aoki Rin, who had matured into a reliable kunoichi, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally called for the individual who had been waiting outside for some time. Come in, Kakashi. Aoki Rin froze momentarily upon hearing the name. Kakashi, Hatake Kakashi, Hokage-sama. Here are the assessment results for the 3 students I was responsible for guiding. Handing the documents to the Hokage's assistant, Kakashi stepped back quietly, casting a glance at the woman beside him. White hair? A messenger from another village. All of them have failed. The third Hokage sighed with a wry smile as he glanced at the document. Not opposing Kakashi's stringent standards, it appears these 3 youngsters are still not ready. Is this Kakashi now responsible for mentoring the lower-ranked ninjas? The girl looked up at the silver-haired man standing not far from her, just as Kakashi's gaze fortuitously met hers. Aoki Rin felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, lowering her head. After searching her mind for a while and confirming she did not recognize the woman before her, Kakashi shifted his gaze away, intending to inform the Hokage that he had nothing further and would take his leave. However, the third Hokage interrupted him first. What's wrong, Kakashi? This is Aoki. Aoki. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the Aoki clan been? Was there anyone else in the Hidden Leaf with the Aoki surname? It seemed not to. I almost forgot. Noticing the silver-haired ninja furrow his brow, the Hokage suddenly recalled something and turned to Aoki Rin. Initially, for the sake of the mission's secrecy, you were compelled to cast the forget technique on your comrades. Now that the mission is complete, Aoki, you may restore their memories. Yes. While Hatake Kakashi was still processing the meaning of the third Hokage's words, the white-haired woman, who had been quietly standing, had already teleported to his back. As Kakashi prepared to turn around and distance himself from her, he felt a sudden weight on his back. A fragrant scent mixed with the dust of her cloak filled his nostrils. This woman had actually leaped onto his back in front of everyone. Then, a light-hearted and slightly playful voice rang in his ear. Hey, Kakashi, can you teach me that amazing secret technique today? Thud. The third Hokage, startled by this scene, inadvertently dropped his pipe to the ground. What? The same shock impacted Hatake Kakashi, who was suddenly bent over. However, he quickly regained his composure and prepared to remove the person from his back. Get down. Just as his right hand, raised above his head, halted halfway, he realized this gesture, and these words felt eerily familiar. Time rewinds to over a decade ago in the Hidden Leaf Village. All right, come out. Your hiding skills are rather poor. The speaker was a youthful Hatake Kakashi, glancing back with exasperation at the bushes behind him. Having grown accustomed to being followed, he continued on his way to the Hatake residence without looking back. Ugh, how annoying. The little girl, discovered yet again, emerged from the bushes, rushing to chase Kakashi. Seeing the boy speed up, the girl leapt onto the silver-haired youth's back. Kakashi's body lurched forward from the sudden weight on his back, but he steadied himself, his right hand instinctively supporting her to prevent her from falling, his black eyes rolling in exasperation as he spoke in his usual impatient tone. "Get down, you little brat. I don't have time to play with kids today." The dirt-smudged girl, still adorned with leaves from her previous hiding spot, tightened her grip upon hearing Kakashi's words. Hey, Kakashi, just promise me. Teach me that powerful secret technique to in an instant." Unfamiliar memories of youthful Kakashi and the white-haired girl surged into Hatake Kakashi's mind. It was as if something that had always existed was intentionally hidden away. This strange discomfort caused Kakashi to furrow his brow. After holding his hand aloft for an eternity, he ultimately lowered it and gently patted the white head of the person on his back. "Get down. I already have the memories." "Yes." After jumping down from Kakashi's back and standing at a suitable distance, Aoki Rin glanced at the astonished onlookers and offered a somewhat awkward smile of apology to Kakashi. "The only way to undo the forget is through connection, Kakashi-senpai. I apologize for the intrusion." As long as the individual upon whom the technique was cast recalls even a fragment of memory regarding the caster, the memories that were previously concealed by the technique would naturally be restored, akin to turning on a main switch. With the caster's active suggestion, this jutsu was relatively easy to undo in the hidden leaf, where Aoki Rin had lived. Kakashi regarded the kunoichi before him, who was entirely different from the little girl in his memories. The current Aoki Rin exhibited a distinct air of restraint and detachment. It must be noted that the Aoki clan's Kekkei Genkai is the memory escape. No wonder she could infiltrate his memories. What a terrifying ability. Kakashi appropriately averted his gaze, his expression returning to its usual indifference. Aoki Rin, had she not left the hidden leaf and relinquished her ninja status a decade ago? The third Hokage had mentioned something about completing a mission. Could it be that she had been on a mission for the past 10 years? What kind of task could possibly require such an extensive duration, compelling her to cast forget on those who knew her? Wasn't she just over 10 years old a decade ago? As memories flooded back, a cascade of questions formed in Kakashi's mind. Yet, despite the multitude of uncertainties, Kakashi found himself less concerned with them. Surely the third Hokage had his reasons. Kakashi, the third Hokage, did not allow Kakashi to entertain any further inquiries and swiftly assigned him a new task. "Sanmu has just returned. The village has undergone significant changes over the past decade. If you are unoccupied, could you temporarily serve as her guide?" The third Hokage beamed, offering Kakashi no opportunity for refusal. "Then, could you first take Sanmu to the Chunin department to collect the keys for her dormitory?" Kakashi remained silent. Sanmu, sensing Kakashi's silence as reluctance, hastily interjected, "Lord Hokage, there is no need to trouble Kakashi-senpai. I can report on my own." Despite her words, a twinge of sadness lingered within Sanmu. The Kakashi she once felt close to had changed significantly. The man before her radiated an aura of aloofness. His gaze, too, was devoid of warmth and indifference. He had evidently weathered many trials over the past decade. While Sanmu contemplated how to ease Kakashi's burden, he finally spoke in response to the third Hokage. "Pardon my audacity, but did Sanmu not pass the Chunin exams a decade ago? Why, then, was she being sent to the Chunin department?" Sanmu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Kakashi had been perplexed by this very matter, which explained his silence. However, there was no alternative. Upon receiving the third Hokage's subtle cue, she began to elucidate to Kakashi, "Senpai, I had to relinquish my status as a ninja midway and depart from Konoha. Thus, my previous Chunin qualification is null and void, and I must be reassessed. The third Hokage has graciously permitted me to forego the Genin exam." A lie, the determination evident in Sanmu's dark, steely eyes, along with the faint scars on her face and the few unhealed wounds beneath her ears, all hinted that the woman before Kakashi was not being entirely truthful. Glimpsing the tattered black cloak that bore the marks of battle, Kakashi parted his lips slightly. "Oh, is that so?" Sanmu found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was not the truth, but she could not afford to reveal her identity. It was essential for maintaining peace between the land of fire and other nations. "Kakashi, this is part of Sanmu's mission. I hope you understand." The third Hokage interjected, sensing Sanmu's evident lack of confidence before Kakashi, reminding him that Sanmu was undertaking a confidential task. Upon returning to Konoha, she would merely be a newcomer reclaiming her ninja identity. However, You have reminded me. The third Hokage surveyed the battle-worn Sanmu before turning back to Kakashi with a smile. Before heading to the Chunin department, could you first take Sanmu to your residence? For a shower and a change of clean clothes? Sanmu's eyes widened in surprise at the prospect of going to Kakashi's home. A bath. She glanced down at her bloodied and battered appearance, quickly grasping the Hokage's intent. The fewer people who knew about her secret mission, the better. With Kakashi, who understood the situation without needing to voice it, accompanying her, it was indeed the most suitable arrangement. Kakashi remained silent for 5 seconds, then let out a soft sigh. I understand. A day that may seem ordinary to many held profound significance for Sanmu. It marked her return to her homeland after a decade-long mission. In contrast, for those ninjas who had completed their tasks or finished their workday, it was just another day like any other. The spirited youth, sporting a glossy watermelon hairstyle, still donned his perennial green spandex outfit, engaging in casual banter with his fellow ninjas at a nearby dango. Shop.as Sanmu followed Kakashi past the dango shop. She overheard a spirited voice calling out, "Yo, Kakashi, come eat dango with us?" Kakashi, as usual, paid no heed. Sanmu glanced up at Kakashi, who remained engrossed in his book, and then turned her gaze towards the watermelon-headed youth standing at the dango shop entrance. Might Guy was startled by the sudden appearance of the white-haired figure beside Kakashi, his enthusiastic hand frozen mid-air as he stared at Sanmu, who in turn stared back at him with wide eyes. Half a minute passed, and Kakashi had already walked away, while Guy seemed to finally remember who he was, vigorously waving in their direction. "Ah, Kai-senpai, long time no see." What? Might Guy, still in a daze, watched as the other figure sprinted off to catch up with Kakashi. He was left bewildered, wondering, who was that? Sanmu quickly caught up to Kakashi's pace. Kakashi's gaze shifted momentarily towards the woman beside him, who wore a light-hearted smile, likely due to having just greeted an acquaintance or returning to Konoha after a long absence. Despite her dusty and wounded appearance, the sunset illuminated her smile, making it strikingly beautiful. Kakashi couldn't help but think, this reaction towards him compared to that of the exuberant fool was vastly different. After a moment, Sanmu heard Kakashi's voice, which he deemed a formal greeting. "Sanmu, you have grown." Chapter 2. Sanmu, give it up, Kai. Kakashi is certainly not in the mood to deal with you today, advised Sarutobi Asuma upon learning that Kakashi had once again failed 3 students. "What is the matter? Who just called you?" inquired Nara Shikamaru, who was seated at the innermost corner of the dumpling shop, noticing that Might Guy was staring blankly at the street across. I'm not quite sure," replied Might Guy, shaking his head as he turned to gaze at the 2 figures in the distance. "Who are those people? By the way, wasn't that a girl who just greeted you?" You should have responded with youthful exuberance. Though unsure of who that person was, he continued, "Oh, the woman beside Kakashi-kun is quite striking, isn't she?" As Ebisu was about to enter the shop, he caught sight of the duo clad in silver and white walking together. What is going on? A few fellow ninjas, intrigued by the situation, quickly gathered at the entrance of the shop. Although the trench coats made it hard to distinguish, the figure certainly appeared to be female. "She just greeted me. I have no idea who she is, though." "Oh, they are heading toward Kakashi-kun's residence. What is the situation? Is she his girlfriend? Could it be? After all, he is Kakashi. Ultimately, Kakashi-kun is still a man. Even if he has become a bit darker over the years, it seems he still needs a girlfriend. White hair. Now that I think about it, women with white hair are quite rare in Konoha, aren't they? Is she from outside? I'm not too sure. What do you think, Kai? Is she beautiful? I didn't get a good look." Asuma's lips twitched, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Who could tell him what had just happened, as these ninjas had suddenly transformed into gossiping enthusiasts? Even Akamaru was involved. Was it due to Kakashi's mysterious nature? I've been meaning to ask. Speaking of white-haired women, can't you all recall someone? Nara Shikamaru suddenly stated, removing the sunbon from his mouth. "Shikamaru, are you referring to?" Akamaru looked at the man who was sipping tea. "White hair, female, Sangmu Lin. The little girl who graduated alongside us, remember?" Shikamaru leaned against the wall and noticed his companions still looked clueless. "What's wrong with you all? You don't remember?" Sangmu Lin. The little white-haired girl who was always by the side of the 4th Hokage. "Asuma, you even had a scuffle with her. If you mention it that way." "I think there was indeed a white-haired girl in the Ninja Academy." Akamaru nodded thoughtfully, a look of uncertainty on her radiant face. "Wait a moment." Ebisu suddenly clutched his head, appearing startled. I can't stop picturing that little kid in my mind. What is going on? This is too frightening. Oh, me too. This is so youthful. Hey, Kai, are you saying it's too strange? In contrast to their dramatic reactions, Sarutobi Asuma remained calm, exhaling smoke from the tobacco in his mouth as he glanced at Nara Shikamaru. Honestly, I feel the same way. What is happening? You seem rather unfazed. It's evident that someone has tampered with our memories. Shikamaru returned the senbon to his mouth, pursing his lips, shaking his head with a sigh. I'm not sure either. 2 years ago, I stumbled upon some old photographs, and only when I saw the writing on the back did I begin to recollect memories of Tsangmu. I tried to ask you all, but none of you remembered. Recalling the message Tsangmu left on the back of the photo, Shikamaru's lips turned down slightly. Given the current situation, where everyone seemed to recall Tsangmu upon seeing that white-haired woman, it was likely that the person with Kakashi was indeed her. The Tsangmu clan possessed the bloodline limit of memory manipulation. The abrupt departure of Tsangmu Lin had left Shikamaru unable to find closure even now. He remembered that night 10 years ago when, in anger, he sought out Tsangmu Lin, only to find her dwelling empty. He had thought that no matter where she had gone, he would bring her back to Konoha and persuade her to return as a ninja. However, the next morning, he inexplicably forgot about her existence, as if she had never been part of his life, and everything continued as usual without a hint of change. No one in Konoha remembered Tsangmu Lin. What a terrifying ability that was. Now, the girl had reappeared in Konoha, and Shikamaru felt more joy than confusion. It was noteworthy that in his childhood, Nara Shikamaru was not as harmonious with his companions as he was now. Describing him as a socially awkward and reclusive boy would not be an exaggeration. Only with Tsangmu could he genuinely smile. After finishing the last skewer of dumplings, Shikamaru stood up and brushed off his clothes. He had to personally verify whether the white-haired woman Kai mentioned was indeed her. Just as he stood up, Asuma reached out and grabbed him, smiling knowingly. What are you up to, Shikamaru? Trying to find a way to escape the drinking party tonight? Huh. I want to let you get away. Hey, however, it seemed he would not be leaving anytime soon. With a soft click, Hatake Kakashi turned the slightly chipped doorknob and opened the door to his residence, lifting his chin slightly toward the interior and speaking in a flat tone. Please, come in. Throughout the entire process, the silver-haired ninja's gaze remained fixed on the ninjutsu book in his hands. Tsangmu Lin, who had felt nervous about entering Kakashi's abode, noticed his demeanor, and the spark in her dark gray eyes dimmed in an instant. Indeed, Kakashi had changed. In the past, Hatake Kakashi wore an expression of indifference, but it was not as cold and distant as it was now. Tsangmu Lin tightened her grip on the strap of her backpack beneath her black cloak, murmuring a soft apology for the intrusion before stepping into Kakashi's dormitory, quickly locating the bathroom and hurrying toward it. In her haste, she accidentally scraped her still-healing wound against the corner of a chair in the room. Kakashi, who was leaning against the door while reading, lifted his gaze, his uncovered right eye falling on the girl crouching by the bathroom door. Tsangmu Lin, gasping in pain, caught sight of the flush on her neck from enduring the discomfort, her short hair trembling slightly at the ends. Kakashi's lips, hidden beneath his black mask, parted as if to ask whether she was all right. However, Tsangmu had already turned her head first, her flushed face signaling that she was fine. She then limped into the bathroom under Kakashi's attentive gaze. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. Turning his attention back to his book, Kakashi couldn't help but reflect on how, over the course of 10 years, the once clingy child had indeed grown up. In the past, Tsangmu Lin would never have endured her pain in front of Kakashi. She would have rushed to him for comfort without hesitation. Yet, it was not only Tsangmu who had changed. The silver-haired ninja quietly set down his book, his gaze drifting toward the Hokage rock behind the Hokage's office, his thoughts consumed by the visage of one of the men depicted there. The Tsangmu clan had never belonged to Konoha, nor to any nation, for they were a people without a permanent home. Consequently, the Tsangmu clan became one of the most enigmatic groups, traversing various regions, yet often forgotten by those they encountered. They could freely wander across different lands and countries, only to be forgotten by the residents the following day. Occasionally, a few might recall them, but due to the fleeting nature of their impressions, they would eventually fade into obscurity, merely knowing that a transient clan had once graced their presence. This behavior was, in essence, a necessary measure for the Tsangmu people to protect themselves, for their unique bloodline limit allowed them to rewrite and obscure the memories of others. This is a terrifying ability, a means by which the already scant members of the Tsangmu clan suffer harm in order to avoid detection and exploitation by those with malicious intent. The Tsangmu clan established a sacred decree long ago. As long as a Tsangmu clansman lives, they must not remain in one place for more than 3 years, or they shall surely incur divine punishment. As a tragic orphan destined to wander and be forgotten, why does Tsangmu Lin remain in Mai? This tale begins with the fortuitous meeting and joyful conversation between Tsangmu Lin's grandfather, Tsangmu Yuanshan, the clan leader, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unable to refuse the heartfelt invitation, Tsangmu Yuanshan and Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to allow the Tsangmu clan to stay in Mai for 3 years, after which they would depart. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his beloved daughter, Tsangmu Huiri, proclaimed her desire to remain in Mai during the second autumn, having fallen in love with the ninja Kazekage Tenbai. Enraged, Tsangmu Yuanshan vehemently opposed his daughter's decision. After a hasty farewell to the third Hokage, he prepared to leave Mai with his clan the following day, only for Huiri to reveal that she was pregnant with Tenbai's child. She passionately recounted the depth of her love for the child's father, hoping to persuade her father to let the clan settle in Mai. Torn between his daughter's happiness and the safety of the entire clan, Tsangmu Yuanshan ultimately chose the latter. He earnestly urged his daughter to join him, but her heart was already devoted to her husband and their unborn child. In a fit of rage, Tsangmu Yuanshan abandoned his daughter and left Mai with his clan under the cover of night. Tsangmu Lin splashed warm water on herself, the fragrant soap bubbles washing away. On the outer side of her left arm lay a crescent-shaped scar, neither too large nor too small, a remnant of a blade. Unlike the fresh scars left by missions, this mark seemed to have melded into her flesh, resembling a birthmark. Gazing into the only small mirror in Kakashi's bathroom, her eyes meticulously traced the scar's outline. Her mother, the legendary Tsangmu Huiri, was said to be a radiant beauty. Even after her father led the clan away, she only mourned briefly before regaining her strength, for she had her loving husband and their child to cherish. Yet, as forewarned by the clan's sacred decree, her happiness appeared destined to be fleeting. For months after the clan's departure, the Hokage's office received a desperate letter from none other than Tsangmu Yuanshan himself, beseeching aid as their clan faced an unidentifiable enemy under the cloak of night, unable to defend themselves. In a moment of compassion, Kazekage Tenbai requested to lead a rescue mission to the borders of the Fire Nation. However, the pregnant Tsangmu Huiri waited in vain, only to learn that neither her clan nor the Mai ninjas who had gone to assist had survived. From that moment on, the once warm and cheerful Tsangmu Huiri transformed into a shadow of her former self, retreating into solitude, her face growing increasingly gaunt, harboring resentment towards her unborn child. In a moment of despair, she contemplated ending her life and that of her child, but was saved just in time by a neighbor. To her, if it were not for her, the clan would not have left the village prematurely. Her stubbornness had led to the deaths of her father and kin, and it was this cursed child that had caused her to ignore her father's warnings, defying the ancestral decree of the Tsangmu clan to eternally wander, resulting in the loss of her dearest love. When Tsangmu Lin was over 7 months in utero, Tsangmu Huiri ultimately succumbed to her mental anguish, choosing to end her life within their home with her husband's dagger. She was discovered by Kazekage Minato, who rushed her to the hospital in Mai. Unfortunately, Tsangmu Huiri's desire for death had led to such severe blood loss that salvation was beyond reach. As she gazed at her newborn daughter, who had survived with only her left arm injured, Tsangmu Huiri wept bitterly, wishing for the child's absence. These memories were imprinted in Tsangmu Lin's mind as she practiced her memory technique at the age of 4, captured in the recollections of villagers and Minato. Part of her understanding also came from discovering her mother's diary among her belongings. It was then that Tsangmu Lin realized she was an outsider in this world. Chapter 3. The living Minato's father and Tenbai's father were brothers, which is why Tsangmu Lin grew up under Minato's care, mastering ninjutsu far earlier than her peers. Believing Minato to be her true family, Tsangmu Lin became silent and withdrawn upon learning the truth, no longer clinging to Minato for affection or seeking the company of others, often practicing alone in the depths of night. The young girl yearned to grow stronger and leave this village that felt foreign to her. Noticing her distress, Minato sought to encourage her to bond with peers and enrolled her in the ninja academy. By that time, several students had been there for a few years, and they often challenged Tsangmu Lin, who accepted their provocations. The teacher intended this as a test for Tsangmu Lin, to see if she truly possessed the ability to compete with older students in the same classroom. Having trained under the yellow flash of my since childhood, coupled with her relentless practice and innate talent, Sangmu Lin swiftly overcame those who looked down upon her, leaving the teacher in awe as she rose and brushed off her clothes. Seated by the riverbank, Sangmu Lin spent an entire day skipping class, gazing at the sunset across the water. She could not comprehend why Minato urged her to befriend these individuals or why he cared for her, a child who was not of his blood. Surely, he could have discarded her, for no one would have cared. Tears fell unexpectedly as she wiped them away, only to find more followed, weeping for those she had never met. What a ridiculous notion. Suddenly, a stone flew from nowhere, striking her on the back of the head. The little girl jumped in surprise, clutching her head and scanning her surroundings. Who did that? You'll never become a competent ninja looking like that, came a voice. Sangmu Lin glared at its source, a boy with silvery gray hair and a black mask, leaning against a tree by the river with arms crossed. His eyes, partially concealed, were closed, as if he couldn't be bothered to regard Sangmu Lin. Who are you? Sangmu Lin assumed a battle-ready stance. However, upon recognizing the weapon slung across his back, she gradually relaxed her guard. You are Hatake Kakashi? Seeing his silence, the young girl approached him, saying, if it were you, you would understand. Whether he had not heard or did not comprehend, Kakashi fixed his black eyes upon the approaching white-haired girl. If it were you, you would understand my feelings, for did not your father leave you as well, taking his own life? Upon understanding her words, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. It was evident that he was on the verge of anger. However, when the little girl approached him, her gaze fell upon the large, tear-filled eyes hidden beneath her white bangs. The silver-haired youth's heart softened, and with a gentle sigh, he slightly bent down and slowly raised his right hand. With a soft click, the bathroom door opened, revealing a fresh-faced woman who was brushing aside her scattered white bangs. The sun outside had already dipped significantly, casting hues reminiscent of the sunset by the riverbank throughout the room. Sangmu Lin glanced towards the man leaning against the door, engrossed in his book, just as he had been when she entered the bathroom. His silver hair remained unchanged, and his side profile was still obscured by a black mask. Sangmu Lin felt her heart begin to soften. The silver-haired boy from that evening had now grown into a man. Senior Kakashi, have you been waiting long? Sangmu Lin, with her belongings slung over her back, approached Kakashi, feeling a twinge of guilt as she had taken some time to tend to her wounds. Kakashi closed his book and placed it on a nearby shelf, appraising the woman before him. With her half-dried white hair, unadorned features, and long attire that perfectly concealed her limbs, along with simple gray cloth shoes and a worn canvas bag slung over her shoulder, Sangmu exuded an air of simplicity. Noticing Kakashi's gaze upon her, she lowered her head and checked her attire, then asked tentatively, how do I look? I shouldn't be showing any injuries, right? Indeed. Sangmu now resembled an innocent newcomer. Kakashi nodded in response and was about to turn to leave when a distinct herbal scent caused him to pause. Assuming he had misidentified the scent, he instinctively leaned closer, sniffing around 5 or 6 centimeters from Sangmu Lin's neck, confirming the familiar aroma. The sudden proximity startled Sangmu, causing her to widen her eyes and momentarily hold her breath. Kakashi, he began, only to notice Sangmu Lin's somewhat stiff expression, realizing his mistake and hastily stepping back. I apologize. The scent of the ointment you're using is reminiscent of my teacher S. I thought I was imagining things. The silver-haired ninja awkwardly scratched his cheek, offering an explanation. Regaining her breath after Kakashi's retreat, Sangmu Lin retrieved a small bottle of ointment from the side pocket of her bag and placed it in Kakashi's hand. This is it, right? My uncle gave me the formula before I left. It's very effective. Sangmu Lin had received considerable care from Minato, Kakashi's father, during her childhood after losing her own parents, as he was a brother to her father. In the past, to prevent Rin from wasting chakra, her teacher would occasionally share the ointment he carried for their wounds. The unique scent always evoked certain memories, which Kakashi had never forgotten. He caressed the bottle in silence for a moment before placing it in his pocket, offering Sangmu Lin a smile. Thank you. This was the first time Kakashi had smiled at her today, and it felt as if the boy from her memories had merged with the man before her. Sangmu Lin sensed she understood the fleeting emotion in Kakashi's gaze as he looked at the ointment. Reflecting on all he had endured over the years and recalling her own reasons for accepting missions, a pang of emotion struck her heart, and she rose on her toes. mimicking the gesture of the silver-haired youth from years past, reaching out to touch Kakashi's silver hair. With a gentle smile, she echoed the words he once shared with her. Do not give in to despair for those who have passed. Carry their hopes and look around at those beside you. Now is the time to embrace the love of the departed and cherish those who remain. In shock, Kakashi's visible eye fixed intently on Sangmu Lin, while she smiled softly. Hey kid. Yes, Senior Kakashi. Chapter 4. Anomaly. As Sarutobi Asuma helped Shiranui Genma out of the izakaya, the sky had turned pitch black. He had initially hoped his brothers would provide him with ideas to create opportunities with Kurenai. But now it seemed he was tasked with ensuring the inebriated individual returned home safely, feeling somewhat helpless. Hey, you better not throw up. Asuma warned the unconscious Genma while adjusting his arm over his shoulder. The tall figure, over 6 feet, was utterly drunk, making it a challenge even for the robust Asuma to support him. No sooner had they taken a few steps than a soft object collided with Asuma's face. Startled, he instinctively released his grip, causing the man who had been leaning on him to fall to the ground with a loud thud, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. Asuma shot a glance of apology at the man on the ground before turning to the source of the collision. A figure obscured by a large bundle of blankets and miscellaneous items blocked his view, but a slightly flustered female voice emerged from behind the cover. I'm so sorry. I couldn't see well because I was carrying things. Are you hurt? Asuma noticed a white head peeking out from the blankets as the woman, struggling to manage her load, attempted to extend her neck. Turning slightly, Sangmu Lin caught sight of the man sitting on the ground, his cheeks flushed. Recognizing the familiar black bandana and the ninja tool perpetually held in his mouth, she gasped in surprise. Genma-senpai? Huh. Hearing his name, the man on the ground lifted his head in confusion, frowning as he locked eyes with the white-haired woman for an extended moment. Suddenly, Shiranui Genma sprang up as if startled, jumping behind Asuma, exclaiming, Whoa, Asuma, the blanket monster just called my name. Asuma-senpai. Sangmu Lin realized Asuma was present and quickly greeted him, naturally ignoring Genma's startling comment. So, what brings you back so suddenly? Sarutobi Asuma felt a bit awkward, as he and Sangmu Lin had never been particularly close. He remembered teasing her in ninja school for always trailing behind Kakashi, even calling her a stalker. Sangmu Lin began, but the flustered bandana-wearing man interrupted, pulling Asuma closer. Wait, are you seriously talking to the blanket monster? After a moment of silence, Asuma, noticing Sangmu was burdened with her load, resumed assisting Genma, nodding towards Sangmu. This guy is drunk. I'll take him home first. Sangmu Lin weighed the blanket and nodded in agreement. All right. A short while later, in a certain part of the street, Genma, Asuma, can you see the blanket monster too? Asuma, that est Sangmu, get a grip. Genma, you're saying Sangmu turned into a blanket monster? Asuma, Genma, it's been ages since Sangmu returned. How could she suddenly become a blanket? Genma, just now, that blanket spoke. It was terrifying. Asuma, you should really steer clear of alcohol from now on. As they gradually faded from view, Sangmu Lin couldn't help but smile. Indeed, their bonds remained as strong as ever. Upon returning to Konoha, she finally felt a sense of belonging. As Asuma assisted the inebriated Genma past Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi emerged from inside after finishing his dinner. Initially intending to nod politely at a familiar face, Kakashi was stopped when Asuma called out, Kakashi, what is going on? Kakashi halted and turned back, puzzled. Weren't you with Sangmu earlier this evening? I understand that you may not be in the best of moods at the moment, but it is rather inconsiderate to leave a young lady to carry such a heavy burden alone. Asuma, with a slight tug on the inebriated Xuanjian, remarked that it was rather unmanly of him before continuing on his way. This left Chimu Kakashi alone to ponder his words. In the evening, Sangmu gently patted his head and offered some words of comfort before reporting to the lower ninja department alone, reflecting on Sangmu's clumsy attempt to console him, followed by a hint of embarrassment as she hurriedly stated that she could manage the reporting herself. Kakashi found the scene amusing, as he had yet to respond. Nonetheless, reporting to the ninja department was not a formidable task, so he allowed her to proceed unaccompanied. However, what was Asuma implying? Sangmu, moving belongings? Perhaps settling into her new residence? At this moment, Kakashi glanced at his watch, which he always carried. Calculating from the time Sangmu had left her dormitory to visit the ninja department, then tidying up her quarters, and finally purchasing daily necessities, he estimated the time taken. The silver-haired ninja silently turned back to the ramen shop he had just exited. "Excuse me, can I get a takeaway?" he inquired. It was noteworthy that the accommodations for ninjas were all situated in a similar vicinity, separated only by a few alleys. The area where the upper ninjas resided was bustling and exuded a clean, bright atmosphere. In contrast, the lower ninja dormitories were often occupied by children who lived with their parents, and even those without guardians were provided for by the Hokage. Thus, although there was technically a lower ninja dormitory, it was merely an old, dilapidated building that had been designated as such due to its lack of occupants over the years. Who would have thought that someone like Sangmu, without parents or financial means, could exist as a lower ninja at her age? To avoid drawing attention, the Hokage could not grant her any special privileges. However, for Sangmu, who had long been surviving independently, this was not entirely unacceptable. Having hastily tidied up her living space, it now bore the semblance of a place inhabited. Sangmu dusted off her hands and surveyed the room. The decor and layout were quite similar to Kakashi's dormitory, though it lacked any personal touch. Upon bringing up her bedding, she noticed that in the entire 5-story building, only 2 units on the first and second floors had their lights on, while she resided in a 4th-floor unit devoid of illumination. Her gaze fell upon a flickering candle on a nearby table, casting a faint glow. This dormitory was so poorly maintained that even the electric lights were non-functional. With the candlelight and the illumination from the street, she busied herself laying out her bedding, contemplating that she could make do for one night and replace the light bulb the following day. How difficult could that possibly be? Finally, everything was set. She patted the soft surface of the bedding and lay down flat. The short white strands of hair brushed against her face, infused with the scent of Kakashi's shampoo, strange yet somewhat pleasant. Sangmu felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her, as if the taut strings of her nerves had finally relaxed. Her eyelids grew heavier. A faint sound of footsteps echoed on the wooden floor, and a tall figure appeared outside the candlelit room. This was the so-called lower ninja dormitory, seemingly devoid of inhabitants. Kakashi stood on the balcony, surrounded by tranquility due to the lack of people. Straining to listen, he could hear the steady rhythm of someone breathing within the room. Had she fallen asleep? Peering through the partially opened window, he noticed the red candle, now burned down halfway. The silver-haired ninja furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern rising within him. The candle still flickered, yet she was asleep? Was this not rather careless for a ninja? Gazing down at the ramen he held, then back at the dancing flame, he recalled that most furniture in the ninja dormitories was made of combustible wood. Leaving it unattended could be dangerous. After a moment's reflection, Kakashi decided to push open the unlocked window and gracefully leaped into the room. The girl on the bed appeared to be in a deep slumber. He treaded lightly, placing the ramen on the table before extinguishing the candle's flame. As he prepared to exit Sangmu's room, a misplaced step caused him to accidentally knock over a small object on the floor. His breath caught for a moment, and he hesitated, turning his head to observe the figure on the bed, fearful that she might wake and mistake him for a threat. However, illuminated by the light from outside, he could see the woman sprawled on the bed, seemingly undisturbed, lost in a profound sleep. With 10 years of mission experience, a ninja who could remain oblivious to a burning candle and the entrance of another person, even when touched, was indeed perplexing. Was she utterly exhausted from her travels and the effort of cleaning her quarters? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, as if to confirm a suspicion. He approached Sangmu's bedside, picking up an article of clothing that she had yet to organize, and gently draped it over her. Throughout this process, she did not stir a single finger. Was she truly this oblivious? With his arms crossed over his chest, the silver-haired ninja raised his knee slightly and nudged her with the toe of his left foot. He exerted just enough pressure to rouse a sleeping person. Yet, the bed remained motionless, devoid of any reaction. Watergate once taught me that a ninja must always remain vigilant. Even in illness, one must never let their guard down, lest they meet their demise. The white-haired boy who had once delivered such words in his youth was now starkly different from the woman before him, who, despite a visitor's entrance and a gentle nudge, remained undisturbed. "Apologies, but I must ascertain whether you are indeed that Sangmu I remember." The silver-haired ninja uttered this aloud, then lifted his forehead protector to reveal his crimson left eye, narrowing it as if to scrutinize the uninvited guest in their village, a figure from their memories. However, the reality confirmed that the person sleeping upon the bed, both in chakra and presence, bore no difference from the white-haired child he remembered. It was not an imposter, thus. Chimu Kakashi simply seated himself in a nearby chair, fixating his mismatched gaze upon the slumbering face on the bed. Is something amiss with you, Sangmu? Years later, when Kakashi first recounted the events of that initial night upon her return to the village, when he sat by her bedside, scrutinizing her until the late hours, terrified that she might be a covert weapon sent by an enemy, Sangmu's hair stood on end, and she playfully struck him on the back while brushing her teeth. Chapter 5. Injury and Illness. It is water. The murky liquid stung her eyes. Her feet found no solid ground, and her hands flailed helplessly upon the surface. The icy lake water began to invade her nostrils and mouth, as desperate cries echoed in her mind, yet they felt entirely foreign. Help! Help! Save me! With a sudden jolt, Sangmu sat upright in bed, grasping her bedding tightly. The woman, still trapped in the remnants of her dream, wore a look of terror as her chest heaved. Outside, the faint light of dawn began to appear. The occupant of the bed swallowed hard, her eyes gradually clearing. Was this a memory from a near-drowning experience? What a horrifying ordeal. After a moment to compose herself, Sangmu sighed, raking her fingers through her disheveled hair. Then, with a natural motion, she lifted the heavy coat covering her and prepared to rise from the bed, only to pause suddenly. Could it be that she had felt cold in the middle of the night and had risen to cover herself with a garment? Before she could ponder this too long, the extinguished half of a candle on the opposite bed and the bento box on the table informed her that someone had indeed visited her room last night. Yet, she had remained completely unaware. Sangmu Lin, your situation may be worse than you imagined. As she stepped over to pick up the bento box, Sangmu's lips turned downwards, her expression growing grave. Suppressing her emotions, she began to scrutinize the bento box in her hands. Who would be so kind as to deliver food to her in the dead of night? She had only returned to Mai yesterday and knew that only one person was aware of her arrival and her stay in the Lower Nin dormitory. A smile crept onto Sangmu's face as she recalled her bold actions from the previous day, Kakashi's astonished expression, and the now cold ramen soup in her hands. Was this a gesture of concern for her hunger? How wonderfully gentle. However, the moment was fleeting, as she quickly remembered that she still had many tasks to attend to today. Sangmu Lin hastily brought the noodles into the kitchen. Using the electric appliance she had hurriedly purchased the previous night, she warmed them up, feeling relieved that only the lights were out and the electricity had not been cut off. After freshening up, she carefully placed the heated noodles into a bowl and set it on the table. Even though the noodles had clumped together unattractively, Sangmu Lin still wore a look of satisfaction. At this time, the sky outside the window had brightened significantly. Sitting at her table and surveying the slightly disordered state of her surroundings, Sangmu clasped her hands together and welcomed herself home. Sangmu Lin. Let us begin. At the residence of the third Hokage, the elderly man in a white robe leisurely brewed a pot of tea, his gaze landing on the figure standing straight before the desk. Speak, you have come this early. It cannot merely be to have this old man brew tea for you, can it? The silver-haired ninja displayed little emotion, offering a slight nod. I do not wish to intrude. I merely have a few inquiries that perhaps only the third Hokage could clarify. Sarutobi Hiruzen poured a cup of tea toward Kakashi's direction as he spoke. Is there something you fail to comprehend? Share it with me. In truth, Kakashi hesitated, pondering how to broach the subject, which was about Sangmu Lin. Oh. The cup that had nearly reached his lips was placed back onto the table, as the third Hokage looked at Kakashi with slight surprise. After years of darkness, the once cold-hearted individual now seemed to take an interest in others. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage understood. It must be because of the fourth Hokage. Kakashi's teacher was Sangmu Lin's uncle. Sangmu, what has she been doing these past 10 years? I believe you can deduce this given your intelligence. The old man sipped his tea quietly. Indeed. Kakashi replied flatly, the best use of the memory escape technique is its capacity to traverse various nations without leaving a trace. While various ninja countries have ostensibly ceased hostilities, the undercurrents of tension still flow. Each nation desires to uncover the hidden weapons and military capabilities of their adversaries. Yet, to maintain the facade of peace, they cannot conduct overt investigations, leading to the presence of spies in every country. Others only know that the Sangmu clan was annihilated at the borders of the Fire Country 21 years ago, unaware that a member skilled in the memory escape technique still resides within Mai. It would be strange if the higher-ups in Mai did not send Sangmu Lin as a spy. However, what perplexed Kakashi was that 10 years ago, Sangmu Lin was merely a 10-year-old child. Was it not overly risky to assign her such a prolonged espionage mission? How could a child navigate a perilous environment and infiltrate a nation's core, all while ensuring her own safety and gathering intelligence? Should this matter come to light, it could lead to a crisis of trust between the Fire Country and other nations, potentially igniting another war. Moreover, Sangmu Lin, who had been in a deep slumber and showed no reaction to his disturbances, was also quite unusual. Kakashi furrowed his brow and looked at the third Hokage. I wish to inquire if Sangmu has encountered any mishaps that led her to return to Mai. Upon hearing this, the elderly man sipped his tea and set the porcelain cup down slowly, silently commending the astute insight of this my prodigy. Typically, the combat capabilities of various nations are updated periodically. Sangmu Lin, at the tender age of 20, is the sole possessor of a bloodline limit that allows her to manipulate memories. If no unforeseen events had transpired, it would be inconceivable for such a valuable ninja to return to Mai before reaching old age. Though harsh, this is the reality of the ninja world. After a long silence, the third Hokage merely sighed. 10 years ago, several spies dispatched by the Fire Country to investigate neighboring nations disappeared without a trace for days. And a few days later, Mai received several corpses as a warning. Some high-ranking officials proposed that the young Sangmu Lin be sent to test the waters of espionage, believing her recently acquired memory escape technique would prove invaluable. The third Hokage still vividly remembers how the fourth Hokage, who had not yet been appointed to the position, reacted in anger. However, for reasons unknown, Minato later agreed. Kakashi waited for the third Hokage's response, but the elder only slowly uttered 4 words after a moment of silence: mental deterioration. The silver-haired ninja did not grasp the meaning behind the Hokage's words. Repeating them, mental deterioration? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and began to unveil the secret regarding Sangmu Lin that had not been previously disclosed. In the past, we only knew that their mysterious bloodline limit was reliant on the chakra of Sangmu clan members, enhanced by the inherent strength of their lineage to activate. However, this technique seems to have requirements regarding the bloodline of the user. Kakashi, who had been silently listening, did not interrupt the Hokage's explanation. Last year, Sangmu Lin had already reported to Mai that she had been experiencing signs of mental deterioration, entering deep slumber during rest, and plagued by nightmares. One must understand how crucial a steadfast will and a clear mind are for a ninja, especially one who needs to remain embedded within enemy lines, where even the slightest lapse could be fatal. The higher-ups were concerned that if she made a mistake during her mission, the fruits of 10 years of espionage could be wasted, leading to the decision to recall Sangmu Lin and conclude her decade-long assignment. Alas, Kakashi observed the Hokage sigh for the second time that day. It is still due to our limited knowledge of the Sangmu clan. Mai's hospital lacks any treatment records concerning them. Did Sangmu Lin's mother leave behind no useful information? Kakashi pressed on. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, responding helplessly. Medical ninjas unanimously believe that this is akin to the Uchiha clan Sharingan, where excessive use can lead to blindness. Perhaps the child suffers because she is not a pure blood, compounded by her youth and inexperience in using her techniques, yet she has been forced to use them frequently. Furthermore, if Sangmu does not cease using the memory escape technique, her condition will likely continue to deteriorate. We must lament our desire to exploit the unknown powers, which has led to the ruin of that child's life. The third Hokage did not elaborate further, but Kakashi could sense the elder's regret. Sangmu Lin had become a ninja at 6 years old, and by 9, she had already advanced to a chunin, demonstrating remarkable abilities. Yet now, due to the demands of her mission and the overuse of her bloodline limit, her health had become compromised. The importance of a robust physique for a ninja cannot be overstated. The silver-haired ninja's expression was concealed by his mask and forehead protector, making it impossible to discern his feelings. Noticing that Kakashi remained silent, the third Hokage curiously inquired, "What troubles you, Kakashi? Have you not yet arrived at the answers you seek? What course of action do you intend to take?" The third Hokage seemed to have recalled something amusing, tapping his pipe twice on the table to remind Kakashi. Next, Sangmu Lin will embark on a journey back to the life of a genin. You know, genins require the guidance of a jounin for their missions. Hatake Kakashi met the gaze of the third Hokage, patiently awaiting the elder's next words. "Weren't your 3 students just returned to the academy by you? Isn't that fortuitous?" Realizing that the elder's intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared, Kakashi bowed silently to the third Hokage, preparing to take his leave. I apologize for the disturbance, Hokage-sama, but I merely seek an answer, devoid of any overflowing sympathy. Chapter 6. Youthful Duel. The fierce sunlight made the trees surrounding Konohagakure appear even more lush and vibrant. The few wisps of thin clouds in the cerulean sky were being scorched away, while waves of heat mingled with the scent of grass filled the air. It was indeed splendid weather. Standing in the sun, a female ninja squinted her eyes into slits, tilting her head to stretch her neck. In the center of a circle of wooden stumps stood Sangmu Lin, the corners of her mouth twitching. If not for the ropes binding her wrists and the explosive tags affixed around her, she might have dozed off due to the pleasant weather. With no time to waste in devising an escape plan, how could she possibly concern herself with the weather's delight? A man clad in ninja attire stood about 10 meters away from the wooden stumps, arms crossed, shouting towards her. I don't care whether you have received permission from Hokage-sama or not. You left years ago on your own accord. And now you wish for me to take you on missions? You must prove your worth as a ninja. For the past few days, she had been engaged in daily training with her newly appointed instructor. As the instructor had put it, do not presume that just because you once earned your Chunin qualification, I will treat you differently. As of now, you may be even weaker than the children in the Ninja Academy. Sangmu Lin raised her bound hands, attempting to tug at the shuriken pinned to the wooden stumps, causing the explosive tags dangling beneath to sway. Raising her voice, she called out, "Sensei, if I manage to free myself, would that suffice?" A cold huff resonated from outside, the man's tone dripping with disdain. "First, get yourself out of the wooden formation. Then we shall see. After 10 years, I fear you may have forgotten how to form seals." Sangmu Lin was not angered. She understood the contempt that Konoha ninjas held for those who had abandoned their ninja identities. However, his next words left her speechless. "And stop calling me teacher. You're older than I am, Auntie." "Auntie? Not that much older, is it?" Looking at this ninja's demeanor, Sangmu felt she could at most be called sister, not Auntie. After a while, without any signs of movement from inside, Chi Village Shun grew a bit impatient and was about to urge her on when suddenly, boom. The unexpected explosion startled the young ninja, scattering wooden debris onto his chestnut hair. Chi Village leaped into the now obliterated wooden formation, only to find a large crater where Sangmu Lin had once stood, but instead of her, there lay a fragment of shattered wood, the common substitute technique used by Konoha ninjas. Sangmu Lin, now freed from her restraints, sat up, brushing off the remnants of the explosion and reflecting on her abilities as a newly reinstated genin. "Shun, we have thoroughly assessed the taijutsu and jinjutsu training these past few days. When can we officially take on missions? After all, I need to earn a living too." Sitting on a tree branch, the woman waved a severed rope in her hand, deliberately emphasizing her grievance regarding Shun's earlier address. This Annie is blaming him. Chi Village Shun glanced over, the sunlight filtering through the leaves causing a slight glare. His deep brown eyes met the grayish-black ones of the white-haired woman perched above, where a smile sparkled in her gaze, despite her feigned difficulty. He suddenly had a new idea. Basic skills, having been neglected for a decade, must be diligently practiced. Noticing that the woman's previously swinging legs came to an abrupt halt at his words, he smirked mischievously. "The instructor said today is dedicated to practicing basic skills. Thank you for your patronage. Do come again." Under the gaze of a bookstore clerk surrounded by pink bubbles, Hatake Kakashi emerged from the store, clutching Jiraiya's latest work. He wearily lifted his eyes to the sky, the dusky twilight signaling the end of the day. "Oh, Kakashi-senpai." Just as Kakashi pondered whether to read the book now or wait until he returned home to savor it, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see someone hanging upside down from a tree, their ankles bound, smiling and waving at him. The scene, under the evening sun, appeared bizarre in every sense. Kakashi approached, one hand holding the book while the other rested in his pocket. The person's face was just at chin level, and after scrutinizing for a moment, he recognized the voice. It's you." Too close, Sangmu Lin thought, focusing on Kakashi's black mask, instinctively holding her breath. "Are you practicing basic skills?" The silver-haired ninja's tone held a hint of jest, but upon noticing the 2 lines of tears on Sangmu Lin's face at his remark, he was taken aback. "No way. Have you regressed this much?" With a sigh, Sangmu Lin leaned down to untie the ropes around her ankles, replying helplessly, "The jounin I encountered was a bit." She paused, considering how to describe Chi Village Shun, finally settling on the term willful. Kakashi opened his mouth to respond, but just then, a watermelon-headed youth bulldozed into the scene, exclaiming, "Yo, Kakashi, how about a thrilling drinking duel?" "Well, good luck with that." With that, the silver-haired man turned and buried himself in his orange notebook, hastily departing. "Hey, Kakashi, did you hear me? Hey." The moment her feet hit the ground, Sangmu Lin noticed a green figure darting past her. My guy, oblivious to her presence, dashed straight after Kakashi. "Let us have a duel," came the exuberant voice, brimming with energy. In contrast, Kakashi's response was faint and ethereal, "I refuse." After finally dealing with Chi Village Shun, Sangmu Lin returned home, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. As she strolled through the streets, she pondered where to grab a meal before considering whether to buy some rice and vegetables to start her own cooking routine. I recall a decent ramen shop nearby," she muttered to herself, realizing she should indeed ask someone for directions. "Mommy, it seems like that sister needs help." A little girl tugged at the hem of a woman who was busy shopping, pointing towards the frowning Sangmu Lin. "Oh dear, don't make eye contact with strangers, my child." The woman quickly pulled the girl closer, perceiving Sangmu Lin as an unsettling presence. "Oh no, I've been mistaken for a suspicious character," Sangmu Lin thought, biting her lip in resignation as she continued forward. Perhaps wandering around would lead her to what she sought. "Do I really look like a bad person?" she mused, recalling her refreshing smile. It's just that after spending the day immersed in basic skills, the thought of scouring for dinner left her feeling a bit disheartened, causing her to forget her smile for a moment. Do I truly resemble a villain? Sangmu Lin was still lost in thought when, sitting in the tavern, he suddenly caught sight of a swaying figure on the street. Without hesitation, he waved outside. "Would you like to come in for a drink, Akai-senpai?" Sangmu paused in front of the izakaya, glancing at the establishment's facade. It resembled a tavern, but would there be food inside? "Come in. Since you've returned, we need to celebrate you properly. Let us drink to our heart's content tonight." Mato Kai, his cheeks flushed, exclaimed, perhaps from the effects of alcohol or sheer excitement, before letting out an unrefined belch. No thank you," Sangmu Lin quickly replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Stop it, Akai. This guy isn't even of drinking age yet. Encouraging a minor to drink is against the law." Just as Sangmu was about to mention that he hadn't had dinner yet, and that drinking might not be wise, a silver-haired figure suddenly leaned in next to the black watermelon head. It was a voice that Sangmu found somewhat familiar. "What?" My instincts felt as if they had been stabbed by a gigantic minor label. Feeling belittled, Sangmu lowered his head, his slightly long bangs obscuring his eyes, and silently declared to Kakashi inside the tavern, "Senpai, I'm 20. I'm not a minor." Seeing the petite woman emphasize the 20 with an elongated tone, Kakashi exchanged glances with Kai, who then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Perfect. Come in, and let us have a spirited competition." Competition? Sangmu Lin was momentarily bewildered at the sight of the clearly intoxicated Mato Kai. Kakashi, unable to watch any longer, sighed and placed a hand on his forehead. Did this guy even understand the situation? It wasn't until they sat at the table that Sangmu began to grasp why Kakashi had sighed earlier. There was a table full of bottles of alcohol. Just as Sangmu was dumbfounded by the sight before him, a young man passing by with a plate shouted in a raspy voice, "Oh, Akai-kun, are you having a drinking duel with Kakashi-kun today? How enthusiastic." "Oh, a spirited duel must involve drinking. Ha." Although he responded jovially, the black watermelon head quickly changed his expression, addressing Kakashi. "Sorry, Kakashi, but let us save the drinking duel for another day. Today, we'll just celebrate Sangmu's belated welcome." What is going on? Is Kakashi-senpai really this spirited? Sangmu Lin's mind was filled with question marks. "Welcome back, Sangmu," Kai said as he raised a glass of shoshu, preparing to drink. Just then, Sangmu's stomach fortuitously let out a loud grumble. "Akai-senpai, please wait," Sangmu hastily called out. Before he could finish his sentence, Mato Kai's wrist was unexpectedly gripped by someone, surprising both Kai and Sangmu. Sangmu Lin noticed the panic flashing across his face at the sight of the table laden with alcohol, which didn't escape Kakashi's keen observation. This guy couldn't hold his liquor at all. "What is wrong, Kakashi?" Sangmu and Kai looked at Kakashi, who had momentarily halted his actions. Retracting the hand that held Kai's wrist, Kakashi turned his lifeless gaze toward Mato Kai. "Kai, do you realize that you can't handle your liquor? Did you intentionally invite Sangmu here?" What are you talking about, Kakashi? A man must never lose in drinking." This remark evidently struck a chord with the single-mindedly spirited man, who immediately focused on the competition. All right, let us continue. Sure, Kakashi replied weakly, lifting his cup. Chapter 7. Drunkenness is also youth. So she came in? Sangmu Lin couldn't help but feel dejected as he hung his head. After a moment, a sudden epiphany struck him. Wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to glimpse Kakashi's true face? With that thought, Sangmu Lin raised his head in anticipation, only to be petrified the next moment. A black hat with a curtain? Where on earth did Kakashi procure such an item? Watching the silver-haired man's hand repeatedly emerge from behind the curtain, holding a cup, Sangmu Lin called out to the young man in the tavern. Upon learning that food was also available, he ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles, eating while glancing at the table filled with alcohol. So fast. Sangmu Lin was alarmed to see the numerous cups on the table being emptied at an astonishing rate, while the empty bottles kept accumulating. Heavens! I didn't expect Kakashi to be this committed. However, if this pace continued, Sangmu Lin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Should he slip away now? After all, none of the seniors were paying attention to him. Bang! Ultimately, this youthful duel concluded with Mato Kai collapsing onto the table in a drunken slumber. Naturally, Kakashi wasn't in much better shape. Sangmu Lin watched as he stood up only to unsteadily plop back into his seat. His usually expressionless eyes now brimmed with confusion as he sat back down and reached behind him to touch the chair. Seeing this scene, Sangmu could only laugh helplessly. Well, she hadn't managed to make a discreet exit after all. Are you really okay? The young man from the tavern looked at Sangmu Lin with concern. Noticing her frail form seemingly attempting to support the slumped figure of the tall and intoxicated man. Yes, I'm fine. Smiling at the tavern worker, Sangmu leaned against Kakashi to prevent him from sliding off the seat and falling to the floor, then began forming hand seals. What? I never knew the shadow clone technique could serve such a purpose. Sangmu Lin created 2 clones to manage the more inebriated Mato Kai. Recalling that Kakashi had once mentioned that Kai lived right next door to him. Exiting the izakaya, Sangmu Lin half-supported and half-dragged Kakashi back. Struggling to glance up at the sky, the bright moon shone overhead. The scenery was beautiful, yet she bore the responsibility of ushering an inebriated Kakashi home. Kakashi-senpai, pull yourself together. The man beside her hung his head, and perhaps feeling the lack of security from the petite Sangmu, instinctively gripped her arm tightly. Sangmu, wearing only a sleeveless shirt due to the hot weather, felt the warmth of his fingers penetrating through his half-gloved hand, while his cool fingertips tingled against the inner part of her arm, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Finally, they arrived outside Kakashi's apartment. After fumbling through the pockets of his ninja gear for the key, Sangmu Lin struggled to lay the over 6-foot man down on the bed. Breathing heavily, she thought. Drunk Kakashi feels as heavy as a bull. She gazed at the man on the bed, his eyes closed, breathing steadily, and suddenly felt at a loss for what to do next. Removing the forehead protector that blocked his left eye, she placed it on the bedside table, then, without hesitation, took off Kakashi's ninja gear and pulled a neatly folded blanket from the bed to cover his torso. That should be fine, right? As she prepared to leave, her foot paused at the threshold, her gaze turning to the black mask on his face. Would it be too stuffy to sleep with that on? Leaning down, she reached for the mask on Kakashi's face, unable to suppress her gulp. She had always wanted to see Kakashi's true visage. Just as her fingers were about to touch the edge of the mask resting on his nose, her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly. Kakashi, with his slightly dazed right eye and alluring crimson left eye, fixed his gaze on her. Sangmu blinked, caught off guard by Kakashi's unexpected awakening. Feeling a twinge of guilt. Kakashi? Parker? Why are you suddenly here? Is there a mission? The silver-haired ninja, believing he had discerned his surroundings, released her wrist, sat up from the bed, and yawned. Huh, Parker? Who is that? Sangmu Lin was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Why aren't you speaking? Noticing Parker's silence, Kakashi cast a casual glance in her direction while scratching the back of his head. Aoki Rin chuckled dryly at Kakashi, who was clearly still drunk. Because you're drunk and need someone to take care of you. Hearing Pakin say this, Kakashi raised his hand and patted Pakin's head, his tone gentle. Drunk? Me? I think I was just playing against Guy. Seriously, are you even human? Saying you need someone to take care of you. Aoki Rin, who was happy because Kakashi patted her head, froze when she heard the man's next sentence. Not human. All right, go back. I can take care of myself. Kakashi said this, patted Pakin's head a couple more times, and then asked in confusion, Why are you all white-haired? Uncle Minato said, don't argue with drunk people. She told herself that this was like when Gunma mistook her for a blanket. Drunk people's vision is different from normal people. Aoki Rin automatically ignored Kakashi's question, standing by the bed, looking uneasy. Really? Then she saw Kakashi smiling at her, his headband gone, revealing his silver hair falling naturally over his forehead, his eyes crinkling with laughter, and the gentle curve of his lips beneath his mask. Let's go back. Aoki Rin froze, stunned. Did Kakashi always smile like this in front of that guy named Pakin? A strange feeling welled up inside her. Just then, the clone who had taken Guy home from next door returned. Aoki Rin lifted her foot and walked towards the door, muttering, I'm going back then. Yes, Kakashi replied, throwing off the blanket and getting off the bed. He then sauntered towards the bathroom. A moment later, a voice called out, could you please run the hot water for me? Aoki Rin, about to open the door, paused. What? She didn't run the hot water? Whoa, that's a sink. Not a bathtub, Kakashi. After a struggle, Aoki finally managed to drag Kakashi, who kept trying to dive into the water, out of the bathroom. Both of their clothes were soaked. Having laboriously secured the now fainted Kakashi to a chair, Aoki Rin scratched his head and walked to what appeared to be a wardrobe. He first informed the sleeping Kakashi, I'm not rummaging through your house. I'm just worried you'll get sick tomorrow. Since you didn't object, I'll open it. Kakashi's clothes were neatly folded and sorted. Opening the wardrobe released a faint smell of soap and sun-dried clothes. However, the distinct masculine scent of Kakashi mixed and still made the girl blush. This instinctive reaction made Aoki Rin feel like a pervert. He quickly grabbed an undergarment and slammed the wardrobe door shut. But the next step was what truly troubled Aoki Rin. Ninja's clothing was made of breathable, stretchy material. And while Kakashi was strong, he could still wear it, so putting it on and taking it off wasn't a big problem. However, Aoki Rin's gaze once again locked onto the mask the man always wore. The same question remained. Could she see Kakashi-senpai's face? If Aoki Rin had any selfish motives, it was that she absolutely wanted to see. Who wouldn't be curious about what kind of face Hatake Kakashi had under his mask? As a child, she had spent a full 6 months following Kakashi home, just to see his face. But then Aoki remembered Gunma's warning. Kakashi wears a mask because he's practicing a very powerful secret technique. If someone sees his true face, all his efforts will be in vain. TSK. She ultimately decided against taking the risk and clicked her tongue regretfully. With her eyes tightly closed, she began to change Kakashi's shirt from the chair. Fortunately, the drunken man was more compliant than expected and cooperated with Aoki Rin, quickly getting dressed. Before pulling up the edge of the mask, Aoki Rin, with her eyes closed, first felt Kakashi's cheek to make sure the mask covered his face. But the sharp, angular features beneath her hand made her heart skip a beat. Confirming she had dressed Kakashi, Aoki slowly opened her eyes, afraid of meeting his sober gaze. If he saw her in this embarrassed state, she would definitely want to crawl into a hole. Thankfully, he was already fast asleep, head down, still quite drunk. To be fair, drunk Kakashi was rather well-behaved. It seemed she had to take back her comment about him being like a drunken old man. After settling Kakashi onto the bed, Aoki Rin propped herself up, stretched her back and legs, and then tugged at her equally wet clothes, wanting nothing more than to go home and change. Done home, a sudden sense of disorientation made Aoki stop. This bad feeling. Could it be? Her body slumped against the person on the bed, her increasingly heavy eyelids confirming Aoki Rin's bad premonition. A sound like 1,000 birds chirping echoed through the valley, but her senses seemed to have failed her. She could hear nothing, see nothing. Warm liquid, not her own, gushed from her right arm, which pierced her heart. On the floor, her body, her face, her eyes. The girl who held such an important place in her heart was now staring wide-eyed at her. Crimson, still warm blood slid from the girl's parting lips, dripping onto the floor and splashing back onto her body. Kakashi, the white-haired woman, lying supine on the wooden bed, her forehead covered in sweat, suddenly opened her eyes. The moonlit room and the wooden ceiling glowing with a pale white light stunned Aoki Rin for a long moment. Just now, a suppressed sob reached her ears. The shock and heartache of the protagonist in her dream still lingered within Aoki Rin. She stiffly turned her head to look at the sleeping person beside her. Beneath his disheveled, slightly long silver hair were furrowed brows and eyes. Aoki slowly regained consciousness. She must have experienced another episode of mental exhaustion, collapsing onto Kakashi and falling asleep. So, the dream she just had was Kakashi's memory? The white-haired woman rose from the bed and stood beside it, gazing at Hatake Kakashi, still trapped in a nightmare, his expression one of agony. The cold sweat beating on his forehead made Aoki Rin's gaze darken, thinking about how he would never normally allow himself to be so drunk. If it weren't for helping her out of a difficult situation, or perhaps he shouldn't have fallen into a nightmare in the first place. But even at this level of intoxication, he wouldn't let himself go. Aoki recognized the girl bleeding in her dream, Noera Rin, Kakashi's childhood friend and companion. A kind and warm-hearted soul. Shortly after the Third Shinobi World War, due to various circumstances, she chose to commit suicide at Kakashi's hands. Under the moonlight, a tear suddenly streamed down Kakashi's left eye, causing Aoki Rin's nose to sting with tears. Aoki slowly squatted down, her knees touching the floor, and leaned over the bed. Gazing at Kakashi's profile in the moonlight, she reached out and gently covered the man's scarred left eye. Beneath her short, wispy white hair, a pair of dark gray eyes swirled with emotion. Kakashi Chapter 8 Hangover Soup. Coo. Two gray pigeons flew over from the half-open balcony railing, foraging for food in the morning. Their low cooing woke the person inside. His eyelids twitched twice, and he slowly opened them, his vision gradually clearing. Awakening from his dream, Kakashi stared blankly at his ceiling for a while, seemingly still caught in the dream. Kakashi blinked a few times. This time, it wasn't Obito, Rin, or even his father in the dream, but someone he thought he had forgotten. The overly tender scene in his dream made Kakashi want to linger a little longer. However, a sharp pain shooting through his temples prevented him from doing so. Sitting up in bed, pressing hard on his head which felt like it was about to split open, Kakashi couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed he'd drunk too much last night. He wasn't good at drinking. As Kale said to him, a real man should have a heated drinking contest. In that moment, Kakashi had initially intended to give up, had it not been for that fellow Songmu. However, it would be unreasonable to say that Songmu had begged him for assistance. It was simply unfortunate that he had experienced a rare pleasant dream, only to awaken and endure the wretchedness of a hangover. After a brief silence, the silver-haired man pressed his temples and sighed. Early in the morning, he felt like a sorrowful uncle lamenting his fate. Senior Kakashi, a voice tinged with fatigue resonated within the room, pulling Kakashi abruptly from the grips of his annoying hangover. With his tousled silver hair and dark circles under his eyes, Kakashi turned in bed, leaning against the bedroom doorframe, silently observing Songmu Rin, who was still dressed as she had been the previous night. He watched as she moved about his kitchen, holding a cookbook he had previously purchased to learn cooking. "Oh, when did you arrive?" Kakashi finally inquired, his voice raspy and dry from the effects of last night's indulgence. As Songmu emerged from the kitchen and set down the basic cooking book. Songmu stood before the dining table, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Kakashi, who seemed utterly serious. After a prolonged moment of surprise, she exhaled deeply, shrugged, and smiled at him. "I came to cook for you, since you were drunk last night." Kakashi, who had been leaning against the door and massaging his sore neck, now shifted his gaze to her, confusion clouding his mind. Songmu recognized the oddness of her statement and quickly pointed to the neatly arranged bookshelf nearby to divert the topic. Senior, you have so many books here. I didn't notice last time." Yes, he replied with a monosyllabic grunt, his headache diminishing his desire for conversation. He was not inclined to delve deeper into the matter. The silver-haired youth, his gaze fixed downward, walked toward the bathroom door, casually mentioning, "You can borrow any books you're interested in." Songmu's face lit up with joy. "Really? Thank you, senior." After a brief wash, Kakashi looked down at the black undergarment he was wearing. It was newly changed. Habitually, he pulled up his mask and opened the bathroom door, only to find the slender Songmu Rin on tiptoe, reaching for a taijutsu book perched atop his bookshelf. Remembering that she had likely stayed up all night caring for him while he was intoxicated, Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. Turning at the sound, Songmu's brow was furrowed with concern. Did you catch a cold last night?" Perhaps her open expression of concern startled Kakashi, causing him to momentarily freeze. Songmu quickly realized her lapse and waved her hands in explanation. No, it's just that you accidentally got your clothes wet last night, and I thought I understand." She continued, "The reason you got drunk last night had a lot to do with me, so I stayed to help. It's just a small token of gratitude. I even made breakfast. Please enjoy." Although the dishes were hastily prepared from the cookbook, the latter part of her statement she swallowed back. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at her awkwardness. wondering if his hangover made him seem unapproachable, thus scaring her. Silently, he walked toward the bookshelf. His interest piqued not by the breakfast, but by the book she had held earlier. Advanced taijutsu training? Was Sangmu Rin attempting to cultivate her willpower through martial arts? However, the decline of one's spirit was no trivial matter. Since returning to the village, she had maintained such a carefree demeanor. Was she simply carefree or adept at concealment? Intimate paradise? A romance novel? Before Kakashi could ponder further, Sangmu's sudden inquiry jolted him back to reality. She was pointing at the orange book's cover. Having assumed from the title and illustration that it was a love story, would someone as meticulous and disciplined as Hatake Kakashi indulge in such material? Sangmu's curiosity was piqued, and upon noticing the author's name printed on the cover, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a book by Lord Jiraiya. No wonder Kakashi would read it." Without much thought, she reached for the book, eager to delve into its contents. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on her left shoulder, and Kakashi's face loomed beside her. Wait a moment. The silver-haired youth appeared behind Sangmu, gently grasping her shoulder as he deftly retrieved the orange book from her hands. Kakashi slightly turned his head, his voice calm as he addressed her ear. "This book is not suitable." Before he could elaborate, his gaze met Sangmu's wide, startled eyes. Without the barrier of gloves, Kakashi's distinctly defined hand rested lightly on her shoulder, his chest brushing against the nape of her neck. At that moment, Sangmu stared at Kakashi's disheveled hair and his captivating eyes, feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, which seemed to burn hotter than the previous night, causing her heart to race. Kakashi, too, was not entirely unaffected. Sangmu's long lashes fluttered as she observed her pale cheeks growing visibly flushed. Kakashi realized that the child who had once been a dirt-covered, scruffy little boy, frequently seeking his comfort, had seemingly transformed into a woman. The evident embarrassment on Sangmu's face, combined with the diminishing distance between them, rendered the atmosphere between them quite delicate. Kakashi's gaze drifted from her entranced eyes downwards. Noting her delicate facial features, a small, elegantly shaped nose adorned with an inconspicuous dark mole, which added character to her beauty. Realizing this, Kakashi was surprised to find that Sangmu had blossomed into a striking beauty, and even the small mole on her nose enhanced her allure. Her lovely, slightly rosy lips aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, yet at that moment, they parted slightly due to her nervousness. Releasing his grip on her shoulder, Kakashi straightened and stepped back to his original position. He casually placed the orange book on the top shelf of the bookshelf, then tucked his hands into his pockets and leaned against the adjacent shelf. He looked at Sangmu, who was still frozen in place, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor. "This book is inappropriate for children. You shouldn't read it." Oh, Sangmu stammered, still adjusting her breathing, her voice laced with guilt. For some reason, she found it difficult to meet Kakashi's eyes, feeling flustered whenever she tried to focus on him. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Sangmu suddenly remembered something and dashed into the kitchen. She returned with a steaming bowl of freshly made soup and, donning her usual carefree demeanor, said, "Well, let us start with some hangover soup." Kakashi approached, observing the light sheen of oil on the clear broth in the white porcelain bowl. Surprisingly, it sparked a faint desire to eat, despite his lack of appetite from the hangover. Sangmu emerged from the kitchen carrying several light dishes and a bowl of congee. Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As he opened his lips to express his gratitude, Sangmu preempted him, stating, "I'm not sure about the taste, so just make do with it. You shouldn't drink so much alcohol next time, Kakashi-senpai." At a loss for words, Kakashi scratched the back of his head, taken aback by her unexpected kindness. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the freshly hung garments on the balcony, leading him to wonder if Sangmu had washed his clothes as well. Was that appropriate? It seemed a bit off. Following Kakashi's line of sight, Sangmu thought he was concerned about last night's change of clothes. With a clear and earnest expression, she raised her voice slightly, assuring him, "Don't worry, senpai. I kept my eyes closed while changing." Was that last remark unnecessary? Kakashi felt somewhat speechless, as if he were being likened to a sheltered maiden who could not bear to be seen in such a state. However, expressing gratitude for her assistance in changing clothes felt equally strange. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi could only utter a simple, "Oh," seating himself at the dining table. The silver-haired ninja turned to observe Sangmu as she made her way toward his desk. He watched as she picked up her Konoha forehead protector from the table and deftly tied it on. with a few strands of her white hair falling across her eyes. Sangmu gathered the books she intended to borrow, her demeanor taking on a more serious tone, seemingly preparing to leave. Indeed, the next moment, Kakashi heard her firm voice. I have a mission with my instructor today, so I must be off. Is that so? Have you already begun taking on missions? Kakashi inquired casually. Yes, she replied. After her training session ended yesterday evening, she had been suddenly informed by Chikura-shun that she could prepare for a mission today. The thought of her somewhat willful instructor left Sangmu feeling resigned. The white-haired kunoichi acknowledged him as she leaped onto the railing of Kakashi's balcony and vanished in an instant. Well then, see you later, Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi sighed softly, watching the direction she had departed, lost in thought. Was this the life of a genin? Kakashi was well aware of the difficulties involved in the missions assigned to genin. Although he lacked personal experience as a genin, he had done considerable research in preparation for his role as a jonin. Would simple and tedious tasks truly satisfy her? After all, she was once dedicated to becoming an all-round ninja. Returning his gaze to the table, Kakashi lowered his mask, the tight line of his lips curving slightly upward, resembling a smile that was more self-deprecating than joyful. This existence, where he could arise to a hot meal every morning, felt too splendid and yet too surreal for Hatake Kakashi. For the first time in many years, as he uttered the words, I've begun, a genuine sense of gratitude welled up within him. Chapter 9. The child, a woman clad in opulent attire, twisted her plump figure as she stepped out of her residence, leaning against her grand door while peering outside. Despite the worry reflected in her gaze, she did not forget to adjust the slightly curled strands of hair at her temples. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared atop a nearby utility pole and then leaped down to her side, cradling a green-eyed black cat. The newcomer approached the woman and inquired, Is this your cat? Upon seeing the black cat, the woman hurriedly extended her hands to take it, beginning to nuzzle her face against its glossy fur. Oh dear, Xiaobai, where have you run off to? I've been so worried. The newcomer, observing the lazy black cat yawning in the woman's embrace, could not help but point at it and ask, Is it called Xiaobai? The question seemed to annoy the plump woman, who raised her chin defiantly. What of it? At least I found it quite quickly this time. She began scrutinizing the dark-clad female ninja before her, noting that this white-haired figure had never been seen in the village before. Wearing a mask that obscured her face added an air of mystery. Typically, finding pets involved a ninja instructor leading a gaggle of children to search for Xiaobai, which often took a considerable amount of time. Today, however, it appeared that a different individual had managed to locate the cat with surprising efficiency. The woman, glancing at the forehead protector on the ninja's brow, hesitated before tentatively speaking. I did request the lowest level task available to your ninjas, so you can't expect me to pay more just because the ninja's rank is different, right? Oh, it seems I am yet another client who assumes a higher rank due to her age, Sangmu thought with resignation, producing a task receipt from her clothing and explaining. My instructor had other matters to attend to, so I had to act alone. Please don't misunderstand. Oh, the woman said, looking down as she skillfully signed her name on the receipt, casually remarking, There are still such lowly genin in the village. Sangmu nodded in agreement, not at all bothered by the term genin. She took the receipt and tucked it into her pocket, preparing to take her leave when she heard the noblewoman's curious inquiry. What is your name? Sangmu smiled slightly and politely responded, I am a Konoha genin, simply Mu, not wanting to reveal her identity as a member of the Tsang family. Sangmu had reached an understanding with the third Hokage to wear a mask while on missions and to alter her name. Struggling to think of a suitable name, she settled on the single-character Mu. The peculiar name prompted the noblewoman to scrutinize the female ninja before her again. Well then, I wish you a pleasant day. Farewell. With that, Sangmu vanished from sight in an instant. Ninjas in the village were often mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace. So having one or two unusual names seemed perfectly normal to the woman. With a shrug of her rounded shoulders, she turned and returned to her home, cradling her cat. Stopping atop a roof, Sangmu retrieved a small booklet from the ninja tool pouch strapped to her right leg and began to flip through it, softly murmuring, Next, Durank. Yoshida family, help move bricks. Sangmu could not help but feel a few black lines appear on her forehead. It was clearly a physically demanding task. Perhaps it was due to her spontaneous decision in the woods last time that this girl named Mu had obediently practiced her fundamentals all day. Since then, Chikura-shun seemed to have discovered her potential, beginning to assign her a plethora of simple yet time-consuming D-rank missions, ostensibly to accumulate experience. The troubling part was that her instructor was absent during these missions, leaving Sangmu to question whether her special Jonin instructor was particularly sadistic in nature. She tugged at her mask, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to wearing it despite having done so for a while now. Inwardly, she began to admire Kakashi, realizing how effortlessly the mask seemed to fit him, as if it had grown alongside him. Since the day she left Kakashi's home, he had gone out on a mission. It had been almost 2 months since then. Standing tall, she turned to gaze toward the Jonin dormitory, which provided a clear view of Kakashi's residence. The sign hanging at the entrance of Hatake Kakashi's home still displayed its white face. "He hasn't returned yet?" Sangmu murmured, fully aware of Kakashi's habit of flipping the sign to black when he was home and keeping it white when he was out. Sangmu only knew that this was the mentor of his predecessor, which meant it was Uncle Shui Min's guidance, allowing those with matters to find out his whereabouts promptly. As for the origin of this method, Sangmu was unaware. Uncle Shui Min merely mentioned that he had emulated the technique of a certain esteemed individual. Sangmu wondered how his predecessor was faring outside, having already finished the borrowed book, yet lacking the opportunity to borrow new ones. He composed himself, stowed away his notebook, and set off towards the next task location, the land of water, the village of hidden mist. On the seemingly tranquil surface of the water, the thick fog rendered visibility absurdly limited, obscuring any view of the surroundings. However, one could still discern the swift movements of the ninjas traversing the water's surface by relying on the rapidly swirling water vapor. Soon, several arcs of blue and white lightning began to converge in the fog, accompanied by a man's deep, chilling voice and the crackling sound of thunder. Kaminari no Jutsu. Raikiri. With a horrifying scream and a loud splash, a heavy object fell into the water, and the surrounding fog dissipated due to the lightning technique, revealing a clearer view. Kakashi Hatake stood upright on the water's surface, gazing down with his crimson left eye at the slowly sinking body of a ninja, now submerged. He regarded the peculiar mask that had been pierced by the lightning, his left eye revealing no hint of emotion. Soon, 2 Konoha ninjas leaped into the scene. Swiftly approaching Kakashi, one of the ninjas crouched down to examine the mask floating on the water's surface, recognizing it as belonging to the umbu of the hidden mist. "Is it wise to kill him so easily? Are you serious? We were ordered to rescue the prince of the land of frost. The hidden mist is acting covertly this time, having abducted a prince. Do you think they will dare to pursue us?" The female ninja, clutching her bleeding arm, couldn't help but retort. "Besides, there's only one left. Isn't your concern a bit late?" Considering her reasoning, the Konoha ninja discarded the mask and rose, noting the injuries that marred both himself and his companions. He sighed. "The umbu of the hidden mist are indeed formidable. Thankfully, Kakashi is here, otherwise, we would likely fail this mission." The previously stern-faced female ninja's expression softened at this remark, her gaze fixing intently on the expressionless silver-haired ninja beside her, her tone adopting a gentler quality. What a pity. However, Kakashi seemed oblivious to the affection conveyed through her gaze. He swiftly pulled down his forehead protector, concealing his left eye, and surveyed the wide expanse around them, frowning slightly as he inquired, "Is it just the 2 of you? Where is Chimura? Have you found anyone?" The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads. The fog was too dense. They had not spotted the prince of the land of frost in their search area. Just as the words left his lips, a young ninja with chestnut short hair appeared, carrying someone on his back. "I found her. She is unconscious in a nearby cave." As he turned slightly, the delicate, youthful face of a girl became visible. Chimura. The prince is a girl. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sangmu Lin had finally completed her last D-rank task for the day. After changing into a fresh outfit and venturing out to find food, she patted her painfully empty stomach. Despite countless resolutions to learn cooking, she invariably found herself seeking a place to eat instead, promising to buy groceries and cook at home next time. The delightful aroma of Ichiraku ramen began to waft through the air, and after taking a deep breath, Sangmu Lin felt even hungrier, deciding that ramen would be her meal for the evening. However, upon checking her purse, 2 beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. As a newcomer who had recently completed a task under the guidance of a jonin, the payment for her assignments needed to be collected by her mentor before being passed on to her. Sangmu Lin grimaced slightly, for her mentor had handed her a stack of task lists and then left with a casual remark, "You can do it. Little Moo Moo, Ganbat. She had not seen him since and was entirely unaware of his whereabouts. Since returning to Konoha, she had been living off her meager savings. Gazing at her increasingly thin wallet, Song Mu Lin momentarily regretted rejecting the third Hokage's offer to provide her with compensation in private. Understanding that she could not receive payment equivalent to a decade's worth of missions for the sake of her identity. She had felt content merely to be back in the village and had declined the Hokage's generosity. In hindsight, it seemed a hasty decision. With a sigh, she lowered her hand holding her wallet and ultimately resolved to buy a few cups of instant noodles to eat at home instead. Just as she was about to turn and change her course, Song Mu Lin unexpectedly spotted a small boy wearing dark green goggles. Similarly clutching a wallet and gazing longingly at the Ichiraku ramen shop, letting out a matching sigh of disappointment. The boy, with his wide blue eyes, stared back at her in astonishment, surprised to find someone else who shared his fondness for Uncle Ichiraku's ramen but could not afford it, especially a grown-up. However, Song Mu Lin's attention quickly shifted to the boy's hair. His short golden locks and azure eyes stirred an odd premonition within her. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks, the warmth in her eyes slowly began to chill. The terrifying creature that haunted her mind and the 2 lives lost beneath its claws darkened her expression. The gray pouch she held at her side was gripped tightly in her hand. The boy's innocent blue eyes, once clear, now brimmed with an unvoiced fury upon seeing the cold, murderous gaze of the woman before him. The hurt and anger filled his eyes in an instant. The golden-haired boy picked up a few stones from the ground and hurled them straight at Song Mu Lin's face. Taken aback, Song Mu Lin instinctively raised her arm to deflect the incoming stones, only to see the child stick his tongue out at her, scrunching his little face as he shouted, "You big idiot." What? The child's exclamation jolted Song Mu Lin back to reality. Touching her forehead, which a stone had grazed, she felt a slight sting, prompting her to reflect on the fleeting moment when she had harbored murderous thoughts towards a child. Heavens! Song Mu Lin couldn't help but facepalm. Despite the terrifying monster sealed within her, what sin did a child commit? Gradually lowering her arm, she gazed in the direction the boy had fled, recalling his blue eyes and distinctive golden hair. A man, just off his shift, casually held a senbon in his mouth and spotted Song Mu Lin standing motionless in front of the ramen shop. Not knowing what had captured her attention, Nara Hashikage leaned to catch her gaze and waved his hand in front of her face. "Hey Lin, what are you doing? Spacing out on the street?" Song Mu Lin brushed his hand away, her eyes still fixed on the direction the golden-haired child had gone, muttering, "Hashikage senpai. There's a child with the Uzumaki clan symbol on his clothes. Could he be the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi?" Hashikage initially puzzled over Song Mu Lin's sudden inquiry, but eventually replied, "That boy is quite notorious in the village for being a troublemaker." Song Mu Lin, lost in thought, withdrew her gaze and looked at Hashikage, attempting to express her thoughts. "Don't you think that child bears a striking resemblance to someone?" Hashikage furrowed his brow in confusion. "Who?" "You do not find it amusing that Gulu Song Mu was about to continue speaking when, unexpectedly, her stomach began to betray her with the unmistakable signals of hunger. Song Mu Rin's hand, raised in midair, froze in place. Witnessing Song Mu Rin's awkward state, Shinkai could not help but chuckle softly. He deftly extracted a band-aid from his bag, skillfully opened it, and with a firm slap, placed it on the woman's bleeding forehead before turning towards the Yale ramen shop. "Come on, let me treat you to ramen," he said. Despite still cradling her head in pain, Song Mu Rin's face lit up with a smile upon hearing Shuankai's words. Really? Chapter 10. The princess having satisfied her hunger. Song Mu Rin emerged from the ramen shop alongside Shuankai. The young girl stretched her back and followed it up with an exaggerated yawn. "Oh." She vigorously blinked her eyes, now slightly moist from the yawn, and with a click of her tongue, she placed her hands on her hips, rotating her sore neck. Feeling even more fatigued after the meal. "I say, you," observed the man in the headscarf beside her, unable to contain himself. "Is the lower ninja task really that exhausting? After all, you are still a young lady in your prime. Shouldn't you be a bit more conscious of your image in public, Rin?" "Well, perhaps it's been too many years since I undertook a task, so I'm still somewhat unaccustomed," Song Mu Rin replied, rubbing the back of her neck and stretching her neck a few more times before smiling at Shinkai. Upon hearing her response, Shinkai fell silent. The two walked in silence, side by side, as ninjas returning from their tasks wove through the buildings around them. Street vendors began to set up their stalls for the night market, and the aroma of food gradually wafted from the apartment buildings. I say, they both began to speak simultaneously after a while, glancing at each other in surprise. Sangwoo smiled. What did you want to say, Schwankai-senpai? The absence of a trace of unusual expression on the girl's face caused Schwankai's demeanor to grow solemn. The previous day, the third Hokage had summoned all the ninjas who had known the young Sangmu, specifically instructing them to keep her identity as a member of the Sangmu clan confidential. To the outside world, the Sangmu clan had been exterminated 21 years prior, with no survivors. There were no records pertaining to them in the Land of Fire. And the existence of a member of the Sangmu clan still capable of manipulating memories within Konohagakure indeed warranted discretion. Yet it seemed unnecessary for the busy Hokage to take such measures. 10 years ago, the little girl who had openly expressed her desire to travel the world suddenly returned, only to resume the lower ninja tasks she had no longer needed to undertake a decade earlier. Although the Sangmu clan was originally a stateless clan, Sangmu Rin had grown up and trained in Konohagakure. The authorities had shown considerable restraint by not branding her a rogue ninja after she abandoned her identity as a ninja. Shinkai had not given much thought to Rin's decision to return to the village and restart her life as a ninja. But the third Hokage's admonition sparked a thought within him. Perhaps Rin had left for the sake of the village? Reflecting on the photograph she had left him years ago and the days leading up to her departure, he recalled that certain events had transpired in the village. As the ninja tools dangling from his mouth swung with his words, Shinkai endeavored to keep his tone casual. Rin, speaking of which, when you left the village back then. Noticing the seriousness in Schwankai's gaze, Sangmu Rin halted her steps, tilting her head to look at him as she awaited his question. Gazing into the girl's clear eyes, Noara Shinkai found himself at a loss for words, only to reconsider and realize that all questions seemed less significant. Rin was back. She stood before him now, and that was sufficient. Asking too many questions might even evoke her displeasure. Shinkai averted his gaze and continued walking. No, it's nothing. What were you about to say earlier? He had anticipated that Shinkai would inquire about the events of the past decade. Having prepared a narrative for her travels in her mind, Sangmu Rin was momentarily taken aback when the man withdrew his question. She soon understood that Shinkai did not wish to put her in a difficult position. Perhaps he had grown suspicious, but ultimately chose to trust her. The consideration of her companion caused a smile to grace the corners of her lips as she quickened her pace to catch up with Shinkai, continuing with her earlier inquiry. I wanted to ask, has Kakashi-senpai not returned from his mission yet? It has been so long since I last saw him. Upon hearing her question, the man paused for 3 to 5 seconds before exhaling a sigh. Shinkai lifted his eyelids, casting a small roll of his eyes towards the sky. His expression one of resignation, yet also of anticipation. Rin, you truly have not changed at all. From the past until now, your heart and mind are still entirely filled with Kakashi. Is that so? The girl replied, her words a mere cover for her eyes, which were still scanning for the ninjas entering from the village entrance, hoping that a certain silver-haired figure might suddenly appear. Honestly, are you planning to return and win over Kakashi's heart? Shinkai turned his head, feigning annoyance as he questioned Sangmu Rin, who was momentarily caught off guard. Shifting her gaze from the ninja passing overhead, Sangmu Rin stared at Shinkai in surprise, her long eyelashes fluttering as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hastily denying, no way. What are you saying, you silly Shinkai? My feelings for Kakashi-senpai are purely admiration. Shinkai scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Realizing her reaction to his words, he could not suppress a laugh. I was just wondering why you've been calling me senpai since you returned. After all, we graduated together, right? Now you are starting to resemble your old self a bit. Calling you senpai simply makes me seem younger, doesn't it? What kind of peculiar habit is that? Only found in middle-aged women? Do not look down on middle-aged women, you scoundrel. Wow, Rin, you still hit just as hard as ever. This is the justice fist. With a smile on his lips, Noara Shinkai rubbed his chest, which had been struck by the woman. Observing Sangmu Rin, who had already stepped onto the dormitory steps and was preparing to ascend, he noted the cheerful glimmer in her eyes. His tone shifted to one of seriousness as he gently advised, Rin, Kakashi is not the same as he once was. His heart is colder and harder than it appears. If you harbor feelings for him, you must think carefully. Her right hand, raised in a farewell gesture, lingered above her head. The smile on her face not yet fully faded. Upon hearing Schwankai's well-meaning reminder, Sangmu Rin fell silent for a few moments before forcing a broader smile and waving at Shinkai, who stood in front of the dormitory. What are you talking about? I have already said it is merely admiration. Kakashi deserves a far better girl than me. Well then, I shall not keep you any longer. I'm heading up. Even after Sangmu Rin, with her bandaged left calf, disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Noara Shinkai did not retract his gaze. His mind began to recall a night over a decade ago. He and Sangmu Rin had sat idly at the edge of a cliff, the wind swirling around them. At that time, the white-haired girl with her half-long hair gazed up at the brightly lit village and the star-filled sky, turning to him with confidence and conviction. Shinkai, I have a premonition that I will be the woman by Hatake Kakashi's side in the future. Just wait and see. Yet, the girl before him now, though still reflecting the semblance of the past, bore a beauty even more exquisite than in her childhood. However, the confidence and boldness that had once shone in her eyes seemed to have dimmed. Shinkai could not shake the feeling that Sangmu Rin was deliberately concealing something. With a whoosh, the girl turned on the tap, quietly washing the dirty clothes she had changed out of that day. She then silently tidied up the somewhat cluttered room and mopped the dormitory floor twice. Feeling drenched in sweat, Sangmu Rin decided to take another shower. After washing and hanging her changed clothes, she finally lay down on the bed with fatigue creeping back in. As the surroundings returned to tranquility, the words of Shinjian began to echo in her mind during the evening. Gently caressing the book borrowed from Kakashi, she realized it was a volume the silver-haired ninja must frequently peruse, as the corners of its pages bore signs of wear. Merely touching a book he had held made her heart flutter. Could this truly be mere admiration? With a tightening in her chest, she inhaled deeply while lying on her back, releasing a heavy sigh. Covering her face with the open book, she wished to avoid pondering the fact she had already confirmed countless times. A drop of transparent liquid silently dripped from beneath the book onto the warm yellow pillowcase. Days later, in the world of ninjas, regardless of rank, life outside of missions is spent in the process of accepting and preparing for tasks. Even those ninjas who choose to work in the village are still executing missions, sacrificing their lives for the country, the village, and their duty. After several consecutive days of D-rank missions, Sangmu Rin, upon submitting the final task report given to her by Chi Village Sun, sat at the task exchange counter. Watching the busy ninjas inside, she absent-mindedly twirled a kunai in her hand, suddenly overwhelmed by thoughts. As a ninja who had been forced to cease her duties due to illness, what was the meaning of her return to the village, merely to survive? What value did she hold as a Konoha ninja now? In truth, when she first received the recall letter, she had been elated. For returning meant she could see the person she longed for day and night. Yet, she quickly came to her senses. What would seeing him achieve? What could Sangmu Rin, in her current state, say to stand beside Hatake Kakashi? Each time she thought of this, the corners of the silver-haired girl's mouth would curl into a self-mocking smile. Have you not yet claimed the rewards for the tasks you completed over the past 2 months? Where is your supervising jonin? A young girl with long black hair glanced up from the counter, noticing the seemingly dazed female ninja across from her. Turning a few pages of the document she was recording on, she asked in a monotonous tone. Her voice successfully pulled Sangmu Rin from her reverie, clearing her throat. She responded with a smile, "My teacher is quite busy. He should come to collect it in a few days. Surely, there is no time limit for this, right?" Not at all. The black-haired girl instinctively shook her head, then slightly shrugged and set down the document to look at Sangmu Rin. But as a genin, is it not concerning to leave your rewards unclaimed? How will you manage your living expenses? Isn't my teacher busy? It's no problem. Though she answered this way, the girl's words nearly brought Sangmu Rin to tears. If even the staff could foresee such circumstances, could her instructor truly be so oblivious? Did that rascal genuinely believe she could survive on air? Was it because she had once given up being a ninja that they were making things difficult for her? While Sangmu was still internally criticizing her instructor, the female ninja behind the counter began flipping through personal files, and, upon seeing Chi Village Sun's name in the supervising jonin section, she suddenly understood. Ah, it's Chi Village. His tracking skills are exceptional. He has been specially dispatched to the land of water. No wonder he hasn't come to collect your rewards. Sangmu maintained a smiling demeanor, responding affirmatively while her mind began a new round of complaints. A supervising jonin abandoning his student to execute other tasks? Chi Village Sun must truly dislike her, wishing to keep her out of sight, right? Yet yesterday, Kakashi and the others had sent word back that they should return to the village tonight. She reminded herself to prompt Chi Village to collect his rewards upon his return. Noticing the girl's forced smile, the staff member assumed she might truly be struggling with her living expenses, offering a kind suggestion. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, the silver-haired girl instantly perked up, her expression shifting completely. Tonight? He is coming back tonight. Yes. The young ninja, puzzled by the sudden change in Sangwoo's demeanor, slowly nodded. Hey, did this girl just get overly excited upon seeing me nod? The staff member, stretching her neck to observe the departing figure of the white-haired girl, noted that this was a newly returned genin to the village, still in her 20s, willingly taking on the most basic of tasks. It seemed she must have led a rather difficult life as an ordinary person these past years. Returning to her work, the long-haired girl decided to interpret Sangwoo Lin's smile as relief at the prospect of no longer going hungry. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi and his companions arrived in Konoha after nightfall, though he bore an unfamiliar blue-haired girl on his back. So what should we do with this task report, Kakashi-san? What about her? Asked a fellow ninja, glancing at the girl sleeping soundly on Kakashi's back. Considering her special identity, Kakashi, despite his injuries and exhaustion, rushed towards the Hokage's office without hesitation. There was no other choice. He had to take her to meet the third Hokage. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, it was the girl on his back who would intertwine his fate with Sangwoo Lin's ever more deeply in the future. Hokage's office. So, this child has been in a deep slumber since you rescued her? After reviewing the meticulously prepared mission report, the third Hokage's expression was grave. Kakashi and several other ninjas nodded in silence. The Hokage's gaze then shifted to the girl curled up on the soft chair, her eyes tightly shut. The Land of Frost, located northeast of the Land of Fire, borders the Land of Lightning, though it has its own ninja village. Its strength pales in comparison to the 5 great ninja nations. Nevertheless, Frostleaf Village is not devoid of powerful ninjas. Had it not been for the abduction of their young lord, suspected to be by the Mist Village of the Land of Water, the Land of Frost would not have dared to demand the return of their own openly. The Lord of the Frost had no choice but to secretly seek assistance from the Land of Fire. Considering the intricate ties between nations, Konoha accepted the mission without revealing its nationality, promising to rescue the young lord and return him safely to the Land of Frost. However, now that they had rescued the young lord, the situation was complicated. After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage, smoking a pipe, issued an order. First, arrange for the princess to be secretly placed in a VIP ward at Konoha Hospital. We must quickly determine the cause of her slumber and then discuss treatment options. I will contact the Lord of the Land of Frost. Understood. Chapter 11. The rainy veil. The skies over Konoha, which had been clear for several days, turned gloomy today, and the air became stifling. When a female ninja clutching a stack of books appeared on the balcony railing of Kakashi's home, the silver-haired jonin was sitting shirtless on the bed, changing the dressing on his wounds. Hey, senpai, this is the book I borrowed from you a while back. The man on the wooden bed looked up, his fair and chiseled jaw still adorned with unshaven stubble, his right eye lazily gazing at the newcomer. As Sangwoo Lin spoke, her mouth did not close as she stared at the person in the room. After gazing for a while at his smooth, prominent nose and his pale, beautifully shaped lips, her attention was drawn to the distinctive mole on his chin. Without thinking, the silver-haired girl tilted her head and asked, "Who are you?" As Kakashi's hand trembled while applying the medicine, he nearly dropped the ointment to the ground. He lowered his head, deliberately ignoring Sangwoo Lin's nonsensical question, and calmly instructed, "Just place the book on the table." Meanwhile, the person squatting by the railing narrowed her eyes, fixated on the disheveled silver hair of the man before her. Upon noticing the familiar tattoo on his left arm, she seemed to awaken from her daze, gasping in shock and covering her mouth. Kaka. The sound of someone outside continued for quite some time without uttering a word. The typically expressionless Kakashi paused his actions, turning slightly to face the girl on the balcony, a faint smile gracing his lips. It reminded him of their first meeting when he remarked, "Sangwoo, in this state, you cannot possibly become a competent ninja. Is it truly acceptable that even comrades fail to recognize him?" Sangwoo Lin swiftly leapt down from the balcony to stand before Kakashi, as if she had encountered a marvel of the world. She yearned to draw closer, yet hesitated. Once, she had mournfully thought that she would never see Kakashi's face. In her childhood, whenever she sought to glimpse it, he had skillfully evaded her gaze. Later, after hearing Xuanjin's words, She believed Kakashi wore his mask to practice a powerful secret technique, fearing that revealing his true face would ruin the jutsu. Consequently, she had abandoned any thought of approaching him to see his appearance. Even when she had cared for him after a drunken night, she had prudently kept her eyes tightly shut. Now, observing the current situation, Kakashi sat on the bed, stroking his chin, contemplating whether he should shave the stubble. He appeared as lackluster as ever, completely unconcerned about whether anyone beheld his visage. Xuanjian had merely concocted a falsehood to deceive her. Sangmu Lin felt a sudden surge of frustration and, somewhat ruefully, confessed, "It's just that I've never seen you without your mask." Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet hers, a hint of amusement in his tone. Are you satisfied with this appearance, Sangmu?" This inquiry, initially casual, took Sangmu by surprise as she began to scrutinize his face intently, her expression turning serious. His tousled silver hair fell over his brow due to the absence of the forehead protector, and his scarred left eye remained peacefully closed. She lingered on the mole beneath his lips for a moment, finding that it added a touch of allure to his otherwise handsome features. However, her gaze drifted downward to his pronounced Adam's apple, broad shoulders, and muscular arms. Yet, upon noticing the fresh crimson wounds on Kakashi's abdomen, she could not help but frown delicately. After a while, Sangmu Lin felt that the heat on her face must surely be due to the weather, for otherwise, how could it be so intense? She awkwardly diverted her gaze from Kakashi's throat, only to find his deep, dark eye intently fixed upon her. With a sudden jolt, her heart felt as though it had been struck, and she took a small step back, causing the book in her arms to tumble to the ground. How could she have been so absorbed in observing Kakashi, fully aware of her feelings? Sangmu lamented internally, realizing her carelessness. Isn't your reaction a bit excessive? Kakashi thought. The reason he had worn a mask since childhood was merely to conceal his identity as a ninja for the sake of carrying out missions. Over time, it had become a habit to wear it in front of others. Yet, he had not expected such a strong reaction from someone. Sangmu Lin felt embarrassed, lowering her head as she awkwardly forced a laugh. It's just so hot. Isn't it? The weather? Kakashi shook his head helplessly in thought. He pondered Sangmu's familiar expression, recalling that he had encountered several women who admired him in similar states. With a sigh, Kakashi placed the dish containing the medicine on the bedside cabinet. Resting his right elbow on his crossed legs, he supported his chin with his palm, casting a glance at the flustered girl frantically organizing the ninja books on the floor. He recalled a question he had wanted to ask earlier, but it had been delayed due to his mission. Looking out at the overcast sky, he spoke in a calm tone. "Sangmu, that day, you used the memory escape technique on me, didn't you?" The white-haired girl froze for a moment in her movements, but soon resumed picking up the last ninja book, tucking it into her arms, then stood up without looking back as she walked toward the bookshelf. "Yes, didn't you know on the first day I returned?" Kakashi turned to see Sangmu Lin arranging the books meticulously on the shelf while apologizing. "I'm sorry, if it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't have. It's not about 10 years ago. I'm referring to that night when I was drunk." Watching Sangmu gently press a half-placed book into the row, Kakashi's hand lowered slowly, awaiting a response that he anticipated would not come. She stood there in silence, and Kakashi's dark eye, calm as still water, gradually revealed his thoughts. "You see, since my father passed away, I have no memories of my mother. Aside from Obito and Rin, who have both passed away, there are hardly any left living who have seen my mother's photograph or heard her stories." Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the motionless white nape of Sangmu Lin, and he continued, resting his chin on his hand. "The only one who knows these memories and can send them into my dreams is you. I cannot think of a second person." He absent-mindedly traced his fingers over the remaining few books in his arms. Sangmu Lin appeared somewhat anxious, recalling the sight of Kakashi ensnared in a nightmare that night, a lingering ache still resonating in her heart. Softening her tone, she explained, "I merely wish for you to feel a little better." Suddenly turning to meet Kakashi's gaze, Sangmu Lin smiled brightly. "It's just a small input of memory. It's a piece of cake for me. At least you can have a good sleep. From now on, do not engage in unnecessary actions." The smile on her face seemed to sting Kakashi's eyes. He interrupted her once again, as if her kindness made him uncomfortable. Observing her stunned expression, he averted his gaze. Shielding himself from her penetrating look, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. "I apologize, but please do not invest your feelings in me. I am not destined to be your home." The anticipated response did not materialize. Kakashi lowered his hand and observed Sangmu Lin, who had turned her back to him, completely obscuring her expression as she resumed placing the books on the shelf. Finally, as she set the last book in place, she quickly extracted a dark green book from the next row, tapping its cover twice. "Oh, this is the one I've been searching for." Kakashi. The white-haired girl gleefully raised the book, turning to Kakashi, but upon noticing his unusual expression, she could not help but question, "What's wrong? What did you just say?" Knowing she had already absorbed his words, yet still deliberately changing the subject, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before sighing, lowering his head. "Ah, it's nothing. If you want to read, just take it." "Thank you, Kakashi." With a smile, Sangmu Lin tucked the book into her arms. But her gaze inadvertently swept over Kakashi's few shallow, yet noticeable wounds. Unable to resist, she inquired, "Why don't you go to the hospital to get them treated? You can't apply medicine to your back, can you?" At her remark, Kakashi turned to glance at his back before casually looking away again. "Oh, this degree of injury can be handled at home." That's true. Considering her own similar methods of treatment, Sangmu Lin decided not to press further. She strolled back to the balcony and leapt onto the railing. Yet Kakashi called out to her, "Sangmu, in the future, please refrain from using your bloodline abilities too frequently. At least not on me." Merely believing that Kakashi simply disliked others intruding into his memories, the silver-haired girl softly murmured, "I understand," before departing from Kakashi's residence. With a hint of resignation, she uttered to the air on the balcony, "Just leave through the front door." The man, still seated in his original position, stared vacantly into the air for a while. It was astonishing that he would squander his chakra for a fleeting dream. Surely, Sangmu would be aware of the consequences of excessive use of the memory technique, wouldn't he? Ruffling his slightly long hair, Kakashi resolved to redirect his attention to changing his bandages. His injuries from the recent mission were not severe, and the bandages did not need to be replaced too frequently. However, he had to devote his full attention to caring for a certain special patient at Konoha Hospital during this period. Retrieving a small bundle of white bandages and a dish from the bedside table, Kakashi methodically applied the ointment to his wound with a medicine spoon. He then wrapped the bandages around his body, securing the injury. Halfway through, his movements abruptly halted as he seemed to realize something. Did I just say that too harshly? Sangmu, I will not be your destination." Kakashi truly possessed remarkable power, managing to convey such weighty implications with just a few words. Seated on a wooden bench beneath a tree, the woman relinquished her weight to the backrest, tilting her head back slightly and closing her eyes to conceal the emotions threatening to spill forth. The sounds of cicadas from the surrounding forest echoed, accentuating the oppressive heat of the day. Despite the absence of sunlight, the atmosphere was stifling. After a brief moment, Sangmu Lin straightened her posture and rasped, "So hot." The silver-haired kunoichi gazed up at the overcast sky, wishing for a gentle breeze to soothe her spirit. Just then, a raindrop landed squarely on her forehead, quickly followed by a cascade of more droplets. Sangmu Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it was indeed fitting. However, standing in the pouring rain would seem rather foolish, and she finally sought refuge under the eaves of a nearby shop before the downpour began in earnest. Summer rains often arrive unexpectedly, and shaking off the droplets from her body, Sangmu Lin observed the thick layer of mist forming on the ground from the deluge. Assessing that the rain would not cease anytime soon, the silver-haired woman leaned against the wall, crossing her arms, prepared to close her eyes and rest for a moment. "Thank you for the hospitality. I shall take my leave now." "Oh, it's raining outside," she remarked as the shop's door swung open, revealing a somewhat familiar male voice. "Looks like I'll have to stay a bit longer." As the speaker began to step back to close the door, the kunoichi, leaning against the doorframe, swiftly grasped his right arm, pulling him outside before he could react. "Hey!" Stumbling slightly, the bewildered man was about to lose his temper. But upon realizing his student was before him, Ichimura-shun immediately greeted her warmly. "Kimu, you're here for a meal too? What a coincidence." "Coincidence? Indeed, what a coincidence. Had it not rained, I might not have seen you." Observing the bandages on Ichimura's cheeks, Sangmu offered a mock smile to her instructor. "Did you finish your mission? Are all your wounds properly bandaged?" Gazing at the girl's exaggerated smile, the young ninja with chestnut short hair cautiously nodded, sensing something amiss. Why was she making that expression upon his return? Sangmu Lin stepped closer and inquired with feigned sweetness, "So, did you just have lunch?" Ichimura instinctively took half a step back, his suspicion growing. He sensed she might be upset that he had gone on a mission without her. But there was no way around it. As a lower-ranked ninja, she could not undertake high-stakes international missions. Sangmu Lin, staring directly into Ichimura's eyes, advanced closer and asked, somewhat through gritted teeth, does the teacher know that someone is nearly out of money for meals? What nonsense. Didn't I give you enough missions before I left? Ichimura scoffed. But after a moment, he realized, it seems only Jonin can collect the mission fees. Seeing him grasp the situation, Sangmu halted her advancing steps. Ichimura reflected on his own first experience as a leader of lower-ranked ninjas, having been assigned unexpectedly without prior preparation. Given that his student was capable enough not to require his constant oversight, he had felt free to undertake the S-rank mission. He had not anticipated this complication. Fortunately, it was merely a 2-month-long mission. Had it taken longer, she might have. A twinge of guilt surfaced within him, prompting Ichimura to divert the conversation. He pointed toward the shop with his thumb and smiled apologetically. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal. Noticing the subtle expressions on Ichimura's face, which confirmed he was aware of the mission payment issue, Sangmu Lin deliberately rolled her eyes. You can eat by yourself. Ichimura watched as the silver-haired woman turned and dashed into the pouring rain, leaping onto the rooftop and disappearing from sight. Perched upon a high rooftop, the rain had begun to lighten, and her residence was just across the way. A gentle leap would take her home. However, just as Sangmu Lin prepared to descend, a flash of golden hair caught her eye from behind. It was the child she had encountered days prior. Wiping the rain from her face with the back of her hand, the silver-haired Kunoichi performed a shunshin and concealed herself on a rooftop close to the boy's home. Leaning slightly forward to avoid detection, through an open window, she could see the dimly lit room where the golden-haired boy carefully poured boiling water from a worn kettle into an open bowl, gingerly sealing the lid before using a plastic fork to stir, rubbing his small hands together in anticipation of his meal. The unusual satisfaction reflected in the boy's smile pierced through the rain, reminiscent of the silver-haired girl from her memories, who had sat at a table, delicately savoring her beloved ramen. Fortunately, in her youth, she had had Uncle Minato to care for her frequently, but what about him? An orphan, with striking golden hair, unique blue eyes, and the burden of being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Sangmu Lin's conviction grew stronger. Chapter 12. The awakening of a lower-ranked ninja. Restaurants hosting banquets typically request assistance from available lower-ranked ninjas when overwhelmed. A restaurant worker collected the greasy dishes and brought them to the kitchen, placing them in the sink. Turning to the ninja beside him, clad in a black uniform that obscured his features, he apologetically smiled. Kimu, once those are washed, could I trouble you to chop the vegetables in the back? I've heard ninjas have exceptional blade skills. The kunoichi, focused on washing the plates, managed to divide her attention enough to nod. Sure, just leave them there. Thank you for your hard work, Kimu. The restaurant worker expressed satisfaction with the lower-ranked ninja's work ethic, patting her slender shoulder before attending to the customers. Sangmu was left to tackle the towering stack of dishes. Using a technique meant for killing to chop vegetables? A familiar voice echoed from above. Sangmu Lin did not lift her head, but recognized the teasing tone of a certain frivolous special jonin. Yukin senpai, please don't disrupt me while I'm working. You're truly diligent. Just then, a ninja wearing a headband and clutching a handful of shuriken peeked into the kitchen. Catching sight of Sangmu Lin's black mask, and unable to resist teasing her, you know, Lin, you really give off the impression of being Kakashi's little sister. With her eyelids lowered as she meticulously scrubbed a plate, Sangmu Lin retorted, get lost. I have no desire to be Kakashi's little sister. Oh, it's rare to hear you say such a thing now, Lin. Yukin glanced sideways, quickly adopting an expression of a bystander. Not wanting to be his little sister? Do you wish to be Kakashi's wife instead? Sangmu Lin paused as she wiped the plate, and after a moment of stunned silence, she lifted her head to glare at him, emphasizing her tone. I am working. Stop causing trouble. Undeterred, Shiranui Genkan intended to tease her further. Lin, you're here to help in the kitchen. Are you trying to learn how to cook? Won't your culinary skills scare away the customers? In truth, Sangmu Lin had only taken on the task of washing dishes today, while the chopping was merely a last-minute request from the store's assistant. However, adhering to the excellent tradition of always wanting to win when bickering with Shiranui Genkan, Sangmu couldn't resist firing back. Who are you looking down on? I've cooked before, you know. Oh, really? The man with the headscarf stroked his chin, expressing skepticism. Sangmu Lin seized the opportunity, her tone tinged with pride. Yes. Kakashi has had my breakfast before. He was quite satisfied. Is that so? How did it taste? Upon hearing Gunkan's inquiry, Sangmu Lin raised her hand, still lathered with dish soap, preparing to exaggerate. However, she noticed that Gunkan's gaze was not directed at her, but rather at the wall beside the window. What was going on? Was there someone else outside? A figure leaning against the wall, who had been listening to their exchange, closed the small yellow book in his hand and turned his head, revealing a portion of silvery hair outside the window. A low voice emerged from beneath the black mask as Kakashi greeted Sangmu Lin. Hey, little sister. Sangmu froze in place. You haven't answered me yet, Kakashi. How was Lin's cooking? Jinkan continued to pry, and Sangmu Lin thought to herself. Sangmu Lin cooking? That's quite unusual. However, upon reflection, Jinkan considered that perhaps Lin had improved over the past decade, and her culinary skills might have advanced. Well, Kakashi pondered. Recalling that morning a few months prior when Sangmu had prepared breakfast, the taste was, generally, quite invigorating. What? Upon hearing Kakashi's serious declaration, both Shiranui Jinkan and Sangmu Lin's heads were filled with question marks. Kakashi leisurely elaborated. It means, after just one bite, you feel enlightened, as if a fog has lifted, even shaking off a hangover. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for 3 to 5 seconds, followed by Gunkan's uncontrollable laughter. Haha, I understand now. Lin, you truly are something else. Keep it up. Sangmu Lin frowned, watching the particularly seasoned Jonin laugh while walking away, her eyes filled with confusion. What did that mean? Gunkan's reaction and Kakashi's words. Was it good or bad? She had painstakingly prepared that breakfast with love for half the night. Yet perhaps it truly was awful, considering she hadn't even had time to taste it herself. Feeling embarrassed and unable to face Kakashi, she returned to the pile of dirty plates, immersing herself in her work. Soon, Kakashi and Jinkan were scheduled to head to the hospital to switch shifts with the ninjas watching over the young master of the Frost clan, and they would conveniently walk together. In her childhood, there had been several occasions when Jinkan came to the Hatake household, calling out to the white-haired girl who had constantly clung to him to come out and play. Thus, Kakashi was aware of the closer relationship between Sangmu Lin and Jinkan. Moreover, the girl who had just been bickering with Jink and brought about a sense of nostalgia for Kakashi, as if he were finally encountering the Sangmu Lin of yesteryears. The silver-haired ninja glanced down at the sink filled with plates, noticing the towering stacks awaiting cleaning. The business at this restaurant had always been thriving, and this task would likely take all day. With the heavy workload and the enduring heat of the kitchen, beads of perspiration trickled down the girl's forehead. Sangmu Lin had to wear a mask that she normally did not don while performing her duties, although she had long become accustomed to it. She was well aware of the stifling sensation it brought. After so many years as a ninja, she could have taken on lighter tasks, almost without thinking. Kakashi reached through the open window of the kitchen, using the index finger of his gloved left hand to gently tap Sangmu Lin's forehead, compelling her to look up at him. Kakashi furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on the top of her white-haired head with his visible right eye. Sangmu Lin, also frowning, stared at the finger that had unexpectedly poked her forehead, while Kakashi's dark eyes flickered with emotion. Are you really going to accept whatever task your instructor assigns you? You should refuse such low-paying, time-consuming, and laborious tasks that don't provide any training. To maintain her cover, she had to perform the duties of a low-ranking ninja. But even ordinary Jin and Wuden typically accept such tasks. You must truly be a fool, right? The finger pressing against her forehead caused Sangmu Lin to momentarily freeze, her gray-black eyes blinking in surprise. The silver-haired ninja said nothing, and for a moment, Sangmu Lin found herself paralyzed, wondering what Kakashi was up to. Despite her internal protests, facing the earnest expression of Sangmu Lin rendered Kakashi speechless. Finally, he sighed, realizing that he was not in a position to meddle in her affairs. Just as Sangmu was about to tilt her head to observe Kakashi's expression, the long finger resting against her forehead simply opened into an open palm. He grasped her fair forehead and gently slid his hand toward her temple, wiping away the beads of sweat that were about to fall from her brow. Then, with his usual calm and unperturbed tone, he remarked, "You have soap on your forehead." Upon hearing this, Sangmu Lin quickly raised her arm to rub her forehead. As a result, her soapy hand smeared dish soap onto her forehead, leaving her momentarily astonished. She expressed her gratitude to Kakashi. Thank you, senior." Her response caused the corners of Kakashi's mouth to subtly curve upward beneath his mask. He waved his hand as he prepared to head to the Konoha hospital. Do your best. I'm off. All right. Sangmu Lin obediently nodded, then stood on her tiptoes to watch the receding silver-haired figure. The sensation of Kakashi's touch on her forehead lingered, and if not for the mask covering her face, the others in the kitchen would surely have noticed the smile gradually blooming at the corners of her mouth. Once the jonin had departed, the aunt helping in the kitchen, along with the girl assisting with washing vegetables, immediately approached her side. The girl, her face filled with disbelief, inquired, "What? You're actually Kakashi-sama's sister?" "Sama?" Sangmu Lin questioned whether she had misheard. While Kakashi was indeed a prodigious talent from a young age, lauded as a genius ninja of Konoha, such honorifics seemed excessive. Of course, he is a great man. He was a hero of Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. He is renowned throughout the ninja world. Don't you know your own brother? The young girl helping in the kitchen cast a doubtful look at Sangmu Lin after her explanation. I don't think I ever said he was my brother, Sangmu Lin mumbled, lowering her head to continue her work. Even if they weren't siblings, it was still nice to have a conversation. The girl peered outside towards the direction the jonin had left, falling into a reverie. The aunt beside her scrutinized Sangmu Lin, pondering, if she were truly Kakashi Hatake's sister, she wouldn't be here washing dishes. The nearby girl continued to bask in her fantasies, cradling her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Kakashi-sama's silhouette is so charming, and Ginkan-kun is quite handsome too. Honestly, I wish I could get to know them. Xiaomu, you're truly enviable. Sangmu Lin stared at the white foam in the sink, her mouth curving into a slight smile. We only knew each other as children. Our relationship is not that deep. Upon hearing her words, the two nearby exchanged glances of disappointment, pursing their lips as they returned to their tasks. It seemed that over the years, everyone had grown into beloved ninjas cherished by the villagers, which was wonderful. Glancing at her own wrinkled, pale hands, the white-haired Kunoichi felt a pang of bittersweetness within her heart. What is the situation? Is there still no sign of awakening? In the corridor of the hospital, Kakashi stood vigil outside the VIP ward, listening to the Hokage's inquiries directed at the medical team responsible for treating Schwangut Sanyue. Indeed, the subordinate initially struggled to decipher the sealing technique manifested as totemic patterns on the young lord's arm. News from the land of snow suggested that this sealing technique was unique to their village of Schwanya, which left the young lord in a state of perpetual slumber. The Lord of Snow was taken aback by the fact that the young lord had fallen victim to a technique of his own country. Just moments ago, they had dispatched the key to unraveling the seal through a hawk to Konoha. However, the lead medical ninja wore a troubled expression. The third Hokage urged him to continue. To lift this seal, it was necessary to delve into the very depths of the subject's consciousness to awaken her. The third Hokage glanced at the slumbering blue-haired girl on the hospital bed. Was she not taken by the hidden mist? Moreover, entering the subconscious of a comatose patient transcended mere illusion techniques. The young lord from the land of snow was currently devoid of awareness. To pull her back from the brink of consciousness, one needed to uncover the most profound memories hidden within her heart. Presently, only Kakashi possessed the capability to achieve this. Kakashi, are you out there? As anticipated, upon overhearing the conversation within, Kakashi was summoned into the ward shortly thereafter by the third Hokage. As night deepened, a white-haired woman stood in her bathroom, gazing down at her hands, now wrinkled beyond recognition after a long day of washing dishes. She felt a tinge of admiration for herself for having stood there the entire day. With a forceful tug, she removed the mask from her face, soaked with sweat, and resolved that once she finished her bath, she would confront her mentor. She intended to inform him that if he continued to assign her such irrelevant tasks that had nothing to do with her ninja duties, she would no longer tolerate it. At least finding a pet could exercise her physical abilities and enhance her agility. Even mundane tasks like moving bricks or picking up trash seemed preferable to standing there washing dishes all day, stretching her somewhat numb arms and shoulders. She felt that washing dishes for an entire day was several times more exhausting than engaging in a physical spar with burly opponents. After a soothing bath, she donned a loose yukata and stepped out of the bathroom. Since the decline of her consciousness, she had not indulged in the luxury of a bath or a hot spring, fearing that she might doze off and drown. The very thought of such a fate was too dreadful for her to contemplate. Today, she decided to treat herself for a day spent washing dishes. With nothing pressing at hand, she changed into a simple set of pajamas and sat at her desk, one hand flipping through the pages of a book while the other dried her damp hair. A series of muffled knocks at the door interrupted her solitude. Curiously, she approached to open it, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. Upon opening the door, she was greeted first by an envelope, followed by the appearance of a brown-haired ninja leaping in from the side. "Hi, Zayomo." Recognizing Chi Village Sun, she understood he had come to deliver her mission reward. She reached out to take the envelope from the young Jonin's hands, barely lifting her eyelids as she prepared to close the door. "Thank you, Sensei. You've worked hard. Goodbye." "Hey, I specifically came to deliver money to you. What kind of attitude is this?" He wedged his foot against the door, expressing his dissatisfaction. Although he had become a special Jonin due to his exceptional abilities, Sangmu Lin found Sun's demeanor to be somewhat childlike in many respects. However, this was a common trait among many young ninjas, yet they all cherished their village and did their utmost to protect Konoha, though at times they could be annoyingly capricious. The white-haired woman raised an eyebrow in annoyance. "I wash dishes all day today, and I'm a bit tired. Can I get some rest, Sensei?" Upon hearing her words, the young ninja expressed surprise. "Is washing dishes really that exhausting? I thought I picked an easy job for you." It seemed that Sun, having forgotten about the reward, felt guilty toward his student, recalling that Sangmu Lin had not engaged in ninja missions for nearly a decade. Concerned that a challenging task would overwhelm her, he had selected what he believed to be a simple dishwashing job. Unbeknownst to him, his older student appeared to be less than satisfied. Understanding the situation, Sangmu smiled at her mentor. "I believe you could certainly assign me something more difficult. I've rested enough. Goodbye, Sensei." Not even simple tasks would suffice. The white-haired woman had already shut the door, leaving Chi Village Sun outside, scratching his head in frustration. Being a Jonin was indeed a considerable challenge for him. He would rather embark on missions alone than deal with this. Sangmu glanced at the envelope containing her mission reward, which represented 2 months' worth of earnings, an appreciable sum. However, she knew better than to squander it recklessly. Having subsisted on instant noodles for nearly 2 weeks, Sangmu Lin was determined to conserve her expenses. Otherwise, her funds would dwindle rapidly. Placing the envelope in her drawer, she intended to commence her nightly ritual of reading before bed. Yet, her increasingly heavy eyelids urged her otherwise. Her hands fell onto the desk, and her forehead soon followed. As she drifted into an endless dreamscape, she seemed to catch sight of a pair of black shoes entering her field of vision. Who could it be? Chapter 13. Matters of Duty. Speaking of Hatake Kakashi. In the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups and the third Hokage, he was a prodigious ninja of extraordinary talent, a sharp blade of the Hidden Leaf Village, an elite Jonin worthy of trust. And to his peers, Kakashi was a figure marked by childhood trauma and the loss of close friends, bearing scars that rendered him both resilient and formidable. Among his teammates, Kakashi often emerged as the undeniable core of the group, commanding respect from all. Even enemy ninjas recognized Kakashi's terrifying battle intellect, believing that facing him resulted in almost certain defeat. Furthermore, all the women who had encountered him unanimously acknowledged his striking appearance and compelling charisma. Kakashi appeared almost unnaturally perfect. However, to all those who had expressed their affections, whether overtly or subtly, Hatake Kakashi remained a figure of rationality and cool detachment. His past, marked by tragic experiences and the loss of loved ones, had plunged him into darkness. Ultimately, he chose to follow Obito's will, committing to the protection of his village and the valuing of his comrades. Since leaving the Umbu, Kakashi had grown capable of dining, drinking, and laughing alongside his friends, engaging in playful competitions with Might Guy, and occasionally stepping into tea houses to enjoy the performances of geishas. There were even rare moments when he found himself slightly inebriated, entering the quarters of a courtesan who had anticipated his arrival and promptly closing the door behind him. In all these actions, Hatake Kakashi merely followed his heart. Yet he also remained steadfast in guarding his emotions. He could engage with women of questionable repute, but could not reciprocate the affections of an ordinary girl. The traumas of his youth had left an irreplaceable void in his heart, and he was unwilling to once again experience the slow drifting away of those he held dear. Even the mere possibility of loss was a risk he did not wish to undertake. Therefore, upon witnessing Sangmu Lin's reappearance and the evident feelings she harbored for him, Kakashi chose to disregard her, just as he had with past admirers. After all, strong and beautiful individuals would surely find more suitable companions. It seemed this matter would require Sangmu to take the initiative. After the third Hokage dismissed everyone else, gazing at the slumbering girl, he remarked to Kakashi, who stood silently behind him, that this outcome was precisely what he had anticipated. The duty of the ninja will be arranged by me. Please find a time tonight to bring Sangmu over. The third Hokage turned to Kakashi, curious about his expression, for Kakashi was well aware of Sangmu Lin's affliction. I previously mentioned that Sangmu's degenerative condition is unsuitable for the use of the memory technique, yet I now issue such an order to you. Quite absurd, isn't it, Kakashi? The elderly man inquired, and the silver-haired ninja gently closed his eyes in denial. The Hokage's intentions are rooted in the relations between the two nations. Surely, Sangmu will do her utmost to receive treatment. After a brief pause, Kakashi added, "This is the duty of a Konoha ninja." Upon hearing his words, the aged man smiled with reassurance. "Bring her over. This is the last time." In the dead of night, the streets returned to tranquility, and the residents fell into slumber. A swift black shadow darted across the rooftops. It finally settled upon the balcony of a slightly dilapidated 5-story building, approaching the 4th-floor room illuminated by light. The shadow gently nudged the balcony door open with the back of a blade, surprisingly finding it unlatched. Treading lightly, it entered the room, where a white-haired woman clad in plain sleepwear sat with her back to him at a desk facing the bed, illuminated by the warm yellow glow. The intruder, dressed in black and wearing a mask, silently approached her from behind, raising the sharp ninja blade. At that moment, the white-haired woman slowly bowed her head, resting it on the desk. The intruder hesitated only briefly before preparing to strike down Sangmu Lin, seated before the desk. Suddenly, a shuriken whizzed through the curtains of Sangmu's room, deflecting the descending blade from the black-clad ninja's grasp. Kakashi had arrived just in time, teleporting behind the intruder, pressing a long kunai against his throat while swiftly disarming him. A glint of cold light flashed in Kakashi's right eye. "Who sent you?" The would-be assassin remained rigid, speechless. Kakashi recognized the mask on the intruder's face, for he had worn one just like it over the past few years. Umbu? Why would Umbu seek to eliminate Sangmu? He glanced at the white-haired girl peacefully sleeping at the desk. Sangmu had previously engaged in reconnaissance of the core military capabilities of various nations and possessed the power to alter memories. If her lineage were to be exposed, it would raise suspicions among the leaders of the nations regarding Konoha, potentially leading to chaos. Moreover, with Sangmu Lin now exhibiting symptoms of cognitive decline, she could no longer undertake clandestine missions. Her disappearance would eliminate any future threat. Kakashi understood the motive behind the attempt on Sangmu's life, and the third Hokage had tasked him that morning with escorting Sangmu to the hospital for treatment. It could not have been the Hokage's orders to Umbu. Thus, it must be Root, the faction led by Danzo, known for its insidious actions, applying a bit more pressure against the intruder's throat. Kakashi's voice dropped to an icy tone. "Return to that person and inform him that Sangmu Lin is one whom the third Hokage has chosen to keep safe. She remains a part of Konoha. Do not attempt such actions again." Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai, slowly turning to shield Sangmu Lin with his body, then lowered the weapon he had held at the Umbu's neck, tossing the ninja blade into the intruder's hands. "You may leave. I do not wish to create unnecessary difficulties for you." Nodding slightly, the Umbu ninja quickly departed from Sangmu Lin's residence. Observing the gently swaying curtains on the balcony, Kakashi felt a pang of sorrow. "Danzo, in your quest to preserve your vision of Konoha, must you eliminate all pawns you have utilized?" A soft whimper arose from behind him, prompting Kakashi to sheath his kunai and turn to the sleeping woman at the desk. Sangmu Lin appeared trapped in a nightmare, her brow furrowed, fingers gripping the rigid surface of the desk tightly. "Sangmu," Kakashi approached and gently patted her arm, attempting to rouse her, but she seemed oblivious, merely frowning in distress. He glanced at Sangmu's delicate bed and then back to the white-haired girl lost in her nightmare. After a moment's consideration, he stepped forward, gently cradling Sangmu Lin's head in his embrace, then lifting her into his arms. She felt even lighter than she appeared, and Kakashi noticed how her fingers, which had been clenching the desk, now clutched at his chest. Her hands were pale and wrinkled, and upon touching her hair, he realized it was still damp. Surely, she had spent the entire day at that restaurant, he thought. Gently laying Sangmu Lin onto the soft bed, Kakashi prepared to rise. But the hand gripping his clothing would not allow it. Leaning slightly over the bed, Kakashi braced himself on the edge while attempting to pry open her fingers. Yet, Sangmu Lin, lost in the depths of someone else's memories, clung to him as if he were her lifeline, her expression a portrait of sorrow. She began to murmur, "Darling, don't go, Please don't leave. What, darling? Is this also a symptom of Sangmu's illness? The silver-haired ninja felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow as he witnessed her begin to sob softly, tears streaming from her closed eyes. Don't die. Please don't go. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing that Sangmu Lin's condition was not merely a simple nightmare. He resolved to try a different approach to keep watch. Kakashi sat at the edge of Sangmu Lin's bed, gently holding her hand, which had previously struggled against his, now enveloped in a soft grip. His thumb caressed the delicate skin of her palm. With his other hand, he removed his mask, leaning in closer to her ear, as if to soothe her. I won't leave, nor will I die. You are weary. Sleep well, my dear. In truth, Kakashi felt uncertain, repeating these words without knowing their effectiveness. After a while, whether due to the influence of his voice or Sangmu Lin's dream beginning to settle, her grip on his clothing gradually loosened, and her breathing became more even. The silver-haired ninja released a sigh of relief as he slowly rose, stepping back to a suitable distance. Kakashi found himself in a quandary. He had come with a mission from the third Hokage, yet Sangmu's current state was precarious. This moment mirrored that of a couple of fleeing ninja, where the husband willingly became bait to draw the enemy's attention away for the safety of his wife. As the woman traversed the humid, tangled reeds, she discovered her husband, barely clinging to life. A wave of panic surged through her heart. In her dream, Sangmu Lin collapsed in the reeds, cradling a dying man. The man, summoning his last vestiges of strength, reached up to caress her face, only to cough up blood. This anguish did not belong to Sangmu Lin, yet it coursed through her being. Gripping the wounded man's clothing tightly, Sangmu's tears began to flow uncontrollably, her shoulders trembling. Darling, please don't die. I'm sorry. The man exerted his final effort to offer his wife an apology, apologizing for a life that could no longer be shared. The battered woman fought desperately to hold on to her husband's growing cold hand, weeping inconsolably. Please, don't leave me. A profound sadness resonated within Sangmu Lin, stirring a deep sigh from her very soul. These were not her experiences, yet she felt compelled to relive them in her slumber. You are merely weary. Rest well. Cradling the completely unfamiliar man, she sensed his fading breath, succumbing to an inescapable sorrow. The sound that echoed around her seemed to emerge from nowhere. With tears streaming down her face, she raised her head to glimpse a small patch of sky, framed by the tall reeds. Be good, sleep well, I won't leave. The soothing, deep voice resonated in her ears, calming her racing heart. The turmoil that had once surged within her gradually subsided, and her tear-filled eyes began to dry. Sangmu Lin gazed down at her own lap, where the pale, unfamiliar face of a man began to blur. Darkness enveloped her surroundings. Yet Sangmu Lin felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. She no longer had to endure the pain of losing her beloved. Before long, a dim yellow light filtered into her slightly closed eyes. Sangmu Lin, who had not been asleep for long, stirred awake, momentarily disoriented by the warm hues of the room. Was she in reality or still in a dream? However, she quickly recognized that she was in her own home, having just emerged from another's memories. This was the first time she had awakened from a dream with such tranquility. The rustling sound of pages turning in the room jolted her back to full awareness. Right. Just before she had fallen into slumber, she had sensed someone entering her home. Sitting up abruptly, Sangmu Lin cast a sharp gaze toward the source of the sound, only to be taken aback. There, lounging at her desk, was a silver-haired ninja, his long legs sprawled out. Leaning back against the chair with his hands resting naturally on his abdomen, Sangmu Lin noticed that Kakashi held the very book she had intended to read before dozing off. Kakashi-senpai, she murmured in surprise. Ah, you're awake? Sooner than I anticipated, he replied, casually turning a page without lifting his gaze from the text. Sangmu Lin was puzzled, wondering what was happening. Was she still dreaming? She pinched her cheek to rouse herself. The remnants of tears lingered in her eyes, confirming that she was indeed awake. But what was Kakashi doing here in the middle of the night, reading in her room? Having regained her composure, Kakashi placed the book back on the desk and stood up, glancing at her as she hurriedly wiped away her tears. Sangmu, make sure to secure your doors and windows when you return home. Otherwise, in situations like tonight, not even a few lies would suffice to compensate, he cautioned. Sangmu Lin had been about to explain that she had sensed someone entering before she fell asleep, but realized Kakashi was unaware of her deteriorating condition. I felt someone come in before I fell asleep, but I didn't have a chance to. She hesitated. So, are you here to kill me? Unable to fabricate a lie in Kakashi's presence, she decided to be direct. Well, given your unique abilities, it's not unusual for someone to harbor ill intentions. Just be more vigilant in the future, Kakashi replied, unusually verbose with her. Sangmu Lin nodded, somewhat understanding, but Kakashi did not reveal who might wish her harm. Returning to the matter at hand, Sangmu Lin was curious why Kakashi had appeared at her home at such an hour and fortuitously saved her. Just as she was about to inquire, she saw Kakashi stride toward her balcony, leaving her with the instruction, "The third Hokage has a mission for you. Wash your face and change your clothes. Come with me." In the pristine, comfortable room of the hospital, Kakashi stood beside the bed of the Frost Country's young master, where a girl lay quietly, deep in slumber. The faint light streaming through the window illuminated her delicate features, enhancing her fragile beauty. Kakashi briefly explained the mission to Sangmu Lin, stating, "We need to delve into her most profound memories to attempt to awaken her." Due to the secretive nature of the operation, they could not turn on the lights, relying instead on the dim illumination from outside to observe the patient. Sangmu Lin lowered her voice, saying, "This is a minor task for me. Is it all right for me to pry into the memories of a nation's young master?" "Yes. The third Hokage believes you can manage it," Kakashi replied. Sangmu Lin silently mused that she had encountered her fair share of memory exploration before. She settled into a chair, preparing to begin. Kakashi, turning his attention back to her, recalled that he had never witnessed that Sangmu clan's memory manipulation technique firsthand. Gently lifting the young master's left arm from beneath the covers, Sangmu Lin noted the girl's eyes remained tightly shut, showing no sign of awareness. "Forgive me, Your Highness," she murmured. After calming her thoughts, Sangmu Lin gestured in a manner akin to forming seals, executing a technique Kakashi had never seen before. It resembled a water-release seal, yet was distinctly different. She placed her left hand over the young master's palm, and a soft, white light of chakra began to emanate from her fingertips, flowing like a gentle stream. Kakashi recognized this chakra was infused with Sangmu Lin's own will, gradually coursing through the girl's meridians toward her heart. While memories are typically stored in the brain, the most significant recollections require access to the heart. As Sangmu Lin navigated through the young master's memories, scenes of mundane daily life flooded her mind. Eating, sleeping, studying etiquette, and playing with peers, nothing particularly noteworthy. As time passed, the white-haired ninja began to feel drowsy, having made no significant discoveries. Just as Sangmu Lin considered probing deeper, a sudden jolt of realization struck her. Wait, the princess and her companions were playing by the lake, and her reflection in the water seemed to confirm. Sangmu Lin revisited that memory, catching a glimpse of a girl with waist-length hair and ornate garments reflected on the water's surface. Though fleeting, it was sufficient for Sangmu Lin to discern that the memory belonged to a girl with pure black hair. Moreover, judging by her figure, the girl in the memory appeared to be at least twice as plump as the blue-haired girl before her. What could this mean? Startled by the unprecedented occurrence, Sangmu Lin nearly released the young master's hand. "Sangmu?" Noticing her sudden seriousness, Kakashi approached, concerned that her condition might be affecting her. "If you're feeling fatigued, don't push yourself." Sangmu Lin furrowed her brow, pondering if the blue-haired girl contained another's memories. Was there someone else capable of manipulating memories in this world? She glanced at her left hand, where the softly glowing chakra remained. Yet, any questions she had would have to wait until the girl awoke. After all, she was a guest of Konoha. Prioritizing her treatment was essential. Resolving to refocus, Sangmu Lin prepared to begin anew. "I'm going to try again," she announced, but Kakashi suddenly intervened, halting her. Observing the evident fatigue on her face, he realized he had not considered her state. Sangmu Lin had been exhausted all day and had just awoken from her condition before rushing to the hospital. As she reached out her left hand, Kakashi seized her wrist, pulling her up from the chair and guiding her towards the window. What's going on?" Sangmu Lin asked, puzzled, as she withdrew her chakra. Gazing quizzically at the back of the silver-haired ninja's head, Kakashi lifted the window and stepped onto the ledge, turning to Sangmu Lin. "How about you take a day to rest and come back tomorrow night? It is of no consequence. I initially intended to suggest that I could attempt it again. However, upon noticing Kakashi's firm grip on her wrist, the words that were almost on the tip of her tongue gradually retreated, suppressing the natural inclination for her lips to rise. Sangmu Lin nodded slightly and replied, "Well, that's fine." The two of them leapt from the second-floor window to a large tree before them, coming to a halt on its branches. Kakashi calmly told Sangmu to return and rest, then sat down right there, seemingly with no intention of leaving. And what about you? Perhaps it was due to the solitude of the hospital grounds at that moment, devoid of any observers, or perhaps it was the softening aura that enveloped Kakashi tonight, which caused Sangmu Lin to naturally shed her usual pretense, even forgetting to use honorifics. I will stay here for a while. I have to change shifts in the latter half of the night. Kakashi habitually took out his beloved book to read, but soon realized that the current environment was not conducive to such an activity. He leaned back against the sturdy trunk, ready to appreciate the moonlight for a while. Sangmu Lin silently settled beside him, gazing up at the deep blue night sky illuminated by the full moon. As early autumn approached, the gentle night breeze carried a refreshing coolness. After a deep breath, Sangmu Lin unconsciously began to sway her legs that hung in the air. The man, whose face was largely obscured by a mask, cast a sidelong glance at the white-haired girl beside him, who was closing her eyes to savor the cool night breeze. Compared to her neat short hair when she had just returned to the village months ago, her hair had grown considerably longer now. The delicate tips of her hair dancing in the wind and her gently swaying slender legs reminded Kakashi of the little girl from his memories. Sangmu Lin's slender figure and the profile of her half-tilted face bathed in the pure moonlight, coupled with the weariness that naturally radiated from her, rendered the entire scene fragile. Kakashi broke the silence. Sangmu, you chose not to leave? Did Kakashi mean to inquire why she had not returned home to rest? With an apologetic tone, Sangmu Lin raised an eyebrow. I apologize. It is simply that I wish to spend more time with my senior. It seemed the other party did not grasp her question. Kakashi sighed in resignation, straightening his posture from leaning against the tree. He rephrased, what I meant was, since you've discovered that your body is unwell, why didn't you apply to the third Hokage for a temporary leave from the village upon receiving the recall order? Konoha could not cure Sangmu's degenerative disease. Leaving the village to seek treatment elsewhere might still hold hope. It was clear that as long as she remained in the village, she would inevitably be assigned missions requiring her unique abilities, especially tasks like tonight's that demanded the use of her bloodline limit. Given Sangmu Lin's current condition, if she were to leave after the covert mission concluded in search of a remedy, the third Hokage would likely not pursue her. Her exceptional abilities would certainly deter the higher-ups from meddling. Yet, she chose to return to Konoha, a place that offered no assistance for her bloodline illness, and live as an apprentice ninja, a status often overlooked in the village. Surprised that Kakashi had long been aware of her ailment, Sangmu Lin quickly comprehended his inquiry, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she could have left at any time. After all, she was a descendant of a wandering clan, and her choice to stay or go rested solely upon her own will, did it not? Strangely, throughout her thoughts, the option of leaving Konoha never crossed her mind. Instinctively, she glanced towards Kakashi, only to find him gazing back at her. Sangmu Lin's eyes began to evade his gaze, lowering her head while the corners of her mouth curved upward slightly, as if she were answering Kakashi while also questioning herself. Yes, why could I not leave? Assuming Sangmu Lin did not wish to discuss the matter, and feeling it was not his place to interfere, Kakashi resumed his previous position against the tree, looking at the moon. Soon after, he heard Sangmu's voice, what about you? You should quickly find someone to care for. Kakashi responded nonchalantly, propping his head with one hand. Well, thank you for your concern, but I currently have no such need. After a long silence, Sangmu Lin softly said, but I am still waiting to see you find happiness. Kakashi did not detect any anomalies in her tone. The cool evening breeze even lulled him towards sleep. After gazing at the bright moon for a while, he closed his eyes, preparing to rest. That may very well disappoint you. Kakashi, Sangmu Lin suddenly spoke earnestly, turning to face the man whose expression was obscured by the shadows of the leaves. Kakashi responded dismissively with a slight grunt. Unlike her usual demeanor, which carried a hint of formality, Sangmu Lin suddenly took on the tone of a concerned elder, earnestly advising him. You must believe that someone will come to you with love, and you will have a warm home. Kakashi, however, appeared to be completely disinterested, adjusting his posture to lean more comfortably against the tree. Is this a confession? Such directness would have made the usual Sangmu Lin shy and speechless. Yet, she had already realized before tonight that Kakashi's casual inquiries into such matters indicated he did not take her unrequited feelings to heart. In light of the bittersweet pangs rising within her, Sangmu Lin felt oddly relieved by Kakashi's indifference. Her lips instinctively curled upwards once again as she looked down at her swinging legs, murmuring, "I no longer hold such expectations." Well, that's good. Regardless of whether Sangmu's words were sincere, the silver-haired ninja beside her, who was feigning sleep, allowed his voice to grow softer, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Kakashi HM? Even if you are alone, lost, and in pain, do not abandon the will to live. Have you fallen asleep? Kakashi. Sangmu Lin turned her head to see the silver-haired ninja, whose breathing had become steady, indicating he had indeed drifted into slumber. Gently, the white-haired woman touched the tips of his fingers, which hung loosely by his side, and a faint white glow flickered where they met. I'm sorry, Kakashi. You asked me to refrain from utilizing my bloodline limit. However, the so-called degenerative disease, the nightmares that plagued me, were merely my body activating the memory escape technique during deep sleep. Thus, regardless of how I manage the use of the memory escape, it will eventually fade away on its own. Kakashi, my willpower and chakra have already opened a vast chasm that cannot be mended. Whether I become a fool or fall into eternal slumber, it is all the same to me. I shall soon meet my end. So, let us rest well and revisit the warmth you have long missed in your dreams. Good night, Kakashi. Chapter 15 Unexpected. After completing his night watch, Kakashi emerged from the Konoha hospital and, as was his custom, paid a visit to the memorial stone to converse with his departed friends. On his way home, a child rushed past him, nearly knocking the book from his hands. Ringing Village, slow down. We have plenty of time before the meeting with the teacher. Another child dashed past, calling out to his companion ahead. Ringing Village just bumped into you. I apologize. A seemingly more composed girl adjusted her backpack straps, offering her apologies for the first child's clumsiness. With drooping eyelids, the silver-haired ninja readjusted his book and waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Observing the attire and equipment of the three children, it seemed they were a lower-ranked ninja team preparing to embark on a mission outside the village. If he had brought along students, they would likely be in a similar situation. As he looked up at the children, illuminated by the morning sun, Kakashi suddenly found himself pondering this thought. He could not allow those who looked down on their comrades to become ninjas. Thus, he had sent his students back to school. Although Kakashi firmly believed this was his principle and that it was not erroneous, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt when witnessing other novice ninjas undertaking missions in small groups. Was he truly suited to be a teacher? As the man stood lost in thought, gazing towards the village entrance, a striking figure with pure white hair entered his peripheral vision. However, the silhouette swiftly vanished into the shadowy corner ahead. Blinking his weary eyes, Kakashi questioned whether he was hallucinating due to sleep deprivation. Was that Aoki? Today, the golden-haired boy still donned his well-worn orange outfit. Unbeknownst to him, Aoki Rin had been discreetly trailing him for several streets. Peeking from the corner with a keen gaze fixed on the boy's slender frame, who seemed to be heading to the ninja school, Jinken had labeled him a troublemaker. Yet at least he understood the importance of education. The white-haired woman nodded in approval. Indeed, quite commendable. During the bustling morning market, throngs of pedestrians crowded the streets. Aoki soon realized that whenever the boy approached, people instinctively parted to create a path, their expressions ranging from alarm to disdain. The twinkle of amusement in Aoki's eyes gradually hardened. Yes, the villagers remained oblivious. They only knew of the dreadful monster dwelling within him, an entity responsible for the destruction of their village and countless deaths. Aoki observed the boy navigating through the crowd, and once he noticed that the people resumed their chatter after his departure, he clenched his small hands into fists and then slowly relaxed them. As if accustomed to their attitudes, the golden-haired boy turned his head, lifted his chin defiantly, and strode forward with confidence. One day, he would earn the acceptance of all. Peering from behind a wooden plank, Aoki Rin felt a wave of contentment wash over her. This spirit, this vitality, it reminded her somewhat of Sister Kushina. Since childhood, Aoki had referred to Minato as uncle, out of respect, yet found it difficult to call the youthful and beautiful Kushina aunt. She felt that sister was far more fitting. Naruto-kun, good morning. A somewhat shy girl with short hair stood at the school gate, though she had arrived coincidentally at the same time as the golden-haired boy. Her flushed cheeks and stammering words suggested she had prepared to greet him but was at a loss for words. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing the boy's name, Aoki's first reaction was to affirm it, but she quickly dismissed the thought. If he were indeed Uzumaki Naruto, the villagers would not have exhibited such disdain earlier. Hey, Hinata. Good morning. The carefree boy seemed oblivious to the girl's rosy complexion, responding cheerfully. The white-haired girl in the corner fixed her gaze on the swirling clan emblem on the back of his shirt. Uzumaki Naruto? She murmured softly, unsure. The girl opposite Naruto, with her striking white eyes, was undoubtedly a member of the Hyuga clan. Aoki Rin traced her finger along her chin, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. Well, young lad. Seems you already have an admirer, and from an esteemed family, no less. Hey Hinata, no need to greet that guy? A boy with a small ninja dog called out, ushering the Hyuga girl into the school. In the next moment, Naruto, who had been making faces at the boy, suddenly spotted someone else and broke into a radiant smile, his voice dripping with affection. Sakura-chan, good morning. Oh, Sasuke-kun. Unfortunately, the pink-haired girl appeared oblivious to Naruto's presence. Having already joined a throng of infatuated girls following the stoic Uchiha boy into the school. Sakura-chan looks so cute today. The golden-haired boy scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly as he followed suit. Watching Naruto bound after Sakura, Aoki Rin nodded approvingly. Yes, if you like someone, you must pursue them. Shikamaru and Ino also joined the growing crowd. The chubby boy clutched his snacks with one hand while the other pointed forward, chasing after the infatuated group of admirers pursuing the aloof boy. Ugh, the boy named Shikamaru ambled past Aoki Rin's hiding spot, casting a glance at her as he sauntered by. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and the boy slowly diverted his gaze, muttering, "What a strange adult. Forget it. I'll pretend I didn't see her." Realizing she had been spotted, Aoki Rin intended to adopt a fierce expression to intimidate the child. But Nara Shikamaru clearly showed no interest, entering the ninja school with an expression of mild annoyance alongside his rotund companion. Aoki Rin blinked in disbelief. Had she just been underestimated by a mere child? Speaking of which, Naruto had his own crush now. TSK, how young to be experiencing such feelings. She recalled her own youthful infatuations, and suddenly the image of the silver-haired boy's sturdy back and strong jawline resurfaced in her mind. Especially as he slightly turned to call out her name, Aoki. Goodness, you startled me. The low voice that suddenly resonated beside her caused Aoki Rin to jump. She clutched her racing heart and turned to face the man who had appeared behind her. Familiar silver hair, a mask, and dark circles under his eyes. Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi, passing by, looked down at her crouched in the shadowy alley, bent over and leaning against a weathered door. Upon seeing her, a mysterious blush crept across Aoki's face. I didn't know you had a penchant for stalking minors, he remarked. Aoki Rin straightened up, feeling awkward and flustered as she scratched her head in explanation. No. I was just out for breakfast when I saw. She meant to say she had spotted Minato's child and wanted to see where he was headed. But she promptly held her tongue, sensing the villagers were unaware. Haha, the kids are truly adorable, she mused, reminiscing about her younger days when older children would often provoke her, leading to brawls and reprimands from teachers, sometimes even requiring Minato to intervene and apologize on her behalf. In Kakashi's memory, Aoki Rin was not particularly fond of children. Otherwise, she would not prefer to spend her free time with him, a rather dull adult, in the empty Hatake household instead of attending school. Thus, he found it hard to believe her words about how adorable children were. However, he could surmise her reasons for lurking outside the ninja school. It must be because of that boy, the only child she regarded as family, the descendant of her beloved teacher. Since Aoki Rin seemed reluctant to speak, Kakashi refrained from probing further, lightly tapping her head with the book he held. Aren't you afraid the children will label you as a pervert? Huh. With my upright character, how could I be seen that way? The woman replied, visibly annoyed, as she glanced again at the school gate, now devoid of the golden-haired boy's presence. Aoki Rin hurriedly caught up with Kakashi, who had resumed walking. Are you going to continue your duty as the princess's guardian? Aoki Rin inquired. Not exactly, Kakashi replied, turning a page without lifting his gaze. While you are treating the princess, I'll handle these matters. After she awakens, other ninjas will escort her back. Remembering the chilling visions from the previous night concerning the Frost Country's young lord, Aoki Rin couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. What if she didn't wake up? The girl in the hospital had fragments of someone else's memories embedded in her heart. Kakashi halted and turned to Aoki. What did you say? Aoki Rin recounted the reason she had nearly released her grip the night before and the memories she had glimpsed of the girl. Kakashi's brow furrowed. According to the mission details, the young lord they were tasked with rescuing was described as a strikingly handsome boy with blue hair and pale skin. The team had initially assumed he was a boy, so they were taken aback to discover a girl instead, yet her appearance aligned with the descriptions in the mission briefing, leading them to bring her back without further hesitation. Within the form of the blue-haired girl lies the memories of a dark-haired girl. Has someone from Wuyin village altered the blue-haired girl's memories? Or, as Kakashi recalled the words of the medical ninja, is the reason for the blue-haired girl's slumber linked to the sealing techniques of the Land of Frost? This mission, being a commission from the Lord of the Land of Frost, could it be a conspiracy? Is the intent to use the slumbering heir of a nation within Konoha to coerce the Hidden Leaf Village? Kakashi quickly dismissed this notion. For Konoha is part of the Land of Fire and should not be concerned about threats from Frost. Furthermore, it is illogical to implant another's memories into someone's body. Moreover, is there anyone besides Sangmu capable of manipulating others' memories? As Kakashi pondered deeply, Sangmu Lin evidently shared similar thoughts. Do you think there might be some conspiracy at play? After a moment of silence, a knowing smile crept onto Kakashi's masked lips. Sangmu, did you not say that profound memories must be sought within the heart? While ordinary memories are usually stored in the mind, to discern whether she harbors ulterior motives, let us search here. Sangmu Lin raised her right hand, tapping her temple lightly. After all, evildoers surely do not forget their wicked intentions. Nightfall arrived as anticipated, and Sangmu Lin duly arrived at Konoha Hospital. While Kakashi stood vigil in the corridor outside the ward, his shift was until midnight, allowing Sangmu Lin the opportunity to act more freely. Given her current identity must remain concealed, the child in the bed remained asleep, her exquisite features captivating even Sangmu Lin, who found it hard to fathom that such an angelic girl could harbor ill intentions. Nevertheless, years of covert observation had taught Sangmu Lin to refrain from judging by appearances. She had encountered many who appeared harmless yet were ruthless at heart. One could only hope this was a misunderstanding. Sangmu gently placed her palm on the girl's forehead, beginning to channel chakra. Outside the ward, leaning against the white wall, Kakashi, unusually devoid of his yellow book, had his right hand in his pants pocket, his gaze fixed on the tip of his left index finger. His sleep was notoriously light. Even at home, he often found himself sleepless until dawn. Last night had been no exception, as he had chosen silence over conversation. However, the final words of the white-haired woman echoed vividly in his mind. Was controlling or not controlling the use of bloodline limits futile? Last night, Sangmu Lin had activated the memory manipulation technique, allowing tender images to flow gently into his heart. Softening Kakashi's gaze, he understood that Sangmu Lin was typically obstinate. Even now, she had concealed her brilliance, yet the stubbornness ingrained in her since childhood could not be extinguished. Even if she comprehended the perilous nature of her situation, she chose to follow her heart and pursue what she desired. Shouldn't a reasonable person be afraid and seek medical counsel? Thus, what did she mean by Kakashi, I am about to die, so you must have sweet dreams? What a fool she was. Realizing his thoughts had wandered too far, Hatake Kakashi quickly halted, shaking his left hand before slipping it into his pocket. Uncertain about how Sangmu Lin's memory search was faring. Suddenly, a thud echoed from the ward, startling Kakashi, who hurriedly opened the door to investigate. But Sangmu Lin, who had been utilizing the memory technique, now knelt on the cold floor, her forehead pressed against the tiles. Kakashi noticed her gripping her chest tightly, trembling from pain, biting her lip to suppress any sounds. Alarmed, Kakashi rushed forward, grasping her arms. Sangmu? What is wrong? Clutching Kakashi's garment, the white-haired woman managed to whisper through clenched teeth. Heart before losing consciousness. Sangmu. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly scooped her up and rushed to the emergency department of the hospital. In his haste and amidst the dim light, he failed to notice the girl on the bed, whose delicate fingers twitched slightly. Chapter 16. Awakening due to the events occurring at midnight. Sangmu Lin was taken to the emergency department and underwent a series of examinations before being placed in a standard ward. By this time, the sky outside the hospital had begun to brighten. Is she all right? The patient on the bed had yet to awaken, and her pallid complexion led Kakashi to question the medical ninja's diagnosis. The ninja responsible for examining Sangmu Lin glanced at the results in hand. Adjusting his glasses as he explained, the patient's vital signs are stable. We conducted a thorough examination of her heart, and everything appears normal. Normal? Was it not during the use of the memory technique that her consciousness abruptly waned? Observing Kakashi's worried gaze fixed on the comatose woman, the medical ninja clarified. It seems this patient had pre-existing health issues. Last night, She was struck by some external force, which overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. However, based on the examination results, with proper rest, she should awaken on her own. Listening to the medical ninja, Kakashi remained silent, contemplating whether the village's medical resources were sufficient to uncover her true issues. He took a seat beside Songmu's bed, noticing a cut on her lip from last night's biting, the blood long since dried. The medical ninja at the door, aware that Kakashi had been at the hospital for days, gently reminded him, "Kakashi-kun, we will inform the patient's family to come watch over her. If you have other pressing matters, you may attend to them." However, the silver-haired ninja showed no intention of leaving. Kakashi adjusted the blanket covering Songmu Lin, acknowledging with a hum, but keeping his gaze fixed on her frail face. Family? What family remains? Why did Songmu suddenly faint? If it was not a recurrence of her condition, then it must be linked to the girl resting in the special ward. Recalling Songmu's unusual memories about the princess, could there truly be a conspiracy hidden within? Yet, when he left the special ward last night, the blue-haired girl was still in a deep slumber. What conspiracy could be executed while lying in bed? Noticing Kakashi's contemplative demeanor, the medical ninja chose silence, discreetly closing the door behind him. As the silver-haired man remained unable to draw a conclusion, a soft click sounded as the door to Songmu's ward opened. Entering was a ninja assigned to guard the heir of the Land of Frost, who hurriedly exclaimed, "Kakashi-kun, you are here. The heir of the Land of Frost has awakened. The third Hokage requests your presence." Kakashi lifted a finger slightly, tilting his neck towards the bed, signaling his colleague to keep quiet. The newcomer immediately hushed, gesturing for Kakashi to speak outside. "Awakened? Close the door behind you," Kakashi inquired. Gradually, he began to comprehend that Songmu's fainting was not due to the recurrence of her condition. Through the corridor window, he glanced at Songmu, her expression revealing complexity. It appeared that Songmu's memory technique had indeed taken effect, yet now that she lay unconscious, he could not ascertain the specifics of the situation. Although the arrival of the curious ninjas was primarily focused on serious matters, they could not help but be intrigued by the young woman, who seemed to captivate Kakashi's attention. Upon awakening, the young master expressed a desire to meet the ninjas on duty from the previous night, prompting the third Hokage to send someone to summon them. After several days of unexplained slumber, the immediate need to find the individuals responsible for her guard duty raised questions about her intentions. Kakashi, sensing a well-prepared scenario, decided to meet her, hopeful of uncovering the circumstances surrounding Songmu Lin's unconsciousness. With one last glance at Songmu Lin, who appeared unlikely to awaken soon, Kakashi nodded to his comrades and said, "Let us proceed." As an increasingly frigid air enveloped the surroundings, Songmu Lin, with her eyes closed and striving to recollect her memories, felt a faint sting emanating from the palm resting on her forehead. Yet, she did not relinquish her grasp. Her curiosity to delve deeper was sparked by the realization that the blue-haired girl's mind held no recollections she could access. The chakra she sensed was barren, accompanied by a chilling wind. Gradually, this penetrating cold began to creep up her left arm, causing the white-haired female ninja seated beside her to shiver uncontrollably. Under the dim light from the window, Songmu Lin noticed that even her breath had started to condense in the air. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand from the memory retrieval technique, it was too late. A frigid, unyielding grip suddenly clutched her heart. In an instant, countless waves of cold surged into her heart, spreading through her veins and arteries. With wide-open eyes, she grasped her chest and bolted upright from the bed. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, with a partially open window allowing a cool breeze to waft in. Songmu Lin, clad in a pristine hospital gown, found herself alone in a brightly lit ward. The lingering pain from moments ago had yet to dissipate, and she furrowed her brow as she raised her other hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. It was then she noticed a strip of cloth tied around her wrist, bearing the inscription "Patient number 18, Jinin-mu." As her awareness sharpened, Songmu Lin surveyed her surroundings, only to find her voice raspy as she attempted to speak. "Hospital? How did I end up here?" she wondered, pinching her throat uncomfortably. Grabbing a water cup from beside her bed, she disregarded its cleanliness and gulped down nearly half. Feeling somewhat better, her memories began to resurface. She had encountered an accident while utilizing her bloodline limit, and the last figure she recalled before losing consciousness appeared to be Kakashi. Thus, it seemed he had come to her aid. Coughing slightly, she cleared her throat and reached for the cup again when an unfamiliar sensation surged within her heart, a feeling she had not experienced in some time. Slowly lowering her head to examine her left palm, she could hardly believe her eyes. This sensation, this overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The white-haired female ninja stared in awe as she opened and closed her hand repeatedly. What was happening? Had her affliction begun to heal? Just then, a medical ninja entered the room for a routine examination and was taken aback to find patient number 18 dressed in her regular attire. She stood with her back to him, tying her Konoha headband, seemingly preparing to leave. What are you doing? The medical ninja inquired, squinting slightly. Upon hearing his voice, Sangmu Lin quickly adjusted her mask before turning to face him. The medical ninja smiled reassuringly. No need to hide. I have seen your face several times. Once she confirmed that he posed no threat, Sangmu Lin felt a sense of relief wash over her. She typically wore a mask during missions to avoid revealing her identity to potential adversaries, and wearing the Konoha headband could complicate matters. During her free time, she would remove her mask and headband, disguising herself as an ordinary person. However, on the day of the incident, she had been on a mission, leaving her with only her work attire in the hospital. The medical ninja, noticing her bending down to search for her shoes, pointed at a low cabinet, suggesting, "Patients' shoes are usually kept there." Grateful, Sangmu Lin glanced at him before removing her slippers and sitting down to change her shoes. As she did so, she inquired, "Have I been unconscious for long?" "Counting today, you have been in a coma for 3 days," the medical ninja replied, approaching her and examining the white-haired woman who was focused on changing her shoes. "Kakashi-kun specifically asked us to inform him upon your awakening. Would you like to wait for him?" Halting her movements, a faint smile graced Sangmu Lin's lips as she shook her head. "There's no need. I shall speak with him myself." The medical ninja seemed hesitant, feeling it would be more prudent for her to stay for a thorough examination before being discharged. However, Sangmu Lin had already donned her shoes and was now perched on the windowsill. The soft, fluffy white locks of her hair danced in the evening breeze as she turned to the medical ninja with a smile, saying, "I apologize, but I have something of utmost importance to attend to. I will settle the medical expenses upon my return. Oh, by the way, regarding the expenses." The medical ninja began to inform her that Kakashi had already provided ample funds to the hospital, but she hurriedly left the room before he could finish. Her urgency indicated the significance of her errand. As the wind whistled past her, Sangmu Lin took a shortcut through the forest, unable to contain her elation. Her affliction had seemingly vanished. Although she was unclear about how this had come to be, she could feel an unceasing surge of potent spiritual energy within her. The abundant chakra emanating from her abdomen further assured her of her recovery. She could hardly wait to share this news with the person she had longed to see, the one who was privy to her situation. She yearned to inform him immediately. Now, it was late at night, and Kakashi lay on his bed, wide awake. His thoughts were consumed by the words left by the young master of the Land of Frost before her departure, keeping his heart in suspense. 3 days prior, upon entering the special ward, Xuangu Tsungyue had dismissed everyone, even sending the Hokage away. Upon meeting the young master, Kakashi was taken aback by the purity reflected in her blue eyes. Far from the cunning he had anticipated, she appeared youthful and innocent. "Brother, were you the one who stayed by my side last night?" she asked. Kakashi observed her expression and replied calmly, "Yes, young master. Is there any discomfort you are experiencing?" Xuangu lowered her head, playing with a strand of her blue hair, her tone tinged with displeasure. "I feel perfectly fine. The Hokage wouldn't let me have my favorite dango, claiming it would hinder my recovery. Brother, since you saved me, could you please go out and buy some dango for me?" Feeling a sense of foreboding, Kakashi quickly realized that her statement, "You saved me," was amiss. For she had already been unconscious when they found her. Was it a slip of the tongue? Kakashi maintained his composure as he scrutinized the child on the bed, who was now frowning at the thought of being denied her dango. Even her tone of voice is entirely childlike, and the genuine information conveyed through her brows and demeanor is that she is indeed a child. Kakashi feels a flicker of uncertainty within. Recently, there have been whispers among his peers about his increasingly dark psyche, and here he is, subconsciously doubting a mere child. Perhaps he is overthinking it. With a soft sigh, Kakashi declines the girl's request, stating, "You have just recovered from a serious illness. I cannot comply." Kakashi cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment, having hoped that this young master might provide him with some clues regarding the injured Sangmo. Instead, it seems that this little imp simply craves sweets and has come to solicit his assistance in procuring food. How dull. Before long, Kakashi's disappointment is short-lived. Upon failing to procure the desired sweets, Xuangu Tsangyue stretches her neck to look behind him, innocently inquiring about the sister who aided in her recovery, asking if she could bring her along. Kakashi immediately grows wary, maintaining an expressionless facade. Sister? Last night, your only guardians were myself and that male ninja you just encountered. The blue-haired girl, now reclining on the bed, ceases her tantrum, adopting a look that conveys understanding, her beautiful dark green eyes crescenting into a smile. That sister visited me twice, both times at midnight, so her presence is a secret, correct? Kakashi offers no reply, but his gaze towards the girl begins to shift. Is it possible to discern who has visited one's hospital room while in a stupor? Indeed, her previous statement was no mere slip of the tongue. This little imp, unfazed by Kakashi's scrutinizing gaze, continues to beam innocently. Thanks to that sister, I was able to awaken from the sealing technique. I suspect she is currently resting in one of the hospital rooms here. Yes? Kakashi raises an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. Who exactly are you? Please do not regard me with such a frightening gaze. Kakashi, Xuangu Tsangyue responds, evidently aware of his identity. Noticing Kakashi's momentary pause, the girl begins to explain. Her tone tinged with grievance. Though I appear to be asleep, my consciousness is very much awake. I listen to your conversations every day, so of course, I know a lot. The girl remains as innocent as ever, seemingly harmless. However, as the matter pertains to Tsangmu Lin, Kakashi clearly no longer trusts her, coldly stating, "Speak. What are your intentions?" Seeing that Kakashi is not inclined to engage in trivial conversation and is getting straight to the point, the girl remains silent. Her gaze fixed on him, her clear eyes harboring an inscrutable smile, as if to say, "Guess what? Why don't you take a shot?" Aware that she is attempting to provoke him, Kakashi strides towards the hospital bed and offers Xuangu a smile. "I hope you understand that if this matter endangers Konoha, I will do everything in my power to stop you, even at the cost of my life." At this, the blue-haired girl taps her chin thoughtfully. "Oh, I have heard of this. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf prioritize the greater good of the nation." Kakashi, still trying to process the peculiar dissonance of hearing such concepts from the mouth of a mere 8 or 9-year-old girl, is quickly captivated by her subsequent remark. "However, all I need is that sister who possesses the memory manipulation technique." After a brief silence, the silver-haired ninja, having swiftly organized his thoughts, is no longer surprised. He stands quietly, his expression neutral. Kakashi had anticipated that all the medical ninjas in Konoha would be helpless against her sealing technique. Yet, Tsangmu Lin, having only arrived 2 nights ago, could effortlessly unravel it? If the other party's intentions are unrelated to the village, could it be that she merely seeks to find the Tsangmu clan's orphan who can manipulate memories? At present, everything seems as he predicted. But can it truly be unrelated to the village? It appears you have already guessed. Then, would you be so kind as to take me to meet her? Xuangu Tsangyue beams with delight, her large eyes sparkling. Knowing that Kakashi is aware of her intentions and still willing to take her to meet Tsangmu Lin, drawing a kunai from her pouch, Kakashi spins it once before gripping it firmly, instantly appearing beside the blue-haired girl, the blade pressed against her delicate neck. His right eye glimmering with coldness. "What did you mean when you said she is definitely resting in the hospital?" The kunai's gleaming edge keeps Xuangu Tsangyue from making any sudden movements, yet she still scrunches her face in dissatisfaction at Kakashi's actions. "It's because of the backlash from the sealing technique. It will rebound upon the one who unseals it. But it is not as severe for me. I can still move without issue, though my chakra is sealed, rendering me incapable of utilizing any of your ninja techniques or illusions." Sealed chakra? Kakashi raises the kunai slightly. "But what?" Xuangu, feeling irritated by Kakashi's rough behavior, puffs out her cheeks and rolls her eyes. "The backlash is only temporary. It lasts for a year at most, or 3 to 4 years at the longest. Eventually, it will resolve itself. I truly do not intend any harm towards her. I'm taking a significant risk by coming here," the girl asserts, her eyes darting. "Besides, I will be returning tomorrow. Kakashi Onaikin, you need not be so anxious. I harbor no interest in Konoha or in you ninja nations." Recalling what Tsangmu Lin had told him about the memories implanted within the girl, a thought arises in Kakashi's mind, though he remains uncertain. Is it from the Tsangmu clan? In that moment, a flicker of something unusual flashes across Xuangu Tsangyue's eyes, quickly masked by her exaggerated smile. "No, brother, I am merely a guest of your Hidden Leaf village, the esteemed young master of the Frost Country." Fully aware that this identity serves as her shield, protecting her from harm at the hands of Konoha ninjas, Schwangu Tsunyua boldly meets Kakashi's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi retracts the kunai, increasing the distance between himself and the girl. Regardless of her motives, she must not be allowed to meet Sangmu Lin. The matter concerning the Hidden Leaf's memory manipulation ninjas is far-reaching. The individual's intentions remain unclear. One cannot simply rely on her words to plunge the village into peril. There is no one you seek here, young master. Please look elsewhere. As Kakashi sheathes the kunai into his pouch and strides towards the door, he does not acknowledge the existence of the Sangmu clan. The blue-haired girl finally sheds her innocent facade, her expression darkening, her dark green eyes shifting between hope and despair. What if I can cure her illness? Kakashi continues walking, yet he takes her words to heart. Given the backlash from the sealing technique, that sister may not need to worry for her life in the near future. However, once her chakra is restored, she will. I hope you think this through and convey my message to that sister. She ensures her last statement reaches Kakashi's ears. With a soft click, Kakashi gently closes the door to the special ward. Chapter 17. The net is cast in response to Schwangu Tsanyue's words. Hatake Kakashi's initial thought is to report the matter, as it concerns the potential exposure of Sangmu Lin's identity. However, once the higher-ups learn that foreign dignitaries are aware of Sangmu Lin's lineage, it would equate to a death sentence for her. Regardless of whether Schwangu Tsanyue truly intends to keep this secret, the higher-ups will undoubtedly choose to eliminate her to protect the village, ensuring that there are no witnesses left to testify. Moreover, Sangmu is now a patient of no practical value. Should Sangmu truly have lost her chakra, those who previously feared her capabilities would seize this opportunity to eliminate her without hesitation. Based on previous events, Kakashi has surmised that someone has implanted the true princess's memories into Schwangu's mind, subsequently allowing her to fall into a deep slumber through the sealing technique. Following that, they orchestrated her abduction by the Mist Village, utilizing the Frost Country's lord to commission a rescue mission to Konoha, thereby successfully infiltrating the village. The enigmatic sealing technique can only be unraveled by delving deeply into the layers of memory, and whether it truly originates from Schwanya village remains uncertain. The essence of breaking this seal does not lie solely in accessing the memories of the subject. Rather, as revealed in subsequent conversations between Schwangu and the third Hokage, the genuine key to unraveling the technique necessitates an external infusion of chakra into the subject's heart. Only upon detecting anomalies can chakra be injected into the brain to confirm the unlocking of the seal. After all, within Konohagakure, the Yamashiro clan possesses the ability to perform mind transfer, and the skilled Yamakaze Aoi is capable of reading the memories of others. However, to receive the chakra from a single individual at both of these locations, only the legendary Iamuki clan, known for their memory manipulation bloodline limit, could achieve such a feat. Thus, the existence of the Iamuki clan hidden within Konoha becomes increasingly plausible. If this plan were to be executed by another, it might prove impossible. However, if that girl or her enigmatic companion possesses unknown powers, her control over a squad from the Mist Sumbu, combined with the cooperation of the people from the Land of Snow, becomes coherent. Kakashi harbored doubts that the so-called sealing technique from the Land of Snow could indeed originate from Schwanya village. As he later inquired further with the medical team responsible for Schwangu, the lead medical nin confirmed that they had indeed established contact with the Land of Snow, and the lord of that land was quite astonished that the princess had been sealed by her own country's technique. Shortly thereafter, they swiftly received the method to break the seal from Schwanya village. Upon awakening, Schwangu Tsanyue had a conversation with the third Hokage, who surprisingly allowed her to accompany the emissaries of Schwang back to the Land of Snow. It would be unreasonable to detain a nation's young leader without a valid reason. Not only could they misidentify Schwangu's status, but they might also inadvertently expose Aoki Rin within Konoha. Kakashi found himself anxious about whether the blue-haired girl genuinely held no interest in the ninja nations and whether she would remain tight-lipped regarding Aoki Rin's identity. He was reluctant to see Aoki Rin lose her life innocently due to his report leading to inquiries from above. His mind wandered back to memories of the white-haired girl who would beam with exuberance at the sight of him during their childhood. Having navigated the trials of life as a covert operative for a decade to ensure the village's stability, could they truly convince the higher-ups to cease their suspicions and apprehensions regarding her? If Aoki Rin were to learn of this, Would she become disillusioned with Konoha and resort to extremes? Obito, if it were you, what would you do? The more he pondered, the clearer his thoughts became, and Kakashi, lying flat, turned restlessly. Just then, a few gentle knocks resonated from the tightly shut balcony window. Kakashi rose from his bed, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. The knocks persisted. Running his fingers through his tousled hair, the silver-haired man, plagued by insomnia, furrowed his brow in annoyance as he approached the door. As his fingers touched the doorknob, he heard a voice outside imbued with a sense of profound disappointment. Could it be that no one is home? The voice startled Kakashi. Could it be that Aoki had awakened? With a creak, Kakashi pressed down on the doorknob and pushed the door open, and a shadow swiftly darted inside. Kakashi's mouth opened in surprise beneath his mask, but before he could utter a word, the visitor had already enveloped him in an embrace with such swiftness that he barely registered the action. The arms wrapped around his waist tightened, and Kakashi's right hand remained on the doorknob while his left froze in place. The silver-haired youth, usually with drooping eyelids, widened his gaze as he looked down at the white-haired head buried against his chest. After a moment, he realized that Aoki Rin must have discovered her chakra had vanished and had come seeking comfort. Just as he was about to offer words of solace, he noticed that the person in his arms had lifted her face to meet his gaze. The mask covering her face had been pulled down, revealing cheeks slightly flushed from the night breeze and breathless from her hurried arrival. Her lips, dry yet strikingly red, parted slightly, and her clear gray-black eyes shimmered with moisture. Kakashi's arm rose halfway, but then faltered. He heard Aoki Rin's voice tremble. "Kakashi, I think my illness has been cured." Clad in a fitted garment attached to his mask, Kakashi felt the coldness of the girl pressed against him. His throat tightened as he contemplated her reason for coming despite just awakening. Was it not merely a desire for comfort due to her lost chakra, but rather a fervent need to inform him of her recovery? At that moment, Aoki Rin's straightforward affection and actions mirrored those of the exuberant white-haired girl from their past, stirring Kakashi's heart. However, reason quickly brought him back to reality. Had Aoki just claimed her illness was cured? Cured meant her chakra was intact, and her decline had reversed? This contradicted what Schwangu had said. Could she be deceiving him? With such elaborate machinations, Kakashi could not fathom a reason for the blue-haired girl to lie. Placing his hands on Aoki's shoulders, Kakashi gently pulled her away to establish some distance and bent down to look directly into her eyes as he inquired, "Is your chakra and willpower truly intact?" "Yes." The sensation of energy surging within her body left Aoki Rin convinced that she could not be mistaken. Her decline had indeed subsided. She recalled feeling as though her heart had been struck heavily while performing the technique for the princess, and upon awakening, she sensed a change within her body. Though she could not comprehend the reasons, she dismissed them. Kakashi observed the radiant glow on the girl's face, a brightness that had not graced her since her return to Konoha, filled with confidence and vitality. Surely, the strength of the Aoki clan's will and chakra was of utmost significance to her, was it not? Yet, if Kakashi's suspicions held true, Aoki's sudden surge of power might indeed indicate the backlash that Schwangu Tsanyue had mentioned was genuine. The abundant surge of chakra and mental energy could perhaps herald the onset of the seal's unraveling. Unable to contain her exhilaration, Aoki moved forward once more to embrace Kakashi, her forehead resting against his solid chest, wanting to speak, but feeling a lump in her throat. "Kakashi, my illness has been cured." The quivering tone in her voice compelled Kakashi not to push her away, allowing her soft white hair to brush against his collarbone. His hands, dangling at his sides, twitched slightly, and Kakashi wore a look of helplessness. "So what? Your illness has been cured, yet it is the dead of night, and most of the village is sound asleep. What were you thinking, barging into a single man's quarters in the middle of the night and immediately offering an embrace?" Nevertheless, Kakashi could not deny the concern brewing within him for Aoki's future. Caught off guard by the question, Aoki blinked rapidly, her gaze shifting from Kakashi's captivating eyes down to his well-defined nose and thin lips, seemingly imprinted before her through the black mask. She averted her eyes, feeling a flutter of anxiety. "I want to walk alongside you on your future path," she thought to herself. Yet, upon regaining her consciousness, Aoki realized she had no standing to voice such sentiments. The first thought that crossed her mind upon learning of her recovery was to inform Kakashi, to tell him that she had finally regained the right to stand by his side, to urge him not to bear the burdens of the past alone. However, as she began to calm down, She became acutely aware that in this dimly lit room, her hands were tightly wrapped around his robust waist, and her cheek was pressed against his steady, rising chest. Taking a deep breath, she was overwhelmed by the scent of Kakashi. Aoki Rin's face flushed suddenly. Oh no. What was she doing? Was she truly swept away by joy? Sangmu gently released his grip, intending to step back. However, after a moment of hesitation, Kakashi raised his hand and lightly patted Sangmu Lin's head twice. Sangmu was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's response. Before long, she regained her radiant smile upon hearing Kakashi's deep voice resonating from above. Sangmu, you must believe that everything will turn out well. The woman, still enveloped in joy, tilted her head in confusion, her lips still holding a lingering smile, and was about to inquire about Kakashi's meaning when an icy sensation, even more intense than before, suddenly washed over her, rapidly spreading from her left chest to her limbs. Sangmu Lin instinctively grasped Kakashi's shoulder. The silver-haired man was taken aback, looking down at the woman whose head hung low, obscuring her expression. Noticing that she was clutching her heart with her other hand, he realized something was amiss. Sangmu? Sangmu Lin's grip on Kakashi's shoulder instinctively pushed him away, creating distance between them. Kakashi swiftly reached out to support the woman, who was on the verge of collapsing to the floor. Even through her clothing, he could feel the chilling aura emanating from her slender arms. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing that his suspicions were indeed correct. Closing his left eye after examining her, he rose to cover the unconscious woman with a blanket. Ultimately, Kakashi could not take Sangmu Lin to the Konoha hospital, for he knew that her complete loss of chakra would become known there. Given that she was already being targeted for assassination, it was prudent to keep this matter from unnecessary eyes. Moreover, if Frost Valley Sanyue's words were to be believed, Sangmu should be able to awaken on her own. Kakashi settled Sangmu Lin in his residence, pondering whether she would, upon waking, rush into his embrace upon realizing her power had returned, only to instinctively push him away once she sensed something was amiss. Sitting by the bedside, he gazed at the pallid face of the silver-haired woman, her once delicate features now even more ghostly pale. A smirk crept onto his lips beneath the mask as he chuckled softly. Heh. When Kakashi lifted his gaze once more, his eyes were sharp as they rested upon the figure lying on the bed. Heh. What a copy ninja, a Konoha genius. Have you realized that I am, in truth, a coward? That is precisely why I keep the fragile me at a distance, for I fear loss. The contemporaries of Kakashi, who had always prioritized missions, noticed that he had recently declined several S-rank tasks. Occasionally, he would wander into the Umbu department, but mostly he immersed himself in his meager dormitory, rejecting all invitations. One day, upon returning from a mission, Mike Guy encountered the silver-haired ninja reading in the corridor outside the Jonin dormitory and greeted him with enthusiasm. Yo, Kakashi. Kakashi did not lift his eyes from the book, offering a token response. Oh, back already? Oh, what a vigorous youth, Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his bright smile revealing the success he had achieved on the mission. Rolling his eyes, he glanced at the perpetually spirited watermelon-headed youth. Kakashi turned his attention back to the pages of his book, letting out a non-committal HM, indicating his acknowledgement. Seemingly accustomed to Kakashi's responses, Mike Guy shrugged it off and turned toward Kakashi's dormitory. Forget that. It's been a while since I've been home. Let me borrow a cup of water, Kakashi. Ah, sorry. Guy found his long legs blocked at the doorframe, his expression one of confusion. He often visited Kakashi's dormitory for water and meals. What was Kakashi's game now? It's a mess in there thanks to Pakin and the others. Better skip the water. Kakashi kept his eyes on the book, his expression unchanged as he fabricated an excuse. What is the big deal? We can clean up together. Guy dismissed it, waving his hand as he attempted to enter, only to be pulled back by Kakashi's long arm as he had already taken a few steps inside. Sorry, it's not convenient today. Still immersed in the story, Kakashi retreated into his residence, firmly shutting the door behind him with a decisive thud, leaving Guy outside looking bewildered. Sangmu Lin remained peacefully asleep. It had been 4 days since she fainted at his home, longer than her previous hospital stay. Kakashi had a premonition that she would soon awaken. Approaching, he gently tucked a strand of Sangmu's white hair behind her ear, lifting his forehead protector to open his tightly shut left eye, wishing to confirm once more. The residual chakra that had once surged through her was now entirely absent, with no signs of new chakra manifesting. Without chakra, she could not perform ninjutsu, nor could she use her memory jutsu, which meant he need not worry about her suffering from a decline in consciousness. However, would Sangmu accept this version of herself upon awakening? Standing by the bed, Kakashi gazed at the woman whose complexion had slightly regained its rosy hue, his eyes deep with contemplation. Unable to reciprocate your feelings, at the very least, let me do what I can to assist you. After returning from the Hokage building in the afternoon, following a conversation with the third Hokage, Kakashi obtained what he sought. Upon opening the door to his residence, he discovered that the woman who had been resting in bed was no longer there. Only neatly folded bedding and a note pressed beneath it remained. Thank you for your care, senpai. Look at that. As soon as she sensed something was amiss, she distanced herself. This girl is truly straightforward and easy to understand. Kakashi crumpled the note and tossed it into the wastebasket, turning to exit the house. The midday sun blazed mercilessly as Sangmu Lin, having just awakened from her slumber, wobbled along the street. She was still clad in her simple sleepwear, likely a thoughtful gesture from Kakashi, who had fetched it for her to wear instead of her work clothes. Perhaps it was her overly casual attire and unsteady gait. Or perhaps it was the striking pallor of her face that drew the gazes of passers-by. Yet, the silver-haired woman paid them no mind as she continued on her way. The white bangs hanging low over her forehead obscured her expression, casting a shadow over her face. Sangmu Lin wandered aimlessly through the streets. Knocking politely on the front door of Sangmu's dormitory, Kakashi received no response. He skillfully made his way to the balcony, then jumped down from the window. The interior was still arranged as it had been when he last visited to retrieve clothes for Sangmu Lin, indicating that she had not returned. The image of the independent and confident white-haired girl from his childhood resurfaced in his mind. After executing an impressive fire-release jutsu, she had raised an eyebrow at her companions, her demeanor vividly etched in his memory. Sangmu Lin had returned this time under the weight of her mission, burdened by the decline of her consciousness and other factors, feeling increasingly stifled. Awakening to find even the remnants of chakra within her had dissipated was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to her inherently strong spirit. It was undeniable that, standing alone in the empty room, Kakashi began to feel a twinge of concern. When Kakashi eventually found Sangmu Lin, she was seated by the river, gazing at the setting sun. Her white hair and simple attire rendered her silhouette almost ethereal in the warm golden light. The silver-haired ninja felt an unfamiliar stirring in his heart, delicate yet foreign. Standing approximately 5 meters behind her, Kakashi's voice, deeper than usual, broke the silence. Are you crying? Sangmu Lin's shoulders visibly trembled at the sound of his voice. Turning her head, Kakashi saw a weary yet smiling face. Her beautiful eyes met his gaze, devoid of color as her lips curled into a faint smile. Do you remember this place, Kakashi? Kakashi, upon the words of Sangmu Lin, surveyed his surroundings, meticulously searching his mind for relevant memories. Noticing that the silver-haired ninja appeared rather unperturbed, the white-haired woman paid him no heed and turned back to admire the scenery she had been observing. It mattered little, while Kakashi might not remember. This was indeed the spot where she first encountered Chimu Kakashi. The desire to develop feelings for Kakashi had always been her solitary decision, thus his forgetfulness was inconsequential. Before Kakashi could respond, Sangmu Lin spoke in a measured tone, recounting how she had seen many villagers greeting one another and engaging in casual conversation as she walked down the street. Kakashi remained silent, merely shifting his stance to stand beside her. Sangmu Lin was aware of Kakashi's presence behind her and continued to dwell within her thoughts. But senior, as I observe their tranquility, I cannot help but feel that such happiness is exceedingly fragile. If the ninja world were to erupt into war once more, or if a formidable enemy were to launch a sudden assault on Konoha, would not these defenseless ordinary families be the first to suffer? Kakashi comprehended why Sangmu Lin had suddenly broached this topic. Are you reflecting on yourself? At that moment, Kakashi did not consider himself adept at consoling others. He had always been straightforward, direct, and somewhat brusque. A pang of realization struck Sangmu Lin, and she fell into silence. Indeed, she saw herself reflected in those words. Although her condition of mental degradation was a consequence of her own circumstances, she had begrudgingly accepted this reality. However, the inexplicable disappearance of her chakra left her in a state of panic. She had already prepared herself for a final farewell with Kakashi. Was she not even to be granted this brief moment of reunion? As a kunoichi with no bloodline limit, mediocre physical abilities, and devoid of chakra, what purpose could she serve in the ninja village? Was she not akin to those villagers on the street? Ah, no, At least they had homes awaiting their return. Sangmu Lin gazed at the shimmering surface of the river, once again descending into contemplation. Perhaps it was time to depart from this place, to seek out a quiet corner to live out her days while awaiting death. Yet, would those who had sent assassins after her allow her to leave if they became aware of her predicament? It seemed unlikely. A sigh from Kakashi beside her jolted Sangmu Lin back to reality, and she tilted her head to look at the man standing behind her. Kakashi's visible right eye cast its gaze downward, as if he had long since seen through Sangmu Lin. You were just contemplating leaving the village, weren't you? Upon witnessing the expression on her face that suggested he had guessed correctly, Kakashi sighed again. Aren't you curious how your chakra vanished? The white-haired girl was taken aback. Could it not be that her use of the memory escape technique had exacerbated her mental decline, thereby affecting her chakra? After all, the two essential conditions for chakra production are mental strength and physical energy. The disappearance of her chakra response indicated that her mental state had deteriorated to such an extent that she could no longer generate new chakra. You cannot possibly believe that if your mental state has crumbled, you would still be able to sit here and converse with me? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sangmu Lin blinked. Indeed, her thoughts were remarkably lucid at present, yet the sensation of her body feeling weightless, as if it might collapse at any moment, was not indicative of a shattered mental state. What then could it be? Kakashi stepped to the side, aligning himself with Sangmu's seated position, and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Do you know what happens if one lies around for days without food, only to wake up and wander aimlessly? Sangmu Lin raised her hand to touch her sore forehead, her eyes rekindling with light. So, does this mean my chakra can return? Understanding the unspoken continuation of her query, Kakashi's expression shifted, and he withdrew his hand, placing it back into his pocket. Ultimately, he resolved to inform her about the events that transpired during her coma in the hospital, as well as the words of Xuangu Sanyue. After all, Sangmu was the principal party involved, and Kakashi had no reason to conceal the truth from her. Perhaps a year at the quickest, or 3 to 4 years at the slowest. Sangmu Lin repeated the words, her mind grappling with the implication that she could spend this time as a useless individual without concern for her mental degradation. Yet, once her chakra recovered, would that not also signify the continuation of her decline? Kakashi observed as Sangmu Lin lowered her head, and suddenly a laugh escaped him. He felt he could sense the self-deprecation and helplessness woven into her laughter. However, Kakashi's intention in seeking out Sangmu Lin was not to offer platitudes or counsel her to lighten her burdens. Rather, he wished to instill within her a sense of hope that she should not relinquish easily. The silver-haired jonin knelt beside Sangmu, bringing forth something he had held in his other hand before her gaze. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered, "Look up," as Sangmu Lin raised her head in response. Initially surprised by Kakashi's proximity, her gaze gradually shifted to the document in his hand. It was a personal ninja profile, displaying her current name, Mu. Age, unknown. Status, Jonin of Konoha. Previous Jonin, Chi Village Sun. Current Jonin, Chimu Kakashi. Her gray-black eyes widened in disbelief. Chimu Kakashi? Thinking she might be hallucinating due to hunger, the white-haired girl squinted at the paper, pointing to a section she thought she had misread. However, Kakashi swiftly withdrew the document, squatting down to meet Sangmu Lin's stunned gaze at eye level, and stated officially, "This means I am still uncertain whether I can be an effective teacher. Please be patient with me, all right?" Recognizing the depletion of her chakra over recent days, Kakashi had promptly resolved to seek the Hokage's approval for this change in Jonin assignment. Despite holding higher expectations for his future students than anyone else, he now sought to draw this utterly incapacitated girl to his side. Throughout the day, from waking to discovering her physical anomaly, Sangmu Lin had not shed a single tear, for she had already prepared herself for death. Yet now, confronted by this man, who was perpetually gentle yet oblivious to his own nature, Sangmu Lin felt her nose tingle, and her eyes brimmed with tears, falling like beads from a broken string, as she wept like a child. In truth, Kakashi had prepared numerous words of encouragement prior to this moment. For instance, at least for the next 2 to 3 years, you need not worry about the onset of mental degradation, nor will you be tormented by nightmares. You can live peacefully. Or previously, the lack of relevant information hindered treatment for mental degradation, but now there appears to be someone who may be your kin, indicating a potential turning point. What if they possess the knowledge to heal? Yet upon witnessing the woman before him, her shoulders trembling in distress, Kakashi could only lift his hand to gently ruffle her soft, shoulder-length white hair, exhaling with a hint of exasperation. You still cry like you did as a child. It is quite unbecoming. I told you, Sangmu, to live with hope and intention. Your future holds countless possibilities. Chapter 18. Teacher and student at Chimu Kakashi's residence. The sign by the front gate remained white today. Having just concluded a day of missions, he rotated his weary wrist and retrieved a backup key from his pocket. With practiced ease, he unlocked the door to the silver-haired Jonin's quarters and commenced his routine cleaning tasks. 2 months prior, Sangmu Lin had inadvertently sealed her chakra, rendering her a true genin, incapable of performing ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Once a covert agent of the Sangmu clan, traversing nations in search of secrets. Her return to the village due to injury rendered her presence a ticking time bomb to the higher-ups of Konoha, fraught with the risk of plunging the village into crisis. Sangmu Lin was acutely aware of her predicament. Had she been a seasoned ninja well-versed in the art of stealth, she would most likely have chosen to end her own life for the greater good of her homeland. Alas, a lingering obsession tethered her to existence, preventing her from finding solace in a swift departure from this world. Instead, she opted to endure, dragging her fractured life back to its origins. To conceal the secret of her chakra from those within Konoha who sought to eliminate her, Kakashi, the sole individual privy to her circumstances, reluctantly sought the counsel of the third Hokage to replace Sangmu's original Jonin mentor, thereby assuming the role of her new instructor. Despite this arrangement, Sangmu Lin firmly clarified to Kakashi that they could not be regarded as teacher and student. She would merely consider herself as comrade. A title as precious as the first recognized student ought to belong to a child who truly earned Kakashi's heartfelt approval. At this moment, the silver-haired ninja, en route from a mission, rested by the riverbank. He reflected on how Sangmu had, upon learning of her impending designation as his nominal teacher, seized the opportunity to claim a document from his hands. Under his watchful gaze, Sangmu Lin added parentheses beside Kakashi's name on her personal file, solemnly inscribing the word captain. Kakashi could not help but inquire if such seriousness was truly necessary. Setting down his pen, Sangmu raised her face earnestly, asserting that, of course, he would be the most exceptional mentor, and she had no desire to tarnish his idealized vision of his first student. Do not speak as though I have ever entertained such fantasies, Kakashi retorted dismissively. Sangmu shrugged, confident in her understanding of Kakashi's meticulous nature. He had never envisioned the appearance of his future students. She found this hard to believe. At a loss for words, Kakashi conceded that he indeed possessed a set of criteria for his future students. They must value their comrades and exhibit a sense of teamwork. Any child, regardless of their abilities, would be sent back to school if they failed to meet these standards. However, who could have anticipated an anomaly like Sangmu? Strictly speaking, based on her childhood performance, she would not have met Kakashi's assessment requirements. As a young girl, she either clung to him or, on rare occasions, accompanied Genma, spending most of her time in solitude. Occasionally, she would send those who dared to provoke her to the hospital. Furthermore, her early ventures into missions alone suggested a lack of teamwork. Upon her return, she appeared to have softened in her interactions. But this was merely a sign of her growth, a tempering of her nature. Upon reflection, apart from her earnestness regarding his affairs, she seemed indifferent to everything else, including her own matters. Her calm declaration that she was nearing death that night carried an unsettling nonchalance, as though she were discussing an everyday occurrence. Although he had taken over the role of Sangmu Lin's mentor from Chikage Shun, this did not prevent the third Hokage from continuing to assign missions to him. Following that, Kakashi undertook several lower-ranking missions with Sangmu Lin before being dispatched on an A-rank mission, with today marking his return. Fortunately, Sangmu Lin's current status was merely that of a genin, and the tasks assigned to her were mostly physical, designed to avoid the use of chakra and ninjutsu. Even when she operated alone, she was unlikely to draw the attention of those with ill intent. The ninjas she encountered daily, sensing no chakra response from her, would likely think little of her new genin status. As Kakashi made his way toward the village, he began contemplating whether to purchase some groceries and a fish. The memory of Sangmu's tearful expression the last time she had savored his salted grilled mackerel still amused him. Recently, a construction crew had been renovating the elite Jonin dormitory, stirring up dust in the area during the day. Given Kakashi's weary return from his mission, he would undoubtedly prefer not to face a house coated in thick layers of dust. Thus, Sangmu Lin took it upon herself to clean his dormitory every few days. Kakashi had prepared a key for her residence, intending for her to come to him directly in times of danger. After tidying up, she stood in the empty living room, tucking strands of hair behind her ear, glancing around the man's starkly minimalist abode. Sangmu Lin suddenly recalled the flourishing potted plants she had seen at the Yamashiro flower shop earlier. Biting her fingernail thoughtfully, she mused about purchasing a few small flowers or plants to brighten the space. With her decision made, she soon found herself in the Yamashiro flower shop. However, the owner seemed to be absent, leaving only a blonde girl to tend the shop. The young girl, diligently watering the plants with a watering can, continued her task without acknowledging the arrival of a customer. Sangmu approached, admiring the well-cared-for potted plants, their green leaves glistening with droplets of water, lifting her spirits. The little girl glanced up at the newcomer, her disinterest evident as she monotonously asked, "You here to buy flowers?" Sangmu paid little mind to the child's lackluster service. After all, children often harbored their own small worries, particularly young girls. Without much deliberation, Sangmu pointed to two healthy-looking plants before her and said, "I'll take these too." "How much are they?" To her surprise, the girl did not respond, instead staring blankly as water dripped from the can, nearly overflowing the pots. Sangmu gently raised the girl's hand to remind her of her distraction. "Ah, sorry," the girl exclaimed, blinking her large eyes, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had been preoccupied with her earlier quarrel with Sakura and had inadvertently neglected her customer. Hurriedly, she turned to prepare the plants for Sangmu, but was swiftly stopped. Sangmu smiled. "I can take them as they are. Just tell me the price." The girl assessed her customer, noting the black-clad figure with a masked face. Clearly a ninja who had just completed a mission. Typically, ninjas who focused solely on their tasks rarely frequented flower shops unless visiting injured comrades. Observing the graceful demeanor and delicate features of the woman before her, the girl instinctively felt that Sangmu was undoubtedly a beautiful young lady. Yet, why would she come to a flower shop only to buy two potted plants? The little girl curiously asked, "There are various bouquets over there. Would you like to take a look? You could decorate your home, or perhaps gift them to someone special." Gift to someone special? Sangmu Lin froze mid-action, her gaze drawn to the vibrant bouquets displayed nearby, overwhelming her senses. The image of herself presenting red roses to Kakashi flashed in her mind, sending shivers down her spine. "No, let's skip that," she thought, reasoning that her intent was merely to alleviate the monotony of Kakashi's home with a couple of green plants. "No, these two will suffice." Realizing she had failed to sell any flowers, the girl reluctantly withdrew a single flower from her side and playfully offered it to Sangmu Lin, saying, "This purple pansy is a gift for you, as an apology for my earlier distraction." The little girl was quite clever. Sangmu Lin smiled beneath her mask, accepting the purple bouquet with gratitude. After paying for the potted plants, Sangmu turned to leave the shop when her gaze inadvertently fell upon a sign next to the violet pansies, which read, "Silence. Unspoken love. Please remember me." Unspoken love? A sudden pang struck Sangmu Lin's heart. The flowers gifted by the little girl had precisely struck a chord within her. With a meaningful glance at the blossoms in her hand, Sangmu nodded to the shop girl, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the flowers. I truly adore them." Chapter 19. Before dinner, setting the green plant on the table, Sangmu Lin turned and entered her bathroom, contemplating changing out of her sweat-soaked clothes before heading to Kakashi's residence. After a refreshing wash and changing into casual attire, she descended the stairs, cradling the potted plant in her hands, her damp hair still slightly disheveled. The girl walked briskly along the path to the Jonin dormitory, the cool night breeze brushing against her, dissipating the fatigue accumulated from her hard work during the day. Even when jostled by passers-by, her spirits remained unscathed as she glanced down at the small potted plant. She felt a sense of contentment knowing that it allowed her to cultivate a closer connection with Kakashi, even if only for a fleeting year or two. It was a treasure she had earned. Arriving at the somewhat worn wooden door, the white-haired girl embraced both potted plants, freeing one hand to search for her keys in her pocket. Just as Sangmu bent down, holding the keys to find the keyhole, the Jonin dormitory door swung open, releasing a refreshing scent of soap. Observing the white-haired woman and her peculiar bent posture, the man emerging from the bathroom questioned, "What are you doing?" Sangmu quickly straightened up to greet him, only to find Kakashi standing before her bare-chested, with nothing more than a towel wrapped around his waist. Though she had seen Kakashi's bare face on several occasions, encountering him without his mask and shirtless still left her momentarily stunned. Kakashi exuded a fresh aroma from his recent bath, Songmu's gaze was drawn to the droplets cascading from his silver hair, gliding down his neck and disappearing into the contours of his collarbone. Oh dear, she had merely come to drop off a plant. How could she possibly behold such an alluring sight? In contrast to Songmu's eager gaze, Kakashi seemed rather indifferent. Having just returned home, he was accustomed to ventilating the room by leaving the door open. However, he was somewhat surprised to find Songmu standing there. As she nervously averted her eyes, Kakashi stepped closer, his tall figure casting a shadow over her slender frame. Clutching the potted plant tightly, Songmu lowered her head, unaware that he merely intended to flip the sign hanging outside from its white side to the black, oblivious to her flustered demeanor. Noticing the item she held, he casually inquired, "What are you carrying?" before retreating inside. Recognizing her instinctive tension due to Kakashi's proximity, Songmu chided herself internally, realizing that she should not allow her increasing connection with him to breed greed. When would she learn to let go of her fantasies and embrace a more natural demeanor? Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, Songmu followed him inside, waving the potted plant playfully. "I participated in a lottery at the market this afternoon and ended up with a bunch of useless items. I really have no place for these 2 potted plants." Upon hearing her, Kakashi, who was about to enter his room to change, turned back and glanced at the 2 vibrant green specimens. They were not unpleasant, so he simply responded with an "oh" before disappearing into his room. Songmu smiled, just about to head for the balcony when Kakashi's voice echoed from within. "The condition for leaving these here is that you wash the vegetables on the kitchen counter." Wash vegetables? Songmu set down the potted plants, quickly grasping Kakashi's meaning. He was inviting her to stay for dinner. The thought of tasting Kakashi's culinary skills made her grin, prompting her to hurriedly dash to the kitchen. While her cooking skills left much to be desired, Songmu Lin was quite confident in her ability to wash vegetables. As she stood at the sink meticulously cleaning each leaf, Kakashi, now dressed, reached from behind to turn off the running water, signaling her to conserve it. "My apologies," Songmu Lin said with a hint of shyness, quickly finishing the last leaf. Kakashi, tying an apron around his waist, noticed her standing at the sink, staring intently at the fish he had just purchased, seemingly pondering how to clean it. Rolling up his sleeves, Kakashi could not help but smile at the sight. "All right, you can step aside. I can handle it." Songmu Lin, recalling that he had just returned from a mission and had invited her to share a meal, felt it would be impolite to simply wait for dinner. Thus, she insisted, "I can help." Without turning around, Kakashi replied, "You've helped enough. The house is quite clean." Songmu Lin was taken aback. She knew Kakashi would guess that someone had tidied his home during his absence. She could later downplay it by claiming that she merely couldn't stand the dust, which had compelled her to sweep. However, his remark made it seem as though he envisioned her meticulously cleaning his house every day while he was away. Thankfully, he was facing away from her, so he could not see her face flush with embarrassment. Feeling flustered, Songmu stammered, "I suddenly feel a bit sore in my back. I think I'll go sit down for a while." "Good luck, senpai." Kakashi turned his head to watch her retreating form, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Once in the living room, Songmu brushed her hand over the spotless table, pondering whether her cleaning had made the place feel a bit too sterile. With a soft sigh, she lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of the tall man diligently cooking in the kitchen. The aroma of oil and cooking wafted through the air, yet Songmu found it pleasant. She suddenly realized how significantly one person's presence could fill a space. Merely standing there, he infused the vast room with warmth. The chill she had sensed in the house was merely a reflection of her yearning for this man. Settling into a chair in the living room, Songmu pushed her bangs aside and rested her chin against the back of the chair, hoping to catch a good view of Kakashi through the open door. Unfortunately, he was moving about, preventing her from approaching without drawing attention to herself, and before long, she found herself entranced. So, when Kakashi emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sanma, he was greeted by the sight of her nestled comfortably in his chair, sound asleep. From the very beginning, he had sensed a burning gaze upon him. Kakashi knew that during his absence, she must have grown exceedingly bored, hence her intense focus on him. He had initially thought she had merely shifted her attention, but it seemed she had fallen asleep. Had the day's tasks been too exhausting? Perhaps the rare advantage of losing chakra was the ability to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Kakashi gently set down the fish and retreated to his room, instinctively retrieving one of his outer robes to drape over Songmu Lin. However, midway through the gesture, he paused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. When had he become so naturally attentive to another? The gaze shifted to the sleeping face of the girl, Sangmu Lin, whose long eyelashes trembled gently beneath the soft yellow glow of the light in his home. Her lips were slightly parted, clearly lost in slumber, while her fluffy, soft, light-colored hair accentuated her already fair complexion. Kakashi straightened his body and diverted his gaze from the girl, only to be unable to resist stealing another glance. Then, feeling a twinge of guilt, looked elsewhere. The sight of her sleeping figure reminded him of a small white dog, somewhat adorable. Surprised at the sudden emergence of this thought, Kakashi returned to the room, neatly folded the clothes he had taken out, and placed them back in their original spot, preparing to return to the kitchen to finish cooking. Perhaps wishing to avoid seeing the girl's sleeping face again, Kakashi inadvertently tripped over the leg of the table, creating a loud clatter. As expected, the woman who had been dozing in the chair opened her eyes at the noise. "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to," Kakashi began, but before he could finish, the woman was looking up at him, her eyes clouded with sleep, clearly still dazed. Kakashi quickly fell silent, saying, "It's nothing. Dinner will be ready soon. Let's set the table." After blinking a few times, Sangmu Lin gradually regained her composure and immediately rose to head towards the dining table. "Oh, okay," she responded, realizing she had just been asleep. Had she really exerted herself too much during the day? It was rather bold of her to fall asleep in someone else's home. However, her earlier annoyance was swiftly dispelled by the sight of the beautifully arranged sanma, mackerel pike, on the table. She properly arranged the utensils and sat down, eagerly awaiting the meal. In the kitchen, Kakashi glanced at Sangmu Lin, who was sitting upright at the table, attentively guarding her set of chopsticks. The look in her eyes had shifted from observing him to focusing on the sanma, and Kakashi felt as though she were a little creature with a tail wagging behind her. He stifled a chuckle with a few discreet coughs. "Well, Sangmu, you are rather endearing." Chapter 20. Strawberry milk on a bright morning. Sangmu Lin hastily resolved her breakfast and hurriedly donned her work attire, securing her forehead protector and pulling the black mask over her face. She turned to lock the dormitory door before making her way to the village entrance. Today was the day Kakashi would take her to the land of ginger. Initially, according to the higher-ups' directives, Sangmu Lin was not permitted to undertake tasks outside the village. However, for reasons unknown, the third Hokage had approved Kakashi's request to take her out. Kakashi had not divulged the reason to Sangmu Lin, but she speculated it was due to her sudden change in guidance to the esteemed Hatake Kakashi, a celebrated elite shinobi in the ninja world. Perhaps it was considered that if his student were continually restricted by Konoha, preventing her from leaving the village, it might raise suspicions among others. Kakashi's intent became clearer. He aimed to secure more missions for Sangmu, whether to neighboring villages or nations. This would not only hone her skills, but also increase her chances of uncovering clues about her kin and finding a remedy for her ailment. This mission involved delivering an ancient landscape painting intact to the nearby land of Ginger. Sangmu Lin had arrived early at the village entrance, waiting for her employer and her instructor. Before long, a man dressed as a servant approached her. "This treasure was promised by my master to that esteemed individual. The address and recipient's name are detailed in the commission letter," he stated. Sangmu accepted the scroll containing the famous painting from the young man, slinging it over her shoulder and nodding to indicate her understanding. The man, noticing she was a female ninja, though masked, was struck by the brightness of her eyes. Giving off an impression of simplicity, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied, glancing around as if searching for a more suitable ninja. "Honestly, allowing a mere genin to escort such a precious painting makes our master uneasy. We should have sent more people with you." However, upon learning that an elite jounin would accompany you, he said nothing further. "Just don't slow us down on the way. You must protect that painting, even at the cost of your life." Fearing a lengthy lecture awaited her, Sangmu quickly interjected, "I understand. The painting is safe as long as I am alive." Upon noticing the young man's eyes widen at the mention of destruction, she quickly amended, "It won't be destroyed. If I die, my teacher will still be here. So don't worry." After patting the young man on the shoulder, Sangmu Lin pointed in the direction of the street. "Where is teacher Hatake? Surely he isn't still helping an old lady cross the street somewhere? Let me go look for him." Leaving the servant standing there, watching the swift departure of the female ninja with a displeased expression, the man thought to himself, "Hatake Kakashi? He is known for his solitary and extremely indifferent demeanor. Would he really help an old lady across the street?" Meanwhile, a few figures clad in black had settled outside the village gate. The lead female ninja, adorned with a fox mask and striking orange short hair, stood out prominently. Without pausing, they exchanged glances with the guard at the gate before entering Konoha. You all return to the Umbu and report. I will seek out the third Hokage, came the clear voice of the orange-haired woman, tinged with a hint of commanding arrogance. One of the accompanying Umbu could not help but voice a protest. It's barely dawn. I think it would be better to let the Hokage rest a bit longer. You shouldn't disturb him now. The orange-haired woman, visibly displeased, retorted, Is it not permissible for me to report important confidential matters? You clearly, let us go ahead. Interrupted another Umbu who had leapt behind him, signaling for him to hold his tongue. Umph, she scoffed as she stood atop a building, watching the retreating figures of the Umbu members. The reason she had once set aside her identity to join the Umbu no longer held any significance. She had long ceased to want to remain there. Previously, she had requested to withdraw from the organization, and this time, she would ensure that the old man agreed. Surveying the village she had not seen for a long time, she noted numerous figures clad in ninja attire darting across the rooftops. Yet she seemed to be searching for someone. A glimpse of a white-haired figure caught her eye, similarly masked in black. The orange-haired woman felt a surge of excitement and prepared to leap down from the rooftop. However, upon closer inspection, she realized she had mistaken her target. The figure was smaller than a man, unmistakably a woman, who was currently carrying something towards the forest. Finally, at a crossroads, Sangmu Lin bent down, panting heavily. Although it was somewhat rude to the young man, this was the most time-efficient method available to her. She could not afford to stand there and endure a long lecture. Of course, her successful escape was also due to her instructor, who, as expected, was late once again. After accompanying Hatake Kakashi on several missions, Sangmu Lin had noticed that regardless of the distance or weather, he always seemed to arrive late before their tasks. Knowing he was not one to oversleep, she had initially been puzzled. However, after inadvertently encountering his silver-haired silhouette deep in the woods before one mission, she grew accustomed to Kakashi's habitual tardiness. The loss of a dear friend weighed heavily on his heart. Stubborn as he was, he could not so easily let go. Thus, during subsequent missions, Sangmu Lin offered Kakashi her utmost patience, waiting for him regardless of how long it took. This time, Sangmu Lin decided to head towards the place where Kakashi always went before embarking on their missions, carrying the cargo and commission letter with her. Without the support of chakra, she felt her legs grow considerably heavier. Distances that she could once traverse in mere moments now required her to tread carefully, step by step. Fortunately, the location of the memorial stone was nearby, and a familiar figure appeared there as expected. Kakashi's ninja vest harmonizes seamlessly with the hues of the surrounding mountains and forests, though he merely stands there with his head slightly bowed. His superior physique and the aloof aura that envelopes him inevitably evoke a sense of trepidation in those who gaze upon him. Today, the weather is devoid of sunshine, with thick clouds and a brisk wind. Sangmu Lin stands quietly at the entrance of a path, neither too far nor too close to the monument, silently observing the silver-haired figure standing before the memorial stone, his hair dancing chaotically in the wind. Sangmu Lin's gaze differs from her usual clarity, revealing a hint of worry. Each individual who comes here carries a past they must bear, whether it be cruel or sorrowful. Even a ninja like you, who has transformed the past into a life philosophy, must sometimes feel lost, yearning for answers from the departed. At times, does it not feel somewhat helpless, Kakashi? Watching all of this and being unable to intervene, Sangmu Lin's fingers moved slightly at her side as she concealed her thoughts and composed her expression. Thus, the silver-haired youth, standing before the memorial, gazed at the name of his friend etched on the stone, murmuring softly. The person standing not far from him awaited quietly. Kakashi did not keep her waiting long. Shortly after, he appeared before Sangmu Lin in a flash. The girl, lost in thought, was startled, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "You, let us go," Kakashi said, disregarding her surprise with a gesture. "Oh." Tightening the straps on her shoulders, Sangmu Lin obediently prepared to follow, but quickly remembered something and called out to Kakashi, "Wait." The silver-haired ninja turned back to see Sangmu Lin lowering her head, rummaging through her small bag, and pulling out a box of dark food, presenting it to him. "I bought this earlier. Let us eat before we leave." "Bento?" Kakashi looked at the box in her hands, the label reading nori rice balls, momentarily speechless. And this, before he could respond, Sangmu Lin extracted a pink box from her bag and thrust it into his hands. "What is this?" Kakashi inquired, noticing the box was labeled with strawberry milk. "This is something I brought from home. It's super delicious." Sangmu Lin shrugged, casting him a highly recommending glance. "After all, you're only in your 20s. You can't just live on soldier rations, right? So I took the liberty of bringing this for you. By the way, this drink is really good. You should try it." Kakashi's first instinct was to advise Sangmu Lin to consume such sugary drinks sparingly. Yet, as he held the warm bento box and the pink-wrapped strawberry milk, words eluded him. Indeed, he had spent the previous night plagued by a series of nightmares, ultimately rising to peruse ninja texts throughout the night, only to realize he was nearly late for their agreed departure time with Sangmu Lin. Not wanting to keep her waiting too long, he had arrived early, and since today's task was minor and did not require excessive chakra, he had initially planned to postpone breakfast until noon. So, did this girl perceive that he often neglected proper meals? Despite being a young girl still struggling to care for herself, she had shown remarkable thoughtfulness. "Thank you." Without further ado, Kakashi leaned against a nearby tree, lowered his mask, and opened the bento box. Sangmu Lin, seeing this, immediately approached, picked up the strawberry milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to him. The silver-haired ninja found himself in a humorous predicament. To him, this was merely a sugary, artificially flavored dairy beverage, sweet and devoid of nutritional value. It could also burden the body when consumed excessively. Given his aversion to fried tempura, Kakashi was not particularly inclined to drink the strawberry milk Sangmu Lin so fervently promoted. However, with her white hair bending down to present the milk box before him, her bright eyes twinkling, he found himself inexplicably lowering his head to take a sip. Sangmu Lin had only intended to hand him the box, but when he suddenly took the straw from her hand, she nearly dropped the milk container in surprise. Fortunately, Kakashi's quick reflexes saved the drink, though he remained oblivious to the fleeting panic that crossed her face. The sweet aroma instantly filled his mouth. It was unexpectedly pleasant, not as cloying as he had imagined. Noticing that Kakashi seemed unperturbed by her blunder, she crouched down, resting her arm on her knees, gazing at him with crescent-shaped eyes filled with delight. "Right? It's delicious. I didn't lie to you." Kakashi met her gaze, chewing his food with a relaxed expression. Indeed, the timely influx of sugar began to invigorate his somewhat heavy brain, thanks to his impromptu student. "I must ask, have you truly been sleeping well?" Sangmu Lin, now seated on the grass, squinted her eyes and leaned slightly toward Kakashi, pointing at his somewhat pallid complexion. "Those dark circles under your eyes are almost touching the ground. Are you really all right?" Swiftly finishing his food, Kakashi took the box of strawberry milk, nodding as he replied nonchalantly, My sleep quality has always been subpar." Sangmu Lin was unaware that the last time Kakashi had a decent night's sleep was when she had employed the Iduan technique, perhaps recalling that night filled with nightmares. Her expression dimmed. She could hardly fathom the daily torment Kakashi endured within such dreams, and how he managed to awaken each day and convince himself to start anew. Observing Sangmu Lin's suddenly furrowed brows, Kakashi withdrew his gaze, downed the remaining drink, and stood up, adjusting his mask. "Let us depart." Due to Sangmu Lin's chakra being sealed, their plan this time was to walk to the land of Ginger. Fortunately, ninjas possess physical training far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, so this short journey posed no challenge. More importantly, this marked Sangmu Lin's first outing since returning to the village, and especially with Kakashi. Along the way, her steps were light, and her eyes sparkled with concealed joy. She couldn't help but wonder if her excitement was too apparent. Glancing at Kakashi, he seemed entirely engrossed in the novel in his hands. Sangmu Lin was exceedingly curious about the profound secrets contained within the books written by Lord Jiraiya. Ever since her return to Konohagakure, every time she had seen Kakashi, he was invariably absorbed in this series of novels. Could it be that these books truly held something eye-opening? Paying close attention to her surroundings, she thought to herself, "Do not entertain any ideas." Kakashi's eyelids remained unlifted, his fingers flipping a page of the orange-covered book. After a pause, he turned to the white-haired girl leaning toward him and once again cautioned, "Not suitable for minors." "How unsuitable?" she retorted playfully. "I'm already 20, you know. Strictly speaking, I'm no longer considered a minor." "Ah, here we go again," Sangmu Lin said dismissively. "Today, I must get a glimpse of Lord Jiraiya's work." In truth, she had inquired at the bookstore about this series of novels, but unfortunately, they were all sold out. "Just let me see it, okay? 10 pages, is that all right?" While there were indeed female readers drawn to the romantic escapades, women from the hidden village, despite their boldness. Often sought alternative routes to procure such literature, borrowing from acquaintances or asking familiar faces to purchase it for them. The fact that Kakashi had ventured to the bookstore out of pure curiosity was rather amusing. As Kakashi continued to walk ahead without responding, Sangwoo Lin, believing he was hesitating, hurried to catch up. 10 pages felt excessive, so she settled on 5, simply wanting to see what was written within. When Kakashi still ignored her and even put the book away, Sangwoo Lin pouted in dissatisfaction. Wasn't he supposed to be her guiding teacher? Why wouldn't he let her read this novel? Kakashi, feeling somewhat speechless, reflected on her situation. Having undergone rigorous training from a young age, female ninjas often matured earlier than ordinary girls, naturally becoming well-versed in matters of the heart. However, Sangwoo Lin, who had spent a long time on her own, focused solely on missions, appeared somewhat naive in romantic affairs despite being of age, and it seemed she might be easily taken advantage of in the future. Glancing back at the white-haired young woman still pouting in protest, Kakashi waved his long arm, and the orange notebook was deftly caught by Sangwoo. You probably won't manage to read 5 pages, don't worry. Upon receiving the novel she had longed to read, Sangwoo Lin beamed with joy, eagerly flipping through its pages. The curiosity was overwhelming, as this was a book Kakashi had been engrossed in day and night since childhood. However, as moments passed without the anticipated gasps of surprise from behind, Kakashi felt a hint of surprise and decided to pause for a moment to wait for her. Sangwoo Lin, oblivious to his thoughts, continued walking forward, her tone laced with feigned disdain. Is this it? It's nothing special. Her remarkable composure while reading Intimate Paradise surprised Kakashi. Yet, soon enough, the girl's flushed cheeks and stiff gait betrayed her unease. Chapter 21. Wounded. The country of Ginger is nestled within the high mountains north of the country of Fire, named for the inhabitants who primarily cultivate and trade ginger. It is a small, non-ninja nation still recovering economically and in terms of transportation from the impacts of the Great Ninja War, due to frequent missions escorting important individuals. Kakashi accompanied Sangwoo Lin at a leisurely pace. He felt little discomfort, but for Sangwoo Lin, who was accustomed to darting between nations, this pace was somewhat challenging. In the past, such a distance could be covered in less than a day, while she managed fine in the village. They had now traveled for 2 days and still had a third of the journey remaining. Although Kakashi appeared expressionless, he must be feeling some impatience. Sangwoo Lin thought as she tightened the straps securing her backpack. I say, Kakashi remarked, having just surveyed the road ahead, standing beside Sangwoo Lin. He quickly noticed her unusual demeanor and pointed at the large box on her back, asking, is it heavy? Sangwoo Lin shook her head in confusion. What? No. It isn't. There are paintings inside. Hearing this, Kakashi figured the box itself wasn't the issue. But he noticed that she had been preoccupied with her thoughts and had barely spoken to him. Reflecting on the moment he had handed her the novel, Kakashi felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps it was inappropriate to give such reading material to a young girl, especially since he was still her nominal teacher. Kakashi pondered apologizing but realized that if he brought it up again, it would only prompt her to recall the book's content, which seemed even less appropriate. Are we lost? Sangwoo Lin's bright gaze met his, and Kakashi felt as though he might be overthinking things. This was her first mission outside the village since the chakra incident. And perhaps the absence of chakra and her memory techniques had instilled a sense of trepidation about the task ahead. He considered that as her guiding teacher, he should reassure her. After a brief moment, Kakashi raised his left arm and patted Sangwoo Lin's shoulder, his expression somewhat awkward, his tone lacking its usual ease. Don't be nervous. I'm here. Sangwoo Lin paused, then grasped the intention behind Kakashi's gesture. Was he worried that she would be frightened to undertake a mission without chakra? Pressing her lips together to suppress a smile, all her worries seemed to dissipate. Perhaps it was merely her own discomfort. For Kakashi, who had long been accustomed to various missions, it was likely a routine affair, while her internal concerns about being a burden could easily affect his focus. Feeling touched by the encouragement Kakashi was offering in his own way, Sangwoo Lin couldn't help but smile, nodding obediently. Yes, after all, I have the handsome and reliable teacher Kakashi with me. Kakashi's hand faltered on her shoulder, his eyes turning expressionless. She had always refused to call him teacher, and now she was teasing him? He had even gone to the trouble of crafting comforting words. His arm withdrew, and he decided to ignore Sangwoo Lin. Yet, the next moment, he heard her let out a sigh of relief, looking at him. I'm so glad. Kakashi, I was worried you might be upset about having to take me along this mountain path, but your earlier words reassured me. A competent Jonin would never take out their frustration on a student for a C-rank mission, Kakashi thought helplessly, flicking her forehead with his finger. Oh, please don't share any more of these unfounded worries with me in the future. Thank you. Ah. Sangmu Lin rubbed her head and met Kakashi's gaze, her eyes brimming with laughter. Kakashi shook his head in exasperation and continued walking, prompting Sangmu Lin to hurry after him. Kakashi glanced sideways at her gradually brightening expression and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Sangmu Lin shrugged, gazing forward. "I was just thinking that the position of a Jonin suits you perfectly. You can put others at ease with just a few words." The one engrossed in his book slowed his pace at her compliment. Really? Did he truly fit the role? Kakashi took a moment, choosing to shift the topic. "By the way, why do you keep calling me senpai?" Sangmu Lin had graduated alongside Xianjian and others, and shouldn't he feel the need to address him in such a manner? Respect, of course. It's out of respect. Sangmu Lin turned to smile at Kakashi. Kakashi responded with a professional grin. "Oh, then wouldn't it be more respectful to call me teacher?" Sangmu Lin turned away, maintaining her smile, and quickened her pace. Internally, she scoffed, "Teacher? Impossible. I want to be a student with inappropriate thoughts about my teacher." Observing her sudden silence and the stiffness returning to her movements, Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle softly behind her. His quiet laughter made Sangmu Lin's ears flush with embarrassment. The culprit, meanwhile, continued leisurely reading his novel. Sangmu Lin felt that Kakashi seemed much more approachable now than when she had just returned to Konoha. As they walked, she suddenly halted, intending to ask Kakashi which path to take at the fork ahead, but an unexpected rustle from a patch of grass nearby startled her. Xiaomu. With Kakashi's urgent call, multiple shuriken flew from the underbrush, aimed directly at Sangmu Lin's face. Her expression shifted, and she swiftly sidestepped. However, as soon as she dodged, another wave of shuriken followed, catching her off guard, and she hesitated, unable to counterattack due to uncertainty about the assailants' identities. Dodging one wave after another became increasingly strenuous for Sangmu Lin, glancing sideways at the shuriken embedded in a tree trunk. Their forceful impact indicated that her opponent was intent on finishing her off. Driven back a few steps, Sangmu Lin pressed one hand against the ground while her other hand rested on the hilt of her concealed ninja blade. Her gaze was fixed intently on the location of the grass thicket, her tone turning icy. "Come out." After witnessing her shuriken easily evaded by the opponent, a disdainful sound emerged from the thicket, followed by the launch of a kunai tied with an explosive tag. Sangmu's first instinct was to evade. Yet she soon realized that the target was not her. The kunai with the explosive tag flew directly behind her. Despite knowing that it posed no threat to Kakashi, Sangmu instinctively glanced back at the silver-haired ninja. Kakashi, without even lowering the book in his hand or shifting his gaze from Sangmu, merely tilted his head to allow the kunai passage. With a resounding boom, the sound of trees being blown apart echoed 2 seconds later. Sangmu let out a silent sigh of relief, only to hear both Kakashi and another female voice simultaneously call out, "Focus, Xiaomu. I knew you would be distracted. Perish." Her body had already moved, and Sangmu swiftly drew her blade to parry the kunai that nearly grazed her neck. A kunoichi wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared beside her, lunging forward to initiate a new round of strikes. Initially intending to assist, Kakashi hesitated upon recognizing the mask and the familiar orange hair, an unwelcome memory causing him to frown. The sounds of their weapons clashing filled the valley, punctuated by the thuds of their physical combat. Sangmu, whose foundation was already solid, had honed her taijutsu and ninjutsu relentlessly after her chakra was sealed, even though she could not enhance the damage range of her weaponry with chakra like her opponent. She was able to counter each of their attacks and retaliate effectively. The masked kunoichi soon realized that she was unable to create distance from her opponent, as the white-haired ninja relentlessly pressured her, providing no respite. Kakashi understood that Sangmu aimed for a swift resolution. Engaging in close combat was her strategy. Should the enemy discover her inability to utilize chakra, they would likely resort to long-range ninjutsu, making her victory exceedingly difficult. Kakashi set aside his book, acknowledging that Sangmu, often perceived as harmless, had indeed mastered her blade techniques to a formidable level, showing no mercy in her strikes. However, this opponent was not easily subdued either. Kakashi recalled the incident where he had inadvertently injured this lady's finger, leading to her demanding his attention for nearly 3 months. As Tsangmu skillfully utilized the kunai's trajectory as leverage, she leaped behind the kunoichi, slicing the back of her hand, causing her to momentarily falter in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Tsangmu disarmed her, casting the kunai aside. Damn it! The kunoichi, realizing close combat was futile, began forming hand seals. Tsangmu's expression shifted upon recognizing the sequence. It was the Shunshin no Jutsu. She could not allow her to create distance, or her defeat would be inevitable. In a moment of desperation, Tsangmu lunged to pierce the kunoichi's shoulder, intending to pin her against a tree and bind her hands to conclude the battle. As the kunoichi's eyes gleamed with cold light, a sense of dread washed over Tsangmu. Just as the blade's tip touched the kunoichi's body, Kakashi's urgent voice suddenly interrupted her, halting her movement. Kakashi appeared between them, attempting to explain to Tsangmu, "You cannot harm her yet. She is." The kunoichi, quick to react, let out a mocking laugh. Swiftly bypassing Kakashi to unleash another kunai from her sleeve, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Tsangmu's heart. "Be careful, Kakashi." Taken aback that the kunoichi truly intended to take Tsangmu's life, quickly pulled her aside. However, the kunai, enhanced with chakra, still grazed Tsangmu's right shoulder. Pain pierced through her side like a sharp arrow, causing her grip on the blade to tremble. The masked kunoichi taunted, "You are quite obedient, Tsangmu Lin." Tsangmu glanced at Kakashi's tightly clenched hand around hers, her grayish-black eyes narrowing slightly. He knew her identity, and moments ago, he had urged her not to harm the kunoichi. Observing the blood flowing from her shoulder, Kakashi's expression tightened as he fell momentarily silent. The once arrogant orange-haired woman, seemingly having had her fun, removed her fox mask to reveal striking features. Upon touching Tsangmu's and Kakashi's clasped hands, she forcefully shoved the injured Tsangmu aside, disdainfully discarding the bloodied kunai. With a radiant smile, she clung to Kakashi's left arm, playfully pouting, "Hatake Kakashi, did you miss me during my absence these past 6 months?" Kakashi, expressionless, withdrew his arm as if he had not heard her, turning to assess Tsangmu's injury. It was evident the two were familiar, as Tsangmu's brows knitted together in pain. Tsangmu met Kakashi's gaze for several seconds, fully aware that he must have a reason for not wanting her to harm the kunoichi. However, in her peripheral vision, she saw the kunoichi still desperately clutching Kakashi's clothing, while Kakashi, though expressionless, did not attempt to break free, clearly accustomed to her antics. Tsangmu's wound extended from her collarbone to her right shoulder, inflicted with considerable force. Despite her timely evasion, she had sustained a significant cut, and Kakashi furrowed his brow, needing to stem the bleeding. Noticing the guilt in Kakashi's eyes, Tsangmu sighed softly, "It's nothing. I will take care of it." Sensing her unsteadiness, Kakashi recognized that her physical condition had deteriorated over time. She had endured this without questioning him. Had her spirit dulled? Surely not. The look she had cast toward him had revealed her confusion and grievance. Yet, she chose to trust him, willing to listen to his forthcoming explanation. "Hey, Kakashi. I am injured too. Look, can you hear me? I truly dislike that Tsangmu Lin. Hurry and have Lord Sandame assign her to another jonin." The incessant chatter and her proximity were beginning to irk Kakashi. He was not one to coddle others, pulling free from her ample bosom and stepping back a few paces. Casting a glance at the kunoichi's hand, which had been treated for her wound, Kakashi spoke indifferently to the orange-haired woman. "As you can see, Miss Jinko, your injury was caused by my student, necessitated by the protection of valuable assets during the mission." After a brief pause, he continued, "Ambush, surprise attack. As a fellow Konoha ninja, can I interpret your actions as harm against a comrade?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the woman scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, a Konoha ninja? Perhaps she once was, but now, she is nothing but a menace. She is a member of the Tsangmu clan. I merely wish to rid the village. To eliminate this Tsang." I interjected, interrupting the words of the orange-haired woman. "Miss Jinko, you must carefully contemplate what you are about to say. The surname you wish to mention is a forbidden word in both Konoha and the Land of Fire." Noticing Miss Jinko Boyu's momentary pause, Kakashi's frigid gaze bore into her, and beneath his mask, his lips parted slightly. "I advise you to act with caution in both speech and behavior." To the side, Tsangmu was tending to her wounds, her fingers momentarily faltering. Is the newcomer also a Konoha ninja? Recalling the mask, she realized she had just faced an operative from Konoha Zumbu. Jinko Boyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at Kakashi's terrifying stare, which he had never directed at her before, despite his usual aloofness. Tears welled up in her eyes as she exclaimed, "I am only thinking of your well-being." That song. Remembering Kakashi's mention of the forbidden word. She swallowed the word mu back down and continued. She was once an undercover agent, Kakashi. All that talk of traveling the world and returning to be a ninja was merely a ruse. If she were an ordinary spy, it would be one thing. But she is. A shuriken whizzed past her cheek as she feigned wiping away her tears, embedding itself forcefully in the tree behind her. The silver-haired ninja flicked his wrist. Jinko could hardly believe her eyes as she turned to look at the shuriken, and when she turned back, Kakashi's crescent-eyed smile was mere inches away. Jinko. Those who disregard the rules and harm their comrades bear the title of renegade ninja. Do you believe your family's influence can shield a renegade? The orange-haired woman swallowed hard, her lips twitching into a grimace that resembled a smile more than anything. She playfully tapped Kakashi's chest with her uninjured hand, saying, "What do you mean by harming comrades? I merely wish to spar with Shaolin." Then, she raised her other hand, revealing a fresh cut on the back of it, and made a grand gesture. Look, Shaolin was also rather heavy-handed. That was merely an accident. Kakashi glanced at the small wound, easily treatable with medical ninjutsu. He let out an almost inaudible cold snort and turned his attention to Tsangmu, who was sitting on a stone, wrapping her wounds. Perhaps more concerned about whether she could utilize her hemostatic technique, Kakashi did not wish to waste words with Jinko. Upon seeing Tsangmu zip up her jacket, he strode directly towards her. Chapter 22. Ancient Tree. I had intended to wait until the two behind me finished their conversation before approaching, but as soon as Tsangmu stood, Kakashi appeared at her side. His gaze fell upon the bandages around her neck, where blood could still be seen seeping through. Kakashi furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, "Can you still walk?" After receiving an affirmative nod from Tsangmu, Kakashi gestured for her to leave this place first. Tsangmu understood the signal and prepared to run. Kakashi contemplated for a moment, then bent down and lifted Tsangmu into his arms. Startled, she looked up to see Kakashi's chiseled jawline move as he apologized. "I will explain everything later." Meanwhile, Jinko Boyu feigned tears still glistening in her eyes. She looked up to see the silver-haired shinobi had already lifted Tsangmu, leaping onto a large tree and heading deeper into the dense woods, evidently to shake her off. "Kakashi, wait for me." The sound of the woman's furious voice echoed behind them, while Tsangmu gazed at Kakashi's chin with a complex expression. He deliberately softened his grip, as if concerned that rapid movement might exacerbate the injury on her shoulder. He could only use his palm to gently stabilize Tsangmu's head against his chest. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time Tsangmu wished to speak, Kakashi had already taken her far from their previous location. The only sound left was the rushing wind, and in her limited field of vision, the trees continued to blur past them. The sensation of being airborne, yet securely held, was peculiar. The crisp aura that belonged to Hatake Kakashi mingled with his body heat, enveloping Tsangmu's cheek and lingering at the tip of her nose. Had it not been for the searing pain in her shoulder, which constantly reminded her of the situation, Tsangmu might have found herself momentarily entranced by the escape. Earlier, Kakashi had referred to that woman as Miss Jinko, yet she did not seem to belong to any prominent clan in Konoha. However, Kakashi's formal address indicated otherwise. The intentions of that female Anbu were quite clear. Her assault was likely motivated by concern that Tsangmu's identity could implicate Kakashi. The newcomer practically wore her infatuation with Kakashi on her sleeve. Though her actions were absurd, one could not deny her striking beauty. A woman as radiant as fire. And yet Kakashi seemed to avoid her at all costs. At that moment, he lowered his head and met Tsangmu's gaze. Kakashi's eyes flickered. This girl had taken a blade for no reason, and yet her eyes remained bright as ever, showing no inclination to confront Jinko. Even the initial expressions of grievance and confusion had vanished. Did she truly trust him that much? A sudden warmth surged within Kakashi as he slowed his pace and paused against the trunk of an ancient tree. He gently placed Tsangmu on the branch, momentarily at a loss for how to begin explaining. It was Tsangmu who broke the silence first, tugging at her pale lips. "Given the circumstances, this Anbu and the one who previously intruded upon my residence do not appear to be from the same faction. Her name is Jinko Boyu. Although she now operates within the Anbu and is a Konoha ninja, her uncle serves as a minister in the Land of Fire. Moreover, their clan has historically been responsible for the security surrounding the minister's estate, aside from the 12 guardian ninja. This is a ninja force that can act independently of the Hokage. In your current situation," Kakashi lowered his voice. Though he did not finish his statement, Sangmu understood. The Jinko family is powerful, and had she truly harmed Jinko Boyu, given the latter's temperament, the uproar would place her directly in the limelight. Sangmu's identity must remain confidential, and the lower her presence, the better. High-ranking members had already dispatched Umbu operatives to initiate an assassination attempt on her, aiming to eliminate Sangmu, a ticking time bomb. If she were to escalate matters, her demise might not be of concern, but with her current physical condition, she would be unable to activate her bloodline limit. Should Sangmu's identity be revealed, it would inevitably implicate Kakashi and unearth her past endeavors in various nations to gather intelligence. The more she pondered, the more alarmed she became, and Sangmu instinctively swallowed hard. She was grateful for Kakashi's timely intervention, otherwise, the situation would have spiraled into chaos. As she opened her mouth to speak, a sudden jolt of pain shot through her shoulder, causing Sangmu to bend over and grasp the ancient tree bark beside her, unable to suppress a gasp of pain. "Did you strain the wound?" Kakashi inquired, noticing her increasingly pallid complexion. He stepped forward to stabilize her posture, his fingers grasping the zipper of her jacket, gently pulling it down. Beneath, the layers of white bandages around her neck were now soaked in crimson. Kakashi had observed the kunai Jinko had discarded during their earlier conversation and noted that it bore no special agents to impede coagulation. "Sangmu," Kakashi softly called her name, noticing the beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. He asked, "Have you stitched the wound?" The routine of suturing and hemostasis requires the use of chakra. Sangmu slowly shook his head, stating that he had utilized a tourniquet and hemostatic plaster. Upon hearing this, Kakashi opened his palm and gently grasped Sangmu's chin, lifting it slightly to gain a clearer view of the wound that extended from the collarbone to the shoulder beneath the white bandage. After a moment, Kakashi exhaled softly. Typically, when he sustained injuries during missions, he would employ basic medical ninjutsu for treatment. Lacking anesthetics, he felt a twinge of regret for forgetting to bring his emergency medical kit on this outing. Kakashi glanced at Sangmu's pale face and remarked, "The bleeding hasn't stopped. The wound is too deep, and the pressure from the tourniquet is insufficient to suture it. I must save her." In this urgent situation, witnessing the woman's complexion grow increasingly ashen, Kakashi inquired with his gaze. Sangmu, barely perceptibly, nodded. She was growing weaker, her consciousness gradually slipping away. Kakashi removed his vest to cushion her back, allowing her to lean against the sturdy trunk of the ancient tree. The silver-haired ninja proceeded to cut away the bandage around her neck. His movements were swift and decisive, and in mere moments, the bandage was entirely removed. One had to admit that Sangmu's technique for dressing wounds was commendable. Although the injury was considerable, had Sangmu been in her usual state, utilizing chakra for timely suturing and hemostasis would have rendered such an injury trivial. However, circumstances had changed. Sangmu's usual hemostatic technique had unexpectedly failed, leading to a misjudgment on her part. Was it merely the tourniquet she had relied upon? Or was it possible that she was simply trying to be brave? Kakashi pondered this as he extended his arm to secure the faltering Sangmu, pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, he disregarded any notions of gender distinction, allowing her to lean against him while he lowered his gaze to examine the ghastly wound on her shoulder, murmuring, "I must cut your clothing." Sangmu instinctively trusted the man behind her, and almost as soon as she nodded in agreement, Kakashi began to cut the black ninja uniform from her right shoulder down to the sleeve. Her smooth right arm and the still bleeding shoulder and neck were soon exposed. Kakashi furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he focused on treating her shoulder wound. After disinfecting and wiping away the persistent blood, he channeled chakra to his fingertips, forming a chakra thread, and began to stitch into Sangmu's pale shoulder and neck skin. Kakashi's suturing was swift and devoid of unnecessary motions. Sangmu trembled uncontrollably in his embrace due to the pain. She was so slender that the suturing around the shoulder, where muscle was present, proceeded relatively smoothly. However, the gash near the collarbone proved to be a challenge for Kakashi. Sangmu was able to endure the earlier suturing, but the wound near the collarbone was now revealing bone. Kakashi's breath enveloped her back as he noticed the chakra thread he had suspended in midair. Sangmu stirred slightly against his neck, slowly raising her still-functioning left arm to grasp Kakashi's trembling pinky, as if to offer him reassurance. "It's all right, continue." Kakashi remained silent, understanding that time was of the essence. If he hesitated, Sangmu would lose too much blood, and even if he succeeded in suturing the wound, it might be too late. Steadying his mind, Kakashi resumed his work, stitching with both speed and precision. Sangmu clenched her thigh tightly, unaware that her lack of chakra rendered the treatment of a seemingly ordinary wound extraordinarily painful. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, causing her soft white hair to cling to her skin. Due to blood loss, Sangmu's consciousness began to fade. Leaning against Kakashi, she longed for the person she had missed for so many years to be by her side. In a moment of disorientation, Sangmu felt a sudden desire. If she were to perish at this moment, she would be willing. With that thought, Sangmu slowly closed her weary eyes. The chaos of her mind suddenly filled with vivid images. Repeat that. A child, kneeling on one leg, wiped the blood from the corner of their mouth with determination. Their eyes, swollen with rage, fixed intently on the lower-ranked ninja before them. If you say it again, that Kakashi Hatake from Konoha is a heartless monster. Everyone who gets close to him ends up suffering. Haven't you heard? Just recently, the girl who grew up with him. Shut your mouth. Sangmu felt her anger boiling within her. She had concealed her identity and infiltrated Sunagakure as a child of a small vendor. Shortly after her arrival, she overheard the lower-ranked ninjas discussing Kakashi Hatake. How dare these insignificant people, whom Kakashi had never even acknowledged, tarnish his name. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she swung her fist once more at the faces of those sand ninjas. Are you insane? You're just a little brat. Did Kakashi save your life? We are sand ninjas. A hard hit could kill you. Better beg for mercy before we finish you. Several lower-ranked ninjas surrounded the petite Sangmu, pummeling her with fists and kicks. To maintain her cover, Sangmu had no choice but to retaliate with her fists. Outnumbered, she soon found herself overpowered. Yet she clung tightly to the thigh of the ninja who had called Kakashi a monster, enduring the blows raining down on her head and body. In the scene, the girl, bloodied and battered, gazed defiantly with round eyes, vowing to make the other acknowledge their mistake. Kakashi is not a monster. She would not allow anyone to speak of him that way. She would not permit anyone to salt his wounds. The cherished ones are gone, and the one left behind suffers the most. Kakashi, Kakashi, wait for me. I want to return to your side as soon as possible. A voice echoed deep within her. Do you wish to grow cold in Kakashi's embrace? Pain pierced her heart, and Sangmu slowly opened her eyes. The sound of Kakashi's voice attempting to rouse her resonating in her mind. Moo moo moo. At that moment, Kakashi had successfully sutured Sangmu's wound, applied fresh ointment, and re-wrapped the bandage, allowing her to recline against the tree trunk. Seeing her fingers twitch and her eyes slowly flutter open, he had feared that her excessive blood loss would prevent her from waking again, so he felt a wave of relief. The silver-haired ninja quietly exhaled, only to find Sangmu's slightly opened eyes gazing at him. The injured side seemed numb to pain as she raised her hand toward him. Sangmu looked upon Kakashi's face, still somewhat indistinct, her eyes filled with tenderness. Kakashi, I'm back. Kakashi was taken aback, wondering if her blood loss had induced a hallucination. Sangmu, he softly called. How are you feeling now? The voice that reached her from Kakashi felt like a long, soothing incantation, and Sangmu could only perceive her eyelids becoming unbearably heavy, compelling her to close her eyes and drift into a deep slumber. Observing Sangmu's seemingly oscillating between consciousness and sleep, Kakashi monitored her steady breathing for a while before checking her pulse. Once assured that she was stable, he turned to retrieve a thermal blanket from his pack, draping it over her. Noticing that night had fallen, Kakashi decided that Sangmu needed to rest before they continued their journey, opting to spend the night beneath the ancient tree. Kakashi retrieved a map from his bag, seated himself cross-legged, and unfurled the map upon the tree trunk before him, preparing to seek a new route to the land of Ginger. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was convening a clandestine meeting with two high-ranking officials. Have we received a response from the Land of Frost? Is that sudden apparition truly a member of the Sumu clan? Mito Gate-in and Takurai Komatsu inquired with somber expressions. No, that was indeed the true heir of the Land of Frost, the third Hokage replied. Observing the accusatory demeanor of the two, he leisurely took a puff from his cigarette. Moreover, the Sumu clan has been extinct for over 20 years. What more can there be of the Sumu? What do you mean by that? I have received word that the long-absent white-haired child has returned to the village. Do you intend to keep her hidden? His tone was firm, asserting that if she posed a threat to the village, they must act swiftly. She has indeed returned after completing her mission, Sarutobi replied calmly, lowering his cigarette. However, she has already been executed in secret. What? En and Komatsu exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by this revelation. When did this happen? Well, it was when she revived the young master of the Land of Frost and exhausted her chakra. What else could be done? She harbored far too many secrets. If we did not eliminate her, would we allow her to be captured by other ninja villages? The third Hokage regarded them meaningfully. Or do you have a more suitable solution, you two? After a moment of silence, both In and Komatsu silently concurred with Sarutobi's decision. Yet, the thought that the girl might be the last surviving member of the Sumu clan, a lineage possessing a mysterious bloodline limit, weighed heavily on their hearts. It seemed a pity to have extinguished her life so easily, and raised his gaze once more, asking, what of her body? Burned, the third Hokage stated curtly. Komatsu slammed her cane against the ground, exclaiming, she was the last of the Sumu clan. Implicit in her words was the notion that preserving her remains for Konoha's research would have been beneficial. She has fulfilled her responsibilities diligently, gathering intelligence for the village. And now, in her time of need, you do not even spare her body? The third Hokage's expression darkened, fury surging within him. That child was once cradled in your arms. You, In, rendered speechless, sighed. 10 years prior, they had sought to extract information through unknown means, compelling Minato to allow Sumu Rin to undertake missions. Recently, Shimura Danzo had subtly suggested that the returning Sumu girl could not be allowed to remain. After conferring with Komatsu, they agreed, considering Sarutobi's kind-hearted nature. They had come today, fearing he might oppose Rin's execution, fully prepared to argue for her removal as a liability. Yet, Sarutobi had cut straight to the heart of the matter, sparing them the need for further discussion. It was rare to see him so astute. Realizing the inhumanity of their words, they ceased to dwell on the subject of Sumu Rin. Since the third had stated she had been executed in secret, her remains being burned was a settled matter. At least, the intelligence she had procured from various nations was authentic. They could later erect a nameless gravestone in her memory. She would have died with purpose. As they departed, Sarutobi took another drag from his cigarette, recalling the silver-haired ninja who had unexpectedly visited him that night. Just as he was about to recline, he noticed a figure lingering outside through the half-open window. The visitor, clad in a black mask, blended into the night, seemingly awaiting his recognition. Why not come in, Kakashi? Sarutobi beckoned. I apologize for the intrusion. My subordinate wishes to report on the situation regarding the Jinin, Moku. Oh, why choose to report at night rather than during the day? Sarutobi inquired. Is Moku still in the hospital? Has she regained consciousness? Yes. She left the hospital last night and is now in my residence, albeit in a state of unconsciousness, the silver-haired ninja reported. Sarutobi was taken aback. The Kakashi of now was no longer the same. Once engulfed in darkness, he now seemed willing to harbor such a troublesome situation in his own home. Is she in danger? What of her chakra? Just as the Land of Frost suggested, her chakra may soon be depleted, Kakashi replied. The third Hokage understood that if this were merely the case, Kakashi would not have come to him at such an hour. What do you plan to do, Kakashi? Kakashi slowly articulated his desire to temporarily assume the role of a jonin in Rin's stead. Why? Sarutobi recalled telling Kakashi before, the more one represses the darkness within, the deeper one sinks. Remove your mask and take on the responsibilities of a jonin. The brooding youth then had been obscured by his mask, betraying no emotions. After a brief silence, Kakashi's gaze fell into the depths of the night, and he sighed. I do not possess a definitive answer. I simply feel that she deserves a better conclusion. If I neglect her, only death awaits Sumu Rin. Kakashi stood outside, awaiting the third Hokage's response. I understand. Come to the Hokage Tower during a quiet moment to submit your request for a replacement. Kakashi, Sarutobi finally decided. It is indeed a commendable idea. The following day, as the sun approached its zenith, Sumu Rin awakened on Kakashi's back. She felt her fingers twitch, slowly opening her eyes, as if emerging from a lengthy dream. The swiftly passing green shadows of trees came into view, and upon turning her head, she saw Kakashi's black mask. As she sensed movement from the person carrying her, Kakashi halted and gently set her down. Rin glanced around, noting the towering ancient trees surrounding them. They had entirely strayed from their intended path, leaving her bewildered. Where are we? Kakashi turned to her, softly stating, deep within the forest. A smile graced Rin's lips as she politely inquired, is the deep within the forest RB route? After a brief silence, Kakashi looked down and smiled brightly. Indeed, Moku is quite clever. Observing the crescent-shaped eyes, Rin understood that this route must have been devised by Kakashi after tending to her wounds the previous night. A soft smile spread across her face. Her teacher was truly reliable. Well, let's not get too complacent. Perhaps you should first survey your surroundings before showering praise. Kakashi replied teasingly. Rin scanned her surroundings, noting the small patch of blue sky framed by towering trees above, while below lay the slippery, damp underbrush teeming with serpents and insects. The ominous low growls echoed from within, and her expression morphed into one of rich complexity, reflecting her inner turmoil. Kakashi bent down, grasping her arm to lift her once more. This area is currently devoid of ninja. I can carry you swiftly through it. Wait a moment. Rin stammered, halting him. Receiving Kakashi's questioning gaze, the blushing girl stuttered, No, there's no need to carry me. I can walk on my own. Kakashi's gaze lingered on the bandage wrapped around Rin's neck for a few moments before gently placing her back on the tree trunk, furrowing his brow. He then retrieved the map from his bag, unfolded it, and pointed with his slender finger to an inconspicuous path. At 3 o'clock. If we walk a few more 100 meters, we will find a road. Sangmu leaned forward and indeed saw a narrow path beneath Kakashi's fingertips. According to the map, they were currently situated at a point marked with a large exclamation mark beside this path. It turned out that due to the numerous uncertainties associated with this trail, it had not been within my contemplation. Now, returning to the main road seemed impractical, so I shall simply carry you across. Taking the small path would expedite our journey to Jiangziguo, wouldn't it? Kakashi observed Sangmu listening intently and pointed towards the grass at their feet, from which occasional rustling sounds emerged, suggesting that what lay hidden within was likely no benevolent entity. Sangmu Lin, bereft of chakra and nursing wounds that bled, was akin to fresh meat enticing predatory beasts. Kakashi squatted down and softly murmured, It is but a few 100 meters. I shall move swiftly, so bear with me. The sudden softness in Kakashi's voice startled Sangmu Lin, who then realized that he sought to atone for the injury she sustained yesterday, stemming from his abrupt intervention to prevent her from striking at Jinko. A peculiar sensation arose within her. Sangmu bit her lip in silence, choosing not to feign strength any longer. Nodding, she allowed Kakashi to draw her onto his broad back, and he quickly navigated through the woods. Kakashi glanced at the slender hand resting on his shoulder, tightly clutching his garment, her knuckles paling from the pressure. He focused ahead and softly uttered an apology. The person on his back offered no response. Assuming Sangmu's silence was due to her excessive blood loss, Kakashi did not dwell on it further. They swiftly reached the narrow path, and Kakashi gently set Sangmu Lin down. This path, perhaps due to a lack of foot traffic, had long since become overgrown and scarcely resembled a proper trail. Kakashi walked ahead while Sangmu Lin silently followed, burdened by her painting, and neither spoke. Finally, with just a minute before sunset, they emerged from the dim forest into a more expansive valley, where they sought a patch of level grass. Let us rest here for the night. We shall reach our destination by tomorrow afternoon. Kakashi smiled at Sangmu. Sangmu turned away, avoiding his gaze. Faced with her sudden cold demeanor, Kakashi's smile faded. Quietly, he kindled a fire and settled beside her. The silver-haired ninja contemplated. Though he had explained to Sangmu that his intervention was motivated by concern for her safety regarding Jinko's family, he was acutely aware that his instinctive reaction upon discovering she was Jinko Boyo had been a desire to distance himself from her. While he was indeed Sangmu Lin's mentor, his personal biases had inadvertently placed his student in peril. Fully aware that Sangmu was currently unable to summon chakra, he had nonetheless allowed her to tend to her own wounds. The warm yellow flames illuminated the pale contours of Sangmu's face, and Kakashi's gaze fell upon her bandaged neck. He softly murmured another apology. Sangmu Lin let out a barely audible sigh and slowly raised her left hand towards him. The gentle touch against his cheek momentarily startled Kakashi. His thoughts shifted from her injuries, and their eyes locked. The silver-haired man gazed into Sangmu's eyes, which were pale from blood loss. She parted her lips, which had lost their color, yet her voice remained resolute and tender as she spoke. Kakashi, this injury resulted from my indecision and misjudgment during battle. Please do not continually shoulder the blame. Consider this. Had you not intervened, what fate would I have faced? Bound and taken back to the daimyo's estate? Subjected to judgment from the various nations? Or reduced to a test subject in a research facility? This is merely a bit of blood. Which ninja returns from a mission unscathed? Even your students deserve the chance to endure trials and grow, do they not? Kakashi stared intently at her, and in response to Sangmu's long overdue words of comfort, His eyes betrayed an inscrutable tumult of emotions. In that moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. The warm glow of the fire casting a gentle light upon them, while the surrounding cicadas fell silent. Sangmu cradled Kakashi's face, seeking to penetrate the heavy gray mist clouding his gaze, wishing to convey that he was not alone. Kakashi, this is not your fault. That night, after finishing dinner, the ninjas changed shifts, and those who were free gathered to share drinks and converse. Wait a moment, Xuanjian. I told you that Hong is not fond of alcohol. Stop trying to provoke her. Hey, it's rare for Hong to come to the tavern. We should share a drink together. Sitting idle is so dull. Inside the tavern, Asuma was restraining Xuanjian, who persistently attempted to pour sake for the sunset red-haired Hong. Suddenly, a slick watermelon-headed figure poked his head through the window. Hey, has anyone seen Kakashi? I just thought of a youthful challenge to awaken his fiery spirit, but he could not find him. Kakashi-san, I believe he went to Jiangziguo with Sangmu, or rather, with Xiaolin, Huibisu said, pouring himself a drink without lifting his head. Xuanjian raised an eyebrow, snatching the sake bottle from Huibisu. Who told you to call her Xiaolin? How cheesy. Huh. Huibisu was speechless, recalling the third Hokage's instructions to avoid mentioning Sangmu's surname from then on. How am I to address her? Xuanjian emphatically tapped the table twice, reminding him. Haven't we discussed this? Sangmu's file now states Mu. Henceforth, refrain from calling her by her name as if you are familiar. Hey, compared to names, your call is more thorough. You jerk. Can I not be like you? I am close to Lin. Close. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, several nearby individuals fixed their intense gazes upon him. Xuanjian momentarily faltered, then exploded in frustration. We are just good friends. What are you all thinking? Hong exchanged knowing glances with Asuma, sharing a silent smile. Huibisu's eyes drifted to Asuma and Hong, who sat nearby, wearing expressions as though they had been fed dog food. Indeed, who doesn't he know that Xiaolin has clung to Kakashi since childhood? Ever since returning to the village, the two have been inseparable. The sunglasses-wearing man patted Xuanjian on the shoulder, sharing a moment of camaraderie. The man with the 1,000 books in his mouth immediately recoiled, exclaiming, Stop. I am quite popular. Just overwhelmed by choices. Outside the window, Mai Takai stood in confusion, wondering what they were discussing. Asuma's cheeks flushed slightly as he turned away. Unable to meet Hong's gaze, while she smiled brightly at Akai, I didn't quite understand either. But Kakashi should be taking the young Mu on a mission since he is her guiding teacher. Well, it seems there is nothing to be done. We shall just wait for Kakashi and Sangmu to return, Xuanjian remarked, recalling the third Hokage's instructions and swallowing the Mu that had lingered on his tongue. I shall settle the score with him upon his return. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that it was Kakashi who volunteered to replace Sangmu's supervising jonin, which is quite a rare occurrence. At this moment, Huibisu had transformed into a gossip-loving ninja. It does not seem a bad thing, having someone by his side. I've noticed that Kakashi's expressions have been more varied lately. Asuma finally expressed interest and joined the conversation. TCH, those two must have some secrets. Xuanjian tossed a couple of peanuts into his mouth, his expression sour. Recently, when I saw Lin, it was merely a hasty greeting. I hardly had time to chat. Speaking of which, have you all not suspected anything about Xiaolin? Upon returning from a distant journey, the esteemed Hokage personally addressed the matter. With a serious demeanor, Huibishu lowered his head and took a sip of his drink. As he looked up, he noticed the expressions of his contemporaries, who regarded him as if he were a fool, causing him to panic. What is wrong? Are you really this slow on the uptake? Is this the moment you choose to mention it? Shinkai shook his head in disappointment while drinking. However, since this matter cannot be openly discussed, it falls under the category of a confidential mission, and we should refrain from further speculation. After this exchange, the group fell into a mutual silence. Chapter 24, Jianghua. The kingdom of Jiang is established on the mountainside, housing the Baijia Manor. Xianglan, please go to the entrance and take a look, said a long-haired man dressed as a farmer, wielding a sickle for weeding. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he straightened up from the ginger field and called out to those within the manor, the ninja who was supposed to arrive yesterday. Why is there still no word at this hour? Understood. The girl named Xianglan set down her needlework, straightened her kimono, and walked with small steps through the spacious inner hall toward the entrance. As she reached the open wooden door, she spotted two figures at the foot of the mountain, their outlines flickering and indistinct. She stepped down the steps in front of the door, craning her neck to peer outside while mumbling, "Have they arrived?" Unbeknownst to her, The hard soles of her wooden clogs slipped on the uneven stone surface, and as she closed her eyes and let out a scream, "Ah!" In that split second before her delicate face met the ground, a figure appeared before her, effortlessly catching her in his embrace. Still shaken, Xianglan blinked in disbelief, struggling to catch her breath. The figure then nimbly leaped inside, gently placing her down on solid ground. "Are you all right?" A voice with a captivating timbre inquired. Dazed, Xianglan gazed up at her savior, noticing his silver hair and the black mask obscuring much of his face. After a moment of hesitation, she asked uncertainly, "Are you the esteemed ninja from the land of fire?" Esteemed ninja? Considering that the kingdom of Jiang was not a ninja nation, it was not surprising that they seldom encountered ninjas. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Curiosity piqued, Xianglan studied the man before her. Although the mask concealed his facial features, his remarkable stature and aura suggested he was undoubtedly a striking gentleman. Remembering how he had just cradled her, Xianglan felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. "Please, come inside," she began. But before she could finish her sentence, another figure entered through the door. A woman with shoulder-length white hair approached, her fair complexion radiating beauty. As she drew nearer, Xianglan's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that in order to change her bandages, Songmu Lin had removed her Konoha forehead protector, adorning her face with dark tape to enhance her features, and donned a lively ensemble. She wore a light mesh tube top paired with a sleeveless top that zipped up, complemented by a short black skirt. However, her attire was evidently a stark contrast to the teachings Xianglan had received since childhood, which insisted that women ought to dress modestly and cover themselves. Taken aback by Songmu Lin's appearance, Xianglan momentarily lost her ability to speak. "Hello. We are here to deliver a painting. Is Baijia available?" Songmu Lin inquired, holding the box containing the artwork as she approached the girl. Noticing that the girl in her kimono had yet to respond, merely staring with wide brown eyes, Songmu Lin turned to Kakashi, seeking clarification with her gaze. Kakashi had observed Xianglan's reaction and, deducing the reason behind her silence, cleared his throat and said, "Typically, female ninjas prefer more practical attire, so do not take offense." Songmu Lin blinked, glancing down at her outfit, the contours of her chest subtly visible beneath the ninja fabric. Throughout her travels among various ninja nations, she had encountered little scrutiny regarding attire. Practicality or personal preference sufficed. This time, however, she had indeed overlooked the cultural nuances required in non-ninja countries. Her gaze lingered on the white bandages adorning Songmu's neck and right shoulder, a clear indication of an injury sustained during their travels. Coming back to her senses and recalling her earlier reaction, Xianglan hastily apologized. "Ah, my apologies. My brother is in the backyard tending to the ginger field." The thought that such a lovely lady would accompany the silver-haired ninja on missions stirred a sense of unease within Xianglan, causing her to lower her gaze to the ground. With a hint of coldness in her tone, she added, "Esteemed ninja, please follow me." Feeling as though she had indeed acted thoughtlessly, Songmu Lin politely returned the bow. As Xianglan and Kakashi turned to enter the house, the white-haired female ninja swiftly set down her accompanying backpack. She retrieved the long-unused black cloak from her bag and hurriedly donned it before hastily following the two ahead. Kakashi, who had keenly heard the commotion behind him, turned slightly and caught sight of Songmu Lin's expression of "thank goodness I acted quickly." Unable to suppress a smile beneath his mask, he thought to himself, "This fool. You have finally arrived. I was just wondering why Lord Qingshui's 3-day itinerary has spilled into today," Baijia exclaimed, his face still smeared with dirt, as he warmly invited them to take a seat. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances on the way." Songmu Lin explained as she placed the box on the ground and retrieved the scroll containing the painting, presenting it to Baijia. "This contains the landscape painting entrusted by the head of the Qingshui family. Please inspect it so we may return to the village and report back." As her eyes lifted, Songmu Lin noticed the small courtyard at the back of the house, filled with vibrant green ginger plants. "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed ninja." Baijia accepted the scroll but did not hastily open it. Instead, he casually set it aside. With a beaming smile, he invited Kakashi and Songmu Lin to join him for dinner that evening. Kakashi observed the amiable Baijia and then glanced at the painting left unattended. His expression shifted slightly as he exchanged glances with Songmu Lin. They recalled the anxious demeanor of the Qingshui family's servant prior to their departure, contrasting sharply with Baijia. who now had the painting in hand, yet made no effort to examine it. Both sensed that something was amiss with Baijia. Quickly, Kakashi composed himself and returned a smile, naturally accepting Baijia's invitation to dinner. Baijia and Xianglan, noticing Kakashi's inquisitive gaze, blushed and bowed slightly. I am Xianglan. Kakashi nodded, and I am Kakashi. I appreciate the hospitality of you both. As Tsangmu Lin prepared to take her seat, she nearly fell off her chair upon hearing Kakashi refer to himself as an apprentice. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by disturbing? The man with long hair and fair skin, dirt smeared across his face, burst into hearty laughter and asked, So, you two are indeed master and apprentice? Tsangmu Lin maintained her smile, nodding obediently. Kakashi's grin widened, his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, embodying the essence of a kind-hearted mentor. Yes, Xiaomu has been eagerly anticipating the chance to witness the legendary Huanjiang flower upon arriving in the kingdom of Jiang. By the way, Baijia, do you know where one might find it? Huanjianghua. Tsangmu Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the flower's name that eluded her memory. Upon hearing Kakashi mention Huanjianghua, Shanbian Baijia and Shanbian Xianglan exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions shifting to one of unease. The flush of infatuation that had adorned Shan Bian Xianglan's face faded, leaving her palate. Tsangmu Lin noticed this change, still unable to recall what Huanjianghua was, leaving her in a state of confusion. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Kakashi's eyes, though his tone remained gentle and courteous. Shanbian, is something amiss? You appear unwell. And no, it's nothing. It's just that the Huanjianghua you mentioned is a demonic flower. The people of the land of Ginger dare not even speak its name. Shanbian Baijia managed a strained smile, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, is that so? Kakashi observed their reactions keenly, then clapped his hands as if recalling something. Ah, it is not Huanjiang, but rather Huijiang. My apologies for the mix-up. Huijianghua. Tsangmu Lin watched as the Shanbian siblings exchanged a relieved sigh, followed by a reappearance of a smile on Shanbian Baijia's face. Ninja, you have truly made an astonishing misunderstanding. Huijianghua is our national flower, named for its petals that blaze like flames. Shanbian Baijia continued. I happen to have a few ornamental Huijianghua plants in another garden. If you wish to see them after dinner, we can go together. Receiving Kakashi's glance, Tsangmu Lin promptly nodded enthusiastically. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Shanbian Langjun. At her address, the three were momentarily taken aback before the long-haired man burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiaomu, you are truly refreshing. A fitting representation of a female ninja from a great nation. Kakashi sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this fellow had gone a bit overboard. Meanwhile, Shanbian Xianglan cast a glance at the man who was laughing heartily, pondering how someone so unfamiliar could so casually be addressed as Langjun Shirley. Women living in the land of fire must enjoy greater freedom. A tinge of envy blossomed in her heart. At that moment, Sangmu's thoughts turned to Huanjianghua and Huijianghua. Shouldn't they have returned to the land of fire after delivering the painting? What is Kakashi truly implying? Then, I shall take my leave to bathe and change. My sister must also go to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal. You two may explore the estate at your leisure, Shanbian Baijia said, rising and offering an apologetic smile to Kakashi and Tsangmu Lin, who both returned the gesture with nods. Once the siblings departed, Kakashi noticed Tsangmu Lin casting him a questioning look, realizing she was still processing the earlier events. As she opened her mouth to inquire, Kakashi tossed a small booklet towards her, which she caught deftly. Tsangmu Lin glanced at the cover of the booklet, titled Hua Chao Iwan Lu 18. Kakashi, while observing the beams of the Shanbian residence, offered subtle hints to Tsangmu Lin. Following his cue, she flipped to the 18th page and beheld a beautiful flower, resembling a butterfly surrounded by petals, with the caption, by Seijianghua, typically used for ornamental purposes, non-toxic, fragrant. On the adjacent 19th page, a flower strikingly similar in shape to the Jianghua, but in a fiery red hue, was depicted. Tsangmu Lin read silently, Huijianghua, the national flower of the land of Ginger, with vibrant red petals resembling a multitude of fiery butterflies, also known as the flower of love. Huijianghua blooms during the day and gradually closes its petals at night. It is advised not to approach those blooming at night. Noting that the night-blooming Huijianghua should not be approached, Tsangmu Lin looked up at Kakashi, recalling how Shanbian Baijia had mentioned taking them to see the Huijianghua after dinner. Perhaps he merely intended to let them observe from a distance. She mused internally. Turning the pages further back, a peculiar plant with a single petal caught her eye. Song-Mu Lin stared at the illustration of a flower bud seemingly encased in numerous petals yet unable to bloom, accompanied by a singular dark red petal peeking out. This flower was unsettling to behold. Her gaze shifted to the annotation, and she felt a jolt of surprise. Huan Jianghua, although named Jianghua, is actually the flower of ginger. Ginger flowers are exceedingly rare, typically blooming at the top of the plant, while Huan Jianghua emerges from the ginger rhizome. Its crushed form is known for its hallucinogenic effects, hence the name Huan Jianghua. This flower is worth a fortune. A fully blossomed Huan Jianghua is a rarity in this world. After reading the entry, Song-Mu Lin found it difficult to comprehend the strange expressions of the Shanbian siblings earlier. However, Kakashi soon clarified her confusion. He pointed with a finger to the flower illustration, where a line of small text was inscribed beside it. Song-Mu Lin raised the booklet to scrutinize the text, her eyes widening in astonishment. Huan Jiang in soup, everyone becomes a ninja. In her mind, she silently repeated the phrase, everyone becomes a ninja, everyone becomes a ninja, everyone becomes a ninja. Suddenly, Song-Mu Lin recalled where she had first heard of Huan Jianghua. Several years prior, while infiltrating the Land of Grass, a small tribe had been embroiled in internal strife. As ninjas were responsible for underground operations and intelligence, they served as a crucial combat resource for the Land of Grass. In response, the leader of Kusa no Kuni ordered the arrest of all civilians in the turmoil, identifying their status. Those found to be ninjas were detained, while the civilians faced execution. She had once accessed the memories of an elder from Kusa, which contained fragments detailing how civilians had evaded persecution using Huan Jianghua. The secret scrolls of the Land of Grass noted that bathing in a bath infused with Huan Jianghua could conceal an ordinary person's presence from perception-type ninjas and chakra paper tests. A young woman and a boy had successfully passed the ninja examination, only to be exposed at the border of the Land of Grass due to the woman's excessive anxiety, which caused a remnant of Huan Jianghua to fall out. Fortunately, they had managed to escape into the dense forest of a neighboring country just in time. Konoha had maintained amicable relations with Kusa and was unwilling to see Konoha ninjas partake in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Song-Mu Lin distinctly remembered that she had refrained from documenting this incident in her intelligence report. It was then that she had learned about Huan Jianghua. However, at that time, Song-Mu Lin had not yet exhibited signs of cognitive decline, and thus gradually forgot about it. Huan Jiang in soup, everyone becomes a ninja. Seeing Song-Mu Lin suddenly realize something, she lifted her gaze to Kakashi, who gently snapped his fingers. Indeed, it is precisely as you surmise. Chapter 25, The Illusion Indeed. Having lived as a covert operative for a decade, Song-Mu Lin comprehended the stark disparities between the ninja nations and non-ninja nations. The resources they received in all aspects were worlds apart. For instance, agricultural techniques, transportation, and medical equipment. Not to mention, the great nations possessed ninja villages as their primary combat force. Items like Huan Jianghua, which could easily disrupt the order of ninja villages, were strictly prohibited from circulating within ninja nations. Conversely, non-ninja nations, constrained by economic and military limitations, were equally forbidden from cultivating or trading such items. Nevertheless, under certain circumstances, non-ninja nations might disguise their spies as ninjas, hoping to glean even the slightest intelligence from the great nations to bring back to their own. In such cases, Huan Jianghua could prove useful, as its rarity elevated its price significantly. High prices breed greed, and thus it is not uncommon for individuals to choose to transgress prohibitions. However, did this have any relation to the Shanbian siblings? Their reactions upon hearing Huan Jianghua were indeed peculiar. At the edge of the mountain, Shanbian Baijia had not laid eyes on the renowned painting since acquiring it. The scroll containing the masterpiece still rested beside the chair he had just occupied. An unsettling sight indeed. Yet, how could Kakashi link the Shanbian family to the prohibited sale of the illusory ginger flower based solely on these two observations? Song-Mu Lin furrowed her brow in contemplation, casting a gaze of mild confusion towards Kakashi. The silver-haired ninja, at that moment, drew forth a sharp kunai and pricked the pad of his finger, then unleashed a scroll with a flick of his wrist, imprinting his bleeding thumb upon one end. He swiftly unfurled the scroll before resealing it, subsequently forming hand seals as he proclaimed, "Ninjutsu, summoning technique." with a series of resounding pops. Sangmu Lin beheld 8 uniquely shaped canine beasts materialize before Kakashi. "Oh Kakashi, long time no see," greeted the smallest dog, wagging its tail. Intrigued, Sangmu Lin approached, wondering if these were the legendary 8 Nin dogs with whom Kakashi had forged a blood pact during his tenure in the Yambu. There was no time for pleasantries, however. Kakashi, stating they could not leave just yet, handed a small twig to the little ninja dog. In a hushed voice, he instructed, "Go assist in searching for any scents, and see if there are such plants near this estate." Sangmu Lin gestured for action, and the 8 Nin dogs dashed off, soon returning to her side, whispering, "Other tasks?" Kakashi nodded slightly, explaining that upon their departure, the third Hokage had assigned him additional responsibilities. Noticing Sangmu Lin's inquiring gaze, Kakashi contemplated for a moment before retrieving a sealed mission scroll, forming hand seals once more. Upon uttering the release, he tossed the unsealed scroll to Sangmu. As Sangmu Lin opened it, she read, "Recently, rumors have circulated that merchants from the land of ginger are attempting to cultivate a mutated variant of the illusory ginger flower. Ninjas from the water and earth countries sent to investigate have all disappeared, fearing it may spread to the 5 great ninja nations. Your journey to the land of ginger coincides perfectly with this matter. Ascertain the truth and report back. Note: the village only retains remnants of the illusory ginger flower. Use this as a lead. Exercise caution and strive to complete the mission." The third Hokage, Sangmu Lin, was taken aback. The illusory ginger flower was already a rare and enigmatic bloom, and now there were those attempting to cultivate a mutated variant. "You suspect," she began, gazing at Kakashi before shifting her attention to the verdant ginger field in the backyard of the Shanbian residence. "I hope I am merely overthinking this." Kakashi shrugged, gently patting her left shoulder, assuring her that the truth would reveal itself by dinner. Initially, he had not considered Shanbian Baiji suspicious. His plan was to deliver the painting and later explain the situation to Sangmu Lin, after which they would investigate the land of ginger together. However, upon merely probing, the siblings' peculiar reaction to the illusory ginger flower compelled Kakashi to harbor doubts. Sangmu Lin tucked the mission scroll away, understanding the desperate measures ordinary individuals might take to disguise themselves as ninjas in the face of survival. Yet, for those with malicious intent, solely seeking profit at the expense of others' lives, she yearned to eradicate them swiftly. Meanwhile, in a kitchen nearby, a man with brown braids dismissed the kitchen servants, holding a porcelain jar with its mouth agape, poised to pour its contents into a fragrant dish on the stove. A pair of hands clad in maple leaf-patterned kimono reached out as Shanbian Xianglan, filled with unease, said, "Brother, perhaps we should let this one go? I have a feeling these 2 ninjas are on an entirely different level from the previous ones, especially the masked one who obscures one eye." Her words prompted Shanbian Baiji to momentarily halt his actions, reflecting on the 2 ninjas dispatched from the Land of Fire for a C-rank mission. He acknowledged their distinctness from those sent by other nations. The aura they exuded suggested they were far beyond the level of Chunin. Nevertheless, they had no choice. Shanbian Baiji's expression hardened as he grasped Shanbian Xianglan's hand, continuing to pour the colorless, tasteless liquid into the dish while sorrowfully stating, "Do not blame me. Blame the chakra within you. I do not desire this, but we have no alternatives." Upon hearing her brother's words, Shanbian Xianglan turned away, unable to suppress her tears. "Haha. I apologize for the wait, esteemed ninjas. Please, allow me to escort you to the dining area," said the braided man, now clad in an elegant kimono. As he approached the silver-haired ninja, who was engrossed in a small yellow book, he suddenly noticed that the white-haired female ninja was absent from the hall and inquired, "Where's Komu?" "Oh, I see," the silver-haired ninja replied, not lifting his gaze, seemingly lost in the narrative of the book. Shanbian Baiji paused, bemused, as he recognized the stark contrast to the previously courteous man. Just as he intended to inquire further, the silver-haired ninja finally acknowledged Shanbian Baiji, hastily apologizing, "My apologies. Komu is over there." Shanbian turned to the direction Kakashi indicated, spotting a white head bent low, diligently weeding the ginger field. Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, it straightened and waved, clutching several weeds in its hand. The smile on the braided man's face slowly faltered. Kakashi approached, adopting a tone of mild exasperation. "Ah, that child Komu is simply diligent. She refuses to accept a free meal from Mr. Shanbian, and here she is, laboring to repay you." "Ah, How gracious, Komu. Shanbian Baijia quickly adjusted his expression, beckoning Songmu Lin. Let us take our seats. Coming. Songmu Lin exclaimed, leaping to their side with an innocuous smile. We have prepared a ginger banquet, hoping it will suit your tastes, Shanbian Baijia remarked as they proceeded to the dining area. While leading them, Songmu Lin, turning to face Shanbian, discreetly inscribed the character for illusion in Kakashi's palm. Kakashi paused, realizing Songmu was indicating that this place might already be under the influence of an illusion technique. However, since entering the estate, he had sensed no chakra response nearby. What kind of individual could cast illusions so skillfully as to deceive even his Sharingan? Observing Kakashi's skepticism, Songmu, standing behind Shanbian Baijia, raised her hand, which was devoid of any trace of dirt despite her recent weeding in the ginger field. Not a speck of soil or even a drop of grass juice was visible, despite Songmu having toiled in that patch for quite some time. Consequently, the dirt on Shanbian's face must have been intentional, a ruse to divert their attention from the ginger field behind him. In essence, that must be the illusion at play. He needed to investigate. The silver-haired ninja exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Songmu Lin to step forward, shielding Kakashi's hand seals with her body. Kakashi swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, dispatching a clone to accompany Songmu and the others to the dining area, while his true self discreetly leaped onto the roof, concealing himself. Komu, you simply must try this ginger stew. It has always been a favorite among our visitors, Shanbian Baijia urged. On the mountainside, Shanbian Xianglan was busy preparing dishes, while a long-haired man enthusiastically introduced the delectable offerings on the table. One dish was ginger sauce eggplant, and the red dish was fried eggs with fire ginger flowers. There was also ginger braised pork slices and red rice wine ginger soup. Songmu Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling an intense hunger, the thought of such a feast before him. Yet he could only watch without partaking. The white-haired woman internally lamented the waste. It was such a shame. Perhaps noticing that Kakashi and Songmu Lin had yet to touch their chopsticks, Shanbian Baijia turned to Kakashi and inquired why they were not eating. Upon hearing this, Kakashi expressed his gratitude for the hospitality of Shanbian and Xianglan, stating he would begin his meal. As he spoke, he picked up the bamboo chopsticks from the table, removed his mask, and naturally placed a piece of eggplant in his mouth. Shanbian Baijia noticed Xianglan blushing upon seeing the true face of the silver-haired ninja, but her shyness was soon replaced by a wave of melancholy. Understanding his sister's feelings, Shanbian Baijia fell silent. He wished for her happiness. Yet the object of her affection was a ninja, a profession he despised. It was utterly impossible for her desires to be fulfilled. The long-haired man with a braid clenched his hands in frustration, cursing his own ineptitude, just as he was lost in thought. He turned to see the white-haired ninja gazing with sorrowful eyes at the silver-haired man, who was enjoying his meal. How fortunate Kakashi was, able to use shadow clones to eat at will, unlike her, who had to restrain herself from reaching for the delicious food before her. At that moment, she had no shadow clone to assist her, as her life was at stake. Xiaomu, is something amiss? Are the dishes not to your liking? I can instruct the kitchen to prepare more, Shanbian Baijia offered. Songmu Lin, feeling deflated, lowered her head and then apologized to the long-haired man, saying, I forgot to wash my hands after pulling weeds. May I inquire where I could find a place to do so? Shanbian Baijia replied, The door on your left leads outside. Just walk down the corridor and make a turn. All right, I will return shortly. Please continue your meal. Songmu Lin quickly stood up, not sparing a glance at the food on the table, and headed outside. Shanbian Baijia exchanged a knowing glance with Xianglan, who promptly followed, her voice slightly hurried. Xiaomu, it's dark and hard to see. Allow me to guide you. No need, it's just a few steps. Xiaomu, wait for me, Shanbian Xianglan called, watching as the woman in the black cloak swiftly turned and vanished into the night. As Xianglan reached the corner, thinking the woman was trying to lose her, she unexpectedly collided with Songmu Lin, who had just emerged from the kitchen after washing her hands. The white-haired ninja, shaking her damp hands, tilted her head and smiled at Xianglan. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you worried I might slip away? The girl, feeling somewhat guilty, smiled awkwardly and explained. The kitchen entrance is slippery. I was concerned Xiaomu might fall if she walked too quickly. I hope you can forgive my urgency. Songmu Lin nodded. Indeed. It is slippery. You must be careful while wearing those wooden clogs. Shanbian Xianglan remained silent, glancing back at the wooden corridor that faded into the inky night, and quietly followed Songmu Lin back to the dining area. Once seated, Sangmu Lin picked up her bowl and chopsticks, diving into the meal without further ado. Observing this, the Shanbian siblings also silently focused on their food, and a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the table. After a considerable time, the silver-haired ninja lowered his mask, set down his bowl, and clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude for the meal. I have also finished, Sangmu Lin echoed, mirroring the gesture as she noticed the Shanbian siblings slowly putting down their bowls. Sangmu Lin then turned to Shanbian Baijia, her bright, clear eyes blinking as she asked, "It's quite late, and my teacher and I must continue our journey. Might we be allowed to see the fire ginger flowers that you mentioned earlier?" Of course. Please follow me," Shanbian Baijia replied, slightly flustered as he rose to lead them. Just as the four were making their way to the door, the silver-haired ninja suddenly clutched his chest, his expression contorting in pain as he collapsed onto the tatami mat. "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong?" Sangmu Lin exclaimed, rushing to his side and anxiously shaking his arm. The white-haired ninja then seemed to realize something, abruptly lifting her head to glare at the Shanbian siblings. "It was the food, you." Sangmu Lin suddenly grasped her chest, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the onlookers. The brown-haired girl's eyes reflected sorrow as she watched the silver-haired man writhe in agony, while Shanbian Baijia sighed, no longer bothering to maintain his facade. "Ninjas from the land of fire are nothing special. Who are you?" the white-haired ninja asked, struggling against her pain. "Why did you harm a ninja? What is your purpose?" "I'm sorry," Shanbian Baijia said, his expression gradually shifting to one of anguish. "Our mother is under his control. We had no other choice." "I'm sorry." Sangmu Lin, sitting on the ground, seized upon the critical information and pressed, Who is he? Even in death, we deserve to know the truth." "He is a demon. He is no longer human," Shanbian Baijia exclaimed, recalling something terrifying, his lips trembling in fear as he repeated, "He is a demon." Sangmu Lin frowned, having heard nothing useful despite the lengthy exchange. Just as she was about to inquire further, she saw Shanbian Xianglan approaching, tears streaming down her face, clutching a thick rope. Sangmu Lin, feeling utterly powerless, opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Shanbian Baijia muffled her voice with a piece of cloth. The girl in the kimono knelt on the ground, adjusting the unconscious silver-haired man's body and expertly binding his hands behind his back while murmuring, "I'm sorry." Sangmu Lin silently observed, feeling that according to the timeline, she should also be unconscious by now. With that thought, she shut her eyes and lay back down. Soon, Shanbian Baijia's voice broke the silence. "We must bind this one as well and drag him to the yard." In Chapter 26, titled Siblings, Sangmu Lin, with her eyes tightly shut, sensed herself and her shadow clone being dragged towards the backyard by the two siblings. After being placed on the cold, flat ground, she soon heard the sound of a door creaking shut. Then came Shanbian Baijia's distant voice, "Xianglan, I believe those incense sticks won't last much longer. Please fetch some more, and I will handle the food." Moments later, after confirming no one was around, Sangmu Lin opened her eyes. With a powerful tug, she broke the thick ropes binding her wrists, which fell to the ground in several pieces. Standing up and stretching her wrists, she retrieved a wooden box from within her black cloak, revealing the very food she had consumed earlier. Sangmu, having returned from washing his hands, was skillfully employing sleight of hand at the dining table. While appearing to serve himself food, he discreetly cast the dishes into a wooden box beneath the table. Concealed by the high collar of his black cloak, Sangmu Lin set down the box and slowly raised his right hand, uttering the command "release." At that moment, the shadow clone of Kakashi beside him vanished, and with a loud bang, the white-haired female ninja transformed back into Hatake Kakashi. The silver-haired ninja took stock of his surroundings. He found himself not in the ginger field of the courtyard, but rather inside a windowless room devoid of any visible door. The darkness enveloped him, and during his earlier solitary excursion to the ginger field, he had sensed an unusual energy pulsating around the backyard. Initially, he had presumed it to be chakra used by an enemy to cast an illusion, yet when he attempted to unravel the genjutsu from within, he found himself unable to do so. Given that he would need to use the transformation technique to bring Sangmu out, Kakashi reluctantly set aside this enigma for the moment. The silver-haired man recalled that Yamabian Baijia had seemingly instructed Xianglan about something earlier, something regarding incense. Kakashi surveyed the pitch-black room, but found no sign of incense burning, nor did he detect any peculiar odors in the air. Moreover, he distinctly heard the sound of a door closing, Yet the room was completely enclosed by walls, with not even a crack visible. It seemed plausible that this confined space was yet another illusion. Kakashi adjusted the forehead protector covering his left eye and prepared to pierce through the darkness with chakra once more. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from somewhere within the wall, interrupting his concentration. Moments later, several beams of light sliced through the inky darkness, illuminating the room. The white-haired female ninja held a kunai against the door, her gaze alert as she cautiously pushed open the heavy, solid door. As the door opened wide enough for a person to pass through, Sangmu turned his head, signaling for the occupant inside to hurry out. Kakashi, in turn, retrieved 2 substitute objects and placed them on the ground before beginning to hand sign. In no time, the 2 items transformed with a series of bangs into the unconscious forms of himself and Sangmu Lin. He swiftly took the wooden box containing the tainted food and teleported to the doorway. Outside lay the same ginger field they had seen during the day. Strangely, the house that had confined him vanished into the night as soon as he stepped out and shut the door behind him, seamlessly blending into the verdant surroundings. It was a peculiar phenomenon, one that suggested a mastery of illusion. If this was not Jinjutsu, then it was indeed bizarre. However, if it were a typical illusion used by ninjas, why could he not break free? Kakashi was acutely aware that Yama Bianxiang Lan would soon arrive with the spare incense. To uncover the puppeteer behind this, despite his growing suspicions, Kakashi indicated to Sangmu Lin that they should leave the enigmatic ginger field. The 2 scaled the wall and paused in a secluded corner below. That was an illusion, wasn't it? Sangmu Lin asked Kakashi as soon as they landed. I attempted to disrupt that energy with my own chakra, but I failed, Kakashi replied candidly. Then, as if realizing something, he queried Sangmu, how did you manage to find and open the door when you were outside? After exiting the rooms of those 2 siblings, I observed them leaving the ginger field, but you and the shadow clone were nowhere to be seen. I followed the direction they took from the ginger field, but it was just more ginger everywhere. Sangmu Lin recalled, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Although I could not extract new chakra, my sensitivity to the surrounding chakra remained. I remember feeling a stream of energy suddenly appear behind me. In retrospect, it must have been your chakra. Kakashi pondered. So, the chakra I released was indeed effective, but perhaps not potent enough to shatter the entire illusion? Ah, right, Sangmu interjected, producing 2 letters she had secretly retrieved while the siblings entertained Kakashi and his shadow clone during the meal. Kakashi accepted the letters and glanced at the signatures, noting they were from the head of the Yamabian clan. To the esteemed faraway lord, several months ago, I reserved a set of Baijin kimonos with you, and the date is fast approaching. Unfortunately, I find myself unwell and unable to attend. With Jianglan's coming-of-age ceremony near, could I trouble you to send swift ninjas to escort the kimonos to the land of ginger? I would be immensely grateful. Yama Bianxiang sure. I found a stack of similar letters in his room. I only took 2 from the middle, as I feared he would grow suspicious if he noticed anything missing. Sangmu Lin explained, producing another letter. The items mentioned are either for sale or gifting, and while the recipients differ, the signatures do not match. Kakashi compared the 2 letters and understood. The handwriting indicated they were penned by the same individual. Furthermore, the requests were glaringly obvious. Both sought to have items delivered to the land of ginger. He flipped through the letters, noting that the sender's name and those of his sister were entirely fabricated. It was likely that Yama Bian Bai Jia and Yama Bianxiang Lan were not their true identities. Sangmu Lin spread her hands in exasperation. Kakashi lightly tapped the paper with his fingertip, folded it neatly, and then retrieved the wooden box. Inside, the vegetables and rice, tainted with poison, had been carefully collected. There was no doubt that something nefarious was at play. Sangmu, can you discern what has been placed in this? Since the shadow clone had returned after consuming the food, Kakashi's body had begun to feel unwell. Typically, if the original sustains injury, it could lead to a disturbance in the shadow clone's chakra. Conversely, when a shadow clone suffers a serious blow and dissipates, the memories and experiences return to the original, but the damage does not. Yet in this instance, the poisoning of the shadow clone seemed to have affected the original as well. Although the harm was minor and the symptoms of poisoning were slight, Kakashi increasingly suspected that their adversary was not employing conventional ninja techniques. It was highly probable that they possessed a specialized method to counteract ninjas. Oh, so we have encountered a ninja hunter? Kakashi remarked with a hint of irony, retrieving an antidote pill from his leg pouch and consuming it. He resumed contemplating strategies while Sangmu Lin approached to examine the wooden box closely, illuminated by the surrounding light. The food appeared to be mere ordinary vegetables, stir-fried to perfection, lacking any distinct characteristics. As she leaned in to sniff, she noticed Kakashi taking the antidote and grew concerned. "Have you been poisoned?" "Not to worry," Kakashi replied, focusing intently on the sounds emanating from within the walls of the house. Antidote pills, much like soldier pills, are standard provisions for ninjas during missions. They consist of herbal ingredients that accelerate metabolism and detoxify the body, allowing toxins to be expelled through perspiration and other means. Antidote pills are effective when symptoms are mild. But the shadow clone was clearly the one who was poisoned. Why would the original need to take the antidote? Sangmu Lin mused, recalling her past experiences with various colorless and tasteless substances capable of rendering individuals unconscious without their awareness. Some of these were even family secrets passed down through generations. However, it was possible to affect the main body through the shadow clone technique. As she pondered, Kakashi's small ninja dog suddenly appeared in the clearing before her. Kakashi, noticing the presence, spoke, his droopy-eyed little dog glancing at the woman standing beside the silver-haired ninja. "There is a dungeon entrance at 5 o'clock from this house. There should be something inside, but the entrance is locked, preventing us from entering. However, the scent inside resembles that half of the plant you gave me." The silver-haired ninja crouched down and inquired, "Is the strange energy surrounding the backyard chakra? I have carefully tracked that. It should not be chakra extracted from a human body. Although faint, my sensitive nose can detect even the slightest scent. It is highly likely that it is some kind of hallucinogen made from this substance." Parker shifted his left foot, pressing down on the withered branch of the illusion ginger flower that Kakashi had previously given him. This made sense. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Parker. We will act at the opportune moment. You should return." "Parker? Sangmu Lin furrowed her brows in thought, as if she had heard that name somewhere before. "Then, see you later, Kakashi." The little dog seemed ready to leave when he noticed the inquisitive gaze of the silver-haired woman directed at him. He jumped onto Kakashi's shoulder, looking up at him and asked, "Kakashi, are you two going to act alone? Is this guy reliable? He shows no chakra response at all." Feeling neglected. Sangmu Lin chuckled awkwardly. "I will do my best not to hold Kakashi back." Picking up the illusion ginger from the ground, Kakashi stood up and lightly patted Parker, saying, "Don't worry, this guy is not weaker than me." Hearing this, Parker no longer doubted and turned to Sangmu Lin, saying, "Since Kakashi says so, it must be true. Cheer up, young lady." He then vanished with a pop, leaving Kakashi with a smile still lingering on his lips. Sangmu Lin felt a sudden warmth in her heart, but remained silent. "The dungeon," Kakashi murmured, unaware of the young girl's thoughts. In truth, he was more inclined to seek the incense mentioned by Yen Jian at the mountain's edge. If his guess was correct, it would be key to breaking the illusion of Jiangtian. However, he should also check on the dungeon. Sensing Kakashi had other matters to attend to, Sangmu Lin understood immediately. "You break the illusion, and I will check the dungeon?" Noticing Kakashi's hesitation to nod, the silver-haired Kunoichi feigned annoyance. "Didn't you just say I am strong? Are you afraid to let me go alone? Is that convincing, Kakashi?" Kakashi's helpless gaze fell upon her. "Enough with the provocations. How old are you?" Sangmu Lin smiled slightly, her gaze resolute as she replied, "Let me go." Her eyes conveyed a heartfelt message of "trust me." Kakashi paused, sighed, and eventually relented. "The enemy this time is likely formidable. Be cautious and do not engage recklessly." "Rest assured." Sangmu Lin lifted her hand and patted Kakashi's shoulder, her confident smile returning to her face. "As your student, I won't easily perish." The silver-haired ninja was momentarily taken aback, his visible right eye twitching slightly before quickly returning to normal. "Then, let us proceed." Kakashi pointed towards the tall surrounding wall and lightly leaped up. Sangmu Lin quickly followed suit, vaulting over and sprinting in another direction towards the front hall of the mountain's estate. The girl seated at the dining table gazed intently at the dark red incense in her hands, her expression complex. "Lon, could you help bring the plates from the table?" A man's voice called from the kitchen, but the girl seemed to have not heard, her eyes shifting from the incense in her hands to the backyard. "Lon, I've already cleaned up everything in the kitchen, just the plates on the table." A man emerged from the kitchen, his kimono sleeves secured with rope under his arms, his face devoid of the guilt he had felt earlier for harming Kakashi and his companions. Noticing that his sister remained motionless in the spot where Kakashi had just sat, her hands tightly clutching the incense that should have been lit long ago. He sighed. He knew his sister was very fond of that silver-haired man, and didn't he want to go into that room to light the incense? The long-haired man approached, bending down to take the incense from her. I know you don't want to, but give it to me. I will light it. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the incense, Yamabayashi Lan moved her hand aside to avoid him. Lan, let us not forget that person is a ninja. You should also consider our mother's situation and not be so headstrong. Yamabayashi Shiro said, slightly annoyed, his tone growing heavier. The brown-haired girl lowered her eyelids and asked, are we going to live like this forever? If that person holds mom hostage for a lifetime, does that mean we have to keep doing this harmful thing? Yamabayashi Shiro clenched his fists, assuring his sister, it will be over soon, Lan. I am almost at 10,000 Ryo. Once I gather enough ransom, mother will be free. And we won't have to do this anymore. I promise you. The girl bowed her head, tears beginning to fall. The silver-haired ninja, hidden in the shadows of the beams, silently watched the two below. Chapter 27, Closeness. A year ago, Shiro, this flower will bring disaster to our country. It must not be planted again. The woman, struggling to breathe due to illness, nearly lost her breath from anger. She fell back into her chair. Her weary eyes filled with concern as they rested on the young man kneeling before her, his back straight. Mother, my stepfather said that if we sell this flower, we will have the money to treat your breathing illness. Ever since we escaped from the land of grass 3 years ago, your condition has worsened. This flower helped us escape that hell back then. It can surely save you again, the young man declared firmly, bowing deeply to the seated woman, his slightly long brown hair brushing the ground. He understood his mother's worries, but this was his treasure. Heaven had allowed him to cultivate a mutated illusion ginger flower while his mother was gravely ill, and this was fate. This flower not only enabled ordinary bodies to possess chakra responses, but crushing and consuming it could even enhance a ninja's chakra by tenfold. Such a treasure. Yet his mother claimed it was a curse. He could not believe it. Ninjas from the land of Earth had learned of the news and were offering a high price for the remaining mutated illusion ginger flowers he possessed, claiming it was for a noble from a prestigious family to help him excel in the Chunin selection. Yamabayashi Shiro agreed because the money offered was enough to take his mother to a more developed country for treatment. You don't understand, no matter how it changes. It is still just a plant, not the same as the true curse born by real ninjas. The sickly mother, with her stubborn son. As Yamabayashi Lan silently watched this scene while patting her mother's back to ease her breathing, her thoughts drifted from memory. The girl, holding a candle flame and going to light the incense alone, shook her head and pushed open the hidden door in the ginger field. Raising the illuminated candlestick towards the corner of the room, she saw the two figures, one silver and one white, lying just as they had when they moved in. Not having changed their positions at all, Yamabayashi Lan turned away from them and walked towards another wall, one hand holding the candle flame while the other felt along the wall. Eventually, she pressed on a smooth section, causing an opening to appear, revealing 3 exquisitely crafted incense burners, one of which had already burned out. Placing the candlestick on the ground, Shanbian Lan slowly approached the candle flame with several sticks of incense in hand, preparing to ignite them. Suddenly, a pair of black ninja shoes stepped into the circle of light emitted by the candle. Startled, Shanbian Lan fell back onto the ground, quickly reaching for the flame in an attempt to discern the identity of the intruder. To her surprise, the figure crouched down and brought their face close to hers. With one hand resting on their knee, they greeted her with a casual hey. Shanbian Lan's eyes widened as she beheld the black mask and familiar silver hair so near to her. The girl stiffened, turning her gaze towards the unconscious figure in the corner. The door had been left ajar upon her entrance, allowing light from outside to illuminate the 2 individuals lying on the floor. Unbeknownst to her, Shanbian Lan was unaware of the existence of the ninja's substitution technique and thought she was seeing a ghost. Just as she was about to scream, Kakashi swiftly appeared behind her. The dim candlelight flickered upon the kunai pressed against Shanbian Lan's throat as the silver-haired man whispered, "Could you refrain from shouting? I merely wish to ask you a few questions." The brown-haired girl was momentarily taken aback, but gradually calmed herself. After she gave a slight nod, Kakashi released her. Kakashi picked up the dark red incense that had just fallen from the girl's hand and inquired, "Firstly, what is this?" Shanbian Lan candidly replied, "It is a scent developed by my brother, effective only against ninjas. The entire house is filled with it, awaiting your arrival. Since we have already succumbed to the food, why is there a need for incense? Do you not also reside in this house?" Kakashi pressed on. The incense creates illusions, while the food contains a mind-controlling poison. Shanbianlan lowered her gaze and explained. It contains a type of illusionary ginger flower that only affects ninjas with special physiques. My brother and I are naturally immune. Kakashi fell silent, realizing he had indeed surmised correctly. The poison in the food and the illusionary ginger flower incense were likely part of a meticulously crafted hunter's meal. He then asked, why hunt ninjas? If he was right, the missing ninjas from the water and fire countries from days prior were likely in their possession. Kakashi extinguished the remaining incense in the two burners. Panic flickered in Shanbianlan's eyes, unsure why Kakashi had used the term hunt. Within the warm glow of the orange candlelight, the girl's gaze began to shift, and she lowered her head, choosing not to respond further. After a moment of silence, Kakashi changed his line of questioning. All right, let me ask you another question. Are you being coerced into this? In response, there was only silence. Kakashi, unfazed, moved the candlestick closer to Shanbianlan, seemingly intent on observing the subtleties of her expressions. He inquired, the primary ingredient of the incense is not the illusionary ginger flower, is it? Kakashi speculated that while the ginger flower could produce false chakra, that was all it could do. The ginger field in the backyard had been visible since he and Sangmu had entered the residence. Even if Shanbianlan had suggested that they inform visitors upon entry that her brother was tending to the ginger field, it was unlikely that she could persuade the ninjas to comply with her narrative. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shanbianlan, seemingly prepared for this outcome, chose to speak. Indeed, the illusionary ginger flower is merely to create a chakra reaction to confuse ninjas. The true reason for their deep slumber is due to my brother's addition of a paralyzing agent. Before she could elaborate, a voice resonated from outside the door. Lan, why are you taking so long to light the incense? Startled, Shanbianlan gasped. Kakashi, fearing she would cry out and expose him, was taken aback when the brown-haired girl urgently urged him to leave, exclaiming, my brother possesses a more potent poison. You must hide. The silver-haired ninja remained silent but complied, gradually masking his presence and retreating into the shadows. Meanwhile, in another part of the residence, Sangmu Lin found herself facing a daunting challenge. Approaching the entrance to the underground chamber, she lowered her head to retrieve a length of wire from her ninja tool pouch to pick the lock, only to be suddenly attacked from behind by two shuriken. Sensing the lethal intent from behind, Sangmu Lin swiftly sidestepped. The shuriken clattered against the stone entrance of the underground chamber before falling to the ground. Sangmu Lin raised her right hand and slowly drew her ninja blade, quickly assessing the positions and number of her adversaries. 2 in the trees, 2 in the bushes, and 1 standing behind a trunk. 5 in total, and with uncertain strength. Sangmu Lin gathered her focus, preparing for battle. Soon, the 2 individuals concealed among the branches could no longer contain themselves, leaping down to ambush the white-haired kunoichi while hurling shuriken. As the shuriken hurtled towards her, Sangmu Lin gripped the hilt of her ninja blade, anticipating their moves. Some she dodged, while others she deflected with precision. As the 2 opponents closed in, their forehead protectors glimmered in the moonlight, momentarily blinding Sangmu Lin. A sudden realization struck her. Mist Village? The 2 assailants, armed with sharp kunai, approached her. With no time to ponder their presence, Sangmu Lin swung her blade, slicing through with a flash of white light. In 2 seconds, the shuriken in their hands clattered to the ground, following the sound of ruptured blood vessels as multiple severe wounds appeared on their bodies, causing their arms to fall limp. Sangmu Lin stepped back to confirm their identities. But before she could speak, she found them standing motionless, their eyes tightly shut. In the dimness of the night, she had failed to see clearly. Now realizing that her attackers were 2 youthful ninjas, their innocence evident in their features. What is this? Corpses? Sangmu Lin furrowed her brow, stepping closer to probe their carotid arteries with her fingers. No, they are alive. Before she could take further action, a deep voice resonated from behind the tree. Earth release, flying rocks. Countless stones erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Sangmu Lin. The white-haired kunoichi had no choice but to wield her blade to slice apart the incoming projectiles. As she evaded the debris, she used the stones as leverage to agilely position herself behind the ninja who was casting the earth technique, who, like the 2 mist ninjas, had his eyes closed. Sangmu Lin swiftly reversed her grip on the ninja blade, delivering a powerful strike to the back of his neck. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Sangmu Lin crouched to turn his face towards her, He appeared slightly older, likely a mentor from the Mist Village. As she noted the insignia on his forehead protector, she realized it bore the mark of the Rock Village. Standing upright, Sangmu Lin recalled the message from the third Hokage to Kakashi. These ninjas could not be. If they were dispatched to investigate the mutated illusionary ginger flower, then the two youthful ninjas seemed insufficient for such a task. It was highly probable that they were a ninja squad sent by another nation to escort goods. Given the current circumstances, it became evident that these ninjas were attacking her not of their own volition, but rather under external manipulation. Sangmu Lin intended to crouch down and search for further clues on these ninjas when suddenly, a female ninja sprang from the bushes, leaping into the air, rapidly forming hand seals. Water chakra surged within her, and as Sangmu Lin saw the woman's right hand raised to her mouth, she braced herself, inhaling deeply. Water release, water chaos wave. A jet of water surged towards her with ferocity. Sangmu Lin, currently in a precarious position, suddenly changed her expression. The range of the water release attack can vary, and judging by this kunoichi's age, she appears to be the instructor leading this squad from Wuing. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Sangmu Lin began to deftly evade the rapidly descending water columns while swiftly contemplating her next move. After enduring a strike from a water jet, she leaped onto the surrounding wall and then onto the trunk of a nearby tree. Following her lead, the Wuing kunoichi also ascended the tree after employing a water release technique. She drew a kunai imbued with wind chakra from her sleeve and lunged towards Sangmu Lin's face. Sangmu Lin swiftly turned her head to avoid the attack, rapidly sheathing her ninja blade. Leaping to a branch closer to the tree fork, she created distance from the Wuing kunoichi and began to crouch, retrieving shuriken from her ninja tool pouch to throw. The opponent, equally agile, managed to deflect all the shuriken with her kunai, even with her eyes tightly shut. However, in the next moment, Sangmu Lin halted her assault and began darting back and forth among the tree trunks, her speed astonishing. Water release. The female Wuing kunoichi seemed to lose patience and prepared to unleash her ninjutsu once more, only to discover that her arms had become immobilized after she raised them to form hand seals. Upon closer inspection, she realized that several fine steel wires had ensnared her arms, with the other ends firmly grasped by Sangmu Lin. The shuriken that Sangmu Lin had just thrown were tied with steel wire. The intention was never to attack the kunoichi directly, but rather to ensnare her in the moment she attempted to deflect the shuriken. The white-haired kunoichi pulled tight on one of the steel wires, biting down on another, a grin spreading across her face as she exerted force with both hands. Instantly, the Wuing instructor's limbs were tightly bound by the resilient wires, forcing her against the tree trunk behind her. Once she was securely restrained, Sangmu Lin approached her, waving a hand in front of the kunoichi's tightly shut eyes. "Can you hear my voice?" The kunoichi displayed no signs of consciousness. After her defeat, she began to utter fragmented sounds, more akin to delirium. "Mustn't kill." Sangmu Lin leaned closer to her mouth, striving to discern the words more clearly. "You pose a threat to the village. You must be eliminated." Sangmu Lin now confirmed that this group seemed to perceive her as the enemy from their dreams. It could also be possible that it was not merely a dream. The white-haired kunoichi withdrew her ninja blade and apologized, stating, "I can't use ninjutsu right now. If you continue to interfere, it will become troublesome. So please be patient for a moment." After speaking, Sangmu Lin advanced and struck forcefully at the back of the Wuing kunoichi's neck, causing her to slump down. There's another. The woman's piercing gaze, framed by wisps of white hair, fell upon the underbrush beneath the tree. There was indeed another person there. Chapter 28. The underground palace. Shiro Yamabiko approached the mountain's edge without any illumination tools. Upon reaching land's side, Kakashi noticed that he was cradling something. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was a potted plant, with dark green leaves adorned with several buds on the verge of blooming. The petals of the flower were of vibrant crimson, reminiscent of the national flower of the land of ginger, the fire ginger. Furthermore, the current form of the flower aligned perfectly with the descriptions found in books. As the petals would close at night, what could have compelled Yamabiko to bring a potted ornamental plant at this hour? Kakashi scrutinized the flower in the darkness, watching intently as the red buds seemed to quiver slightly from within, causing him to question his own vision. "How did you manage to bring it here?" To avoid exposing the silver-haired ninja, Lon had initially attempted to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. However, upon seeing the plant in her brother's arms, she instinctively inquired. Kakashi detected the tremor in the girl's voice. She appeared to harbor a profound fear of the vivid red flower. The long-haired man gazed tenderly at the plant. As if it were his most cherished love, his tone laced with a touch of madness. I believe it's nearly ready. It can join the family soon. Alongside those two down there. Is it really that soon? Usually, they're allowed to immerse in the incense overnight before being moved. Lon could not suppress the swallow that followed her nervousness. The children can't wait. Putting those two wretched ninjas in will provide better nourishment for them. I just added an excessive dosage of the agent to their food. They won't awaken anytime soon. Hurry, Lon, to prevent any unforeseen complications. Shiro Yamabiko shoved the potted plant into the girl's arms, muttering as he turned towards the two individuals lying in the corner. The more I think about it, the more I feel they fell for it too quickly. We must hasten to immerse them in the pool. Yes, just like that, brother. Lan's expression was complex as she gazed at the swaying figure of the long-haired man in the dimly lit room, her words caught in her throat. In the pool? Immersing them? Kakashi, having eliminated his presence and merely observing from the side, felt perplexed but chose to remain silent. He contemplated whether to wait for the man to lead him to the next stronghold. If he could eradicate the mutated fire ginger, the mission would be concluded. Quietly approaching the boy, a rock ninja hidden in the underbrush, the white-haired Kunoichi assumed he was too timid to emerge. She reached out to poke his shoulder, intending to startle him with a grimace upon his turn. Yet, even after touching him and prodding him several times, the boy remained unresponsive, maintaining the same rigid posture he had assumed while hiding. Sangmu Lin sensed something amiss and hurried to turn the boy's body towards herself. His youthful face, once unblemished, had now contorted grotesquely. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth, askew, overflowed with white foam. Sangmu Lin instantly dropped her playful demeanor, her expression turning grave. This child had likely fallen into an illusion, his mind shattered. Unsure of its effectiveness, the white-haired Kunoichi retrieved 2 antidote pills, gently prying open the boy's crooked mouth. She placed the pills inside, then sealed his jaw before carefully laying him down on the ground. Was planting that wretched flower necessary to this extent? Sangmu Lin lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the underground palace, marked by a heavy stone door. Initially intending to investigate stealthily without damaging the exterior, her anger began to boil as she drew her blade, gripping the hilt firmly. With a series of sharp blade energies slicing through the air, she shattered the stone door of the underground palace. The resounding noise quickly reached Kakashi and the others, causing the braided man, who was in the midst of moving individuals towards the exit, to pause. He turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, then back at Lon, only to realize that his sister had remained motionless in that corner since earlier. Yamabiko then sensed something was amiss. Usually, his sister would have urged him not to engage in such dangerous endeavors, yet tonight she had said nothing, allowing him to handle the unconscious ninjas. Lon. The braided man opened his mouth to speak, but his deep brown pupils constricted as he thought he had seen a silver-haired figure behind his sister. Silver hair? Yamabiko's attention snapped to the 2 individuals he was about to move onto the cart. Kakashi and Sangmu Lin, their bodies completely limp, had transformed into 2 lifeless bundles right before his eyes. Yamabiko was evidently unprepared for this revelation, taking a moment to process before turning with an exasperated glare towards the shadow behind Lon. It's you, isn't it? You're back there. The earlier noise had originated from Sangmu Lin's direction, and Kakashi had momentarily lost focus, but he quickly regained his composure. As I strolled slowly towards the mountain's edge, I cast a glance at the man standing at the doorway, the corners of my eyes curving upward in a gentle smile. Oh dear, I had intended to wait a little longer. The brown-haired girl, cradling a red flower, stood motionless in silence. Sansiji Shiro noticed his sister's unusual demeanor and called out to her, Lon. What is the matter? Come over here. Observing the expressions of the Sansiji siblings, it became evident that the flower might hold significance. Before the boy with braids could finish his sentence, Kakashi swiftly seized the potted plant from the girl's hands and vanished outside in an instant. Beneath his feet lay the familiar ginger fields. Yet as he gazed into the distance, Kakashi realized his suspicions were correct. With the extinguishing of the incense, part of the verdant ginger fields outside had indeed dissipated, revealing the house that held him captive. Dressed in luxurious kimono, Sansiji Shiro quickly followed, his eyes fixated on the red flower in Kakashi's grasp, his expression tense. as if worried that the silver-haired ninja might inadvertently damage his precious possession. Is this Huajiang? Kakashi lowered his gaze to examine the flower. Noticing that the once closed crimson petals had now opened significantly, facing his direction. The center of the flower bore an eerie dark purple hue, which, upon closer inspection, was distinctly different from the descriptions in books about the Huajiang flower. Well, it's merely an ornamental Huajiang flower, nothing remarkable. You should return it to me at once. The expression of Sanshiji Shiro, along with his outstretched hands towards the flower, was starkly inconsistent with his words. The silver-haired man scrutinized the flower, disregarding him, lifting the pot closer to his eyes. In the next moment, the dark purple in the center of the flower transformed into a wisp of black silk, abruptly piercing into Kakashi's unguarded right eye. Suddenly, a boy adorned with goggles and a neat black hairstyle appeared before Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, I will certainly catch up to you. Just wait and see. The scene flickered again, revealing a black-haired youth, half his body struck by a boulder, who, with a faint voice, murmured, I haven't yet given you your congratulatory gift for becoming a jonin. With a sharp sound, Sanshiji Shiro, leaning against the door frame, watched in disbelief as the silver-haired man suddenly loosened his grip, letting the flower pot crash to the ground with a crisp sound. Ah, my, the boy with braids gasped, initially distressed over his flower that had fallen to the ground. Believing Kakashi was deliberately mocking him, he scrutinized the silver-haired man, realizing that Kakashi was pressing his right hand against his forehead, his steps clearly unsteady. What? So you really did eat that food? The expression on Sanshiji Shiro's face swiftly transformed from rage to ecstasy as he rushed to pick up the now damaged flower. Ha, I thought it ended here. You truly are my treasure. Having initially refrained from witnessing her brother being reprimanded by the ninja, Sanshiji Lan hurriedly stepped outside upon hearing her brother's words. She beheld the silver-haired ninja now standing obediently behind her brother, his hands lowered at his sides, head bowed. Sanshiji Lan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. She had thought that at least this person could prevent her brother from continuing down a misguided path. But how could it be like this? The frenzied man with braids retrieved a silver bell from his kimono sleeve. He then shook it a few times in front of the silver-haired ninja, who turned to face the sound. Yes, come. I will take you to see the Sea of Flowers. Observing Sanshiji Shiro shaking the silver bell, Sanshiji Lan's eyes brimmed with sorrow. With a resounding crash, the tall ninja, Sangmu Lin, was thrown against the wall by an opponent's flying kick. Despite shielding her chest with her arms, blood still spilled from her mouth due to the immense force. Before she could regain her footing, the opponent's towering figure reappeared before her, his hand gripping the neck of the white-haired female ninja, lifting her off the ground. Sangmu Lin felt the air in her lungs rapidly depleting. Her fingers brushed against the ninja tool pouch tied at her lower back, retrieving a kunai and thrusting it forcefully into the vulnerable muscle on the inner side of her opponent's arm. As the adversary recoiled in pain, Sangmu Lin swiftly flipped her body, using her legs to clamp around his neck, and with all her weight, slammed him down onto the hard ground. With a loud thud, the tall ninja's face met the ground, while Sangmu Lin settled firmly on his back. She stepped on his wrist holding the knife, raising her fist, and mercilessly struck the back of his head. He groaned a few times before falling silent. Just as Sangmu Lin was about to exhale in relief, a surge of blood from her chest caused her to cough violently. Realizing that she likely had a broken rib, Sangmu Lin shot a glare at the male ninja still beneath her, scolding, Cough. If I could use ninjutsu, would you have been able to land such a hit on me? Cough, damn it. She leaped aside, stowing the kunai back in her pouch, wiping the blood from her lips, and glanced at the broken ninja blade lying on the ground. The white-haired female ninja, supporting her bleeding arm, staggered to her feet and continued deeper into the underground palace, leaving behind 3 unconscious ninjas on the ground. After walking for a while, she sensed the chakra response intensifying ahead, causing her to pause. She could feel a vast chakra energy emanating from just ahead. As she drew closer, a peculiar scent began to intensify, making her frown. What is that smell? It's quite unpleasant. I feel dizzy just from inhaling it. Upon passing through a stone archway, the sight that awaited Sangmu Lin quickly answered her queries. In the center of the underground palace, a massive bathing pool was established. The water, reaching chest height, shimmered in an eerie blue hue, with dozens of individuals, both male and female, submerged within. Each one had their eyes closed, their clothing entirely removed. Standing silently in the pool, their expressions ranging from anger to sorrow, and even to smiles, their faces flushed. The shocking scene overwhelmed Sangmu Lin, forcing her to suppress her urge to retch as she approached to investigate further. The source of the immense chakra she had sensed was indeed here. Crouching beside the pool, she noticed that each individual's neck was connected to a thin silk thread. Chakra flowed along the threads, which in turn were linked to clusters of blooming red flowers. Sangmu Lin hastily approached the plants, squatting down to examine them. These are huajiang flowers? No, to be precise, they are the night-blooming huajiang flowers. Recalling the botanical anecdotes Kakashi had given her, Sangmu Lin retrieved the small booklet, flipping to the page on huajiang flowers, which resembled pairs of fiery butterflies encircling one another in a vibrant display. This is it. Her gaze lingered on the line in the booklet that read, "Night-blooming huajiang flowers are not to be approached," before she tucked the booklet away. As her eyes shifted to the rows of red blossoms behind the night-blooming huajiang flowers, she could not suppress an exclamation of awe. Behind the entire row of flowers connecting to dozens of ninjas, several rows of illusionary ginger flowers were cultivated. The rare, fully bloomed illusionary ginger flowers, as described in the book, were now present before her in abundance, explaining her astonishment. Initially, Sangmu Lin had harbored some doubt. Logically, the kingdom of Jiang was a small non-ninja nation still reeling from the impacts of the Ninja World Wars, struggling to recover economically and logistically. Yet here, in this impoverished land, the Sanshiji siblings resided in a grand mansion, employing servants, and she had heard there was more than one estate. At first, Sangmu had thought the Sanshiji family head was exceptionally capable in business, resulting in their vast wealth. However, now witnessing the cultivation of so many valuable illusionary ginger flowers beneath the Sanshiji residence, it became evident that this was likely their primary source of income. Sangmu Lin stroked her chin, pondering how the siblings from the mountain managed to cultivate such an extraordinary creation. Turning her gaze, she spotted a pool filled with a crowd of naked individuals. Never mind, she thought with a dismissive curl of her lips. Even if there were methods, they were likely beyond the comprehension of mere humans. Shaking her white hair to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Sangmu Lin began her search through the depths of the underground palace for a way to rescue the people in the pool. After a thorough exploration, she found nothing but some clothing belonging to the ninjas. With no other options, she approached the female ninjas within reach, retrieved her kunai, and decisively struck the chakra line at the back of their necks. It appeared to be a simple chakra conduit, easily severed with a light stroke of the kunai. Sangmu Lin strained to pull the unconscious female ninjas from the bath, one by one, placing them on a nearby platform. She then picked up some clothing to cover them modestly. Just as she crouched down to help the first female ninja don her attire, a sudden, melodious chime echoed from another direction within the underground palace, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Sangmu Lin paused, quickly covering the ninjas' exposed areas before seeking refuge in a concealed corner. Chapter 29. Headband. The silver bells chimed closer, resonating through the air. In a corner where several large stones stood, Sangmu Lin peered through the crevices, intently watching the stone archway from which the sound originated. "Follow me." "Yes, just like that." A slightly deranged voice intermingled with the chimes. Sangmu Lin's brow furrowed. Could this be Shanbian by Jia? The tone of voice differed significantly from what she had heard before. Before she could ponder this further, she overheard him say he would settle her before dealing with the white-haired woman. The earlier commotion must have been caused by her. Wasn't she his comrade? Sangmu Lin's mind raced as she realized he was referring to her, and the mention of a comrade brought to mind Kakashi. Just then, the black ninja shoes entered the underground palace, and the tightly bound gloves, constrained by thick ropes, provided her with the answer she sought. It was Kakashi. Gazing at the vacant expression in his right eye, Sangmu Lin felt a heaviness in her heart. Observing the ninjas she had encountered along the way, from the mentally unstable young ninja who had succumbed to the cruelty of war, to the adult ninja teacher fiercely protecting his village, and even the comatose ninjas in the pool, all of them reinforced her belief that there was indeed a manipulation at play. Perhaps it was merely a physical attack employing poison rather than an illusion technique. Since both she and Kakashi were trained as ninjas, they instinctively approached situations with a ninja's mindset. The Shanbian siblings, as ordinary people, likely devised a method to incapacitate the ninjas through poison, subsequently employing psychological drugs to control their minds, forcing them to act in service of their whims. In the realm of the mind, they exploited the ninja's deepest concerns, compelling them to engage in tasks that required continuous chakra generation to resolve. The ultimate goal seemed to be nourishing the row of alluring red flowers that depended on ninja chakra for their cultivation. In an instant, Sangmu Lin comprehended everything. The poison in the food possessed properties that affected the ninja's mental fortitude. Thus, when Kakashi's shadow clone succumbed to the poison, the memories and experiences returned to his original self, causing him some degree of disturbance. Reflecting on the past events that could have ensnared Hatake Kakashi, Sangmu Lin, who had initially doubted Kakashi's susceptibility to such a crude trap, now found herself increasingly uncertain. The white-haired ninja woman gazed at the silver-haired man at the entrance, seemingly entranced by the sound of the bells, and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If only she had realized this sooner and exchanged mission roles with Kakashi, he, skilled in ninjutsu, could have explored the underground palace while she, endowed with a powerful mind and immune to poison, took on the less physically demanding Shanbian siblings. Then Kakashi would not have had to revisit those haunting memories. As she contemplated this, her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a startled cry from the braided man snapped Sangmu back to reality. Fearing that he might disrupt the ringing of the bells in his hand, the desperate Shanbian Shiro, witnessing his secret base being invaded, shouted angrily, "You cunning little rat! Come out! Your comrade is now in my grasp. If you wish to save him, reveal yourself." Sangmu Lin raised an eyebrow, realizing he was intentionally provoking her to appear. The expression on his face, feigned anger masking a flicker of excitement in his eyes, confirmed her suspicions. The white-haired ninja woman silently scoffed, immediately discerning the braided man's true intentions. Having successfully captured the silver-haired ninja, he was now eager to test the capabilities of this disobedient rat that had intruded upon his domain. "Shall we engage in battle with Hatake Kakashi?" The white-haired ninja woman pondered seriously, beginning her initial assessment of their combat abilities. If she could bring the unscathed Sangmu Lin into the fray, perhaps they could restore Kakashi's reason through battle. Moreover, Kakashi had recently remarked to his adorable little dog, "This fellow is no weaker than I am." However, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Against Hatake Kakashi, she feared that a single lightning jutsu could spell her doom. Seeing that no one had emerged despite his taunts, the braided man seemed to lose interest. He led Kakashi to the edge of the spacious bath and then turned towards the stone archway, instructing, "Lon, stop lingering there and come help me with the bell." The expressionless Shanbian Lon stepped forward, numbly accepting the silver bell and shaking it absent-mindedly. "It's fine if you don't come out. I wonder how long you can hide." The braided man raised his hand to remove Kakashi's headband, taunting the air, "You might as well hide forever." Watching his actions, the white-haired woman furrowed her brow. With a loud clank, the metal headband was tossed carelessly into a pile of rubble, revealing the old scar on the left side of the silver-haired man's face. Shanbian Lon gazed at the scar for a long moment, though the ringing of the silver bell did not cease. Ignoring his sister's thoughts, Shanbian Shiro resumed his attempt to strip Kakashi of his ninja vest, declaring, "Lon, this man looks good, but is useless." He continued his actions, swiftly unzipping Kakashi's ninja vest. "Let him die." Sangmu Lin steeled herself. In the next instant, the grinning braided man was struck in the right cheek by a sudden kick, sending his body crashing against the nearby stone wall. "Fool, do not lay your filthy hands on him." The white-haired ninja woman's kick was heavy, and the braided man, whose bravado had just moments ago filled the air, now lay unconscious on the ground. The brown-haired girl, shaking the bell, froze in mid-motion, her long hair cascading to the side due to the gust generated by Sangmu Lin's kick. Shanbian Lon stood rooted in place for a long time, murmuring, "Ah, it feels like I've pulled a rib." The pained female ninja gritted her teeth, casting a glance at the unconscious Yamabuki Shiro on the ground, before turning to retrieve the Konoha forehead protector he had discarded. Sangmu Lin meticulously wiped away the dust that had sullied its surface with her bloodied arm, and gracefully made her way towards the silver-haired ninja. With a swift motion, she yanked the brown-haired girl aside, sending the cursed silver bell tumbling to the ground. As Sangmu Lin prepared to place the forehead protector upon the man before her, she noticed a small stain lingering on it. Without a moment's hesitation, she rubbed it against her clothing until it gleamed, a satisfied smile gracing the lips of the white-haired woman. With both hands raised, she offered the protector towards the man's forehead, declaring, "I shall assist you." However, as she lifted her gaze, she found herself staring into the quivering black orbs of the silver-haired ninja, Kakashi. Kakashi studied the forehead protector in her hands for a moment before directing his gaze to meet Sungwoo Lin's eyes, and in that instant, the air felt as though it had come to a standstill. Sungwoo Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Kakashi's eyes were now clear, devoid of the earlier haze. Without delay, she used a kunai to sever the coarse ropes binding Kakashi's hands, inquiring, "Were you pretending just now?" Kakashi offered no response, his attention drifting back to the dark blue forehead protector cradled in Sungwoo Lin's hands, seemingly lost in thought. Sungwoo Lin held the forehead protector aloft, but Kakashi did not reach for it. Uncertain, she hesitated to place it upon the now-awake Kakashi herself. "Brother, please awaken." The panicked voice of Yamabuki Ran pulled them back to reality as she rushed to the side of the unconscious Yamabuki Shiro, kneeling to cradle his head in her arms. Her face etched with worry. Brother, please." Noticing the urgency of the situation, Sungwoo Lin grasped Kakashi's right hand, pressing the forehead protector into his palm. Before turning to approach the Yamabuki siblings, her intention was merely to prompt Kakashi to prevent his brother from making further mistakes and to redirect him in time. However, the bloodied female ninja had already caught on to their actions, and Yamabuki Ran, believing her fate was sealed, suddenly pulled a pouch of powder from her brother's embrace, flinging it towards Sungwoo Lin's face as she bent down to question her. "Kami." Kakashi instantly teleported behind Sungwoo Lin, pulling her away just in time. But the powder had already engulfed her, seeping into her mouth and nostrils. "I'm sorry, I cannot allow my brother to die," Yamabuki Ran cried, her expression wrought with anguish, as it seemed Sungwoo Lin was doomed by the powder's effects. "Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!" Sungwoo Lin sneezed several times, rubbing her itchy nose, tears forming at the corners of her eyes as she exclaimed, "What is this? Sneezing powder?" The brown-haired girl displayed disbelief, for this was refined mutated pollen. Her brother had only dared to use a mere fraction of it on ninjas, as even a slight excess could prove fatal. She had just scattered an entire pouch upon this female ninja. How could she merely sneeze a few times? Kakashi released Sungwoo Lin, observing that she seemed relatively unharmed. He surmised that the powder must also be a toxin refined by Yamabuki Shiro, intended for controlling ninjas. When discussing influence over the mind, spirit, and consciousness, one must inevitably mention the clan known for countering such techniques and substances. Unfortunately, the individual before him was one of the last remaining members of that clan. Kakashi resecured the forehead protector, shielding his left eye, before squatting down to gaze earnestly at Yamabuki Ran. "I initially feigned being poisoned and controlled, intending for you to lead me to the mastermind behind the cultivation of the mutated illusion ginger flower." Kakashi glanced towards the row of crimson flowers by the hot springs. Continuing, "It appears, however, that there is no mastermind at all. Your mother, whom you claim was kidnapped, is not." Yamabuki Ran interrupted Kakashi, tears brimming in her eyes once more. "The mastermind, the one my brother described as a demon, is actually the brown-haired girl." Closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. "He is another brother who emerged from his body after our mother passed away." Sungwoo Lin stifled a sneeze, having inhaled sharply upon hearing Yamabuki Ran's revelation. Kakashi remained silent, listening intently. Yamabuki Shiro, originally named Kaoru Shiro, had his name changed after their mother remarried Yamabuki Ran's father. From a young age, he idolized ninjas with unique abilities, often fantasizing about becoming a powerful ninja himself. He had a penchant for researching various rare flowers. During one of his studies, he discovered the existence of the illusion ginger flower, which could transform ordinary individuals into ninjas. After much searching, he finally found leads indicating that the flower could be purchased within the Land of Grass, despite knowing that the ninja world was still embroiled in conflict. His mother and stepfather ultimately agreed to accompany him to the Land of Grass. However, upon their arrival, they found themselves amidst a riot, where everyone was captured and subjected to brutal interrogations. His mother, once robust, suffered greatly under the relentless torture, leaving her with lasting ailments. Yamabuki Shiro and his stepfather, due to their physical resilience, endured those hellish days. They later learned that the ninjas of the Land of Grass had instigated the turmoil, but the leaders issued the brutal order: spare the ninjas, eliminate the rest. His stepfather, using every valuable possession he had, bribed the guards to allow him and Yamabuki Shiro access to the water prison where their mother was held, desperate for one last reunion with his family, perhaps by fate. When they arrived at the water prison, Only their mother remained, as many had either been taken away or had perished from the torture. In a final act, his stepfather tossed most of the illusion ginger flowers they had procured into the prison, due to the abundance of water and the lack of proper preparation. Fearing the effects would be nullified, he chose to sacrifice himself so that his wife and child might live. In their parting moment, Yamabuki Shiro recalled his stepfather's words, "Your mother will not recover easily from this ordeal. Once you return, plant the seeds of the illusion ginger flower. If you can cultivate a more potent variety, then perhaps her ailment can be treated." Later, he and his mother narrowly escaped the land of grass, journeying through the forests at the border of the land of fire, eventually making their way back to the land of ginger. Chapter 30. Regret. Yamabuki Shiro kept his stepfather's words close to his heart. Upon returning to the land of ginger, he diligently nurtured the precious seeds of the illusion ginger flower, drawing upon his knowledge of botany. As word spread, buyers seeking the illusion ginger flower began to seek them out, and the Yamabuki family's fortunes appeared to improve. Yet, their mother's health waned daily. In just 2 years, the illness had transformed her from a vibrant young woman into a shadow of her former self. The siblings took their mother to distant places for treatment, managing the costs of travel, lodging, and medical expenses. However, the doctor insisted on a minimum of 4 visits per month, and such a burden would soon exhaust their meager savings. Their mother, resolute, refused to continue seeking treatment, expressing her acceptance of fate and urging Shiro to care for his sister and live well. If at this moment, Shanbian Shiro had heeded his mother's advice and devoted himself solely to nurturing the Huanjiang flower, without entertaining any misguided thoughts, the ensuing tragedy could have been averted. One day, a wandering traveler, passing through the kingdom of Jiang, sought refuge in the Shanbian household. Inspired by his inebriated remark, "I fear that the chakra within the ninjas could also serve as nourishment," Shanbian Shiro felt a spark of inspiration. He began to search for forbidden texts of this nature and procured the nocturnal Huajiang flower, whose stamens released a powder that could confound the minds of others. Quietly, he commenced his preparations in the shadows. 6 months later, a ninja from the country of grass arrived to investigate the origins of the Huanjiang flower. Driven by an innate loathing for that nation's ninjas, Shanbian Shiro marked this individual as his target. The experiment proceeded with remarkable success. The chakra seeping into the soil seemed to be absorbed by the plants. Before long, he had cultivated 3 mutated Huanjiang flowers using that very chakra. Buyers soon caught wind of this and offered substantial prices. Upon learning that her son had produced these flowers through malevolent means, Shanbian Shiro's mother wept and begged him to desist. However, consumed by the desire to sell for a high price to fund his mother's treatment, he adamantly insisted on selling the 2 mutated flowers. Unbeknownst to him, his obstinacy would soon lead the Shanbian family to bear immeasurable sorrow. The child of a prestigious family from the country of Earth, who consumed the mutated Huanjiang flower, misjudged the amount of chakra he possessed during a ninja selection test and unleashed a forbidden technique requiring an enormous chakra expenditure, ultimately resulting in his untimely demise. It turned out that his mother's warnings were indeed true. Even the chakra generated by the mutated Huanjiang flower was utterly different from that refined by a ninja's will and physical prowess. His foolish ignorance soon invoked the wrath of the Earth Country ninjas. They seized most of the family stock of Huanjiang flowers and cruelly murdered his mother before his very eyes. His sister narrowly escaped due to a visit to relatives. When Shanbian Lan returned from her relative's home, she found her brother kneeling in a pool of blood, cradling their deceased mother, his expression one of deathly silence. After that fateful day, Shanbian Lan noticed that Shanbian Shiro had irrevocably changed. He would oscillate between normalcy and delusions of a demon holding his mother captive, coercing him to continue cultivating the mutated Huanjiang flower, believing that accumulating a supposed sum of 10,000 gold would allow him to bring her back. He disguised himself as a wise man, forging connections with various renowned clans across nations, and through them, he summoned different ninjas to his homeland. With his facade of an ordinary, affable individual, coupled with tasteless, odorless sedatives, the naive lower-ranking ninjas easily fell into his trap. However, the frequent disappearances of ninjas heading to the kingdom of Jiang soon attracted the attention of the larger nations. They dispatched higher-ranking ninjas to investigate, only to be defeated due to underestimating their foe or lured into the underground chamber by Shanbian Shiro's greed, where they fell victim to the purified pollen of the Huajiang flower. In short, before Kakashi and the others arrived, Shanbian Shiro's nefarious actions remained concealed. The Huijiang flower? Songmu Lin inquired. Isn't that the mutated version of the Huanjiang? Songmu's gaze shifted to a row of red jiang flowers behind him. Only those red flowers were connected to chakra lines, while the vast expanse of Huanjiang flowers appeared unremarkable. The initial 2 mutated Huanjiang flowers had already been deemed failures. His brother later cultivated them merely to attract ninjas interested in the mutated Huanjiang flowers. Although the Huijiang flower was being grown, rumors spread that there exists a mutated Huanjiang flower in the kingdom of Jiang that can significantly enhance a ninja's chakra. The nocturnal Huijiang possessed the ability to numb the nerves and induce hallucinations, a fact well known among the citizens of Jiang. His brother discovered that if ninja chakra nourished the Huijiang flower during its cultivation, a dark purple pollen would form around the flower's head. This pollen posed no harm to ordinary individuals, but for ninjas exposed to his specially concocted sedatives, it would release pheromones that influenced their mental realm, compelling them to generate chakra even in their dreams for him to absorb. The incense indeed contained ordinary Huanjiang flower components, intended to deceive ninjas seeking the Huanjiang. Shan Bianlan gently caressed her brother's cheek, her voice filled with compassion and self-reproach. Her brother, too, had succumbed to madness due to prolonged exposure to the Huijiang flower. I have consistently urged him to cease, to release the imprisoned ninjas, and start anew. Yet he insists that without avenging their mother, she would never wish to see him. Even in death, I am utterly powerless to convince him. Songmu Lin observed the brow-haired girl weeping with her face buried in her hands, and succinctly summarized, thus, the mutated Huanjiang flower we seek is fundamentally not the Huanjiang flower at all. This individual, who cherished Flora, implored his parents to accompany him to the country of grass, which was still embroiled in conflict. After narrowly escaping the battlefield, he, burdened with guilt over his deceased stepfather, sold the mutated Huanjiang flower, capable of producing vast amounts of false chakra, to ninjas. Following the loss of life, he faced retribution from the ninjas, and his mother met an unfortunate fate. Unable to accept her passing, he spiraled into madness, leading another persona to cultivate the Huijiang flower, which specifically siphoned chakra from ninjas. Was it merely an act of vengeance? Revenge? What kind of revenge is this? Has he considered the consequences? The brow-haired girl gradually ceased her sobbing, her tear-streaked face frozen in shock as she listened to Songmu Lin's words. Kakashi seemed to have anticipated what Songmu Lin was about to say, lowering his gaze, his expression turning grave. The white-haired kunoichi spoke with a certain coldness. Soon, ninjas like us, even those stronger than us, will be dispatched to confront him. With such trivial tricks, even I, a non-ninja, easily unraveled his schemes. If they arrive, what chance do you have? The world of ninjas is far more brutal. Facing a non-ninja nation that repeatedly challenges the authority of great powers, do you know what the outcome will be? Chapter 31. A Kiss Falls. The mission in Jiang concludes. The white-haired kunoichi hurled a kunai at a pot of red flowers across the bath, shattering it. Having witnessed the dark sides of too many ninja nations, Songmu Lin stated emphatically, "Your mother was right. These flowers are a scourge." The man cradled in Shanbian Lan's arms trembled slightly beneath the fabric of his kimono. Songmu Lin stepped closer and asked the long-haired man, who still kept his eyes closed. Wishing to dwell on the past, did you ever think of your sister while doing this? The man, who had been awake for some time, fluttered his eyelashes, half opening his eyes as if contemplating Songmu Lin's question. Kakashi rose and approached the red flowers, preparing to form hand signs to summon shadow clones to obliterate them. He heard Songmu Lin softly advise the Shanbian siblings, "Cherish her, and do not engage in actions you will regret." The silver-haired man paused mid-sign, turning to look at Songmu, whose lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, her eyes filled with warmth. Days later, at the Shanbian residence in the kingdom of Jiang, the expansive home was thoroughly cleansed. Windows and doors flung wide to welcome the morning breeze and sunlight, gradually dispersing the lingering gloom that had enveloped the Shanbian household for a year. A girl clad in a kimono busily assisted the servants in the kitchen, preparing nourishing herbs and food. In the main room, converted into a communal sleeping area, lay the ninjas previously afflicted by the pollen of the mutated Huijiang flower. Fortunately, this time, Shanbian Shiro merely overextended the body of the ninja to obtain chakra, avoiding casualties. The mentally distressed young ninja received timely medical attention and gradually recovered. The ninjas who woke up one after another were compensated handsomely by the Shanbian siblings, whose sincere remorse mitigated any grievances, and once they regained their strength, they packed their belongings and returned to their respective countries. In truth, while ostensibly recuperating, Sangmu Rin assisted Shanbian Lan in caring for the ninjas for several days. At that moment, she encountered Shanbian Shiro, who had just paid the compensation and was walking in after sending off a small team of IWA ninjas. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Sangmu Rin's smiling face, the brown-haired man quickly lowered his head, unable to hide his embarrassment. "We should return to report," the silver-haired female ninja said cheerfully. "Please sign the task receipt, Shanbian Shiro." "Certainly. Please follow me," he gestured politely. While waiting for Shanbian to sign, Sangmu Rin's gaze fell upon the scroll hidden on the table, adorned with a landscape painting. Meaningfully, she remarked to the long-haired man, "You should take the time to appreciate that painting." Noticing the man looking up in slight confusion, Sangmu Rin nodded towards the scroll she had brought, sighing softly. The head of the Saryu family in Konoha is famously protective of his paintings. Many have offered substantial sums for one of his collections, yet he never sells. Hearing her words, Shanbian Shiro brought the scroll closer, opened it, and revealed a brilliantly colored landscape painting of Qingfeng Mountain. The edges of the painting contained a note with a vigorous script. Shanbian Shiro picked it up, reading, "With this landscape, I gift it to my dear friend, Saryu Chuan." As Sangmu Rin retrieved the task receipt from the table and turned to leave, she paused at the threshold of the reception room and added, "Fortunately, everything is still timely. Carry the love of those departed and look up at the person beside you." The long-haired man remained seated, gazing at the note, lost in thought. Sangmu Rin folded the receipt and placed it into her bag. Passing through the inner hall, where she spotted Kakashi leaning against the door, one hand in his pocket while engrossed in a novel. A smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy as she approached him with a light step. "Let us go back," she said. Automatically, Kakashi turned in the direction of departure, responding with a lackluster hi-hi as he continued to focus on his book. As night fell on the return journey to the Land of Fire, they chose a grassy slope to rest. Sangmu Rin set her backpack down, and Kakashi, non-committal, came to a halt beside her. They sat on the hill, unpacking food to satisfy their hunger. Sangmu Rin nibbled on her rations, savoring her favorite strawberry milk, glancing up at the night sky, bathed in moonlight and deep blue hues. "Kakashi, there are so many stars tonight." As Kakashi raised his hand to remove his mask for eating, he looked up at the twinkling stars, which adorned the serene, dark sky beautifully. A gentle breeze stirred, and Sangmu Rin reclined back on the grass, exhaling deeply, softly asking Kakashi, "Where do you think the Shanbian siblings will go from here?" Kakashi, chewing on his food, paused before responding. Although they had eradicated all the mutated flowers, the ninjas who received compensation were unlikely to seek them out. However, Shanbian Shiro still possessed a batch of ordinary illusion ginger flowers. If not relocated promptly, it would surely attract other covetous eyes. "I've advised them. Now it's up to their own discretion," Kakashi stated, then after a moment, retrieved a paper bag from his side and handed it to Sangmu Rin. "This is yours." "What is it?" Sangmu Rin straightened, opening the bag to discover dried illusion ginger flowers inside. "Is this from the illusion ginger?" she asked, bewildered. "Considering the timeline, you've been back for nearly a year," Kakashi lightly reminded her. "Shanbian Lan insisted on showing gratitude. I thought you might need it, so I asked her for this." "Wait, considering the timeline. It has indeed been nearly a year since I returned, but this pertains to the ninja health check." Sangmu Rin suddenly realized, her thoughts racing. How could she have forgotten? Due to the backlash from the Frost Country's sealing technique, her body could no longer produce new chakra, while she could evade sensory ninjas during missions. The mandatory health examination for ninjas in Konoha required her immediate attention upon returning. Her records clearly stated that she was a ninja capable of independently refining chakra. If it were time for the health check, the sporadic chakra response in her body could arouse suspicion. If she had the illusion ginger flowers, it could indeed temporarily resolve her chakra issue. How could she have been so careless? In truth, the village initially disapproved of her undertaking tasks outside. It was Kakashi who had facilitated her acceptance of the mission in the Land of Ginger. Sangmu Rin glanced at the silver-haired man, who had now finished his food and was resting his hands on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky. Did Kakashi have even the slightest inclination to accept the mission because he had heard of the illusion ginger flowers? Sangmu Rin looked down at the heavy dried flowers in the bag. Even if it was merely self-delusion, she didn't want to relinquish that flicker of hope. This person had not only drawn her troublesome self into his orbit, but also consistently preemptively addressed potential threats on her behalf. Emotions surged within her, and Sangwoo Rin's gaze softened. She held the paper bag tightly to her chest, closed her eyes, and summoned her courage to gently plant a kiss on Kakashi's right cheek. Kakashi, thank you. Chapter 32. Until the clouds disperse in the deep of night, the vast Hokage office was enveloped in silence, devoid of light. In the darkness, a solitary ember flickered intermittently on the main desk. The cold, pale moonlight outside cast a glow upon a corner of his white robe, which stirred slightly amid wisps of blue smoke, accompanied by a voice that bore the weight of experience. So, was Kakashi able to stop you? Yes, my subordinate is incompetent. A figure with striking orange hair knelt on one knee in the moonlight, the voice of the woman behind the fox mask tinged with anxiety. I was unable to ascertain whether she truly cannot utilize chakra. After observing the mask on the woman's face, which symbolized absolute loyalty to the Hokage, the man at the desk inverted his smoking pipe into the ashtray. The sound of a chair sliding echoed through the room as the orange-haired woman bowed her head, watching the white robe enter her line of sight. The voice that followed radiated authority. Inaguchi, I informed you of Sangwoo Rin's identity solely to prompt you to test the child's capabilities. Surely, you did not overstep? Inaguchi Boyu instinctively swallowed hard. No, my subordinate. I did indeed attack her directly without other unnecessary actions. During the confrontation, she did not employ ninjutsu or illusions, but engaged solely in physical combat. Only physical combat? The elderly man in white repeated the phrase, pondering. Perhaps Kakashi was correct. Sangwoo Rin truly could not utilize chakra. She even returned from this mission in the land of ginger with illusion ginger flowers, merely to conceal her inability from the mandatory ninja health check. If this were indeed the case, then the child posed no threat to Konoha, and they seemed overly suspicious of her. Originally intending to conclude this conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and turned to inquire of Jinko. Are you certain that your memories were not altered during your encounters with her? The third Hokage's question left Jinko Bayu momentarily stunned. Altered memories? Indeed, she belonged to the Sumu clan. Were the images in her mind of their confrontations, as well as those of her injuries, truly authentic? Observing Jinko's rigid posture, the third Hokage exacerbated her distress with further speculation. In truth, she may have employed ninjutsu and jinjutsu before you, but in her desire to remain close to Kakashi, she had to maintain her guise as an inconspicuous ninja. Thus, she could have modified your memories to ensure you only recalled engaging in a taijutsu battle. What do you think? Is such a possibility conceivable? This notion sounded utterly absurd. Who could possess such power? The orange-haired woman instinctively felt the urge to laugh. However, she quickly reconsidered. If her opponent were indeed a descendant of that enigmatic clan, capable of manipulating the memories of others through their Kekkei Genkai, then achieving such a feat was entirely plausible. Yet here she was, foolishly contemplating the assassination of Sumu Rin. The third Hokage had merely instructed her to assess Sumu's strength en route to the land of Ginger, and she was brazenly scheming to eliminate Sumu Rin. If her adversary were merely concealing her true abilities, would Sumu Rin, with a heart as cold as steel, not consider reducing her to the mental capacity of a 3-year-old? The more Jinko contemplated, the more her heart raced with trepidation. Such a terrifying individual, and she had previously wished to slay her. Where had her confidence stemmed from? Noticing Jinko's shoulders trembling uncontrollably, the third Hokage secretly smirked, satisfied that he had achieved his aim. If Sumu Rin were truly such a reckless and impulsive person, she would not have been able to execute her covert missions for a decade. The third Hokage's intention in sharing this was simply to instill a sense of caution in this somewhat headstrong member of the Umbu, discouraging her from provoking Sumu Rin further. After all, escalating matters would be detrimental to the Land of Fire, to Konoha, and to the children. His directive for Jinko to probe whether Sumu Rin possessed chakra was genuine. One could not rely solely on Kakashi's word to indiscriminately assign a person carrying national secrets out of the village. However, he had not ordered the termination of Sumu's life. That child had followed the fourth Hokage since childhood, and her character was unlikely to be flawed, yet her prolonged absence from the village rendered her intentions unclear, making unconditional trust improbable. From the mission report returned by Kakashi, The third Hokage had already discerned that Jinko Bayu had not adhered to his instructions to engage in a long-range attack. The directive was clear: ascertain whether Sumu could utilize ninjutsu and jinjutsu, then immediately withdraw to return to the village. Yet, driven by her arrogance and selfishness, Jinko had attempted a close-range assault, resulting in her being overpowered by Sumu Rin and taijutsu, thus exposing herself prematurely. Consequently, she would have to devise alternative strategies. The following day, a particular special ninja, with a mouthful of sunbon and a bag of citrus in hand, withdrew his left hand from his trouser pocket and knocked vigorously on a dilapidated, peeling dormitory door. "Rin, open up. Lord Noera has come to deliver some affection." The only response was silence. After several attempts, a few foraging doves fluttered down the corridor, cooing as if mocking the turbaned man. Waving his hand towards the doves, Noera jinked and began to shoo them away mercilessly. Shoo shoo. The doves remained unfazed. "All right, it seems the little birds of the ninja village are quite bold. Would you like to taste the flavor of sunbon?" Jenkins squinted his eyes and whimsically jostled the ninja tools in his mouth. "I happen to be curious about the taste of roasted pigeon sunbon." With disheveled hair and dark circles under her eyes, Sumu Rin opened the dormitory door to find the turbaned man engaging in a silent standoff with a few doves. Yawning, she queried, "Are you here to play with the birds so early in the morning, Jinkin?" As soon as Rin opened the door, Ginkan's expression shifted to a warm greeting. "Thank you. Leave the things and see you later." Clearly still half asleep, Sumu Rin ruffled her hair and reached out to take the bag from Jinkan while her other hand rested on the doorknob, attempting to close the door and return to sleep. "Hey, wait a minute." Jinkan quickly wedged his foot against the closing door, pushing it open again, and finally noticed the dark circles under Rin's eyes. "Wow, Rin, did you sneak out to steal Kakashi's door all night? Get lost." Sumu Rin shot him a glare. Uninterested in continuing the conversation, shoulders slumped, she turned to head back to her bedroom. "Is it possible you returned from a mission and Kakashi rejected you?" Sumu Rin halted, and Jinkan waved his hands in jest. "No way." But upon seeing the expression on her face, a blend of desperation and plea for help, Ginkan's mouth fell open in surprise, nearly dropping his ninja tools. "No way. You and Kakashi actually." In a panic, the white-haired woman rushed to cover his mouth, vigorously shaking her head to signal him to lower his voice. She did not mean it that way. Once Jinkan nodded in understanding, she released him and with flushed cheeks, recounted how she had impulsively kissed Kakashi one day. "Honestly, I'm not surprised," Jinkan remarked, placing the oranges on Rin's dining table and taking a seat nearby with a knowing smile. "I'm more surprised that you managed to hold back until now." Just as Rin was about to sip her cup of cold water, she choked and sprayed it everywhere, hastily grabbing a cloth to clean the mess, inadvertently knocking over other cups in her flustered state. Jinkan, undeterred by her reaction, continued, "With your feelings, the way you look at Kakashi could practically ignite flames. And he even took the initiative to take you on as his student. What an opportunity, Rin. I take back what I previously said about him being cold and aloof. Who would have guessed that Kakashi would approach Lord Hokage?" "That's not it," Sumu Rin interjected, freezing her fingers that were fiddling with the cup, trying to interrupt Jinkan before he could elaborate. "The reason he replaced my Jonin is not because he has any other intentions." Unable to directly explain the decline of her chakra to Jinkan, Sumu simply murmured the opposite. "I regret it deeply now." "Huh." Jinkan, seated at the dining table, looked utterly puzzled. "Why?" With a sigh, Sumu Rin let her hands fall limply to her sides. "Kakashi seems to want nothing to do with me now." Observing her expression, Noera Jinkan wisely chose to remain silent. How should one put it? From a friend's perspective, he genuinely wished to see Sumu Rin achieve her desires. However, if the object of her affection were indeed Kakashi, he felt it was only natural for her to face rejection. After all, countless women had attempted to win over Hatake Kakashi throughout their lives, only to meet failure. In contrast, Rin had only just returned to Konoha for less than a year. If she were to suddenly announce that she and Kakashi were progressing rapidly, it would seem rather unusual for that iceberg of love to suddenly thaw. Yet, in recent days, Kakashi had indeed been seen more frequently with their peers, and during his chaotic duels with Guy, it was evident that he was slowly regaining his former self, albeit with occasional indifference. "I need to change clothes. I'm off on a mission," Sumu Rin declared, gathering her thoughts as she turned to head toward the bathroom. She glanced back at Noera Jinkan, who sat in contemplation, as if to say, "What are you still doing here? Wherever it's cool, let's stay there." "How cold-hearted you are." This woman, Xianjian scolded. I even remembered that you love to eat citrus, and this morning I brought you fresh oranges. Sangmu Lin casually tied up her long hair that fell on her shoulders and began to squeeze toothpaste, mumbling her gratitude for the fact that Lord Shiranui still remembers her. Facing the woman's somewhat indifferent tone, Xianjian clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, thinking that if he didn't know you had such a bad temperament since childhood, he would really believe you learned to be this way from Kakashi. Realizing he had spoken too quickly, the turbaned man hurriedly stopped himself. The person brushing her teeth in front of the mirror heard Xuanjin's remark and felt a slight flush on her face. She did not want her friend to always steer the conversation towards her and Kakashi. She regretted not having restrained herself back then. Why did she have to lean in and kiss him? Kakashi's prolonged silence and his unwillingness to meet her gaze upon their return to Konoha conveyed his feelings to Sangmu Lin. Before returning to Konoha, she had merely thought that it would be nice to see him often in the village. Once back in Konoha, she wished they could talk more frequently. After establishing a connection, she thought how wonderful it would be to see him every day. Now that they had become nominal teacher and student, they could essentially meet daily. So logically, she should be content, right? Why was it that? Indeed, human desires are an endless abyss. Is everyone greedy? Just when one acquires what they desire, they cannot help but yearn for more. However, her actions had evidently caused Kakashi distress. With her sensitive identity and her ailing body, she should not entertain such damned thoughts. Initially, her intention was simply to accompany him as a comrade for his last journey. The woman submerged her face into the cold water, the icy liquid sending a shiver through her entire body. Truly remarkable, Sangmu Lin, you have led yourself down a dead end. Konoha's memorial stone. On a chilly autumn morning, the cold wind tousled the man's slightly long hair, while the golden morning light enveloped his back like a warm current. Kakashi stood quietly, gazing at the names of his friends cast in shadow on the stone, beginning to recount his story to them in silence. Obito, if it were you, regardless of your feelings, you would sincerely respond to a girl's affections, right? Because that is just the kind of person you are. But me, I seem unable to be as candid and forthright as you were. Even now, my thoughts remain tangled. Back then, you were still a child. And discussing this with you wouldn't yield any advice, would it? Can I genuinely respond to a relationship? Can I, who is still groping towards the future, do so? The me who has witnessed your successive departures and still struggles to rebuild intimate relationships with others, can I? Perhaps I am simply too timid. Since I do not intend to begin, I might as well keep my distance. The kitchen, filled with the aroma of food, illuminated by the warm glow of home, revealed a lovely sleeping face. Ignoring her bleeding hand, she earnestly wiped his forehead with care. In the soft yellow firelight, her hands cradled his face, offering him reassurance. On the eve of a mission, she smiled confidently, aware of his concerns. Just for a trivial matter, she stepped in to defend him. Under the starry sky, she bravely approached him. Kakashi looked up at the sky. He knew that the few sparse white clouds would soon be scattered by the cold wind, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 33, Fireworks Festival. Below the ninja dormitory, two people walked side by side on the road, not knowing that Sangmu Lin had just returned. Xianjian handed her a peeled orange. You didn't know, Lin? Everyone in the village has been preparing for the fireworks festival these past few days. Lord Sandame has ordered everyone to take a break. Ah, Sangmu Lin, crossing her arms and walking with a clear lack of sleep, raised her hand to decline the orange, opting instead to peel her own. You rascal, I picked this with great effort, Xianjian responded without being offended, raising an eyebrow as he took the orange back, peeled a few sections, and tossed them into his mouth. Good morning, Xuanjin Kuan, greeted a vendor from a roadside fruit stall upon seeing them. Business is booming, isn't it? Boss, the man, holding a stack of kanai, replied. Are you out for a stroll with your girlfriend? The fruit vendor teased, casually asking. Are you satisfied with the oranges you bought from me earlier? Want to buy some more? The surroundings fell silent for 2 seconds. The white-haired woman shot a mischievous glance at Xianjian and deliberately asked the vendor, did you sell them to him? Ha ha ha, the boss is quite the jokester. Xianjian smiled politely at the fruit vendor, his forehead glistening with a nervous sweat as he tried to push Sangmu away from the scene. Sangmu Lin, being pushed forward, couldn't he help but laugh at Xuanjian's sudden embarrassment. Who cares if it was picked or bought? As long as it's delicious, she exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably at the sight of Xuanjian's awkwardness. If you continue to be so clueless when pursuing girls, I might just feel sorry for you. She laughed heartily. I appreciate your concern. Thank you for thinking of me so much. Xianjian looked at her with a resentful gaze, still chuckling at her antics. As he glanced past her shoulder with a hint of surprise, "Ah, it's Kakashi." Placing a hand on his shoulder, the white-haired woman wore an expression that said, "Don't try to fool me," raising a finger and shaking it at Xianjian. "This is too childish. How could I possibly?" As she turned her back to directly expose the turbaned man's scheme, she unexpectedly spotted the tall, silver-haired ninja standing across the street at the entrance to the forest, casually holding the familiar orange novel, seemingly unaware of Sangmu and the others on this side of the street, engrossed in his reading. Sangmu Lin froze for a moment, then rushed a few steps forward, raising her arm high and waving at the person across the street, shouting, "Kakashi, step aside, step aside. Be careful. Hey, Lin." Fortunately, Xianjian was quick enough to grab Sangmu Lin's collar and pull her back just as two carts, having just delivered their goods, sped past her raised hem. "Hey, there are people on the road. Are you in a hurry to die, running so fast?" Xianjian yelled at the dust left behind by the speeding carts. Sangmu Lin stumbled a bit, but regained her footing, only to find that Kakashi had already vanished from view. "Wait, let me teach you how to," Xianjian began, raising both hands, ready to form a jutsu and teach those two delivery drivers a lesson. "Forget it. It was my fault for suddenly rushing ahead," Sangmu Lin said, pressing down on Xuanjian's raised arm and turning towards another path with a light-hearted tone. "Come on, didn't you just say you'd treat me to a Chiraka ramen?" Not knowing how to respond, Xianjian followed her pace, his tone dripping with exaggerated sarcasm. "You really have a healthy appetite, wanting ramen so early in the morning? What does it matter to you? Didn't you say that Uncle Ichiraka's promotion is still on? If I eat 3 bowls of ramen, I can earn a voucher for another bowl. I can't miss that," Sangmu Lin said, patting the small bag tied around her waist. "Oh, I think there was something like that," Xianjian recalled, realizing that he preferred various rice dishes over slippery ramen. So he wasn't too familiar with the ramen shop's promotion and could only respond uncertainly. Then he asked, "What are you saving those vouchers for? If you want ramen, just call me brother, and I'll treat you to as much as you want." Sangmu Lin stifled a yawn as a chill morning breeze swept past her, making her realize she had not dressed warmly enough for the day. Rubbing her arms, she remarked, "Never mind. You should save your resources for marrying a wife." Indeed, Xuanjian's words rang true. As she stepped onto the bustling street, the lively atmosphere of an upcoming celebration was palpable. Colorful signs adorned the shops lining the street, which boasted a variety of eateries, meatball stalls, accessory boutiques, clothing stores, and hair and makeup salons, all bustling with activity. As Sangmu Lin exited the Ikaku ramen shop with Xianjian, carefully stowing her voucher in her bag, she glanced up to see the turbaned man, who had previously mentioned taking her to try on a kimono. To her surprise, he was now surrounded by several graceful ladies dressed in kimonos. "Ah, Xuanjin-kun, aren't you on duty today? Xuanjin-kun, would you like to watch the fireworks together tonight? Oh dear, I wonder if I will have the honor." The man, known as Niji Hua Xianjian, chuckled dismissively, his laughter unfazed by the attention. Amidst the melodic laughter of the young women, Sangmu Lin quietly stepped aside, preferring not to intrude upon their merriment. Entering a kimono shop alone, she recalled Xuanjian's mention of the fireworks festival that evening, during which the third generation had declared a break from missions. With that, she had decided to dress casually for her outing. Sangmu Lin knew that with her appearance, unless someone specifically sought to investigate, no one would associate her with the Sangmu clan if she blended into the crowd. Upon noticing her arrival, the shopkeeper's face brightened, and she greeted Sangmu Lin with a radiant smile. "Good day, young lady. Are you here to purchase a kimono? Our shop offers a wide variety of stylish options. Shall I show you?" Sangmu Lin waved her hand dismissively. "No, thank you." The shopkeeper quickly responded, "What if it's for tonight's fireworks festival? We offer short-term rentals for kimonos. We can also design a hairstyle for you at no extra charge." Sangmu Lin, puzzled by the concept of renting a kimono, hesitated. It seemed she had never worn one before, and the shopkeeper noticed her uncertainty. "Of course, you can try them on." Feeling a bit out of her depth but not deterred, Sangmu Lin decided to give it a try. She had been focused on missions for the past decade and had never worn a vibrant kimono. The sight of Shanbian Lan in her kimono had always been striking, especially when she stood next to Kakashi, whose tall frame complemented her beauty. After scanning the shop's array of kimonos, Sangmu Lin selected one that closely resembled Shanbian Lan's and asked the shopkeeper to retrieve it. "You have a good eye? Please come and try it on." The shopkeeper beckoned. However, Sangmu Lin hesitated, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The shopkeeper, sensing her discomfort, reassured her, "Don't worry, I will help you adjust it." With a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, Sangmu Lin stepped into the fitting room, questioning whether she would look appealing in the garment. What would Kakashi think if he saw her in a kimono? "Please remove your clothes, leaving only your undergarments," the shopkeeper smiled encouragingly, which eased Sangmu Lin's nerves slightly as she began to unfasten her outfit. Yet, as she continued, she noticed the shopkeeper's expression shifting from warm to concerned. Realizing that she still wore a rib brace due to a recent fracture, Sangmu Lin paused in her actions, feeling embarrassed. "I apologize, I forgot about the bandages. They don't quite match the kimono," she chuckled awkwardly. "No, it's quite all right. I should have considered that you might be a ninja capable of scaling rooftops," the shopkeeper replied, bowing her head in apology. "You can still wear it. We just need to adjust the obi." However, Sangmu Lin suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over her, and she smiled gently, shaking her head. "Thank you, but I've changed my mind about wearing it." With that, she waved her thanks to the shopkeeper and stepped out, feeling relieved to have saved herself the expense. Just then, she heard whispers from a narrow alley behind her, catching her attention. "Are we really going to do this? What if the school finds out?" one boy murmured. "What's there to be afraid of? I heard that the new homeroom teacher, Irika, doesn't care what happens." Another chimed in, "He doesn't intervene when trouble arises. But that amount of sedative is excessive. My mother wouldn't use that much even for a cow. What is wrong with it? That guy is a monster. Haven't you heard? He loves to talk big and meddle in others' affairs. I want him to suffer a bit. Stop wasting time. Are we doing this or not?" The white-haired woman listened intently to their conversation, her gray-black eyes glinting with cold resolve. By the time Xianjian finally extricated himself from the throng of young women, Sangmu Lin had vanished from sight. The night had fallen, and Konoha village, usually modest, was now extravagantly adorned for this rare grand celebration. Families flocked to open spaces, eagerly awaiting the fireworks display, while patrolling ninjas relaxed their taut nerves for a brief reprieve. The streets were teeming with jubilant crowds, radiant in their colorful kimonos. Some young women pairing up to invite the men they admired to share in the spectacle. Kakashi, Guy, and others stood outside a meatball shop, waiting for the fireworks to begin. "Kakashi, let us have a contest to flirt with the girls," Guy proposed excitedly, gazing at the lovely young women across the street. "I'm not interested," the silver-haired man replied nonchalantly, his hands tucked in his pockets. The raucous atmosphere was hardly conducive to engaging in any romantic pursuits. His gaze flickered towards the izakaya next door, where Ebisu and others were enjoying themselves. "You lost the last bet. Drink up. Don't let the girls look down on you," Guy urged, laughing heartily. Seeing Niji Xianjian among the group piqued Kakashi's curiosity, prompting him to ponder. Asuma approached, a hint of cheerfulness in his tone as he asked, "So, have you invited any lovely ladies to join you for the fireworks?" "Flirting at the fireworks festival is the essence of youth," Guy exclaimed enthusiastically. At Asuma's inquiry, Guy was ready to pull Kakashi along, but the silver-haired ninja deftly sidestepped. "Please, let me enjoy my rare day off, Guy. Besides, what you proposed is not a contest. It's blatant harassment," Kakashi admonished, raising a finger in caution. As he surveyed the crowd again, a familiar figure seemed to flit around the corner across the street, but it vanished almost immediately. "Is that Sangmu?" The instinctive feeling that something was amiss compelled the silver-haired man to move in the direction he had seen her. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the girls, who had been grappling with their inner turmoil for a long time, finally mustered the courage to approach him. At that moment, as fate would have it, they all gathered around him. "Kakashi-senpai, I just became a chunin this year. Kakashi-kun, can we go together to see the blooming flowers? Please wait, don't crowd." Kakashi suddenly found his path obstructed. With his arms raised, he was unable to push the girls away, leaving the silver-haired ninja momentarily at a loss. Beside him, Might Guy bit down on his handkerchief, tears of frustration streaming down his face. "Kakashi, you truly are my lifelong rival. Even your overwhelming popularity seems so justified." Stumbling backward due to the crowd, Kakashi had no choice but to form a hand sign and swiftly escape the scene. "Akai, come and drink. Miss Maiko wants to meet you. Hurry." Xianjian poked his head out from the izakaya window, shouting towards the watermelon-headed figure still standing there, biting his handkerchief. With his eyes welling up, Might Guy clenched his fists and bent forward, beginning a silent cheer. "Father, you were right. Do not lose hope in times of despair. Love is no different." This is Youth. Chapter 34. Uncommunicated Concern. In the woods behind the mountain, the atmosphere was starkly different from the lively residential area. The night enveloped the back mountain, with the surrounding trees appearing as shadowy specters. 3 or 4 children stood in a clearing among the trees, holding flashlights, secretly discussing something. Dressed in black ninja attire that concealed her hair and features, Sangmu Lin stood behind a large tree, maintaining a safe distance to observe them. After waiting for a long time, the figure of the blonde boy still did not appear. I say, is this what you call a courage-testing event? Can I really join you? Just as Sangmu thought she was overthinking, a hopeful child's voice came through. Upon hearing this voice, her expression darkened. It was him, the target of the children's mischief tonight. She saw the blonde boy scratching the back of his head, still clad in his long unworn orange outfit, approaching with a goofy grin from the nearby forest path. Then another child's voice chimed in. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to play or not? I had to beg for ages for them to let you join this courage-testing event. The blonde child seemed genuinely excited, oblivious to any underlying tension. Really? Ha ha. Then I will give it my all. The leading child began to dramatically narrate. In our village, there is a legend. It is said that on the night of the fireworks festival, in the back mountain of Konoha, which we are standing on right now, a group of monsters that solely devour children emerges. They sneak into the village while the adults are busy watching the fireworks, and when they look back at their children, those kids are practically left with just a wobbly head. Ah. 2 of the children, captivated by the tale, immediately cried out in fright. The blonde child, however, scoffed, digging in his nose. I know this forest well. There are no monsters that eat children. Stop lying, the leading child insisted. I told you they only appear on the night of the fireworks festival. When was the last fireworks festival? Were you here? Naruto Uzumaki squinted, resting his chin in thought. All right, he indeed did not recall any fireworks festival, but soon became excited, exclaiming, that sounds interesting. So how do we play? The children, sensing they had caught a fish on the line, quickly stood aside, revealing 5 white porcelain bowls that had been prepared in the center of the grass. The leading boy picked up one of the bowls and presented it to Naruto, saying, drink this courage soup, and our courage testing event can officially begin. Looking down at the bowl in the boy's hands, filled with a liquid seemingly prepared just for him, Naruto did not foolishly rush to drink it. Instead, he slowly squinted his eyes, staring at the 4 children in front of him, causing the blonde boy to remain silent. Sangmu Lin, hidden in the shadows, was slightly taken aback by his demeanor, then smiled with satisfaction. Well done, Naruto. You quickly saw through their scheme. However, before she could fully appreciate this, Naruto's confident voice rang out. You guys aren't scared, are you? Waiting for me to enter that forest? Haha, you caught us. Quickly drink, or we'll miss the fireworks and one tea catch any monsters. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the children all sighed in relief and eagerly lifted the white porcelain bowls to Naruto's lips. In the darkness, a woman's gaze sharpened. As she reached into her ninja tool pouch for a few shuriken, she prepared to step out from behind the tree. Unbeknownst to her, Kakashi, standing behind her, raised a gloved hand to press her poised hand back into the pouch. His voice, tinged with exasperation, echoed from behind. Are you planning to kill them? Sangmu Lin froze, turning to look at him. The darkness only outlined his figure, and just then, someone in the residential area could no longer contain their excitement and was ready to be the first to launch fireworks. Boom! A brilliant array of colorful lights erupted in the night sky behind Kakashi. Sangmu Lin, illuminated by the fireworks, caught sight of the silver tips of his hair. But now was not the time for such thoughts. After a moment of surprise due to Kakashi's appearance, she swiftly turned back to stop the children's prank. Let go. However, her right hand was still firmly held by the man. Unable to restrain her anger, Sangmu Lin glared at Kakashi. You cannot intervene. Kakashi immediately released his grip, leaving behind those words. He then appeared before the children, quickly forming hand signs. Sangmu Lin could see that Kakashi was casting a genjutsu on all of them simultaneously. Before long, including Naruto, the children all dropped their arms and stood still. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, they all slumped to the ground. Walking over to pick up the shattered bowl, Sangmu Lin frowned, having not clearly seen whether Naruto had actually drunk from it. They will awaken soon and return home by themselves. We should leave, Kakashi said, picking up the unconscious blonde boy, to avoid being seen. The 2 took a shortcut through the woods toward the hospital. The entrance to Konoha Hospital now loomed before them. The silver-haired man lowered his head to observe the child in his arms. If it was just my jinjutsu, he should have awakened by now. He must have drunk the soup, Sangwoo Lin said, reaching out to touch Naruto's soft cheek. This is Watergate uncle and Kushina sister's child, Naruto Uzumaki. Her eyes reddened. Sangwoo Lin struggled to conceal her guilt. Clearly, she had followed closely behind, yet still allowed the child to drink that bowl, which had been laced with an excessive amount of sedative. But if Kakashi had not intervened, could she, without his ability to directly resolve the situation with Jinjutsu, have managed to save Naruto without anyone noticing? She had just momentarily lost her composure and was prepared to throw shuriken at the children. If a tragedy were to occur in the back mountain tonight, would the parents of those children spare Naruto-san? As the instigator, what could she do to assist the child when trouble inevitably arose? Sangwoo Lin felt an immense sense of relief at Kakashi's timely arrival once again. I cannot let him in, Kakashi suddenly stated, to prevent the outside world from discovering the whereabouts of the Nine Tails. The higher-ups had already established regulations prohibiting anyone associated with the fourth Hokage from approaching this child. Kakashi's expression rarely turned serious. He looked into Sangwoo Lin's eyes and articulated clearly, "You must not." Sangwoo Lin fell silent, understanding Kakashi's intent more than anyone else. This child was not only the son of Minato, but also the Jinchuriki, who housed the Nine Tails within him. In order to prevent information leakage that could lead to the child being abducted by formidable enemies, it was indeed most prudent to avoid all contact with anyone related to the fourth Hokage, who had sealed the Nine Tails. Moreover, she, Sangwoo Lin, had become a figure that could no longer appear in public due to her connections. Her concern for this child could lead to dire consequences for anyone involved. The silver-haired woman sighed in resignation. Her and the child's identities were far too sensitive. However, she still needed to visit the hospital tonight, as it was impossible to ascertain the consequences of administering excessive tranquilizers meant for beasts to a child's body. Sangwoo glanced at her attire for the night and suddenly had an idea. Since it was already after working hours, only 2 medical ninjas were present at the reception desk in the Konoha hospital lobby. Sangwoo Lin dusted herself off and walked through the door. The woman in black feigned being lost, squinting at the hospital's consultation route map on the wall, unable to discern her destination. A female doctor, unable to resist her curiosity upon seeing the woman's demeanor, approached and inquired, "Do you need assistance?" "Ah, hello. I am a recently returned genin. Wasn't I informed to come to the hospital for a checkup?" Sangwoo said, focusing her gaze on the map again, squinting as if searching for the examination department. "Checkup? You must come during working hours to collect the examination slip." "At this hour, I'm afraid," the female medical ninja politely replied. "Oh, is that so?" Sangwoo Lin feigned realization, then turned to leave the hospital, murmuring, "I suppose I will have to return during the day." "Wait," another medical ninja interjected, scrutinizing the visitor clad in black, who concealed her hair and face. "If you claim to be a genin of the village, you should be registered. May I ask for your ninja ID number?" You want to verify my identity even before the checkup?" Sangwoo stammered, suddenly hesitant to meet their gaze. Noticing her discomfort, the first female medical ninja softened her tone, saying, "Please don't be anxious. We are just conducting a routine inquiry. If you could share your name with us, we can assist you in scheduling your examination." Sangwoo Lin paused, then nodded, avoiding eye contact, and simply stated her name and ninja ID number 011533. 011533. The other medical ninja began searching. Indeed, she found her name on the genin pending examination list, thus alleviating their suspicions. "May I leave now and return tomorrow?" Sangwoo Lin asked uncertainly, blinking her large eyes. The 2 medical ninjas nodded and smiled, watching her head toward the hospital entrance. Just as she reached the door, she abruptly halted and turned back to ask the medical ninjas, "By the way, when I passed by the hospital's outer wall, it seemed there was someone lying there. Is that all right?" Upon hearing her words, the 2 medical ninjas exchanged glances, and Sangwoo Lin added, "I couldn't see clearly, but it looked like a girl. She must be quite ill to have made it to the hospital entrance." "You should." Sangwoo trailed off, and one of the medical ninjas' expressions turned serious as he quickly departed his station to check the hospital's outer wall based on her description. With a nod to the other medical ninja, Sangwoo Lin stepped out of the hospital. As she reached the main entrance, she brushed shoulders with a female medical ninja urgently carrying the unconscious Naruto inside. Inside, voices arose in a flurry. "It's that child. Hurry. I see water stains on his collar. It seems he has ingested some kind of tranquilizer." Stepping outside the hospital, the woman finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With her hands in her pockets, the silver-haired ninja leaning against the door asked, "Where to next?" "Back to where I was," the woman replied before hastily retracing her steps. Kakashi sighed softly. Even though he had mentioned that the children would return home on their own once they regained consciousness, he could not shake his concerns, prompting him to confirm their safe departure. After all, the four of them had come together with Naruto. If they failed to return safely, the parents would undoubtedly cause a scene. It was only prudent for Sangwoo Lin to check on them. After a moment of contemplation, the silver-haired man quietly followed her. In the distance, fireworks were already being set off against the night sky, while those ahead, seemingly lost in the darkness, ran with all their might. The back mountain of Konoha was indeed unsafe at night, and sensing her urgency, Kakashi rushed in front of Sangwoo Lin, wrapping his arm around her waist, half lifting her onto his shoulder. Sangwoo Lin placed her hands on his shoulders, surprised, and turned her head to glance at the silver-haired man's head. "This is faster. It was my oversight to leave those unconscious children in the back mountain. I will take you there," Kakashi said in a calm voice as he began forming hand seals. Being transported in an instant felt peculiar to Sangwoo Lin. Her entire body tensed, and she clutched the fabric of Kakashi's shoulder tightly, unwilling to loosen her grip. In mere moments, they found themselves back in the same forest. As Kakashi set Sangwoo Lin down, she felt unsteady, nearly losing her balance. Kakashi extended his hand to steady her. "Thank you," she whispered, quickly regaining her breath and stepping back to create distance between them. The children had already vanished without a trace. Sangwoo Lin bent down to look at the grassy area that had previously held 4 white bowls, now completely clean. "I found several fresh footprints leading down the mountain," Kakashi said as he approached her. "Based on the evidence, it appears they have indeed returned," Sangwoo Lin remarked, as she raised her hand to untie the black scarf from her head, which had been causing her discomfort. With a resounding boom, a vibrant firework burst forth like a shooting star, piercing the dark night. Boom, boom, boom followed in rapid succession, the second and third fireworks erupting one after another. Sangwoo Lin's eyes brightened as she stepped toward the cliff's edge for a broader view. Countless magnificent fireworks exploded before her, their colorful lights intertwining, captivating her gaze. The petals of the fireworks fell around her like a beautiful rain of flowers. She had not anticipated that she would have chosen the best vantage point for the evening. Sangwoo Lin could not resist the urge to glance back at the silver-haired ninja behind her. At that moment, Kakashi slowly approached her side, quietly joining her in admiring the magnificent fireworks display. Beneath the spectacle of fireworks, the joyous cheers of the villagers occasionally reached their ears. Feeling somewhat hindered by her mask, Sangwoo Lin swiftly removed the black covering from her face, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she beheld the celebration. She had never before experienced a moment so beautiful that it brought a lump to her throat. A ripple of emotion stirred within her, and she turned to gaze at Kakashi's profile. The splendid blossoms of light were reflected in the focused depths of the silver-haired man's eyes. A scene that she had envisioned countless times in her mind was now materializing before her. She whispered his name, Kakashi. Upon hearing her, he shifted his gaze from the fireworks to her, his dark pupils betraying no emotion. Compared to the short hair he had sported upon his return to Konoha, her hair now cascaded down to her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze of the forest. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, revealed a candid affection for him. Regardless of the circumstances, she thought to herself, "I cannot bring myself to relinquish my feelings for you." Chapter 35. The Little White Cat. What? Kakashi craned his neck towards her, a momentary look of confusion flashing in his right eye, as if the sounds around him had rendered him unable to catch Sangwoo Lin's words. Noticing his reaction, she parted her lips to speak but then closed them again, shaking her head after a brief moment of contemplation and smiling as she said, "No, it's nothing." Kakashi watched as she turned away, his gaze shifting back to the grand fireworks display. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a gentle smile graced her lips, her fair cheeks glowing a soft pink under the flickering lights. After some time, Kakashi realized he had been staring at Sangwoo Lin for too long, and in mild panic, he redirected his attention to the fireworks. Yet, the focused profile immersed in the beauty of the scene had once again captured his gaze. This man, has he begun to realize his own charm? He mused darkly. Recently, she often displayed such expressions before him, perhaps attempting to use her beauty to entice him. Knowing that confessions would be futile, Kakashi sensed a dangerous signal in his mind. warning him that Songmu Lin was somewhat perilous, and he should distance himself quickly. Oh, Kai and the others are still waiting for me at the izakaya. After the fireworks faded, the two of them, one silver and one white, began to descend the mountain. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Kakashi suddenly remarked, "Would you like to join me?" He had already anticipated how Songmu Lin would respond, and his intention was merely to find a reason to distance himself from her. Songmu Lin glanced down at her attire for the evening, pondered for a moment, then waved her hand, saying, "No, I'm not good at drinking. I wouldn't want to spoil the fun." Kakashi nodded slightly, accepting her words without further comment, and took out a novel he had brought with him as he walked towards the brightly lit main street. Then, "See you later. See you later." Though Songmu Lin did not explicitly state it, both were acutely aware that she could no longer sit among her peers. How could a novice ninja spend extended periods mingling with several seasoned Konoha jonin? It was simply implausible. A silent smirk graced her lips as the white-haired woman walked alone into the dark, narrow alley leading to the lower ninja dormitories. The fireworks celebration concluded splendidly, and as Xianjian and Kai resumed their revelry at the izakaya, the tall silver-haired jonin finally pushed aside the warm curtain at the entrance, arriving late. Observing his peers, who rarely had a chance to relax, joyfully raising their glasses and chatting, the warm atmosphere inside was in stark contrast to the chilly autumn breeze outside. Unbidden, the image of Songmu Lin gradually disappearing into the dark alleyway resurfaced in his mind, her slender back retreating as her half-long white hair faded into the depths of the alley. She must have lived like this for many years. After traversing numerous places for decades, during every moment of prosperity, warmth, or biting cold, she had always been alone. "Kakashi, you finally made it." Xianjian called out to him from his seat, eager to usher Kakashi to take a seat. Then his gaze fell upon the empty space behind him. The man in the headscarf furrowed his brow slightly. "Why didn't you bring Lin along?" Kakashi was about to respond. She said she didn't want a drink, when a familiar ninja beside Xianjian interjected, "Lin? Could it be that she is the one who made Kakashi abandon all those other invitations to rush over here tonight?" Kakashi frowned slightly, only then realizing that, apart from a few familiar faces, there were several strangers at the table. Beside him, Kai was being encouraged to drink with a silly grin on his face, while two women in kimonos giggled behind their sleeves. Red and Asuma were absent, and a tipsy Hybe was bashfully scratching his head, repeatedly thanking the woman pouring him a cup of sake. It felt as though tonight's gathering was unlike any other, rather than a casual get-together. It resembled a group matchmaking event for the village's single youths. Moreover, the two women seated beside Shiranui Xianjian had not taken their eyes off him since he entered. Kakashi chose to ignore the ninja who had spoken up and halted his steps, a thought rising within him to turn back and find that solitary figure to share a conversation. Just as Kakashi contemplated reversing his course to leave the izakaya, he noticed the man in the headscarf standing up, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, "I apologize, everyone, but I must go find a lost little white cat. Enjoy yourselves." The silver-haired man felt as if his feet were suddenly nailed to the floor, his usually calm right eye betraying a flicker of disturbance. The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of playful protests. "What cat is Xianjian looking for? Stay and keep drinking." Sorry, Xianjian. With a kunai in his mouth, clasped his hands together in apology, "My little cat is quite clingy and has a bad temper. It only wishes for the company of those it likes. No one else will do." The silver-haired jonin frowned slightly at Xianjian's ambiguous remarks. Sensing the subtle shift in his expression, Xianjian suggested, "How about Kakashi-kun goes to find that little cat for me?" Raising an eyebrow, Kakashi met Xianjian's gaze directly. If he turned around and left to find Songmu Lin now, would he be playing right into this man's hands? It seemed that Xianjian's intention was to prompt him to seek out Songmu Lin, referring to her as his little white cat, igniting an inexplicable anger within Kakashi. Just then, the oblivious Mato Kai, who had been out of the loop, turned his head and spotted the silver-haired figure standing at the entrance, excitedly calling out to him. "Kakashi, when did you arrive? Come over and drink." With a blank expression, Kakashi chose to bypass Xianjian and the others, directly taking a seat opposite Kai. A perceptive beauty immediately leaned forward to refill his empty cup with warm sake. Kakashi glanced at her, then nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." No, it's nothing." The elegantly made-up woman blushed, her cheeks blooming with a charming hue. Oh, how could he forget that there was someone with an even worse personality than Songmu Lin here? Realizing he might have overstepped, Shiranui Xianjian clicked his tongue in regret as he was teased by those around him. Xianjian-kun, are you talking about a cat? It sounds more like you're speaking of a lady you fancy. Kakashi ignored the gazes fixed upon him, which seemed to bloom with heart-shaped eyes as they peeled away his mask and raised his cup, drinking it down in one go. If she is truly the girl of your dreams, would you still send Kakashi-kun on your behalf? Are you not lacking in judgment? Haha, Xianjian chuckled awkwardly, too lazy to explain, and turned to shout towards the kitchen, "Boss, give me a bowl of clear broth noodles to go." Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became lively. Who eats clear broth noodles? Stop guessing. The man in the headscarf swatted away the hands of his colleagues who were egging him on, stepping out from his seat to quietly wait at the food pickup window. Once he received the soup, as he walked towards the door, someone behind him maliciously shouted, "Just a bowl of clear broth noodles. It's probably not enough for Xuanjin-senpai to unleash his full potential." The man at the door turned around, cold sweat glistening on his handsome face, his mouth nearly biting through the 1,000 books he held, gritting his teeth with a forced smile. "Shut up. My goodness." He could hardly bear to think about how Lin would react if she found out that such jokes were made behind her back. Especially if he was the one who instigated it. She would surely peel off a layer of his skin. However, his demeanor, resembling that of a henpecked husband, elicited knowing laughter from his colleagues. Nara Shikamaru's inner voice cried out, "Heaven bear witness, I merely wanted to assist Lin and Kakashi. I had no intention of taking advantage of the girl. Heaven bear witness." Meanwhile, sitting quietly nearby, the silver-haired shinobi seemed unfazed, raising his drink to clink glasses with a woman who had come to toast him, then downing the soju in one gulp. Sangmu Lin returned to her residence, shedding her shinobi attire for a comfortable home outfit. The main light in the room remained off as she poured herself a cup of hot water and strolled to the bedside, turning on the warm yellow lamp. Wrapping a blanket around her shoulders, she kicked off her cotton slippers and curled her knees under the blanket, nestling into the soft chair by her desk. Since experiencing the backlash of that sealing technique, Lin felt her body's condition becoming increasingly unstable. Just a while ago, she could jump around in a sleeveless top, but now even wearing 2 long sleeves made her feel cold, and it was still deep autumn, far from the coldest days ahead. Sniffling, she extended her arm to extract a book from the shelf titled A Concise Guide to Shinobi Tools, flipping it open to begin her routine reading. Bulyalu, her stomach protested, reminding her that she had only shared a bowl of ramen with Xianjian that morning. She indeed had a bad habit of neglecting meals without realizing it. Her gaze flickered over to a cookbook on the table, where the words "care starts with the most basic diet" caught her attention. And she couldn't help but recall her earlier declaration to Kakashi on the rear mountain about not wanting to give up on her feelings. How could she not give up on her feelings? If she couldn't even take care of her own body, how could she possibly bring positive emotions to Kakashi? Perhaps she should start with cooking? Although Kakashi's culinary skills were already quite perfect, surely there would be times when he felt too weary to cook himself? When that time came, if she discreetly showcased her culinary prowess before him, wouldn't that be a delightful bonus? The mere thought filled Sangmu Lin with a sense of beauty. And she couldn't bear to look at the Shinobi Tools book any longer, grabbing the cookbook instead and flinging it open. She recalled that Kakashi's favorite foods, sanma and grilled eggplant, had remained unchanged over the years. With enthusiasm, she began to search the table of contents for related recipes. However, the more she read, the more her head throbbed. Salt, to taste. Soy sauce, to taste. Eggplant, to taste. Such vague instructions. In disbelief, she closed the cookbook and reread the title Step-by-Step Guide to Cooking. Even beginners can become culinary masters, her expression darkening as she tossed it back onto the table. Was this really it? Perhaps she should sign up for a cooking class instead, Lin thought. Yet, her mind unconsciously drifted back to Kakashi's long silence beneath the starry sky. He had clearly heard her call from across the street, yet chose to leave immediately. And just moments ago, he had pretended not to hear her confession amidst the fireworks. Another voice arose within her, questioning whether her eagerness would only serve to burden Kakashi further. Before her return, she had believed Kakashi had been alone for the past few years, lacking anyone to support him. However, over the past year, she had witnessed him gradually softening. Whether it was receiving a series of books personally delivered by Jiraiya-sama, the gratitude from the children who had returned to school, or the relentless competitions instigated by his senior guy, every small matter in daily life had pulled him from the dark mire he briefly stepped into. Whether she was present or absent seemed inconsequential. Conversely, She had brazenly proclaimed her feelings without regard for Kakashi's reactions. Her series of self-indulgent actions felt more like a nuisance to him. Recognizing this, Lin's previously fervent thoughts began to cool. Perhaps tomorrow she should submit an application to the third Hokage to dissolve her mentor-student bond with Kakashi. This way, she could sever her own hopes and no longer waste Kakashi's time. Sangmu Lin contemplated this despairingly. Gulyalu, a bowl of instant noodles would suffice for now. She set her feet down, shuffled for her slippers, and stood up. Bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking at the door halted Lin's hand, which was about to boil water. With such forceful knocking, she didn't need to guess who was at the door. Approaching the thin wooden door of her dormitory, she wore a face devoid of hope and coldly addressed the person outside. Why don't you take a look at this flimsy door? Can you be a little gentler next time? The man in the headscarf, slightly smelling of alcohol, yet still quite sober, lifted the warm bowl of noodles in his hands. Smiling brightly at Sangmu Lin. I was just worried you might be hiding inside and crying, so I made some noise to give you a chance to hide your tears. Lin, unsure whether it was Xuanjian's roundabout way of comforting her or the warmth of the soup in his hands, was momentarily taken aback. Her expression softened as she sincerely said, "Thank you." This time, it was Nara Xuanjian who seemed unaccustomed, shoving the food into her hands and ruffling her white hair. "What are you talking about? Treat me to something next time." With that, he waved his hand and prepared to leave after handing the food to Sangmu Lin. The night was deepening, and after having drunk, Xuanjian felt it inappropriate to just walk into a single woman's home. He gestured goodbye. Naturally, Lin did not try to keep him, merely calling after him as he turned towards the stairs. "You too? Drink less." Chapter 36. Long night. It was rare for Xuanjian to hear Sangmu Lin express concern for him, and the corner of his mouth curled up. But his words remained teasing. "Humph, mind your own business about handsome guys. I'm leaving." Sangmu Lin chuckled, genuinely grateful to the heavens for allowing her to have such a teasing friend amidst her brief and cold life. Carrying the bowl of noodles to the dining table, she turned on the lights in the dining area, took out the utensils, and pondered whether she should draft an application to dissolve her position as a jonin. After contemplating how to alleviate the awkwardness between her and Kakashi, Lin concluded that the best approach would be to sever their connection herself. Otherwise, they would be forced to spend time together daily, and she could not afford to remain indifferent. When one fails to sever ties, chaos will inevitably ensue. Sangmu Lin contemplated this as she hurried to her desk, drawing open a drawer to retrieve a pristine sheet of paper and a pen. In a fit of frustration, she began to write fervently, regarding my application to withdraw from the position of jonin. 1. The tip of her pen tapped repeatedly on the punctuation of the first point. Yet, she found herself unable to continue. How absurd. When has a chunin ever requested to relinquish their role as a jonin? Such a decision is made only after the higher-ups deem one capable enough to transition from a mentor to independently undertaking missions. This evaluation is uniformly termed the chunin exam. Initially, her plan upon returning to Konoha as a rookie was to serve as a genin for a while, familiarizing herself with the village, and then participate in the upcoming chunin exam to earn her new title. Once she successfully acquired the chunin designation, she could settle into her new identity within the village. However, an unforeseen backlash from the frost sealing technique had left her devoid of chakra. Though she remained confident in her ability to succeed in the chunin exam without chakra, it was unlikely that the third Hokage would permit her to take such a risk without absolute certainty. After all, her death would be inconsequential. But revealing her identity before perishing would be of utmost concern to them. In this light, it was uncertain when she might ever partake in the chunin exam. With a sigh, Sangmu Lin lamented her predicament. If she could not withdraw voluntarily, she would have to rely on Kakashi to request her reinstatement. She pondered whether Kakashi would agree, considering he had initially intended to assist her without ulterior motives, yet had now developed unwarranted feelings. But what of her own feelings? Could she truly let him go? Frustrated, Sangmu Lin slammed her pen onto the desk, feeling as though she were venting her anger upon herself. So be it. If Kakashi could feign ignorance toward her confession, she too could pretend she had never held affection for him. Resolute, she stood abruptly and returned to the dining table, swiftly finishing her bowl of noodles. She then approached her wardrobe, opened the door, retrieved a bathrobe, and entered the bathroom. At that moment, all she desired was to immerse herself in the warm embrace of the bathtub and regain her composure. "Hey, this guy has had enough to drink," remarked the silver-haired man to the woman who was about to refill the empty cup before Mato Guy. It was a rare occasion to see Mr. Guy at leisure. And on this celebratory day, he should indulge a bit more. After several cups, the woman's voice grew bolder, and she quickly refilled the cup, presenting it to the already flushed Mado Guy. Huh, Miss Mia's drinking capacity is truly impressive. The watermelon-haired man accepted the cup with a goofy grin. Women of the ninja village, after all, are no strangers to alcohol. Guy, you must not lose, someone nearby urged. Aware that Mado Guy had to take his students on a mission the following day, Kakashi shot a bemused glance at the raucous onlookers, wondering who all these people were. Originally, he intended to enjoy a quiet drink with his contemporaries, but now, his peers were few, while a throng of boisterous drinkers had gathered. The weak-drinking Ebisu had already been escorted away, and Guy appeared on the verge of surrendering as well. As for Gunma, the silver-haired man's expression darkened. After all, it had been Gunma who had initially gathered them all. Now, he had merely grabbed a bowl of noodles and fled. And looking for a cat? That guy hardly resembles a cat. Sending food is one thing, but she never eats properly. It's nice to have a friend who cares. But having taken so long to return, was she truly engrossed in conversation? With a loud thud, Kakashi set down his cup with increased force. The gentle-eyed woman beside him noticed his displeasure and assumed it was the raucous environment that irked him, hence she hesitated to assist in pouring wine. However, Mado Guy's companion, Hinata Miya, quickly filled Kakashi's cup to the brim and remarked, "Mr. Hatake, your fearsome glare is nearly scaring our little Koizumi. This cup is a penalty. Drink up." Lowering his gaze to his cup and then glancing at the startled Koizumi, who had turned pale at Miya's words, Kakashi realized he had lost his composure. He reached for the white ceramic sake jug from Koizumi's hands and nodded at her. "Apologies, I shall serve myself." "No need to apologize," replied Koizumi, her face flushing a deep crimson at Kakashi's unexpectedly gentle tone. Miya giggled, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "Koizumi, you said you joined the Chunin department because of Mr. Hatake, and now I truly believe it." Mado Guy, though his senses were dulled, could still catch snippets of gossip about Mr. Hatake. He struggled to keep his eyes open, surveying the table. Who likes Kakashi? Oh dear, Mr. Guy is being rather direct." Miya playfully patted Guy's shoulder, prompting laughter from the others at the table. Kakashi remained silent. If his glare could manifest as kunai, the dim-witted man before him would surely be pinned to the wall. Koizumi's face, already flushed, turned a deeper shade of red upon hearing Guy's words. It seemed that Guy and Kakashi were quite fortunate tonight, as Gunma had been searching for his little cat for nearly an hour. A middle-aged ninja, possibly intoxicated, began to ramble incoherently. "That cat must be quite the charmer, huh? Ha ha." His laughter carried a lewd undertone. The crowd sensed that the jest had crossed a line. While the ninja village was known for its forthright nature, they were not without decorum. The male ninjas wore awkward smiles, while the female ninjas gradually subdued their laughter. And the atmosphere in the izakaya grew tense. Kakashi continued to drink in silence, his expression unchanged. Koizumi cast a sidelong glance at him, feeling that his aura had grown even colder than before. Was it due to Miya and Guy's remarks, or perhaps the previous man's joke? It often felt as though women were so easily made the subject of idle gossip. Miya, seemingly losing her appetite for urging others to drink, poured herself a cup and drank in solitude. "Miya, I raise a toast to you," Koizumi said softly, lifting her cup in Miya's direction. Kakashi's gaze shifted toward Koizumi due to her gesture. Miya blinked in surprise, then lifted her cup to clink with Koizumi's, hearing her say, "Do not be disheartened, Miya. I believe that female ninjas can live freely without being subject to others' judgment." Miya's expression softened, and she nodded in agreement, realizing that she could drink as she pleased, with whomever she desired, regardless of what the lecherous old men had to say. Kakashi, who had briefly averted his gaze, found himself looking back at her due to Koizumi's words, but only for a fleeting moment, before returning his attention to Guy, who was swaying unsteadily. "Hey Guy, isn't it about time we head back?" All right." Mado Guy attempted to rise, but his left arm was seized, and he promptly settled back into his seat. The evidently intoxicated Mizi extended another jug of wine, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "Mr. Akai, you cannot leave without drinking this jug tonight." Maite Kai was taken aback, his gaze hazy as he regarded the jug in her hand. Adhering to the principle that a man should never refuse a woman's request, even as he felt the weight of impending slumber, he graciously raised his hand, preparing to accept the jug brimming with warm wine. Observing Akai's evident affection for the female ninja named Mizi, Kakashi pondered whether taking Akai away would inadvertently disrupt what could be a budding romance. Yet, if he permitted Akai to continue drinking, it was clear that Mizi was already quite inebriated. If this continued, Akai would struggle to even rise for class the next day. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi inhaled deeply, raised his arm, and intercepted the ceramic wine jug from Mizi's grasp, pouring the wine into his own cup. A smile graced Kakashi's face as he raised his glass towards the two women beside him before tilting his head back to down the drink. Drink up. Once you are merry, we shall all return to our respective homes. Although the medical ninja had advised Mizi to avoid hot baths during her recovery from a rib fracture, she paid little mind to the warning. As her wound had been treated with medical ninjutsu and was healing rapidly, gradually feeling the chill, she began to relish the comforting ritual of soaking in warm baths. Perhaps it was also due to the fact that for the past 2 or 3 years, she had refrained from bathing out of fear of fainting. But now she could indulge without worry, often finding solace in the warmth of the tub. Disrobing, she first drenched herself with the shower, allowing the warm water to envelop her before she elegantly eased her long, slender legs into the bathtub and settled down, leaning back. Closing her eyes, she savored the gentle caress of the water as it flowed over her back, neck, and ears. With slow breaths, her body and mind began to relax. After a moment, she straightened, leaning against the tub, her right arm moving rhythmically in the warm water infused with bath gel, the fine, white bubbles gliding over her porcelain skin. As she observed the delicate bubbles, she reflected on her earlier somewhat childish behavior, a smile tugging at her lips as she whimsically began to draft a request for release from the responsibilities of a jonin, simply because she had seen through Kakashi's pretense to avoid her. If a mere glance could compel her to relinquish her feelings for him, then perhaps her affection was not substantial at all. Yet only she understood the profound significance Kakashi held in her life. Thus, as she had expressed before, it was all right. The desire to cherish Kakashi was solely her affair. Whether he remembered or was aware of it mattered little. Ultimately, she hoped to remain by his side, for he would always need companionship, even if she could not be the bird that accompanied him daily. Offering brief respite as a tattered cloth to shield him from the elements would suffice. Putting on a yukata, she paused to tie the sash, chuckling at herself for the self-deprecating thoughts that crossed her mind. What a ridiculous notion. In the comfort of her home, she casually tied the yukata and draped a towel over her shoulder before stepping out of the bathroom. As she toweled her damp hair dry, she mused internally. This is not a tattered cloth, it is a ninja vest, indeed. Upon reaching the bedroom door, her face brightened with a smile, only to be met unexpectedly by the tall, imposing figure of a man standing by her desk. The room was dimly lit, with only a bedside lamp casting a warm glow, partially obscured by his upright form. He stood silently at the desk, seemingly engrossed in something, while the soft chair where she had been reading moments ago and the neatly made bed lay nearby. Caught in the enchanting ambience, the sight of the man, framed by the golden light, made her heart race uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, she managed to utter, "Kakashi?" Chapter 37, A Dreamlike Reality. Kakashi? He remained motionless, seemingly captivated by the items on the desk. After a brief silence, she recalled that the object of his attention was her hastily scribbled request. Alarmed, she rushed forward. Oh, that was just a hasty. As she stood beside him, ready to explain, the lingering scent of perfume enveloping Kakashi silenced her words. Kakashi turned to face her, revealing a hint of red in his visible right eye. Cautiously, she leaned in, catching the mingling fragrances of perfume and rich wine. He must have just returned from a night out with a woman at the izakaya. With a slight furrow of her brow, she grasped the towel around her neck, drying her damp hair with a frown. What brings you here so late? A mission? Kakashi did not respond, merely observing her as she sniffed the air around him. Perhaps he too sensed an unusual odor, as he lifted a hand to remove his outer ninja vest, flinging it out of the bedroom. In shock, she stared wide-eyed at the military green vest lying on the floor outside. Not comprehending Kakashi's actions, she returned her gaze to him. Kakashi grasped the paper from the desk, letting it hang by his side. His lips, barely visible beneath his mask, moved slightly. Are you leaving too? His deep voice carried an unmistakable melancholy that sent a tremor through her heart. Almost instinctively, she reached out to snatch the paper from him, eager to tear it up and clarify the misunderstanding. However, he deftly concealed it behind him, as if deliberately preventing her from touching it. Thinking he was merely intoxicated and seeking amusement at her expense, she switched hands in an attempt to grasp it. To her surprise, Kakashi loosened his grip, allowing the paper to flutter to the floor. As she focused on the paper lying behind him, Kakashi seized her delicate wrists with both hands, gently guiding her forward. In an instant, she stumbled into his warm embrace. Kakashi? He intertwined her fingers at the small of his back, releasing his hold on her wrists. Then, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. He remembered that night when she had just awakened in the Konoha hospital, rushing to his side despite her weakened condition. She had held him just as tightly as she did now, though at that time, Kakashi had failed to offer a proper response. With her cheek pressed against Kakashi's broad chest, in the softly lit and tranquil bedroom, his powerful heartbeat resonated through the thin fabric, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Amidst her astonishment, she felt her heart begin to spiral out of control. Sensing the solid muscles beneath her arms and the hands firmly holding her shoulders, she could feel his strength as if he were trying to melt her into him. Her fair face flushed visibly as she struggled to speak, wanting to inquire about his unusual behavior that evening. However, her rapid heartbeat rendered her unable to articulate more than a mere syllable, as if it consumed all her strength. The heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, and the air in her lungs seemed to dwindle, not merely an illusion, but a palpable sensation of suffocation. Sangmu Lin extended her hand to pat Kakashi's back, attempting to create a fraction of space that would allow her to draw in a breath. Yet, the man holding her remained immovable. She pushed against him gently, but to no avail. In desperation, she tugged at the fabric of his back, pulling with all her might several times, nearly tearing the black ninja attire he wore, yet he remained steadfast. With no other recourse, Sangmu Lin resorted to scratching the area between Kakashi's side and armpit, hoping to elicit a response. A light chuckle escaped Kakashi's lips, and at last, he loosened his grip, shifting to gently clasp Sangmu Lin's rounded shoulder. He lowered his gaze, laughter twinkling in his eyes as he inquired, "Why so childish?" Faced with such gentle warmth and a teasing smile, Sangmu Lin initially furrowed her brow in disbelief. Her right hand instinctively lifted, as if to confirm whether he was truly Kakashi. She removed the dark blue forehead protector that obscured his left eye. "Is it really you, Kakashi?" As the protector fell away, his slightly long silver-gray bangs cascaded into view. Setting the forehead protector aside, Sangmu Lin's gaze remained glued to his face as she gently traced the scar that ran through his left eye socket. Doubt still lingered in her mind. Was the man who had embraced her so tightly tonight truly Hatake Kakashi? Kakashi? The woman, freshly emerged from a bath, had her damp hair adhering to her cheeks, accentuating her delicate features. Strands of hair behind her ears dripped water droplets, the coolness of which fell upon his warm hand. Kakashi, momentarily lost in thought, found his attention pulled back by the gentle tickle at the scar on his left eye. Sangmu Lin's focused gaze shifted from his left eye down to his nose, pausing at his lips. The recently returned Kakashi, now fully aware, felt a jolt at the intensity of her gaze. Almost instinctively, the hand that had merely rested on her shoulder slid down to encircle her waist. Kakashi leaned closer to her, patiently awaiting her next move. Sangmu Lin, feeling the surreal nature of it all, gazed at the black mask obscuring his face. Raising her eyes to meet his, she received a silent affirmation in his gaze. With trembling fingers, she grasped the mask and pulled it down. It was him. Sangmu Lin smiled softly, wondering if anyone could tell her that this was not merely a dream. Her ruby lips parted slightly, a soft sound escaping her throat. But before she could utter a word, Kakashi's face drew near, causing her to instinctively shrink back and inhale deeply. Noticing how the woman stiffened at his proximity, Kakashi halted just a mere centimeter from her lips, his gaze patient, awaiting her response. Sangmu Lin blinked in astonishment, her eyes wide as she comprehended the question posed by his gaze. Gradually, her expression softened, and she gently closed her eyes. Sensing the signal, Kakashi stepped closer. Drawing her nearer, he leaned down, tightening his embrace around her fragile form. With his free hand, he cradled her delicate face, gazing at her soft, alluring lips that he had longed to behold. Coo, coo, coo. Pigeons? How could there be pigeons at such a moment? Abruptly, Kakashi was jolted from his dream, eyes snapping open to reveal the unfamiliar wooden ceiling and the faint scent of body wash lingering in the air. He reached for the light yellow blanket draped over his chest. Wait a moment, why was he bare? With a start, the silver-haired man sat upright in bed. throwing off the covers to check his attire. Thankfully, his pants remained. Relieved, he lifted his gaze to find the leading lady from his dreams still curled up in a ball, nestled in the soft chair by the bed, fast asleep. On the nearby desk lay his forehead protector, novels, ninja tools, gloves, and his ninja jacket and vest. After observing Sangmu Lin's serene and gentle sleeping face for a while, Kakashi scanned the room. After a moment, he closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. So, after escorting Guy home last night, he had come straight here? Chapter 38. Knowing when to stop perched cross-legged on the bed, he rested his bony fingers against his cheek, the other hand idly tapping the edge of the wooden bed frame. Raising his eyes, he glimpsed the small patch of dark blue sky visible through the half-open window, the dawn yet to break fully. The chill of late autumn was unmistakable. To prevent him from feeling uncomfortable should he wake in the night, Sangmu had left the small bedside lamp on. The gentle glow of the lamp mingled with the cool light filtering in from the window, casting a warm radiance upon the dreaming figure in the chair. Sangmu Lin had wrapped herself tightly in 2 thick fleece blankets, but perhaps due to shifting in her sleep, one of her smooth little legs had slipped free, the toes pointing directly toward Kakashi with only a couple of centimeters separating them. His hand, resting at his side, could easily reach out and touch her. Without the forehead protector, Kakashi's unique eyes were slightly open beneath his disheveled silver hair as he rested his chin in one hand, once again focusing on Sangmu Lin. Her tousled white hair crowned her charming face, the ends splayed out whimsically, inciting an irresistible urge to ruffle it. The warm, golden light accentuated her already fair complexion, rendering her cheeks a soft pink, while her long lashes fluttered gently with each breath. A small, seemingly insignificant beauty mark on her nose became striking against her porcelain skin. Her delicate nose fit perfectly with her round, refined face, a slight elevation rendering it prominent, while a touch lower would render it less appealing. The alluring shape of her lips resembled the clouds at sunset, evoking endless reverie. The beauties described in novels, seemingly favored by the divine, must closely resemble the visage before him. This little white-haired girl, who had grown up alone, had blossomed into a vision as radiant as the autumn moon. What a captivating sight she was. Kakashi found himself lost in admiration, pondering when he had first noticed Sangmu Lin's extraordinary beauty. Was it on her first day back in the village, or had he glimpsed it long before, perhaps in her childhood? She had never considered her appearance as an asset, focusing instead on her ninja training, often neglecting her presentation. Her everyday attire was casual, coupled with her straightforward demeanor, making it difficult for others to associate her with terms like stunning or breathtaking. Yet he understood. The silver-haired youth, now aware of this truth, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as if he had unearthed a hidden treasure. In front of him lay a beauty, one that could only exist in the pages of Jiraiya-sama's novels, captivating the imaginations of countless readers, and now, she lay there unguarded and peacefully asleep. Kakashi, feeling an inexplicable thrill, chuckled softly at the strange competitive spirit that had unexpectedly bubbled up within him. What kind of delusional adolescent mindset was that? Surely, it was a result of having read Kiss of Paradise too many times. His gaze shifted to the orange notebook resting quietly on the desk, and after a moment of contemplation, the silver-haired man let out a slight sigh. He understood that the issue did not lie with the novel at all. Why was it that the once ordinary beauty, Sangmu Lin, now radiated an extraordinary brilliance, despite her appearance remaining unchanged? What had transformed her into someone so dazzling? If he were to truly seek the answer, he would have to inquire within his own heart. Kakashi sighed again, lowering his gaze to the small leg that peeked out from beneath the blanket. The woman's skin was delicate and smooth, yet upon closer inspection, one could see the remnants of old scars scattered across it. Some had faded into a silvery hue, while others bore shades of pink or light brown. As a fellow ninja, Kakashi was all too familiar with the implications of such wounds. The fact that a mere segment of her leg bore so many scars suggested that her past 10 years had been far from the carefree facade she presented. Once more, Kakashi glanced at Sangmu Lin, who, in her slumber, seemed to respond to his gaze by furrowing her delicate brows. He couldn't help but smirk at the irony. Was there truly a beauty in this world who was unscathed? They were merely 2 unfortunate souls, cast aside by fate, learning to seek warmth in each other amidst a cruel world. The silver-haired ninja lost himself in thought, his fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Sangmu Lin's fair foot. It seemed as if the woman on the chair had been disturbed, for she instinctively withdrew her leg from the air, curling back under the blanket. She then turned over with some difficulty on the narrow, soft chair, her back, now facing Kakashi, gradually settling back into silence. It was evident that maintaining a single position while sleeping on that chair was no easy feat. One could only imagine how she had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest until the early hours, when exhaustion finally claimed her. What a foolish girl. Kakashi cast a look of mixed helplessness and concern at the back of her head, which was turned away from him. Here was a woman who, when awake, would avoid confrontation, yet now, in the dead of night, had come to his home, taking advantage of the effects of alcohol. It would have been so simple to slap him twice and send him out the door. With another silent sigh, he contemplated putting on his clothes. However, just as he reached for his shirt, Sangmu Lin turned over again, adjusting her position, and fluttered her eyelids a couple of times before opening her eyes, awakening. Kakashi's hand froze mid-motion, and his mismatched gaze met that of the drowsy woman. To his surprise, he instinctively held his breath. Sangmu Lin, still groggy from sleep, blinked a few times before finally realizing that the inebriated man beside her had woken before her. There was no blush of embarrassment as she took in Kakashi's actions. Instead, she remained nestled in her chair, exuding a palpable sense of weariness. She reached for the thick, plush blanket in front of her, wrapping herself more tightly. Resting her head against the back of the chair, her eyes followed the bare-chested man on the bed, a smile lighting up her features. And with a hint of playful teasing, she remarked, "Are you getting dressed to run away?" Faced with her languid, smiling gaze, Kakashi tightened his grip on his shirt, a sense of alarm ringing in his mind. This is it. Even under her playful scrutiny and teasing remarks, he found her to be breathtaking. So beautiful that it was difficult to look away. The man, whose heart had been beating steadily, suddenly skipped a beat, an inner joy surging from his spine to his mind. Was this situation even reasonable? Was it truly over? He felt that if the woman in the chair beckoned to him with a finger, he would do anything for her. This sudden thought left the usually composed Kakashi feeling bewildered and absurd. Could it be that the Sangmu Lin before him was not the real Sangmu Lin, but rather a manifestation of Luo's and Fushi from Yokai Night Parade, a creature meant to tempt him, only to take his head 3 days later? What nonsense! Stop it, Kakashi! Struggling to redirect his gaze from Sangmu's face, he pressed his lips together, swiftly pulled on his shirt, and swung his long legs to the floor. Seated at the edge of the bed, Kakashi rubbed his forehead, unsure how to break the awkward silence. Just then, a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, and he wondered where it came from, reminiscent of the makeup used by women. Unbeknownst to Sangmu Lin, who was oblivious to Kakashi's inner turmoil, she watched as he tugged at his collar, inhaling the scent. With her arms crossed over her chest beneath the blanket, she leaned back against the chair, feigning a teasing tone laced with jealousy. "Which girl smells so delightful? Even your ninja vest can't hide it. I can't send you back with injuries." Kakashi lowered his hand from his collar and turned to Sangmu Lin, who shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "So I had to take off your shirt and let you stay here for the night." Kakashi had some recollection of his actions from the previous night. He had sought out Sangmu Lin, embracing her without a word, and the lingering images of their intimate moments made him feel utterly embarrassed. Sitting upright at the edge of the bed, his hands resting on his knees, began to perspire. After a long silence, he could only muster a sincere apology. Lowering his head as if awaiting judgment, Sangmu Lin, nestled in her chair, noticed his sudden hesitation, a look of confusion crossing her face. Then it dawned on her. Kakashi was feeling guilty about his actions from the previous night. So, was that embrace merely a fleeting impulse? With a pang of bitterness, her lips fell into a frown before she quickly forced a warm smile and said, "Hey, why do you look so grim? It was just a hug. Do you really think I would hold you accountable for it?" Kakashi raised his head at her response, astonished. "Just a hug? What?" This time, Sangmu Lin was left puzzled, her clear eyes reflecting her confusion. The pain in her ribs from Kakashi's tight embrace the previous night still lingered. When she had cautiously pulled down his black face mask, she hadn't even had the chance to ask him why he had suddenly embraced her before he had toppled over, asleep on her. It had taken her considerable effort to move him to the bed and cover him with the blanket. Her ribs ached, and her back felt strained. But what did Kakashi mean by just a hug? Kakashi swallowed hard, realizing as he looked into Sangmu's questioning eyes that the moments following their embrace were likely nothing more than a dream born from his body's instinctual desires. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched into fists as the silver-haired ninja sought a crack in the ground to hide himself from the embarrassment. Observing his reaction, Sangmu Lin felt as bewildered as a monk who could not grasp the situation. Ultimately, it was Kakashi, sensing the responsibility for his actions, who rose from the bed and solemnly apologized to Sangmu, who was seated. "I am sorry, I should not have." He was interrupted by the silver-haired woman, who raised her hand to cut him off. Sitting up straight, she met Kakashi's eyes, which were lowered in regret, and gently inquired, "So, did you mistake me for someone else last night? Why such a grave expression this morning?" The silver-haired man paused, then earnestly replied, "No one else." The simplicity of his words sent a jolt through Sangmu's heart. Kakashi continued, "I am uncertain whether I can reciprocate your feelings, or if I can be a good partner. Therefore, I should not have been here last night, and I should not have taken advantage of you after a few drinks. I sincerely apologize." As she watched the man bow his head in apology, Sangmu Lin found herself puzzled by the depth of his words. Was Kakashi suggesting that she should not misconstrue his embrace from the previous night? It made sense, she mused with a bittersweet smile, lifting her hand to pat his shoulder with a light-hearted tone. "All right, I forgive you. There's no need to be so serious. It was just a hug." However, her gaze darkened as she stepped forward, encircling Kakashi's arms with her own and giving his back a firm pat. "Okay, I'm giving it back to you now." The silver-haired ninja stiffened, caught off guard, and before he could react, she released him and turned towards the bathroom, raising her right hand to gesture in the air. "Aren't we supposed to help the tea farmers today? You can't smell like anything else. Look at you, all fragrant. Hurry and wash up." With the bathroom door clicking shut, Kakashi's hand, which had instinctively moved to embrace her again, remained suspended in midair, unable to descend. Sangmu Lin, pale-faced and gripping the edge of the sink, felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused the joy she had felt the night before. The whimsical thoughts she had harbored about Kakashi explaining the embrace now seemed ludicrous. Indeed, how could the typically indifferent Kakashi ever alter his character overnight due to a few drinks or a particular person? With a sigh, she turned on the faucet, resolving to let go of the trivialities. She would simply accompany him as a comrade. Chapter 39. The Great Black Cat. After leaving Sangmu Lin's dormitory, Kakashi, freshly showered and clad in clean clothes, made his way directly towards the Konoha Memorial Stone. Sangmu, having scheduled her mandatory ninja physical examination for the day, had immersed herself in the bath once more, this time adding a generous amount of boiled xiangjang flower juice, the thick crimson liquid gradually diluting in the warm water. The woman marveled at how such small, exquisite flowers could emit chakra responses that varied with the user's physical constitution. She even felt as though her chakra had returned. Had Kakashi not specifically cautioned her that this was merely the effect of natural energy, she might have mistakenly believed in her own abilities. Without the mutual reinforcement of a ninja's spirit and physical strength, the notion of chakra would be utterly nonsensical. One should avoid misjudging their capabilities and forcing the activation of chakra that remains sealed within, lest chaos ensue within their body and they lose control. After undergoing some basic physical examinations at the Konoha hospital, the medical ninja noticed that the chakra attribute section of Sangmu Lin's file was still blank. He handed her several pieces of chakra testing paper, instructing her to test her chakra in the adjacent room, where a nurse would assist with the recording. Sangmu's expression was quite complex. It was her first time resorting to such means to verify her attributes. Accepting the special white papers with a sense of trepidation, she entered the inner room. "Please begin." Perhaps due to the early shift, the nurse appeared somewhat drowsy and her demeanor was rather lackadaisical. With one arm resting on a notepad and the other accepting Sangmu's examination form, she prepared to record, barely glancing at the line of ninjas waiting at the entrance. Observing her manner, Sangmu felt a slight relief as she carefully held the small square of white paper between her fingertips, knowing her primary chakra attributes were water and fire. She focused intently on the chakra paper. To her astonishment, a liquid suddenly surged from the center of the previously dry paper, instantly soaking it. In an instant, the paper was drenched, the speed so rapid that the nurse, who had been engrossed in her recording, lifted her gaze to observe the test subject, then glanced back at the file. Just a mere genin. Meanwhile, the ninjas behind Sangmu, bored from waiting, were drawn to the spectacle unfolding before them. The corners of Sangmu's mouth twitched beneath her mask. She had intended to control the force applied to the paper, gradually moistening it. Concerned that the chakra generated by the xiangjang flowers might be too weak, she had focused intently on the small piece of paper, only to have overexerted herself. With a playful arch of her eyebrows, she turned to the nurse, who now regarded her with astonishment, and let out a series of triumphant chuckles. Hee hee, impressive, right? I soaked it all at once. The nurse, taken aback by the display of enthusiasm over a chakra attribute test, remained silent for a few seconds before suppressing a sigh. Her eyes and tone tinged with impatience. This is chakra testing paper. Even as a genin, you need not exert your full strength. Come on. I soaked it in one go. Isn't that rare? How is my talent? Pretty good, right? Sangmu Lin leaned forward, attempting to peek at the nurse's notepad. Another eager rookie, the nurse, having encountered her type before, pressed her records against her chest, returning Sangmu's file to her without sparing a glance. Your primary attribute is water. Next, Sangmu Lin heard the crowd behind her erupt in unabashed ridicule. What kind of fool ninja is this? Treating the chakra paper like an enemy? Ha ha ha, what a laugh. With that energy, she might as well go home and farm. Hearing the laughter, the white-haired woman feigned embarrassment, scratching the back of her head, wishing to hide her face in her chest as she hastily made her way through the line of waiting ninjas. Outside, a medical ninja, who was busy filling out medical forms, was interrupted by a voice tinged with a hint of displeasure. Excuse me, what further examinations are required? A personal examination form was placed on the medical ninja's desk, and the masked female ninja, with only her eyes visible, cast a glance downwards, her gaze revealing a trace of irritation. The medical ninja tilted his head to glance at her examination form, striving to avoid being dismissive. Just one more physical technique test. Please proceed to the training ground behind the hospital, where a special jonin will assist you. Thank you. The white-haired female ninja forced a smile, took the form, and departed, leaving the medical ninja perplexed, wondering what had transpired to elicit such a reaction from her. Sangmu Lin, in an effort to avoid injuring herself during the upcoming physical test, ambled along while loosening the various joints of her body. Her usually bright and clear gaze now bore an air of indifference. Indeed, she found it difficult to warm up to this group of individuals, who were perpetually inclined to bully the weak and flatter the powerful. This dynamic had persisted since her school days and remained unchanged even after becoming a ninja. In her childhood, she was an orphan, born from the womb of a woman who had taken her own life, often subjected to ostracism and ridicule by those around her. Had she not chosen to heed Minato's teachings and fortuitously encountered Kakashi, she might have succumbed to despair, rather than steadfastly focusing on honing her ninja skills and ultimately silencing her detractors with her strength. However, for those children with fragile wills and delicate emotions, survival in the ninja village was likely to be even more arduous. The weak would be mercilessly eliminated, and the kind-hearted would perish even faster. Only through self-improvement could one safeguard their inner convictions. Such is the reality of the ninja world. Sangmu Lin rotated her wrists as laughter echoed from a nearby room, her eyes sharp as blades. A swarm of pests. The chakra reaction produced by the Huanjianghua made her feel as though she were light and agile once more. This invigorating surge of energy filled her with a profound sense of reassurance. At this moment, she was tempted to unleash a ninjutsu just to see, her fingertips tingling with anticipation. It was harmless. After all, the chakra was merely an illusion, and she could indulge in a few symbolic hand seals without consequence. With the corridor deserted, she began to swiftly weave her hand signs. Unconcerned about the absence of chakra, she was merely practicing. All right, let us start with a basic Great Fireball technique, the first jutsu she had mastered. After completing the hand seals, she slowly raised her right hand to her mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball. Stop! A sudden, urgent male voice erupted from behind her, startling Sangmu Lin so much that the fireball she had nearly summoned was abruptly stifled in her throat. Almost immediately, a solid kick struck her back. Bang! She was propelled forward towards the corner of the staircase, and it seemed she was about to meet the pristine white wall. Fortunately, Sangmu Lin reacted quickly, bending her knees and supporting herself with one hand on the ground. Using her core strength, she twisted her body and slid backward, managing to halt just before crashing into the wall. With her left hand braced against the ground and her right hand pressed against her aching chest, she cursed under her breath. Damn it! Even a mere rib fracture could not withstand such repeated compression. All she had done was practice a few hand signs to warm up her joints. Who was the fool that had kicked her without discernment? Yumano Irika happened to be at the hospital to schedule a group vision check for his students. As he passed through the second-floor corridor, He spotted a black-clad adult female ninja obscuring her hair and features, poised to execute a fire-style jutsu in the dimly lit hallway. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to the quickest method he could think of to prevent the intruder, delivering a powerful kick towards her back. Upon regaining his footing, he noted that the masked female ninja was now kneeling on one knee, glaring at him with an intense expression. The kind-hearted Irika instinctively opened his mouth to apologize. "I'm sorry, it was a moment of panic." Song Mu-lin looked at the man approaching her, his hair tied back, bearing a scar that crossed his nose. As he spoke, he reversed the kunai in his hand, evidently mistaking her for an intruder due to her dark attire and solitary stance in the hospital corridor. Regret washed over her as she closed her eyes, wishing she could sever her own hands for their impulsiveness, causing unnecessary complications. But this was Konoha Hospital, and as Irika spoke, his gaze landed on the forehead protector tied to the masked ninja's head. The fierce expression he had intended to feign instantly melted into one of gentleness. "Ah, you're from Konoha, so what I just observing her attire?" He surmised she was at least a chunin. Song Mu-lin, not wanting to engage in further conversation, maintained her stoic demeanor as she leaned against the wall and slowly rose to her feet, turning to head towards the physical test arena. Irika stood there, scratching his head in embarrassment, feeling guilty and unsure of how to apologize. Having learned to conceal her strength after enduring several throws and elbow strikes, Song Mu-lin adeptly showcased a few elegant flying kicks and impressive evasive maneuvers, successfully passing the physical examination. The test concluded much sooner than she had anticipated. Glancing at the time, she realized Kakashi should still be at their usual meeting spot. They had a mission today to prepare Mei Rin Cha behind the tea mountain at the village's edge, as well as assist an elderly couple in tidying their tea garden. Finding an outdoor training ground, Song Mu-lin splashed some water on her face at the faucet, removed her headscarf, and rinsed her mouth clean of the blood accumulated from her physical spar. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and, after washing her hands, donned her mask before heading straight towards the forest. She tucked the black headscarf into her bag, only wearing it in areas dense with ninjas like the hospital or in situations like last night when she needed to conceal her identity while saving someone covertly. As she twirled a strand of hair from her shoulder, she mused whether she should dye it black at some point. Noticing that most villagers had dark hair, she considered that it would eliminate the need for a headscarf in special situations. She despised the feeling of being constrained by a piece of cloth around her head. Checking the time, it was 8:43 a.m. She had been preoccupied with preparing Huanjianghua and her hospital checkup, leaving no time for breakfast. Initially contemplating skipping it, she remembered that someone in the forest had likely not eaten either. Without hesitation, the silver-haired woman turned on her heel and headed to the nearby breakfast stall. Hokage Tower. The Hokage's assistant entered the Hokage's office, cradling a large stack of paperwork. He took a personal file from the top of the stack and handed it to the third Hokage with a respectful tone. "Hokage-sama, this is the information you requested regarding the teacher, Hiragi Aoi, who went missing during a secret mission last year. All right, you may proceed with your tasks." The elderly man in a white robe accepted the document, the top page featuring a personal file with a half-body photograph of a strikingly lovely woman with long black hair. Smiling gently at the camera, Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the contents, noting that aside from the name, occupation, approximate age, gender, and a photograph, other details were vaguely recorded, with her identity shrouded in ambiguity. Due to the wars of previous years, many ninja profiles in the village remained incomplete. Following the incident where Orochimaru had abducted ninjas for human experimentation, the database had accumulated numerous missing ninja files, and due to a shortage of manpower, these had not been promptly organized. What had initially been a search for a suitable identity unexpectedly revealed a likeness to the woman in the photo. The third Hokage placed the document on his desk, nodding in satisfaction. Song Mu-lin, clutching a box of strawberry milk, stood at the junction leading to the Konoha Memorial Stone, her mask resting on her chin as she took occasional sips from the drink. As she idly kicked at small pebbles on the ground, a rustling sound caught her attention from the right front. She lifted her gaze in response and beheld a glossy black cat gracefully traversing the branches of a nearby tree, its emerald eyes fixated on the silver-haired woman below. Intuition led to the discovery of an engaging pastime. With lips gently curling around a transparent straw, Song Mu-lin's eyes sparkled as she beckoned the large black cat. "Xiaobai, is that you? Have you sneaked out again?" The cat leapt down from the grand tree, seemingly recalling the gentle woman with the white hair who had once cradled it tenderly. As Tsangmu plucked a small branch and crouched down, preparing to tease the feline, it responded with a playful meow, sprawling on the ground, eyes fixated on the branch swaying back and forth, persistently reaching out its paws to capture it. Tsangmu, biting the straw, laughed heartily. Xiaobai, you are such a good boy. Can you reach it from this height? As she earnestly read Qin Ri Tian Tang, the silver-haired Jonin emerged along the forest path, and upon raising his gaze, he spotted a black silhouette crouched at the entrance. Tsangmu Lin was so engrossed in entertaining the cat that she remained oblivious to Kakashi's presence. The gentle breeze in the forest seemed to come alive, softly caressing her forehead and neck. Kakashi observed her profile, captivated by the vibrant smile gracing her face and the tenderness in her eyes directed towards the little creature, causing a stirring in his heart, and a subtle smile crept beneath his mask. Reluctant to intrude upon this idyllic scene, Kakashi chose to remain quietly at a distance, waiting for Tsangmu Lin to finish amusing the cat. When she finally recalled her purpose for being there, she lifted her gaze and noticed Kakashi standing quietly not far away. As their eyes met, he raised the orange notebook in his hand, feigning concentration on its contents while internally chuckling at his own flustered state. What was there to be flustered about? Even if Tsangmu noticed him staring intently, what of it? With his fingers grazing his chin, Kakashi genuinely focused on the book, momentarily forgetting where he had left off. Just then, he heard the anticipated call, and the corners of his mouth lifted beneath his mask as he set down the novel, pretending to just now acknowledge Tsangmu's presence. You've arrived. Have you been waiting long? No need to apologize. I just got here. Placing the branch aside, Tsangmu Lin retrieved the bento box she had kept warm against her chest, raising it high towards Kakashi with a cheerful tone. Here, let us eat before we continue. Her gaze still lingered on the large black cat, as if fearing it might escape. Seeing the transparent bento box in her hand, with steam condensing on the lid, Kakashi's fingers trembled around the book. Not wanting her to strain her arm holding it up, he stepped forward to take it from her. Thank you. With one hand cradling the black cat, Tsangmu Lin rose, her other hand still clutching her beloved strawberry milk, as if she had finally succeeded in embracing the feline. Tsangmu looked up at Kakashi, her eyes bright with the clarity that followed the cat's affection, her tone gentle and light. It's just a small effort. Don't mention it, right? Xiaobai. The breeze stirred, tousling the strands of her hair as she leaned down to speak to the cat, her flowing white locks brushing against Kakashi's untouched emotions. He held the bento box, still warm from her touch, and his gaze darkened momentarily, unaware of the emotional undercurrents. Tsangmu Lin continued to nibble on her straw, seizing the rare opportunity to play with the glossy, robust black cat. Unable to free her hands, she contemplated placing her strawberry milk down, but found no suitable surface. Thinking of Kakashi's assistance, she turned to him. Kakashi, could you help? At that moment, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, believing he had misseen. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the fresh wound at the corner of Tsangmu's mouth. He stepped forward, instinctively raising his hand. Kakashi gently touched the wounded corner of her lip with his thumb. Chapter 40. A new mission. Kakashi examined the bruise on Tsangmu's left cheek, applying slight pressure to elevate her chin, pausing his thumb just half a centimeter from her injury. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the mark, an unfamiliar concern flickering in his gaze. Tsangmu, holding the large cat, stiffened at his sudden touch. Realizing the reason for his scrutiny, she instinctively explained, This? It was just from a taijutsu test. It's nothing serious. Kakashi understood well that such superficial injuries were commonplace for a ninja. Under normal circumstances, neither he nor Tsangmu would give it much thought. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of the bruise on her face struck him as particularly jarring. Both Kakashi and Tsangmu had partaken in the brutal reality of the ninja world, their experiences on the battlefield more vivid than most could comprehend. They had faced life and death struggles countless times, accustomed to the bloodshed and injuries that accompanied their missions. So why did the sight of her minor wound evoke such a visceral reaction within him? He sighed. Ever since returning from the land of Ginger, something felt amiss within him. Kakashi realized he needed to untangle these sudden, unfamiliar feelings before they overwhelmed him, potentially causing trouble for his companions on future missions. Why did Tsangmu's mere scrape bring forth a protective instinct he could not ignore? Kakashi's fingers grazed the area near her cheek softly. Unlike fleeting emotions that surfaced only in specific contexts, Every smile, every movement of this woman before him held the power to elicit a profound response from him. If the dissatisfaction he felt upon hearing Gunma's flippant remarks and the indiscreet jests of those around them stemmed from an unrecognized possessiveness for Sangmu, then his even greater desire to shield her from harm was something else entirely. His gaze shifted from her wounded lips to her bright, clear eyes, and the calm facade he usually maintained began to ripple. Could it be that this was the intense protective instinct described in novels? Kakashi lowered his hand, falling into contemplation. Did he truly harbor such feelings for her? Noara Gunma had taken over the task of guarding the village early that morning, and after completing a patrol around Konoha without encountering any anomalies, he leaned against the castle wall. The tools of his trade jangled in his pocket as he stared vacantly at the leaves rustling in the forest. "Is there someone you long to see in that direction?" A robust voice called from behind. Startled, Gunma turned to find the source of the voice, and upon recognizing the person, he quickly straightened and bowed respectfully. "Hokage-sama." Gunma discreetly surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that the third Hokage had discreetly dismissed several ninjas who had been with him. Now, the imposing figure of the Hokage stood atop the castle wall alongside him. The man in the headscarf quickly understood that the third Hokage must have a secret mission to assign him. To the northeast of Konoha. After traversing the forest and scaling a steep cliff, Kakashi and Sangmu finally reached the summit of the Tea Mountain indicated in the mission scroll. Standing atop, they gazed down upon the sprawling expanse, a sea of lush green tea trees carpeting the mountainside, vibrant leaves contrasting sharply with the withered grass of late autumn. "Is it unusual to find such tender tea buds at this season?" Sangmu exclaimed as she leaped to the edge of the tea plants, reaching out to gently touch the young shoots. Indeed, the low temperatures at night during autumn, combined with the strong sunlight during the day, promote the synthesis and accumulation of aromatic compounds in tea leaves, she recalled from her readings. Kakashi, leisurely strolling with a little yellow book in hand, took the opportunity to enlighten his elder student. During the autumn and winter seasons, the slow budding of tea trees affords the fragrant substances within more time to mature. Understanding this, Sangmu listened attentively, pinching a bud and bringing it to his nose, whereupon he detected a refreshing aroma reminiscent of orchids. This mountain, known to the villagers as Yinyangshan, features remnants of war on its shaded side, while the sunny side boasts a lively tea garden cultivated over many years by a couple. Additionally, due to the lady of the house being renowned for her beauty in Mai, the tea produced under her care was aptly named Marin Cha, or beauty tea. Has this vast tea garden always been maintained solely by the couple? Sangmu inquired, a mix of admiration and concern in his tone, recalling the age of the client mentioned in the commission letter. "Well, it is not quite so," Kakashi replied, standing with one hand in his pocket, casually flipping a page of his book. "Could it be otherwise?" Sangmu approached him, pondering the passage of years and the inevitable arrival of grandchildren, speculating that the elderly couple must have entrusted the management of the garden to their children. However, the villagers' directive to assist with tea production and garden repairs lingered in his mind. When Sangmu drew near, Kakashi smiled slightly, remarking, "Look, has not a kind-hearted and strong young lady arrived?" After a brief pause, Sangmu chuckled and confessed, "You know, I brewed that flower this morning, and on the way, I even encountered a little white one. I truly feel invigorated now." "Indeed, our little Mu is quite diligent," Kakashi responded in a mentor-like manner, returning his gaze to the book, a hint of amusement evident in his eyes. After sharing a laugh, Sangmu surveyed the mountaintop and turned to Kakashi, asking, "I see the tea garden, but where is the client?" She craned her neck, scanning the mountain from top to bottom. All she could see were tea trees, with the distant landscape reduced to mounds of earth and uncultivated forest. Kakashi, curious about what would transpire next in the chapter, adjusted his book closer to his eyes. Sangmu, rolling her eyes in exasperation, decided to scout ahead. She checked her ninja tool pouch, ensuring everything was secure before preparing to dash forward. Just as she was about to sprint, someone tugged on her collar from behind. Kakashi, reluctant to part with the narrative, casually reached out with his left hand from his pocket, pulling Sangmu back just as she was about to launch herself. At the foot of the mountain, they began to walk together. "Hey!" Sangmu stumbled as she collided with Kakashi's left arm. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the bright orange cover of the book, which depicted a male character reaching out with a silly grin to chase after a female character, who was beaming with delight. Sangmu's brow furrowed slightly. "Is that you?" The protagonist of this book that Kakashi cherishes so much, with such a boastful smile. Still gripping her collar, Sangmu leaned against Kakashi's arm, observing that he remained motionless. She crossed her arms, tilting her head in mild annoyance, her eyes searching for the black mask at the back of the orange book. Kakashi seemed engrossed in an exciting part of the story, his visible right eye focused intently. After a moment, Sangmu raised her left hand, playfully snatching the orange novel from Kakashi's grasp with an amused tone. Moshi Moshi? Kakashi-sensei, are you still there? Following the trajectory of her movement, his gaze lingered until he saw her close the book, Shinra Tiantang. Reluctantly, the silver-haired ninja diverted his attention. This chapter written by Jiraiya-sama is truly captivating. I am eager to know what happens next. Sangmu sighed, feigning anger as she glared at him. The client is still waiting, and noon is approaching. Shall we wait until later to continue? Her face scrunched up as she spoke, her beautifully arched brows slightly raised, her bright eyes feigning reproach. To Kakashi, however, it sounded more like a playful admonition. He must not realize how adorable she is at this moment. Struggling to suppress a smile, he released the wrinkled collar of her clothing, smoothing it out with a compliant nod, without retorting. Sangmu was taken aback by his unexpected response. Realizing he was slacking off at work, she swiftly tucked the book, originally intended for Kakashi, into her waist pouch. Kakashi blinked in confusion at her actions. Let us put the book aside for now. Whoever reaches the client's rooftop first gets to keep it. If I recall correctly, that book is originally mine. He remarked with a hint of indifference. If you like it, I can give it to you. Sangmu's cheeks flushed slightly at his unconsidered comment. Feigning seriousness, she snapped her fingers in the air. All right, no chakra allowed. Let us begin. Kakashi stood still, exasperated, as he watched Sangmu run ahead, talking to herself. After a few steps, noticing his lack of enthusiasm, she halted and turned back to him. What is wrong, Kakashi? Afraid you might lose to me? Observing the woman who used her own method to remind him to take his work seriously, Kakashi felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. Sangmu was strong. Even without chakra, her physical prowess was not to be underestimated. Meeting his earnest gaze, she turned to face the path ahead, smiling brightly. They dashed down the mountain, aiming to be swift while avoiding damage to the tea trees. Each leap required careful consideration of their landing spots. The tea garden was meticulously maintained, divided into evenly spaced sections. Once they discerned the rhythm of their starts, jumps, and landings, Sangmu's speed began to increase, with Kakashi's figure occasionally appearing beside her. The tea trees and the shadows of the forest rapidly receded behind them, and the cool wind on her face felt invigorating, instilling a profound sense of exhilaration. The feeling of being taken seriously by a rival was delightful. Sangmu was too occupied to notice whether Kakashi had surpassed her. Although she initially intended to use the competition to expedite their arrival at the client's residence, she now focused solely on her footing, channeling all her energy to reach the destination. The outcome was insignificant. What mattered was the immersion in the experience. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, after leaping over a few towering red camellia trees, a cluster of wooden houses came into view. This must be the residence of the tea garden owner. As soon as Sangmu came to a halt, Kakashi swiftly zipped past her. Hey, she exclaimed, hurrying to catch up. As the wooden eaves drew near, both extended their hands. An elderly person stumbled under the weight of a water barrel, causing a torrent of water to surge towards Kakashi's feet. He quickly withdrew his arm to maintain his balance. Sangmu, positioned further left and away from the water, gathered her strength, leaping into the air to touch the wooden eaves above the door, and then landed gracefully before Kakashi, her face radiating the exuberance of a victor. The retracted arm lingered in the air as one lowered their gaze to observe the water below. The silver-haired ninja sighed in resignation, recognizing the situation as an unexpected turn of events. Sangmu Lin, smiling, tiptoed to pat Kakashi on the shoulder, offering a rather ostentatious consolation. Well, sometimes luck is a part of strength. Goodness, she had won, yet she still sought to undermine him. Kakashi's eyelids drooped. He had noticed the elderly man and the cart upon entering the courtyard, which could have allowed him to evade this unfortunate trap earlier. Now he withdrew, silent. Kakashi turned to Sangmu Lin's radiant smile, the corners of his lips subtly curling beneath his mask. Well, if it brings joy, that's what matters. As they approached, the slow-reacting male owner of the cart finally placed it down and ambled toward Kakashi and his companions, his steps laborious. He called out to the house, "Wife, the village's ninja have arrived at the door." Songmu and Kakashi exchanged glances. Songmu noticed the puddles on the ground and hurried over to assist the elder, preventing him from slipping on the damp surface. Grateful, yet somewhat comforted, the elder's gaze lingered on the young woman's white hair before he slowly led them toward the front door. Follow me. Kakashi and Songmu exchanged a brief look, with Songmu raising an eyebrow slightly before silently following. Before they reached the entrance, a boisterous woman's voice echoed from within, laced with disdain. Oh dear. I told you not to bring a bunch of brats here. They're nothing but a nuisance. Not only can they not help, but they also make a dreadful racket. Chapter 41. We only need to pluck the tips of the tea buds. Do not gather too many, lest the final product suffers. Oh dear child. With her tea basket in hand, Songmu Lin, eager to assist in the final tea harvest, squatted beside the tea plants, ready to pick. Suddenly, the elderly woman beside her delivered a sharp slap to the back of her right hand. Only 2 or 3 leaves. Songmu promptly complied, adjusting her actions to pluck merely 2 or 3 tender buds. The elder scrutinized Songmu's movements for a moment, appearing dissatisfied. No, watch how I do it. Please. Go ahead. Songmu watched intently, then confidently extended her hand. The elder's voice softened slightly. Yes, only 2 or 3 buds, nothing more. Just as the white-haired kunoichi was about to relax, the elder's tone unexpectedly rose again, startling Songmu. Wrong. Don't pull in that direction. You'll damage the tea plant. With another resounding slap, Songmu shook her hand, exercising patience as she carefully approached the delicate tea buds. Slap. Another swift strike met her hand. This time, the elder did not bother to explain, leaving Songmu to figure it out herself. The tension in her temples undoubtedly throbbed. The elder's discerning gaze pierced through Songmu, as if she were a blade, compelling her to hasten her movements. Work swiftly with the tea, or you will find yourself picking in the dark. Hey, I've barely touched the tea plant 3 times, and I've already been struck 5 or 6 times. How about teaching me how to be swift? The elder was undoubtedly a hard-working woman, her elderly husband appearing rather frail. She must have been managing the household alone, likely facing numerous frustrations that contributed to her irritable disposition. Stay calm, stay calm. Be the emotionally stable adult. Kakashi is right here, Songmu reminded herself. It was time to showcase her gentle and generous side. Indeed, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young was paramount. With her thoughts steadied, Songmu refocused her energy, following the elder's instructions to harvest the tea leaves. As she regained her rhythm, Songmu began to pick faster. Her previously concentrated demeanor relaxed, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. Such seriousness for merely plucking tea buds, it's quite trivial. Slap. Treat the tea plant with more respect. Slap. This is unbearable. Songmu finally could endure no longer, glaring at the elder, who continued to regard her with disdain. The elder, sensing Songmu's displeasure, raised her hand once more. Songmu, quick on her feet, pulled back just in time, resulting in the elder slapping the tea plant instead, breaking several buds. The elder paused, taken aback, while Songmu's expression seemed to say, "Missed me, didn't you? You." The elder, angered, attempted to strike again, but Songmu dodged. They exchanged blows back and forth until the elder, seemingly fatigued, finally relented. Songmu prepared to earnestly harvest the tea buds. But the elder seized the moment and struck her hand once more. The speed of the blow rivaled that of the village's young ninjas. Songmu clenched her fist, unable to contain her frustration as the elder stood, hands on her hips, looking down at her with an air of superiority, completely dismissing her indignation. The two glared at each other for a moment, but ultimately, Songmu Lin conceded, exhaling in defeat and loosening her fist. After all, she was merely an elderly woman dedicated to her craft. Why engage in a battle of wills? It was wiser to acquiesce and complete the task at hand. Adjusting her bamboo tea basket, Songmu straightened her arm, meticulously following the elder's guidance as she gradually returned to picking the tea leaves. The elder observed her closely before turning to join in the tea harvesting effort. Meanwhile, Kakashi, assisting in carrying the harvested tea leaves down the mountain, looked at the two figures. One elder and one young, crouched between the rows of tea plants, their shoulders brushing against one another, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of slapping hands. Young people, do not be too hasty in your work. Harvesting tea is not akin to your usual combat. Songmu replied earnestly, "You're absolutely right." Slap. Please refrain from sarcasm. Oh, you strike well, child you. Kakashi observed as the elder raised her arm again, but quickly restrained herself, opting instead to gently pinch Sangmu's cheek. The focused kunoichi, maintaining her serious demeanor, addressed the elderly woman. Now, dear elder, while we are harvesting tea, please refrain from playful antics. With that, the previously stern elder was unable to suppress a chuckle, her stern facade crumbling. Kakashi, beneath his mask, allowed a hint of a smile to surface. These tea buds were all gathered by the elder early this morning. There's not much left, and we should finish today. The elderly Wutsuin Binshan approached, still determined to assist despite his unsteady footing. Noticing Kakashi's gaze directed at the two women, he spoke. Apologies, Kakashi. My wife treats these tea plants as if they were her own children. I appreciate your help, Sangmu. Kakashi redirected his attention, summoning a shadow clone to assist with the remaining tea leaves, smiling at Wutsuin Binshan. You need not worry, Mr. Wutsuin. This level of labor poses no challenge for her. Rest assured. Wutsuin Binshan gazed longingly at the tea plants he and his wife had nurtured over the years. Actually, this will be the last year we ask for your help. After this tea picking season, we plan to hand over the mountain to someone else to manage, as my wife and I have decided to relocate to the village. Kakashi listened to his words, but offered no further comment. He had heard rumors that the tea master living behind Inyang Mountain was a deeply affectionate couple who led a reclusive life. In their youth, Wu Village's old lady had suffered injuries from ninjutsu during the war, leaving them without a child to carry on their legacy. Even their apprentices in the art of tea-making were non-existent, a matter that outsiders felt was beyond their comprehension. After the tea leaves were harvested, they needed to be sun-dried. Considering the age and health of the two clients, Kakashi and Sangmu Lin willingly took on the primary labor. Initially concerned that the newly arrived ninja would only cause trouble, the old lady of Wu Village was astonished to see the vast quantity of tea leaves efficiently laid out by their harmonious collaboration. Gradually, she let go of her preconceived notions and began to impart her tea-making wisdom to the two young ninjas. Having finished picking the tea leaves from the mountain, they placed the fresh green leaves under the sun to soften, then regrouped them to be placed into Mr. Wu's homemade shaking machine in batches. One round of shaking was insufficient. After continuously rotating and shaking, the tea leaves had to be dried on bamboo mats for an hour and a half, allowing the fragrant compounds within to undergo a qualitative transformation before proceeding to the next round of shaking, followed by drying and spreading out again, which required over an hour. This repetitive process needed to be repeated 3 times. Concerned that the elderly couple might encounter mishaps from working through the night, Kakashi made sure they understood the tea-making steps and the necessary precautions before suggesting they return home to rest. Reluctantly, the old lady of Wu Village insisted on staying with the tea-making process until Mr. Wu feigned illness, which finally convinced her to help him back to their home. With a waiting period during the shaking process, Kakashi and Sangmu Lin were already busy with the tea leaves until past 3 in the morning. When Sangmu Lin completed the last batch in the shaking machine, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Unable to resist the encroaching fatigue, she yawned widely. Just as Kakashi was about to summon a shadow clone for assistance, Sangmu stopped him, saying, "The tea leaves still need to be roasted, kneaded, and dried. Don't waste your chakra just yet." Kakashi complied and set his hands down. Sangmu Lin glanced at the tea leaves, which had transformed from their bright daytime green to a brownish hue with hints of dark green after the shaking. Now they only needed to be spread out again and wait for the old lady to inspect them in the morning before moving on to the next step. She hadn't anticipated that such a seemingly simple process of shaking would consume nearly an entire night. Sangmu Lin slapped her cheeks to wake herself up as Kakashi moved to a wooden table, removed his dirty black gloves, and brewed a pot of tea, then called her over to drink. "Here, have some tea to perk you up." Sangmu Lin approached, removed her work gloves as well, and poured herself a cup, realizing she had forgotten to do so earlier. Observing her pale complexion and the dark circles under her eyes, Kakashi recalled how she had given up her bed for him last night and had hardly rested. She had gone to the hospital for a checkup early that morning, enduring her injuries while working tirelessly since arriving at their client's home. The silver-haired ninja couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair gently, speaking in a soft tone. "You've worked hard, Xiaomo," as she held the cup, ready to blow on the tea to cool it down. Sangmu Lin was startled by Kakashi's touch above her head and looked up to meet his gaze. The glimmer in his black eye seemed to shimmer with emotion. Was this a teacher's affirmation and comfort towards his student? Sangmu Lin pondered, sensing something different in his look. The morning before they set out on their mission in the mountains, Kakashi had similarly fixed his gaze on her wound. She was uncertain if it was his approval, but the expression reminded her of the affection she had seen between couples deeply in tune with one another. Did his slightly furrowed brow and gently trembling eyes convey concern? Was he worried about her? The sudden thought startled her, and she quickly averted her gaze from Kakashi. His mask had slipped down as he drank, leading her eyes to linger on the mole beneath his thin lips. The positioning of that mole was too inviting, as if it awaited a kiss. Sangmu Lin instinctively parted her lips, biting the edge of her ceramic teacup, her gaze becoming unfocused. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she could never dare to kiss him. If Kakashi knew how she secretly regarded him, he would surely want to distance himself from her. It would be utterly bizarre. While Sangmu Lin was lost in thought, Kakashi's hand above her head suddenly tightened, causing her to tilt her head back and once again meet his intense gaze. This time, however, the emotions hidden within were completely different. Sangmu froze. Kakashi's eyes locked onto hers as he stepped closer, reducing the distance between them. Sangmu could even feel his breath brushing against her. Her grip on the teacup tightened, and in a moment of panic, she blinked rapidly, her lips parting and closing again. Kakashi? He did not respond, but shifted his gaze from her startled eyes downwards to the glistening tea on her lips. The raw emotion in his eyes caused her heart to race, and she instinctively pushed against his broad chest, attempting to create some distance. Yet, no matter how flustered she felt, his hand remained firmly on the back of her head, and his body stayed immovable. Wait. Was this action? Had she just voiced her thoughts aloud? Why was Kakashi suddenly stepping forward to kiss her? No, even if she had expressed her inner thoughts, it did not mean he had to act upon them. Her mind was in disarray, and as she felt the fiery gaze from Kakashi, her heartbeat quickened to the point where she thought she might faint. In a moment of desperation, her hand holding the teacup thrust it towards his mouth just as he leaned in, the warm rim of the cup brushing against his soft lips. With a shaky voice, Sangmu Lin stammered, "Drink tea. You must want tea, right?" Glancing down at the white porcelain cup pressed against his lips. The fragrant aroma of the pale yellow tea wafted between them. Kakashi's still fervent gaze remained fixed on Sangmu Lin, who feigned calmness as he parted his lips. His voice low and enticing. "Sangmu, we..." Sensing that Kakashi was about to reveal something significant, the unprepared Sangmu Lin grasped his hand resting atop her head and pressed the teacup into his palm, ensuring he was holding it. She then hastily stepped aside, avoiding his gaze, saying, "The third batch of tea leaves isn't dried yet. I'll go take care of that." Watching her retreating figure, Kakashi pretended to immerse himself in work, silently drinking the tea. Foolish girl, one should not look at him with such eyes without being prepared. Chapter 42. The preparation for love. With a sigh, Sangmu Lin placed the dustpan and broom on the ground, brushing the dirt off her hands. Done. Having completed her tasks, she sat down on the pristine wooden floor, feeling a wave of relief. Kakashi was still outside, spreading out the remaining tea leaves, surveying the meticulously organized tea-shaking room. And the woman nodded in satisfaction. Shortly, Kakashi finished his work and noticed the quietness from the inner room. Dusting off his clothes, he made his way inside and spotted the person seated in the corner, her long bangs obscuring her eyes. However, the gentle rise and fall of her shoulders indicated that she had fallen asleep. His gaze softened. Had he finally succumbed to exhaustion? He contemplated lifting her and placing her in the room the Wutsuan couple had prepared for them to rest. But the current Sangmu Rin was quite different from the one who had previously succumbed to nightmares. A slight noise might rouse her from slumber. With dawn approaching and the Wutsuan couple due to arrive soon, waking her now would likely render any further sleep impossible. Thus, Kakashi quietly retrieved a blanket from his bag and settled beside her, gently draping it over her slender frame. Leaning against the wall, he bent his left knee while extending his right leg, resting his left wrist on his knee and casually pulling out Lover's Paradise. After a busy day, he hadn't found the time to finish that chapter. About half a minute passed without him turning a page. Although his beloved novel lay in his hands, waiting to be explored, the sudden contact of a white head leaning against his arm rendered him motionless, as if the black characters on the page had come alive. Becoming disordered and chaotic, Kakashi's fingers loosened, causing the orange book to flip upside down, dangling from his grasp. Well, at this moment, he found himself unable to absorb a single word, his mind consumed by the refreshing fragrance emanating from the person beside him. What kind of special shampoo had she used? After a day of labor, she still smelled so delightful. It seemed almost improbable. Noticing the blanket slipping from Sangmu Rin's body, Kakashi extended his arm to retrieve it, carefully readjusting it over her. Perhaps it was the warmth radiating from him that prompted her to nuzzle against his arm in her sleep. Kakashi, who had just arranged the edges of the blanket, felt his ears flush with warmth due to her movement. He was now utterly certain of his feelings. He was fond of this person. It was as if a switch within him had been flipped, and every fiber of his being, both spiritual and physical, resonated with the truth of his affection for her. Yet, how had this sudden infatuation come to be? Why Sangmo? Was it merely her beauty? Many possessed alluring appearances, and he had encountered numerous renowned beauties during missions, yet none had captivated him in such an uncontrollable manner. The habitual thoughts of Hatake Kakashi began to churn in his mind, seeking the root of this phenomenon. The page of Lover's Paradise he held upside down contained a few lines that fortuitously invaded his consciousness. You can never predict when love will arrive, from where it will come, or in what manner it will manifest. When it comes, it simply arrives, devoid of reason. At 5 a.m., as Wutsuino Basin entered the tea-making room, she observed that all the tea leaves harvested the previous day had been thoroughly shaken and were neatly spread out on a series of bamboo mats. The floor was also impeccably clean. Pinching a few tea leaves to inspect their quality, she felt satisfied and decided that the subsequent tasks could be left to her and her husband, allowing Kakashi and Xiaomu to have a proper breakfast and then catch up on some much-needed sleep. However, as she scanned the room, she found no sign of the two ninjas. As she ventured further inside, she finally located them behind the neatly arranged rows of tea mats. Occupying a small space on the floor, Kakashi was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in repose, while the person beside him was soundly asleep. She was covered by a standard black thermal blanket, leaning against Kakashi, her fluffy white hair cascading beside her, head bowed with eyes shut, her shoulders rising and falling with steady breaths. The silver-haired ninja, arms crossed, had his right hand resting on his knee while still holding the orange book he had been reading. His left hand grasped the edge of the blanket to prevent it from slipping off the woman. Kakashi's exposed right eye was closed, but upon sensing someone approaching, he opened his eyes. The elderly woman gasped, covering her mouth as she quietly asked, "Oh my, how did you end up sleeping here?" Upon realizing it was Wutsuino Basin, Kakashi straightened slightly. Sangmu Rin, feeling the movement, quickly awakened. She craned her neck to gaze at the person she was leaning against, her drowsy eyes fixating on Kakashi's right earlobe for a moment. The magnetic quality of her voice reached Kakashi's ear, sending a shiver through him. "Kakashi?" "Yes." He found himself utterly defenseless against her unguarded demeanor. Clearing his throat, Kakashi formed a fist and pressed it against his nose, attempting to mask the involuntary flutter of his heart. Wutsuino Basin, still surprised, quickly picked up on the unusual atmosphere between the two, her wrinkled brow curving into a knowing smile as she looked at Kakashi. It seemed she had arrived at an inopportune moment. Sangmu Rin, jolted awake by the elderly woman's voice, hastily detached herself from Kakashi, lifting her hand just in time to catch the blanket that covered her. She patted her cheeks, offering an apologetic smile. "I can't believe I fell asleep. You child, if you're tired, go rest in your room. The temperature in the mountains is at its lowest in the early morning. You don't want to catch a cold." Wutsuino Basin stepped closer, her tone filled with genuine concern. Kakashi had long been renowned in the village, and Wutsuino Basin felt assured in trusting tasks to him. Initially, she had harbored reservations about this older, seemingly inexperienced female ninja, suspecting her of ulterior motives to attach herself to Kakashi for personal gain. However, after spending the day together and observing Sangmu Rin's work, she found her to be not only clever and engaging, but also dedicated and diligent, leading her to abandon her preconceived notions. Sangmu Rin handed Kakashi one corner of the blanket, and he understood her intent, straightening the edge of the blanket so that she could neatly fold the other end. Observing the seamless interaction between the two, Wutsuino Basin couldn't help but jest. "Are you two together?" As Sangmu Rin paused, holding the neatly folded blanket intended for Kakashi's bag. She glanced between it and Kakashi's backpack. Hearing Wutsuino Basin's comment, she turned her head, inadvertently meeting the silver-haired ninja's gaze. Kakashi did not deny it, merely exchanging a quiet glance with her. Sangmu Rin's cheeks flushed crimson, her face betraying her embarrassment. Then, she heard Kakashi respond to Wutsuino Basin, "Well, how should I put it? I still need to make an effort." "Oh my, to hear you say that so candidly is truly rare, Kakashi." Wutsuino Basin covered her mouth, a hint of feminine shyness gracing her features. "Ah, please forgive me for making you laugh." Kakashi scratched the back of his head, grinning innocently. Meanwhile, Sangmu Rin, silently stuffing the blanket into the backpack with trembling fingers and struggling to pull up the zipper, felt heat rising to her head as she listened to the two engage in their oblivious banter. Kakashi, she mused, must certainly know she had perceived his feelings. "Shall we have some breakfast first and then get some good rest? Leave the rest to me and the old man." In Wutsuan, the elderly matriarch decided to spare the flustered Sangmu Lin and deftly redirected the conversation. Before Kakashi and his companions could respond, a most unexpected visitor arrived at the Yaoqing room. Adorned with an owl mask and clad in tight-fitting gray-black shinobi attire, the newcomer bore a ninja blade on his back, while the tattoo on his left arm revealed his identity. He appeared outside the Wutsuan residence, and upon spotting the silver-haired figure by the window, deftly stepped onto the window ledge. Leaning closer to Kakashi, he lowered his voice. "Captain Kakashi, the third Hokage has a mission for you. You must return promptly." The silver-haired jonin turned slightly, glancing at Sangmu Lin and the matriarch within the room, and inquired, "Now? What could necessitate recalling a jonin mid-task?" Kakashi's expression turned grave. "Has something happened in the village?" "Not at all," the Umbu member replied. "The third just instructed me to summon you back, stating there is a mission." After a brief pause, he added, "Just you." Sangmu Lin, who had been listening intently, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. "Understood." Kakashi, not overthinking the situation, approached Sangmu. Lifting his backpack after receiving nods of affirmation from both the matriarch and Sangmu. Sensing the apology in Kakashi's eyes, Sangmu gently patted his arm and jested, "What a pity. I shall be the sole inheritor of the matriarch's unique tea-making secrets." The matriarch chuckled and lightly swatted her. "With your level of insight, I doubt it." "Hey!" Sangmu exclaimed, feigning indignation. Kakashi smiled softly, ruffling her hair affectionately. "I will return shortly to fetch you." Sangmu's pale cheeks flushed as her bright eyes met Kakashi's. "I will diligently complete my tasks. You need not worry. Go forth and attend to your other matters." Upon Kakashi's return to the village, Sangmu Lin disregarded the matriarch's advice to leave the chores to the two elderly individuals for their rest. She knew she could not sleep soundly, so after breakfast, she discreetly consumed a few soldier pills to enhance her stamina before immersing herself back into the tea-making process. The matriarch, observing the determined white-haired kunoichi vigorously engaged by the roasting tea stove, contemplated intervening but recognized that Sangmu would not heed her, thus allowing her to continue. The trio worked swiftly, executing the tea-making process with remarkable coordination. By lunchtime, all the tea leaves had been roasted, and a portion had already entered the roaching phase, which required considerable strength for repeated kneading and shaping. They unanimously decided to wait until after lunch to proceed. "Quickly wash your hands. It's time to eat," the matriarch urged Sangmu, who was still playfully interacting with her family's loyal hunting dog in the corridor. "Coming." Sangmu Lin scratched the dog behind its neck, then patted its head. "Such a good boy. I will play with you later." The elderly couple graciously hosted their guest, and faced with a lavish spread of dishes. Sangmu Lin did not hold back. After washing her hands, she promptly sat down and praised the matriarch's culinary skills, exclaiming, "Your cooking is truly delightful." Upon hearing her compliments, the matriarch exchanged glances with her husband, and she replied with a smile that crinkled her eyes, "Well, these are mostly prepared by my husband. Over the years, I've only managed to master a couple of dishes." "Is that so? How enviable," Sangmu Lin said, slightly taken aback. She selected a piece of fish and exclaimed, "This is delicious. Eat more. You need to strengthen your physique," the matriarch insisted, continuously adding various meat dishes to Sangmu's bowl. "You must eat well so that when you and Kakashi bicker in the future, you can hold your own." The matriarch paused thoughtfully before adding, "It must be a fair match." Sangmu Lin, taken aback by her words, choked on her food and began to cough incessantly. "Oh dear, you child." The matriarch quickly brought over a bowl of water and patted Sangmu's back to help her recover. There. I understand you are shy. Liking Kakashi is nothing to be embarrassed about. That boy has always been popular. I imagine admirers flock to him in waves. You needn't feel pressured. I see how Kakashi regards you." The matriarch continued, but was interrupted by her husband, who noticed her tendency to chatter. "Ah, it's all right, Mr. Wutsuan." Sangmu Lin waved her hand, clearing her throat. The matriarch is not mistaken. Kakashi's admirers indeed follow one after another. Upon reflection, She recognized she was not particularly unique in this regard. Yet, the next words from the matriarch made her heart race. But you are different. Kakashi has a liking for you. Over the past few days, Sangmu had felt this notion but feared it might be her own delusion. Cherishing her connection with Kakashi too much, she often instinctively dismissed her inner intuition. After all, Kakashi had expressed his feelings towards her in both subtle and overt ways more than once. But had she prepared herself to embrace this sentiment? Chapter 43. The scroll do you truly wish to learn? The woman, wearing a cloth belt to secure her sleeves, bent over a basin of dirty dishes while peering at the young kunoichi beside her, who had become fixated on learning her two signature dishes, pumpkin stew and eggplant stew. Sangmu Lin accepted the white bowls handed to her by the matriarch, rinsing them one by one, her cheeks flushing a lovely pink as she nodded awkwardly. Yes, I have always wanted to learn to cook. Then why have you not pursued it? The matriarch inquired nonchalantly while washing the dishes. Sangmu Lin furrowed her brow in contemplation. Well, I suppose it's because I have been too busy with missions. Really? The matriarch turned her gaze, peering over her glasses at the earnest white-haired kunoichi who was diligently rinsing the plates. Is the workload for the genin in the village that overwhelming? Sangmu Lin paused, her fingers momentarily stilled as she pouted. Indeed, the tasks are heavy and the rewards are meager. Without culinary skills, I find myself dining out constantly, and my wallet runs dry in no time. That does sound rather difficult, the matriarch acknowledged, pausing her dishwashing. She then mused, what about Kakashi? Does he not struggle financially? Huh, Kakashi? Sangmu Lin pondered how the matriarch's question shifted to Kakashi. After some reflection, she replied, he takes on S-rank missions day and night and has no vices. He should not encounter the same predicament as me, unless Shinra Tiantang is overly expensive. Moreover, Sangmu Lin leaned closer to the matriarch's ear. Kakashi is quite the cook. His dishes are exquisite. Going a month without dining out is no trouble. Nodding to herself, she concluded, thus, it is impossible for Hatake Kakashi to be financially strained. Well then, the matriarch shrugged, standing upright and draining the basin of dirty water before washing her hands leisurely as she made her way to the main house. Sangmu Lin, left behind, arranged the dishes before carefully reflecting on her recent conversation with the matriarch. She wondered how her desire to learn cooking was related to Kakashi's financial status. Observing the matriarch's back, which seemed to be concealing a smile, Sangmu Lin suddenly understood, feeling a rush of embarrassment and indignation as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, matriarch." The elderly woman wore a mischievous smile, allowing Sangmu Lin to drape her arm over her shoulder, launching into a charming plea. Please teach me, matriarch. Can you bear to let such a lovely girl survive on instant noodles every day? Grandma Takamura suppressed a laugh, pulling her arm away from Aoki Rin's embrace. She reached for the dustpan and broom in the corner, feigning disdain. Oh, this old woman is very busy. The tea hasn't even been roasted yet. If you want to be cute, go ask your Kakashi. Go away. It's just roasting tea, leave it to me. I'm supposed to wait until the tea is ready before I can properly learn cooking. The old woman watched as the girl swiftly snatched the cleaning tools from her hand. Then, with a fawning expression, said, I'll do the sweeping, I'll do it. Please sit down. Successfully amused by her antics, Grandma Takamura was defeated. All right, which dish do you want to learn? Roasted pumpkin? Roasted eggplant? Eggplant. Almost without hesitation, Aoki Rin answered instantly. The old woman nodded, then casually asked, Oh, Kakashi doesn't like pumpkin? Without hesitation, Aoki Rin, diligently sweeping the floor, replied, Yes. He prefers eggplant. The old woman glanced at the girl who immediately fell silent, shaking her head with exasperation. As if she could see right through Aoki Rin's little schemes at her age. TSK, still so stubborn. Ignoring the girl's sudden flustered movements, the old woman drank a cup of tea, patted her shoulder, and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. After the tea is ready, I'll teach you how to cook eggplant. Is that all right, you silly child? Thank you, Grandma. Aoki Rin smiled shamelessly. Konoha Hokage building, ending Aoki Rin's duties as a jonin. After the third Hokage sent Kakashi back to the village, he didn't summon him immediately. Instead, he instructed his assistant to deliver this message to him, and then handed him a basket of scrolls, telling Kakashi to read them carefully first. After unwrapping several scrolls, Kakashi quickly flipped through them, discovering that the sealed scrolls primarily contained state-level intelligence. The elegant, vigorous handwriting on the scrolls gave Kakashi a sense of déjà vu. The handwriting resembled that of Aoki Rin. If he wasn't mistaken, these scrolls likely contained intelligence Aoki had relayed back to the village during his time as an undercover agent. What does the third Hokage mean by this? The silver-haired ninja looked up, his gaze questioning the Hokage's assistant. The Hokage's assistant smiled apologetically. The Hokage didn't say. He just wanted you to look through them first. Kakashi then focused his attention back on the scrolls. He quickly read through them. These were essentially classified intelligence pieces of information that the higher-ups had later shared with them, the Jonin-level ninjas. Over the years, they had used this intelligence in numerous missions, never expecting that the source of this information was Aoki Rin, who had risked his life to obtain it. Some scrolls still bore dried, blackened bloodstains, indistinguishable as to whether they were the blood of enemy ninjas or the ink of the person who had hastily written the inscription after being wounded. Kakashi flipped through the scrolls, knowing that the few words on each scroll indicated how many perilous obstacles that solitary, frail girl had to overcome to obtain them. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper with each reading. He silently set down a scroll he had finished examining and sealed it. Until the last, dark green, old scroll. He skillfully placed it between his thumb and forefinger. Release. The contents of this scroll immediately gripped Kakashi's heart. Investigation results regarding the death of Noera Rin. The third Mizukage has confirmed that he was aware afterward of the Kirigakure's kidnapping of Noera Rin and their unauthorized placement of the three tails into her body with the intention of destroying Konoha. It cannot be ruled out that suspicious individuals may have intended to use this incident to incite trouble. Kakashi's grip on the scroll tightened, the lingering guilt and pain in his heart surging once more. His gaze shifted downwards, and a line of smaller print at the bottom briefly drew his attention. Aoki Rin's sentences in other intelligence scrolls were concise and to the point, without a single wasted word. The scroll in his hand suddenly had a few lines of small print. This incident may have caused significant psychological trauma to Hatake Kakashi. I implore the Hokage to pay close attention to Kakashi's psychological well-being. This is my humble request, and I am deeply grateful. Rin. Respectfully. Knowing that the Hokage would see it here, he disregarded ninja regulations and filled in his concern on a scroll reserved for confidential information, staring at the delicate handwriting. His thumb tracing the words Rin, respectfully on the scroll, Hatake Kakashi, whose brows had been furrowed, suddenly felt a lump in his throat and his eyes welled up. He had always thought that Aoki only developed feelings for him after returning to the village and seeing him as an adult. But now it seemed there was more to it than that. For some reason, the image of that night when he helped the young lord of Frost Country break the spell, under the bright moonlight, sitting on the large tree outside the hospital ward, gently swinging her legs, softly telling him, "You must believe that someone will come to you with love." What were her feelings when she said those words? And shouldn't I also take our relationship more seriously? He resealed the scroll, put it back, and the silver-haired Jonin sighed, asking, "Finished reading?" And then, the Hokage's assistant opened his mouth to speak, but the white-robed old man appeared at the right moment, his hands behind his back, smiling kindly. Kakashi quickly stood up and, along with the others in the Hokage's office, bowed to the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, dismissing the other ninjas from the office, leaving only himself and Kakashi Hatake. The silver-haired ninja waited quietly for the third Hokage to speak. The old man walked past the basket of scrolls. "Kakashi, what are your thoughts after reading these?" Unsure of the third Hokage's intentions, the silver-haired youth remained silent for a moment, then said, "That spy is remarkable for completing such a complex intelligence-gathering task. Don't you know who's behind this?" Seeing Kakashi's lukewarm answer, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, his tone smiling. "This subordinate does know, so please enlighten me, Hokage." Kakashi looked at the floor, awaiting the Hokage's next instructions. "Kakashi, during your time with Konoha, have you gained any new insights into her abilities?" The third Hokage's smile faded, his tone lowering. Kakashi, as if aware of the Hokage's concerns, reported truthfully, "Konoha never complains about her environment, is loyal to Konoha, and is very dedicated to her work." After he finished speaking, the third Hokage asked him cryptically, "Loyalty, diligence, responsibility. Then under what circumstances do you think she would choose to betray the village?" Kakashi looked up in astonishment, bewildered by the third Hokage's question. "You mean, she betrays?" He didn't understand why the Hokage would suddenly ask him this. Could it be? Seeing the silver-haired ninja tense up, his face filled with disbelief. And knowing he had misunderstood, Hiruzen Sarutobi patted him on the back and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. Judging from Aoki's current performance, she's outstanding. I'm just making a hypothetical scenario. As you know, this child has special abilities and carries many national secrets. If she were to choose to betray, Kakashi frowned. He understood the third Hokage's meaning. The Hokage wanted him to make a solemn pledge. The silver-haired Jonin immediately adopted a serious expression. I trust Aoki Rin and believe she would never do anything to harm the village. If that day ever comes, I will risk my life to defend the village and eradicate any threat to Konoha. The white-robed old man took a few puffs of his pipe, his eyes flashing with approval for his subordinate. Then he smiled kindly. That's all. You can go now. Prepare to pick up the 3 Ninja Academy students for their assessment the day after tomorrow. Kakashi remembered that the Hokage's assistant had indeed brought him the notification that he was ending his training with Aoki Rin. It seems that Sarutobi Hizashi has realized that the person before him did not fully comprehend his arrangements. He clapped his hands together and exclaimed, I forgot to mention that once Komoku completes her current task, I have another secret mission to assign to her. It would be unwise to let her squander time on tasks suited for a genin when she has greater responsibilities. Ultimately, she should not remain in the position of a genin. As for you, Kakashi, I am eager to see you earnestly take on the role of a mentor. However, given Komoku's current condition, devoid of chakra and unable to utilize the memory technique, what kind of secret mission could she possibly undertake? Moreover, this task is directly commissioned by the Hokage. Yet, the Hokage is not mistaken. After all, he is merely acting in place of Komoku Rin's previous instructor. Now that a new batch of students is ready for assessment, it is time for her to sever her ties with the identity of a genin. Kakashi pursed his lips, fell silent, and refrained from further inquiries. He understood that every decision made by the third Hokage is influenced by the responsibilities of his position, and his personal feelings were of little consequence. The silver-haired Jonin prepared to exit the Hokage's office, but just as he was about to step out, the voice of the third Hokage reached him. It is not a life-threatening mission, and I have faith that she will complete it satisfactorily. Rest assured, Kakashi. Kakashi paused, turning slightly to bow respectfully in the direction of the Hokage, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Yes, thank you, third Hokage. After watching Kakashi leave for a while, Sarutobi Hizashi set down his pipe, weariness etched upon his features. He took another puff from the pipe and, with a sigh, issued a command. Go ahead and deliver the mission scroll along with my words to her. In a flash, Uchiha Jinnin appeared behind the Hokage, kneeling on one knee. Understood. The hooded ninja then swiftly retreated, vanishing through the window. Now, the task of drying the tea leaves will fall to the old woman. Komoku, let us go prune the tea garden. With a pair of pruning shears in hand, Oba-chan from the Wuzhuang village began to command the silver-haired Kunoichi, who had resumed her previous activity of playing with a dog. All right. Ever since Oba-chan agreed to teach her how to cook, Komoku Rin had been more than willing to assist. However, just as she stepped out of the Wuzhuang residence, she encountered an unexpected visitor beneath the towering camellia trees. The newcomer, with a needle-shaped ninja tool in his mouth and hands tucked into his pockets, leaned against the camellia tree, gazing intently at Komoku Rin, who emerged from the entrance with a smile as she wielded the large pruning shears. Upon recognizing the visitor, Komoku took a moment to process before cheerfully greeting, Yo, Jinnin. Rin appeared to be in good spirits, and Jinnin reciprocated with a smile. Yet, upon recalling the purpose of his visit, his smile faded. Who is he? Oba-chan observed the newcomer with a hint of wariness, noting that Komoku seemed quite familiar with him. He was the esteemed Jonin of the village. Komoku gently patted the elder's shoulder, assuring her not to be afraid. Although he might seem unserious, he was a good person. Raising her gaze with a smile towards Jinnin, she noticed that he was frowning, his expression serious. Komoku's demeanor shifted slightly as, in the next moment, Jinnin, still holding onto his sunbon, teleported to stand before her. Seizing her wrist, Rin, I need to ask you something. The elder, about to interject, was caught off guard as Jinnin performed hand seals, casting a jinjutsu upon her. In a mere moment, the elder's arms fell limp, her gaze vacant. Chapter 44, Choice is You. Komoku Rin stared at Uchiha Jinnin in disbelief. What are you doing? Jinnin tightened his grip on her wrist. What I should be asking is what you are planning, Komoku Rin. Rin sensed that something was amiss, meeting Jinnin's intense gaze. Her heart raced. What? What is wrong with you? Jinnin, exasperated by her apparent ignorance, questioned. Are you unaware of the state of your body? Why are you still engaging in these meaningless Jinin tasks? Komoku was taken aback, her eyes darting to the task scroll tucked in Jinin's arms. Realization dawned upon her. It must be that the third Hokage had a mission for her and entrusted Jinin, who had a friendly rapport with her, to convey the message, along with her bloodline condition. I'm sorry, I never found the opportunity to tell you, Komoku sighed. Feeling somewhat guilty in front of Jinin, her only true friend in the village, she had intended to reveal the truth but could never find the right moment. After a brief silence, Komoku lifted her gaze to Jinin and gently explained, the bloodline disease is incurable. Should I return to the village, would you prefer I die outside? Jinin's demeanor softened slightly as he released her wrist, retrieving the mission scroll given by the Hokage. The third Hokage instructed me to give this to you, allowing you to choose whether or not to accept the mission. Komoku accepted the scroll, confirming her earlier suspicions. Jinin continued. The Hokage also mentioned that recent news has circulated in the village about possible members of your clan appearing in the Land of Frost. If you choose not to accept this mission, the Hokage has promised to arrange for your departure to the Land of Frost in search of a cure. Komoku raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Land of Frost, recalling the mission that had previously stripped her of her chakra. What kind of mission is it? Komoku scrutinized the scroll, seeking Jinin's insight on its contents. This is a confidential mission sealed with ninjutsu by the Hokage. Only you can unlock it. I cannot know its details, Jinin replied, observing Komoku's lack of intention to leave the village for the Land of Frost, his frustration mounting. Hey Rin, you can't be seriously considering accepting this mission, can you? Leaving the village to seek out your own kin? What if they know how to cure the mental deterioration syndrome? Rin, I want you to live, Jinin said earnestly, his brows furrowed in concern. Even if we may never meet again, just knowing that you are alive is enough for me. Komoku bit her lip, remaining silent as Jinin pressed on. Is it because of Kakashi? Leaving the village means severing your ties with Konoha. After harboring feelings for him for so long, are you really willing to let go? Jinin's probing gaze made Komoku instinctively avert her own. She tightened her grip on the scroll, contemplating whether leaving would truly offer a glimmer of hope. What if, after all her searching, the outcome was nothing? She had sought remedies during her 2 years prior to returning to the village, understanding deep down that the likelihood of finding kin was slim, and even more so, that there would be a cure for her bloodline disease. Why then? Had the third Hokage suddenly compelled her to make a choice at this moment? Was it pressure from the higher-ups in Konoha regarding that esteemed individual? Were they testing her loyalty through this means? To take a step back, if the Hokage's promise was genuine and she was allowed to leave safely, what then if she stumbled upon a miraculous cure for her ailment? What would follow? To live as a rogue ninja from Konoha, diverging from Kakashi Hatake, ultimately leading to her demise in a foreign land, becoming a mere wisp of a soul adrift between heaven and earth? The third Hokage seemed to present her with 2 options, but in reality, without Kakashi, she had no desire to choose. To follow her heart and live in the present moment might well be her true path as a ninja, embracing her innermost choice. Komoku Rin gently tossed the scroll into the air, catching it with grace. Jinin analyzed the subtle expressions on Komoku's face, seemingly understanding her decision. With a resigned sigh, he lamented that he should not have tried to persuade her. It's hopeless. You are hopelessly infatuated. Komoku wished to explain that the Komoku clan was not easily found and that her time was limited. However, Jinin, filled with exasperation, began to speak without restraint. No, I don't want to stay here any longer. I'm leaving. Just seeing you brings me bad luck. Wait a moment. Sangmu Lin reluctantly conceded and called out to Xianjian. Please help my grandmother dispel the illusion first. I have something to give you, so don't leave just yet. She merely wanted to allow her to converse with the person she cherished for a little while. The technique would resolve itself shortly. Xianjian crossed his arms, wearing a look of indifference. Sangmu Lin approached her portable backpack, retrieved a package, and returned to the entrance, placing the item into the hands of the man in the headscarf. I noticed the pouch on your waist was nearly worn through just a couple of days ago. I bought this before I set out, right next to the breakfast shop. Xianjian gazed at the soft cloth-wrapped tool pouch in his hands, momentarily speechless. Upon hearing the woman say, I initially intended to give it to you after completing the mission, but since you're here, take it now, the man, with a pencil between his lips, suddenly burst into tears and embraced her tightly. You actually gave a gift. How infuriating. I'm a bit touched. Sangmu Lin furrowed her brow as she listened. Xianjian had always been the one caring for her after returning to the village. Wasn't it only natural for her to give him something? Did he need to react so dramatically? It was as if she were treating her friends poorly. Still held in Xuanjian's embrace, Sangmu Lin wore an expression of exasperation as she listened to him lament above her head. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were sick, you scoundrel? I don't want to watch you die, Lin. I shouldn't have come here today. I should have just informed Hokage-sama that you wouldn't take this ridiculous mission. Why should I give you the scroll? Initially feeling a twinge of emotion from his words, Sangmu Lin soon heard Xinjian declare, yes, I should have just taken your scroll and destroyed it. Without the mission scroll, you wouldn't be able to accept this cursed task, and you could go to the land of frost peacefully. As he spoke, the man in the headscarf prepared to snatch the mission scroll from Sangmu Lin's hands. Smack, smack, quickly inserting the scroll into her waistband. Sangmu Lin clapped her palms together and struck Xuanjian's cheeks, not holding back, the sound sharp and clear. The sorrowful man gradually calmed down, hearing Sangmu Lin's somewhat irate voice. If you allow me to choose, then respect my decision, Xinjian. In the elite Jonin dormitory, the watermelon-headed youth, fully armed and brimming with enthusiasm, flung open the dormitory door, only to find Kakashi, who should have been out on a mission, leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for him. Oh, Kakashi, are you heading out? Kakashi's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. My dear students are still waiting for me to take them on a thrilling devil training session. The watermelon-headed youth flashed his distinctive big white teeth. How can it be thrilling when it's devil training? Kakashi shook his head. Oh dear, how pitiful those kids are. Indeed, a real man must endure devil training. Seemingly used to Kakashi's manner of speaking, Mike turned to ask, what's up? Do you need something? Upon hearing this, Kakashi, who had previously been at ease, scratched his cheek through his mask with his index finger, his expression growing slightly uneasy. I just wanted to ask, what preparations do you think are best for confessing to a girl? In the stillness of the night, having completed her tea-making duties, Sangmu Lin washed up and, dressed in her ninja attire, sat cross-legged on her bed, diligently studying the task scroll laid out before her. To assume a new identity as a teacher at the Ninja Academy? To seek out the hidden spies within the school? The white-haired woman rested her elbows on her legs, fingers stroking her chin as she carefully examined the personal information. Richu, Qingyu. This identity turned out to belong to an ordinary person devoid of chakra. Sangmu Lin smiled wryly. It was indeed a challenge for Hokage-sama to consider her lack of chakra. The young teacher named Qingyu was primarily responsible for monitoring the psychological well-being of students at the ninja school, as well as attending to their daily needs. She had always thought that there was a clear divide between ninjas and ordinary villagers in their work and lives. It surprised her to learn that the ninja school even hired ordinary people as teachers. She must be an extremely friendly and supportive life teacher, adept at guiding children in their studies. Is the workplace at the ninja school? Sangmu Lin murmured, which meant she could interact openly with the child. This was an unexpected delight. Her interest piqued as she straightened up, intending to further investigate if there were any other aspects of the identity of Richu Qingyu that required her attention, such as the original owner's personality or any taboos. However, upon thorough examination, the scroll contained only a name, a photo, a filled occupation, and some explanations regarding the duties of that position, with nothing else noted. There were no social relationships, no daily taboos, nor introductions about her family or relatives. Is that all? Sangmu Lin flipped through the scroll, wondering if she had missed something. After searching for a long time, aside from the hidden ninja identification tag and an appointment report, she found nothing else. Sangmu Lin gazed at the smiling, ink-haired woman in the document, speaking softly. You left nothing behind. Were you also an orphan? Uncared for in life, unsearched for in death. Even your name was taken away for others to use. She reached out and gently brushed the photo of the woman, silently expressing her gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to remain in this place where Kakashi lives. Qingyu, I will make good use of your identity and will not let such a beautiful name go to waste. Sangmu neatly stored the scroll and other items, pulling up her blanket in preparation for a good night's rest. Speaking of which, she had actually completed her tasks of tea making and pruning the tea garden. And since her grandmother had agreed to teach her cooking, she would stay at home for one more night, starting tomorrow morning with the dish she had long wished to learn. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, she couldn't help but imagine what expression Kakashi would have when he tasted the perfect burnt eggplant she had made upon her return to the village. Surely he would be quite surprised, right? Then he would ruffle her hair with that strong hand and say, well done. I wish I could eat this dish every day. Stop that. She covered her head with the blanket. Just thinking about it made her feel utterly beautiful. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. What was that sound? In her limited view, a familiar wooden door stood before her, and someone was knocking forcefully on the door. A boy's anxious voice came through. Lin, are you awake? Kakashi is in trouble. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, her eyes widened, and she flung the door open. The bleary-eyed white-haired girl stood at her doorstep, and the boy, clutching a ninja tool in his mouth, grabbed her right hand, which was still rubbing her eyes, exclaiming, Lin, Kakashi was taken to the Konoha hospital in the early morning. He is still in critical condition. I'm afraid you won't even get to see him one last time. Let's hurry. The boy's voice exploded in Sangmu Lin's mind, and she quickly pulled back the boy Xianjian, asking him, what did you say? What happened to Kakashi? As they ran, Xianjian explained the situation. Teacher Minato said that Kakashi's left eye was overexerted while using ninjutsu, and his body couldn't keep up, causing him to be caught off guard by the Iwagakure ninja from behind. The white-haired girl's expression darkened, and she quickened her pace, discarding her slippers just to reach the hospital faster. Fortunately, it was you who brought him back. If it were any later, it might have been. By the time a breathless Sangmu Lin arrived outside the Konoha hospital, she overheard the medical ninja discussing the surgical conclusions with Minato. While on the bed lay the silver-haired boy, barely clinging to life. Ignoring the rapid heartbeat from her hurried run, Sangmu Lin stepped heavily into the ward, panting. Shaolin, what brings you here? The blonde man, engrossed in conversation with the medical ninja, caught sight of the girl entering the room. His gaze lingered for a moment on her bloodied, scraped feet. Uncle, Kakashi, shouted. Sangmu's eyes remained fixed on the young man lying on the bed. After escorting the medical ninja out, Mizukage closed the door to the ward. That kunai nearly pierced his left carotid artery, but thankfully, he was saved. Do not worry, Mizukage said, approaching Sangmu and gently patting her shoulder. Is it his eye? That eye has affected Kakashi. She pointed to the scar on Kakashi's left eye. Looking up at the blonde man, Mizukage met her gaze for a moment, then guided her to sit on a nearby chair, carefully brushing a few dry leaves from her hair. His tone softened. Shaolin, that is a wish left for Kakashi by Obito at the time of his passing. Kakashi wishes to use it to see the path he must take. You should understand their bond. But the former Hatake Kakashi was already more than sufficient. I do not believe he would fail to see the path ahead, shouted Sangmu huffed, crossing her arms defiantly, her eyes flashing with anger. Ultimately, I despise the Uchiha clan. A self-righteous and presumptuous family. They have trapped Kakashi, whose soul should be free, in an inescapable cage of love. Shaolin, Mizukage, rarely stern with this girl he had nurtured since childhood, adopted a serious tone. What nearly cost Kakashi his life was the brutal war, not Uchiha Obito. Without that self-righteous Uchiha, Kakashi would have likely perished in the Battle of the Bridge of Heaven. They are comrades who have achieved greatness together. And Obito is a hero of Konoha. You cannot speak of him in such a manner. I'm sorry, the little girl said, realizing her fault. She knew Obito was a hero. She understood that he had sacrificed himself to save Kakashi. She also knew she shouldn't speak ill of the Uchiha. However, the relentless Third Shinobi World War left her feeling powerless. Watching Kakashi, only a few years her senior, repeatedly drag his injured body to the battlefield. Witnessing the anxiety gripping the village, she felt helpless. What could she do? Was she merely a useless child, remaining at home, sleeping soundly while others, like the heroes of Konoha, sacrificed their lives? What more could she do? She would do anything to bring about the end of this cursed war. Xiao Sangmu watched as the blonde man retrieved ointment from his pocket, carefully applying it to her injured foot. She voiced a decision she had contemplated for some time. Uncle Mizukage, regarding the matter the higher-ups wish to discuss with you, I want to try. Shaolin, you are still too young. Executing that task is too. The urgency in Mizukage's voice began to blur in her memory. The scene shifted again. A girl clad in black, her youthful features still intact, stood before the Konoha memorial stone, clutching a bouquet of white daisies. Obito-senpai, before I leave, I wish to apologize. I should not have spoken those words in the hospital. If you are aware from the afterlife, please do not hold it against me. The girl gently placed the flowers down. I am about to leave the village to commence my infiltration mission. From tomorrow, no one will remember me here. Kakashi will soon be discharged. He treasures that remarkable eye of his and will surely master it in time. Rin-senpai is always by Kakashi's side, caring for him. Your bond is truly beautiful. With her around, I believe Kakashi will find happiness. If you can visit in dreams, please do so often, and remind him to take good care of himself. Of course, if I too should perish one day, I will visit him in his dreams myself. Until then, I ask for your assistance." The girl was unsure how long she stood before the stone, lost in her thoughts. As dawn approached, she donned her black cloak, the wide brim obscuring her newly cut white hair, and in an instant, vanished from the threshold of Konoha as it welcomed the dawn. Xiaomu, who was calling me? Where would this dream take her next? In a dimly lit room, a white-haired woman lay with her eyes closed, the familiar voice of Xiaomu calling her to awaken. Xiaomu abruptly opened her eyes, the light in the room scarce. A figure leaned close, softly calling her name, gently brushing her cheek with a gloved hand. The woman focused and recognized the visitor, her voice hoarse. "Kakashi? Yes, shall we go watch the sunrise?" Kakashi squatted beside her bed, straining to read Xiaomu's expression in the faint light. "Is that really you, Kakashi?" Without thinking, the woman reached out from her cocoon of blankets, seeking the familiar contours of his face in the darkness. As her soft, warm palm met his cold visage and familiar mask, Kakashi casually pulled off his mask and seized her hand, which was retreating back under the covers, assuming she intended to return to sleep. He pressed her palm against his face, encouraging her to feel more clearly, then urged, "It's me. Hurry and get up, if you don't. The sun will rise without us." "Huh. Oh," Xiaomu, still groggy, noticed Kakashi had already exited the room, leaving her to dress. Following his instructions, she quickly threw off the covers, donned her outer clothing, and opened the door. "What did you just say?" she asked, adjusting her attire while glancing at Kakashi's tall figure outside. "Watch the sunrise?" "Now." "Yes, to the top of T Mountain," Kakashi replied. "Come on, race me to the summit. The winner gets bragging rights," he challenged. "Huh." Just as Xiaomu was about to stretch her neck, she paused at Kakashi's words. "You're not afraid of losing to me?" Glancing at the silver-haired shinobi, who seemed to mimic her tone from that day, she felt compelled to cooperate. After a lazy stretch, she suddenly snapped her fingers in the air. "Okay, no chakra allowed. Let us go?" She watched as he swiftly entered the fray, taking off ahead of her without any regard for the rules. The silver-haired ninja smiled as he rushed forward, having dragged her from the warmth of her blankets into the chilly dawn. Only this person would insist on such unreasonable demands without explanation. As she quickened her pace, Kakashi suddenly appeared beside her. Xiaomu slammed on the brakes, staring at him in disbelief. "You can't use chakra. You cheated. Using Shunshin, what are you doing?" Before she could finish, the silver-haired ninja bent down, scooping her up effortlessly. As her feet left the ground, she instinctively clutched his clothes, turning to meet his smiling black eyes. Kakashi grinned. "No need to compete. I concede." His smile left Xiaomu momentarily speechless, her heart racing. "What is happening?" Kakashi held her, bouncing slightly as he prepared to take off. "Well, I suddenly wanted to see the sunrise." In the comfort of his embrace, Xiaomu allowed him to carry her toward the mountain peak, the light of dawn illuminating Kakashi's chiseled profile as she gazed at him deeply. She had harbored the image of the silver-haired boy in her heart for so many years, and now he stood before her, within the small circle formed by her outstretched arms. Although climbing was far more physically demanding than descending, and this time she was cradling someone in her embrace, Kakashi seemed to glide effortlessly, soon bringing them both to the summit of the T Mountain. For someone like him, who had trained for years and could even scale cliffs with one hand, this ascent was relatively easy. Kakashi bent down to gently set Xiaomu down, and before he could utter a word, she instinctively grasped his sturdy forearm, pulling him closer, gazing up into his eyes. "What exactly do you intend to do, Kakashi? Has the third Hokage assigned you a mission? Are you attempting to test my feelings for you?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, giving her left shoulder a light pat before raising his finger to gesture her to look behind her. Xiaomu turned her head. The deep blue sky parted to reveal a sliver of light, the dawn illuminating the clouds that enveloped the peaks, gradually dissipating with the arrival of the sun. As the sun rose, the cool blue sky began to blush with hues of orange and yellow. Enchanted by the beauty of the scene, Xiaomu momentarily forgot to release her grip on Kakashi's arm. Only when she felt his hand gently holding hers did she return to reality, looking at him with a hint of confusion. "I have something to tell you," Kakashi said as he took her hand, facing the morning light. His eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. He gazed at her and expressed the confession he had contemplated numerous times in his heart. "Xiaomu, May I ask you to start dating me from this moment onward? The way he held her hand was light, more an invitation than a mere grasp, inviting her into his world. Sangmu Lin stood frozen, surprised by Kakashi's swift action. Her eyes, misty with emotion, reflected the golden dawn, and as she looked at their intertwined hands, she felt an urge to answer affirmatively. Yet, a voice within her questioned, "What can you promise for your future together now?" A shadow of melancholy crossed her gaze. Kakashi's heartfelt confession filled her with joy, but she feared she might not have much time left. She did not want him to experience the pain of losing someone important once again. Lowering her eyes, she parted her lips, but Kakashi, sensing her worries, leaned closer and asked, "Do you know why I chose to confess to you in the morning light?" Sangmu Lin, forcing herself not to meet his gaze, turned to look at the dawn breaking on the mountains. Kakashi's soft yet steady voice reached her ears. "As the sun rises, you, who has grown in Konoha, are meant to let this dawn dispel the fog of unease in your heart. Even if the road ahead is uncertain, please stay by my side. Will you?" She knew she could never bear to let him go. Listening to Kakashi's gentle words, which felt almost like a guiding light, Sangmu Lin smiled slightly, finally shedding her hesitations and nodding in response. Her eyes brimmed with affection as she prepared to confess to the man before her. "I have liked you for a long time, did you know?" Kakashi stepped closer, placing her hand against his chest, and with a few gentle strokes of his fingers through her white hair, he softly replied, "I know. I saw it written in the confidential scroll." Sangmu Lin's palm rested against Kakashi's chest, her expression momentarily taken aback. She recalled her task scroll, which only once had violated the rules. She intended to explain, but before she could, Kakashi had already pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. The proximity made her instinctively clutch the fabric of his ninja vest. Her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes. For some reason, Kakashi's tender demeanor made her feel surreal. After the initial joy, Sangmu Lin felt a wave of shyness wash over her, fearing that the moment she looked up, it would all vanish. Kakashi's forehead gently pressed against hers, as if recognizing her shyness and unease. His gaze lingered on her trembling eyelashes, his voice low and inviting. "You haven't answered me yet. Will you be my girlfriend?" "What? Hadn't she already nodded? Wasn't that an agreement?" Sangmu Lin's brows furrowed slightly, and as she raised her eyes to meet his, she found herself displaying a hint of playful annoyance, unbeknownst to her. Kakashi chuckled softly, his gaze locking onto hers, preventing any chance of retreat. "Don't just nod. I want to hear you say it." As she looked at his side profile, bathed in the morning light, with those ink-like eyes, her heart raced. Sangmu Lin, as if under a spell, reached out to caress Kakashi's cheek, standing on tiptoe to place a soft kiss on his left cheek, then returning to her original position. Noticing Kakashi's momentary surprise, she lightly laughed. "Isn't my answer clear enough?" At that moment, Kakashi, overwhelmed with emotion, pulled her into his embrace. Sangmu Lin blinked, watching as he slowly lowered his face mask, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. "Not quite enough," he murmured, his voice husky, his gaze fixed on her. Understanding his unspoken intent, Sangmu Lin's hand, which had been resting against his chest, gradually lowered. Her dark eyes shifted from his gaze to his slightly curled lips. Taking a deep breath, she encouraged herself, mentally preparing. It's just a kiss with Kakashi. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing heart, reminding herself that he was the beloved Kakashi she had cherished for so long. With a soft sigh, just as she was about to surrender in defeat, her chin was gently lifted, and a refreshing breath filled her senses. The tender touch of his lips sent a jolt through her heart. She gazed in astonishment at Kakashi's face, then watched as he pulled away, smiling down at her. "See, it's not that difficult." Sangmu Lin felt a rush of emotion, her eyes growing misty as she grasped his hand, which was about to tuck her stray hair behind her ear. She stood on her toes once more, pressing a serious kiss against Kakashi's lips. Yes, what was she really afraid of? The love she had longed for had finally arrived, yet she had hesitated like a coward. Was this truly her? Kakashi appeared momentarily stunned, then took her hand and placed it against his chest, teasing her with a smile. "Oh, have you finally awakened?" Her fair face flushed crimson in an instant, and with a mix of shyness and defiance, Sangmu Lin looked back at him, resolute that she would not allow Kakashi to maintain the upper hand. "I like you first." Hearing her words, Kakashi embraced her again, his tone as gentle as ever. All right, I concede. I know." Filled with happiness, Sangmu Lin hugged him back, wanting to tell him that her feelings had blossomed long before he realized. But the kiss he placed upon her lips rendered all words unnecessary. There was nothing more reassuring than having Kakashi standing before her, cherishing her with every tender kiss. Sangmu Lin smiled softly, as if making a heartfelt decision, her lips parting slightly, embracing the warmth and softness of Kakashi's kiss. Chapter 45. The Wood of Chimu, Part 1. Under the bright sun, in the training grounds of the Mai Forest. A young boy found himself firmly bound to a sturdy wooden post by jute ropes. Their instructor had specifically instructed them to forego breakfast, and now, with his stomach grumbling audibly, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment. The boy, drenched in cold sweat, could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the lunchboxes held by his two companions. Yet, rationality prevailed, compelling him to urge them to adhere to the rules and to eat without concern for him. However, it seemed that teacher Kakashi was absent. The other boy, with a buzz cut, clutched his lunchbox nervously, casting furtive glances around. Not far away, a silver-haired jonin, skillfully hidden behind the branches, silently observed the three children's every move, resolutely vowing, Obito, Rin, regardless of what anyone says. I will never allow those who do not value teamwork to become a ninja. In the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat alone in the lounge, perusing documents. After a knock on the door, his assistant entered, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. The elderly man nodded slightly, instructing her to allow the visitor in while ensuring that no one else saw. Yes, the assistant exited, followed by the sound of black, mid-heeled shinobi shoes stepping into the Hokage's lounge. The newcomer wore a fitted black high-neck dress, designed for ease of access to supplies from a small pouch strapped to her right thigh. The dress featured a slit that extended high up her right thigh, revealing her well-proportioned, straight legs. She modestly added a short inner garment, while the skin above her left calf was wrapped in the customary white bandages of a ninja. Approaching the third Hokage, she spoke with respect, Hokage-sama, whom observing her attire, the third Hokage was pleasantly surprised. Just 2 days prior, he had entrusted Noera Kakashi with the task scroll for Sangmu Lin. In such a short time, she had remarkably adapted her appearance to resemble the woman depicted in a half-body photograph from the dossier, even replicating her makeup and expression perfectly. The old man silently praised Sangmu Lin's skills as a covert operative. His gaze lingered on her flowing, lustrous black hair before admiring her naturally striking azure eyes. Sarutobi nodded in approval. Sangmu, you have managed to disguise yourself to such an extent. Quite impressive. Sangmu Lin maintained her composure, respectfully bowing her head. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. It is merely basic ninja disguise techniques. She had come not only to present her disguise for inspection, but also to seek clarification on a matter. However, I find myself puzzled about one aspect, and I wish to consult Hokage-sama. Sarutobi set down the documents, wearing his customary smile. Oh, please, go ahead. I have diligently studied the background information on Hinata Hayashi, but the content is alarmingly scarce, almost non-existent. There is no introduction to his background, nor any connections to others. It is as if he were fabricated out of thin air. Oh, this child had only recently joined the Ninja Academy and had not even completed the transition from her predecessor. The incomplete information from the academy is to be expected. Sarutobi seemed to have anticipated that Sangmu Lin would seek his counsel. He offered her an encouraging glance. This will facilitate your actions within the academy. You may exercise your discretion. I have great confidence in your experience. Exercise my discretion? Sangmu Lin pondered. You wish for an ordinary newcomer to seek out hidden ninja spies? It appeared that the notion of uncovering foreign spies within the ninja school might not be entirely unfounded. With her gaze slightly averted, she inquired, Third Hokage, this mission is, in fact, a test for me, is it not? The expected response did not come. Sangmu Lin lifted her gaze to find Sarutobi reaching for a substantial volume titled Konoha's Jonin Handbook, placing it on the table before her. He gestured for her to approach, and she stepped closer, her gaze naturally settling upon the open pages of the handbook. From Sangmu's perspective, the top left corner of the handbook bore a photograph of her predecessor, Mato Guy, alongside pictures of 3 students who had recently passed their assessments. Shifting her attention, she noted the photograph of Chimu Kakashi on the right side, which included data on the 3 students he was to evaluate today, 3 youthful boys with striking features. She pondered the outcome of this assessment. Sarutobi, observing the focused expression on Sangmu Lin's face as she studied Kakashi's page, spoke with genuine interest. I wonder how this will unfold. Sangmu Lin replied without hesitation. He will undoubtedly perform well. Realizing her sudden assertiveness, she quickly lowered her head in apology. My apologies, Hokage-sama. I spoke presumptuously. Do not be anxious. I was merely inquiring about your opinion. The third Hokage chuckled heartily, placing the handbook flat on the table. Sangmu, why do you think I agreed to Gaia's petition to have Kakashi reassigned from the Umbu to serve as a jonin? Sangmu's face displayed surprise. Unprepared for such a direct question regarding Kakashi. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to voice her thoughts. In my humble opinion, Kakashi is a person of deep emotions, prone to overthinking. The Umbu would only exacerbate the darkness within him, recalling the cold-blooded Kakashi of his Umbu days. Sangmu Lin's words caused a smirk to appear on Sarutobi's lips. He then asked, do you believe he can become a competent jonin? Sangmu Lin met the third Hokage's gaze with a calm demeanor. Certainly. If this assessment results in a failure, it would merely indicate that these three boys lack the potential to become exceptional ninjas. The third Hokage responded with a thoughtful hum, studying Sangmu Lin intently. It seems you have great confidence in your surrogate teacheress abilities. Can you now comprehend my intentions in placing you in the school? The abrupt shift in the conversation left Sangmu momentarily stunned. I wanted Kakashi to teach students to help dispel his inner darkness, Sarutobi said earnestly. And you, too, Sangmu. The true purpose of this mission may hold a testing nature. But I hope one day you will understand that my arrangement aims more for you to genuinely possess your own will of fire, to love this land from the depths of your heart. In the dormitory of the lower-ranked ninjas, Sangmu Lin leaned against her sink, staring intently at her reflection in the mirror, having removed one of her colored contact lenses. The contrasting hues of her eyes swirled with thoughts. Realizing that in the eyes of the Hokage, she remained a subordinate insufficiently loyal to Konoha. She should have recognized this long ago, upon her return to the village. She had already faced assassination attempts. As she walked the streets, she often sensed the unsettling feeling of being watched. Just when news arrived that two high-ranking officials were en route to the Hokage Tower, she, along with Kakashi, had been granted special permission to leave the village, only to be assigned an additional task of investigating the mutated henge flower by the Hokage. It seemed that the forces wishing for her demise extended beyond the Umbu route. The reason she still thrived within Konoha, it appeared, was entirely due to the Hokage's will. That resilient and compassionate man always bore the weight of pressure from all sides. Upon reflection, it seems that the woman from the Umbu, adorned with a fox mask, was indeed sent to test me on my journey to the Jiangziguo. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Sangmu Lin raised a hand to her gray-black eye that had removed the pupil lens. She scrutinized the mirror image of a woman with flowing black hair. Clad in a dark skirt, her figure graceful, yet a cold glimmer flickered in her azure eyes. What then? Do the higher-ups of these shinobi villages perceive her 10 years of toil, the blood-stained intelligence transmitted through her hands, and the life drained from her in the pursuit of information? Who can elucidate her very existence? Suddenly, a deep and unfamiliar voice reverberated in her mind, offering a hint of solace. Song, do not overthink the meaning of your existence. Once you clarify whom you wish to protect, everything shall attain significance. Protecting someone? Indeed. I believe I have always had someone. Then steadfastly follow your path, without wavering. A sharp pain throbbed in her head as the woman, standing before the sink, pressed her palm against her forehead. The man she conversed with in her memories did not appear. Yet, in her line of sight, a few strands of hair danced in the breeze, gradually guiding her thoughts toward the distant, layered mountains. What is this? Could it be that her affliction has resurfaced? Is she once again unwittingly absorbing the memories of strangers? Sangmu Lin, struggling to maintain her composure, focused her mind, attempting to channel the chakra within her. However, it became evident that her body was devoid of chakra. What could this possibly mean? Xiaomu, let the dawn dispel the fog of unease in your heart. She abruptly halted her actions, as the memory of the lofty mountains began to be veiled by the warm morning light, the voice she heard gradually calming her chaotic thoughts. Stay by my side, okay? Kakashi. The frown that had marred her brow due to the headache slowly eased at the sound of his voice. Oh, how could she have forgotten? Sangmu Lin is no longer fighting alone. Beside her stands another, someone who has chosen to stand by her side on a certain day, providing strength and support to one another. As if she had found her anchor, Sangmu Lin smiled softly, collecting her thoughts. and resumed her task of retrieving the azure lens from her other eye. Perhaps the third Hokage was right. She indeed does not possess enough love for the land of fire's Konoha. Her unwavering loyalty has always been for Konoha, where Uncle Minato and Hatake Kakashi exist. She would neither betray nor abandon it. Let them test her as they wish. She is eager to see what trials await her ahead, accepting this outcome with equanimity. Sangmu Lin removed the black wig from her head. The silver-haired man, having submitted the results of the student assessment, walked past the dumpling shop with a sullen expression, hands tucked into his pockets. Might Guy and Asuma were engrossed in lively conversation, and upon spotting Kakashi, Akai bit into a dumpling, preparing to wave him over. However, Asuma quickly stepped in to restrain Might Guy, shaking his head and lowering his voice. Once again, everyone has failed. Let him be for now. The usually oblivious Akai complied and closed his mouth, but cast a worried glance at Kakashi's retreating figure. The payment for the tasks of the lower-ranked shinobi had been settled, and a ninja behind the wooden counter respectfully handed over a paper bag, speaking with deference. "Please take this, Kakashi-senpai." The silver-haired ninja's expression remained neutral, devoid of emotion, as he accepted the paper bag filled with money, responding with a token, "Thank you." With the bag tucked into his pants pocket, Kakashi wandered through the village. His thoughts entangled. He had yet to gather his thoughts to seek out Sangmu. She had been so eager yesterday, anticipating good news about her successful assessment. Yet, the overly obedient child who allowed her companions to go hungry did not align with his expectations for his future students. There was no alternative. His determination, firm within, could not be swayed by anyone. Still, he dreaded seeing Xiaomu's disappointed gaze. When he delivered the task reward later, should she blink her big eyes at him, full of expectation, and ask, "Did I pass?" What expression should he wear in response? With a sigh that came from nowhere, Kakashi looked up, realizing he had wandered to the lower level of the lower-ranked shinobi dormitory, adhering to the principle of making oneself comfortable where one is. The silver-haired ninja furrowed his brow as he ascended to the 4th floor of the dormitory. As he raised his finger to knock on the door, a cloud of gray smoke billowed from the half-open dormitory door. Kakashi waved his hand in front of his nose, attempting to disperse the burnt aroma of the food. From Sangmu's kitchen came the sound of coughing, followed by the clatter of dishes. Cough, cough. Okay. Failure is the mother of success. Cough, cough. Let's remember how we did it yesterday. First, pour the oil. No, wait. Wash the pot first. Oh dear, my mind. The sound of a spatula clanking against the pot followed. Kakashi placed the paper bag containing the task reward on the table and quietly approached the windows, opening them one by one to allow the smoke to escape while closing the bedroom door tightly. Having completed these tasks, he leaned against the kitchen door with crossed arms, somewhat astonished at the chaotic scene within, where the busy woman had gotten herself covered in soot. Realizing someone was at the door, Sangmu Lin turned to see Kakashi and immediately made a do-not-enter gesture, her focus still on the pot before her, speaking firmly, "I'll handle tonight's meal. You just check the rice." Are you certain? Then I shall eagerly await the chef's dishes." Kakashi replied, yet he did not halt his approach into the kitchen. As he reached for the pot handle, Sangmu Lin quickly set aside her tasks, using both hands to push him away. Out, out. I told you I'll cook." "All right. You cook," Kakashi teased, stretching his neck to peek into the pot. Sangmu Lin, her face smeared with soot, blushed. "No peeking. You'll find out soon enough." The silver-haired ninja was genuinely pushed out of the kitchen. "It will be ready soon." The white-haired woman raised her chin and exclaimed before slamming the kitchen door shut. Shaking his head in bemusement, Kakashi lightly knocked on the kitchen door, kindly reminding, "Xiaomu, I'm not going in. Just open the door and let some air in." Still engrossed in recalling whether to add salt or soy sauce, Sangmu obediently approached the door and silently opened it, meeting Kakashi's amused gaze. Her large eyes clearly conveyed, "I want to do this myself." The silver-haired youth reached out to wipe the soot from her face, smiling at her with gentle words, "I want to go in. You can focus on your work. I'll wait right here." "Okay." Feeling immensely reassured, Sangmu Lin's eyes sparkled, and she immediately returned to her culinary endeavors. Kakashi chuckled and found a spot in the living room to sit, as the sky outside began to darken toward twilight. Great plumes of fiery clouds painted the heavens crimson, with a mountain adorned with maple trees below, the earth and sky harmonizing, while a few hawks soared freely in the sky. Reclining fully against the sofa, he savored the sunset, the sizzling sounds of Sangmu Lin cooking filling the air around him. Due to the assessment of students, Kakashi, who had woken abruptly in the middle of the night, found his taut nerves gradually unwinding amidst the serene scenery. The moment the delightful aroma of eggplant wafted from the kitchen, his eyelids began to grow heavy. The orange novel he had intended to peruse slipped silently from his fingers, landing softly on his lap. Chapter 46, The Wood of Hatake, Part 2. Hatake Residence. Speak up, who is it this time? Retrieving the household medical kit from the cabinet, the young boy turned towards the tatami mat in his living room, gazing at the white-haired imp sitting on it, who had come to seek his assistance today with a bruised face. The boy set down the medical kit, his eyes filled with impatience. Yet his hands skillfully pulled the girl's arm, urging her to move closer. Obediently shifting her position, the girl leaned her face towards the cotton swab Kakashi held, her tone laced with disdain as she remarked, "It's that silver-haired one named Mizuki, the one who uses shurikens the worst. He couldn't defeat me at school, so he secretly called a bunch of ruffians." As she spoke, the girl flinched, feeling a sting from the disinfectant touching the cut at the corner of her eye. The silver-haired boy firmly held her head in place, preventing her from moving unnecessarily. "This cut is quite significant. If not treated properly, it will leave a scar." With her head restrained, the girl ceased her fidgeting, allowing the boy to clean her wound with the medicated swab, her small face contorting in discomfort. Yet her mouth never ceased its chatter. "Let it scar. I'll just play the pity card and teach him a lesson next time." With that, the girl clenched her fist, determination gleaming in her eyes. Kakashi, rolling his eyes, observed her with his dark, inky gaze. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the 7th time this month you've been sent home by your teachers for reflection, right? I wonder if Teacher Minato is aware of your heroic deeds." The girl chuckled sheepishly, revealing 2 recently lost baby teeth amidst her neat rows of teeth. "Uncle Minato is on a mission, and I didn't want to go to the hospital. Luckily, I have you, Kakashi. You're my absolute favorite person in this world." As she spoke, she propped her legs up from the tatami mat and embraced the one tending to her wounds. "You know, I've been practicing a powerful summoning technique. Though it's a bit challenging. Once I master it, I'll summon a creature just for you." Kakashi, speechless, shot a glance at the girl, whose left cheek was pressed against his right. "What kind of summoning beast can you gift? Do you even hear yourself?" "Hey, I'm just joking." The white-haired girl laughed, then rubbed her soft cheek against his black mask. Suddenly, a new idea struck her, and she tightened her embrace. "So, as a reward, I'll become Kakashi's bride in the future. It's settled then, he. Kakashi, taken aback by the child's innocent enthusiasm, could only let out a resigned sigh, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "That's so dirty, let go of me." The man on the soft chair stirred slightly before awakening. Awake now? Kakashi noticed his forehead protector was no longer tied to his head, and his slightly long hair hung loosely over his eyes. The innocent girl from his dreams had transformed into a graceful young woman. She was now seated before him on a low stool, resting her chin on one hand, gazing serenely at him. In her other hand, she held his forehead protector, while loving paradise was set aside on the table. Did I actually fall asleep like that? Kakashi glanced out the window, now shrouded in darkness. To prevent the cold wind from disturbing him, the window had been tightly shut by the girl. He lifted the blanket covering him, slowly shifting his gaze back to the girl. Initially, he intended to give her some time to compose herself after observing him sleep, but upon turning, he found her unwaveringly fixated on his face, showing no signs of averting her gaze. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" he asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her intense scrutiny. The girl shook her head, extending her hand towards him. Understanding her gesture, he gently grasped her hand. The girl looked at him, a gentle light dancing in her eyes, and confessed, "To be honest, since returning from the mountaintop, I've not truly felt the reality of we are together. Until just now, when I emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes and saw you sleeping defenselessly in my home. At that moment, I finally felt like I have truly drawn closer to Kakashi." "Oh, is that so?" Kakashi seemed unimpressed by her words, subtly furrowing his brow. With a sudden motion, he used the hand holding hers to pull her up from her seat and towards him. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward but managed to brace herself against the back of the sofa, avoiding a complete fall onto him. Letting out a sigh of relief, she intended to question Kakashi but realized their current position was hardly any better. She had instinctively leaned on the back of the sofa, her right leg poised, while her left knee rested between Kakashi's legs. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, she panicked and attempted to rise, but Kakashi held her hand, drawing her closer to his cheek. As he leaned back against the chair, his silver hair brushed against her bare collarbone, sending a shiver down her spine. Stunned, she felt the warmth radiating from him through the mask, and as she lowered her gaze, their eyes met directly. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Their positions, once purely innocent, had transformed into something more intimate. Heart racing, the girl struggled to speak, her lips trembling. Kakashi's chiseled jawline shifted slightly beneath her palm, and he uttered, "I must say, you can be quite confident, Xiaomo." Confused by his words, she leaned forward to meet his gaze, letting out a soft, Amused by her adorably oblivious reaction, the silver-haired man chuckled softly, then lifted his hand to gently caress her chin, stating, "Given our current relationship, Xiaomo, you may confidently assert that Hatake Kakashi has already been captured by you, becoming your possession." Caught off guard by this unexpected declaration, Xiaomu found herself speechless, her cheeks flushed. Fixated on Kakashi's black mask, which continued to utter astonishing words, until she heard him say, "You can do as you wish." Sensing he was about to say something outrageous, Xiaomu quickly loosened her grip on his forehead protector and placed her hands over Kakashi's mouth. Sangmu Lin felt that her face must be blushing to the roots of her neck. I understand now. Please stop talking." Kakashi's silver bangs swayed as his eyes blinked, capturing her embarrassment. This girl, despite her words of affection, became shy and reserved at the slightest display of sincerity. Kakashi's heart fluttered as he gently took Sangmu Lin's hand, which was covering her mouth, and held it firmly in his palm. She was truly adorable. Sitting up straight, Sangmu Lin followed suit, lowering her left leg from the sofa and, with a firm tug, pulled Kakashi up from his seat, both of them speaking simultaneously, "Let's eat." "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Their synchronized voices momentarily surprised them, leading to a shared gaze beneath the light. Sangmu Lin raised an eyebrow, sending him an inquisitive look, silently urging Kakashi to continue. He tilted his head slightly in imitation, his tone laced with warmth and laughter. "Let me taste the dish you've just learned?" Her lips curled into a suppressed smile, but she couldn't hold back a soft chuckle. She had never seen this side of Kakashi before. A gentle wave of joy spread within her. Wait, what? The action of lifting the lid halted as Sangmu Lin thought she had misheard. "Everyone is unqualified?" "Again?" "Yes," Kakashi replied, not rushing to pick up his chopsticks, keeping his gaze fixed on her face, waiting for her reaction, fearing that Sangmu Lin might display a look of utter disappointment at any moment. That would be such a pity. Seeing her expression of regret, Kakashi's own eyes dimmed. Was he truly unworthy of the title of Jonin? Removing the lid from the table, Sangmu Lin turned to serve Kakashi a bowl of rice, then took a seat across from him, continuing with a hint of regret. "It seems those three little brats won't have the fortune of tasting my cooking. What a shame." Kakashi looked at her, silent. Was that what she lamented? Sangmu Lin raised her chin, indicating he should taste the braised eggplant nearby. Only then did Kakashi notice it. Something seemed off. The eggplant looked rather bland, clearly prepared with merely a splash of oil and steamed. "Oh right," Sangmu Lin exclaimed, running to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of miso soup. Then, in the astonished gaze of the silver-haired ninja, she deftly mixed the soup with the steamed eggplant, exclaiming, "Done. Please enjoy." Kakashi observed the dish for a moment, then glanced at the eagerly expectant woman before him, unable to resist asking, "Braised eggplant?" Sangmu Lin scratched her head shyly. "It's a method taught by Granny Wu, but I've failed too many times. I used up all the ginger I bought, haha. Since it was getting late, I just mixed the remaining eggplants with miso soup. Do you think it will taste good?" Kakashi stroked his chin, teasing her again. "I've tried it, and surprisingly, it's quite delicious. Give it a try." Grabbing Kakashi's hand and placing the chopsticks in it, Sangmu Lin felt an unusual surge of confidence about her cooking. He took a piece and chewed thoughtfully. It seems I've skimped on the oil. And the miso is a bit salty, but for someone who prefers less oil like Kakashi, this miso soup eggplant actually suits his palate well. If only it were less salty next time." Raising an eyebrow, the silver-haired ninja nodded in satisfaction, extending his chopsticks to place a piece atop his bowl of rice. Sangmu Lin's smile widened, prompting her to push other side dishes toward Kakashi with eager anticipation. "Try these too." Kakashi glanced at her, and without hesitation picked up a piece to taste. His eyes brightened in delight as he looked at Sangmu Lin, signaling that this dish was also enjoyable. Sangmu Lin's dark eyes lit up, resting her hands on the wooden table as she asked, "Really? These are all my original recipes." Do you truly like them, Kakashi? The silver-haired man nodded earnestly, stating, I want to eat all of these. Don't you dare compete with me. Seeing Sangmu Lin in high spirits, Kakashi hopped in place before returning to his seat. You eat. I'm satisfied with just this eggplant. The silver-haired ninja's eyes sparkled with amusement. In truth, while the miso soup eggplant was quite acceptable, the other dishes could only be described as on par with the infamous Bingri Amaru in terms of unpalatability. Yet, he couldn't extinguish his girlfriend's enthusiasm for learning. Emotional support was paramount, and encouragement was crucial. Kakashi chewed, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching, reminding himself that as long as it wasn't detrimental to his health, it was acceptable. One must allow the eager learner the time to improve. By the way, after dinner, the silver-haired jonin found himself grappling with the assortment of dubious dishes before him. From across the table, Sangmu Lin's voice floated over. After dinner, accompany me to a place. Kakashi, he first responded with a puzzled hum, before nodding, all right. An hour later, two figures, one silver and one white, appeared outside a wooden residence. With his hands in his pockets, Kakashi stood in the darkness, surveying the expansive estate under the bright moonlight, casually inquiring of the person beside him. What brings you here so late at night? Sangmu Lin smiled, approaching the wall of the courtyard, preparing to leap up to grasp the eaves and climb over. Unbeknownst to her, Kakashi swiftly grabbed the back of her collar, pulling her into his embrace. Sangmu Lin's head bumped against his chest, and he switched on the flashlight he had brought along, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Why climb over the wall to your own home? Sangmu Lin chuckled awkwardly, wondering if she confessed that she was simply tempted to scale the familiar eaves. Would Kakashi scold her? As a child, she had often climbed over the walls of the Hatake residence, and had received her fair share of Kakashi's reprimands. He would sternly warn her that if she couldn't learn to enter properly through the front door, he would no longer allow her to visit. As the entrance door opened, Kakashi instinctively murmured, I'm home. Sangmu Lin noticed that after he spoke, he paused slightly. After a moment of surprise, she responded, Welcome back, Kakashi. Kakashi, still lost in thought, was momentarily distracted by Sangmu Lin's sudden appearance before him, her radiant smile piercing through the faint light of the flashlight and etching itself into his memory. Cast aside were his swirling thoughts of the past, as Kakashi silently hummed a low note, then gently lifted her delicate chin, thanking her for the comfort she brought him. Having not lived there for years, Kakashi had long since cut off the electricity to the Hatake residence. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and a hint of dust. As they stepped inside, darkness enveloped them, save for a few beams of moonlight filtering through the cracks in the doors and windows. Upon reaching the living room, Kakashi paused, turning to ask Sangmu Lin what she intended to do next. Unexpectedly, she headed straight toward the backyard of the Hatake residence. Confused, Kakashi followed her. He watched as Sangmu Lin approached the large maple tree behind the house, pacing around its trunk as if searching for something. Kakashi approached and handed over the flashlight, which Sangmu Lin accepted before beginning a new search along the tree trunk. The silver-haired shinobi, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed up at the robust maple tree that had grown so stout over time. This tree had been planted with his father during the first half of his journey as a ninja, a time that could be considered the most carefree period of his life. Although he occasionally returned to tidy the house after joining the Umbu, he had largely neglected the care of this maple tree in the backyard. It had been 20 years since then. Over the years, that once diminutive sapling had weathered countless sunrises and sunsets, growing into the tall and flourishing tree it was now. Meanwhile, he had, under the relentless passage of time, either willingly or unwillingly, embraced substantial growth himself. A tree could strive to take root and grow towards its aspirations, yet he seemed to struggle through life, feeling lost about his own future. Kakashi found himself lost in thought as he beheld the maple's crown, illuminated by the orange glow of the moonlight. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality by the sound of Sangmu Lin, who had climbed the tree and was now rummaging in a hollow. Her expression brightened, and she exclaimed joyfully, Found it! Kakashi noticed beams of flashlight light filtering through the treetops. How had she managed to get up there? Leaning forward, he saw Sangmu Lin, flashlight gripped in her mouth, securing her find to her waist before gracefully descending to his side. Kakashi tilted his head in curiosity. Follow me, Sangmu Lin said, grasping his wrist and leading him toward the corridor, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. They sat facing each other on the wooden pathway in the backyard of the Hatake residence, the flashlight casually set aside. She revealed the object she had unearthed from the tree, placing it on the floor between them. Kakashi looked on, puzzled. It was a scroll? He leaned closer to examine the black and white scroll, noticing that the end appeared to be affixed with a blood-red stone. Unlike any scroll he had encountered before, it seemed strange and unfamiliar. This is the powerful summoning jutsu I told you about when we were young, Sangmu Lin explained, retrieving a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. She drew it across her fingertip, ensuring her blood dripped onto the red stone. Summoning jutsu? Kakashi questioned skeptically, glancing toward the maple tree in the yard. When did you place it up there? Well, I believe it was around the days you became a jonin, though I can't recall the exact date, she replied, momentarily pausing in her actions to reminisce. Kakashi hadn't quite caught what Sangmu Lin had said, as his attention was on her preparations. The white-haired woman positioned the scroll at the base of her palm, seemingly ready to form the seals. However, he thought to himself, summoning requires chakra, does it not? Just as he was about to voice his concern, Sangmu Lin completed her seals and pressed the scroll against the ground. Summoning technique, she declared. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped them, with only the sound of the night breeze rustling through the fallen maple leaves. Kakashi sighed, feeling that this was the anticipated outcome. The expected bang did not occur, and as Sangmu Lin grew anxious, attempting repeatedly, Kakashi began to wonder if she had forgotten something essential. That summoning technique requires chakra as well, you know, he politely reminded her. The woman, pressing the scroll, suddenly appeared enlightened. Then, as if struck by an idea, she tossed the scroll into Kakashi's arms and said, "Then you can summon it for me. The summoning beast recognizes the blood of its contract maker. Since my blood is already on it, your chakra should suffice." How could that possibly work? Kakashi questioned, gazing at her incredulously. He no longer doubted her memory, but rather speculated whether she had been possessed by something. "Hurry up," she urged. Resigned, Kakashi shrugged. "Fine, I'll give it a shot. It's unlikely to succeed anyway." He sighed, reluctantly lifting the scroll and focusing his chakra into it. Just as he prepared to form the summoning seals, the black and white scroll, upon receiving his chakra, erupted in a radiant white light from within, levitating gently into the air and unfurling on its own. "What is this?" Kakashi jumped back in surprise, only to find Sangmu Lin still seated cross-legged, gazing up in wonder at the scroll now suspended in mid-air, emanating streams of white light. "It worked. Little Mengma didn't deceive me," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Realizing that she had anticipated this outcome, Kakashi calmed himself and approached her. Activating his left eye, he discerned that the white light flowing from the scroll was none other than chakra imbued with Sangmu's intent. Logically, Sangmu could not currently produce chakra, leading him to conclude that this white chakra had been sealed within the scroll long ago. Kakashi let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, having momentarily feared a trap. Once the glowing scroll fully unfurled, it dimmed and fell to the ground. Crouching down, Kakashi observed a small, colorful creature struggling to poke its head out from beneath the scroll fabric. Sangmu Lin, intrigued, leaned closer to study it and beckoned Kakashi to join her. "Don't worry. This is the memory fruit I contracted with the Shikigami long ago. It's time for harvesting," she explained. "Shikigami? Is that a type of summoning beast? Isn't that a creature from myth?" Kakashi questioned, increasingly perplexed. However, the small creature on the ground appeared harmless, and Sangmu's confident demeanor reassured him that there was no imminent threat. So, he inched closer to the colorful creature. Kakashi had seen illustrations of the Shikigami in books: an elephant trunk, a pig-like body, adorably awkward. To his astonishment, the little creature bore a striking resemblance to the illustrations, save for its size and color. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this creature seemed not to have a physical form, but rather was a swirling mass of colorful light resembling the Shikigami. At that moment, the little creature yawned, stretched, and curled up to sleep right where it was. Could there truly be such an extraordinary being among summoning beasts? Kakashi pondered. The Shikigami should not be classified as a typical summoning beast. No, it was more akin to a wild summoning beast, possessing a sort of telepathic connection. Suddenly, Sangmu Lin straightened her posture and began to explain. "Many years ago, I stumbled upon that Sangmu clan's secret techniques manuscript that Uncle Minato was overseeing. I wanted to try practicing the most basic summoning technique. By chance, I captured a Shikigami that had wandered into a swamp. I initially intended to form a blood contract with it, but it rejected me, citing my youth and a desire to avoid being summoned by ninjas all the time. However, As a reward for rescuing it from the swamp, it gifted me one of these. Memory fruit, Sangmu Lin said, pointing at the colorful creature, her eyes bright with nostalgia. The little Shikigami's manifestation indicates that the fruit is ripe. It truly didn't deceive me. As Kakashi listened intently, Sangmu Lin suddenly said, I have something prepared for you. Would you like to see it? The silver-haired ninja, taken aback, pointed to himself and inquired, Are you saying that this little creature is meant for me? Sangmu Lin nodded, explaining that the small mama would require over 10 years to mature. I had hoped to present it to you on your 20th birthday, she continued. But then the war broke out, and everything changed. With a slight pang of nostalgia, Sangmu composed herself, cradling the peacefully sleeping colorful creature in her hands and presenting it to Kakashi, aligning her gaze with his. At that moment, the flashlight they had brought flickered and extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, save for the moonlight and the radiant colors held delicately in the woman's palms. Kakashi, fixated on the small beast, asked, Is it that which you referred to earlier when you asked, Would you like to see? Sangmu shook her head gently, replying softly, As this is a gift for Hatake Kakashi, I kindly ask that you bestow upon it a portion of your chakra. The earnestness etched upon her face prompted Kakashi, who had initially perceived this as mere storytelling, to harbor doubts. Yet, upon meeting the sincerity in her eyes, he raised his left hand and lightly touched the small creature with his fingertip. As time slipped away, just as Kakashi contemplated relinquishing his hold, the colorful light from the creature began to ascend towards his fingertip, slowly tracing along his left arm and shoulder. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment Sangmu Lin had demonstrated her memory manipulation technique in the hospital. Kakashi, instinctively wishing to withdraw from the probing of his memories, furrowed his brow. However, Sangmu's warm hand settled over his, gently restraining his impulse, as she assured him, Do not worry, I could never harm you, Kakashi. This simple, yet resolute statement seemed to unveil a fragment of the deep affection she had long harbored for him, concealed within her heart. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the little Mengma, nurtured by Sangmu Lin's chakra since her childhood, fully integrated into Kakashi's being. To his surprise, rather than feeling any discomfort, Kakashi found himself before an expansive celestial canvas, where images of familiar faces unfolded. A mother, diligently preparing a meal and carefully feeding it to him. A father, carrying him on his back as the sun set after school. Kakashi gazed intently at the scenes playing out before him, while Sangmu Lin silently approached his side. These memories she had secretly preserved from young Kakashi's dreams. Aside from his deceased parents, she recalled the subsequent individuals she had sought out with great effort. The next figure that emerged elicited a swell of emotion within her. A blond man clad in a ninja outfit, wearing an apron, stood by the sink, initially expressing surprise at the camera, before drying his hands and smiling as he remarked, Kakashi, you are the most reassuring student I have ever taught. Your innate talent, intelligence, and thirst for knowledge, coupled with your unwavering confidence, always makes you seem incredibly reliable. I hope you maintain that confidence and steadfastly forge your own path. Watergate then gave a thumbs up before pausing for 3 seconds to inquire, Little Lin, is Kakashi's birthday approaching? And then the scene abruptly cut off. Can you see this? Kakashi, who believed only he could perceive the unfolding images, turned to informed Sangmu, realizing she too must miss their teacher. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Sangmu Lin nodded. These memories, preserved within the fruit of dreams using her own chakra, were visible to her as well. Yet, she could not quell her regret for not including more memories of Uncle in the collection. Kakashi from over a decade later? The next individual, a youth clad in a green jumpsuit with thick brows, was seen performing handstand push-ups. Upon hearing something, he lowered his legs, seemingly recalling something amusing, and flashed a wide grin at the camera, exclaiming, You are my lifelong rival, Kakashi. Whether in 10, 20, or even 50 years, you will always remain my eternal opponent. For you are someone I respect and aspire to surpass, my friend. Kakashi sighed helplessly at this passionate fool. Sangmu Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Her senior, Kai, truly embodied sincerity and purity, unwavering throughout the years. The next scene depicted several children on the playground of the Ninja Academy, and Sangmu Lin blinked, realizing she had no recollection of this segment. Cheering on Kakashi from 10 or 20 years later. Why would they? Asuma, with his dark complexion, shot a glance at the camera, pulling the hand of a nearby dark-haired girl as they walked toward the classroom, muttering, You expect me to listen to you while you're always fighting? Dream on. The black-haired girl turned back to the camera, offering an apologetic smile. Lin, don't mind him. Came the voice of Gunma, who appeared in the frame with a ninja tool in his mouth, awkwardly scratching his head. Hatake Kakashi, you are strong. And I hope you continue to excel, never letting her down. Strive to be a man worthy of Lin. And those girls surrounding you, what is this? Are you planning to marry her? Sangmu Lin covered her mouth, utterly surprised. She had no memory of including these segments, especially the latter part. If these scenes infiltrated Kakashi's dreams to replace his nightmares, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Just the thought of someone repeatedly urging him to be a man deserving of Lin in his dreams felt like a form of emotional manipulation. Reflecting on her childhood self, she realized that she might have included this segment due to Gunma's words. Sangmu Lin, placing her forehead in her palm, was about to apologize when Kakashi gently grasped her hand. Startled, she turned to him as he lifted her hand to his lips, kissing the back of her hand through his mask. Though the path ahead remains uncertain, I feel unprepared, yet I will strive to fulfill that promise. Overwhelmed with emotion, as she sensed the complex feelings swirling within Kakashi's gaze, Sangmu Lin felt a pang of sympathy. The results of today's student assessment undoubtedly weighed heavily upon him. Yet, she understood that merely offering empty words of comfort would likely hold little meaning for him. Thus, she had brought Kakashi here, recognizing that the time to exchange that long-held gift had finally arrived. Wait, let me first dry it off. Indeed, a youthful voice emerged within the scene, and Sangmu Lin accompanied Kakashi as they gazed at the celestial canvas. In the frame, a dark-haired boy was retrieving a drowning kitten from the river, cradling it gently. Off camera, Sangmu Lin extended a dry towel, and the boy, adorned with goggles, paused in surprise before smiling and taking the towel to dry the kitten's fur, remarking, Kakashi. Why is it always about Kakashi? How many admirers does that guy have? Even you, Sangmu. I actually have something to say. Uchiha Obito gently set the kitten down on the grass, ensuring its safety before turning back to the camera with a more serious expression. Kakashi, I don't know what we will become in a decade, but I must say, there is one thing I truly admire about you. Your confidence and composure in everything you do. Perhaps that is where our differences lie. However, it is of no consequence. For I am a person who will not easily abandon my aspirations once I have set my sights upon a goal. Once I grow stronger and ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall ensure that you acknowledge my prowess. The boy glanced at the camera and suddenly remembered, I forgot to rally the troops. Wait, do you really need others to cheer you on? When faced with difficulties, confront them. If a resolution is not immediately attainable, then wait and reassess. In any case, do not relinquish hope so easily, you rascal. Have you not always been resolute in your own convictions? Buck up. I shall be watching over you, and both I and Lin will keep a close eye on your progress, so rest assured. Oh, and Tsugumi mentioned her presence, as well as that of Minato-sensei and the esteemed Hokage. Oh dear, there are too many people. Lin is still waiting for me. Farewell. Tsugumi Rin cautiously observed Kakashi's reaction, affirming her choice and refusing to abandon hope. The silver-haired man gazed at the figure of the boy, now receding into the distance on the screen, and felt a warmth emanating from the left eye that resided within his socket. At this moment, Kakashi finally grasped the true intention behind Tsugumi bringing him here tonight. He had thought his own feelings of solitude and confusion had gone unnoticed. Yet the truth was that she had been acutely aware of his emotions, having sowed seeds of blessing for him in her own yard many years ago. Kakashi took hold of the hand of the person beside him, encircling her slender shoulder in his embrace. Just as he was about to lean down to speak, Tsugumi patted his back, indicating that there were still memories yet to be viewed. The final image revealed a girl with gentle eyes and a warm smile, carefully gathering a basket of herbs, cradling several lovely flowers, and waving at the camera. As the image drew nearer, Noera Rin picked a flower from her arms and presented it to the person behind the lens, smiling brightly. Kakashi, Obito told me that little Rin is gathering blessings for you for 10 years hence. She is truly thoughtful, although many jest about her playful nature. I cannot shake the feeling that you will indeed witness these moments years later, for little Rin is a ninja just like you, both strong and diligent. Upon finishing her message, Noera Rin smiled at the person behind the camera for a moment before continuing. Kakashi, I hope that you will find happiness then, and walk with resolute freedom along the path you have chosen. To that end, I have gathered these beautiful flowers. Do you like them? The camera swayed, as if Tsugumi Rin were energetically responding on Kakashi's behalf. I love them. Thus, all the memories stored within the dream fruit were revealed. Kakashi stared into the darkness of the wooden corridor, wondering if it was truly over. The silver-haired ninja remained lost in thought as Tsugumi urged him to sit down. At that moment, the bright moon ascended before them, and the two sat side by side in the courtyard of the Hatake estate. They quietly gazed at the distant moon. Tsugumi took the initiative to grasp the hand resting beside Kakashi, who turned his palm to intertwine their fingers. Together, they contemplated the moonlight and the scenery of the courtyard. And silence enveloped them. Kakashi, those memories may appear in your dreams during nightmares, consuming the unpleasant visions. After a long while, Tsugumi leaned against the wooden corridor, turning her face towards Kakashi. Kakashi was somewhat surprised, having believed those fleeting images would vanish after viewing, but they would return in dreams. He sensed a peculiar tone in Tsugumi's voice as she spoke of his nightmares, prompting him to inquire, "Did you see them?" "Regarding my nightmares." Tsugumi instinctively began to apologize. "I'm sorry, it was due to thought decay. It is of no consequence. I shall inform you of these matters in due time." Kakashi interjected before she could finish, tightening their clasped hands. Tsugumi reciprocated the grip, closing her eyes to embrace the coolness of the evening breeze. Then softly murmured, "In the past, I often felt sorrow and guilt for not being able to be by your side in a timely manner, to provide you with the comfort you needed, Kakashi." "During the past decade?" The silver-haired ninja gazed at her, questioning. Indeed, Tsugumi remained silent for a moment, then opened her eyes, allowing the moonlight to illuminate Kakashi's profound gaze. "Every day and night after your suffering." Kakashi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his gaze lingering on Tsugumi, who sat beside him, bathed in moonlight. The warmth of her soft hand enveloped in his, and her unwavering words from moments prior made him feel as though his fractured, solitary spirit had been embraced tightly. Suddenly, the cool autumn breeze felt less biting. Tsugumi remarked, slowly closing her eyes once more, a faint smile gracing her lips as she savored the caress of the night air. It was as if she emanated a magnetic allure, causing the entranced man to instinctively lean closer, his gaze fixated on her slightly parted, rosy lips. The desire to kiss Tsugumi surged within him, and just as Kakashi remembered he needed to remove his mask, his body acted before his mind, reaching out to cradle her face, capturing that delicate hue amidst the endless night. As Kakashi's breath mingled with the air, the sensation of their lips meeting elicited a stir within the silver-haired woman, whose lips curled upward as she deliberately closed her eyes a second time. She yearned to witness the reaction of the one she had cherished for so long upon realizing the depths of her affection. Would he, like her, wish to draw the other into a tight embrace, as if to meld their very beings? After bestowing a few fervent kisses upon Tsugumi Rin's lips, Kakashi became aware of the presence of his mask, causing him to gently grasp her arms, creating a slight distance, his breath becoming heavier. "I am sorry. It is of no consequence," she reassured, her soft, delicate palm brushing against his cheek, her fingers gliding along the edge of his forehead protector and upwards. Receiving the signal from Tsugumi's eyes, Kakashi carefully pulled down the edge of his mask, his trembling hand once more cradling her face, kissing her tenderly with reverence and care. The genuine sensation of his lips sent a shiver through Tsugumi Rin. She mirrored his actions, her palm pressed against Kakashi's cheek, as he leaned closer, intensifying the kiss. Overwhelmed, Tsugumi's hand, which had rested on Kakashi's cheek, slipped downward, brushing against the throbbing veins of his neck. In the cool night air, her icy, soft fingers traversed across his increasingly heated skin, igniting a tingling sensation that threatened to unravel him. With a swift motion, he enveloped her upper body in his arms, his palm gliding down her back and along her waist, lifting her effortlessly. "Ah!" The silver-haired woman, her cheeks flushed from the kiss, gasped as Kakashi's boldness broke through the fervent kiss, momentarily pulling away. Tsugumi Rin, breathless, looked down to find herself seated upon Kakashi's lap, her hands resting on his shoulders and chest. The height of her gaze now reminiscent of their earlier moments on the living room sofa before dinner. Gradually emerging from the dizzying haze of their kiss, Tsugumi blinked, her fresh and sweet breath enveloping Kakashi's face as he gazed up at her. "Do not lose focus." Kakashi grasped Tsugumi's waist with one hand while the other wove through her white hair, cascading down her neck, cradling the back of her head. After confirming their shared gaze, the silver-haired man tilted his chin once more, kissing her deeply. Under the luminous moonlight, the vibrant maple tree shed leaves, each one a token of longing and memory, swept away by the night breeze. At last, two solitary souls discovered one another. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. The new teacher, perhaps the gift from Tsangmu, proved to be truly beneficial, or perhaps it was merely a product of his own mind. But Kakashi slept soundly that night, not rising until the dawn broke. Observing the slightly ajar balcony door and the breakfast laid out on the table, a bento box and 2 cartons of strawberry milk, the silver-haired ninja approached the table. Noticing a note attached atop the bento, "I have gone on a mission. The duration is uncertain. Wait for my return." Upon seeing the elegant, vigorous handwriting on the paper, the silver-haired man smiled gently, placing the note aside. Kakashi opened the still-warm breakfast, which consisted of congee, small dried fish, and a small serving of miso soup with eggplant. Although he mused that it was not ideal, his eyes betrayed a tenderness he could not suppress. With a soft hum, he gently closed the bento box and turned to wash up in the bathroom. Was it right to feel such happiness, knowing someone held him in their thoughts? Gazing into the mirror at a face he had not closely examined in quite some time, the dark eye glimmered with light. The silver-haired man attempted to follow his own will, curving his lips into a smile, a gift to himself. Well then, Aoki Rin, no matter what lies ahead, I still wish to stride forward alongside my comrades. You and the teacher will always watch over me, won't you? Cherishing those around him, he embraced hope. A loud thud echoed as a heavy bundle was dropped to the ground. After repeatedly confirming the apartment address noted from the task assignment, a woman clad in a black dress swept her long, silky black hair over her shoulder. She retrieved a key from her bag, turned the lock, bent down to lift the bundle again, and pushed the door open to enter the seemingly long-abandoned single apartment. Placing her luggage on the table, she surveyed the furnishings, finding the kitchen appliances, refrigerator, and other essentials all present. Satisfied with the accommodation arranged for her, Richu Qingyue nodded, and then reached out to touch the surface of the nearby table, lifting her hand to inspect it. Ah, it's so dusty. It seemed she would have to invest considerable effort in cleaning once she returned from school. Just as she remembered to check the time, she realized she was running late. The woman hastily pulled out her appointment report and slammed the apartment door shut, racing toward the ninja school. Today marked her first day returning to the school as the life skills teacher, and being late would leave a poor impression on the school leadership, complicating her future work. At Konoha Ninja School, good morning. In the teacher's lounge, a kunoichi dressed as a chunin held a bowl of red bean soup in one hand while nibbling on a meat bun with the other as she approached her desk. Spotting Irika Hyane diligently tidying up the clutter on his left, she casually inquired, "Which department's ninja has been transferred to us?" Irika looked up briefly before continuing his task. "Good morning, Aiken Senpai. I heard 2 new teachers are starting today. I'm just cleaning up this empty space to avoid leaving a bad impression." Before Irika could finish his sentence, a voice filled with disdain interrupted from the corner of the office. A middle-aged man, somewhat overweight, slammed his fist on the desk. "What new teachers? Isn't it just that vase of a woman who got in here through connections last year?" Irika was taken aback, glancing at Aiken Raimai, who shook her head subtly, signaling him not to inquire further. The man continued, fueled by his own words. "Last year's mission couldn't even finish her off? That shameless little harlot. I spit. Always flaunting the Richu surname. Who knows how many men she's seduced outside. Born a disgrace. That little bastard. She dares to return as a teacher? Just wait till Irika felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, wondering what grudge this Ishii-senpai held against one of the new teachers to speak so foully. The head of the personnel department stood at the door, their hand resting on the doorknob, as the voices of the office echoed clearly to the 3 individuals outside. The minister's lips twitched awkwardly as they turned to the 2 new teachers behind them. That wasn't directed at you. Please don't take it to heart." With an innocent, doll-like face and exquisite makeup, Koizumi Junko offered a polite smile. Meanwhile, Richu Qingyue's expression darkened, unable to feign ignorance. The mention of the Richu surname? The derogatory remarks of little harlot and little bastard were clearly aimed at her. How amusing it was that she had yet to step into the teacher's lounge, and already she was greeted with such a unique welcome message. It seemed that the workplace was just as tumultuous as a battlefield, harboring its share of demons. "Don't take it to heart, Xiaoya. I'm sure they were just joking," Koizumi Junko said, suddenly grasping Richu Qingyue's right hand, patting her gently in a gesture of comfort. Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, The familiarity in the woman's tone made her instinctively question whether they had met before. Fearing that her surprise would reveal her true identity, Richu Qingyue silently withdrew her hand, offering a symbolic smile before turning away to avoid further interaction. An ordinary person becoming a teacher at a ninja academy? Isn't that laughable? Clap, clap. Ishii's escalating volume was abruptly silenced by the personnel minister's 2 claps. The minister led the 2 kunoichi into the office. Everyone, pause your work. These 2 are the new teachers starting today. As the female minister spoke, she gestured towards the kunoichi with curly brown hair. This is Koizumi Junko, who was directly hired due to her outstanding performance in the Chunin exam this year. The office erupted in warm applause. How adorable. Finally, 2 beautiful colleagues have arrived. Koizumi-sensei clearly seems capable. The minister then raised her hand to introduce the expressionless, pale-faced kunoichi beside Koizumi, clearly hesitant as she recalled the earlier comments. This is Richu Qingyue, who passed the teaching exam last year and is returning to the school for a new term. Let's all welcome her. There was no applause this time. Only murmurs began to rise among the crowd. It really is her. I almost didn't recognize her. Wasn't it said she fell off a cliff last year? When I first heard the rumor, I didn't believe it. She truly has no chakra response. What is she doing here? Looks like Ishii wasn't wrong. She certainly is just a vase. Haha. Welcome, welcome, Qingyue-sensei. Irika's tendency to create awkward situations resurfaced as he exaggeratedly laughed and clapped. The woman in the black dress maintained a serene, elegant expression, her arms crossed silently as she stood there, seemingly indifferent to whether she was welcomed or not, her gaze sweeping across the other ninja teachers in the office. Suddenly, her ears perked up, and amidst the cacophony of voices, she distinctly heard a disdainful tch that sounded like it had been forced through a clenched nose. It was then that Richu Qingyue began to move. The sharp clicks of her high heels echoed against the floor, gradually quieting the bustling teacher's lounge as she walked purposefully toward the corner. It's you, isn't it? Richu Qingyue stopped before Ishii's desk, her delicate fingers tapping twice on the surface, her eyes regarding Ishii as if appraising a piece of refuse. The recently jesting and boorish senior? How dare you speak like that? No one expected a woman to confront him directly. The burly man, infuriated, rose abruptly from his seat, attempting to intimidate Qingyue with his presence. I am your senior. By seniority, you should address me as uncle. He inserted his pinky finger into his ear, digging around before blowing it, evidently annoyed by the noise. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he swung a fist towards Richu's face, cursing loudly, You wretched woman. If I don't deal with you, you come seeking trouble. Stop the fighting. If there are any grievances, let's resolve them peacefully. Irika, who was closest, hurried forward to intervene. The head of the Human Resources Department, observing the situation, recalled that she had already delivered the individual to the village. Although the village did not advocate for such altercations, private disputes among ninjas were numerous, and not wishing to get embroiled in chaos, she had long retreated from the office. The others, however, wore expressions of spectatorship. Pushing the desk aside, Richu leaned back to evade the middle-aged ninja's descending fist. Raising her knee, she struck Ishii's unguarded face with her hard ninja shoes. As he lost his balance from the force of the kick, the dark-haired woman drew a kunai from her waist pouch and grasped his wrist, which was attempting to strike her again. As Ishii exerted all his strength to shake her off, Richu utilized the momentum to leap backward, twisting his arm behind his head. The kunai she held, with its razor-sharp tip, pressed directly against Ishii's carotid artery. Irika gasped in horror. Qingyue-sensei, calm down, please. Witnessing Ishii's swift defeat, the astonished onlookers finally emerged from their state of schadenfreude, joining Irika in urging, Yes, do not cause a fatal incident at school. What is this? We are all colleagues. Ishii, quickly apologize. Qingyue, please remain composed. The middle-aged ninja was taken aback by the delicate hand gripping his wrist with such force that no amount of struggle could free him. Instead, the pressure of the kunai against his neck intensified. Zzz, he felt the warm liquid trickle down his neck. Realizing that the woman before him was no longer the frail vase he had encountered last year. Recognizing this shift, cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. Yet he maintained his bravado. What do you want? You insolent little brat. Pulling his wrist further back, he winced at the pain. Leaning closer to his ear, Richu whispered softly, You speak grandly, yet lack the ability, you rubbish senior. Might I kindly request that you keep your mouth clean in the future? Though the others were addressing him with respect, Ishii trembled upon hearing her words, sensing that this woman was far removed from the Ri-Chu he once knew. She radiated a chilling aura of lethal intent, and he feared she might indeed end his life right there. Her voice was calm, too quiet for the distant teachers to hear, but Irika, standing nearby, caught every word. Confused, he wondered why Ishii was trembling despite Qingyue merely expressing her desire to not hear filthy words anymore. Although Ishii had not participated in many life-or-death missions, he was still a senior among the young ninjas at the academy and had seen his fair share of the world. How could he lose composure over a mere scratch on his neck? Unable to comprehend, Irika's gaze shifted toward the dark-haired woman, who pressed the kunai deeper into Ishii's flesh. Suddenly, a startled cry erupted from someone in the office. Fearing for his life, Ishii finally shouted, "I apologize. I will be more mindful of my words and actions in the future." Without hesitation, upon hearing what she desired, the woman released her grip. She retrieved a tissue from Ishii's workstation to clean the bloodied kunai. The sound of her heels clicking echoed as she gracefully returned to her previous position. After scanning the office for the now-absent department head, she glanced at Junko Koizumi, who had been seated at a neat workstation, before discarding the bloodied tissue into the trash. Determined to complete her pre-planned onboarding process, Ri-Chu smiled warmly, bowing deeply to the teachers present in the office. "I am the new life teacher, Ri-Chu Qingyue. I look forward to your guidance." In response, the atmosphere shifted as whispers filled the air. After acting like that, what is she pretending for now? Is she not all there? Shoo, don't draw attention. Poor Ishii. After a prolonged silence, the seemingly unfazed woman gathered her belongings and approached the only vacant workstation in the room. As she prepared to sit down, Koizumi stood up, offering a slight bow. "Qingyue, I look forward to working with you." Ri-Chu smiled back, appreciating her kindness and sensing the potential for friendship. Chapter 2. The plan. Irika was now quite anxious. The new female teacher, Ri-Chu Qingyue, after greeting him and learning his name, had been casting him ambiguous glances. Why were they ambiguous? Because she looked at him with an unsettling directness, and each time their eyes met, she maintained a calm demeanor and offered a bright smile. Yet, despite her cheerful expression, Irika felt no sense of ease. Instead, he sensed a chill creeping down his spine, even as the weather outside was clear and sunny. He began to wonder if he had inadvertently offended her. In the village, if a student from the ninja academy misbehaved, the villagers would typically report the matter to the Hokage unless it escalated excessively. Most of the time, complaints were submitted in writing to the ninja school, hoping that the teachers would discipline the offending student. One particular teacher had received an overwhelming number of such complaints. Irika was currently sorting through the numerous complaints regarding the troublemaker Uzumaki Naruto from various parts of the village, feeling utterly perplexed about how to manage the boy. Frustrated, he gathered the papers and shoved them into his desk drawer. His feelings toward Naruto were complex. As a teacher, he shouldn't allow his student to engage in such mischief. Yet he couldn't help but recall the boy's painful memories of losing his parents and the loneliness he had faced over the years. Amid his internal turmoil, Irika felt that chilling gaze on him once more. Unable to endure the tension, he turned to her and broke the silence. "Qingyue-sensei, is there something about me that you wish to discuss?" Her azure eyes blinked, and with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, Ri-Chu glanced at the pile of complaint papers in his drawer and inquired slowly, "Well, it's not a significant matter. I've always wanted to ask you, Irika-sensei. You must have given considerable thought before choosing the path of a ninja school teacher, right?" "Huh." Upon hearing her question, the gentle-looking young man was taken aback, momentarily falling into silence. He became a teacher, always aiming to contribute his part in passing on the will of fire, cherished by 3 generations, to the next. He has diligently traversed this path, unwavering in his dedication. However, when faced with Uzumaki Naruto, that exceptional child, he originally intended to heed the advice of his predecessors and merely brush off Naruto's mischievous antics. Yet, the more he interacted with the boy, the more he perceived a reflection of his own childhood within him, an inner solitude, resorting to foolish antics to garner the attention of those around him. In the stillness of the night, Irika could not help but reminisce about that child. Would the younger version of himself have wished to be abandoned? Yet, he found himself unable to disregard the burden sealed within that child. Just as Irika lost himself in thought and forgot to respond, the woman with black hair beside him turned her chair, extending her hands towards him. "I noticed you seem overwhelmed with tasks, teacher. Since I'm here, Let me help alleviate some of your burden. Huh. Irika followed Qingwe's gaze to his drawer. This, upon receiving her affirmative nod. He recalled that Qingwe was indeed the school's life teacher, adept at managing student conflicts and daily trivialities, thus falling well within her purview. Realizing he finally had someone to share the load, Irika felt a surge of joy. However, a second thought struck him. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed a headache. And having a new female teacher tackle him on her very first day might induce undue stress. With a sympathetic heart, Irika gently warned. This child's situation is quite unique. Teacher Qingwe. Before he could finish, he saw Qingwe's outstretched hands rise slightly, and upon gazing into her crescent-shaped eyes, Irika felt a chill run down his spine. Consequently, he opened the drawer, retrieving a stack of complaint letters and placing them into Qingwe's hands, stammering, "Then, I would trouble you, Teacher Qingwe." "Not a trouble at all." Qingwe's tone underwent a complete transformation, becoming lively as she accepted the pile of letters. After half an hour, Irika felt as if he finally glimpsed genuine joy on her face. He was puzzled. Could it be that Teacher Qingwe was a workaholic? Yet, he realized that continuously evading the issues surrounding the child was unbecoming of a qualified ninja school teacher. Irika understood he must clarify his feelings toward Uzumaki Naruto sooner rather than later. Unaware of the inner turmoil of her male colleague, Qingwe eagerly rubbed her hands together, glancing at the stack of letters on the desk. She had skimmed through them, and it appeared that the villagers' complaints predominantly targeted Naruto. The thought of the Leaf Village hero, known for his gentle reliability, and his only remaining child causing such distress to the villagers made her ponder how his late uncle would have reacted upon learning this. Observing the pile of letters, the topmost one bore a hastily scrawled plea. "Please expel this child from the village." It struck her as strangely familiar, and she mockingly moved her lips. After all these years, still the same few words. Beside her, Irika turned his eyes toward her, realizing Qingwe was not speaking to him. Fighting, vandalism. Knocking over stalls, Qingwe chuckled softly, shaking her head as she perused the complaints. What a spirited little rascal. She recalled her own childhood, which had similarly caused her teachers considerable trouble. She had spent several years as a troublesome student at the ninja school, and it was likely that many similar complaint letters had been sent regarding her. However, those complaints mostly came from the parents of the children she had fought with, those who had provoked her first and then ran home to complain after losing. She had never taken them seriously. She vaguely remembered that the teacher responsible for her class had always treated her with extra scrutiny, offering her special attention, a fact she had failed to comprehend back then. Now it seemed evident that if she had to face a stack of complaint letters and endless parental accusations every week, while also watching the culprit stand there, chin held high and unapologetic, anyone would feel a fire brewing within them. In her youth, she had an uncle to stand in for her, soothing the emotions of the parents of the injured classmates and providing timely comfort to the overwhelmed teachers. Yet now, the golden-haired rascal had no one in the village, save for the occasionally preoccupied third Hokage's care. Hoping it was not too late, the black-haired woman gradually relaxed her furrowed brow. Since returning, she had yearned to do something for that child, previously hindered by her identity. She had hesitated even to speak to Naruto, fearful of dragging him down. Now that she finally had a legitimate opportunity to intervene, she felt compelled to seize it. Surely, a child like him could not cause too much trouble. At most, it would be the typical pranks of little rascals or minor scuffles with classmates. Though she was no longer the same as before, the third Hokage had granted her the title of school teacher, allowing her to act freely within the school. What she needed to do now was subtly assist that child by addressing the complaints sent to the school, then confidently stand before little Naruto and introduce herself. At that moment, she would present the ramen coupons she had painstakingly saved over half a year, undoubtedly bridging the gap between herself and that little rascal. "Leave it to me, Uncle Minato," Qingwe silently vowed, filled with determination as she grasped the letters and exited the teacher's office. Days later, in the forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village, several white figures darted swiftly between the trees, shurikens glinting menacingly as they were launched towards the fleeing figures behind them. Clang! Clang! As he deflected a shuriken aimed at his face, Noara Kakashi landed on a tree branch, his gaze fixated on the diminishing silhouettes in the distance. He began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash 1,000 needles of death. "I won't let you escape." The slender, sharp ninja tools erupted from his mouth. morphing into countless tangible needles that sped towards the fleeing enemy ninjas. The last member of the opposing team was struck, followed by a second, who cried out in pain as he fell from the tree. As the leading figure was on the verge of being hit, he drew the blade strapped to his shoulder, turning to counter the incoming needles. Just as Kakashi was about to chase down the first fleeing figure, the enemy ninja, previously pierced by the needles, suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. An Oiroku no Jutsu? The bandana-clad ninja was taken aback. Before he could react, a white-clad ninja wearing a mask leaped down from the dense canopy above, wielding a short blade aimed directly at Kakashi's throat. The speed was astonishing. The bandana-clad ninja realized he could not evade in time. Drawing a kunai, Kakashi gritted his teeth, prepared to make a desperate defense, but at that moment, a powerful tug pulled him backward. His footing lost, Kakashi was yanked off the branch. Witnessing a silver-haired man, Kakashi, who had mysteriously caught up, leaped past him to take his place. Seizing the enemy's wrist with the blade and twisting it upward. With a resounding thud, the enemy's weapon fell to the ground simultaneously with the bandana-clad ninja. The sharp pain radiated from the man's rear, and before he could utter a sound, Kakashi's hand locked with that of his opponent on the tree, instantly erupting with a fierce blue-white chakra. The fate of those who steal classified information was sealed from the very beginning. The anguished cries from beneath the white-clad ninja's mask gradually faded, culminating in his collapse from the tree, landing heavily before Shinjian. Glancing at the gruesome state of his opponent's wrist, Shinjian, who had seemingly activated a switch for shared pain, instinctively gripped his own wrist, a reminder of the time Kakashi had severed it with a lightning technique, leaving him to endure the final blow of Raikiri. How tragic. Oh, let us not forget, their original mission was to hunt down and eliminate these foreign ninjas who nearly absconded with the village's vital secrets. Over the past few days, they had been encircling the infiltrators on the list, killing and capturing as they went. Of the three who had been fleeing the outskirts of Konoha, two had already been dealt with, only one remained. Is everything all right? Kakashi leapt down from the great tree, searching the white-clad ninja's body while casually questioning the turbaned man, who remained in a fallen position, adding nonchalantly, I thought your reaction would be better, not landing on your backside. Shinjian resisted the urge to roll his eyes. But considering that without Kakashi, he might have met an untimely end, he felt gratitude. Rubbing his sore posterior, he approached Kakashi, and together they began to search the corpse for intelligence scrolls. After a thorough search yielded nothing, Shinjian pointed toward the direction where he had knocked down the enemy with his sunban, indicating another body still lying there. Well, you check that one. I'll pursue the one that got away, Kakashi said as he stood up, brushing the dirt off his gloves. Shinjian couldn't shake the feeling that Kakashi's demeanor over these past few days had shifted from his usual laid-back attitude during missions. This time, we're not the only ones assigned to the task. That kid, Chi-Siyuen's son, dashed off like an arrow to chase after him. That guy won to escape. So why the rush? With a swift leap onto the tree, the silver-haired ninja sped off toward the target, leaving behind a light remark. Finish quickly and return to the village. How homesick he seems, Shinjian thought as he crouched down to check the other enemy's body, confirming that the foe was indeed dead before he began to search for valuables, muttering to himself about how he hadn't seen Kakashi this eager to return home during their previous missions. With Rin away on this assignment, Kakashi had suddenly taken to pining for home. TSK, that foolish woman remained blissfully unaware of the evolving dynamics between the two men. Shinjian bit down on his sunban, frowning as he turned the corpse over, muttering a few choice words in defense of his friend. Heartless and ungrateful, truly heartless. Chapter 3. The slap in the face came too swiftly at a fruit stall in Central Street. A woman managing the stand eyed the approaching figure with suspicion. A schoolteacher? That child has been trampling on many of our goods, and my husband and I thought no one would care about this matter. With an apologetic smile, the newly attired ninja school teacher, Richu Qingyue, began her well-rehearsed speech. I sincerely apologize. The child is indeed too mischievous. Seeing the schoolteacher's amiable demeanor, the woman's expression softened considerably. Oh, it's nothing. That little rascal has caused trouble, but it's no trouble for you to come all this way. Feeling relieved, Qingyue scratched her head bashfully and smiled. I came to inquire about the value of the damaged goods. Oh, it's really nothing. The woman waved her hand dismissively. But before she could finish, a man approached from behind, his earthy complexion twisting into an exaggerated expression as he sarcastically remarked, Oh, So the troublemaker has someone to clean up after him, huh? Qingyue sighed quietly. After several days of enduring harassment, she had hoped for a smooth encounter today. But it seems she was mistaken. Maintaining a friendly smile, she replied, haha, children will be children. They just don't know how to control their playfulness. There's no need for such a derogatory term, sir. Derogatory? Ah, you hit the nail on the head. The man, now emboldened by Qingyue's words, raised his voice. If it were any other child, I might let it slide, but not him. That troublemaker. I won't forgive him. I'll take this to the third Hokage. It was evident that nothing of significant value had been damaged, and it wasn't even the teacher's fault. So why was he shouting at her? The woman beside him noticed the crowd turning their heads toward them due to the sudden escalation in volume and tried to pull the man's arm, urging him to stop. Shut up. Don't pull me. I'm speaking. The man violently shrugged off his wife's grasp, causing her to stagger and bump her head against a nearby shelf. Qingyue, witnessing this, gradually reined in her smile. Ignoring his wife's pained expression, the man pointed aggressively at Qingyue, declaring, she wears that ninja outfit and works as a ninja school teacher, so she must take responsibility for her student's mistakes. What do you mean nothing of value? That troublemaker has been causing havoc for days. It's always something. What purpose does a child like that serve in our village? I say we should deal with him sooner rather than later. The third Hokage is too lenient. From her experiences over the past few days, Qingyue knew that after a bout of complaints, the villagers would typically calm down, making it the right time to discuss solutions. However, she hadn't anticipated that this man would be foolish enough to publicly announce such sensitive matters. As Qingyue merely listened with her head bowed, she lifted her gaze slightly, her azure eyes locking onto the man's face, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oh, what exactly does the child have on him? Don't play dumb with me, the man retorted angrily. Naturally, it was about that fox. The woman beside him finally realized her husband had disregarded the third Hokage's warning against publicly discussing the Nine Tails. While they might have spoken about it privately before, he had never been so indiscreet. Seeing the man poised to spill the truth under her inquiry, the woman rushed forward, covering her husband's mouth. Dear, you mustn't say that. Get off me. The man, as if losing his mind, pushed his wife away. The woman teetered, about to collide with the sharp edge of the shelf. Qingyue swiftly moved, separating the woman from the shelf just in time. Although the woman's back grazed the shelf, it unexpectedly tilted, sending a cascade of fruits and vegetables crashing to the ground. Qingyue turned to witness the chaos, and before she could lament her wallet's fate, the man suddenly seized a fruit knife from the stall, charging at her. Dear! Both Qingyue and the vendor's wife gasped in shock. Concerned that the seemingly deranged man might harm the innocent woman, Qingyue first pushed the vendor's wife away from the stall, then sidestepped to avoid the knife's blade, gripping the man's wrist. Upon closer inspection of his eyes, she realized they were glazed over. It was indeed an illusion. It appeared he was targeting her. Qingyue locked his arm, and with a swift motion, she struck the knife from his grasp. In general, to help an ordinary person break free from an illusion, external force was necessary. Without hesitation, Qingyue immediately clenched her fist and struck the male vendor's face with the back of her hand. The man staggered back 3 or 5 steps, shaking his head, yet he astonishingly opened his arms and lunged toward Qingyue once more. She had intended to awaken him with that punch, and the force behind it was considerable. The woman observed as crimson droplets of blood flowed from beneath his nose. Yet he continued to attack her as if he were impervious to pain. Was he not freed from the illusion? Qingyue furrowed her brow. In the very next moment, just as the man's fingers were about to touch her, she nimbly leaped away from her original position. The male vendor, unable to halt in time, collided with his own fruit stand, causing a cacophony as the freshly arranged fruits scattered across the ground. A crowd began to gather, their chatter growing increasingly loud. Observing the rolling pears and bananas on the ground, Qingyue couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Would she be forced to compensate for this? Although the school had allocated a sum of operational funds to the life teacher for resolving disputes, she had encountered villagers with exorbitant demands, leading her to frequently dip into her own pockets to achieve a swift resolution. Previously, Kakashi had provided her with discreet, appropriately compensated tasks that did not expose her identity, allowing her to accumulate a small savings. However, given the current situation, her wallet was once again on the verge of depletion. Fixating on the man's contorted visage as he charged towards her, an idea crossed Qingyue's mind. What if she bound the man under the genjutsu and brought him to the principal's office, explaining to the third Hokage that she had been ambushed and subsequently applied for additional operational funds? 5 minutes later, the man was indeed bound, albeit to his own home. Yu. She gazed at the woman, who trembled and clutched a kitchen knife directed at herself. Qingyue sighed and approached the man, who had been rendered unconscious and was now tied to a chair. She bent down to lift his eyelids, noting that his previously vacant pupils had returned to their normal state. His madness was most likely the result of a ninja's genjutsu, not her doing. Confirming that the illusion cast upon him was lifted, Qingyue initially considered leaving but, remembering her mission, turned back to explain to the female vendor, "Once he awakens, you should think carefully about which ninja skilled in illusions he met today. Also, this is all the money I have on me. Please check if it sufficiently covers your losses." The woman, observing the well-worn wallet from which Qingyue extracted all the cash, gradually lowered the knife, unable to refrain from advising, "You need not offer so much." Qingyue smiled gently, her tone soothing. "Let's include the damages caused by that child as well. Though it was not my intention, I feel responsible for the fright you experienced today. I hope you will not hold it against me." After slightly bowing to the still-dazed vendor in apology, she tossed her smooth black ponytail and exited, leaving behind a figure imbued with grace and nonchalance. However, that figure turned back, revealing the woman's tear-streaked face, mourning the total depletion of her finances. Logically, if her identity had been exposed and someone sought to eliminate her, the adversary would not resort to targeting a mere vendor. Moreover, if the third Hokage had suddenly changed his mind, there would be no need to utilize an ordinary person. Sending an umbu to erase her would be far simpler and swifter. The intention to complicate her life through the use of ordinary villagers, while remaining concealed, likely did not originate from a personal vendetta against her, but rather aimed at the new life teacher, Riji Qingyue. The use of such despicable tactics to disrupt her daily work likely stemmed from within this office. Surveying the barren teacher's office, it was evident that Riji Qingyue was merely an ordinary individual bestowed with the unique title of a ninja school teacher. She had researched and discovered that her admission as a teacher was not unprecedented. Currently, there were 3 or 4 ordinary teachers within the school due to exceptional abilities. Beyond her desire to connect with Naruto, she was also eager to uncover the reasons behind the original Riji Qingyue's targeting, which ultimately led to her demise. Presently, it seemed that her ordinary status was not the primary cause of her untimely death. Initially, she presumed that the original Qingyue's background was as simple as a blank slate. However, through her investigations and conversations with those around her, she learned that the original had indeed grown up in an orphanage, but was taken in by the distant relatives of the Riji family at the age of 12 or 13. The Riji clan, while not prominent among the ninja clans of Konohagakure, had amassed considerable wealth through early business endeavors and placed significant emphasis on the education of their children, particularly the females, who were raised according to a strict template of virtue and domesticity established by the clan elders. In recent years, rumors circulated that the Riji clan planned to depart from Konohagakure due to the dwindling number of descendants with ninja attributes, which hindered their ability to provide formidable strength for the village and relocate to other regions of the Fire Country. After commencing her role, she had a thorough conversation with Ishii, from whom she managed to extract quite a bit of information through subtle inquiries. It turned out that after being taken in by the Riji family, the original Qingyue was subjected to intensive training in ninja knowledge, which she had never encountered during her time in the orphanage. Her biological parents were merely a collateral branch of the Riji clan, and the girl seemingly lacked any ninja aptitude from birth. Yet, the Riji family pushed her to absorb ninja knowledge at an accelerated pace. She had also reviewed the school's records, discovering that the original Riji Qingyue had been rejected 5 or 6 times from the teaching examination before finally being accepted last year due to her strong charisma and unwavering perseverance. What could possibly compel her to enter this school, a place that would claim her life within mere months? The woman pinched her brow, which ached from the intensity of her thoughts, and approached the office window. Below, groups of students practiced under the guidance of their teacher. Qingyue quickly spotted the little boy in orange, his hands resting on the back of his head, swaying as he trailed at the rear of the class. In just a year, he had grown significantly taller compared to the mischievous blonde boy she first encountered in front of the ramen shop. In recent days, she had been attempting to approach him, but upon realizing she was the new life teacher, Naruto had assumed she intended to drag him off to apologize to those bothersome villagers. More often than not, before she could even reach him, Uzumaki Naruto would dart away like the wind, leaving her grasping at nothing but air. This left the initially hopeful and confident Riji Chinyue feeling profoundly defeated. Glancing back at the neatly arranged, albeit slightly bruised, fruit she had collected, she suddenly realized she had failed to accomplish even a single task satisfactorily. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her as she gazed at the sky, which had taken on a similarly somber hue. Thoughts of a certain individual she had not seen in days crept into her mind. She wondered if he had returned from his mission. The chilly winds before the impending rain began to seep through the window, her dark hair dancing in the breeze. The woman parted her lips slightly, softly murmuring a phrase, only for the wind to carry her words away. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the jubilant shouts of the girls below. And Chinyue leaned down to gaze at the Irika class that had somehow gathered right beneath her. A black-haired boy clad in a blue and white outfit launched a shuriken with perfect trajectory, eliciting yet another round of cheers from the girls behind him. Ah, Uchiha. How fitting. However, Chinyue's attention swiftly shifted to the Uchiha youth who stood with his hands in his pockets back at his original position, alongside the orange-clad boy, Uzumaki Naruto, who was making a provocative expression at him. From her vantage point on the second floor, Richu Chinyue raised her arm, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she tilted her head to greet the golden-haired boy. Hi, Shao Naruto Yale? The boy, who was just stepping out of the line and rolling up his sleeves to retrieve shuriken from his bag, was startled by the sudden voice from above. Irika and the lined-up students also turned their gazes towards the second-floor window. Yet, she seemed oblivious to them, her focus solely on the orange-clad boy. Originally turning back to show off his arm muscles to Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto raised his head only to find the homeroom teacher still gazing at him with an inscrutable smile. The nervous golden-haired boy swallowed hard and could not help but erupt. I say, don't look at me like that. I haven't caused any trouble today. Chapter 4. The tighter the grip, the further away it slips unbeknownst to him. The person above paid no heed to his outburst. As it was soon Naruto's turn to perform the shuriken throwing test, the woman transformed into an encouraging teacher, leaning out of the window and heartily shouting down, Naruto, go for it. Show Uchiha what you've got. Irika was taken aback, looking up at Chinyue's unrestrained smile along with the students. It was evident that she genuinely adored the orange-clad boy. Naruto, who had been frowning, froze momentarily upon hearing the cheers, then instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. Having completed the test, Uchiha Sasuke, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, lifted his eyelids at the sound of the teacher's voice. Glancing at the golden-haired boy who was struggling to retrieve shuriken from his pouch, seeing his foolish expression, Sasuke curled the corner of his mouth and let out a dismissive snort. The girls in the class momentarily ceased their adoration for Uchiha, glaring resentfully at the teacher standing by the second-floor window. Were they serious? Comparing Naruto to Sasuke? Was this new teacher out of her mind? Chinyue paid no mind to their reactions, for she observed that upon hearing the cheers, Naruto's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet his gaze towards the target was visibly more focused. Everyone watched as the boy rubbed his finger on his nose, his eyes ignited with determination. All right, let me show you the results of my 3 months of hard work. Don't be too surprised. Standing beside Irika and his classmates, who were taken aback by his confidence, they instinctively quieted down, holding their breath in anticipation of his performance. Could it be that the day of Uzumaki Naruto's recognition was drawing near? Rarely receiving attention for his studies, Naruto felt a surge of excitement, momentarily forgetting that despite practicing alone for 3 months, his accuracy was abysmally low. Now, as long as he could throw more shuriken than that Uchiha guy, he could become the center of attention today, and Sakura-chan would cheer for him. With this thought, immense joy filled him, and he decided to throw not 1, but 3 shuriken. Gripping the shuriken tightly, he hurled them towards the circular target on the wooden post with a confident stride, not bothering to check the outcome. Feeling rather pleased with himself, after the first round, he quickly retrieved another 3 shuriken from his pouch and leaped into the air, throwing them stylishly. Chinyue, who had already leaned out of the window to catch a glimpse of the results, was startled when a shuriken, imbued with a hint of hostility, suddenly shot up from below, narrowly missing her nose and causing her to retract her head in surprise, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. This boy had quite the momentum, though his aim was nearly disastrous. She leaned out again to observe, discovering that of the shuriken he had thrown, aside from the one that missed its mark, the other 5 had indeed found their targets. 2 shuriken grazed Irika's earlobe before embedding themselves in the ground behind him. 2 more struck the wooden post being used by the class across. 1 shuriken lodged directly into the toe of the class teacher's rubber shoe, with a triumphant landing. The orange-clad boy squinted his eyes and rubbed his thumb against his nose, flashing a confident smile at his classmates. How was that? The pen Irika was using to record scores clattered to the ground. The children in the class, aside from Sasuke who couldn't be bothered, were left in stunned silence by Naruto's display. Even Nara Shikamaru, usually disinterested in everything, had a line of disbelief etched on his forehead. What a fool. Always creating accidents and surprises. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence for about 10 seconds. Then, a thunderous roar echoed from the training ground across. Irika, control him. Instead of the cheers he had imagined, he was met with the teacher's worried gaze, a look of despair as if he were beyond saving. Naruto's heart sank, and he turned to look at the girl he cared about, finding her equally frightened as she stared at him. As he took a step in her direction, Sakura furrowed her beautiful brows, clearly frightened by his approach. A drop of rain plopped against Qingyue's exposed neck, and as the last student completed their test, the sky began to drizzle. Watching Naruto, who stood motionless in the rain, his golden hair tousled by the cold wind, she observed his small figure in stark contrast to the bustling crowd as the teacher began organizing the others to return to the classroom. As the light that once sparkled in Naruto's eyes gradually dimmed, she stepped onto the windowsill, descending from the second-floor office to his side, offering words of comfort. Actually, you did quite well. Your momentum was undoubtedly that of a champion. Really? Naruto looked up at Qingyue, his azure eyes brightening with renewed hope. However, classmates passing by at that moment turned their heads, stifling laughter. Fool, he actually believes that. So easy to fool. Without this teacher, he wouldn't have made such a spectacle today. Qingyue shot a glare at the students, and they immediately fell silent, trembling as they hurried towards the classroom. How terrifying. It was as if she possessed the eyes of a demon. Was she truly a schoolteacher? Qingyue raised her hand, intending to ruffle Naruto's hair. Her tone gentle. Don't listen to them. Focus on your training, and one day, smack. Qingyue watched as the boy forcefully swatted her hand away, stunned. Her comforting words pierced through Naruto's ears like daggers. The boy, still quite immature, could not comprehend her counsel or concern, only feeling irked by her presence. This unfamiliar person, who had never met him before, acted as if they had known each other for ages, with an air of self-importance. It's easy to catch a cold in the rain. You should head back to class, Qingyue said awkwardly, retracting her hand hovering above the boy's head. At that moment, Naruto looked up at her, and the unmistakable hostility and disdain in his eyes caused Qingyue's heart to plummet. She silently withdrew the words she intended to say. This trajectory was far from what she had anticipated. It seemed she had once again botched the situation. After a moment, the disheartened Naruto finally began to move, sprinting away from the playground before the rain could drench him. Watching his retreating figure, Qingyue ultimately did not follow. She believed that by showering the child with kindness, she could somehow compensate for the shortcomings of her uncle and Jiu-Xian Nijiejia. However, she overlooked a crucial point. In the eyes of Xuanhua Mingren, Rishu Qingyue was nothing but a stranger. Her eagerness to succeed was marred by her self-importance. She wished to be kind to him, yet forgot to first inquire about Mingren's feelings. She ought to have exhibited more patience and taken a step-by-step approach. Alas, when it comes to effectively interacting with children, she found herself lacking the authority to speak. It seemed Kakashi was correct in his assessment that liking children was not part of her character. Returning to her office, the woman found herself somewhat vexed. Just as she was about to pick up a book, she set it back down on the desk. The sound of the book colliding with the surface startled a newcomer who had just stepped through the office door. The person, noticing the source of the noise, paused mid-step and, with utmost caution, prepared to exit the office quietly. Qingyue tilted her head, sensing the presence of the newcomer, and silently stood up to leave her workstation. Soon, as the middle-aged man attempted to gently close the door and slip away, a calm voice interrupted him. Shujin Shubwa, why not come in? The rotund ninja, holding a thermos in one hand and several lesson plans tucked under his arm, loosened his grip on the doorknob and turned to face the black-haired woman who had quietly approached from behind. His expression was noticeably awkward. No, there's no need for such formality. Qingyue Laosher may simply call me by my name. That simply won't do. As juniors, we must uphold decorum, Qingyue replied, gradually closing the distance between them. Terrified, Shijin pressed his back against the office door and cautiously retreated into the room. Is there something you need? I've already told you everything I know last time, he stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The injury inflicted by her was still healing, and Shijin had no desire to provoke this seemingly unhinged woman again. However, his reaction suggested to Qingyue that he was displaying signs of guilt, akin to someone who had committed a transgression behind another's back. Rishu Qingyue's delicate eyebrows narrowed slightly, her smiling eyes reflecting a subtle scrutiny as she observed the middle-aged ninja's exaggerated perspiration. She then shifted her gaze to the lesson plans he held under his arm, posing an apparently innocent question. Shijin Shubwa, do you teach the children illusion techniques at school? If the series of challenges she had faced while visiting the villagers' homes recently were indeed the result of someone's deliberate machinations, then Shijin, who had declared his intent to ruin her on her very first day back at school, was her primary suspect. Upon hearing her question, the man immediately denied it, though his rapid response betrayed him. Illusion techniques? No, I am not adept at that. It wasn't me. Qingyue observed him in silence until he realized he had inadvertently confessed, at which point he hastily covered his mouth, regret flooding his face as he averted his gaze from her striking features. You need not be so anxious. I merely wish to ask a few questions. She recalled the files on the rotund ninja, noting his lack of prowess in illusion techniques, with only a modest theoretical understanding. Initially, Qingyue had assumed he might have ties to the Rishu family. Otherwise, why would he oppose her return to the school so vehemently? However, upon further investigation, she discovered that Shijin had no familial connection to the Rishu clan. His animosity stemmed from the fact that last year, upon her arrival at the school, she had reported him to the third Hokage for harassing a colleague, resulting in his demotion from elite teacher back to a basic class instructor for young children. Thus, the overweight ninja harbored resentment, continuously seeking to undermine her. As for the incident that led to her disappearance last year, the middle-aged ninja remained tight-lipped, asserting that even if she were to kill him on the spot, he would not divulge a word. This indicated a tacit understanding that he would not openly defy orders within the school. Nevertheless, it also implied that there were indeed individuals plotting against Rishu Qingyue, even if she was merely a substitute for her missing for months, having regained her health and returned to the village persona. Upon hearing Qingyue mention she had questions, Shijin, feigning calmness, moved towards his desk with the thermos. What do you want to ask? Everything I know. I've already told you. Noticing the black-haired woman's tone was relatively courteous, he sensed she had no immediate plans to retaliate, which reignited his paternalistic demeanor. He sank into his chair. The trouble you've stirred is hardly due to someone like me. Qingyue's gaze shifted to him, patiently waiting for him to finish. If I were you, having narrowly escaped with my life, I would seek refuge elsewhere instead of returning to this den of danger. His implication was clear. The entirety of Konoha was unsafe for Rishu Qingyue. Did that mean the person behind the plots possessed considerable influence? Qingyue's interest piqued. Sensing an opportunity for further inquiry, she quickly retrieved a bag of fresh fruit she had collected from a stand and placed it on the fat ninja's desk. Adopting a harmless expression of curiosity, Shijin Shubwa, you speak as if there is no other option. Surely, I could simply resign from being a ninja and a teacher. There is no need for such exaggeration. The middle-aged ninja glanced at the glistening fruit on the desk, and then at the seemingly amiable Qingyue, momentarily forgetting that mere days ago she had nearly severed his throat. He raised a finger, looking at her as if she were simple-minded, preparing to lecture her. The woman, with a gentle smile, awaited his words. I see you've returned, seemingly more skilled. Yet, your mind remains clouded. Foolish as a pig. Are you not curious why? A decade ago, someone sought to pull you from that dilapidated orphanage? Why force an ordinary person to become a ninja? Qingyue felt a stirring within her. It appeared she had surmised correctly. Becoming a ninja was not a choice she had made willingly, but rather an imposition by someone with ulterior motives, compelling her to hone her abilities and enroll in the ninja academy. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Had the third Hokage's directive to enter the ninja academy in search of a spy ultimately led to the revelation that the spy was, in fact, herself? Yet, Shijin's next words cast doubt on her assumptions. Seeing that the woman remained perplexed, unable to grasp his insinuation, he grew anxious and blurted out. If your family wants you dead, Where can you hide within the village? Chapter 5. The onset of winter. The early winter rain fell softly. Its chill intertwined with the droplets, seeping through the skin and reaching the marrow. Standing at the base of the school's office building, facing the bleak and damp atmosphere, the woman, without an umbrella, hesitated at the staircase, reluctant to brave the rain. Just as she lingered, Irika descended from the second floor. Noticing Qingyue seemingly trapped by the downpour, the kind-hearted man instinctively offered her the only umbrella he possessed. It looks like the rain won't let up anytime soon. You can share mine. Gazing down at the neatly folded black umbrella, and then back up at the amiable smile of Yumino Irika, she glanced at his empty hand. Confirming he possessed no other umbrella, Qingyue remained silent. This man, despite having only a single umbrella and being merely a casual colleague, was willing to extend his assistance without hesitation. After a few moments of silence, Qingyue smiled gently at Irika, saying, "Let us share. We should walk together." Typically reserved and not overly engaged with those around her, having even firmly declined her supervisor's proposal to hold a welcome party for her in Koizumi. It was astonishing to see her now, smiling brightly and walking side by side under the same umbrella. Irika tightened his grip on the umbrella handle, feeling a bit shy about walking next to her. Last year's Richu Qingyu is a vague memory for Irika. Yet he feels a certain reverence mixed with distance towards the person beside him. Although Richu holds the humble title of a teacher at the Shinobi Academy, her aura does not resonate with that of an ordinary instructor. In fact, it bears little resemblance to the ninjas he usually encounters. An inherent sense of detachment surrounds her. And despite her role as a life mentor, she exudes an ethereal presence. Such a person inherently leads Irika to believe that she belongs in a broader realm, far removed from this place. However, she undeniably possesses no chakra response, embodying the essence of an ordinary human. Yet, her gaze, fierce and unyielding, radiates a chilling sense of lethal intent, rendering her both enigmatic and perilous. Thus, Irika refrains from approaching her. The unexpected invitation from Qingyu today, allowing them to stroll side by side in the rain, strikes him as astonishing. As he draws closer, he catches a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafting from Qingyu, delicate enough to be mistaken for the aroma of rain-soaked foliage. Aside from that, there are no other discernible fragrances. He had always imagined that a girl would carry a sweet, honeyed scent akin to that of his mentor, Ichun, or perhaps the floral notes of various perfumes, or even the diverse fragrances of shampoos and soaps. In essence, the female teachers he typically encountered were all fragrant and varied. Yet, he acknowledges that he seldom interacts with women, and perhaps this perception of theirs has been shaped by stereotypes regarding femininity and fragrance. Irika chastises himself for such thoughts, recognizing their inappropriateness. Nevertheless, it is indeed the first time he encounters a female teacher whose scent resembles that of healing herbs. It is not unpleasant. The fragrance is refreshing and pleasant without being insipid, likely a result of her clothing being permeated by medicinal herbs used for treating wounds over time, subtly emanating warmth as it interacts with her body heat. So, why does a mere life teacher like Qingyu bear the marks of continual medicinal application? Oh, it occurs to him that she did indeed suffer an injury during a mission last year, spending half a year recuperating before returning to her post. Could this be the origin of the herbal scent? Lost in thought, Irika suddenly feels a tug on the hand gripping the umbrella, jolting him back to reality, wide-eyed. As he narrowly avoids colliding with a shop sign hanging nearby. "I apologize for my momentary distraction," he stammers, scratching the back of his head. "Thank you." Upon seeing him regain his balance, Qingyu releases her grip and initiates conversation. "Irika-sensei, I've seen you before." "Huh." On an evening illuminated by the setting sun. As Irika strides forward under the umbrella, he turns, surprised to meet the gentle smile of the woman beside him. Her willow-shaped, azure-green eyes are fixed on him, her tone calm. "That day, you were leading a few children who had just enrolled in the Shinobi Academy, smiling warmly, brighter and more comforting than the sun behind you." Her succinct praise causes Irika to widen his eyes in astonishment once more, yet Qingyu does not afford him further time for reaction, continuing, "At that moment, I genuinely felt a pang of regret. Why didn't I encounter a teacher like you during my childhood?" Flattered yet slightly embarrassed, Irika's grip on the umbrella trembles as Qingyu smoothly takes hold of it, smiling. "Let me have it." Initially intending to insist that a girl should not hold the umbrella, Irika retracts his hand upon meeting her gaze. Deep down, he feels unworthy of Qingyu's commendations. After all, he does not consider himself a qualified teacher at the Shinobi Academy, especially as this sentiment has grown stronger over the past year. Iruka-sensei, do you know? The woman seems oblivious to the dimming expression on his face and continues to share her story. Back then, I was often in fights, beaten to a pulp, and the teachers turned a blind eye, saying I was beyond saving, that I might as well die. As Iruka processes her words, he slowly lifts his head to observe her. Every time I wanted to speak with my classmates, they isolated me, and the teachers ignored me entirely. Imagining the scene, Iruka feels a surge of indignation. That's so unfair. What about your parents? Chin Yu's gaze darkens, recalling her own past, and she turns to Iruka with a bittersweet smile. Parents? I am an orphan. You know that, right, Iruka-sensei? Iruka is momentarily taken aback, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Chin Yu shakes her head, indicating it's all right. She then gazes up at the drizzling rain outside, her tone subdued. I often think, if only I had a kind, warm, and steadfast teacher like you beside me during my youth, perhaps I would have healed and grown better. Iruka finds himself momentarily stunned, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the nape of Chin Yu's neck, exposed by her high ponytail. Yet he is lost in thought once more, envisioning a solitary golden-haired youth seated by a riverbank, engaging in fights, causing trouble, being isolated, yearning for companionship. Iruka opens his mouth, ready to speak. Iruka, why not join us for a meal? A male voice from behind interrupts him. Turning, he discovers his friend standing at the entrance of a restaurant, exclaiming in delight, Somu-sensei, did you complete your mission? The name sounds vaguely familiar to Chin Yu, who turns to glance at the silver-haired man, her gaze lingering on his unremarkable face for a brief moment before she turns away, no longer regarding him. I'll take my leave now. Chin Yu-sensei, please hold on to the umbrella. Iruka says warmly, to which Chin Yu nods with a smile, accepting without reservation. As he approaches Suomu, noticing Chin Yu preparing to depart, Iruka calls out, wait a moment, Chin Yu-sensei. Standing in the rain, holding the umbrella, Chin Yu turns slightly, lifting the edge of the umbrella to face him. What is it? I wanted to ask. Iruka scratches his head, a mix of shyness and determination in his inquiry. Were you referring to yourself when you mentioned that child? If he recalls correctly, Richu Chin Yu should have lived in a dilapidated orphanage as a child, lacking the opportunity for schooling. After a moment of silence, her jade-like eyes pierce through the thickening rain mist, imprinting themselves in Iruka's mind. He struggles to discern her expression, only able to hear her utter in a measured tone. Who knows? Perhaps every era has such children yearning to be seen. Chin Yu-sensei? Suemu's arm drapes over Iruka's shoulder as he glances at the retreating figure under the umbrella, inquiring softly, when did such a beautiful teacher arrive at our school? Why not introduce her to me? Iruka feels a twinge of embarrassment. Chin Yu-sensei doesn't often converse with me. Today is an exception. Come on, you must be kidding. Suemu nudges Iruka playfully, teasing, you both shared an umbrella home. Iruka's face flushes crimson, hastily denying, don't say that. Chin Yu-sensei, didn't he have an umbrella? I just took the initiative. What? When it comes to a beautiful woman. Our Iruka is also quite bold. Suemu, please refrain from such comments. It's rather rude. Alright, I was just joking. No need to react so strongly. As the day darkens and twilight approaches, Iruka pays no heed to the banter behind him. Thickening mist envelopes Chin Yu like crystalline ice, causing her to shrink her neck and gaze toward the village entrance for a moment. The white mist obscured her vision, rendering everything indistinct. Yet the woman remained stubbornly poised in the rain, as if awaiting something. After a considerable pause, despite the occasional silhouettes darting across the rooftops, she still failed to catch a glimpse of that figure. What was she anticipating? Even if she were to see Kakashi now, would she dare to step forward and acknowledge him? If her impulsive actions led to the third Hokage deeming the mission a failure, would it mean she could no longer stay here? With a sigh, barely audible, Chin Yu shifted her toes and turned in the direction of her current apartment. Several jonin, drenched from the rain, returned to the village as the sky darkened. Upon stepping onto the village wall and entering the lookout tower, Noera Gunma hastily removed the headband from his forehead, wringing it out to expel the rainwater, while muttering irritably, just when I thought I was almost home. I have to endure this rain. It's freezing, damn it. His seniors certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Following him into the tower, Shikura-shun exchanged nods with the watchful ninjas before voicing his annoyance at Gunma, questioning which ninja on a mission would be picky about the weather. TSK. Don't you know how bothersome the early winter rains are? They're dreary and cold. After finishing, Gunma flicked the headband once more before efficiently readying it. Is that so? I find the chill rather refreshing, invigorating, replied the chestnut-haired ninja with a cheerful smile as he brushed back the stray strands of hair from his forehead. Gunma shot him a sidelong glance, then turned to see a silver-haired ninja standing outside the tower, allowing the rain to drench him. This downpour was surely not to her liking either. Kakashi lingered for a moment on the wall, observing the village shrouded in a veil of white mist, before moving forward to step onto the opposite rooftop, heading directly towards the Hokage's office. He called back to Gunma and the others. I'm going to submit the mission report. You all handle your injuries first. Gunma muttered under his breath, always talking to himself. Kakashi is injured too. Yet he maintains that facade of strength and reliability, which has undoubtedly captivated Rin to the point of recklessness. So cool, Kakashi-senpai, Shikura-shun remarked, standing by the lookout window. Watching Kakashi depart with genuine admiration, Gunma leaned closer, his expression teasing, as if venting his frustration. What good is being handsome? He is just obsessed with those little yellow books, a brooding and reclusive man. That is too harsh. Do you have a grudge against Kakashi-senpai? Mind your own business. So, he is just a sensitive, sharp-tongued, jealous man, huh? Why is there a fan club for Kakashi everywhere? This is the collected intelligence scroll and the mission report. The silver-haired ninja handed the items to the Hokage's aide before retreating to his position. Both Gunma and Shikura had sustained injuries during their mission, and their subordinate had taken the liberty to send them back to tend to their wounds. The third Hokage nodded, noting the unrelenting rain outside the window and glancing at Kakashi, soaked to the skin. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the aide to present several hot spring vouchers to him. You must have sustained some injuries as well, Kakashi. This therapeutic hot spring is quite effective. Take a few days to recuperate and unwind with the others. Thank you. Third Hokage, Kakashi accepted the vouchers but did not leave. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. I've heard that you intend to dispatch another investigative team to the Land of Frost. May I request to join? Why? The third Hokage regarded him thoughtfully. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. Konoha wants to keep Akino by my side, and I need her to remain with me. Faced with the choice between freedom and love, his Akino had resolutely chosen him, prompting him to take action on her behalf, even if it was merely a glimmer of hope for her recovery. The third Hokage's eyes flickered with a complex expression at the unexpected development of their relationship, and he rarely displayed a troubled demeanor towards Kakashi. This matter is not as straightforward as you imagine, Kakashi. We cannot proceed through conventional channels. I initially intended to send 2 more Umbu for a covert investigation. If you join, I will do my best to accommodate your inclusion, and I will provide you with a response later. Kakashi understood. After all, this concerned the village and the Tsangmu clan. Though he was anxious, he recognized he could not sway the Hokage's decision. The silver-haired ninja bowed slightly, preparing to exit when he heard the third Hokage solemnly advise him. Do not harbor too much hope. The Umbu previously dispatched to the Land of Frost have largely lost contact. Kakashi froze. This meant that the Land of Frost indeed held extraordinary clues awaiting his arrival. We cannot yet ascertain the true intentions of the enemies concealed within the Land of Frost. Aside from employing a sealing technique to restrict Akino's chakra, they have not taken further action. The medical ninjas have already confirmed that the so-called sealing technique most likely originates from the secret arts of the Tsangmu clan. You know, Kakashi, the Tsangmu clan is one of the last remaining clans in the world, only. The third Hokage's words implied suspicion that Tsangmu Rin herself might be controlling the people of the Land of Frost, sealing her own chakra upon arriving in Konoha. Kakashi turned to gaze at the elderly man in white robes seated before him, as if realizing something, and slowly spoke. Thus, this mission you specially assigned to her was initiated, correct? Because the Umbu sent to the Land of Frost were annihilated, and the sealing technique seems to be derived from the Tsangmu clan's secret arts. It was specifically arranged to test her loyalty to Konoha and her steadfastness. Kakashi was unaware of the mission's details, but he understood Akino well enough to discern the third Hokage's intentions. How heartbreaking would it be for her, after dedicating 10 years to the village, to be tested and suspected while she was ill and frail? You should not doubt her loyalty to the village. Why would someone who instinctively returned to the village upon learning of their terminal illness be met with suspicion? The elder appeared to be grappling with unspoken burdens, and after a lengthy silence, The third Hokage sighed gently to Kakashi. There are some unsavory truths hidden beneath the surface of peaceful times. Once uncovered, faith may waver, and no one can guarantee what changes may ensue. Chapter 6. Rainy night after dining with friends. Hey Irika noticed the rain still pouring outside and borrowed an umbrella from the restaurant owner, walking home alone. The sky had darkened, and the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm yellow glow that mingled with the rain, creating a hazy nocturnal scene. The person, originally looking down while walking, halted at the fork leading to his residence, where an unexpected black object appeared before him. Approaching, Irika realized it was the very umbrella he had lent to Chinua earlier. The black umbrella remained open, yet its ribs were mostly broken, and the canopy was tattered and ruined. Irika hurried forward to inspect it from the damaged areas. It was evident that the fabric had been sliced open in an instant, likely by a blade. Could it be a kunai? Had Chinua encountered danger during the time he had dinner with Mizuki? After confirming that the umbrella indeed belonged to him, Irika felt a growing concern for the woman's safety. Meanwhile, several shadowy figures emerged and vanished at the street corners under the rainy night. In front of them, a woman agilely dodged wave after wave of shuriken attacks, with the dim alley occasionally echoing with the sharp clatter of weapons clashing, accompanied by the sounds of physical combat. Despite their numerical advantage, the attackers seemed hesitant to create too much commotion. As Riji Chinua turned to unleash several shuriken, she seized the cover of night to swiftly conceal herself behind a stone wall. A deliberately lowered male voice came from behind. What is going on? Isn't it just about capturing someone? What are you all doing? Another voice responded, I sincerely apologize. However, she seems to have changed significantly. Even with all of us working together, it appeared that achieving perfect concealment was proving quite challenging for her in her current state. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, the woman gradually adjusted her breathing, attempting to suppress her presence. Fool, I am here, she heard a voice declare, followed by the swift sound of hands forming seals, mingling with the sound of raindrops. She strained to listen to the movements of her opponent, suspecting they might possess the ability to employ tracking techniques. Relying solely on instinct would be futile. She reached for the ninja tool pouch at her lower back. With a composed demeanor, she hooked the tail ring of a kunai from the pouch, along with the paper-based ninja tools attached to it. The relentless rain continued to drench her black hair clinging to her cheeks, while icy water trickled down her strands into her collar. Stepping out from behind the wall, she cast a dark glance at several black-clad, masked ninjas in the alley, her tone laced with impatience. It's quite cold. Let us hasten this. Unprepared for her sudden appearance, the leading, taller ninja halted his hand seals, and upon seeing the explosive tag in her hand, he froze, raising a hand to stop his advancing subordinates. Wait. Seemingly confident that they would not dare to cause a scene in Konoha, she noted their choice to approach under the cover of a foggy night, cloaked in black. Can this be used on a rainy day? She inquired, delicately pinching an oily explosive tag between her fingers, addressing them with feigned ignorance. Shall we give it a try? Young master, one of the team members addressed softly, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the leader. Yet, the term young master caught Chinyue's keen attention. Was he perhaps a scion of a prominent clan within the village? If so, he must be from the Daybreak clan, as mentioned by Ishii. Use Jinjutsu, a voice from the crowd suggested, aiming to avoid the ruckus of her throwing the explosive tag, opting instead for a Jinjutsu to compel her surrender. The woman's brow furrowed slightly. Had she been an ordinary person with limited prowess, she might have been at their mercy. Fortunately, she was not. Having devised a countermeasure well in advance to avoid being ensnared by Jinjutsu. As her opponents surged forward, forming seals rapidly, Chinua evaded while retaliating. She swiftly threw a clean kunai, driving it into her left palm. Lacking chakra to resist Jinjutsu, the pain from her injury could still break its hold. While she could not claim to withstand high-level Jinjutsu, it should suffice against such adversaries. Humph, the leader muttered, realizing Jinjutsu would not work. Concerned that the explosive tag in her hand could attract the attention of patrolling ninjas, he paused, seemingly contemplating his next move. His eyes scanned the nearby residential buildings, and with a cold snort, he signaled his companions to approach for a close-quarters assault. With several adult ninjas rushing towards her, Chinua understood that if captured tonight, escape would be nearly impossible given her current physical state. She was acutely aware that some prominent clans in Konoha possessed the authority to handle internal matters, and should she be captured, The third Hokage would find it difficult to intervene. Perhaps tonight's actions had been sanctioned by that esteemed individual. The thought weighed heavily on her heart, her lips pale and trembling beneath the rain. Having been adopted by her clan, she never anticipated such deep entanglements with them, especially without receiving any forewarning. Could this be an evaluation of her abilities? She had only redirected her inquiries towards the Daybreak clan in the afternoon, and now they were upon her. Knowledgeable of the brutal tactics employed by some noble families against dissidents, she realized that even if she survived, she would emerge severely scarred. To gain the upper hand against the Daybreak clan, she must not allow herself to be captured. Ignoring the blood cascading from her wounded left hand, she crouched into a defensive stance, her gaze sharp as a blade, tightening her grip on the explosive tag. She contemplated whether to fight fiercely now or detonate it to obliterate the nearby residential buildings and escape amidst the chaos. Before she could ponder further, several kunai and fists surged towards her. She leapt back, flipping over, and managed to accurately kick several weapons from her assailant's grasp amid the rain and mist. Ultimately, she returned the explosive tag to her pouch, rendering her hand's injury seemingly non-existent. Taking advantage of the momentary suspension in air during her flip, she retrieved several shuriken from her pouch and launched them with such swiftness that her adversaries scarcely perceived her actions. The encroaching male ninjas were injured to varying degrees by her shuriken, though none of the wounds were fatal. One ninja, eyes wide with terror, gazed at the shuriken mere centimeters from his neck, realizing that a slight deviation could have been lethal. Why, young master? She is not right. I think we should retreat. Silence. The leader stepped forward, issuing a command to his frightened subordinate to not retreat. With a sigh, she wondered why she had to confront Konoha ninjas. Unbeknownst to her, the man called young master began forming seals, his tone growing increasingly arrogant. No matter how much you have improved, you remain but an ordinary human. As he completed his seals, raindrops within a meter of him halted midair, morphing into sharp needle-like projectiles aimed directly at Qinghua. Water release, rain needle technique. With a dismissive scoff, Qinghua appeared oblivious to the barrage of sharp needles. Gathering her strength, she deftly maneuvered around the sluggish subordinates. With her arms raised defensively, she allowed the rain-formed needles to pierce her, disregarding the thin lines of blood that marred her cheeks and arms. In a flash, she reached the young master, using her shoulder to push against the softer area beneath his ribs, channeling her full strength to drive him against the wall. Unprepared for the force of her petite frame, he staggered back, unable to react as she pinned his right hand against the wall. Qinghua swiftly inserted a kunai into the ring on her finger, drawing another from her pouch, and mercilessly drove it into his delicate palm. Ah! He screamed in pain, only to be met with the icy glare from Qinghua's vibrant green eyes. Rain needles? A soft water release technique. The black-clad ninja, now pierced by the kunai, vanished with a resounding bang. Qinghua paused, taken aback, as applause erupted from the remaining subordinates. A tall, slender youth, appearing around 16 or 17, stepped forward, brushing aside his companions. Qinghua regarded him coolly. It was a shadow clone. Daybreak's scion clapped in amusement, his sharply defined features betraying his intrigue. I told you. You are just an ordinary person. You cannot outplay me, sister. Qinghua remained silent. Sister? The youth, with his dark hair and green eyes, stroked his chin, scrutinizing her. His tone laced with mockery. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ishii mentioned you seemed like a different person. Your taijutsu has improved, yet you still attempt to pry into clan matters. Sister, with your skills, you expect to be the returning Daybreak Qinghua, the one deemed a waste? Standing resolutely in the rain, Qinghua recognized his intent to distract her. While she could hear two ninjas stealthily approaching from behind the wall, unfazed, his words had just reminded her of the battle. Her recent actions had indeed exceeded the bounds of Ri Chu Qingyu's cultivation progress. What if going too far exposed her substitute identity and caused the mission to fail? She couldn't possibly kill him here to silence him, so perhaps she should just stop fighting? Thinking this, when two ninjas leaped down from the wall to capture her, she chose not to resist, allowing them to grab her arms and roughly push her in front of the black-haired, blue-eyed boy. Young master, we've captured him. Shall we take him back to the manor now? Ri Chu Yuan clutched his arm, cut by a shuriken, a glint of ferocity in his eyes, and swung his iron-like fist, bringing it down on Qingyu's face. Go ahead and hit me. You think you're so tough? Qingyu took the full force of the punch, blood quickly trickling from the corner of her mouth, but her azure eyes remained fixed on the person before her, utterly fearless. Ri Chuyuan grabbed Qingyue's pale, bleeding cheek, cupping her face in one hand and turning it from side to side in his palm, scrutinizing her closely. Sister, is this what you look like? I've never really looked at you properly before. The cold rain lashed her face, stinging her eyes. Qingyue struggled to open them, her gaze shifting slightly. A building in the distance came into view. Remembering the key she kept close to her pocket, Qingyue began to make a plan. Now that I see you like this, you're breathtakingly beautiful. The hand gripping her cheek moved down to her slender, white neck, facing her brother, who was now spouting nonsense. Ri Chuyuan's still bleeding lips curled into a smile. Her willow leaf eyes, full of allure, looked at the boy, her voice irresistibly seductive. Beautiful, isn't I? Ri Chuyuan's eyes flashed with surprise, then gleamed with incredulous excitement. Could it be that you? Before he could finish speaking, Ri Qingyue, her face suddenly turning cold, slammed her head against his nose. Idiot. Even if she's beautiful, she's still your sister. Ugh. As if hearing the sound of his nose breaking, Ri Chuyuan clutched his face in pain. Young master. Several people around him rushed to his side, asking what was wrong. Taking advantage of the distraction of the two men holding her arms, Qingyue twisted her waist and kicked one of them in the groin. The man instinctively released his grip to block, freeing his right hand to deliver a powerful punch to the abdomen of the ninja on the left. Ugh. The ninja on the left also released his grip in pain. Ri Qingyue didn't linger. She raised her hand, climbed the wall, and then jumped into the alley behind it. A furious voice came from behind. Idiot. You can't even keep an eye on people. Ouch, my nose. You bitch. Go and get her back. Yes. The dormitory building for Konoha's elite jonin. Kakashi shouldn't be back yet. I'm just going in for a short while to hide. Even if those guys are bold, they shouldn't dare to force their way into the elite jonin's residence. The cold wind was biting, and rain streamed down her hair and into her eyes. Aoki tried her best to avoid being seen by people on the street, struggling to get closer to the building in her sight. The pursuers behind her were like phantoms, relentlessly chasing her. She finally managed to shake them off briefly at a corner near a residential building. Taken into a strange mansion and locked up in her teens, she desperately tried to get into the Ninja Academy, then was ambushed and killed. She'd only been back at the Ninja Academy for a few days when her family started chasing and beating her. So what kind of life have you been living? She finally arrived at the third floor of the elite jonin dormitory building. Seeing the familiar door and confirming that the sign hanging beside it was white, Aoki, pale as if she'd been pulled from the water, slowly forced a smile. Let her hide for a while. Raising her injured left hand to prevent blood from dripping onto the floor, the unsteady Qingyue pulled out the key from her pocket, pressed her trembling wrist against the cold, and aimed it at the keyhole. Chapter 7. Warming up Konoha Hospital. Shiranui Gunma sat upright in a chair, his shirt removed, having a medical ninja tend to his wounds. Looking at the several small cuts on his broad back, the female medical ninja frowned. I'm very busy. Can't you treat these wounds yourself at home? Gunma looked at her with a hurt expression. To be honest, Dr. Momo's chakra always helps my wounds heal faster. Suzumura Momo, who was about to release her medical chakra, blushed upon hearing this and slapped the man's strong, muscular arm. Come on. You're just being lazy. Don't make it sound so nice. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come in this heavy rain. Gunma gestured with his chin towards the dark window, gesturing for Suzumura to look. The female doctor, Shinobu, wasn't buying it. She rolled her eyes at him and focused on treating the wound. Gunma, obediently accepting the treatment, remained quiet for a while, then became bored again. Someone once said that Dr. Momo looks incredibly cute when she's working seriously. How about we grab a drink after work? The female doctor, Shinobu, with flushed cheeks, closed her eyes helplessly, too lazy to look at him. You always tease little girls like this, don't you? Why haven't I gotten a beating yet? Probably because I'm handsome. You're so shameless. Only with a thick skin can you get what you want. What are you talking about? Stay still and don't move. I didn't expect Dr. Momo to not only save lives, but also have such a rhyming way of speaking. Oofed, your mouth is really. I laughed. Shall we grab a drink after get off work? Depends on my mood. Tap tap. Appearing in the medical ninja's office, Kakashi casually placed several hot spring tickets on the desk, given to me on the desk. His sudden appearance interrupted the two who were engrossed in their flirtatious conversation. Gunma looked on with a resentful expression. This guy really had no sense of atmosphere. When Suzumura Momo saw Kakashi nod to her and turn to leave, Her gaze fell on the torn clothes on his lower back. Noticing the wounds all over his body and arms, she kindly reminded him, Kakashi, why don't you stay and get your injuries treated? Kakashi turned around and exchanged a glance with the turban-wearing man who was sending him a "don't ruin my plan" signal. Kakashi, inwardly rolling his eyes, politely raised his arm to decline. Well, I can handle this myself. Okay. Suzumura blushed slightly and had no choice but to give up. Unlike the friendly and talkative Genma, Kakashi had always been aloof and cold, especially during his time in the Umbu. Although his aura had softened considerably after leaving the Umbu, she still didn't dare to speak to him. Oh right. Suzumura Momo thought for a moment and spoke just as Kakashi was about to disappear through the door. The hospital is currently holding an event for those injured during missions. With a numbered tag, they can receive free medicine. Before the medical ninja could finish speaking, the silver-haired ninja at the door vanished in a flash. She and Genma, sitting in the chair, stared at each other, unsure if Kakashi had heard them. 2 minutes later, considering his home first aid kit was almost empty, Kakashi went to the pharmacy to get a few bottles of saline solution and some wound disinfectant. It wasn't that he was genuinely worried about ruining Genma's flirting plan, but rather that he was soaked to the bone, and the cold, sticky feeling of his clothes against his skin was very uncomfortable. He definitely preferred to clean himself thoroughly before treating his wounds. As he was about to leave the hospital with his supplies, a few words on the cabinet directly behind the pharmacist caught Kakashi's attention. Medical Beginner's Treasure Trove. Hello. Kakashi stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked the doctor, who was currently free, does that name mean it has all kinds of medical supplies? The pharmacist followed the direction of his finger and replied, yes. We have the basic supplies such as hemostatic patches, sutures, and gauze bandages. This particular set is perfect for those who have just completed a mission and are still inexperienced in using hemostatic techniques. Kakashi said, then please get me 2 sets. Can I pay for them and take them right away? As he began to reach for his wallet, the young pharmacist smiled and said, well, according to protocol, the doctor needs to issue a prescription first. Noticing the silver-haired youth pausing in his motion to retrieve money, the young pharmacist continued, however, if you require it, we can skip the formalities. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Feeling slightly embarrassed, the young pharmacist scratched his head and explained, because I have always been a fan of yours. Kakashi-senpai, your valiant presence on the battlefield has been my inspiration since childhood. Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Kakashi remained still, wallet in hand, and just as the pharmacist thought he would reject his goodwill, Kakashi smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. Then it settled. How much is it? After a moment of surprise, the pharmacist stated the price and quickly prepared a bag for the medical kits. Internally surprised that such an elite jonin would purchase such basic medical supplies, the pharmacist reasoned that Kakashi, now a responsible jonin leading a team of graduating ninjas, was likely buying them for his students. Are these for your 2 students? I can pack them separately, he offered. Kakashi, having just finished paying, approached the counter and, hearing this, raised a questioning eyebrow. No, they are for my girlfriend. 2 girlfriends? The moment those words left his mouth, not just Kakashi, but everyone in the pharmacy gasped. The young pharmacist quickly realized his mistake and, flustered, corrected himself. I'm sorry, I meant to say, did you just say girlfriend? As his gaze swept around the room, Kakashi, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat and clenched his fist. He had momentarily let slip a detail that had not yet been approved by Shomo, not wishing to delve into his private life. He reached out to take the bag from the pharmacist. Thank you, just hand it over. Unexpectedly, the previously polite pharmacist pressed the medical kit to his chest. His gaze intense. Is she from Konoha? She must be a beauty, someone worthy of you, senpai. As a stranger, Kakashi felt the inquiry was overly intrusive. He was not inclined to share, yet upon seeing the genuine concern in the young pharmacist's eyes, he recognized that it stemmed not from mere curiosity, but from a sincere regard for him. After all, he had mentioned that he had been a source of support during the pharmacist's youth. Perhaps, as an idol, he had unwittingly become a symbol of hope for the young man to find a partner of equal caliber. Kakashi chose not to dismiss the question nor to respond offhandedly. Instead, he contemplated his feelings for Shomu and her significance in his life, ultimately smiling at the young pharmacist and responding gently, of course, I am her fan. At that very moment, Shomu stood by the sink in his kitchen, struggling to fill a kettle with water using her trembling right hand. In a disheveled state, she was taken aback by a sudden itch in her nose and sneezed uncontrollably. Achu. It was said that a sudden sneeze meant someone was speaking of you. she huffed, suspecting those who had been chasing her were cursing her whereabouts. Her injured left hand had already been hastily wrapped with an emergency bandage, and now she desperately needed a cup of hot water to warm herself. As she had anticipated, the few who had pursued her ceased their chase upon reaching her apartment building, despite the darkness enveloping the room. With only a sliver of light seeping through the window edges, the familiar scent of Kakashi's home provided her a sense of comfort. She resolved to wait until she warmed up before cleaning the blood and rainwater she had tracked in, not wanting Kakashi to worry upon his return. Having discarded her damp Konoha vest and the wig that hung limply on her head, she rolled up her sleeves to examine her injuries in the limited light from the window, leaning closer to get a better view. Inadvertently, her bent elbow brushed against the neatly arranged dishes Kakashi had set on the kitchen shelf, causing a loud clatter. Startled, she quickly bent down, extending her hand to catch the bowl that was about to tumble off the counter. At that moment, she heard the sound of someone twisting the doorknob outside. Had they caught up to her? She carefully steadied the bowl and stood upright, straining to listen to the sounds beyond the door. Remembering that Shomu might return to find him, Kakashi had developed a habit of testing the doorknob upon arriving home. Today, he turned it and was surprised to find it actually opened, revealing sounds from within. Had she returned? Kakashi's calm demeanor was suddenly illuminated with hope. But as he slowly opened the door, he discovered that the lights were off inside. He pressed the switch by the door and immediately detected a faint scent of blood in the air. Glancing down, he noticed a trail of wet footprints leading from the entrance to the kitchen, interspersed with droplets of vivid red blood. Given the size of the footprints and the presence of his house key, Kakashi had already formed a conclusion in his mind and followed the trail, ultimately finding the petite figure standing alone in the dim kitchen. Upon seeing Kakashi, Shomu quickly turned away, not wanting him to see her in such a state. Kakashi teleported behind her in an instant, and upon seeing her shoulders trembling from the cold, his initial joy was quickly overshadowed by concern. He gently placed a hand on her slight shoulder. "Did something happen on your mission?" Her shoulders, warmed by his steady hand, made Shomu feel a wave of emotion, and she turned to face him. Biting her lip, she felt her cheeks swell as she reached out to embrace Kakashi. It wasn't that she intended to cry, but upon seeing him, her facade crumbled, and the exhaustion and longing she had accumulated over the past few days compelled her to seek solace in his arms. Kakashi's fingers brushed over the faint bloodstains on her cheek before shifting to her swollen forehead, his frown deepening with concern. With great care, he enveloped her in his embrace, their drenched forms finding warmth in the winter night as they held each other tightly. The slight tremors between them were born of both the cold and the torrent of emotions they shared. After a moment, Kakashi realized that it was unwise to leave his girlfriend in such a state of chill, and he led her away from the kitchen, retrieving a clean set of men's pajamas from the wardrobe before guiding her towards the bathroom. "Let's have you soak in a hot bath until you start to sweat a little." Rin Sangmu, clutching Kakashi's pajamas, turned her head slightly to glance at the person who was gently ushering her towards the bathroom, raising her arm weakly to indicate, "If I soak for too long, I might perish." Her movements halted as she recalled the blood drops she had seen earlier at the entrance, and her gaze ascended to the left hand of the woman, haphazardly wrapped in white bandages. Initially, she had thought it was merely Sangmu's spare bandage, but upon closer inspection, she discovered a gaping wound in the palm. Soaking would accelerate blood circulation, which was certainly not advisable. Kakashi swiftly revised his statement, saying, "Forget the bath. Treating the wound is paramount. Go in, warm up your body, and then come out." The terms warm body seemed to take on an unexpected nuance when uttered by Kakashi. Glancing down, she noticed the pajamas she held against her chest. Sensing the peculiar glimmer in her eyes and the flush creeping up her earlobes, Kakashi stepped closer, leaning near her ear and teasingly suggesting, "What if I join you?" Before he could finish, Sangmu swiftly retreated into the bathroom, shutting the door with a firm click. No need for that. Just moments ago, the silver-haired woman had found herself embodying the description of the bashful protagonist in a novel, where the shy red clouds spread from her ears to her neck. Kakashi's Sangmu was far more vivid and charming than any literary character, resembling a startled fawn. Turning to survey the surroundings, the once empty and silent house now felt unexpectedly warm and full, as if merely the presence of another person had transformed the atmosphere. Kakashi softened his gaze and made his way towards the kitchen. "Well, I shall brew a pot of ginger soup then." Chapter 8. Healing in early spring, he concluded. "Let's call it a day. Most shops on this street are closed, and in this weather, patrons are scarce. I'll handle today's accounts. You should return home to rest. The convenience store owner, clad in a raincoat and equipped with a waterproof hat, entered from the store's entrance, noticing the female cashier standing by the register. Shivering and rubbing her hands together. Compassionate, he encouraged her to leave early. Thank you, boss. The cashier's face brightened, for the sudden drop in temperature had caught her off guard, just as she bent down to gather her belongings in preparation for a restful night. The door's chime announced an incoming customer. The girl's smile froze momentarily. Who could it be at this hour? She thought, feeling on the verge of tears. Forcing a smile onto her face, she straightened up and greeted the newcomer. Welcome. Soon, her professional facade melted into genuine delight. The figure stepping through the rain, with silver hair and a black mask, possessed an undeniable charisma that even the rain could not obscure. The tall, elegant silhouette entering the somewhat secluded convenience store was none other than the person she had longed to encounter but had only known through hearsay. Kakashi, having scoured several stores that were closed, finally made it to this particular convenience store, slightly out of breath but relieved to have arrived. Upon entering, he noticed the cashier staring intently at him, her body shifting as if she might approach. In a hurry, he headed directly to the household goods section, not lifting his head as he muttered, "You're busy, don't mind me." The visibly disappointed cashier pouted, returning to her station. But her gaze lifted to follow where Kakashi had gone. If her memory served her right, that area was stocked entirely with women's products. With a sigh, she lamented her impulsive decision to rush into the bathroom based on Kakashi's earlier suggestion, though she held the soft, dry men's pajamas in her hands. Their fresh scent of soap lingered in the air. Kakashi, perhaps out of concern, had wanted her to warm up quickly, not considering that she had entered his home without a change of clothes. In her usual missions, ninjas carried lightweight undergarments, but tonight, she had returned from school, caught in an unexpected situation, with only her defensive tools and some spare bandages, now nearly depleted. Would she really have to remain in Kakashi's home without proper attire? The very thought made Sangmu cover her mouth, her cheeks flushing bright red. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pound against the bathroom window. Should she just step out now and suggest that returning to her own residence would be better? Not only would Kakashi find that puzzling, but she herself felt somewhat ridiculous. They were already a couple. Why the awkwardness? Clutching the men's pajamas tighter, Sangmu lowered her eyes. After days of longing, she realized she didn't want to return just yet. Unable to resist glancing at the mirror beside her, she saw her reflection and thought of Kakashi. Her eyes shimmering with affection, overflowing with tenderness. She loved him fiercely and genuinely. Even if Kakashi wished for their relationship to deepen tonight, she was open to that possibility. Wasn't she? With a newfound resolve, Sangmu carefully placed the pajamas on the bathroom shelf before beginning to peel away the damp clothes clinging to her skin. Unbeknownst to her, as she prepared herself in the bathroom, Kakashi examined the items he had hastily gathered from the streets. Satisfied with his purchases, he stepped back into the rain, pondering an appropriate explanation for his sudden behavior. He felt something must be amiss with him, otherwise. How could he have rushed home only to dive headfirst into the frigid downpour? Worrying about the store closing, he had forgotten to use his raincoat or umbrella, dashing about and employing his teleportation technique solely to ensure Sangmu would be comfortable. He felt no regret. In fact, merely imagining Sangmu's reaction filled him with anticipation and a hint of excitement. Wasn't that a sign of something unusual? He felt utterly led by the whims of fate. The sliding glass door of the bathroom was pulled open from within. After neatly organizing her dirty clothes, Sangmu raised her arm to inhale the familiar scent of Kakashi's pajamas. Fresh from her bath, her damp, white hair glistened with droplets, and her fair face bore a faint blush, whether from the steam or from the thoughts that had recently surfaced in her mind. Having prepared herself mentally, she now felt an overwhelming strength. Draped in a new towel Kakashi had left in the cabinet, Sangmu walked into the living room, her oversized home slippers clopping softly against the floor. The person who should have been home was nowhere to be found. Confused, she wandered about, calling Kakashi. The bloodstains and watermarks at the entrance had been tidied up. The interior was clean and orderly, with spotless floors, bookshelves, and furniture all reflecting Kakashi's meticulous nature and penchant for cleanliness. Indeed, tidying up the living space not only created a pristine environment, but also alleviated anxiety. A sentiment Sangmu understood all too well. She comprehended Kakashi's seemingly excessive need for cleanliness. On the shoe cabinet in the entrance lay a few sealed bags emblazoned with the Konoha Hospital insignia, along with some of Kakashi's personal belongings, his house keys, pocket watch, and a novel that he must have taken out of his pocket upon arriving home, damp from the rain. The edges of the novel had become quite worn, and this particular volume seemed to be the first part of Chinra Bowley, a book she cherished and often revisited. She reached out to touch the damp cover, pondering whether her beloved novel could have been saved had it not been for her unexpected arrival. Perhaps she should take the book inside to dry it out. She had handled the works from the Chinra Tiantang series before. The pages were of good quality, and the ink used was also fine. If it was merely a brief dampening, drying it promptly should not affect the legibility of the text. However, recalling the content of the book made her reluctant to touch it, her fingers reaching out only to retract, reflecting a complex expression on Sangmu's face. Time passed, and as she switched off the hairdryer, a pungent yet sweet aroma wafted through the air, awakening Sangmu's senses to the scent of ginger syrup. Where was the person responsible for it? Following the fragrance, she entered the kitchen, expecting to find Kakashi there, but he was not. It was clear that he had been preparing ginger soup before leaving. The pot on the gas stove still contained a significant amount of steaming soup. Yet the white porcelain bowl by its side held only a quarter of it, with some of the liquid splattered onto the countertop. The cooled brown syrup, which would later exude a sweet scent, stood out starkly against the clean surface, and the spoon used for stirring was carelessly placed aside, with ginger juice splattered everywhere. This was not typical behavior for the cleanliness-conscious Kakashi. Approaching, she washed the spoon and hung it up, then wiped the spilled soup from the counter. A slight frown creasing Sangmu's brow. Had something urgent occurred while she was in the shower that forced Kakashi to leave abruptly? Turning to glance out at the unrelenting rain, an inexplicable worry crept into her heart. If it were an emergency mission dispatched from above, Kakashi would have surely informed her before departing. Could it be that those individuals from the alley had returned after searching for her in vain, coincidentally encountering Kakashi on his way back home? However, she quickly dismissed the thought, as there were no signs of a struggle in the house, and the target of the mission was Rizu Qingyue. They had approached covertly to capture her, and there was no reason for them to confront a highly regarded jonin like Kakashi. What then could have prompted Kakashi to venture out into such heavy rain without a word? Considering that the house appeared undisturbed, perhaps there were clues outside. With determination, Sangmu dashed to the door and flung it open, only to come face to face with a drenched Kakashi who was about to reach for the doorknob himself. Shocked, she realized he had arrived early to welcome her. Kakashi's eyes, peering out from beneath the rain-soaked strands of silver hair, reflected a mix of surprise and concern as he regarded her. Sangmu, taken aback by his soaked appearance, instinctively pulled him inside, shutting the apartment door behind them. She caught sight of the bag he held, meticulously tied to prevent water from seeping in, revealing a pair of women's slippers within. For a moment, she forgot what she had intended to say, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Kakashi was unharmed, seemingly having gone out to buy something. Wait, she thought, glancing at the slippers. Did you buy these for me? Kakashi gently brushed his fingers against her chin, placing the damp shopping bag atop the two medical kits. These are all for you, he replied, then removed his wet shoes, placing them on the shoe rack before changing into a pair of indoor slippers. Sangmu watched as he retreated to the room for clothing, then turned to the bathroom. I'll take a quick shower first. Can you see if there's anything useful in the bag? Confused, she opened the bag to find women's pajamas, a toothbrush, a water cup, slippers, socks, undergarments, and even a cozy sweater dress along with a pair of women's ninja shoes suitable for outdoor wear. He had considered everything for her. Turning her gaze to the floor, she noticed the trail of water left by Kakashi's passage. He truly was taking their relationship seriously. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sangmu couldn't help but chuckle at her earlier awkwardness in the bathroom. For Kakashi, she would unhesitatingly give her life. So, if she could offer her life, why should she hesitate over anything else? Following her heart and living in the moment was all that mattered, wasn't it? When the silver-haired youth emerged from the bathroom with his torso bare, Sangmu had already returned to the kitchen to reheat the ginger soup. Dividing it into 2 bowls and placing them on the dining table, she rolled up her sleeves, standing at the sink, intending to clean the pot and utensils. Just as she was washing, a strong, cool arm reached around her from behind and turned off the faucet. Startled, she turned to find Kakashi's side profile, fresh and fragrant from his shower. Leaning closer, he gently pressed his lips against hers before returning to his previous spot. Sangmu blinked her clear, dark gray eyes, trying to steady her racing heart. Kakashi, with a towel draped over his shoulder and water still dripping from his hair, reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Your hand is still injured. You shouldn't handle any cleaning agents yet. I didn't touch it with my palm. Sangmu replied, shrugging her shoulders and raising her right hand. She then turned to smile at him. My left hand, the one I injured, is my non-dominant hand. My dominant hand is just fine to wash with. Kakashi looked at her, surprised. You did it yourself? To defend against Jinjutsu? Sangmu gave him a knowing glance, rinsing the last bit of foam from the sink. Without chakra, it was indeed quite challenging. At times, one had to resort to self-inflicted wounds to survive. As she removed her apron, intending to invite Kakashi to sit and share a bowl of ginger soup, she finally noticed the fresh, red wounds across his body. The tips of his fingers brushed near the new cuts that had turned white from the rain's wash. Sangmu's brows furrowed in concern. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. It's just a minor issue, Kakashi reassured her, lifting her delicate chin gently. I already used the hemostatic technique. Later, we can disinfect the wounds and apply some ointment. Hearing this, Sangmu nodded, her mind racing with thoughts of how she could assist him. Then let me help you with the ointment later. Kakashi, not one to refuse, affectionately ruffled her hair. I appreciate it, Xiaomo. In the living room, he positioned a bucket between them, steadying her injured left hand while pouring saline solution over the wound. The gash in her palm was filled with dirt and debris, needing to be cleaned thoroughly before they could disinfect and bandage it for quicker healing. You really did a number on yourself, Kakashi teased lightly, though his furrowed brow betrayed his concern. There was no need for such a deep wound. Even if it was to break a Jinjutsu, it seemed that the urgency of the moment had prevented her from controlling the force of her self-inflicted injury. His gaze shifted to the clothes she had recently changed out of, a set of Konoha ninja attire issued upon passing the Chunin exams. Had the third Hokage reinstated her ninja rank? Or was it a mission involving a disguise? As Kakashi emptied an entire bottle of saline solution onto her wound, he appeared lost in thought. Sensing his distraction, Sangmu leaned closer and whispered, What are you thinking about? Kakashi, feigning surprise, replied, Oh, I just realized you've reverted back. Sangmu sighed, slightly exasperated, and decided to play along. What do you mean? What has reverted back? The silver-haired ninja endeavored to suppress his laughter, gesturing toward Sangmu Lin's eyes. They were green when you returned home, but now they've reverted. Ah, that was merely a disguise for the mission, she replied, indicating a pile of dirty clothes nearby. The contact lenses were removed and placed in a box, which is in my jacket pocket. Sangmu then turned her head back, her expression conveying a sense of satisfaction. As if to ask, are you pleased? Do you have any further inquiries? After a brief silence, Kakashi began to disinfect her left hand. The antiseptic solution stung, causing Sangmu Lin to break out in a cold sweat. Kakashi observed her in silence, aware that given Sangmu's personality, she would not have retreated to her apartment unless absolutely necessary. In a substitution mission, the greatest fear was the exposure of one's identity, leading to mission failure. In the past, she had chakra and the bloodline limit of her clan, which made substitution missions effortless. However, now, in her current state, she was still being assigned such tasks. It appeared that the mission still involved lurking within the village. In Konoha, the only matters that could trouble the third Hokage were those concerning the safety of the Fire Country or the internal conflicts among the prominent clans of Konoha. To ensure that these conflicts would not endanger the foundation of Konoha while resolving them at the minimal cost, it was sometimes necessary to dispatch an intelligence ninja disguised as a member of a noble clan to infiltrate deeply, understand and grasp the core reasons behind the familial issues, and then devise strategies for resolution. However, those notable clans in the village were not to be underestimated. Each possessed unique clan secrets, making infiltration quite challenging, especially since Sangmu was currently unable to utilize chakra. Did she truly have to venture alone into the wolf's den? Kakashi found himself increasingly perplexed by the third Hokage's intentions. After applying the wound ointment, he rewrapped Sangmu's left hand with a clean bandage, gently grasping her slender wrist as he inquired, May I visit you afterward? Chapter 9. Long night. Faced with Kakashi's serious expression, Sangmu Lin, after a brief pause, averted her gaze. Withdrawing her wrist and rising to fetch a warm ginger soup from the kitchen, Kakashi glanced at the ginger soup placed before him, only to see her engrossed in taking a porcelain dish containing the ointment, signaling him to turn around. Drink it while it's hot. I'll assist you with the medication. With a barely audible sigh, The silver-haired man observed her, judging by the disheveled state she had arrived in. It was apparent that the mission assigned by the third Hokage was likely no simple task, setting aside the entangled affairs within the Konoha clans. The lack of trust from the higher-ups posed another obstacle, and Sangmu would likely not permit him to seek her out while she was executing a substitution mission. Perhaps it was to avoid entangling him further. However, Kakashi understood the significance of being unable to use chakra for a ninja undertaking a perilous task. There was no one quite like Sangmu Lin in this world, and it was impossible for him not to worry. If he could offer some assistance, it would be better than her struggling alone. Noticing Kakashi had yet to touch his soup, Sangmu circled around to his back. The cool sensation from her touch brought Kakashi back to reality. Seeing her bent over to apply the ointment, he quickly apologized and turned around, standing up and resuming his seat in the armchair. Kakashi's previously minor wounds, which had been exposed to water for extended periods, now appeared white and swollen, while the vibrant red cuts stood out starkly against his pale skin. Sangmu furrowed her brow as she examined the wounds, opting to use her recently disinfected left fingertip to dab the ointment from the dish and gently apply it to each cut. Kakashi could feel her delicate fingers gliding over his skin. It wasn't that he was being stubborn. This time, he and Gunma, along with Chikage, had cooperated well, sustaining only superficial injuries that were indeed not critical. Ordinarily, he would have managed them himself with little effort. Yet, Sangmu seemed to feel guilty about his decision to venture out in the rain for supplies with injuries. Observing her focused gaze on his wounds, Kakashi refrained from interrupting her. The atmosphere in the room gradually quieted, the unpleasant scent of antiseptic intertwining with the sweet aroma of ginger soup, while the soft light seemed to envelop the cold outside like delicate satin. Sangmu's fingers traced the firm contours of Kakashi's muscles, tenderly applying the ointment. In moments of silence, one's sensory perception heightened. He could feel the gentle caress of her soft fingers as they glided over his arms and back. Resting his chin against the back of the chair with his arms wrapped around its frame, Kakashi's previously serene gaze began to shift. Feeling an inexplicable thirst, he silently reached for the bowl of ginger soup on the table. Sangmu, unaware of Kakashi's change, applied the ointment to the remaining visible wounds. Glancing at the half-remaining white bandage on the table, she leaned forward, her cool fingertips brushing against the nape of Kakashi's neck as she softly asked, "Do you have more bandages at home?" With a hint of fluster, Kakashi lowered his gaze to sip the hot ginger soup, gesturing toward the shelf beside the bookcase. The third compartment from the top, he coughed, his voice hoarse, and he choked slightly on the spicy soup. Assuming he had consumed the soup too quickly, Sangmu patted his back until he regained composure, then walked directly to the shelf. Kakashi, with his chin resting on the back of the chair, followed her with his gaze. The black nightgown hung loosely on Sangmu, even though she had rolled up the sleeves and pant legs to a suitable length. The overlong hem and sleeves that slipped with her movements only accentuated her petite charm. As the sleeves slipped down, she casually rolled them back up, standing on tiptoe to reach the bandages on the shelf. Kakashi silently watched as Sangmu dragged a chair over, removed her shoes, and stood on the chair, stretching to grasp the supplies above. Her smooth, slender arms glimmered under the light, and her delicate ankles appeared exceptionally adorable. Kakashi remained seated, fixated on her. As she raised her arms, the oversized collar of the nightgown slipped, revealing one of her fragrant shoulders. His gaze deepened uncontrollably, and he tightened his grip on the bowl. Sangmu had successfully retrieved the bandage. Turning back with a look of delight in her eyes, Kakashi quickly averted his gaze as he realized his inappropriate thoughts, silently berating himself. Sangmu approached, brandishing the bandage, but sensing the fleeting awkwardness in Kakashi's eyes, she hesitated before choosing to first tend to his wounds. As she circled back behind him, unwrapping the bandage package, Kakashi's somewhat hoarse voice reached her, "Let me handle it from here." Observing that while he spoke those words, his posture remained unchanged in the chair, Sangmu, puzzled, continued to unwrap the bandage with a cheerful tone. "I'll help you. I'm quite skilled at wrapping bandages." Kakashi silently lifted the bowl to drink the ginger soup. The cuts on his arms merely required waterproof gauze, while only the longer and deeper wound on his lower back necessitated bandaging. Sangmu Lin secured the beginning of the bandage with the tip of her finger, then began to roll the white bandage along Kakashi's waist. As the layers overlapped and intertwined, her arms wrapped around his waist, and her stray hair occasionally brushed against his strong back. Kakashi's broad silhouette, turned away from her, exuded an unusual tranquility at that moment. Gradually, the warmth radiating from him caused Song-Mu Lin to unknowingly flush. The connection between two adults, both attuned to each other's feelings, made it difficult to suppress their emotions. Kakashi held a bowl, sipping ginger soup intermittently. Once Song-Mu Lin had finished wrapping the bandage, she paused, resting her knuckles on his lower back. A subtle atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Stealing a glance at the silver-haired youth who seemed engrossed in his soup, she noticed his ears had turned crimson, revealing unspoken signals. Song-Mu Lin bit her lip, took a deep breath, and with a slightly trembling voice stated, I also want a drink. Kakashi looked up from his bowl at the small figure standing before him, her serious expression contrasting with her demeanor. He unconsciously swallowed the ginger soup in his mouth, raised the now empty white porcelain bowl, and stammered, There's none left. The kitchen should still have. As he turned towards the kitchen, Song-Mu Lin reached out, turning his face back to hers, cupping his cheeks, and then bending down to seal his impending words with her soft lips. His eyes, which usually drooped, suddenly widened. The tender sensation on his lips and the fragrance filling his nostrils rendered Kakashi's muscles taut, his hand holding the bowl frozen in midair as if paralyzed. Her cool fingers slipped behind his already blushing ears, and with shy movements, Song-Mu Lin gently pressed her lips against his. Pulling back slightly, she lifted her misty eyes to meet his. Kakashi, as if momentarily stunned, gazed deeply into her eyes, which were flushed with embarrassment, and she held his face tenderly. She glanced at his slender lips before meeting his gaze again, as if extending an invitation. Song-Mu Lin leaned down once more, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Setting down the white porcelain bowl on the table, Kakashi stretched his arm, pulling Song-Mu Lin towards him. The wooden chair that stood between them toppled to the ground with a thud as he stood up in haste, the sound of splintering would echoing dully. However, no one paid it any mind. Kakashi caressed Song-Mu Lin's ear, which was similarly tinged with pink, and leaned in to capture her lips, kissing her fervently, prying open her mouth time and again. The sudden intensity left Song-Mu Lin's legs weak, just as her back pressed against the cool wall. Kakashi moved from her lips to gently kiss her smooth chin, trailing down to nip at her delicate collarbone. Startled, Song-Mu Lin instinctively grasped his shoulder. The exposed muscles of Kakashi's arms were taut and warm to the touch. Realizing the precariousness of the moment, he pulled back slightly, his hand pressed against the wall, his breath hot and restrained near her ear. The heavy breaths brushed against Song-Mu Lin's delicate neck, causing her temperature to spike. Her voice trembled as she raised her arms to encircle his shoulders, standing on tiptoe, her lips whispering against Kakashi's ear, "Let us go to the room." Surprised by her words, the silver-haired man instinctively leaned in to kiss her again. However, when he glanced down, he noticed Song-Mu Lin's swollen forehead, the wounded corner of her mouth, and several small cuts on her cheeks, along with the strong scent of medicine that lingered in the air. All these signs warned Kakashi that continuing would not be comfortable for her. Despite her pain, she made no move to push him away. Kakashi, feeling a pang of guilt, embraced her tightly, his heavy breathing a reflection of his frantic heart. "I'm sorry, Song-Mu. I was too eager." Song-Mu Lin tilted her glistening eyes upwards, momentarily stunned before realizing that he had indeed tugged at her wounds. She smiled softly, wrapping her arms around Kakashi's waist, resting her chin on his broad shoulder, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "It's all right, Kakashi. It's okay." Knowing they were stepping into unknown territory, despite her underlying fear, she was willing to try and overcome it for him. Kakashi, feeling a surge of emotions, lifted Song-Mu Lin's legs to wrap around his waist. He kissed her softly, this time with gentle movements. He extinguished the living room light and carried her toward the bedroom. The kisses, feather-light against her face and neck, made Song-Mu Lin giggle as she playfully dodged. Kakashi then laid her down onto the soft bed, his heavy breath still evident as he pinched her round chin. His voice husky, "I cannot take advantage. Let us wait until you heal." His gaze was intensely focused and profound. Understanding the implication of his words, Song-Mu Lin recalled her earlier invitation in the living room. Embarrassed, she grabbed the neatly folded bedding next to her and covered her tomato-red face, saying, "No, don't come back." The silver-haired man chuckled and fell silent. After a while, when Song-Mu Lin didn't hear Kakashi's voice, she peeked out from beneath the covers, only to hear the sound of the shower running in the bathroom. Now an adult, she understood what Kakashi was doing. Her cheeks flushed as she turned over, forcing herself to sleep. Yet, warmth spread through her heart from his gentle treatment. That night, as they fell asleep in each other's embrace without further incident, Song Lin thought that Kakashi intended to be a couple focused solely on emotional connection for a long time. However, the silver-haired ninja soon demonstrated through his actions that he was a normal man. In the days that followed, he diligently prepared nourishing soup for her, ensuring she took her medicine and tended to her injuries. After several days of recuperating at Kakashi's home, Song Lin stood before the bookshelf, her fingers pausing upon sensing someone's approach behind her. Outside, the rain fell heavily, reminiscent of that fateful day. Kakashi's sturdy chest pressed against her back, his broad hands resting on her shoulders as the collar of her pajamas was tugged aside. Silver and white strands of hair intertwined, brushing against her ears, as Kakashi's soft kisses began to descend upon her elegant neck. Song Lin's low, heavy voice seemed to seek compensation. After days of mental preparation, she smiled slightly, tilting her head, her lips parting in silent acquiescence. In the dimly lit apartment, only the entrance remained illuminated. The soft sounds of movement and a low, husky, yet gentle voice murmured, "Don't worry, leave it to me," accompanied by her intermittent, soft sobs. Outside, the torrential rain showed no signs of letting up. Inside, the night that belonged solely to them had only just begun. Chapter 10 Good fortune. The heavy rain from last night rendered the sky the next day as pristine as if it had been washed clean, with white clouds leisurely drifting and the sunlight warm and gentle. Holding freshly purchased vegetables and fruits, Kakashi entered the bookstore, intending to buy another copy of Intimate Violence, as it contained some nuances he wished to savor, while the dried copy that Xiaomu had given him, now imbued with profound significance, had already found its place on his bookshelf. "Good day," the bookstore clerk greeted with a smile. As Hatake Kakashi was a frequent patron, the clerk naturally inquired, "What book are you looking for today?" Navigating the familiar aisles with ease, Kakashi retrieved the desired volume and placed the orange book on the counter, offering the clerk a radiant smile that reflected his contentment. A glimmer of surprise crossed the clerk's face. He had never witnessed the silver-haired ninja display such an expression since he began working at the bookstore. Typically, Kakashi would silently select his books and nod politely during payment. Or, when seeking assistance, he would merely smile courteously. Today, however, the clerk was taken aback by the warmth of Kakashi's demeanor. "You seem quite different today," the clerk remarked as he completed the transaction, handing the receipt to Kakashi, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Has something good happened?" Tucking the book into his pocket, the silver-haired man paused, then glanced towards the sunlit exterior of the store. His lips moved beneath the mask, and his tone brightened. "Perhaps it is the splendid weather that uplifts the spirit. Is that so?" The clerk, of course, did not expect Kakashi to divulge personal matters. Yet the fact that the usually aloof shinobi was engaging him in conversation left him pleasantly surprised. It seemed indeed that Kakashi had experienced something delightful. As ninjas, they often toiled tirelessly for the stability of their village, undertaking perilous missions that placed a burden on both body and spirit far greater than that of ordinary villagers. Witnessing Kakashi's smile, the clerk felt genuinely happy for him. "May you have a pleasant day." "Take care," the clerk bid farewell. "Thank you, and you as well," Kakashi replied with a smile as he exited the bookstore, leaving the clerk beaming with joy. Next, retrieving the novel from his pocket, the silver-haired man looked up at the sky. Remembering Xiaomu mentioning that she would be occupied at her residence today, Kakashi buried himself back into the book, pondering whether he should inquire with the relevant department about the recent extended leaves taken by some ninjas. At that moment, in her own bathroom, Song Lin absent-mindedly glanced into the mirror while adjusting her hair dye. Sensing something amiss, she leaned closer, pulling down her black collar. To her astonishment, several varying shades of red and pink marred her fair neck, with a couple of spots even bruised to a deep purple. Frowning slightly, she tugged down further, discovering a bite mark on her right collarbone. That fellow exhausted from the previous night, she had succumbed to sleep after Kakashi's eager assistance in cleaning up. This morning, while changing out of her pajamas, she had been too groggy to pay attention. Did everything leave such marks afterwards? As memories of last night flooded back, Songmu's face flushed. Hastily adjusting her collar, steeling her racing heart, she donned gloves and prepared to dye her hair. She had already formulated a rough plan to deal with the Day One clan, and the first step was to dye her white hair black and cut it short. Wearing a wig was inconvenient, especially in battle. Should it be yanked off mid-fight, it would be quite embarrassing. Coincidentally, she had wagered with Kakashi that morning that he could not pry into her affairs or follow her, just as she would conceal her identity during the mission. Kakashi had seen her long black wig, and a change in appearance would be quite fitting. Sangmu understood Kakashi's intention to assist her, yet she preferred to keep him uninvolved. Over the years, he had remained solitary, but was clear about his allegiances. Furthermore, this task was originally assigned by the third Hokage to test her, and she hoped to present a satisfactory outcome to that esteemed individual. Confirming the dye was indeed the pure black she desired, Sangmu proceeded to apply it to her hair. Meanwhile, having stored the groceries in the refrigerator and opened the window for ventilation, the silver-haired ninja walked through the streets, contemplating inquiring at the ninja department for the recent duty roster. Suddenly, a familiar boisterous voice rang out from the street corner. "What splendid weather we have today, Kakashi. This is truly a day to unleash the spirit of youth. Wait for me, Kakashi." The lingering echoes of his call reverberated as Might Guy skidded to a halt beside Kakashi, a gust of wind trailing behind him, tousling Kakashi's hair. The silver-haired ninja set his novel aside, glancing at the ever-energetic watermelon-headed youth, who would return from a mission with 3 students in tow early in the morning, without having had lunch, and immediately seek a competition. Moreover, in this scenario, winning could easily result in this fellow claiming a draw. Kakashi sighed habitually. "Are you sure about this?" Might Guy nodded enthusiastically, then paused, realizing Kakashi had asked, "Are you sure?" rather than "I refuse" or "I decline." For the past 2 months, he had turned down every invitation to spar. Excitedly, the watermelon had exclaimed, "Have you agreed to resume our Konoha Beast friendship match, Kakashi?" The silver-haired youth picked up Intimate Paradise once more. "Thank you, but that doesn't sound particularly appealing." Wait. The watermelon-headed youth, sensing an opportunity, quickly threw an arm around Kakashi's shoulder. "Is it the name you dislike? How about we add fiery to it? Konoha Fiery Beast Friendship Match. It sounds exhilarating." Kakashi paused, turning a page of his book, feeling exasperated. "Suit yourself, but what are we competing in?" Suddenly, Guy grabbed him, reaching out to feel his forehead and then his own. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing." Might Guy leaned in closer, scrutinizing Kakashi's expression. "By the way, you seem unusually agreeable today. It's rather unsettling." "Oh, really?" Kakashi raised his head from the book, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Well, never mind." Guy clapped his hands. "That's it. This nonchalant attitude is unmistakably Kakashi." Reinvigorated, he surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a ring toss game nearby. "Let's compete in this today, Kakashi. Whoever can toss the most rings onto the designated items within 3 minutes wins." "What?" Glancing at the clearly juvenile game stall, the silver-haired youth's lips twitched. Was Guy attempting to make up for a childhood he had missed due to training? "All right, it does sound rather amusing," Kakashi conceded, closing his book and placing it in his pocket. "Shall we begin? You go first or I go first?" Guy pondered. 3 minutes seems a bit short. "How about we choose a different competition?" He turned to Kakashi, expecting him to ignore him and walk away, but was surprised to see Kakashi merely raise an eyebrow, crossing his arms as if waiting for him to decide what to compete in. This felt a bit off. Guy tentatively suggested, "How about archery?" Kakashi considered it and nodded. Guy then proposed, "How about a swimming technique contest?" Kakashi shrugged, indicating he was unperturbed. The exuberant watermelon head leaned closer, his round eyes almost touching Kakashi's chin, and, undeterred, probed. "What about a tempura eating contest?" The silver-haired youth furrowed his brow in confusion. What on earth? He soon realized that Kai was questioning whether he was truly himself. Thus, Kakashi languidly lowered his eyelids and extended his index finger to push Kai's watermelon-shaped head a bit further away, mischievously retorting, "How about we play a game of guess the person from a photo?" Huh. Although Kakashi jested about Kai's face blindness, the latter appeared quite delighted. He threw his arm around Kakashi's neck and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I've got it. Let's have a ramen eating contest today." The silver-haired youth sighed for the 3rd time that day, thinking that it was probably Kai who was simply hungry. "Ha ha ha." Kai chuckled awkwardly, and his stomach rumbled audibly. "How about we wait until I'm full before we have our showdown? Ramen it is then. Let us go." Kakashi interjected, pivoting on his toes and striding towards Uncle Ichiraka's shop without waiting for Kai to finish. Faced with Kakashi's obliging nature, Kai felt an unusual sense of comfort. He eagerly matched Kakashi's pace, walking alongside him and nudging the silver-haired shinobi, who had once again pulled out his little yellow book, asking, "Hey Kakashi, why do you seem especially youthful today?" Do I? Kakashi replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Perhaps something good is afoot? Why do you always speak in such an enigmatic manner? Ha. Under the sun, the two elite Konoha shinobi strolled through the streets, their banter ringing out intermittently. By the way, did you carry out your youthful confession plan last time? I forgot to ask who the lady in question was. Did it succeed? Well, I simply want to tell you. Hey, but you are my lifelong rival, Kakashi. This concerns your happiness, so do tell me. At this, Kai lowered his head, choosing not to look. How infuriating. Don't just ignore me like that. A few hours later, at the Moon Chien Hair Salon in Konoha. Chingyue-sensei, are you sure you want to cut it this short? The salon owner had previously interacted with the disguised Sangmu Lin, who had dressed as Qinghue. That day, Qinghue had gone to the adjacent mask shop to help Naruto with a complaint, and the mask shop owner had been quite relentless, insisting she bring Naruto in to apologize in person. It was the salon owner who intervened and helped smooth things over. Qinghue had formed a good impression of her, and when the thought of a haircut arose, she immediately thought of her. At that moment, the salon owner, gently touching her own thick, soft hair, wore a look of regret. I hadn't noticed before, but today I see that Chingyue-sensei's hair is truly beautiful, thick and abundant without being overly voluminous. Are you really going to cut it? Yes, a bit shorter would be convenient for work. Please go ahead. However, before Qinghue could finish speaking, the salon owner interrupted her with a hint of urgency. Qingyue-sensei, you must be working extremely hard, right? Qinghue tilted her head, glancing at the worried expression on the salon owner's face as she held a few strands of hair behind her ear. Qinghue was a bit puzzled, waiting for her next words. You are so young and beautiful. How could you have gray hair already? Sangmu Lin, gazing at the woman before her, saw the compassion in her eyes and felt a bit unsettled. She then heard the owner asking, is the workload at school that heavy? Gray hair already? Oh, she must have seen the few white strands on her head. It seemed the owner's dyeing skills were somewhat lacking. After all, without work, survival itself would be a challenge. So having gray hair didn't matter much. Please cut it, Qinghue conceded, going along with the misunderstanding. Shorter, if you would. The salon owner, seeing her determination, refrained from further comments, adding, with your looks, any hairstyle would suit you. Qinghue smiled. It was undeniable that compliments from a kind and beautiful woman were quite flattering. As she examined her reflection in the mirror, her tidy black bob revealed the salon owner's exceptional skill. Though her hair had been cut quite short, it was still a tad shorter than the style she had returned to the village with over a year ago. The slightly tousled strands emanated a casual beauty. Qinghue tucked back the fringe falling over her forehead, feeling quite satisfied as she prepared to pay. Long hair is ethereal and graceful, while short hair is spirited and chic. The salon owner watched as Qinghue, with her smooth facial features, bent to retrieve her money, displaying a refreshing cleanliness in her every movement. She couldn't help but marvel at how the creator sometimes shows favoritism. It feels like after getting a haircut, Chingyue-sensei's gaze has completely changed. The young woman giggled. Hearing this, Qinghue also smiled, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Well, after all, having cut it, I must now prepare for battle. Assuming she meant her work at school, the amused salon owner chuckled again. After thanking the salon owner, Qinghue turned to leave. Sister Yueqian, I think. Just then, someone pushed open the door, ducking under the curtain and entering, colliding directly with Qinghue, who was exiting. Her forehead met with a gentle but firm impact. It wasn't that the collision was particularly forceful, but rather the other person's hard chin had struck her still recovering forehead. Before she could say anything, a voice she recognized well came from above her head. Sorry, did I hurt you? From her peripheral vision, Qinghue recognized the shinobi pouch strapped to the waist of the newcomer and, after a moment of surprise, deduced the identity of the visitor. Xianjian. Well then, it was time to test her disguising skills. Qinghue lowered her hand from her forehead and looked at the person who had bumped into her, striving to maintain a natural expression. Sir, please be more careful when walking in the future. Seeing the woman lower her head, attempting to sidestep him as she exited the shop, Nara Xianjian, with a kunai in his mouth, moved closer. Wait a moment, you. Qinghue, who initially intended to leave, was suddenly halted by his call, feeling a rush of anxiety. Had she been recognized? She had meticulously applied makeup to match the features of Chu Qinghue before stepping out. The man, holding a kunai, leaned in closer, and the dark-haired woman, with her lips twitching, diverted her gaze before forcing herself to meet his eyes. Is there something else? Xianjian squinted at her, inching closer. Cold sweat began to bead at Qingyue's temples. No way, she had just changed her appearance, and was it about to be revealed already? Just as she feared Xianjian would call out her name at any moment, he pointed at her forehead. "Isn't this area swollen from the bump? Let me take you to the pharmacy to get some ointment." Chapter 11. Returning home, the slight swelling and bruising on her forehead had developed over several days and were distinctly different from the fresh impact of the collision. As a special jonin, wouldn't Xianjian be able to see through it? Uncertain of his true intentions, Sangmu could only react as a stranger would. She took a step back, allowing Xianjian some space, and shot him a frosty glare. No need. It was clear that they had merely bumped into each other. And anyone with common sense could tell that this injury was not his doing. "Oh, you." Just as Xianjian was about to inquire about the familiar expression in the woman's eyes, the salon owner, who was sweeping up hair on the floor, approached and patted Xianjian on the back. "Don't cling to a beautiful lady just because you see one, little Jian." Qingyue glanced at the man, who was being scolded yet still scratching his head and grinning, surprised that the salon owner was acquainted with Xianjian. However, she had no time to ponder such matters. Fearing she might be exposed, she seized the opportunity during their conversation to slip out of the salon and hurriedly leave. "Oh, how could you think of me that way? I was just concerned about her injury." Xianjian withdrew his gaze from the direction in which Qingyue had departed and resumed a light-hearted conversation with the proprietress. "TCH. As if I don't know you." Yueqian shook her head and returned to pick up a broom. "You really know how to ingratiate yourself. They say the injury on teacher Qingyue's face was caused by an accident at work several days ago." Xianjian approached and took a seat in the barber chair, searching his mind for any recollection of the name. While he could not place the name, her face evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Don't think about it. She is a teacher at the Shinobi Academy, honest and principled. How could she possibly be interested in someone as frivolous as you?" Yueqian bent down to sweep the floor. Xianjian clicked his tongue in protest. "Hey, Yueqian, don't make me sound like a peacock strutting around looking for a mate." With a sigh, Yueqian set the broom aside, approached him from behind, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Through the reflection in the barber's mirror, she asked, "So, this respectable gentleman, after your haircut, where do you plan to meet with which lovely lady?" Caught off guard as he indeed had an appointment, Xianjian fell silent, his gaze shifting to the floor where a broom and dustpan lay in the corner, filled with the remnants of the hair Yueqian had just swept away. "Sister, is that hair from that guy?" Xianjian suddenly inquired. Yueqian, engrossed in cutting hair, glanced at the pile in the corner and then refocused. "Yes. I disposed of it in the morning, and in the afternoon, both you and teacher Qingyue arrived at the shop. You haven't even had your haircut yet. It must belong to teacher Qingyue, right? What's the matter? Missing someone? Now that's excessive, sister, saying it makes me sound like a pervert." Xianjian expressed his discontent with a click of his tongue, realizing he needed to reflect on his behavior lest those around him continue to think of him as a shameless rogue. The proprietress, with her scissors in hand, chuckled at Xianjian's words. The two fell into a comfortable silence, while the pile of black hair in the corner, with a few strands of white interspersed, drew Xianjian into contemplation. After a visit to the third Hokage, where he obtained what he sought, a woman clad in high-heeled ninja shoes stood outside a large estate, her hands filled with various supplements and fruits. So it's here. The home of her adoptive family, the Nichiryu clan, was indeed the same household she had visited multiple times while assisting in the search for the black cat, Xiaobai. She recalled that the commission letters always addressed her as Madame Meishio. However, she had never paid attention to the surname of the homeowner. To her surprise, the owner of Xiaobai was actually from the Nichiryu family. What a twist of fate. Yet, upon reflection, Xiaobai's appearance, with its black fur and green eyes, bore a striking resemblance to both Qingyue and the youthful assailant from that night. It must be a rather narcissistic lineage to choose a pet that reflects their own familial traits. Qingyue couldn't help but scoff inwardly. She wasn't in a rush to enter, but stood at the gate, laden with her packages, lingering for quite some time. Just when she felt it was about time, a voice from behind her broke the silence. "Oh, is that you, little Qingyue?" Turning around, Qingyue saw a middle-aged woman peering at her over the low wall of an adjacent house, having seemingly recognized her after a lengthy observation. After exchanging nods, the woman approached from the main entrance, cracking sunflower seeds as she walked. "You're back? I heard you sustained a serious injury. Are you all right?" Qingyue smiled, striving to appear gentle and amiable. "Hello, I had an accident during a mission last year and spent most of the past 6 months recuperating elsewhere. I fell and hit the back of my head, and many people may not remember me. May I ask who you are? The woman's expressions shifted from surprise to sympathy and then realization as she processed Qingwe's words. Our families have been neighbors for generations. You can call me Auntie Yaya. So, you've brought supplements back to visit your parents? The woman's actions of cracking seeds did not cease. Discarding the shells carelessly on the ground, Qingwe continued to smile at her, recognizing that the woman's expressions, though seemingly filled with concern for her plight, were more akin to those of a gossip eager to witness drama. Noticing the woman's eyes occasionally darting to the gifts in her hands, Qingwe, understanding the cue, stepped forward and produced half of her offerings. Auntie Yaya, I didn't bring much back this time. Perhaps you could take these small items and share them with the neighbors, as a gesture of respect from us younger ones. The middle-aged woman eagerly accepted the gifts, her smile stretching from ear to ear as she exclaimed, "Oh, how generous. I knew the Nichiryu family raised a considerate child like you. Although you may not be as skilled in ninjutsu as a true shinobi, you certainly have the grace and manners of your mother. When they tried to send you away, I was the first to stand up for you." Qingwe feigned innocent confusion, and the woman, recalling Qingwe's earlier mention of her injury and memory loss, paused to gently pat her back in consolation. "It's good that you're back. I believe they wouldn't be so heartless after all. You are still a Nichiryu." With her bright, expressive eyes, Qingwe feigned understanding, nodding obediently. "I understand. Thank you for your kind words, Auntie Yaya. What a good child you are," the woman remarked, her voice filled with genuine affection as she observed the scar on Qingwe's forehead. Turning towards the entrance of the Nichiryu estate, she called out, "Hey, Nichiryu family. Your second daughter has returned. Where is everyone to greet her?" As Qingwe glanced down the corridor of the estate, a few servants passed by. Upon hearing the woman's voice, they merely glanced her way before quickly averting their eyes upon recognizing Qingwe's face. No one responded. "What is going on today?" the woman murmured, turning back to see Qingwe's expression, which was a mix of bitterness and forced smiles. When she heard Qingwe reassure her that it was fine and that she would wait a bit longer, the middle-aged woman shook her head in resignation. "I never expected the Nichiryu family would be so unkind. Although you are an adopted daughter, you have lived together for so many years. Even a pet would develop feelings. Given how that plump woman treats that black cat, she is far kinder than how they treat this sensible child. The girl has gone out to work and become independent, and now she merely wishes to come home for a visit, yet no one has come to acknowledge her. How shameful." However, as an outsider, she could not do much. After a heavy sigh, the woman pressed some sunflower seeds into Qingwe's hands, saying, "Perhaps they are practicing ninjutsu in the backyard. Just wait a little longer. Have some of Auntie's sunflower seeds. Don't be anxious." Seeing Qingwe nod, the woman, clutching half of the gifts Qingwe had given her, swayed her way back to her own yard. Looking at the few sunflower seeds now dampened by the woman's sweat, Nichiryu, Qingwe fell silent, quietly tossing them into the nearby bushes. Once she confirmed that Auntie Yaya had entered her home and that no one else was watching, the gentle facade that had adorned her face vanished, replaced by a calm determination as she stepped over the threshold of the Nichiryu estate. "I have returned." At the Hokage Tower, a gentle breeze rustled the elderly man's white robes as a silver-haired shinobi stood straight behind him, reporting on certain details of missions that had not been included in the report. Kakashi, after a prolonged silence following the report, the elder finally spoke, his voice rich with the weight of experience. "Yes, Hokage-sama, is there something you wish to convey?" The gravity of the third Hokage's tone caused Kakashi to tense up. After a moment, the elder turned his head slightly to inquire, "How are your savings?" "Apologies, but I am not aware of what the third Hokage refers to." The silver-haired shinobi reacted, indicating his lack of understanding, when he witnessed the third Hokage slowly turning around. Kakashi noticed that he was holding a grayish-white pouch, which he recognized as the third Hokage's personal money bag. At that moment, the fingers of the third Hokage gripping the pouch trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, Kakashi realized that the pouch was utterly devoid of its contents. The silver-haired youth's expression shifted, and he hurriedly inquired, "Lord Third, have you encountered a robber?" However, upon reflection, he found that it did not make sense. What kind of brigand would dare rob the Hokage? Kakashi observed as the third Hokage shook the pouch, a hint of concern for Kakashi's future life evident on his face. "That girl is quite ruthless. She took everything. You must earn more money, or else you may find it insufficient for her extravagant spending in the future. Xiaomu? Kakashi felt the tension in his nerves ease. The Hokage's assistant lowered his voice and whispered in Kakashi's ear, Miss Xiaomu just visited Lord Hokage, claiming it was for task necessities, and took all of his money. Kakashi was taken aback, quickly realizing the humor of the situation, and he couldn't suppress a smile that almost crept onto his lips. He hastily lowered his head, pressing his hand against the corner of his mask, yet the mirth still sparkled in his eyes. Kakashi-kun, why are you still smiling? The Hokage's assistant looked perplexed. After slightly rearranging his expression, Kakashi bowed slightly to the Hokage and said, Please forgive Xiaomu's impulsive actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of assigning blame. He merely observed Kakashi, who was typically aloof and composed, immediately taking responsibility for her actions. The elder sighed lightly and teased, It seems your relationship is quite close. If it leads to a union, having her around wouldn't be such a bad thing. Kakashi felt a bit awkward but did not deny it. His words imbued with respect for the Hokage. In truth, a few days ago, Xiaomu had been ambushed by an unidentified enemy and sustained some injuries. Kakashi speculated that there would be many expenses arising from subsequent tasks, and due to her special status, she could not openly withdraw funds, hence resorting to this means. I understand, the third Hokage interjected, raising his hand to halt Kakashi's further explanation. A wealth of experience etched onto his weathered face. His eyes concealed a tempest of emotions. It was I who concealed the critical aspects of the mission, leaving her vulnerable and injured. Thus, it is understandable that she acted out of frustration. If she requires funds in the future, she may approach me at any time. Kakashi nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. He understood Xiaomu's character. She rarely sought help from others unless absolutely necessary, indicating she had encountered a task that truly required financial resources. However, the incident of completely emptying the Hokage's money pouch certainly involved personal sentiments. Kakashi chuckled, fully aware that their Hokage comprehended everything. Achoo! Upon arriving in the hall of the residence, just as Qingwei intended to set down the items in her hands, she suddenly felt an itch in her nose and sneezed. It seemed someone was speaking of her. Rubbing her nose, she pondered, when a pale-faced, lanky man entered the hall, looking at her with evident disdain. So filthy. Can't you just leave? Earlier that morning, she had retrieved valid information regarding the Nichiharu clan from the third Hokage. This man bore a striking resemblance to the dark-haired youth who had ambushed her previously, yet his complexion was ashen and haggard, suggesting he was the eldest son of the Nichiharu family, neglected due to his frail constitution. Nichiharu Young. Qingwei maintained her composure and greeted him. Hello, brother. Humph. Who is your brother? Nichiharu Young's green eyes were devoid of life, as if he could collapse at any moment, yet his tongue was sharp. You are no longer part of our family. Hurry and take your mess and get lost. If you die, die. What are you doing back here? Observing his labored speech, Qingwei was concerned she might inadvertently provoke him, leading to a life-threatening situation. Thus, she allowed him to rant, her expression remaining calm. However, after a few disparaging remarks, seeing Qingwei unfazed, he unexpectedly pulled a katana from the wall, raising it above his head and charging toward her. Seriously? The younger brother ambushed me under the cover of darkness, and now the elder brother doesn't even bother to pretend, just attacks with a sword? The curiosity regarding the deep-seated animosity between Nichiharu Qingwei and her family intensified within her. Brother, perhaps you should take a break. Qingwei, light on her feet, deftly evaded Nichiharu Yong's wild swings. Finally, standing at the entrance of the hall, she regarded him, exhausted from his futile attempts to strike her. She beckoned a passing servant outside, gently requesting, Please bring a glass of water for my brother to help him catch his breath. The servant, momentarily taken aback, nodded in understanding and hurried off. Inside the hall, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, Nichiharu Young heard her words, and his pale lips curled into a mocking smirk. The little sister still insists she has changed. After enduring his insults, she remained quiet. The moment he made a move, this woman rushed to his aid, revealing her true character. Just as Nichiharu Young straightened up, intending to demand an apology from Qingwei, she turned her face towards him, her expression filled with disdain for his presence. Do take care not to faint. I wouldn't want that to fall on my head. Chapter 12. White Eyes You. The black-haired youth, pale as paper, was livid, his chest heaving as if he might suffocate from suppressed rage. With the last ounce of strength, He hurled the razor-sharp katana toward the woman standing at the entrance. I will kill you. Watching the katana treated like a shuriken, soaring straight toward her face. Qingwei quickly bent her knees and crouched to dodge. The blade, spinning rapidly as it exited the door, startled the servants outside who were peering in, causing them to scatter in panic. The flourishing osmanthus tree in the courtyard was abruptly severed, a large branch crashing to the ground. Qingwei glanced back at the katana embedded in the doorframe, its blade shimmering in the sunlight, momentarily blinding her. Fortunately, she had evaded just in time. Otherwise, the force behind it would have undoubtedly cleaved her head. Clearly, her prior words had struck a nerve. Qingwei stood up, beads of sweat on her forehead, and raised her hands in apology. I apologize. It was my fault, dear brother. You are strong and should live long. You. Nichiharu Yong, breathless and furious, could only prop himself against the table, glaring fiercely at the woman in the doorway. At that moment, the servant returned with water. Qingwei took the cup from him, preparing to extend it to Nichiharu Yong. I did not come here to cause trouble. Please have a drink. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, she felt a powerful kick to her back, causing her to stumble forward. With a loud thud, the cup flew from her hands. And fearing the need to compensate for any broken items, Qingwei quickly moved to save the cup. However, the scalding tea spilled onto her hand. The woman, once poised, now lost her balance and fell to the ground with a dull thud. As the sun rose, Ri Chuyuan observed her with a critical eye. Although his kick had originated from behind, given the extraordinary agility she had displayed in recent days, it seemed improbable that she would fall so heavily. Approaching the figure sprawled on the ground, with a white bandage adorning the bridge of his nose. He narrowed his eyes and wondered what act she was attempting to perform this time. Qingwei, silent and unsteady, managed to rise from the ground, her hands wrapped in bandages, and her forehead swollen and bruised. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The dim evening light, coupled with the heavy mist and rain, obscured his view of her figure and features. All he recalled was that her beauty surpassed that of anyone in their clan. Now, as he beheld her lowered brow and the watery vulnerability in her expression, she exuded an even greater fragility, captivating the young man with black hair and green eyes. However, this moment of hesitation quickly crumbled when he saw her delicately place several fine white teacups into a tea tray. Just like that night in the rain when she had transformed into a vision of seduction, this display of weakness was undoubtedly an act. Ri Chuyuan's facial muscles twitched in irritation. Was she here to perform? That wretched woman, just as he stepped forward, poised to strike her and force her to reveal her true self. A deep, somber voice echoed from behind him. A group of impolite children, do not take offense. As Ri Chuyuan turned, Qingwei beheld an elderly woman, dignified in her attire, who bowed slightly at the entrance. Behind her stood Madame Meishio, whom she had previously tasked with finding a cat, and another striking woman clad in a chunin uniform, both bearing expressions of compliance. Qingwei had already perused the materials and garnered a rough understanding. Unlike other prominent families in Konoha, the Ri Chuyuan clan had always been matriarchal, with the clan leaders being women for generations. In recent decades, the Ri Chuyuan clan had been known for their harmonious family life, which villagers often admired. Currently, the clan leader, Ri Chuhui, had a son and 2 daughters. The eldest son and daughter had relinquished their ninja identities due to their limited abilities and had devoted themselves to commerce, while the youngest daughter, who had served as an advance unit, perished during the Kyubi chaos a decade ago. Indeed, Ishii Pan had deceived her. How could a prestigious family that only appointed female leaders merely instruct the women on how to be good wives and mothers? Ri Chui, now advanced in years, had a grandson, Ri Yong, who was unable to become a ninja due to health issues. Presently, the only recognized ninjas in the village were 2 members of the Ri Chuyuan clan, Ri Miko, the clan leader's granddaughter in the medical department, and Ri Chuyuan, who had just joined the interrogation department. Oh, if one were to consider the adopted daughter, Ri Qingwei, who had been expelled from the family 2 years prior, but had entered the education department the previous year. The Ri Chuyuan clan now had only 3 ninjas contributing to the village's welfare. The materials indicated that the Ri Chuyuan clan had once boasted a vibrant population, with no shortage of talented and exceptional ninja. Yet now, including the granddaughter and adopted daughter, there were merely 3 active ninjas, and their qualifications were mediocre. Strictly speaking, Ri Qingwei was already deceased, leaving only 2. Qingwei silently contemplated, It was no wonder rumors circulated about the clan's intention to relocate from Konoha to focus solely on commerce. However, the current situation demanded her immediate attention, for as Ri Chu-wei lowered her hand, a man entered the hall, leaving Ri Qinghue momentarily stunned. It was evident that the esteemed clan leader, Ri Ji, of the Hyuga clan had been invited. The very invitation required extensive prior arrangements, and if not by coincidence, it was highly probable that the Hyuga clan had prepared for her arrival. Soon, a mere glance from the elderly lady confirmed Qingyue's suspicions. Upon receiving the signal, Ri Chuyuan formed a shadow clone that effectively restrained Qingyue, who made no attempt to resist. She heard Ri Chuyuan whisper near her ear, "I must thank you for presenting yourself today. Otherwise, after all these days of searching, I would have been at a loss for how to report back." Qingyue maintained her composure. It appeared that Ri Chuyuan's actions that night had been directed by Ri Chu-wei, and his failure to capture her had left him anxious about incurring his grandmother's wrath. Who could have anticipated that she would fortuitously return today? "Lord Ji, my granddaughter has been missing since her fall last year, and now suddenly, this woman claiming to be Ri Qingyue has returned. Her physique and appearance align, yet her temperament and abilities have undergone a significant transformation." As Qingyue remained firmly held, she could only watch as the elder continued. In such circumstances, it was difficult not to suspect impersonation. "Today, I wish to enlist your help to verify this, lest foreign spies exploit the situation and plunge our village into unwarranted peril." Upon hearing this, Lord Ji glanced at Qingyue, nodded slightly, and consented. "It is no trouble. I am willing to grant the elder this favor." His expression remained inscrutable. Song Mu Lin inwardly cursed. This uncle had once taken care of her during her childhood, often inviting her to the Hyuga estate to spar with his clan members. Reflecting on those days, she was merely a child, facing several adult Hyuga clan members, enduring years of being overpowered and pinned down. It was those same eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through anything, that could detect even the slightest fluctuation of chakra. Yet, at this moment, she felt no trepidation. Putting aside her previous year of overcoming her fear of the Hyuga clan's techniques, even now, facing the clan leader of such esteemed power and status, Song Mu Lin felt no fear. The reason was simple: she was now Ri Qingyue. With no chakra response emanating from her, she felt emboldened, given her current condition. Even if the strongest Hyuga were summoned to assess her, what could they possibly uncover? Could they manifest what did not exist? Indeed, Lord Ji activated his Byakugan, swiftly scanning the area around the woman before declaring, "A mere waste. There is nothing of note." The members of the Ri Chuyuan clan exchanged glances. Their initial suspicions of a ninja in disguise attempting to infiltrate their ranks reinforced by Ri Chuyuan's earlier claims of her newfound prowess. However, with Lord Ji's confirmation of Qingyue's ordinary constitution, it raised the question: who would send a spy devoid of chakra to infiltrate a village brimming with skilled ninjas? As Ri Chuyuan gradually loosened his grip on her shoulder, the shadow clone dissipated with a soft pop. "Since there is no issue, I shall take my leave. There are matters to attend to within the clan." Lord Ji waved his sleeve, appearing displeased by the commotion surrounding his visit for a mere subpar ninja. Qingyue perceived the unmasked disdain in his gaze, his expression rigid as wood, prompting her to roll her eyes internally. How ironic it was that this uncle, who had once praised her unique chakra and insisted on her training with his clan members, was now this haughty, decaying old man. Moreover, with a keen eye, one could discern the structural differences between an ordinary person and a ninja incapable of producing chakra. For a moment, Qingyue found herself at a loss, unsure whether to express gratitude for Lord Ji's contempt or not. As the sun rose, Ri Chu-wei-chun stepped outside to see off the guests. With a radiant expression, Ri Chu-mi-zi rushed forward to grasp Qingyue's hand. "How wonderful, Xiaoyu. Xiao Quan informed me that you have returned to Rin Xiao for a position. I can hardly believe it. Is that why you needed someone to verify it?" She teased, playfully pinching her own palm. Though she had nurtured it for several days, the pinch still elicited a twinge of pain. Qingyu quietly withdrew her hand and smiled. "One must remain vigilant." Mi-zi chuckled, heartily patting Qingyu on the back, instantly rousing her from her reverie. "Sister, even if she is genuine, our mother has long since cast her out. Now she is merely a worthless person bearing the Ri Chu surname." Ri Chu Yuan settled into a chair, crossing his arms and raising his chin defiantly. No need to waste breath on her. Ri Chu Yong accepted the steaming tea brought by a servant and sat down, his expression affirming his brother's sentiment. Having remained silent and hidden from view, Richu Meishio contemplated that Qin Yu was merely a distant cousin of the clan's leader. Noticing the tense atmosphere among the young people in the hall and the absence of Richu Huichan, she delicately adjusted her curls and swayed her ample figure to search for a cat. Qin Yu found a seat for herself, puffing her cheeks as she blew cool air on her reddened right hand. Observing Qin Yu's aloof demeanor, Mizi suppressed her desire to reminisce and took a seat between the two brothers. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the hall as everyone awaited the return of the matriarch to speak. Soon, Richu Huichun entered the hall with assistance from a servant, her gaze sweeping over the assortment of supplements and fruits that Qin Yu had brought. She understood that Qin Yu had come on her own accord rather than being summoned back by Richu Yuan. The matriarch's eyes scrutinized the neatly cropped hair of Richu Qin Yu, signaling a servant to present tea. In a solemn tone, she inquired, ultimately, "You have severed ties with our clan. May I ask, what brings you here today?" Qin Yu secretly chuckled, recalling how the clan leader had referred to her as my granddaughter just moments ago, and now she was suddenly deemed an outsider. Truly, the family's reputation was of utmost importance. Taking the tea, she sipped slowly under the watchful eyes of those present. The matriarch, understanding the gravity of the situation, signaled for all servants to leave and closed the door. Before long, only those sharing the same surname remained in the hall. Yet, Qin Yu continued to drink her tea, seemingly in no hurry to speak. Just as Richu's brothers were on the verge of exploding, a calm, yet powerful voice broke through the tension. "I wish to return to the Richu family." Richu Yuan sprang from his seat, but before he could respond, Qin Yu smiled slyly at him and said, "What? Did your call of sister on that rainy night resonate in my heart, dear brother?" Richu Yuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced nervously at the silent matriarch, his frustration mounting. "That was merely a slip of the tongue. You have left this house. You are no longer my sister. Do you need us to remind you of your past actions?" "You." Richu Yong abruptly set his teacup down on the table, but was cut off by the matriarch's commanding voice. Silence. Mizi furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Richu Huichun's face clouded with displeasure, yet she retained the composure of a head of the family. Turning to Qin Yu, her eyes seemed to pierce like sharp needles. "You left willingly, with no one forcing you. Now you claim you wish to return? The Richu clan may no longer hold its former glory, but it is not a place for you to toy with." "Willingly left?" Qin Yu scoffed, shrugging nonchalantly as she set down her teacup. "I regret that choice deeply now. All I seek is to return to the clan and fulfill a modicum of filial duty to you. Is there still a chance?" Chapter 13. Transforming into a ninja of mishap, a fleeting look of bewilderment flickered across Richu Huichun's weathered face, quickly overshadowed by the scornful remarks of her grandchildren. "Who cares? Grandmother has her parents and aunts. We are here too. Who needs your laughable sense of filial piety? Get out." Song Mu ignored the younger ones, focusing intently on the face of Richu Huichun. The records indicated that it was the elderly matriarch who had brought Qin Yu from the orphanage, and Song Mu was keen to see if any semblance of familial affection remained between them. "This was not a test," Song Mu asked sincerely, hoping that a mere nod from the matriarch would indicate her willingness to acknowledge Qin Yu's gratitude for her upbringing. The elder remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, unwilling to speak. After assessing the situation, Qin Yu sighed. Is it truly impossible to have a civil discussion? Then let us settle the scores from that rainy night and the recent affront." Once Qin Yu finished speaking, she swiftly approached Richu Yuan, and before he could react, she struck his face with a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed through the hall. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Qin Yu's audacity. Richu Yuan turned his head from the force of the blow, but before he could regain his composure, Qin Yu raised her hand again and delivered another resounding slap. Finally realizing what had just happened, Richu Yuan glared at her with green eyes, ready to retaliate. Qin Yu, shaking her stinging left hand, lifted her knee and delivered a forceful kick to his chest, sending the dark-haired youth back into his seat, the wooden chair collapsing beneath him as he fell to the floor. The splintering wood and the dull pain in his chest made Richu Yuan clutch his torso, grimacing in agony. Sitting beside him, Richu Mizi swiftly drew her weapon, positioning it protectively in front of her brother, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yu, ready to prevent another assault. "Xiao Yu, you have indeed changed." Qin Yu met Mizi's scrutinizing gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Sister, even a rabbit will bite when cornered." The matriarch, Witnessing her beloved grandson sprawled on the ground and hearing Qin Yu's words, slammed her palm on the table in anger. Impudent. Yet Qin Yu seemed unfazed, her expression calm as she regarded Ri Chu Yuan, who remained shielded behind Mizi, and taunted him. Brother, has that kick left you incapacitated? Mizi glanced back at the boy still seated on the ground, his head bowed and unmoving, then turned to face Qin Yu again. Although the woman before her bore Qin Yu's visage, her demeanor was strikingly different, agile and exceptionally swift. Mizi had barely comprehended how Qin Yu had crossed the distance to strike Ri Chu Yuan twice. In the past, Qin Yu had been of mediocre talent and a meek disposition, suffering in silence without a word of protest, always wearing a gentle smile. Life in this household had not been easy for her. Sometimes she was treated worse than a servant, as if everyone in the residence had the right to scorn her. Mizi had sensed this, yet often chose to ignore it, sometimes even believing that Qin Yu's ability to endure what others could not was admirable. In former times, Qin Yu would never have dared to strike anyone. Even raising her voice was a rarity, while her appearance remained unchanged. Mizi felt that the Qin Yu standing before her now possessed an inscrutable calmness, devoid of the former fragility and not fueled by vengeance or anger. Just an inexplicable indifference. It was as if the once coddled Ri Chu Yuan was now subject to Qin Yu's whims. She could strike when she wished and kick him without hesitation. However, it was not entirely the case. When Mizi witnessed Qin Yu getting wounded on her left hand due to a fight, she perceived a fleeting, peculiar emotion on her face. It bore a striking resemblance to the impatience one might feel when compelled to undertake foolish actions in pursuit of a certain goal. Could it be that she was acting this way to provoke Xiao Yuan? As this thought emerged, she recalled the evident fury consuming Ri Chuan, and Mizi instantly realized something was amiss. She turned around, intending to halt her brother's forthcoming actions. Xiao Yuan, do not fall for her tricks. But it was already too late. The black-haired youth, who had been seated on the ground, swiftly bypassed Mizi and positioned himself before Qin Yu, leaping into the air to deliver a punch. You vile woman, even my mother has never struck me. Qin Yu neither flinched nor evaded, allowing the blow to land squarely on her face. Ri Chuan's punch was delivered with considerable force, leaving a swollen bruise on Qin Yu's fair cheek, causing the wound that Kakashi had painstakingly healed to bleed anew. Thud. Mizi was momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before her. Her instinct to intervene abruptly halted. Was Qin Yu's intention to incite Xiao Yuan merely to inflict harm upon herself? Why? Beside her, Ri Chuyong did not ponder as deeply. His eyes filled with recognition of his brother's abilities. He could not help but cheer. Yes, Xiao Yuan. Beat her. Coughing. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression unchanged, yet her gaze remained filled with scorn directed at Ri Chuan, as if to say that his recent punch was utterly pathetic. Feeling his pride insulted by being scrutinized by a mere failure, the youth quickly formed two shadow clones, disregarding all caution as he launched a relentless assault on Ri Chuan. Sitting silently in her chair, Ri Chuan's grandmother, Hui Chun, observed her grandson taking advantage of his superior ninja physique to mercilessly attack the disadvantaged Qin Yu. She watched the short-haired woman who occasionally raised her hands to block deadly strikes while being subjected to a one-sided beating. The old lady's deep green eyes seemed to have deduced everything. Yet, she remained silent, neither intervening nor halting Ri Chuan's actions. Bang! The scuffle, or rather, Ri Chuan's one-sided act of violence, culminated in Qin Yu being kicked out of the courtyard by several shadow clones, her body crashing heavily against the wall of Yusei Auntie's yard. It was only after hearing the commotion that the startled Yusei Auntie peered out and exclaimed in alarm. Goodness, what is happening here? Is someone being killed? The middle-aged woman, having tossed aside her sunflower seeds, wiped her salty hands on her apron before hesitantly reaching out to touch the immobile short-haired woman lying against the wall of her yard. Little Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu was indeed gravely injured, she had not lost consciousness. At that moment, she fervently hoped that this Yusei Auntie would consider her earlier half-gift and ultimately insist on taking her to the hospital. However, reality proved that it was unwise to place too much hope in a stranger. Yusei Auntie, this matter is none of your concern. Please return to your own yard. Ri Chuan's audacious voice rang out before them, reflecting on the girl who had entered the Ri family home looking radiant. It was hard to believe that she had emerged in such a wretched state after only a brief time. Even a woman who typically cared only for gossip could not bear to watch any longer, exclaiming, You are being too excessive. She merely wanted to take some gifts home. I said, it is none of your business. Ri Chuan, spoiled by his family since childhood, disregarded decades of neighborly relations. He flung a couple of shuriken, forcing Yusei Auntie to retract her hand as she attempted to assist Qin Yu. Her expression shifted from one of earnest concern to one of indignation as she glared at the black-haired youth who continued to look down his nose at her. Seeing him step forward and viciously kick Qin Yu lying on the ground, Yusei Auntie shook her head and sighed. The Ri family is surely on the verge of decline. At that moment, Ri Chuyong emerged from the courtyard, panting heavily as he approached his brother. Whispering in Ri Chuan's ear, drag her back to the house and shut the door to deal with this. Ri Chuan considered this for a moment and found it reasonable. He disregarded Yusei Auntie, who was calling for help from the people in their yard to take Qin Yu to the hospital. Instead, he bent down, seized the hands of the woman on the ground, and began to drag her back toward the house. As her body was being pulled along the harsh stones, Qin Yu felt the jagged edges digging painfully into her already torn flesh, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Behind them, Yusei Auntie turned and saw the two brothers dragging the girl into their yard, urgently shouting, "Hurry and take her to the hospital. If you delay, little Qin Yu will die." Ultimately, Ri Chuyong, being the elder brother, turned to Yusei Auntie with a sincere smile. "Auntie, do not worry. There is a misunderstanding here. Mi Zi is a medical ninja, and we are taking her to see Mi Zi right now." Although the woman remained skeptical of his words, she refrained from obstructing them further. Is this truly happening? Shouldn't someone take a moment to look at the person being dragged along the ground, on the verge of death? As Qin Yu's eyelids fluttered slightly, she internally cried out, "This Auntie is not being very helpful. Perhaps she should feign waking up while there were still witnesses around?" After all, her objective had been achieved. Was there not a gallant hero passing by who would step forward to assist? She certainly did not wish to be dragged into that house and endure another round of troubles. Just as she completed her thoughts and prepared to break free from her restraints and rise, a voice resembling celestial music drifted from a distance. Ri Chuyong and the still dragging Ri Chuan halted their movements, and Qin Yu, lying on the ground, was struck by surprise. That voice could belong to no one other than the recently encountered Xianjian. Xianjian? Mi Zi, supporting her grandmother as they exited the house, spotted the newcomer and instantly brightened with a radiant smile. Hui Chun cast a sidelong glance at her utterly unreserved granddaughter, feeling somewhat displeased, and then sighed softly, directing her gaze towards the severely injured and unconscious girl on the ground. A flicker of compassion crept into the old woman's eyes. "How has your health been of late?" "Oboro Xianjian?" Xianjian stepped forward, nodding to the eagerly greeting Mi Zi before turning to greet Ri Chuan's grandmother. "Yes, I appreciate your concern, Oboro Xianjian." The old lady smiled gently, returning the courtesy. "Young, Xiao Yuan, what are you doing here?" The headband-clad ninja squatted down, casually steering the conversation towards the girl on the ground. "Oh my, is this not Teacher Qin Yu?" The headband ninja spoke with familiarity, as if Qin Yu were an old acquaintance, reaching out to inspect her various wounds. "Who has hurt you so badly?" Ri Chuan and Ri Chuyong exchanged glances, remaining silent. Could this woman be connected to the special jonin of the village? The key point was that this special jonin, along with several highly esteemed shinobi who were close to him, were not individuals the Ri family wished to cross paths with. Who could have inflicted such harm on their own? How utterly despicable! Seeing that no one was responding, Yusei Auntie finally seized the opportunity to speak. Xianjian's typically calm demeanor darkened, and considering that the head of the Ri clan was present, he, as an outsider, could not speak out of turn. The headband ninja could only gently grasp the delicate wrist of the girl on the ground, bending down to tenderly cradle her in his arms. Indifferent to the blood staining his pristine Konoha vest, "I see you are all quite busy. As a gesture of friendship, allow me to take Teacher Qin Yu to the hospital." The sound of the wind whistling past her ears accompanied the pain coursing through her body, causing her to break into a cold sweat. She was aware that Xianjian was currently carrying her toward Konoha Hospital. On a particular afternoon, Ri Chuqingwei and Xianjian encountered each other at a barber shop, which left her pondering why he exhibited a demeanor as if they had known each other for ages. Had she inadvertently revealed something? How could she have been unaware of Xuanjian's newfound perceptiveness? Contemplating the need to limit her interactions with acquaintances, Qingwei gradually opened her eyes. The hooded ninja immediately halted. They were perched atop a building. Qingwei noticed the young man lowering his head with a smile, inquiring, "I was wondering when you would finally open your eyes." Why pretend to be unconscious? The thought crossed her mind that sometimes appearing weak and vulnerable could serve as a strategic advantage. Being of a higher rank, she was aware that Xianjian possessed the ability to discern between genuine and feigned unconsciousness. However, what was with his teasing tone? Had her disguise deteriorated to the extent that it could be easily unraveled upon meeting a friend? After a moment's reflection, Ri Chu Qingwen met Xuanjian's amused gaze and slowly uttered 3 words. Who are you? The hooded ninja was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a light chuckle, lifting her slightly before resuming his swift pace. Stop acting, Lin. Before disguising yourself as someone else, make sure to conceal your white hair. Qingyue lowered her eyelids. Indeed, those few strands of white hair were visible. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue, and her tone remained indifferent. Lin, who is that? Xianjian scoffed. Continuing his hurried journey to the hospital, she pursued him with another question. Have you never seen someone with silver hair? Furthermore, I can walk on my own. Please put me down. The hooded ninja glanced down at her face once more, saying, you should really see your complexion right now. I'm afraid you'll faint the moment you touch the ground. Although her injury could potentially benefit her mission if it appeared life-threatening enough to warrant hospitalization. If Xianjian were the one to take her there, additional complications were likely to arise. Over the years, the once reclusive boy had transformed into a striking figure within the village. Songmu Lin had always aimed to remain inconspicuous while executing her missions, completing them quietly without drawing attention. Being overly noticeable only invited unforeseen complications. With a sigh, Qingwei remarked, Sir, I genuinely believe you have mistaken me for someone else. Noera Xianjian sighed in resignation, continuing his stride into the hospital lobby. All right, fine. Let us assume I am merely a benevolent helper. Chapter 14. The Devil, the Actor, and the Handsome Boyfriend in the bustling streets of Konoha. The owner of a fresh produce shop was busy processing live fish when a familiar face approached. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Have you heard the news? The woman intended to inquire about any discounted items for the day, but quickly picked up on the owner's tone. You're referring to the Ri Chu family, right? I heard about it. It's quite excessive. They've been hospitalized. What? I received the latest update this morning. The owner, having cleaned the entrails of 2 sanma, mackerel pike, rinsed them under the water hose while deftly grabbing 2 clean straws. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to share the juicy tidbits. They bought gifts to visit them in the hospital. It said their life is in danger. The woman carrying a basket of vegetables displayed an expression of shock, covering her mouth with wide eyes. Is that true? The owner quickly tied a knot in the straw that had passed through the fish's mouth and handed it to the previous customer, while overhearing the familiar chatter. They always seemed like such a harmonious family. Indeed, standing nearby, the silver-haired youth, who had been forced to listen to their incomprehensible exchange, extended his hand to retrieve his fish. However, the shop owner waved the fish in front of him before taking it back, continuing to express his indignation to the woman beside him. That girl is reportedly a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Just a few days ago, she risked herself to save a man from the Suzum family who went berserk, and afterward, she compensated for the damage produced without a second thought. Really? I wasn't aware of that. She sounds like a remarkable teacher. Just look at some of the teachers in our village, their tempers. Kakashi silently absorbed their conversation, his gaze following the fish's eyes as they swayed, evidently waiting for an opportune moment to interject and reclaim his fish. Alas, the exchange between the women was so rapid that he found no opportunity to interject. You must have seen her too, with black hair and green eyes, quite fair-skinned. She has been running around the village recently, seemingly for the sake of the children who made mistakes at the academy. Determined to intervene, Kakashi raised a finger, only to halt abruptly upon hearing the description. Black hair, green eyes? The 2 women, engrossed in their conversation, failed to notice him. The owner continued to express his thoughts. Such a dedicated teacher, responsible and attentive to her students. On her rare day off, she even brought supplements to visit the elderly. How could the despicable Ri Chu family treat her so poorly? The woman with the vegetable basket shook her head while selecting fresh produce, sighing, in the end. This is their family matter. No amount of our indignation will make a difference. That is not entirely accurate. Although her surname is Ri Chu, she is also a teacher for the children in our village. For such an exemplary teacher to be bullied by her own clan, and in the end, no one dares to speak up for her. Eventually, the woman selecting ingredients noticed the silver-haired figure nearby, turning to see the rope still clutched tightly by the owner. As the owner appeared to recall something amusing, she leaned closer, What if this reaches the Hokage? The Richu family. Noticing the silver-haired youth who clearly intended to leave with his fish, the woman promptly called out to her friend, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Oh, isn't that Kakashi-kun? Look at you. You've been so engrossed in our conversation. The owner finally noticed Kakashi standing before him and glanced down at the fish he had yet to hand over. How did I forget that I already tied up the fish for Kakashi? At Konoha Hospital, in a clean and sterile ward, a figure lay on a white hospital bed, swathed in layers of gauze and bandages, resembling a mummy. The only visible feature was her pair of eyes, staring blankly at the white ceiling. With a click, upon hearing the door open, Qinghua felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. Turning her eyes toward the medical ninja entering for rounds, and softly asked, "Hello. May I request the removal of some of this bandaging? It greatly hinders my mobility." The medical ninja appeared conflicted, responding, "However, Lord Xianjian specifically instructed us that your injuries are severe. If we do not manage them properly, you may not recover, and he will hold us accountable. After consideration, we chose to respect the patient's wishes." Respect the patient's wishes? If she remembered correctly, she was the patient in question. That damned Xianjian, after bringing her to the hospital, discovered through the medical ninja that she possessed no chakra within her. Realizing this contradicted his understanding of Tsangmu Lin, he inexplicably insisted that the hospital treat her as a critical patient. Richu Qinghua redirected her gaze to the ceiling, letting out a heavy sigh. Well, this situation aligned with her expectations. However, being bound in this manner thwarted her original plan to sneak out and disguise herself as a passerby to discreetly spread some disparaging rumors about the Richu family. Alas, if this continues, will anyone outside even know that she has been admitted to the hospital by the Richu family? In the end, it will have no impact on the Richu family, and she will have suffered for nothing. This is not the time to lie here nursing injuries. She must strive to remove these bothersome bindings as there are pressing matters at hand. With this thought in mind, Richu Qinghua called out to the medical ninja who was about to leave the ward, her tone even softer than before. "Dear doctor, I am bound by so many bandages that even getting out of bed is a challenge, let alone using the restroom. Please, could you assist me?" The male medical ninja, holding a patient record book at the door, stood in silence, listening to the somewhat affected voice from inside, contrasting with Irika, who was leading a group of children to visit. Oblivious to the gathering crowd outside, Qinghua, who was already immobilized by the bindings around her neck, thought she was alone in the room with the doctor. Hence, she adopted the most exaggeratedly delicate tone she could muster. "Oh dear, I am a girl. Please do not let me speak so bluntly." The air fell into an awkward silence. Sakura and Ino, both holding flowers, exchanged glances and silently stifled their laughter. Irika signaled to the boys to remain quiet, wishing to spare teacher Qinghua any embarrassment, yet he himself found it difficult to suppress his amusement, struggling to envision the usually fierce Richu Qinghua with such a dainty voice. However, a certain oblivious boy failed to grasp Irika's hint. With a furrowed brow, Naruto pondered what could have controlled the tempestuous teacher, causing her to emit such peculiar sounds. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Naruto bounded to Qinghua's bedside. Pointing at the woman swathed like a white dumpling and excitedly exclaimed to Irika at the door, "Irika-sensei, it must be a ghost hiding in the hospital," strangling the witch teacher's throat to make her speak. The group fell into a state of speechlessness. Qinghua blinked a couple of times, finally recognizing the golden-haired boy who had intruded into her line of sight. Realizing it was Naruto, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Naruto? The blonde boy noticed her voice shift back to normal due to his proximity and became even more convinced of his theory, bouncing around the ward in search of the ghost. "Ghost? Hurry up and show yourself." "What sort of ghost?" The only part of Qinghua that could move was her pair of eyes and mouth, rolling in exasperation. Did she not merely wish to employ a beauty trick? How did it turn into a ghost story? And what had Naruto just called her? Which teacher? So in this little rascal's eyes, she was already seen as a demonic figure? She aimed to be the kind and reliable sister to Naruto, not some devilish instructor. "Naruto, you came to visit," Qinghua began in a gentle tone, attempting to salvage her image. However, soon the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air, heavy and chaotic. She recognized the arrival of those unruly children from the Ninja Academy who had yet to graduate. So the situation was that Irika had brought a swarm of little rascals to visit her, and they had fortuitously witnessed her performance? She still needed to return to school to fulfill her duties. Maintaining her teacher's image was crucial. After a moment of embarrassment, Qingyue decided to close her eyes and feigned. I cannot see," and then fell silent. Perhaps it was best to play dead, letting them believe she had truly been possessed by a ghost. Qingyue heard Irika anxiously calling for the medical ninja at the door to return, while the children chattered about whether she might pass away. Their tones filled with concern for her well-being. The medical ninja pried open Qingyue's tightly shut eyelids to examine her, taking out a stethoscope to listen to her heart and lungs, only to discover that the nurse had indeed wrapped her too tightly. It seemed she hadn't been merely causing trouble, considering that it might be the tight bindings causing her difficulty in breathing and leading to her fainting. The medical ninja instructed Irika to help lift the unconscious Qingyue, beginning to carefully remove the layers of gauze and bandages from her. As the doctor's actions registered, Qingyue's face, buried against her chest, began to twitch slightly. She was struggling to suppress her laughter. Unexpectedly, this tactic was proving effective. Why had she not thought of feigning death sooner? Her gently fluttering eyelashes did not escape the notice of a nearby boy with dark hair. If memory served, this teacher had wanted the doctor to remove her bindings upon their arrival, and now she was pretending to be faint. It seemed she had gotten her way. Uchiha Sasuke, who had been dragged to the hospital against his will, shoved his hands into his pockets, feeling no inclination to delve into the peculiar antics of this dramatic teacher. He had more significant objectives to pursue and did not wish to waste time on such trivial matters. Dr. Mu. Just as the medical ninja was assisting Qingyue in removing the excess bandages and gauze, allowing her to recline comfortably back on the bed, a figure appeared at the door. Holding a mouthful of sunbon and carrying fruits and a meal box, Shiranui Genma, surprised to see a lively group of children in the previously empty ward, raised an eyebrow. "Genma-kun, you have arrived," the medical ninja greeted, resuming his examination of Qingyue's vital signs. "Teacher Qingyue just fainted, so I arranged for some equipment to check for any underlying issues." After nodding to Irika, Genma placed the fruits and meal box on the bedside cabinet, glanced at the woman with her eyes closed, and patted the medical ninja's shoulder. "No need to check. She is merely asleep, not fainted. If you wish, you may attend to other matters. I will take over from here." Really? Is that all right?" The medical ninja was unceremoniously ushered out of the ward by Genma. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances once again, silently redirecting their attention to the tall figure in the ward. What? He brings food and helps care for her. Could he be Teacher Qingyue's boyfriend? The girl's curiosity was nearly bursting forth. Genma poured a cup of clean water and placed it on the bedside, then surveyed the 6 or 7 children in the room. His gaze lingered on the golden-haired boy attempting to extract a ghost from the lampshade, before finally resting on Irika. "Are you also a teacher at the academy? Are they all her students?" Irika had no particular recollection of Genma, but he recalled a brief interaction with the elite Jonin Hatake Kakashi a few days prior, which had significantly opened his heart towards Naruto. Grateful for Kakashi, he figured that this man, who always had a tool in his mouth, must be an important figure who bore the village's safety on his shoulders. Perhaps even a special Jonin. Nodding, Irika replied, "Yes, we also brought a message from Lord Hokage to check on Teacher Qingyue's condition. May I ask who you are?" Without answering Irika's question, Genma glanced again at the still feigning Qingyue, then draped an arm around Irika's shoulder, his expression grave. "She is seriously injured. She nearly didn't make it back the other night." The children, who had previously been gossiping with playful curiosity, immediately turned anxious upon hearing Genma's words, their faces reflecting worry as they gazed at their teacher on the bed. Even Naruto leaped down from the windowsill and stood quietly, unable to believe that the woman who had been chasing him around just days ago had almost perished. Xianjian seized the opportunity to incite the emotions of the masses. The root of this calamity is none other than the Nichiryu clan. Your teacher has been bullied, even in her own home. Shouldn't we call upon Hokage Gigi to punish those who mistreat Teacher Qingyue? Meanwhile, Qingyue silently facepalmed, realizing that Xianjian had discerned her intentions and was inadvertently creating public pressure for her. However, the target of this manipulation was her students. They were indeed children, yet not devoid of discernment. Who would fall for such an overt emotional manipulation? But she misjudged the situation as soon some children began to speak up. "So this morning, my mom was talking with the neighbor about this. The poor victim of bullying is Teacher Qingyue." The girl with light yellow hair hesitated and added, "But I heard Annie telling my mom that the person bullied by the Nichiryu clan was already taken to the morgue last night." Chapter 15. What is courage upon hearing that Chinyue's injuries were caused by her own family, at least in name? The previously boisterous Naruto fell silent. After a brief conversation with Irika, considering that Chinyue needed rest, Irika gathered the children to prepare for departure. As Xianjian approached to escort them to the door, the golden-haired boy abruptly grabbed Xuanjian's arm. "Hey, Uncle Toothpick, when teacher Chinyue wakes up, tell her I won't hide from her anymore. I want her to recover quickly so she can come back to school and catch me." Hearing Naruto's suddenly mature words, the person on the bed closed her eyes. Her lashes fluttering, and warmth surged in her heart. Despite his usual mischief and the trouble he caused the villagers, this child's fundamental nature remained kind and warm. Xianjian glanced at the golden-haired boy adorned with the 6 paths whisker patterns and turned his questioning gaze towards Irika, who was looking at Naruto with a sense of pride for his newfound consideration for others. Without delving deeper, Xianjian crouched down to match Naruto's gaze, ruffled his hair with a smile, and said, "What toothpick? This is 1,000 books, you little rascal. Go back and study well. I will convey your message." 1,000 books? What's that? Naruto turned to ask his classmates, who all looked at him with disdain, accustomed to his lack of attention in ninja tool classes. After escorting them out of the ward, the children's voices still echoed in the corridor. "Irika-sensei, is it really okay that teacher Chinyue has been unconscious for so long? Sigh. If only Hinata weren't stuck at home, she could help check if teacher's heart is still beating. Are you an idiot? Do you think the doctors here are just sitting around doing nothing? Hey, Chuji, don't bring chips into a place filled with disinfectant. Ah, Sasuke-kun walks so fast, wait up. Hey, Sakura, Sasuke-kun doesn't want to." Facing this noisy group of children daily, it seemed that teacher Chinyue's job was far from easy. As Xianjian listened to their voices gradually fade away, he gently closed the door and turned to look at the person who had now sat up in bed. Nichiryu Chinyue was just unwrapping a layer of bandage that still clung to her head when her gaze met that of the man in the headscarf who had approached her bed. "Are you the one helping me?" she asked. Due to the special care she received at the hospital, she had not been able to leave her room, and her plan to disguise herself as a passerby to create public pressure against the Nichiryu clan had yet to be enacted. However, from the children's conversations, it seemed that the villagers had been discussing this matter extensively, and the speed of gossip was remarkable. Reflecting on the student's words, Chinyue lowered her hand that was unwrapping the bandage and could not help but laugh softly, tinged with helplessness. "Ah, the morgue." Xianjian wore a slightly apologetic expression, leaning against the nearby window ledge and raising a hand. "Heaven can bear witness, I merely shared a harmless little story with the aunties. I certainly did not intend to imply you were dead. All of this was trivial, in fact." She almost wanted to express her gratitude to the aunties for their vivid imaginations and verbal dexterity. Chinyue chuckled lightly. Her gaze towards him softened compared to when Xianjian had brought her to the hospital days prior. She looked at him earnestly. "Xuanjian-kun, may I ask you something?" Xianjian crossed his arms, tilting his head to gaze at the blue sky outside, his voice playful. "Ask away." Chinyue's probing eyes sought to confirm whether he recognized her identity. "Now that you know I am not the person you think I am, why do you still help me? Whether it's treating me as a critical patient or spreading rumors about my serious injuries, even providing me with meals consistently over the past few days. I cannot fathom why you would go to such lengths for someone you barely know. I told you before, I enjoy helping others," Xianjian replied cheerfully, seemingly anticipating her question. He reached for a lunchbox from the cabinet and handed it to her. Noticing Chinyue's azure eyes still fixed on him, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you want the truth?" Chinyue nodded. Xianjian sat at the edge of her bed, his gaze fixed on the white cloud outside, slowly being scorched by the sun. "Because I see a reflection of that guy in you." "That guy?" Chinyue asked earnestly, noting the rare seriousness and hint of nostalgia in Xuanjian's expression as he often espoused the philosophy of to come and enjoy the mundane. Seeing that Xianjian did not clarify who that guy was, but instead continued to focus on her face, Chinyue suddenly felt a sense of realization. "Your friend?" Xianjian shrugged in acknowledgement and smiled. "The day I brought you to the hospital, I saw a stubbornness in your eyes that was strikingly similar to that guy's, to the point that I mistook you for him. In truth, you were not mistaken." Chinyue thought, feeling a hint of guilt as she averted her gaze and remained silent, only to hear Xianjian add, "However, once I learned of your condition, I realized my mistake. My sincerest apologies, haha." Chinyue was taken aback by his certainty and couldn't help but retort, "You are that confident?" Regretting her question almost immediately, She felt relieved when Xianjian remained self-assured. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered, "Now, I must clarify that I do not look down on you for lacking chakra. It's merely that this guy possesses the most unique chakra in the world." Qin Yue was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xianjian to mention this. He continued without looking at her. "Let me tell you, innate ninjas are not intimidating, nor are diligent ninjas. It is the ninjas who possess innate advantages, yet willingly dedicate tenfold or 100-fold the effort to hone their skills that are truly formidable." As Xianjian raised an eyebrow in playful challenge, his tone laced with pride, he added, "And my friend is precisely such a ninja." Qin Yue secretly chuckled, finding it amusing that despite Xuanjian's usual teasing, he would express such admiration for her in front of others, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. As Xianjian spoke, he suddenly paused, lost in thought. Whether it was due to the influence of the fourth Hokage, or because his crush was the exceptional Kakashi in Xuanjian's memories. His childhood friend had either followed Kakashi to learn ninjutsu or practiced alone, or he had been sent by the village to various locations, such as the Hyuga clan known for their mastery of the 8 trigrams, to hone his abilities. In his youth, he once felt that his friend's obsession with power was almost on par with that of Guy. Upon discovering that Sangmu intended to abandon her role as a ninja to embark on a journey as a traveler, he was utterly astonished and perplexed. Rushing to her home that very night, even though Sangmu Lin had returned to the village over a year ago, proclaiming her desire to reclaim her identity as a ninja and start afresh as a genin, Xianjian felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance, an inexplicable strangeness. Fortunately, he recently learned from the third Hokage that her 10 years away had been spent on long-term missions rather than mere sightseeing, which rendered everything reasonable once more. Indeed, she remained the diligent and tenacious Sangmu Lin he had always admired. Xianjian sighed softly, yet it was precisely this Sangmu Lin who, due to excessive utilization of her bloodline limit while gathering intelligence for the village, had succumbed to bloodline disease. Realizing his thoughts had wandered too far, Noera Xianjian returned to the present, noticing Qin Yue still observing him, and continued his earlier statement. "It is truly hard to imagine what Lin would become without the chakra that sustains her, perhaps. It is undeniable that the loss of her chakra dealt a significant blow to her. If it were not for Kakashi's timely assistance, she might have already left the village, becoming a rogue ninja." Richichu Qin Yue's gaze shifted slightly as she tentatively asked Xianjian, "Perhaps what?" Xianjian attempted to contemplate the situation from Sangmu's perspective, murmuring, "Given her disposition, she might feel that she no longer deserves to stand beside the one she loves, leading her to withdraw in self-doubt. When faced with challenges, she habitually seeks to resolve them alone, refusing to allow anyone to intervene. Her independence can be rather daunting. I thought you two were quite alike that day. Despite being wounded, you still wish to resolve everything on your own, merely hoping to return home and lend a helping hand. How does that sound? No need to feel overly moved. Self-doubt leading to withdrawal? I must admit, when she first realized her chakra had vanished, that was indeed her initial thought." Xianjian observed the subtle shift in Qin Yue's expression, noting her unspoken empathy. Beyond their friendship, Sangmu was aware that despite Xuanjian's seemingly carefree demeanor, his intellect, insight, and crisis management skills, alongside his proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, warranted him a higher rank. Yet, he remained an indolent ninja, fixated on the path of moderation. However, this was Xuanjian's choice, and as her friend, Sangmu Lin would not impose her views. Everyone has their own way of living. There are those like Senior Akai, who challenge their limits and relentlessly pursue self-improvement, while others, like Noera Xianjian, embrace moderation and seek to enjoy the moment. Engrossed in his thoughts, Xuanjian's underlying concern did not escape Qin Yue's notice. She understood that he was likely reflecting on Sangmu Lin's bloodline disease. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her hand and gently patted Xuanjian's shoulder, stating, "Chakra and strength do not encompass everything. According to your words, your friend would falter due to her loss of chakra, which reveals a cowardly and ineffective demeanor, yet you also mentioned her formidable spirit. Is that not contradictory?" Xianjian blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Richichu Qin Yue opened her lunchbox and began to eat, saying, "Thank you for the meal. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I will repay you for it." Noticing Xuanjian's silence, still lost in thought due to her previous remarks, Qin Yue swallowed her food and continued, "Why not envision her as braver? Perhaps she is fortunate to have encountered someone who inspires her to be more courageous." rather than dwelling on worries. It would be better to have a bit of faith in her. Another brief silence ensued. Xianjian, feigning surprise, covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, teachers truly are different. Teacher Qingwei managed to persuade me so effortlessly with just a few words." Qingwei did not even glance at him, continuing to serve herself. Well, it was merely average. Xianjian paused, observing her dedication to her meal and surmising that she aimed to conserve energy for the forthcoming battles. He then shifted the topic. "Now that public opinion has taken shape, what are your plans moving forward?" "Well, the villagers' whispers cannot sway that family. But they can reach the third Hokage, so we shall see how he responds," Qingwei replied, returning to her meal. "The third Hokage? He is perpetually busy," Xianjian noted. Sensing the implication in Qingyue's words, how could such a busy Hokage possibly concern himself with a rumor as fleeting as the wind? "No worries," Qingwei said, gently closing her lunchbox lid, her eyes meeting Xuanjian's with a reassuring smile. "Our Hokage is known for his compassion towards his subordinates. He will take action." What Sangmu Lin truly wished to convey was that if the old man desired her to carry out her mission successfully, he would likely intervene, and she merely provided him with a reasonable pretext to meet the head of the Rijichu clan. Observing her confidence, Xianjian refrained from further comment. As anticipated by Rijichu Qingwei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, upon hearing various versions of the tale regarding the Rijichu family's young master assaulting his sister, recognized that this was a subtle call for assistance. Consequently, after managing a significant portion of his paperwork, he arrived at the Rijichu residence as the sun began to set. Upon seeing the elderly man in white robes, the expressions of the household members shifted from reverence to a hint of despair, realizing that the woman had approached them with a plea to return to the Rijichu clan, leveraging her position as their children's teacher to garner sympathy and incite public opinion. The rumors, spread by the villagers, had escalated, placing the Rijichu family on trial. The Hokage's visit today was undoubtedly to urge the Rijichu clan head to make a statement at the hospital, for they had always prided themselves on family unity and harmony, refusing to let an adopted daughter tarnish their reputation within the village. It seemed that the woman would indeed achieve her desire to return to her clan. Recalling how much money his mother had spent to discreetly expel this woman from their home years ago, Rijichu Yuan reflected on how she had only met him once and yet managed to accurately discern his character. After their initial negotiation yielded no results, she had swiftly employed both provocation and emotional manipulation to effortlessly achieve her aims. Rijichu Yuan slapped himself in frustration, regretting his inability to maintain his composure at that moment. Chapter 16. The Boy of the Moon, the third Hokage, and the Rijichu clan leader engaged in discussions in the Rijichu residence's reception room, conversing from dusk until around 7 or 8 in the evening. As the two distinguished elders entered the room, they dismissed all others, leaving their conversation known only to themselves. In the elite Jonin dormitory. "Hey, Kakashi, this time, a client has bestowed an abundance of gifts upon me. Could you kindly help me share the load a bit?" Mato Kai burst from his apartment, carrying 2 large bags of local specialties, his voice resonating before he even reached Kakashi's door. The silver-haired youth, seated at his desk, was engrossed in meticulously recording something with a marker when Akai noticed that Kakashi's door was ajar and boldly entered. After placing the specialties on the floor, Akai approached Kakashi from behind, propping his chin on his hand and squinting at the cluttered desk. Before Kakashi lay a small square table piled high with a mountain of documents, surrounded by various opened and unopened scrolls, which were strewn across the floor, nearly forming 2 small hills. Kakashi appeared utterly absorbed, seemingly oblivious to Akai's presence. Oh no! The sight of such theoretical knowledge sent a shiver down Akai's spine. He was reminded of how daunting it had felt during his own theoretical examinations. "You were the top of your class in theory, Kakashi. How could you let it come to this? What new task have you taken on?" Setting aside a yellowed, aged document, Kakashi rose from his chair and approached the wall adorned with a map of the ninja world. He picked up a pin and pressed a vibrant orange thumbtack onto the boundary line between the land of fire and the land of iron. Before finally responding to Kai, "I wish to utilize my vacation to seek out some old materials and organize my thoughts." The disappearance of the Komu clan was far too thorough. The young man with coarse nerves took a moment to react, then recalled the white-haired girl who had been standing beside Kakashi for the past few months, whom he had not seen in quite some time. "Ah, speaking of Komu, haven't seen her for a while, have we?" Kakashi gazed at the marker on the map indicating the land of iron, the last known location of the Komu clan, as revealed in the old documents and information scrolls borrowed from the archives. It was here, at the border of the Fire and Iron countries, that the entire Komu clan, save for Komu Aimu, had been slaughtered. Kakashi stroked his chin through his mask, lost in thought as he stared at the orange pin. A neutral nation, perhaps? The silver-haired youth remained silent for a moment before recalling his response to Kai's inquiry. Komu has gone on a mission and will not return for a while. Is that so? Kai nodded thoughtfully, sensing an oddity in Kakashi's words. As childhood friends and rivals, Kai understood better than anyone that aside from their time in the Umbu, Kakashi was gentle and laid back in his demeanor, yet inherently distant, as if few could truly penetrate his inner world. Even he. Through years of persistent entanglement and numerous youthful confrontations with Kakashi, had gradually forged a bond of revolutionary camaraderie. Thus, even a straightforward character like Might Guy could detect the affection in Kakashi's tone regarding Komo. However, delving into a friend's personal matters was not Kai's style. After a moment of oddity, he attributed this fondness to the strong teacher-student relationship that had developed between Kakashi and Komu after spending time together. Much like my affection for my 3 lovely students. Kakashi cast a glance at the watermelon-headed figure, now nodding to himself with closed eyes. Seemingly uninterested in the musings of Kai's curious mind, he circumvented Kai and returned to his desk, retrieving a scroll from the ground. As he was about to unfurl it, he noticed Kai's travel-worn appearance and appropriately reminded him that there was food in the kitchen. So, could you help me with the rice in the pot? Meanwhile, at the Konoha hospital, during dinner time, Xuanjian brought news of the 3rd Hokage's visit to the Rishu residence. Knowing that his objective had been achieved, all that remained was to wait quietly. Rishu Qingyue leaned against the headboard of her bed, silently gazing at the moon outside. With progress in her mission, her taut nerves relaxed slightly, allowing the longing for her lover to quietly surface. Due to her vacation, Kakashi had likely been in the village these past few days. She had promised him that she would find a way to assure him of her safety every few days. And now it had been some time since she had moved into the hospital to recuperate. Unlike most ninjas who suffered internal injuries due to chakra fluctuations or depletion, her wounds, though numerous, were primarily external injuries caused by blunt force and sharp blades. As long as the wounds were treated promptly, they posed no significant issues. A few days ago, Xuanjian had exaggerated her injuries to elicit sympathy, but tonight, all she needed to do was change her bandages and rest in her hospital room. Once her injuries stabilized, if she did not ring the bedside bell during the night, the medical ninjas and nurses would typically refrain from disturbing her. If all went well, and she returned to the Rishu household, her subsequent actions would likely come under scrutiny, making it more challenging to slip a note to Kakashi at that time. Contemplating this, Sangmu Lin glanced out at the now silent window. The night had grown deep, and she presumed Kakashi had already fallen asleep. She tossed aside the covers and descended from her white hospital bed, beginning to stretch her limbs. The lingering pain from her various injuries was still present, yet it did not hinder her movement. Retrieving her ninja tool pouch from the cabinet where she kept her personal belongings, she carefully pulled out the portable notebook she always carried with her. After thoughtful consideration, she raised her lips slightly and inscribed a line of text. The distance from the hospital to the upper ninja dormitory near Central Street was not far. If she took the forest path and quickened her pace, it would be feasible to make the round trip without being detected by patrolling ninjas. With that thought, Sangmu stowed away her paper and pen, secured her ninja tool pouch around her waist, and leapt out of the window onto the large tree outside. She nimbly descended the trunk and made her way toward the forest path. Under the moonlight, the black-haired girl in a hospital gown dashed through the woods. Upon hearing the sound of shurikens embedding into wooden posts in the distance, accompanied by a boy's frustrated exclamation, she came to an abrupt halt. Qingyue glanced at her watch. Confirming the time was 2:49. Remembering that there was indeed a training ground nearby, she wondered which child was practicing shurikens alone at this hour. Recalling her own childhood, during which she often engaged in similar training, her curiosity got the better of her, and she climbed up into the branches to investigate. Beneath the flawless, radiant moon, in the center of the empty training ground, a black-haired boy knelt on the ground with his back to her. The fan-shaped pattern on his clothing rose and fell as he gasped for breath, casting a shadow on the tree behind him. Uchiha. As if her body possessed an innate aversion to members of this clan, Sangmu Lin's curiosity was extinguished the moment she recognized the tirelessly training child as Uchiha Sasuke. Silently, She leaped down from the tree, resuming her journey toward the upper ninja dormitory. As Qingyue moved forward, her expression remained indifferent. Yet her ears were finally attuned to the boy's increasingly erratic breaths and footsteps due to fatigue. When she sensed him rise again and forcefully throw 5 shurikens, she sighed softly. Even after exhausting his strength and chakra, he still hesitated to rest. Just as Qingyue assumed the boy's miscalculated shuriken throw was due to his physical exhaustion, Sasuke leaped into the air, swiftly retrieving another set of shurikens from his pouch, targeting the original 5. She heard the new shurikens strike the 2 airborne ones with a resounding ding, followed by a series of thud 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 as the 4 shurikens embedded themselves at the center of 2 different circular targets. Qingyue halted, straining to listen once more. Ding! Thud! 2 more hit their mark. The black-haired boy smiled confidently and then released his remaining shurikens. Ding! Ding! Thud! This time, only 2 of the 4 sharp shurikens found their way to the target, one grazing the boy's tousled black hair and slicing into his pale cheek, embedding itself in the grass behind him. Uchiha Sasuke, too fatigued to evade, watched helplessly as another shuriken veered off course, glinting ominously toward his left eye. Without hesitation, Sangmu stomped her foot and leaped up the tree, throwing a kunai with a swift and precise motion. The slender, sharp kunai pierced through the center of the shuriken's trajectory and thunked into the wooden post to Sasuke's left, startling the boy into a cold sweat as he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. That was close. He had almost been struck in the eye. Watching the kunai firmly pinning the shuriken to the post, Uchiha Sasuke swallowed hard, feeling an odd sense of relief wash over him. He unconsciously licked his lips, which had become chapped from overtraining, and the bleeding cut on his cheek suddenly felt numbed. Someone had intervened to save him. The black-haired youth turned to gaze at the spot where the shuriken had flown, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting past a sturdy tree. Remarkably, the branches where the figure had stood did not tremble at all, indicating that the individual possessed exceptional agility. Sasuke contemplated rushing forward to pursue and investigate further. But amidst the serene and tranquil night, a clear and melodious female voice resonated in his ears, urging him to return home and rest. Following the voice, the surroundings lapsed back into silence. The black-haired youth, who had propped himself up on his knees, took a moment to steady his breath, his gaze still fixed on the crown of the tree from which the figure had vanished. His vision, always keen, led him to wonder if that fleeting white figure had been clad in the patient garb of Konoha Hospital. Chapter 17. Fulfillment of your wish. After a modest meal at Kakashi's residence, Guy, intending to tidy up the dishes, turned on the faucet. But after waiting for a while with no hot water flowing, he fiddled with the tap a few more times. Hearing the commotion, Kakashi lifted his gaze from the scrolls, timely reminding him that the hot water valve in the kitchen was broken and had yet to be repaired. Oh, just a minor issue, Guy replied. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the watermelon-headed youth had already dashed into the bathroom to fetch hot water with a basin. Kakashi shrugged and returned to his documents. Unable to remain idle, Guy, while waiting for the basin to fill, reminisced about his recent mission and the powerful combination of punches he had executed, wondering if the children had grasped the fervent vitality embedded in his martial arts. As he pondered, he moved his shoulders and instinctively threw a couple of punches into the air, the wind from his fists causing the towel hanging in the bathroom to sway. At that moment, a hint of pale purple caught his eye, and maintaining his punching stance, he tilted his head to inspect the source of the color. Previously preoccupied, he now surveyed Kakashi's bathroom and realized that alongside Kakashi's belongings, there appeared to be new items: a pale purple towel, a pale purple toothbrush holder, and a pale purple toothbrush. Guy blinked in astonishment and exclaimed, "Toothbrush!" Kakashi, seated at his desk, jumped at Guy's sudden outburst but shook his head and continued his work. As if realizing something, Guy observed the pairs of towels and toothbrushes in the bathroom, and even he, with his usual obliviousness, began to deduce the implications. Why you? He rushed out of the bathroom, holding a toothbrush in each hand, his face reflecting the surprise of a great discovery. Kakashi chuckled at his reaction, remarking, "I must say, this scene looks rather peculiar. Please return my toothbrush." The word girl seemed to burn on his lips as Guy stammered, "Gigi girlfriend?" Kakashi, unsurprised by his reaction, responded with a nonchalant before returning to his scrolls, his expression betraying a subtle rise in his cheekbones and a suppressed smile that reflected his true feelings. Okay. Guy gritted his teeth, repeating the word for a while before letting out a loud howl. You got ahead of me again, Kakashi. How infuriating. I'm happy for you. Despite the contradictory nature of his statements, Kakashi understood what Guy meant. He set aside the scrolls, stood up, and approached Guy, casually taking the toothbrush from his hands with a smile. Thank you, but this matter must remain confidential for now. Why? Guy inquired. Kakashi patted Guy's shoulder and explained. Konoha is on a secret mission, and her dual identity might be compromised. After saying this, the silver-haired ninja turned and entered the bathroom. Guy's words served as a reminder. He had been preoccupied with gathering old documents these past few days. Reflecting on his routine, he realized that colleagues occasionally visited his home, prompting him to tidy up any of Konoha's belongings to avoid unnecessary complications that might trouble her during her covert mission. Oh, Guy replied, momentarily stunned. And then his eyes widened. Wait. So Kakashi's girlfriend is Aomu Rin? The same girl he suddenly mentioned wanting to confess to last time? Faced with his friend's astonished expression, Kakashi gathered the items and placed them in a cupboard, then smiled with a glint in his eye. Well, it is as you surmise. With a splash, he turned on the shower head. The silver-haired figure in the bathroom stretched his neck, feeling the stiffness dissipate. He often lost track of time when engrossed in reviewing old documents, and before he knew it, it was already 3 in the morning. He needed to catch up on sleep as the third Hokage had tasks awaiting him at dawn. Aomu had mentioned that from the moment she first noticed the signs of her mental decline until her return to Konoha 2 years later, she had searched for nations and villages that could potentially cure her affliction, but to no avail. Thus, her only option was to seek clues in Konoha, the last place the Aomu clan had resided, and where they ultimately faded from existence. Additionally, there was the country of frost. He felt an instinctive pull towards Yuki no Kuni, certain that something awaited his discovery there, yet regrettably, the Hokage had yet to approve his expedition to the country of frost. Kakashi lowered his head, allowing the warm water to wash away the bubbles from his bath. Earlier, upon learning of Aomu's relationship with him, Guy had reflected for a moment before informing him that the third Hokage had advised him to take a break from teaching students for a few days to assist someone with martial arts training. Given Guy's tone, that someone was likely Aomu. Later that afternoon, the third Hokage, who had initially suggested he rest for a few more days, abruptly assigned him a mission outside the village. Was it merely a coincidence? Or were there arrangements being made in the village concerning Aomu, necessitating his temporary diversion? Without the use of chakra, Aomu was likely unaware of the situation. Turning off the shower, Kakashi draped a towel over his head and wrapped a white bath towel around his waist, his mind heavy with thoughts as he stepped out of the bathroom, drying his damp hair while heading toward his room. On this dry, quiet, and cold winter night, the slight chill was of little concern to a ninja whose chakra remained stable through years of training. The silver-haired ninja, bare-chested, sensed something unusual upon entering his room. The glass window that had been firmly shut when he entered the bathroom was now ajar, with the cold wind causing the thin curtains to flutter. Before he could ponder further, a white note that had fallen beneath the potted plant on the windowsill provided an answer. It was from Aomu. Kakashi's eyes brightened as he took quick strides towards it, retrieving the note from the base of the potted plant that Aomu had previously brought. Unfolding it, he was greeted by her neat, vigorous handwriting. Kakashi, the mission is progressing smoothly. Do not worry about me, and remember to eat well. As a weight lifted from his heart, he gently rubbed his thumb over the words on the white paper, naturally raising the note to his nose to inhale its scent. However, this action reignited a concern within him. The note unmistakably bore a distinctive aroma, one that Kakashi recognized all too well, the scent of the storage cabinets in Konoha Hospital. Had Aomu been hospitalized? Strangely, Kakashi's mind drifted back to a few days prior when he had bought fish and overheard the townswomen discussing the black-haired, blue-eyed kunoichi teacher who had been admitted to the hospital. Could it be her? Yet, those women had claimed the teacher was in critical condition, while Aomu's note clearly stated that the mission is progressing smoothly. Kakashi pressed his fingers to his swollen eyelids, his gaze lingering on the phrase, "Do not worry about me." The silver-haired ninja oscillated between hurrying to the hospital to confirm and trusting that his beloved would handle it well. Gradually, he clenched the note tightly in his palm, ultimately opting for the latter. Outside the pitch-black white hospital room, a completely ebony cat ascended to the moonlit windowsill, nudging open the half-closed window with its head. With a graceful sway, it leapt into the room, landing softly upon the pristine hospital bed. the cat's emerald green eyes, reminiscent of a mysterious abyss, fixated intently on the space where someone should have been, only to find it empty. The black cat sprang down to the floor, and with a resounding bang, the transformation technique was dispelled, revealing a figure within the white hospital room. Shortly thereafter, a black-haired female ninja clad in a patient-esque gown, her expression radiant with joy, skillfully jumped from the trunk of the large tree outside onto the windowsill. As she gently pushed open the window, she caught sight of the motionless silhouette seated at the edge of her hospital bed. Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. Though the face remained hidden, the neatly arranged hair slightly stooped back, and the clasped hands resting on the ground with the aid of a cane allowed Richu Qingyue to instantly deduce the identity of the visitor, the clan leader, Richu Huichun. Upon hearing a faint sound from the windowsill, the elder turned her head, fixing her dark green gaze directly upon the woman poised on the windowsill across from her. The two maintained eye contact, the air seemingly suspended for 3 to 5 seconds. With her left hand resting on the window frame, Qingyue remained crouched, slightly surprised by the elderly woman's late-night visit, yet still raised her right hand in a polite greeting, a smile gracing her features. Richu Huichun remained silent, observing as the black-haired woman deftly descended from the window and calmly approached the bedside. Just as Qingyue moved to illuminate the small lamp beside the bed, the elder suddenly spoke. "You appear to be in good spirits." Qingyue paused in her action, assuming the elder referred to her injuries healing swiftly, and replied, "Thanks to Dr. Mukamura's exceptional medical skills, I have managed to keep my life." Richu Huichun, clearly uninterested in small talk, cut straight to the point. "Stop the charade. I have come to confirm something with you." Realizing that her little ruse was insufficient against the clan leader, yet sensing no hostility from her, Qingyue remained calm and asked, "What would you like to confirm?" At that moment, half of Richu Huichun's face was shrouded in darkness, while the silver moonlight illuminated the other half. The wrinkles on her face resembled the bark of an ancient tree, her deep-set eyes fixed intently upon Sangmu Lin as she inquired, "Do you truly wish to replace Qingyue and return to the Richu clan?" Sangmu Lin's expression momentarily faltered, realizing that the elder was aware of her impersonation. Why then did she go to such lengths to have Richu Yuan capture her on a rainy night? And why summon the Richu clan leader to verify her identity? After a moment's contemplation, Sangmu posed a question. Was the Byakugan verification simply for show? The elder gazed unblinkingly at Sangmu, her tone resolute and unyielding. "You will first answer my earlier question." Qingyue lowered her gaze, contemplating earnestly. Although the third Hokage had initially assigned her the mission scroll stating, "Become a teacher at the Ninja Academy and uncover the spy," he later explicitly mentioned that she could exercise her discretion at the academy. When the third Hokage uttered those words, Sangmu Lin harbored doubts. Firstly, her infiltration location was the ninja school, populated by children lacking experience and a cadre of relatively mediocre teachers who were primarily focused on nurturing young minds. In the face of sudden crises, their response capabilities would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of ninjas from other departments. The third Hokage, who always regarded children as the future of the ninja village, would he calmly issue a command like "You may act freely" upon learning of the potential infiltration by foreign spies into a school filled with children? It seemed far more plausible that he would mobilize elite forces like Kakashi's team the moment he received news of potential spies infiltrating the school. Even if Sangmu Lin prided herself on being a disciplined and aspiring ninja, she was acutely aware of her current physical condition. The inability to utilize chakra was tantamount to a death sentence for a ninja. In the harsh light of reality, who would be foolish enough to send a compromised, incapable teacher to unearth foreign spies hidden within the Ninja Academy? Thus, from the outset, Sangmu Lin had fundamentally concluded that the task of locating a spy at the school was merely an excuse concocted by the elder to have her impersonate Richu Qingyue. Regarding Richu Qingyue, upon entering the Ninja Academy, she was immediately beset with troubles, work hindrances, being pursued and ambushed on a rainy night, facing harsh words from family members, and even attempts to drag her into the inner quarters for direct confrontation. Since adopting the identity of Qingyue, every event that had transpired pointed directly at the Richu clan. Qingyue's social connections were straightforward, and if the crux of this mission did not lie within the ninja school, could it not be found within the Richu family? For the third Hokage had distinctly presented her with the choice between this mission and leaving Konoha, a decision she had resolutely made to remain. Thus, Successfully completing this mission was paramount for Sangmu Lin. The Elder-S inquiry had been about whether she truly intended to replace Richu Qingwei and return to the Richu family. With this in mind, Sangmu Lin stepped closer to Richu Huichun, her azure eyes meeting the Elder-S profound gaze. With a composed demeanor, she affirmed, "Yes, I am Richu Qingwei." "Excellent," Richu Huichun said, rising from the bed with the aid of her cane. She placed her hands on Sangmu's shoulders, nodding in satisfaction as she assessed her physique. "Your muscle tone is robust and fluid, and your core strength and body coordination are exceptional. Your capabilities surpass that of the previous girl." Ignoring the Elder-S clumsy grasp on her still-healing wounds, Sangmu Lin found herself perplexed by Huichun's words. "Who might that girl be?" she inquired. Yet, the Elder-S next statement sent a chill down her spine. With a knowing smile, she slowly remarked, "The previous Richu Qingwei." Sangmu Lin's expression immediately turned icy, and she took a step back, evading the Elder-S attempt to reach out and touch her again. Realizing her words had startled the girl before her, the Elder cleared her throat awkwardly. Regaining her composure and adopting a stern demeanor as she addressed Sangmu Lin, "The Richu family does not harbor failures. In half a month, there will be a competition among the teachers at the Ninja Academy. I require you to win in both theory and physical skills to prove your worth to me." Seeing the black-haired woman furrow her brow at her statement, seemingly at a loss for words, Richu Huichun assumed she intended to back down. Just as she was about to make a concession, stating that winning in physical skills alone would suffice, Qingyue spoke earnestly, "Grandmother, your Richu family has no shortage of failures." With a disdainful huff, the elder paused briefly before sighing, evidently unable to refute the character and abilities of her grandchildren. "Of course," she added, "if you can win the competition and achieve something noteworthy at the academy, perhaps being recognized as an outstanding teacher, I will immediately allow you to return to the Richu family." Not waiting for the elder to continue, Sangmu Lin crossed her arms resolutely over her chest and succinctly summarized, "So you want me to bring honor to the Richu family, correct? However, I still believe that being a deceitful ninja is far easier and swifter." The black-haired woman suddenly shifted the conversation, leaning against the nearby window with a nonchalant expression. Clearly unfazed by the Elder-S threats, she was confident that her recent ploys had been effective. For the sake of her family's reputation, the matriarch would undoubtedly bring her, the pitiful adopted daughter, back into the fold. After all, she would be returning regardless. Why should she suffer unnecessarily or instigate conflict? However, it could be argued that if the elder had expressed her desire more gently, perhaps indicating that she simply wished to see her descendants receive awards to bring her joy, then Sangmu would most likely have acquiesced. Before Sangmu could wander too far into her thoughts, she heard the Elder-S calm, yet powerful voice resonate within her soul. "What if I told you that if you win the competition, I could assist you in unlocking the chakra sealed within you?" Chapter 18. An apology is useful. Rahatsu Keichun observed the woman, whose expression had clearly shifted upon hearing her words, and spoke slowly. "Little one, you should hold the Rahatsu clan in higher regard and not be so dismissive. You were once a capable intelligence ninja adept in chakra manipulation. I initially thought that Danzo intended to use a sealing technique to infiltrate our clan for espionage. However, the third Hokage informed me this afternoon that your chakra sealing was an unfortunate accident. He suggested that you masquerade as a Qingyue girl to assist me. If you can prove your worth to me, I am willing to help you restore your sealed chakra." Sangmu furrowed her brow in surprise, realizing that Rahatsu Keichun had discerned her true condition after only one meeting, and that the third Hokage had directly revealed this to the clan leader. After a moment of contemplation, Sangmu found it reasonable. After all, the Elder-S age and experience were substantial. Yet she remained puzzled by the claim that the third Hokage had sent her to the Rahatsu clan to aid Rahatsu Keichun. Sangmu, not daring to be careless, smiled faintly. "Grandmother, you jest. There is no such switch. I regret to inform you that I cannot utilize chakra." Rahatsu Keichun's impatience surfaced as she directly stated, "Your spar with Koyuin, although intentionally slowed down, could not hide your subconscious attempts to use chakra to evade. I find you to be quite appealing, and as you are an orphan with no one to rely on, you are suited to join the Rahatsu clan. I have expended effort to come here tonight. Think carefully, join our clan, assist me wholeheartedly, and I shall use our family's secret techniques to help you restore your chakra." Last night's words of Rahatsu Keichun echoed in Sangmu's ears as she sat on a bench in the hospital lobby, her limbs still wrapped in bandages, sipping her strawberry milk in a daze. "Good morning, Chinyue-sensei." As Tsangmu pondered the elder's promise regarding her chakra restoration, a gentle female voice called out to her. She instinctively lifted her gaze to find a woman in a white coat smiling at her. The beautiful pink-eyed medical ninja was Dr. Sakurazaka, who had frequently conversed with Gunma in the hospital over the past few days. Though she was not the doctor responsible for her treatment, Dr. Sakurazaka often passed by Tsangmu's room whenever Gunma was present. Sharing the same gender and being of similar age, Tsangmu sensed a connection. Noticing Gunma's warm demeanor towards Dr. Sakurazaka, Tsangmu instinctively smiled. "Good morning, Dr. Sakurazaka." Dr. Sakurazaka approached, tucking her pen into her pocket and glancing down at the mountain of belongings amassed beside Tsangmu. She furrowed her brow, recalling that Chinyue had not possessed so many personal items during her hospitalization. Concerned that Tsangmu might struggle to carry them all, she inquired, "You're being discharged today, right? Isn't that guy coming to pick you up?" Since her hospitalization, the one who had visited her the most was none other than Gunma, who had brought her to this hospital. Tsangmu understood that Dr. Sakurazaka referred to him. Although the medical ninja maintained a neutral expression, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. To prevent any misunderstandings, Tsangmu shook her head and clarified, Gunma and I are not in a relationship that allows us to go home together. His rescuing me was merely coincidental, and he only offered to look after me for a few days after seeing me alone." Dr. Sakurazaka was momentarily taken aback, first surprised by Tsangmu's sudden explanation of her relationship with Gunma, then realizing that Tsangmu was attempting to prevent her from misinterpreting their connection. A faint blush crept onto the medical ninja's cheeks as she heard Tsangmu add, "Once I recover, I will properly thank Gunma, but that is all." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Dr. Sakurazaka pointed to the pile of belongings, softly suggesting, "I'm not busy at the moment. I could request a 2-hour pass to escort you home, if you'd like." Before she could finish, Tsangmu, with a mysterious glint in her eye, winked conspiratorially at her. "No need, no need. Someone will come for me shortly. All of this is prepared for him." Dr. Sakurazaka's bright face displayed confusion as Tsangmu quietly explained. Before they could delve deeper into conversation, Dr. Sakurazaka's gaze lifted, catching sight of someone approaching from outside the door, connecting the recent village gossip about Chinyue. The medical ninja quickly understood, offering Tsangmu a knowing expression. Then, as if recalling something, she turned and dashed toward the medical supply room. Still puzzled, Tsangmu heard a voice calling from behind. "Hey, I'm here to take you home." Raising an eyebrow, she recognized the reluctant voice without needing to turn around. Remaining composed, she chose not to respond. Nihatsu Haru glared at the mountain of luggage on the floor, his face dark as coal. How could one person accumulate so much baggage in just a few days of hospitalization? Clenching his fists, he glared with menace, ready to explode. The curious glances from the crowd in the hospital lobby reminded him of his grandmother's warning that morning. "If you bring shame upon the Nihatsu family again, you'll be thrown out." Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal for a shadow clone. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Bending down, he silently began to load the bags onto the clone, while his original self approached Chinyue and crouched down before her. Tsangmu, sipping her drink through a straw, looked curiously at the boy's dark hair and asked, "What are you doing, Nihatsu-sama?" Haru's mouth twitched slightly, and he replied flatly, "You're injured. I'll carry you back." Without a second thought, Chinyue declined. "Oh, that is too much trouble. I can walk just fine." Haru's face darkened as he merely wished to expedite the process of getting her home. He turned to glare at the black-haired woman, who feigned innocence on the chair, and lowered his voice to threaten, "Enough already. You won't even know how you met your end." Meeting his chilling gaze, Chinyue narrowed her eyes dismissively, her expression indifferent. She opened her mouth as if to shout in mock horror, "I understand. You've never hit me. It's all me." Startled, Haru's face paled, and he hurriedly attempted to cover Chinyue's mouth, casting furtive glances around. "Damn it. Shut up." Chinyue evaded his hand, casting him a provocative look before continuing to sip her strawberry milk. Calculating his grudges, Richu Yuan was vexed, his teeth itching with discontent. Yet he felt powerless against Richu Chinyu. He remained crouched, appearing as though he intended to engage in a battle of endurance with Chinyu. "Come here. I shall carry you back, dear sister," he said, the term sister squeezed out from between his teeth. Regardless of her seated position, he squatted next to her, while a shadow clone beside them continued to idly dissipate chakra. Qingyu, not revealing her residence, left the shadow clone clueless about where to deliver their belongings. The raven-haired woman leaned back against her chair and yawned. "You little rascal, if you want to linger, then linger." The impatient youth, lacking patience, contemplated simply hoisting her onto his back. He would first remove her from the noisy hospital lobby, for his grandmother only required that he refrain from giving others ammunition against him. He could settle the score with this woman in a deserted corner later. As he plotted, Ri Chu Yuan swiftly turned, extending his arm to grasp the wrist of Qingyu, who still held a carton of milk. The moment her wrist was captured, Qingyu instinctively frowned, sensing his intentions. The color in her eyes turned icy as she thought, "This brat hasn't he learned his lesson yet?" Just as Qingyu prepared to exert force to escape his grip and retaliate with a slap, Rin Murakami, wielding 2 canes, approached from the equipment room, calling out, "Teacher Qingyu, your leg injury is not suited for vigorous movement. I suggest using your cane to walk back with your brother." Upon hearing this, Ri Chu Yuan's body stiffened. Walk? Was he to assist this incompetent ninja as they strolled through the streets, attracting the attention of onlookers? It was early market hours, with throngs of people on the streets. How was this any different from publicly seeking reconciliation and apologizing to her? Humph, it mattered not. Once they exited the hospital and turned into a secluded corner, he would have the final say. Noticing the fluctuating emotions on Ri Chu Yuan's face, Qingyu quietly cast a grateful glance at Rin, who raised her eyebrow in acknowledgement, as if perceiving the calculations running through the mind of the dark-haired boy. Dr. Murakami cheerfully approached, lifting 2 bags from the shadow clone's grasp and smiling brightly at Ri Chu Yuan. "Just in time. I have no pressing matters, so you can assist your sister ahead while the rest is left to me and the shadow clone." Even the usually arrogant dark-haired boy understood he could no longer afford to clash with the hospital staff. Otherwise, returning home would not merely entail a scolding. Finally grasping reality, Ri Chu Yuan took a deep breath, silently accepted the cane from Murakami, and stepped beside Qingyu. His azure eyes drooped as he spoke in a considerably more submissive tone. "Sister, allow me to help you up." Chapter 19. The purple flowers at the entrance of Konohagakure. Kakashi leaned against the gate, engrossed in his book Intimate Violence. Unlike other days, several purple flowers peeked from the zipper of his backpack, creating an eye-catching contrast against his tall, silver-haired figure in the morning light. The blossoms paired with his handsome visage stood out as he read intently. The third Hokage had assigned him the task of assisting companions in procuring scarce medicinal supplies from the land of medicine. Task level C, which barely reached the threshold of a B-level mission. Normally, such tasks would not fall to him unless he was accompanied by students. And this direct assignment from the third Hokage left Kakashi puzzled about the rationale behind summoning him during his leave. Before he could ponder further, a bright female voice cut through his thoughts. "Kakashi-kun, have you been waiting long?" "I'm so sorry," the silver-haired youth set aside his novel, his slightly weary eyes drifting towards 2 approaching kunoichi. One of them, whom he recognized as Miko, had once dragged Guy away at an izakaya after their gathering. Kakashi raised his book in greeting. "Hello." His attention shifted to the other kunoichi, whose long, chestnut curls flushed her cheeks as she caught sight of him, her gaze evasive. Kakashi initially assumed her to be an acquaintance, but after a few moments of scrutiny, he realized he did not recognize her. "Hello, I am Hatake Kakashi, and I will be responsible for ensuring your safety during this mission. Please call for me if any danger arises." The response from the 2 women was one of surprise, particularly from the curly-haired girl, who seemed on the verge of tears, her bright eyes fluttering as she struggled to contain her emotions. Miko, observing her friend's reaction, glared at Kakashi with her cerulean eyes. "What do you mean? Koizumi is well acquainted with many medicinal herbs. I specifically invited her to assist us in procuring supplies. You both met last time, didn't you? You even drank together. How could you forget so quickly?" "Huh." Kakashi bowed his head, preparing to resume his reading. Yet Miko's questioning tone left him speechless. Blinking, he redirected his gaze back to the curly-haired girl, speaking earnestly. "I apologize, but I truly do not recall. May I ask your name?" The silver-haired man's detached demeanor forced Koizumi Junko's heart to tighten. She stopped Miko, who was about to speak, and smiled gently at Kakashi. "Hello, I am Koizumi Junko. I look forward to working with you on this mission, Kakashi-senpai." "There's no need for formalities," Kakashi replied, reluctantly glancing at the book he held. then stowing it in his pocket. He nodded towards both Koizumi and Miko, stating, "It's getting late, let us depart." After uttering those words, he turned and led the way forward. Watching Kakashi's silver-haired silhouette, which did not look back, Koizumi sighed softly. Miko, walking beside her, draped an arm over her shoulder and whispered encouragement. "Don't be disheartened. We'll become more familiar with each other as the mission progresses. Opportunities will arise." Koizumi, regaining her spirits, nodded in agreement, her gaze naturally drawn to Kakashi's back and the swaying purple flowers that danced in rhythm with his movements. The purple blooms resembled pansies, each carrying different meanings. For years, Koizumi had quietly observed Kakashi, unaware of his penchant for carrying flowers. Yet now, gazing at the delicate blossoms swaying alongside his silver locks, her eyes brimmed with tenderness, and a smile crept upon her lips. Noticing the curiosity in Koizumi's gaze towards the flowers, Miko quickened her pace to walk alongside Kakashi, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, "Kakashi-kun, do you enjoy carrying flowers on your missions? What a romantic ninja you are." Just as Kakashi was about to turn and address them, he paused at Miko's sudden remark. He glanced at the purple flowers nestled in his backpack and replied, "These? I bought too many this morning. You need not concern yourselves with them. Konoha Central Street. Thank you for taking care of my sister. I wish you good health. Thank you for taking care of my sister. I wish you prosperous business. Thank you for taking care of my sister. I wish you abundant wealth. Thank you for taking care of my sister." It felt as though he were a heartless gift-giving machine. Ri Chiyuan had to assist the slow-moving Ri Chukenju, who relied on a cane, while also following her instructions to retrieve consolation gifts from the shadowy figures and hand them to the designated merchants, all the while uttering words of gratitude and auspicious phrases. It felt as though he had lost face after 17 years today. Flames flickered in Ri Chiyuan's eyes as he intensely stared at the black-haired woman, surrounded by a crowd, who wore an innocent smile. What was the purpose of this wretched woman's actions? Was it purely to embarrass him? "Thank you for taking care of my sister. I wish you eternal youth." Gritting his teeth, after delivering the final gift, Ri Chukenju was pulled aside by the owner of the hair salon. Leaving the black-haired youth standing sullenly nearby, Lingsu and Taohui approached him, patted Ri Chiyuan on the shoulder, and said with a knowing smile, "Young master, you ought to express your gratitude to your sister." Ri Chiyuan raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing to glance back at Lingsuan. Thank her? Was she mistaken? Without her, he wouldn't have lost so much face. "I say, has it been rather difficult for you lately?" Lingsuan crossed her arms and gently inquired close to Ri Chiyuan's ear. The black-haired youth fell silent, his expression dimming in an instant. He had been isolated by his colleagues at the interrogation department for refusing to apologize for sending his sister to the hospital. On the streets, villagers whispered about him, and upon returning home, he was met with his grandmother's disdain. That feeling was indeed unbearable. Yet, was it not all instigated by that woman? Had she not provoked him deliberately, would he have struck her to the hospital? As this thought crossed his mind, a deep resentment welled up in the boy's eyes. Your sister was left in such a state, with dozens of wounds all over her body. Just the daily dressing changes must be excruciating. Furthermore, I only just learned that these consolation gifts were prepared early this morning as she anticipated her discharge today. Why would she, a victim, rush to present gifts to others? Lingsuan paused, studying Ri Chiyuan's expression. The black-haired youth was momentarily taken aback, raising his head just in time to meet the gaze of the merchant who had received his gift. The merchant nodded politely and smiled at him, the smile devoid of any disdain. That woman, though she had schemed against him, had also thoughtfully paved a way for him. Following this incident, the villagers would no longer perceive him as arrogant and oppressive, harming his kin. It was even likely that he would be regarded as a sensible young man who could acknowledge his mistakes and make amends. The better he treated Qinghua, the better the villagers' opinions of him would become, and his reputation would only grow in importance in the eyes of his status-conscious grandmother and parents. With this realization, Ri Chiyuan's azure eyes seemed to be illuminated. Taohui, sensing his understanding, smiled and asked, "So, should you not thank your sister?" Meanwhile, seemingly oblivious to the sudden intensity in the black-haired youth's gaze, Ri Chukenju, supported by her two canes, conversed with the owner of the salon, her thoughts drifting to whether she might catch a glimpse of her boyfriend on break. As she raised her eyes, she noticed that the sign by Kakashi's door had been changed to white. Had he gone out on a mission? Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Ri Chukenju lowered her eyelids. But then, as if noticing something, she abruptly looked up. A few vibrant tricolor violets caught her eye. They were positioned next to the white sign, beside which a circular stand had been installed, holding a crystal-clear glass vase securely. Delicately arranged, the purple flowers stood at varying heights within the vase, and the morning sun cast a golden light on Kakashi's apartment door, creating a beautiful halo that reflected in the transparent glass vase and the water within, directly illuminating the eyes of Sangmu Lin. The gentle morning breeze stirred not only the lovely flowers, but also the heart of the person gazing at them. Did Kakashi place these flowers there knowing she would glance at the black and white sign each time he left? For some reason, Sangmu Lin felt these flowers were Kakashi's gift to her. She averted her gaze, suppressing the urge to smile, recalling that she had once intended to gift Kakashi purple tricolor violets. Silence and unconditional love, and please remember me. Chapter 20. Ramen Coupons. Yumino Irika returned from morning exercises with his students, beads of sweat still dotting his forehead. He hurriedly sat at his desk, prepared to tackle the day's work. Since resolving to foster a good relationship with Naruto, Irika had been filled with boundless energy, tackling each day as if invigorated. With less than a year until graduation exams for his class, Naruto, who lagged behind in various aspects, naturally became Irika's primary focus. As Irika reviewed Naruto's past academic performance in order to devise a special training plan, he discovered that aside from decent physical skills and stamina, Naruto's grades in subjects requiring chakra manipulation were alarmingly poor. Just as Irika's expression turned troubled while looking at Naruto's report card, a neatly folded black umbrella was extended from the desk beside him. "Good morning," a clear and soothing female voice greeted him. Irika turned to find Richukenju, who had been on leave for several days, gently placing the umbrella on his desk. Her eyes swept over the report card he held, and a smile blossomed on her lovely face. "Are you looking at little Naruto's report card, Irika-sensei?" "Good morning," Irika replied, slightly taken aback. The teacher's smile was markedly different from before, radiating genuine friendliness. After a moment of uncertainty, he realized that Chinwe had returned to work just 2 days after her discharge from the hospital. Concerned, he asked, "Why didn't you rest a few more days, Chinwe-sensei? There isn't much happening at school lately." "Well, that was indeed my intention," Chinwe replied, shaking a document in her hand. Irika glanced at it. It seemed to contain a request for an extension of her return to school. With a smile, Chinwe thanked him for the umbrella and began to walk away, only to suddenly remember something and return to her desk. "Oh, there's one more thing I need your help with, Irika-sensei." Before Irika could process her actions, he watched as Chinwe reached into a small pouch tied to her leg and produced a small stack of coupons, presenting them to him with both hands. Irika focused on the offering and realized it was a batch of vouchers for Ichiraku ramen. "The doctor advised that ramen would not be beneficial for my recovery, and these coupons are about to expire. I would appreciate it if you could help me distribute them, Irika-sensei." Unlike her previous calm tone, Ri Chukenju spoke with a formal respect, as if entrusting him with something of great importance. This flustered Irika, who quickly accepted the coupons, fearing that any delay might lead to misunderstandings. "All right, I shall accept them." Chinwe beamed with delight, nodded to Irika, and stepped out of the office. As she remained seated, Bienzi Lauscher grasped a stack of ramen vouchers, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Over the past few days, her interactions with Uncle Yao had grown increasingly familiar, largely due to Naruto's influence. She recalled the uncle mentioning that the ramen shop's promotion, which had offered vouchers for a considerable duration, had concluded just a few days prior. Judging by the modestly thick stack of vouchers in her possession, it seemed she had been accumulating them for quite some time. Yet she had handed them over to him without hesitation. However, one might ponder, is ramen not a nutritionally rich food? How could it possibly hinder the healing of wounds? Irika pondered for a considerable while, ultimately unable to unravel the mystery, concluding that perhaps Chingyue's injuries were more complex than they appeared. Otherwise, the hospital's medical need would not have issued such explicit warnings. Just yesterday, he had promised Naruto that if he diligently cleaned the graffiti off the Yangshan, he would treat him to a bowl of Yao ramen today. Chingyue's generosity seemed fortuitous, as it would alleviate some strain on his wallet. With this thought, Irika tucked the vouchers into his pocket and devoted himself to the task at hand. Meanwhile, having just submitted her leave application, Richu Chingyue exited the principal's office. The Sandame had instructed her to engage in a period of intensive physical training, but first, she needed to request an extended leave under the pretext of recovery. The crucial detail was that the principal was none other than the Sandame Hokage himself. She recalled the warm-hearted elder in the office, holding her application with a furrowed brow, advising her to be cautious and to ensure her health before returning to her duties. Just yesterday, he had assigned her to undergo physical training under Might Guy. Who was Might Guy? A fervent practitioner of taijutsu in Konoha, and one could only imagine the intensity of his training regimen, which was undoubtedly formidable. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Indeed, no one was better suited to serve as a covert operative than that old man. His acting skills were unparalleled. Lost in her thoughts, Qingyue noticed two children approaching from across the corridor, one clad in blue and the other in orange. It was Uchiha and Naruto. As they drew nearer, she observed that both bore marks of injury, sporting band-aids on their faces and bodies. Upon seeing Qingyue return to the school, Uzumaki Naruto instinctively beamed, dashing towards her. "Which teacher? Is that really you? I thought I was mistaken." Upon seeing Naruto's golden locks, Qingyue's gaze softened involuntarily. She raised her right hand, intending to tousle his golden hair, but Naruto instinctively recoiled, seemingly mistaking her gesture for an attempt to grab his collar. Qingyue halted her motion, shifting to a wave, beckoning him closer. "Come here." The blond boy rubbed his nose, cautiously stepping closer to Qingyue. As she crouched down to meet him at eye level, she raised her hand again, this time opting to pat the shoulder of the slender boy in orange, her tone gentle. "How did you get hurt? Did you get into a fight with Uchiha?" Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances upon hearing her question. The stoic boy with black hair let out a disdainful snort, closing his eyes as he brushed past them. Turning to see Sasuke, who had stuffed his hands into his pockets and entered the principal's office, Naruto exploded with indignation. "That guy is so weak. He doesn't deserve to be my opponent." Qingyue scratched her head, at a loss for words. Naruto's puffed-up cheeks glared at the office door, his injuries clearly indicative of careless practice, sitting by the roadside teasing small cats and dogs instead of training diligently. Just as she was about to speak, the Sandaime Hokage's voice, tinged with authority, echoed, "Sasuke, I heard you were training late into the night again. While striving for improvement is commendable, at your age, adequate sleep is essential." Qingyue's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, the other night, she had sensed the presence of ANBU members lurking in the forest nearby. As an orphan of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's movements within the village were undoubtedly monitored, ostensibly for his safety. In reality, it meant a lack of freedom. This situation would likely persist until the young Uchiha matured into a capable ninja. The black-haired woman listened intently, lost in her thoughts, at least in her youth. Despite passing the Chunin exams, and even during the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, the scrutiny she faced from the village had never ceased. She and the Uchiha orphan shared this experience, and it seemed that Naruto, standing before her, might share a similar fate, one a survivor of a powerful bloodline, the other a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The surveillance she faced in her childhood was largely due to concerns surrounding her Kekkei Genkai, whereas the current vigilance likely stemmed from genuine concern for the safety of these two children. With this reflection, Qingyue let out a barely audible sigh. Noticing that she had fallen silent upon hearing the Hokage's voice, Naruto ceased his head-scratching and looked at her, sensing her pensive demeanor. The golden-haired boy's face flushed red as he nervously fidgeted with his hands, stammering, "Humph. Well, no matter how much that guy practices, he can't catch up to me, Naruto. Just watch, I'll practice all night when I get home." The last part of his sentence snapped Qingyue back to attention. She seized Naruto by the shoulders, bringing him closer to her, her tone serious. "Do you understand what it means to overdo it? Training all night will only turn you into a frail little person. Early to bed and early to rise. That is the way to true mastery." Naruto blinked, and upon seeing her smiling eyes, he hesitantly asked, "What does overdoing it mean?" Qingyue replied as Sasuke exited the office after receiving a lecture for excessive training, spotting the golden-haired fool and the theatrical teacher still conversing in the corridor. He intended to ignore them and return to his classroom. Just then, he heard the female teacher's light laughter as she playfully tapped Naruto's nose, her voice cheerful. "Overdoing it means that at your age, practicing all night is not as beneficial as returning home early to rest. When you're well-rested, training will yield twice the results with half the effort. Do you understand?" Sasuke paused, intrigued by her voice. He turned to see the female teacher kneeling, her focus entirely on Naruto. At that moment, Naruto's face was a mix of confusion, and Qingyue gazed at him with affection, noting how much he resembled Uncle Minato. Sasuke diverted his gaze, a frown forming on his forehead as he dismissed his thoughts, concluding that she was merely an odd teacher making silly faces at the noisy fool. Uzumaki Naruto. Before Qingwei and Naruto could exchange more words, the Hokage's assistant emerged from the office, calling out to them, "Get in here, you rascal." Qingwei and Naruto exchanged glances, and at the tone of the assistant, Naruto's face fell. Qingwei wore an expression of resigned amusement, already aware that the golden-haired boy had likely gotten himself into some trouble once again. Chapter 21. Shall we fight? Upon leaving the school and returning to her residence, Richu Qingwei changed into a more comfortable outfit. Her external injuries, having received meticulous treatment with medical ninjutsu in the hospital, were no longer a concern. Considering that she would soon face her senior, Guy, she prudently rebandaged a few deeper wounds to prevent them from worsening during physical activity. After removing her blue contact lenses and washing away her makeup, the refreshed Songmu Lin set out towards the forest. However, upon arriving at the training ground where she had previously arranged to meet Guy, she discovered that someone was already present. A long-haired youth stood in the center of the training ground, his back turned to her, seemingly engaged in his daily practice. The wooden post he struck reverberated with a resounding thud, and although she could not see his face, the subtle chakra pulsating between his palms and the technique he executed clearly indicated that he hailed from the Hyuga clan. His gentle yet forceful strikes demonstrated a fluidity of movement, each blow carefully tempered with restraint, a rather intriguing sight. Songmu Lin, feeling a rare spark of excitement, climbed up a nearby tree and settled comfortably against the trunk to observe. The boy, merely in his teens, exhibited martial prowess that surpassed many adult ninjas within the Hyuga clan, suggesting he possessed extraordinary talent. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she watched. On the opposite side of the training ground, a girl was practicing the swift summoning of multiple scroll-based ninja tools, drawing Songmu's gaze. Was she employing space ninjutsu to conjure ninja tools? Songmu pondered, aware that while space techniques were impressive, summoning tools without adequate resources could prove unwise. A ninja needed to possess formidable skills of their own, lest they rely solely on the quantity of tools. Such reliance was unlikely to yield enduring success. Redirecting her attention, Songmu noticed a boy with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, clad in a green jumpsuit, performing one-handed push-ups beneath a nearby tree. She could hear him counting aloud, 994, 995, 996. The sight of this boy closely resembled another green-clad youth from her memories, leading her to wonder if he too would one day become a formidable figure like her esteemed senior, Akai. At this moment, she surmised that these three children were indeed the adorable students that Akai and Kakashi spoke of with pride. However, she noted with surprise that their instructor was not present. Such tardiness was uncharacteristic of Akai. She had no intention of interrupting their training. Settling into a comfortable position, she prepared to delve into her newly acquired cookbook, which she had procured from Dr. Tao Hui, a trusted source of culinary wisdom. Meanwhile, the watermelon-headed boy, invigorated by his training, declared with enthusiasm, "All right, 1,000 one-handed push-ups completed. Next, I reward myself with 1,000 frog jumps, and if I manage that, I'll treat myself to 2,000 rope slams." The fervor of his voice stirred a sense of guilt within Songmu, who perched in the tree, feeling like a lazy adult. "Hey, Lee, don't overdo it so early in the morning. Balance is key," remarked the girl with the bun hairstyle as she approached him, having finished with her scrolls. Songmu nodded in agreement. The boy named Lee continued his jumps, eyes focused ahead. "Teacher Kai had a stomach upset this morning and will arrive late. I've decided to take over his duties." Had an upset stomach? How unexpected of Akai, Songmu mused, shaking her head as she began to peruse her cookbook, which was said to contain invaluable insights compared to the ordinary culinary books she had seen in stores. Meanwhile, the bun-haired girl felt a twinge of concern for her companion's almost obsessive training. Just then, the long-haired youth emitted a derisive snort, proclaiming, once again, "No matter how hard a mediocre talent tries, they will remain mediocre. Ningxi, you are mistaken. Teacher Kai taught me that effort is meaningful, and even geniuses can face defeat." The green-clad boy retorted, undeterred as he continued his frog jumps. Ningxi, seemingly in a foul mood, abruptly interrupted his training by striking the wooden post before him. In a flash, he positioned himself between Lee and the bun-haired girl, his aura radiating cold intensity. Mediocrity is not inherently negative. Rather, the more capable one is, the quicker their demise if their status is misaligned. Embrace your mediocrity. One's fate is determined at birth. His chilling words caused Li to halt his movements. Momentarily taken aback, sensing Ningxi's unusual demeanor, the watermelon-headed boy contemplated approaching him, but instead noticed Ningxi slowly extending his right palm in a challenge. The long-haired youth's icy gaze fixated on the defiant Li, as if he intended to sever something that bound them. Do you wish to fight? Li swallowed nervously. Though he desired to respond affirmatively, he had lost to Ningxi too many times before. He simply was not strong enough yet. The bun-haired girl, noticing Li's hesitance, quickly stepped in to dissuade him. Li, you are not his match yet. Teacher Kai instructed you both not to compete for the time being. Ningxi ignored her, maintaining his intense focus on the green-clad boy. Sangmu, intrigued, finally lifted her gaze from her book, wondering if the boy was attempting to challenge someone in the absence of their instructor. I am not your match yet. Teacher Kai said I must practice diligently. I will surpass you one day, Li declared, perhaps sensing Ningxi's discontent and wishing to avoid further confrontation. In a surprising display of restraint, Li managed to resist the urge to engage in a fight, prompting a sense of relief from the bun-haired girl. If a confrontation were to ensue, she would be the sole one to navigate the fallout in Kai's absence. With a dismissive scoff, the long-haired youth pivoted slightly, raising his palm toward the tree where Sangmu sat, his tone dripping with scorn. You hiding up there? Have you seen enough? Come down and spar with me. Sangmu tucked her book away, hooking her leg around the tree trunk, and leaned back to gaze at the trio below. With a puzzled expression, she pointed at herself and questioned Ningxi. The pressure point technique is ineffective on me. Are you certain? Startled, Li and the watermelon-headed boy stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the black-haired woman hanging from the tree. When did you get there? Asked Sangmu, gracefully landed. She brushed off her clothes and greeted them. Hello. I'm joining you. You may call me. How about beautiful sister? Beautiful sister? The green-clad boy and the bun-haired girl exchanged bewildered glances, while Ningxi, with a dark expression, formed a hand seal and instantly appeared before the smiling woman, delivering a swift palm strike toward her shoulder. He was fully aware that she understood the pressure point technique. Whether it would work or not, he would have to find out. As Ningxi's chakra neared Sangmu's shoulder, she effortlessly sidestepped, having anticipated his move, confirming that he had merely released chakra from his fingertips. Sangmu bent her knee, thrusting her thigh against the long-haired boy's extended arm, causing him to stumble back. I told you it wouldn't work. Before he could retort, Sangmu swiftly raised her leg, her ninja shoe aimed directly at Ningxi's fair and handsome face. Why don't you listen? Ningxi, taken aback, quickly crossed his arms to shield his face, and her kick landed solidly against his forearm. The force propelled him backward a considerable distance, and he felt as if his arms were fractured, the excruciating pain causing Ningxi's brows to furrow deeply. His opponent's movements were astoundingly swift, and the strength behind them was entirely beyond what a mere 10-year-old could contend with. This female ninja seemed to understand that he would concentrate his chakra in his arms, deliberately using the soles of her shoes to disrupt his chakra flow. While it was claimed that the acupoint technique would not work against her, she adeptly countered his chakra before he even had a chance to employ it. Surely, she was deceiving him in his understanding. No ninja could evade the effects of chakra acupoint strikes. A smile crept upon Hyuga Ningxi's lips as he prepared to launch another offensive, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of Sangmu Lin standing before him, unabashedly allowing him to scrutinize her with his Byakugan. She spread her arms, exclaiming with feigned exasperation, Well, can you see? Disrupting chakra doesn't seem to affect me, does it? Ningxi slowly lowered his hand, taken aback by the realization that this individual was an ordinary person devoid of chakra. However, Sangmu Lin's next words sent chills down the spines of Li and Tian. Such a volatile temperament at such a young age. Is this how your esteemed Hinata Hizashi raised you? Say that again, Ningxi retorted, his offensive stance faltering. In an impulsive moment, Sangmu could not resist teasing him. Yet, in the next instant, the cold demeanor of the young man radiated an even more intense surge of chakra, and he darted toward Sangmu with astounding speed, launching a powerful kick. Watch closely. This is a technique I mastered myself, unrelated to that person. Sangmu Lin, slightly taken aback, evaded the attack but still felt a tingle of discomfort as Ningxi's blue chakra grazed her calf, sending a wave of soreness coursing through her skin, reaching deep into her muscles. A frown creased her brow. This boy was targeting her unhealed injuries, which lay concealed beneath her bandages. In mere seconds, Though he appeared to be losing control, he swiftly redirected his gentle fist technique. Indeed, he possessed remarkable talent. If he exhibited such prowess at a tender age, he would undoubtedly achieve great things as an adult. With such a promising junior, that uncle must be overjoyed. A glint of admiration sparkled in Sangmu Lin's eyes as she inquired of Ningxi. Going through a rebellious phase, are we? Is that why you wish to avoid mentioning the name Hinata Hizashi? Tian was on the verge of tears. What was this adult's problem? Claiming she wanted to join them. Yet she kept prancing around Ningxi's sensitive points? An utterly useless individual devoid of any chakra, pretending to be profound. The long-haired youth pressed his lips tightly together. A fierce glint in his eyes. Perfect. He had just self-taught a technique that would be ideal for testing this boastful woman. Could the acupoint technique truly be ineffective? Ningxi suddenly smiled, arms wide open, provocatively gazing at Sangmu. Sangmu Lin's eyelids fluttered as the boy's barrage of attacks descended upon her like a torrential downpour. He gathered chakra in his palms, channeling it outward to enhance his strikes aimed at her acupoints. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Sangmu Lin gasped, recognizing that the boy's intent was not merely to deliver a few blows. If struck, his opponent would undoubtedly endure a series of 32 hits. Regrettably, as Ningxi continued his onslaught, the black-haired female ninja regained her composure and ceased allowing his chakra to touch her. No matter how formidable the acupoint technique, it was futile if it could not make contact. While evading, she meticulously observed where Ningxi had failed to release his chakra, and upon identifying her opportunity, she decisively struck with her palm. After just a few exchanges, the long-haired boy, now panting and with knees giving way, sank to one knee. Your 8 trigrams palm lacks the necessary refinement. You must reach at least 64, Sangmu Lin stated, circling around to the boy's back and unsheathing a kunai, thrusting it with determination toward Ningxi's rear. Ningxi, watch out, Tian shouted, seeing the long-haired boy still catching his breath. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. He spun around just in time to meet the gaze of the woman wielding the kunai, poised to strike him. Who are you? Tian and Li reacted swiftly, leaping forward to shield Ningxi. With Tian gripping the summoning scroll, her gaze fixed intently on the black-haired ninja. Ha, 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 Sangmu Lin chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the 3 children ready to spring into action. Then at her sharp weapon, she sheathed the kunai, adopting a friendly demeanor. Misunderstanding. That was a reflex. I am a friend of your teacher Kai, with no ill intentions. Tian and Li exchanged glances, clearly realizing that if this individual truly harbored malicious intent, based on her earlier interaction with Ningxi, they would not be standing there so calmly. Ningxi, are you hurt? Tian turned to check on the long-haired boy behind her. Ningxi remained silent, eventually shaking his head, though a hint of despondence lingered in his eyes. Indeed, he was still far from being adequate. Beautiful lady, my name is Luo Kuli. Are you truly a friend of teacher Kai? In stark contrast to Ningxi's silence, the watermelon-headed boy overflowed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing that Sangmu was a friend of their teacher, his admiration for the striking woman who had effortlessly countered Ningxi's gentle fist technique was palpable. But Ningxi just said you were someone without chakra? Yet you're so powerful? How do you manage that? Are you also a taijutsu genius, beautiful lady? Sangmu Lin paused, pondering whether she could be classified as a taijutsu genius. Reflecting on her own training journey, she suddenly smiled, releasing a light chuckle. She then approached the green-clad youth and patted him on the shoulder, proclaiming, a taijutsu genius? Nonsense. When I was a child facing the Hinata clan, all I encountered was relentless beatings. But you are so powerful now, Li murmured, while Tian and Ningxi turned their attention to her. Sangmu Lin took a moment, channeling her inner Kai, pressed her left hand against her right bicep, forming a fist, and began her impassioned speech. Thus, one must steadfastly uphold their convictions. The more setbacks faced, the braver one becomes. This is youth. Oh, this is youth. The watermelon-headed boy quickly caught the fervor, his confusion transforming into a blazing determination as he dashed to the nearby tree to resume his unfinished training regimen. 365, 366, 367. The girl with the bun also exhibited a flicker of enthusiasm, evidently inspired by the moment. Meanwhile, the white-eyed boy wore a somber expression, his gaze lowered. After Tian returned to her training position, Sangmu Lin strolled over to Ningxi, softly inquiring, who is Hinata Hizashi to you? Observing the boy's reaction upon hearing Hisashi's name, Sangmu Lin sensed something amiss. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was reputed to possess a visual range without blind spots. But Sangmu Lin knew that only the main branch of the Hyuga clan could achieve such capability. The branch family still had its limitations. After her earlier Kanai test, Sangmu Lin deduced that the boy before her was likely a member of the branch family. Contemplating the implications of being from the Hyuga branch, Sangmu Lin's expression shifted slightly as she asked Ningxi once more, "Is Hisashi your father?" Ningxi shot her a defiant glance, replying stubbornly, "So what if he is?" The air hung heavy for 2 or 3 seconds before Sangmu crouched down to face Ningxi's ice-cold visage, her brows curling into a smile. "That's good to know." Ningxi furrowed his brows, irritated by her enigmatic demeanor. As memories of his deceased father surfaced, his expression darkened. He concentrated chakra at his fingertips, ready to jab it forcefully against Sangmu's forehead. "Stay away from me." Sangmu Lin naturally did not engage in the confrontation. In the instant Ningxi launched his attack, she swiftly struck the ground with her palm, propelling her body away. In the next moment, a booming voice echoed, "Do not fight. Do not fight." The onlookers, Tian and Li Wan, were momentarily taken aback as a large green figure descended from the sky, positioning itself between Ningxi and Sangmu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sangmu Lin's expression brightened, and she approached warmly, exclaiming, "Senior Akai, you have finally arrived." Senior Akai? The green-clad youth, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized her head from various angles for a considerable time before finally furrowing his brow and inquiring, "And who might you be?" Chapter 23. Still, there are more good people in a certain trading market. Merchants of medicinal supplies from the north and south converge to buy and sell. With the progression of time, many nations have established their own pharmaceutical factories, and the Land of Fire is no exception. Periodically, Konohagakure dispatches ninjas to the pharmaceutical factories of the Land of Fire to procure necessary supplies for the hospitals. However, due to the disparate locations of raw materials, certain medicines cannot be provided by the factories, yet they are crucial for treating patients. In such instances, it becomes imperative for domestic ninjas to venture out to seek and acquire these essential medicines. Beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, heading southwest, lies a unique little town where merchants of various nationalities gather to trade rare medicines, either purchased at high prices or handed down through family secrets. When the hospital's storage reveals that a particular scarce medicine is about to run out, a list is promptly prepared, and a medical ninja team is dispatched to acquire these supplies. Originally an unnamed town welcoming guests from all directions, it gradually earned the reputation of being the land of medicine due to the influx of traders. The task assigned to Kakashi and his companions was located in this land of medicine. On the evening of the 4th day, after the two ladies occasionally requested to stop and rest, Kakashi and his team finally arrived at the town. Upon entering, the diverse attire of the passers-by, reflecting their varied origins, captured the attention of Mi Zi and Xiao Quan, who gazed around in wonder, finding everything fascinating. As dusk approached, there was a growing concern that the vendors, having conducted business all day, would gather their supplies and retreat to their respective inns. Kakashi signaled for Ri-Chu Mi-Zi to retrieve the medical list issued by the hospital for verification. If they could confirm a portion of the items on the street, even if they could not acquire everything, they would at least have a general direction for tomorrow's procurement. As Mi-Zi pulled out her notebook and tore off the page containing the names of the medicines, she suddenly bent over, clutching her abdomen. Oh no, my stomach." The curly-haired girl beside her immediately rushed over, bending to inquire with concern, "Mi-Zi, what is wrong?" I suddenly have a terrible stomach ache. It must be the military rations my brother gave me that have gone bad." Ri-Chu Mi-Zi grimaced in pain, furrowing her brows tightly. She pressed one hand firmly against her abdomen while extending the list toward Kakashi with the other. "It really hurts. I need to find a restroom nearby. The rest of the task is up to you." It hurts so much. Please help me hold this." She pushed the list toward Kakashi's hand, but he remained motionless, showing no intention of taking it. Looking up at Kakashi's inscrutable eyes, Ri-Chu Mi-Zi felt a pang of anxiety. Kakashi-kun? Just moments ago, she had been perfectly fine, and now her chakra was as stable as ever. Kakashi lowered his gaze to meet hers, seemingly uninterested in playing along with her charade. Perhaps sensing his perceptive gaze, Mi-Zi's eyes darted away, and she ultimately decided to shift her approach. She thrust the list into Xiao Quan's hands, who had inquired if she was all right. And Xiao Quan, with wide eyes, accepted it. Then, you two go ahead. I'll be right back. Mizi raised her eyebrows meaningfully at Xiao Quan before vanishing in an instant. Be careful. Xiao Quan seemed to catch on to Mizi's hint, tightening her grip on the medicine list, then murmuring softly to the air before turning to Kakashi. Kakashi's dark eyes remained fixed on her, and Xiao Quan, feeling suddenly bashful, quickly cast her gaze downward, her voice trembling as she said, "Shall we go, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi did not respond but continued to observe her, his demeanor more indifferent than inquisitive. It was not that he wished to dismiss her. It was simply that he had encountered many who, like Xiao Quan, were hesitant to speak, only to become shy when meeting his gaze, gazing towards the direction where Mizi had disappeared. He wondered if she was yet another friend trying to create an opportunity for her companion. Throughout the journey, Mizi had either pretended to be tired, insisting they rest, or had incessantly praised Xiao Quan's excellence in his ear. Her intentions were far too transparent. Now, feigning a stomachache merely to facilitate their procurement of medicines together? Kakashi let out a sigh, glancing at the list in Xiao Quan's hand, and then began to stride towards the main street of the town. Regardless, they needed to fulfill their task first. He understood that Hatake Kakashi was typically calm and indifferent. When he was displeased, he would not even acknowledge his peers. And Mizi's acting was not particularly convincing. He had expected that, having seen through their intentions, Kakashi would refuse to accompany her and instead have her wait for Mizi to return. Yet, to his surprise, Kakashi said nothing and simply turned towards the main street. Xiao Quan's face lit up with joy, and she cheerfully responded, "All right," before hurriedly trotting to catch up with Kakashi. Gathering her courage, she stood beside him, walking alongside him, her heart racing at the sight of his imposing figure. In contrast to her convoluted thoughts, the silver-haired ninja's mentality was much simpler. They had been meandering for 4 days to accomplish a mere C-rank mission, and now they had finally arrived at their destination. Kakashi recalled Akai's remarks about the special training in taijutsu and felt a sense of urgency. They needed to accelerate their progress and not waste any more time. Speaking of which, intending to pull out a novel from his pocket, Kakashi suddenly remembered that Mizi had mentioned earlier that Xiao Quan was now an excellent instructor at the Ninja Academy. While he had spent the past decade in the Umbu, lacking knowledge of medical practices, as the only medical ninja in their team, Mizi had left without fully grasping Xiao Quan's abilities. Kakashi, curious, asked, "Are you familiar with the medicines on that list?" A fleeting look of surprise crossed Xiao Quan's delicate face, and she quickly opened the medicine list to examine it. It should not be too difficult. Allow me to take a look. Before long, Kakashi observed Xiao Quan's expression shift from confidence to concern, her brows furrowing deeper and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It became evident that Mizi's claims about Xiao Quan's expertise in pharmacology were far from credible. After a moment of silence, Kakashi, displaying a resigned expression, reached out and took the list from Xiao Quan's hands. He scanned the bustling street where vendors sold their wares and buyers conducted their business, no one paying them any mind. Finally, he focused on a young merchant who appeared to have sold out his stock and was tidying up his display, seemingly preparing to close for the day. Kakashi cast a glance at the merchant's location and discreetly signaled to Xiao Quan Chunko, indicating that under the current circumstances, it was entirely appropriate to seek assistance from someone knowledgeable. However, the latter, upon receiving Kakashi's glance, failed to grasp his intent. Blinking and tilting her head back at him with a hint of anxiety, softly inquiring, "What is the matter, Kakashi-senpai?" Her reaction left the silver-haired ninja feeling somewhat exasperated, prompting him to forego further words and step forward himself to assist the young merchant in lifting the heavy shelf. With a charming smile adorning his face, Kakashi straightforwardly stated, "Young man, we have come here to procure some necessary medicinal items, but regrettably, our knowledge is limited. You exude an air of profound wisdom. And if you have a moment to spare, could you kindly assist us in identifying a few items?" The young man scrutinized the masked figure before him with suspicion, then waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost. I'm busy. You don't know a thing about purchasing medicine? Are you kidding me?" His words caused the curly-haired woman standing at a distance to alternate between hues of pale and flushed red, ultimately leaving her hesitating in place. With little hope of her stepping forward to assist, Kakashi turned his gaze back, once more smiling as he offered, "I assure you, we will not waste your time. If you identify the medicines, we will compensate you accordingly." Upon hearing the prospect of monetary gain, the young man's demeanor softened considerably. Kakashi, perceptive to the shift, unfolded the list and presented it to him. The young man scanned the names of the medicines, craning his neck to survey the street, as if calculating which stalls might possess the required items. Finally, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Well, they have the medicines, but the prices are quite low. If I lead you around, it'll be dark by the time we finish, and I won't make much profit." He reluctantly returned the list to Kakashi. Yet the glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes did not escape Kakashi's notice. Kakashi refrained from further dialogue, taking back his list and generously aiding the young man in loading the shelf onto the cart. However, as the cart's previously stable structure began to sway unexpectedly when the young man jumped down to approach the front, the robust horse became restless, moving about uneasily. In the young man's alarmed gaze, the shelves began to lean toward him. He attempted to evade, but his feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, rendering him immobile. Fear crept into his eyes as he screamed, "Help! Help! My legs won't move. Oh no! Save me!" As the heavy shelf loomed closer, its iron edge threatening to pierce his chest, he thought he had been paralyzed by fright, and in despair, he closed his eyes. Yet, in a swift motion, a figure clad in military green appeared beside him, grasping the back of his collar and leaping, safely setting him down on the ground nearby. The young man, still shaken, remained frozen, only to witness the masked man calming the agitated horse. Not only did he stabilize the precarious shelves, but he also repositioned them securely and employed ropes from his person to ensure their stability. "Thank you," the young man said, still trembling as he looked at Kakashi on the cart. "No need for thanks," Kakashi replied, his voice calm yet resonant. The young man turned, astonished, to face the tall figure behind him, then incredulously glanced back at the silver-haired ninja, who was gently stroking the horse's mane. "You." It was then that the young man recognized the symbol on Kakashi's forehead protector. He realized that this individual was a ninja, a reputed being capable of extraordinary feats, elusive and deadly. In the land of medicine, it was not uncommon for ninja squads to procure medicinal supplies, typically executing their transactions with precision and minimal interaction. Thus, he had initially misjudged Kakashi's humble demeanor as ignorance. However, the situation had changed. Facing the unassuming yet amiable masked ninja, the young man swallowed nervously, pondering whether the earlier incident with the shelves had perhaps been intentional, a form of retribution from the ninja. A chill ran down his spine as Kakashi, fortuitously, placed a hand on his shoulder. "Fortunately, you are unscathed, right?" At that moment, Kakashi's tone was remarkably calm, yet to the young man, it felt like a blatant threat of death, causing him to shudder, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, Can I see the list, please?" Kakashi, having just dispelled his shadow clone technique, expressed surprise at the young man's request. "Oh." The young man took the list and instinctively moved toward the street. "Let us not complicate things, especially since our budget is limited." Kakashi smiled amiably, recalling the young man's earlier complaint about the low remuneration. "No, it won't be a bother." The young man managed a strained smile, adding, "It's just a small task, no need for payment." Misinterpreting the sudden change in his attitude as gratitude for his earlier rescue, Kakashi chose not to press further, quickly matching the young man's pace, his smile growing ever brighter. "How delightful. It seems there are still many good souls in this world who appreciate kindness." Meanwhile, Xiaoquan Chunko, entirely unaware of the unfolding events, noticed the young merchant conversing with Kakashi and moving forward together. Realizing she could no longer remain alone with Kakashi, she hurriedly followed after them. Chapter 24. A long-standing scheme at last. The list of medicines has been fully acquired. As night fell, the young merchant finally emerged from the last apothecary station, having completed the purchase of the final item on the list. Folding the paper list in half, he handed it to Xiaoquan Chunko. Then, nodding to Kakashi, who was carrying the bags of medicines behind him, he stated, "Well, I must return to the station to rest. Thank you once again for saving me, Kakashi-kun." Initially, the young man had agreed to assist Kakashi out of fear of the ninja, but throughout their excursion, he had come to realize that this silver-haired ninja was not only composed and gentle, but also took the initiative in every aspect, whether in asking prices, retrieving medicines for inspection, or negotiating with the apothecary owners. Kakashi had essentially managed everything himself, requiring the young man only to identify the types of medicines. Before departing, Kakashi, with a gentle smile, insisted on offering the young merchant a reward for his assistance, which he could not decline and gladly accepted. Finally, Mikazuki Hinako, who had feigned a stomach ache and had been disengaged throughout the process, returned just a minute before Kakashi prepared to seal the considerable amount of medicines into a scroll. As she approached the entrance of the town where Xiaoquan and Kakashi stood, she patted her abdomen, wearing a relaxed expression. "Ah, it's finally calmed down. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. How did your time together go?" As Ji Qi Mizi approached, she discerned the unusual expression on Xiaoquan Chunzi's face. Typically, she wore her long, well-groomed curls and captivating features, but after just one evening apart, her hair appeared disheveled and unkempt, and she looked rather unwell. Her usually delicate, lightly powdered face now bore a pallid hue. Instinctively, Mizi sought to attribute the blame to the silver-haired shinobi, In Shun, who was crouched nearby with his back turned, engaged in some unknown task. She stepped forward and, addressing the back of Kakashi's head, demanded in a firm tone, "Kakashi-kun, why have you not taken care of our Xiaoquan?" "Mizijia," Xiaoquan exclaimed, startled by Mizi's sudden confrontation. The realization that Kakashi had essentially completed the mission alone weighed heavily on her conscience, as she had merely trailed behind, feeling somewhat guilty for her lack of contribution. The abrupt intensity of Mizi's words flustered her, prompting her to quickly interject. "The success of this mission is largely thanks to Kakashi-senpai." "Completed? What do you mean?" Mizi initially intended to dedicate the entire evening to fostering a bond between Kakashi and Xiaoquan, believing they could formally procure the necessary medicinal supplies the following morning. Thus, when she heard Xiaoquan mention the mission's completion, her first reaction was one of skepticism. She swiftly closed the distance to Kakashi's side and was then confronted with an array of various medicine bags laid before him. Her voice rose in disbelief. "What? You actually managed to acquire all those medicines?" Xiaoquan nodded, then shook her head, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at Kakashi's silver hair and softly remarked, "It was all thanks to Kakashi-senpai's resourcefulness in enlisting help." Mizi remained astonished, originally hoping to showcase her expertise as a medical ninja during this mission, only to find that Kakashi had accomplished the team's procurement task within mere hours of arriving at their destination. Was this truly the execution capability of an elite jonin? As Xiaoquan continued to sing Kakashi's praises, he straightened up from the pile of medicine bags, turning to Mizi with a flat tone. "Perfect timing. It's your turn to take charge." "Eh," Mizi replied, her expression perplexed, clearly not understanding his statement. The silver-haired ninja could no longer suppress his frown, his gaze reflecting doubt about Mizi's professionalism. He reached out, taking the paper list from Xiaoquan's hands and placing it into Mizi's, stating with a hint of impatience, "Please verify if there are any mistakes or omissions. If everything is in order, we can proceed to seal it into the scroll, and then we should return to the village." As he spoke, Kakashi tossed a scroll into Mizi's arms. After a brief pause to digest his words, she quietly responded, "Oh," and began checking the medicines under the dim light of the roadside lantern. Xiaoquan quickly joined her in comparing the items. Noticing he had no further role to play, Kakashi moved to another streetlight, sitting on a stone pedestal beneath it, and soon retrieved an orange notebook to begin reading, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Meanwhile, the two engrossed in their work appeared to be quietly conferring. "How is it? Any progress?" Mizi nudged Xiaoquan's arm with her elbow, inquiring softly. Xiaoquan's complexion turned slightly unnatural, her cheeks reacting before her voice could, and before she could answer. Her face flushed. She buried her head deeply, stammering, I haven't." Mizi furrowed her brow, puzzled. "Why are you afraid? You are so beautiful. Have some confidence." Xiaoquan fell into silence, stealing glances at the tall figure bathed in the soft glow of the light. For years, she had harbored a quiet infatuation for Hatake Kakashi, the young hero of the Third Shinobi War, whose reputation had preceded him. Born into a prosperous family in Muyi, she had always been adored for her striking looks and charming personality, attracting countless suitors, none of whom piqued her interest. It was only after her graduation from the Shinobi Academy, while undertaking missions with her supervising teacher, that she encountered Kakashi, who was also on an assassination assignment. Even though he wore a mask, his commanding presence captivated her, shattering the image of the obedient girl she had always projected. Some interests compel one to delve deeper. And though Ombu members are intended to remain nameless, Kakashi's distinctive silver hair made it easy to uncover his identity. She effortlessly gathered information about the silver-haired youth, as the name Hatake Kakashi had already echoed throughout the shinobi world since the Third War. The young hero, enigmatic and aloof, drew her deeper into fascination with every revelation. At first, she thought her future partner must possess talents akin to his, but upon witnessing his true self when he removed his mask to drink water during a picnic, she realized he bore an allure that was uniquely divine. Initially, she found the tasks of a ninja exhausting and tedious, contemplating abandoning her path to open a shop. Instead, she immersed herself in the study of ninja theory and ninjutsu, striving to excel in the Chunin selection exam, hoping to gradually catch up to Kakashi. Ultimately, she succeeded with top marks in theory and became a teacher at the Shinobi Academy. Yet, she still felt distant from Kakashi. Xiao Quan believed that if only she could stand before him, providing a chance for a formal meeting, her charming disposition would surely convey her feelings, prompting him to recognize her. During the last fireworks festival, while toasting together in an izakaya, she thought she had made her affections clear, even coaxing Mizi into revealing her secret admiration for Kakashi. By the end, she pretended to be tipsy, draping her arm over his neck, convinced he would remember her smile and voice. Afterward, however, she intentionally avoided appearing before him, hoping the silver-haired ninja would think of her and seek to learn more about her. But it seemed her feelings were unreciprocated. Hatake Kakashi never sought her out. Xiao Quan waited in vain, realizing that given Kakashi's indifferent nature, it would be unlikely for him to pursue her. After much internal conflict, she resolved that if he would not take the initiative, then she would. Upon learning that Kakashi was on leave and that Mizi had not yet finalized the list of companions for their mission, she subtly encouraged Mizi to include her in the assignment with Kakashi, determined to seize this opportunity to confess her feelings to the silver-haired ninja. From Mizi's perspective, Xiao Quan was merely a sweet girl enamored with Kakashi, and since there were no rumors of Kakashi having a girlfriend, she felt compelled to assist her friend. However, it seems that Xiao Quan Chunzi is not particularly effective, while Richu Mizi appears to be acting rather foolishly, exhausting all her efforts to create a world for the two of them. Yet, when it came time for a confession, Xiao Quan did nothing at all. Witnessing Kakashi swiftly complete the task of procuring medicine, he seemed determined to return to the village that very night. This thought made the overly enthusiastic Richu Mizi anxious for her friend. "How about tonight?" Mizi suggested, picking up a box of medicine to examine it before placing it back into her bag. She leaned closer to the curly-haired woman and whispered, "What if I find a way to delay our return to the village for another night? We could find a place to stay in this town, and you could seize the opportunity to confess." Mizi spoke earnestly, glancing at Kakashi, who appeared engrossed in the narrative of a book. Otherwise, at his pace, they would return to Konoha by tomorrow. After all, she couldn't keep pretending to be foolish. Xiao Quan bit her lip, seemingly conflicted. She had never actively expressed her affection to a man before, especially not to the enigmatic Hatake Kakashi, whose gaze made her heart race. She feared that if she opened her mouth, her mind would go blank and she would forget what to say. "Don't be afraid. You're quite charming," Mizi reassured her, sensing Xiao Quan's apprehension. "Even if you stumble over your words, it's endearing. No one could possibly reject you. Trust me." Chapter 25. A Guide to Life, Ever Fresh. Summoning Technique. Unlike the serious atmosphere of battle, Kakashi's deep voice was laced with a sense of languor as he called forth the 8 ninja dogs. With a series of resounding barks, the 8 uniquely shaped reconnaissance hounds appeared majestically beside the silver-haired shinobi. This left the 2 women standing nearby momentarily stunned. After witnessing the completion of the medicine inspection, Kakashi approached to assist in sealing the medicine into the scroll. Subsequently, Richu Mizi began to fidget, claiming that her money pouch seemed to have gone missing. Kakashi, who had already prepared to return after sealing the scroll, heard Mizi exclaim, "Oh no, I must first search nearby for my lost pouch. It seems we'll have to spend the night in this small town." Kakashi's gaze lingered momentarily on the 2 women, who were exchanging furtive glances, before he unfastened the summoning scroll from his vest. After performing a series of hand seals, the 8 ninja dogs sprang into action. Kakashi directed his cool gaze at Richu Mizi, his tone lacking the initial politeness. "Miss Mizi, you just mentioned that your money pouch is missing, correct? Since the children have nothing to do, why not let them assist in the search?" It was evident that Kakashi was somewhat annoyed by his colleague's noisy antics. He had no obligation to indulge Mizi's clumsy charade. Mizi's steps faltered, her expression turning awkward. She merely sought an excuse to delay their return to the village, knowing that once they arrived, Xiao Quan's timid nature would make it difficult for her to invite Hatake Kakashi out again. Setting aside his status as an elite shinobi of Konoha, He was perpetually occupied with countless challenging missions, often away for months at a time, even when he returned to the village. His rare days off were spent practicing ninjutsu or remaining secluded in his home, rarely venturing out, and when he did, it was usually to spar with fellow elite shinobi. His personal leisure pursuits were exceedingly limited, let alone the prospect of an invitation from an unfamiliar woman. Although Mizi often praised Xiao Quan's beauty and excellence in front of her, asserting that Kakashi would surely be smitten, it was primarily to bolster Xiao Quan's confidence. Encouraging her to boldly pursue love. Richu Mizi had a slight understanding of Hatake Kakashi. He was aloof and dignified, difficult to approach. Yet, the mere thought of someone so celebrated and seemingly unattainable being captured by someone she knew, especially with her assistance, thrilled Mizi immensely and seemed to confer a certain prestige. Thus, upon discovering that her beautiful friend was enamored with the silver-haired elite shinobi, she endeavored tirelessly to aid Xiao Quan, determined to bring about a favorable outcome for the two. However, in her efforts, she overlooked a crucial point. The reason Kakashi was likened to a rare flower on a distant peak was precisely because he was inherently difficult to reach. At this moment, although Kakashi inquired if she needed assistance, he had already summoned the reconnaissance dogs. Those agile canines could locate a money pouch imbued with their owner's essence within a nearby area without much delay. Kakashi likely employed the summoning technique because he had seen through her intentions and was no longer inclined to feign ignorance. What? No longer searching for the pouch? Kakashi asked, his demeanor calm as he watched Richu Mizi casually scratching the thick jaw of his large dog, Puru, while awaiting her response. Caught in a predicament, Mizi hesitated, unsure how to salvage her lie. She cast a pleading glance at Xiao Quan, who stood silently, her lips pressed together as if deep in thought, her softly curled brown hair obscuring her expression. It was Xiao Quan who harbored feelings for Kakashi. Mizi had already done enough, perhaps even too much. And now she needed to do something to leave a good impression on Kakashi. I'm sorry. At the quiet entrance of the small town, Xiao Quan's gentle yet resolute voice broke the silence, causing Kakashi, who was grooming the dogs, to halt his actions and turn his dark eyes towards her. Sister Mizi is lying about losing something for my sake. Attempting to steady her racing heart, Xiao Quan began to walk step by step towards Kakashi. At this, the silver-haired ninja, seemingly anticipating her intentions, raised a hand to rub the back of his head, feeling a bit of a headache. In the past, during missions, he had encountered fellow ninjas expressing their feelings for him. He would typically respond with outright rejection or simply ignore them, not even granting them a glance. At that time, he was lost, consumed by darkness, unaware of his own existence, let alone any notion of romantic affection. However, over the past year, he felt a shift within himself. He believed that one's feelings for what they cherished should not be trampled upon. Though he could never accept feelings for anyone other than Konoha's own, he found himself reluctant to abruptly interrupt someone earnestly expressing their feelings. Perhaps it was because this situation reminded him of Konoha, who had also held similar emotions for him. Yearning for him year after year from a distant land, Kakashi let his hand fall from the back of his head, silently observing the curly-haired woman who had stepped before him. If a confession were indeed forthcoming, he would listen attentively and then gently decline. Kakashi contemplated this. Yet when faced with the pitiable expression of a woman on the verge of tears, he could only think, I must flee. Kazuki Junko lifted her head and met Kakashi's gaze, only to find his brow furrowed in confusion, his eyes reflecting a distant aloofness. Did he truly feel nothing for her? Indeed, at the onset of their mission, he had not even remembered her name. Kazuki lowered her eyes, concealing the disappointment that lingered within, before raising her head once more to offer a smile and address Kakashi. Actually, there will be a competition for the teachers at the Ninja Academy in due time. I have heard that your taijutsu skills are among the finest in the village, and I thought to take this opportunity during our mission to seek your guidance in taijutsu. My sister Miko is also trying to assist me, yet I have been hesitant to ask. I wonder if you might have some time to teach me a few moves upon your return to the village? After listening to Kazuki's heartfelt words, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for about 5 to 6 seconds before suddenly realizing. Oh, it turned out she was not confessing her feelings, but merely seeking his advice on taijutsu. This explained her indecisive demeanor throughout their journey, and he had mistakenly believed she held romantic interest in him. Kakashi inwardly reprimanded himself, wondering if he had read too many romance novels, leading him to automatically assume the role of the male protagonist, thinking that everyone around him harbored affection for him. It seemed he needed to confine those novels to a metaphorical black room for a while. His inner dialogue had become increasingly dramatic, akin to a soap opera. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that it was not a heartfelt confession, which relieved him. He had nearly resorted to using the body flicker technique in response. After contemplating Kazuki's request for a moment, Kakashi replied, "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to upon my return to the village," implying that he would likely not have time to instruct her in taijutsu. Did that mean he was unwilling to even be friends? Kazuki's heart sank, and she forced a polite smile. Is that so? What a pity. Observing her pallor, Kakashi noticed Miko frowning at him from the side. Considering the deepening chill of the night, he pondered whether it was overly unilateral of him to insist on returning to the village now. After all, he was in the presence of two women who resided in the village and might not be accustomed to several days of rough travel. Therefore, after reevaluating, Kakashi suggested, "It is getting dark, and the roads are not easy to navigate. How about we rest in the town tonight and return in the morning? What do you think?" Half an hour later, in a bright and comfortable inn, Kakashi sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, preparing to sleep. Ultimately, they had decided to stay in the town for the night, and he kept the scroll containing mission supplies close to him. The two female ninjas retired to their respective rooms to rest. Once the surroundings fell silent, Kakashi took a moment to reflect on his earlier thoughts. Although it had been a misunderstanding, he considered whether he should take the feelings of admirers seriously. Was that line of thinking correct? If he were to put himself in another's shoes, would he want to see Kimu earnestly regard a man pursuing her and attentively listen to his declaration of love? If he could accept that, he would surely be out of his mind. Merely imagining such a scenario made him want to crush the man's skull and twist his nose. Indeed, even the thought alone was enough to fill him with irritation and jealousy. It was easy to foresee that if he chose to confront every individual expressing their feelings for him, Kimu would be deeply hurt upon discovering it. Lost in his thoughts, Kakashi, devoid of sleepiness, habitually reached for the book titled Intimate Violence on the table, casually flipping to a page. The bolded chapter title instantly revived his spirits. To show kindness to suitors is to be cruel to one's beloved. The opening line resonated with Kakashi, reinforcing the belief that love exists solely between him and her, and he should discard any unnecessary sympathy. With a sigh of admiration, Kakashi, who had just contemplated confining those novels to the black room, eagerly picked up the orange book once more, realizing it was a veritable guide to life. One must never maintain ambiguous attitudes when faced with suitors other than one's beloved. One should decisively sever their aspirations, thereby ensuring the beloved's sense of security. Jiraiya's novel was indeed a timeless treasure. How had he overlooked this line before? Kakashi felt that the content of the book perfectly mirrored his current thoughts, leading him to a moment of enlightenment. Chapter 26. The power of meditation on the spacious training field. Niji, Tintin, and Lee were engaged in their daily training, occasionally glancing at the two individuals seated at a distance on the opposite side of the field. The two were seated facing each other, their lips moving as they whispered to one another, though their words were inaudible due to the distance. Clearly, Teacher Guy and the female ninja had intentionally chosen a remote spot to prevent the trio from overhearing. The three young ones were intensely curious. Just moments ago, their teacher Guy had appeared unable to recognize the female ninja, only to show a sudden change in demeanor when she quietly introduced herself, prompting him to signal for her to join him for a private discussion. It was evident that the ensuing conversation was not suitable for their ears. Niji and Tintin quickly grasped the situation and resumed their training. However, after witnessing the female ninja effortlessly defeat the formidable Niji, the green-clad youth, filled with admiration, lingered, hoping for an opportunity to seek her guidance. Meanwhile, what? No chakra. After hearing the account from Tsukumo Rin, who sat cross-legged opposite him, my guy rested one hand on his thigh and supported his chin with the other, squinting at her with a tone of disbelief. In his memory, Tsukumo possessed a considerable amount of chakra. How could she possibly be unable to harness any? Last year, when she returned to the village, she had even used the shadow clone technique to escort him home, so this recent change must have occurred not long ago. It must be some form of family secret technique. I have attempted to sense my body, and everything appears normal. However, Kakashi examined me with his eyes and noted a few mysterious runes in the areas of my heart and brain, but it's unclear what they signify. What I can confirm is that my current abilities cannot dispel those markings. Tsukumo did not wish to conceal anything from Guy, candidly sharing her situation. The third Hokage had sent her to seek Gai's specialized training for a reason. Although she was presently unable to channel chakra, she still possessed the ability to sense the chakra around her and assess her own condition. According to the young master of the Frost clan, her loss of chakra was a consequence of her helping to break the sealing technique of the Frost country, resulting in a backlash from that seal. However, once Tsukumo had calmed from the emotional turmoil of losing her chakra, she began to meditate, attempting to use the powerful mental energy of the Tsukumo clan to perceive her physical condition. Initially, she struggled. Aside from being unable to channel chakra, she felt as if she had no discomfort at all, as if she were naturally an ordinary person devoid of chakra. While the absence of chakra meant she no longer had to worry about her bloodline disease, this was not what Tsukumo desired. Throughout the past year, she had never ceased her quest to discover a way to restore her chakra. Kakashi was aware of her likely choice. Thus, upon assuming the role of acting instructor, he endeavored to assist her to the best of his abilities. One day, Kakashi engaged in a serious discussion with her regarding effective recovery methods. Upon hearing Sangmu express a wish for a technique that could disperse the sealing runes from within, Kakashi suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming he had conceived a method, albeit uncertain of its efficacy. What method? Akai inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at the mention of Kakashi's idea. Sangmu shifted slightly closer to Akai and began to articulate this method. Following Kakashi's guidance, Sangmu Lin attempted to calm her thoughts. Recalling the near-death sensation she experienced during extreme training, she endeavored to cultivate this sensation into a sphere of energy, attempting to channel it through her body's meridians and acupoints, hoping it would dissolve the internal stagnation. Might Guy continued to stroke his chin, furrowing his brow, as he listened intently to Sangmu Lin recount Kakashi's meditation technique, seemingly deep in thought. As she continued, Sangmu Lin admitted that although Kakashi's instructions were concise, the practical application proved quite challenging. She felt somewhat embarrassed as she acknowledged the considerable effort she had expended merely to gather the energy through meditation. Her extreme training had only occurred during her childhood, prior to the discovery of her bloodline illness. After falling ill, her concerns about exacerbating the symptoms of mental decline, coupled with her busy mission schedule, led to a decline in her training diligence. Now, she sought to recapture the sensations from those extreme training sessions, striving to gather energy, allowing it to circulate, and ultimately break free from her internal constraints. She had a vague recollection of witnessing similar cultivation techniques in her village. If she were in good health, or if her chakra were functioning normally, this task would likely be simpler. However, her current state left her both physically depleted and her bodily functions diminished. The prospect of gathering energy through meditation seemed daunting. As she sighed mid-sentence, the brooding young man who had been deep in thought suddenly raised his hand to interrupt her. Kakashi's method sounds oddly familiar to me. Extreme training and breaking free from chakra shackles. Doesn't this relate to the foundational principles of 8 gates? Sangmu Lin's expression brightened as she clapped her hands in realization. Indeed. That's where I recognized this technique from. It's from you, Senior Akai. However, the brooding young man did not allow her to finish her thought. His expression turned serious. This technique can cause bodily harm. The more gates you open, the greater the damage to your body. Upon hearing her mention that her chakra was only temporarily sealed, and that once the time elapsed, the confinement would automatically lift, he expressed his reservations. Given her capabilities, he advised against her practicing 8 gates. Might Guy spoke with an unprecedented solemnity, recognizing that Sangmu Lin possessed a powerful bloodline limit, excelling in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Once her chakra was restored, she would undoubtedly regain her status as an exceptional ninja. Yet, it was concerning that she aimed to practice 8 gates to overcome her current chakra confinement. He recalled her mentioning that sealing runes were inscribed not only in her brain, but also at her heart, and the heart's gate was the death gate. Although Akai doubted that Sangmu Lin, with her slender frame, could open the death gate, even he had only managed to reach the 7th gate, shock gate. After relentless pursuit of ultimate strength, under her current physical condition, merely opening a gate seemed far-fetched. Yet, human potential is boundless, especially for those young lovers who may unleash unpredictable powers in the name of love. Sangmu Lin held a place of great significance in Kakashi's heart, and conversely, Kakashi was equally important to her. Observing the spark in Sangmu Lin's eyes when she spoke of Kakashi, Akai surmised that one of her pressing motivations to regain her power was undoubtedly to protect Kakashi, if he consented to assist her in practicing Eight Gates. And if her resolve surpassed the ordinary, combined with the formidable will of the Tsangmu clan, it was conceivable that she could master it in a few years. If, in the future, Kakashi found himself in peril and Tsangmu, in her determination to shield her beloved, opened the death gate. Akai was drenched in cold sweat at the thought. How would he explain that to Kakashi? Chapter 27. Don't run away currently. She could not leave the village. The third Hokage had stated that the Land of Frost could not provide a solution to the backlash from the sealing technique, and she could only wait for it to dissipate with time. The ninja dispatched from the village had also uncovered no further clues regarding the sealing technique. To restore her chakra promptly, she had to rely solely on herself. Sangmu Lin had always believed in the efficacy of Kakashi's meditation and energy-gathering method, yet she struggled to grasp the key to its success. Now that she realized it was foundational knowledge for practicing Eight Gates and that the master of this art was right before her, should she not eagerly seize this opportunity? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Senior Akai, this method might truly work. Wait, I cannot teach you. The brooding young man hastily waved his hands in refusal, lowering his head to avoid meeting Sangmu Lin's bright gaze, setting aside the matter of the death gate. Even reaching the stage of using Lotus, the third gate, would impose significant damage on the body. He was capable of it due to having treated extreme training as commonplace since childhood, far exceeding the physical strength and endurance of the average ninja. In contrast, Sangmu appeared frail, and even today, she bore injuries. Despite her long clothing concealing her wounds, he could still discern the bandages around her slender wrists and ankles, and the scent of medicinal ointment was unmistakable. He struggled to understand why Kakashi would engage in such recklessness. This physical technique was not suitable for everyone. Might Guy pondered deeply, but could not fathom why Sangmu would disregard her promising future to pursue Eight Gates. Sangmu Lin's expression fell slightly at Akai's firm rejection. Realizing he was unaware of her illness, he likely believed that once the backlash subsided, she would revert to her usual capable self. Hence his reluctance to support her training in this physical art. Recalling Akai's warning, Sangmu remembered that although Eight Gates was an advanced physical technique, it had long been classified as a forbidden technique in Konoha due to the numerous fatalities resulting from excessive physical strain during its use. Considering this, Akai's unhesitating refusal seemed reasonable. The risks inherent in its practice were understandable to her, and had she possessed a healthy body and known that the sealing backlash was only temporary, she might not have even contemplated pursuing it. Akai's unwavering determination and extraordinary training intensity had often left her in awe, and she recognized her own limitations. While she could manage occasional extreme training, maintaining such rigorous practice day in and day out was beyond her capabilities. However, it appeared that she had no choice now. The bloodline illness had limited her time, and she was unwilling to squander her remaining moments in this frail body. She yearned to share countless experiences and adventures with Kakashi. If her illness was destined to remain incurable, she wished to do everything within her power to be with him without regrets. Performing tasks with a body devoid of chakra limits her severely. Even a simple substitution task necessitates self-harm for her to progress. Currently, she finds herself under the control of the Richu clan leader, who uses the condition of restoring chakra to manipulate her. If she could restore her chakra ahead of time, infiltrating the Richu clan to acquire what the third Hokage desires would be a mere trifle. Upon completing the mission, would she not be able to stand proudly under the sun alongside Kakashi, bearing the identity of Sangmu Lin? The mere thought of this intensifies her yearning to restore her chakra, compelling her to explore every possible method, clinging to even the slightest hope. I do not aspire to master the Eight Gates, but I seek your guidance on its nuances. I have struggled to grasp the essence. At the very least, allow me to attempt to unlock the sealing runes in my mind. Or must I commence extreme training starting tomorrow? Is rock climbing acceptable? Or weighted running? Please provide me with direction. Hey, where are you going, Senior Kai? Don't run away. Give me some guidance. As Sangmu began to eagerly devise her training plans, the expression of Mato Kai shifted to one of sheer terror. He had already darted into the woods before she could finish her sentence, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a resonant male voice in the air. Today, you may practice on your own, children. I, your teacher, have some matters to attend to. Kai-sensei's words caused Lee to halt her training, exchanging bewildered glances with Tion Tion. The composed Niji turned his gaze toward the short-haired Kunoichi, who had also risen from the ground, preparing to pursue Kai. Sangmu paused her impending steps, and upon receiving a scrutinizing look from a distant long-haired youth, she raised her arm and offered what she believed to be a friendly smile, promising to meet again. Swiftly, she leaped to the treetop canopy, pursuing the direction where Kai had just disappeared. As Sangmu Lin navigated through the woods, she called out for Mado Kai. "Senior Kai, you should at least stop to hear my plan. There's a misunderstanding." Given the current situation, she seemed determined to chase after him. And although she had already left him far behind, Mado Kai helplessly clutched his face. He found it exceedingly difficult to refuse the requests of girls, and today, he simply could not allow Sangmu to catch him. In his eyes, the persistent and courageous Xiao Li possessed the potential to inherit his legacy. Though his words might not sound pleasant, that child lacked exceptional talent in other areas. This martial art might serve as a viable path for his future. Thus, as a teacher, Kai was willing to invest in this child. However, Sangmu was different. With her fundamental bloodline limit, which bore no after-effects, coupled with combat skills, her starting point was already significantly higher than that of an average ninja. She could hardly be classified as a power-type ninja. Her daily application of martial arts leaned more towards technique and leveraging strength. Such explosive techniques, accompanied by an equal measure of sacrifice, were ones he genuinely advised her against pursuing. Despite this, Sangmu Lin had long been regarded by him as a peer of Kakashi, possessing extraordinary talent and a relentless drive for improvement. Deep down, he recognized her as an exceptional ninja worthy of his passionate, youthful spirit's endorsement. Yet, unfit was unfit. The thought of Kakashi mentioning Xiaomu the previous night with that particular gaze filled him with disquiet. If he were to impart a forbidden technique to her without hesitation, would Kakashi not sever ties with him? Chapter 28. Within the enclosure, the outer area of the Ri-Chu Qingwei apartment complex. Since escorting Qingwei home after her last discharge from the hospital, Ri-Chu Yuan appeared to have undergone a sort of spiritual transformation. His attitude towards his ordinary human sister having shifted, not merely improved, but seemingly altered his very character. Even though Ri-Chu Huichun admonished them not to visit Ri-Chu Qingwei without her command in the days to come, Yuan, having gleaned some experience from a previous gift delivery, believed that Qingwei would soon resume her work at school following her discharge. If he could present himself before the teachers and the children at school to showcase his goodwill towards his sister, they would surely realize that his relationship with Ri-Chu Qingwei was not as dire as rumored. Consequently, the unflattering remarks surrounding the Ri-Chu family could be effortlessly dispelled. Thus, on his day off, he disregarded his grandmother's advice and, early in the morning, brought fruits to the entrance of the ninja academy. He informed the guarding ninja that he wished to assist his sister with her school duties. To his surprise, the ninja eyed him skeptically and remarked that his sister had taken an extended leave to recuperate. How could he, the alleged perpetrator, be unaware? It was evident that he was typically indifferent. Perhaps today he had come merely to put on a facade. The ninjas of the village often speak their minds candidly. Upon hearing this, Ri-Chu Yuan, who had never faced humiliation, contemplated storming off. However, he recalled that the last time he had allowed Qingwei to manipulate his volatile temperament, it had led to a cascade of troubles. Thus, he resolved to temper his anger and cultivate patience. Consequently, Ri-Chu Yuan endeavored to project sincerity in his smile, explaining that he had been overwhelmed with work in the interrogation department and momentarily forgotten. He intended to visit Qingwei's residence to personally care for his elder sister. The guarding ninja, perhaps moved by his demeanor or the fruits he bore, kindly warned Ri-Chu Yuan that Qingwei had submitted a leave request, stating she sought a secluded place outside the village to rest quietly and would not be returning to Konoha anytime soon. A request that had already been approved by the Hokage. Not at her residence? Recovering in peace? He found it hard to believe that the woman would remain so docile. She might be scheming some underhanded plan against the Ri-Chu family from the comforts of her home. In no time, Ri-Chu Yuan found himself standing outside the apartment complex where Ri-Chu Qingwei resided. She did not live in the teacher's dormitory of the Ninja Academy, but rather in a private apartment complex nearby, known for its high level of privacy. This area was typically under the watchful eyes of Umbu members, housing individuals of great significance to Konoha. As far as Ri-Chu Yuan was aware, the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan resided within this complex. It was during his previous escort of her from the hospital that he learned of her residence's location, leaving him astonished and prompting a confrontation with Ri-Chu Qingwe. An ordinary teacher, what right did she have to dwell within this area, which symbolized the secrets of Konoha? At that moment, the cold, murderous intent emanating from her aquamarine eyes as she regarded him, accompanied by a bloodthirsty smile, haunted him. You have stated that those who reside here openly signify their possession of Konoha's secrets. Do you think I would divulge them to you? Or do you believe that if I reveal them, you would dare to listen? Recalling the icy glare she had cast upon him, Ri-Chu Yuan felt a shiver run through him. Despite his youth, he understood the taboos surrounding ninjas in the village. Ninjas must focus solely on their missions and refrain from prying into information that is not meant for them. At times, in order to prevent information leaks, the village might resort to eliminating those who know too much. Therefore, knowing too much could sometimes lead to one's own demise. Chapter 29. Stirred by emotion standing outside the high-walled enclosure, recalling the last time he had escorted her home, he had also halted at this very spot. Qingwe had gently declined the assistance of Lingzu and Tohui, who wished to help her return to her residence, as she relied on a cane, limping her way inside. Even the grandmother, when recently discussing her granddaughter who had long been cast aside, exhibited a somewhat peculiar demeanor. She appeared to look down upon her, yet repeatedly urged them not to trouble her further, allowing her to concentrate on her preparations. But what exactly was she preparing for? It was evident that this seemingly ordinary sister was anything but. Ri-Chu Qingyu was certainly not as simple as she seemed. Contemplating this, Ri-Chu glanced once more at the imposing wall marked with a sign reading "No Entry," and reluctantly turned away. Meanwhile, in the curry restaurant, Mai Kai sat at a table, his spirit nearly diminished, with two heavy dark circles accentuating his fatigue. The restaurant owner set a spicy curry rice before him, remarking, "You don't seem to be in great shape today. Are those 3 students giving you a hard time, Teacher Kai?" What was meant as a gesture of concern startled the green-clad youth. Upon hearing his name, he instinctively covered the owner's mouth, casting furtive glances around as if fearing discovery. Teacher Kai? What's wrong?" The owner, bewildered, had never witnessed such a state from Kai. The restaurant owner could not fathom his predicament. Kai had, in recent days, experienced the annoyance of being pursued by a troublesome individual akin to the times he had followed Kakashi in his youth. It was truly vexing to be dogged by an irritating companion. He had risen early, gone for a morning jog, eaten, made his way home, and even before sleep, that little rascal, Xiao Mu, could silently appear before him, her ever-cheerful smile accompanied by the incessant plea, "Teach me, Teacher Kai. Chakra is so important to me." The previous night, having been startled by Xiao Mu before bed, he had dreamed of being chased by a short-haired kunoichi wielding shuriken, shouting, "Teach me the 8 gates." Teacher Kai. Terrified, he had sprung upright from his bed. This morning, he had deliberately awakened at an early hour, hoping to train in the mountains before that girl could find him. With so many forests surrounding Konoha, she, lacking chakra, would surely be unable to locate him. Yet, upon opening his door, he was shocked to find someone had spent the night resting against his door. At the sound of the door, Song Mu Lin sprang to attention as if electrified, saluting him. "Oh, Teacher Kai, good morning." The shock was akin to encountering a ghost. The entire morning was spent with him training, and the short-haired girl mimicked his every move, working up a sweat without uttering a single unnecessary word. Although Xiao Mu's form was quite standard and her endurance commendable, he was determined to uphold the boundaries for Kakashi's happiness. Finally, after a long struggle, Akai managed to shake off Xiao Mu and found a moment to eat lunch, ensuring the restaurant owner would not reveal his whereabouts. After confirming that Xiao Mu's presence was absent, he sighed in relief, releasing his grip on the owner's mouth and nodding to indicate he was fine, before focusing on his meal. Meanwhile, 3 cloaked figures swiftly materialized at the village entrance. Kakashi and his companions arrived in the village just as the sun reached its zenith. "Next, I shall submit the mission report to the medical chief. Thank you both for your hard work." The weary Ri-Chu Mizi bowed slightly to Kakashi and Xiao Quan, who returned a polite nod and a faint smile. Since their return journey had proceeded smoothly, and the 2 kunoichi had not requested any additional breaks, they completed the trip in a day and a half. "Mizi, I'll accompany you. I have nothing else to do," Xiao Quan said, linking her arm with Ri-Chu Mizi's, her delicate face radiating a gentle smile. And she also expressed her gratitude to Kakashi. Mizi nodded to Kakashi, saying, "Until next time, Kakashi-kun, before heading towards the hospital with Xiao Quan. Kakashi felt content with their simple nodding acquaintance, his expression returning to its usual calm as he withdrew the book Intimate Violence. It was impossible to house a little black room. He still cherished the memory of Jiraiya's new work. The spicy curry rice was as delectable as ever. And Maite Kai, satisfied, set down his utensils, clasped his hands, and prepared to rise to pay. However, upon checking his pocket for change, he found it entirely empty. Cursed be the haste of this morning, for he had forgotten to bring money. Teacher Akai, the owner, noticing the perspiration forming on the youth's brow, quickly waved his hand. Oh, it's no trouble. You can pay me next time. You're such a capable ninja, and now a teacher too. Surely, you can't be short of this meal. The owner's intention was to alleviate the awkwardness while praising Akai, but the more he praised, the more the other ninjas at the table stared at them, causing Maite Kai's face to redden. At that moment, Sangmu Lin, holding a triangular rice ball in her mouth and a carton of strawberry milk in hand, ambled to the restaurant's entrance. Hearing the owner's words through the warm curtain, she thought this was her moment to shine. She set aside her food and milk, pushed aside the curtain, and dashed between Akai and the owner, raising her arm to signal the owner to wait. She then pulled out her worn wallet, turning to Akai with a reassuring nod. Don't worry. Let me handle this. Oh, teacher Akai has a little fan eager to pay. The owner chuckled, amused. What little fan? I am a devoted fan of teacher Akai, Sangmu Lin retorted, flipping through her wallet. Do you understand, owner? A devoted fan knows the price of this meal. How much is it? I'll cover it. The owner glanced past Sangmu Lin, looking toward the still surprised Maite Kai, who had not yet spoken. The owner proceeded to announce the meal's cost. 750 Rio. Wait, how much? Sangmu Lin paused, astonished, lifting her head. 5 servings of spicy curry rice cost that much. Young lady, the owner pointed to the wooden menu hanging on the wall. Sangmu Lin turned to see that a single serving of the spicy curry rice was indeed 1,500 Rio, which was not unreasonable. She glanced back at Maite Kai, realizing that 750 Rio was the cost for 5 servings. So was it Akai's appetite that made it expensive? Maite Kai craned his neck to avoid Sangmu Lin's bright eyes. What is going on, Maite Kai? Letting a girl pay for lunch? That is not very youthful. You must repay Xiaomu double when you get home. As he resolved to do so internally, the person in front of him slowly raised their hand, meekly stating to the owner, owner, I just spent some of my money on food, and I only have 700 Rio left. What do you think? Ha ha ha, 700 will do. Teacher Akai is a regular here. I'll consider the remaining 50 as a discount. The owner readily accepted the money from Sangmu Lin, laughing heartily without intending to make it difficult for her. What was meant to be a cool rescue turned into a source of embarrassment, and both Akai and Sangmu Lin felt their faces flush. Akai soon regained his composure, giving a thumbs up to the restaurant owner, his bright white teeth dazzling in the light. The owner is truly straightforward. A real man never eats on credit. I'll bring the money over to you when I return to my residence. The owner reciprocated with a thumbs up, exclaiming, Oh, don't forget to thank the loyal fan. Of course, their playful banter brought laughter to the other patrons in the restaurant. Sangmu Lin, who had quietly exited the establishment, retrieved her rice ball and milk from the door. Amidst the cheerful laughter, she pondered how she had just thought that Maite Kai would be bullied in Muyi. Even if Akai didn't pay today, it was hardly a concern. He always found a way to resolve issues. Sangmu Lin shrugged and settled on a bench under the shade, nibbling at her rice ball. Perhaps she had overestimated her abilities. Akai would likely think she had exhausted all means to learn the secret of Ba Min Dunjia. As she buried her head in her meal, she suddenly found her strawberry milk unappetizing, a sense of frustration washing over her. She truly did not wish to bother Akai or disrupt his training. Yet, the thought that this might truly help her regain her strength made her yearn for another chance. However, the moment she attempted to explain her urgency to restore her chakra, the young man in green would flee. This was so unlike Kai's usual demeanor. What was he truly afraid of? Sangmu contemplated whether she should persist in her pursuit of Akai or wait to see if Richu Huichun's family secret technique was genuinely effective. It was evident that Richu Huichun had ulterior motives regarding her. Could she trust him completely without falling into the trap of the old lady? Still lost in her thoughts beneath the tree, Akai suddenly appeared behind her, his powerful voice snapping her back to reality. Xiaomu, come with me to the apartment to get the money. Thanks again. Leaning back against the chair, Sangmu Lin gazed at the broad-browed youth behind her. who was displaying a friendly smile. Previously, she had not understood those who would cling to someone for a little kindness. But now she realized she might just belong to that group. Seeing Akai's expression appeared less resistant than in the past days rekindled hope within her. Do not give up easily, Songmu Lin. Kakashi once said that Kai possesses a tenacity that is relentless. Perhaps I too can learn from this. Appeal to emotion. Reason with logic. If all else fails, resort to moral coercion. Chapter 31. The mechanism of that guy's mind. Then tell me, how would one employ moral coercion? Kakashi, freshly refreshed from his bath, rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Songmu Lin, whose short hair reflected a lack of confidence. Her head hung low, visibly disheartened. After returning to the village, Kakashi first visited the Muyi Memorial Stone to speak with Obito about his recent circumstances, then bought flowers to spend some time at Rin's grave. By the time he returned to the dormitory, dusk was approaching. As he ascended the stairs to his apartment, just as he was about to step onto the third-floor corridor, he saw two figures, a green one and a black one, swiftly dart past him. The wind generated by their haste ruffled Kakashi's hair. The third floor housed both him and Akai. One of the figures must have been Kai. Who was the other small figure in black? As an elite jonin of Muyi, why were they playing a game of tag right outside their home? Kakashi lifted his gaze from the pages of his novel, shaking his head in disbelief at Akai's childishness, before returning his focus to the book. As he lifted his long leg to step over the last stair, he noticed the small figure in black had turned back, coming to an abrupt halt before him. A familiar voice, brimming with joy, rang out. Kakashi? The silver-haired ninja, still dusty from his travels, had not even seen the person's face before being enveloped in a warm embrace. You're back. Kakashi nearly lost his balance, quickly stabilizing himself with his legs, then lowered his head to see the black-haired figure. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback, but the familiar aura and voice instinctively prompted him to embrace her. Xiaomu. Songmu Lin lifted her head from Kakashi's chest, her hands that had been grasping his back, now gently resting on his broad shoulders. A smile gracing her lips, her gray-black eyes sparkling with joy upon seeing him. Kakashi steadied her shoulder with his left hand while wrapping his right arm around her waist. With one leg yet to step onto the stairs, the height of the step brought their gazes closer together, surrounded by an atmosphere that felt momentarily devoid of others. Was your journey exhausting? Did you sustain any injuries? Would you like me to check? Kakashi spread his hands, then raised his left hand, his fingertips brushing against the ends of her short black hair by her ears. His concern mirrored her own. You were hospitalized recently? Are you all right? Songmu Lin looked down at Kakashi, checking for any wounds, and then concentrated on sensing his chakra. Noting that it felt stable, she finally relaxed her furrowed brow. Kakashi remained silent, patiently awaiting her response. However, Songmu Lin felt a slight discomfort at the spot where Kakashi held her waist. So she reached behind her to retrieve the orange novel from his grasp. He looked down at the book nestled in her arms, observing its slightly new cover. And Songmu Lin raised an eyebrow at Kakashi, her bright gray-black eyes revealing a playful charm only he could perceive. Is this a new purchase? Did you discard the other one? TSK. Had I known you were going to toss it, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of drying it for you. Xiaomu, honestly, what is so appealing about this? I find Lord Jiraiya's writing rather captivating. Songmu Lin continued to focus on Kakashi's intimate violence, ignoring his persistent questioning. The hand resting on her waist tightened suddenly, and Songmu Lin's chatter came to an abrupt halt as Kakashi drew her closer. Unaccustomed to sharing her troubles, she finally met Kakashi's gaze, which was filled with genuine concern for her. Don't be so stingy. Share your recent experiences with me. Softening her heart, Songmu Lin pouted slightly, wrapping her arms around Kakashi's neck, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Though it was a mission, it was still quite painful. I need to eat fish cooked by Kakashi-sensei to recover properly. Is that so? Kakashi mimicked her tone, raising an eyebrow. He understood that drawing her out to express her pain was not easy, and he could not immediately show an overwhelming sense of concern. Otherwise, given Xiaomu's nature, she would likely refrain from mentioning it in the future, fearing he would worry. Thus, he carefully chose another topic to encourage her to respond easily. It's only been a few days. From whom did you learn that peculiar phrase de choix? Kakashi's imitation of her speech was so amusing, feeling entirely different from the way Naruto spoke. Songmu Lin laughed heartily in Kakashi's embrace. She merely thought that Naruto, with his little quirks in speech, was genuinely adorable. And upon seeing Kakashi, she couldn't help but mimic him. The two lingered at the stairwell for a while longer until Songmu Lin finally realized that Kakashi was covered in dust, and standing there must be uncomfortable. She had spent the entire morning training alongside Aoki, moving from one exercise to another, and had just chased him across several rooftops, likely now reeking of sweat. With this thought, Songmu Lin's face flushed slightly as she withdrew from Kakashi, signaling him to return to his apartment post-haste. Kakashi, the shinobi of the Hatake clan, murmured to himself as he was pushed towards his home. Of course, I shall eat. I still have some matters to discuss with Aoki, so you may head back first. At that moment, the silver-haired ninja recalled that Konoha's little Mu and Kai had been engaged in a game of tag. He casually inquired, a competition? Songmu followed Kakashi to his apartment, which was conveniently adjacent to Kai's. Earlier, when she had turned back to find Kakashi, she noticed Aoki hastily retrieving his keys and locking himself away with a resounding thud. How peculiar. Songmu Lin rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixated on the closed door of Maite Kai's apartment, utterly perplexed by the green-clad youth's behavior. Peculiar? Kakashi followed her gaze towards Aoki's abode, bewildered. Are you referring to Kai? Songmu nodded. Typically, Aoki was known for his righteousness, his straightforward and forthright character. He was one to speak his mind. However, this time, when she clearly expressed that she did not wish to steal his techniques, but merely sought to inquire about the subtleties of Ba Min Dun Jia, hoping to unlock the chakra restrictions within her, Aoki had dismissed her entirely, almost as if he had fled at the mere sound of her voice. That fellow's thought process is rather unconventional. Why not come in and explain what is going on? Kakashi suggested as he retrieved his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door, inviting Songmu inside. Then we can brainstorm solutions together. Songmu lingered for a moment before Aoki's closed apartment door, her gaze drifting to the delicate purple flowers beside Kakashi's entrance. She reached out with her slender, fair fingers, lightly touching the blossoms still in bloom. The agitation that had once consumed her began to dissipate, soothed by Kakashi's calm and steady voice. With a gentle lift of her foot, Songmu followed Kakashi's retreating figure into the house, soon opening up about her recent interactions with Aoki. You recall the meditation and chakra gathering method you previously mentioned? Kakashi nodded as he listened, his steps leading towards the bedroom, while Songmu excitedly recounted the details of her encounters with Aoki. It wasn't until they reached the threshold of Kakashi's room that her voice gradually diminished, seemingly recalling something else. With her ears flushed crimson, she slowly turned away, feigning nonchalance as she walked towards the living room. You've been away for so long. The little potted plant must need watering. Let me check. Little Mu's steps became hesitant, and Kakashi, understanding her shy nature, smiled beneath his black mask. As he strolled to the wardrobe, he retrieved 2 fresh garments before heading towards the bathroom. Perhaps I could create a bit of trouble for Aoki, then heroically come to his rescue? Kakashi inquired, pondering how she might morally ensnare Aoki. Songmu rested her chin in thought, eventually recalling a tactic she had previously employed during reconnaissance missions, reluctant to waste her chakra. Kakashi was somewhat surprised by her response, and when Songmu looked at him inquiringly, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Are you aware of any adversaries Aoki has in the village or anyone with whom he has a grudge? I could handle them for Aoki. Songmu clenched her fist, twisting her wrist. Those who had crossed Aoki were likely formidable, yet she would rise to the occasion. Kakashi sighed softly, shaking his head once more. His daily routine consists solely of eating, sleeping, and relentless training. What enemies could a person like that possibly have? Kakashi withdrew a ninjutsu book from the nearby shelf, flipping through its pages with a tranquil demeanor, as if he had already made up his mind, merely awaiting to see what further outlandish schemes Songmu might conjure. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing his words, she immediately deflated and lowered her head. After a brief silence, she lifted her gaze again, seemingly struck by another idea that could persuade Aoki to teach her, though her expression now bore a grave countenance. With furrowed brows, she hesitantly suggested, what if I were to bind Aoki as 3 disciples and coerce him? Before she could finish, Kakashi tapped her head with the ninjutsu book, prompting Songmu to withdraw her neck, cradling the spot where she had been struck, silenced. The notion of exploiting an opponent's vulnerability was something she had employed in her past as a spy. However, applying such a tactic on Aoki, it seemed inappropriate, and she understood Kakashi's reprimand. Songmu then pondered, what other methods could lead to Aoki willingly teaching me without jeopardizing our relationships? A soft sigh reached her ears, and as she returned to her thoughts, Songmu Lin noticed Kakashi's dark eyes fixated on her, their depths reflecting a sense of resignation. What is it? Songmu felt an inexplicable guilt under his gaze. Kakashi understood that Songmu bore no malice towards her comrades and had no intention of truly causing Aoki any trouble or harming his 3 young disciples. These were merely reflexive tactics she had developed over the past decade while facing various subjects during her investigations. Yet, comrades are not to be manipulated or exploited. Kai's immediate flight upon hearing you mention Ba Men Dunjia. Do you comprehend the implications? Songmu shook her head, pondering that perhaps Aoki believed her chakra could replenish itself, rendering the technique unnecessary. Kakashi lowered his resting hand, his expression serious. That is partly true. In truth, if you were to approach him earnestly about something else, he would likely relent. Songmu nodded, but noted that Aoki had resolutely refused this time. That technique is classified as a forbidden art, Kakashi remarked, glancing at Songmu, who nodded once more, confirming her awareness of its dangers. Kakashi continued, Kai's avoidance of you likely has much to do with me. Songmu froze, taking a while to process this. You have spoken of me to him. We are. The short-haired Kunoichi's cheeks flushed, her lips pursed, as understanding dawned on her. Kakashi was Aoki's closest friend, while she was Kakashi's beloved. The Ba Men Dunjia was a perilous and forbidden technique. And since Aoki was soft-hearted, he struggled to refuse a girl's request, prompting him to flee. Realizing this, Songmu Lin sighed, feeling the urge to relinquish her pursuit of Aoki. Perhaps she should contemplate alternative methods for chakra restoration. Little Mu gazed out the window at the sunset-tinged sky, seemingly intuiting her thoughts. Kakashi then gently grasped Songmu's delicate chin, guiding her gaze back towards him. Speaking of meditation and chakra gathering, it was I who first broached the subject. Why do you not inquire about my thoughts on the risks of Ba Men Dunjia? Songmu Lin was taken aback, not expecting Kakashi to pose such a question. She had assumed they shared an unspoken understanding. Reaching out, she grasped his finger, leaning closer, her eyes narrowing. And why, Kakashi? Did you not ask yourself why you would dare to be with someone whose life is fleeting? Faced with Songmu's retort, Kakashi's gaze deepened, and he chose not to elaborate further. They both understood the inherent dangers, yet felt compelled to take the risk, knowing the possibility of loss. One still reaches out to embrace. Aware that perfection is unattainable, one still yearns to love wholeheartedly. The answer is evident. Like him, she does not wish to linger in hesitation, leaving behind regrets. Being a ninja is inherently a perilous profession, even with a robust physique. The risks of skirting death are ever present due to relentless, high-stakes missions. They both endured that brutal war and lived through days reminiscent of hell. Thus they understand the rarity of the current peace and stability. To grasp the hand of one's beloved is a treasure for Chimu Kakashi and Songmu Lin. They seek not longevity, but tranquility of heart. A gentle breeze wafts through the half-open window, brushing against the two seated across from each other. Kakashi returned Songmu's grip and softly remarked, I had a sudden inspiration, though it may not be of use. You might consider trying the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. But beyond the Shangmen, you cannot practice further. Kakashi's words seemed to imply that Might Guy had already promised to teach her. Songmu pondered, then curiously inquired, How many gates can you open, Kakashi? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Kakashi coughed a few times, feeling embarrassed. I'm afraid I can only open the 1st gate at this point. Had he not merely grasped a fraction of the technique, the 3rd Hokage would likely have assigned him to personally train Songmu instead of Might Guy, thus making one more person aware of her secret of chakra depletion. It seems the Hokage might have contemplated using the method of learning the 8 gates to attempt breaking the seals on Songmu's chakra. Kakashi contemplated deeply. Upon hearing that Kakashi could only open 1 gate, Songmu found it unsurprising. Though his singular eye was quite effective, it continuously drained his chakra. Given Kakashi's naturally limited chakra reserves, the power of the 8 gates is closely tied to the user's energy and stamina. As Kakashi is more accustomed to using lightning release and other ninjutsu for combat, it is understandable that he does not delve deeply into the 8 gates. Songmu already deemed him formidable for mastering even 1. With this thought, Songmu gazed at Kakashi's sharply defined profile with her sparkling starry eyes, filled with admiration. Then, she noticed the silver-haired ninja meeting her gaze. I will speak with Guy shortly and invite him over for dinner tonight. You should gather your thoughts on how to persuade him. Songmu, observing the confidence in Kakashi's eyes, murmured, What should I say? Senpai Guy always evades. Should I prepare an opening line that could keep him engaged? Kakashi, seemingly understanding her thoughts, casually threw out 4 words, "Speak frankly." He tightened his grip on their joined hands, conveying confidence to Sangmu with his gaze. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon to move that fellow. Chapter 33. Selfishness in Kakashi's living room. The two sat across from each other, both silent and tense. Sangmu Lin, freshly bathed and donned in clean ninja attire, had nearly twisted her fingers into knots beneath the table. The green-clad youth opposite her was equally fixated on the floor, feeling as though he might pinch his thigh into bruises. Kakashi, who had brought them together, remained oblivious to the atmosphere outside, busily tinkering with his fish in the kitchen. Kakashi mentioned there was a misunderstanding. "I must hear your side. I truly felt bad for avoiding you the other day, huh?" Ultimately, it was my guy who could no longer tolerate the oppressive silence, speaking up first and awkwardly chuckling to ease the tension. Sangmu also stood, bending slightly toward Guy. "Senpai Guy, I owe you an apology as well." If it's about following me, no worries. It's quite intriguing to be followed all day, huh?" My guy laughed heartily. His earlier reserve completely dissipated. Sangmu had intended to apologize for her underhanded threats and schemes, but seeing the relaxed demeanor of the broad-browed youth, she prudently kept her mouth shut. Silence enveloped them once more until the aroma of cooking fish wafted from the kitchen, prompting Sangmu to explain to Guy her urgent desire to restore her chakra and her bloodline illness. Following Kakashi's advice, she revealed everything without omission, including her current mission, which was specifically arranged by the third Hokage to test her. If she could regain her chakra, she would have more authority in the task. And upon proving herself to the third Hokage, Konoha might allow her to leave the village in search of a true remedy for her ailment. Thus, she earnestly hoped that Guy could teach her the secrets of the physical technique, wishing to attempt the opening and rest gates, as breaking those seals was all she needed. She assured him that she would not place herself in danger, alleviating Guy's concerns. Upon hearing Sangmu mention her bloodline illness, Guy's expression abruptly changed, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the figure in the kitchen, Kakashi, who was flipping the fish in the pan with chopsticks, appearing unperturbed. Sangmu sensed Guy's stare and felt a pang of bitterness rise within her. After regaining her composure, she softly said to Guy, "He knows, and we are all mentally prepared." Guy's thoughts returned to the present, but his serious expression remained unchanged, layered with deep confusion as he looked at Sangmu. She felt a sense of unease under his scrutiny, as if her selfishness was laid bare before him. Initially, my Guy had taken out a training schedule from his pocket to give to Sangmu, encouraging her to follow the training regimen. Yet now, he returned the schedule to his pocket. Sangmu observed his actions with confusion, subsequently noticing a hint of reproach in Guy's eyes. Her heart sank, and her hands, which had rested on the table, subtly retreated beneath it. He did not wish to assist her because of her selfishness. Moments later, Sangmu's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the might Guy she thought only trained in physical techniques forming a hand seal for water release before her. Sangmu, who had mastered water release before losing her chakra, recognized the technique. Water release. Water net, a basic ninjutsu used to convey messages and isolate external noise. The slowly expanding water net silently enveloped Might Guy and Sangmu in the living room, their conversation inaudible to Kakashi outside. Guy glanced back at the silver-haired ninja, ensuring he was unaware, then turned his gaze back to Sangmu, his expression a mix of sharpness and a plea, his typically bright and fiery demeanor now darkened. As he parted his lips, Sangmu heard the 5 words that made her heart tremble. "Please, leave him." Her hands tightened beneath the table, and she sat frozen, unable to process the moment. From the formation of the water net to Guy's declaration and the dissolution of the technique, the sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. When Kakashi turned to glance at the two conversing in the living room while pouring water into a pot, their conversation appeared to have returned to normal. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, while Sangmu, positioned away from the kitchen door, could not see the expression on her face. Chapter 34. After dinner, the special training regimen is on my desk. Remember to review it. Guy mentioned he wanted to exercise after dinner to digest. So after they finished their meal and he set the schedule down, he left Kakashi's apartment early. Kakashi, adeptly tidying up after dinner, saw Sangmu quietly gathering the dishes he had cleaned to wash in the kitchen. After tidying up the desk outside, Shimu Kakashi peered through the crack of the kitchen door at the woman busily engaged within. She was adorned in her favorite, albeit worn, dark gray apron, slightly hunched over as she meticulously washed the dishes in the sink. The incandescent bulb overhead cast an amber glow, enveloping her slender figure. For the first time, the silver-haired ninja felt the profound presence of another, realizing that even a solitary figure could radiate such significance. She simply stood there. Kakashi, weary from days of travel and the need to navigate interactions with unfamiliar colleagues, felt a gentle solace and fulfillment in the mere presence of this individual. As he entered the kitchen, preparing to place the freshly washed dishes on the countertop, Kakashi extended his hand to take a bowl from Sangmu. She paused momentarily, observing as he carefully dried the porcelain bowl with a cloth before neatly placing it in the cabinet. A smile crept onto her lips, and she remained silent, continuing her task of washing the dishes. However, the direction of her actions shifted. Instead of placing the bowls on the countertop, they found their way into Kakashi's hands. In the modest kitchen, the two stood side by side, one washing while the other dried, until the last plate was securely placed in the cabinet. Only then did the silver-haired man turn to Sangmu and inquire, "What's the matter? You seemed distracted during dinner." Sangmu maintained her focus on the damp countertop, meticulously wiping it 3 times with a cloth, her tone revealing no sign of distress. Still digesting Senior Akai's words, she thought, not entirely lying to Kakashi. Was Kai's explanation too convoluted? Kakashi considered suggesting that he could accompany her for some training tomorrow, as he had no plans, but Sangmu shook her head in refusal. Noting her rejection of his proposal, Kakashi smiled gently, attempting to alleviate her taut nerves. "By the way, our collaboration just now was rather interesting." Having not fully grasped his words, Sangmu momentarily displayed a look of confusion before realizing his intent, yet still struggled to comprehend Kakashi's statement. "What? Us?" Mistakenly believing she was still lost in thoughts of mastering 8 gates, Kakashi leaned closer and whispered, "Don't you think it feels like a newlywed couple harmoniously doing chores together?" "Newlywed couple?" Sangmu echoed. Her heart abruptly jolted as she turned to meet Kakashi's genuine smile. Her fair cheeks flushed deeply at his implication. Did he mean to suggest? Sangmu felt as if her mouth was no longer under her control, her words stumbling forth. We can only be called newlyweds if we were married." Before she could finish her thought, her wet hands were suddenly grasped tightly by his larger hand. Sangmu looked up at the silver-haired ninja, whose eyes glimmered with an intensity that conveyed a multitude of unspoken words. However, after a silent exchange, he seemed to suppress what he had intended to say. He then reached behind her to untie her apron, lifting it off and hanging it back on the wall. "How about we take a walk?" Kakashi asked. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if the emotions swirling in his gaze had become tangible and reflected in her own. Instinctively, Sangmu realized that just moments ago, this typically composed man had looked at her with a gaze that unmistakably conveyed a desire to propose. As the thought formed in her mind, her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. This realization was fleeting, as Kakashi quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. Perhaps he was aware of the inappropriateness of the moment, or perhaps other concerns held him back. Regardless, Sangmu understood that Shimu Kakashi was not one to casually speak of love and marriage. He must have had intentions to marry her, and it was only the timing that had prevented him from voicing his feelings. For reasons unknown, she was certain of this. "All right." Sangmu nodded in agreement to Kakashi's suggestion of a walk. "Wait for me a moment." As they approached the entrance, the silver-haired ninja abruptly halted and turned back towards the room. Sangmu obediently waited, her mind racing at the thought of his gaze. Feeling as though she had just consumed an exquisitely sweet strawberry milkshake, the overwhelming sweetness rendering her dizzy. However, upon glancing at the wall where a photograph of a young Kakashi with his comrades hung, she felt as though that sweetness had been tainted with shards of glass. Without chakra, she could devise ways to cope, but how could she conquer a bloodline disease that seemed almost incurable? It was no wonder Senior Akai looked at her with such concern. Knowing what losing Kakashi once again would signify, she still selfishly chose to embark on this relationship. As Akai had said, should she leave quickly? Before Kakashi became too entrenched in this relationship, perhaps in the future, he would encounter a woman he could truly love. One with a healthy body and a bright future who could accompany him for a long time. At least Kakashi's future held more possibilities than hers. She remembered his aspiration to meet a truly worthy student and guide them forward. Although they had yet to meet, she believed that divinity would eventually smile upon Kakashi, and he would indeed be able to wait. Her original intention was for Kakashi to thrive in this world of ninjas, surrounded by companions, faith, and love. Gazing at the gentle, warm smile of the golden-haired man in the photograph, Sangmu murmured softly, as if seeking guidance from the person captured within. To follow her heart and live in the moment. She wished to witness her son find direction in life. To discover the motivation to root deeply and the faith to grow upward. At that time, she believed she would willingly let go. Thus, until then, let her accompany him a little longer. Well, winter has arrived. You should wear something warmer. A slightly oversized windbreaker fell over her shoulders. Sangmu felt a pang of sorrow. Yet warmth blossomed within her at the feel of his broad hand resting on her shoulder. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and upon noticing her momentary distraction, Kakashi tilted his head and smiled at her. Shall we? Sangmu responded with a soft then lowered her head. The tightly pressed line of her lips curving into a self-deprecating smile. To say I'm accompanying him. How beautifully I can embellish myself, Sangmu Rin. It's clear that I am selfish and greedy, unwilling to part with this person before me. Chapter 35, The Low-Oil Faction. I'm back. Weary from a day spent assessing the new recruits in Umbu at the behest of the third Hokage, Kakashi pushed open the wooden door of his home, the setting sun casting a warm glow. He had anticipated that the upcoming training sessions with Akai would last late into the night, and he was mentally prepared to return to an empty house. Thus, when he saw Sangmu rushing out of the kitchen, one hand wielding a frying pan and the other grasping long chopsticks, his eyes widened in surprise. Sangmu lifted the hand holding the chopsticks, brushing her itchy nose with the back of her hand, and flashed him a beaming smile, her perfectly aligned teeth glimmering. You're back. Kakashi felt a stir in his heart, and immediately tousled her short hair playfully, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Ah, really? Guy actually let you return this early? It was not that Kakashi wished to undermine Might Guy's reputation, although Guy was generally warm-hearted towards his students. He was notorious in Konoha for being a particularly demanding instructor when it came to training. Once he had decided to take on a student, he would not permit them to return home unless they had met his daily training goals. Sangmu Lin, slightly embarrassed, chuckled softly. Not because she had run back without completing her training targets, but rather because she had exceeded the expectations set by her seniors and still wished to continue her practice. Guy, concerned that she might overexert herself on the first day of her special training and injure herself, had advised her to take it slow, sending her home before sunset. Rather than discussing her training further, Sangmu suggested, "Go wash your hands. It's time to eat," and dove back into the kitchen. At her mention of food, Kakashi's nose twitched beneath his mask as he belatedly noticed the table was already set with 2 dishes and neatly arranged utensils alongside 2 bowls of rice. Instead of immediately checking what was for dinner, Kakashi strode into the kitchen. He observed that Sangmu had already plated the fried tofu and was now stretching her arms to reach a cookbook placed atop the cupboard, seemingly trying to prevent any oil from splattering onto it. As she reached for the book, she appeared to have forgotten the next steps and wanted to glance at it once more. Sangmu caught sight of Kakashi entering and was about to urge him to wait, saying, "Just a moment, I'm almost done." Kakashi, however, walked over and turned off the stove. At that moment, Sangmu managed to retrieve her cookbook, muttering, "This book is something else. I actually succeeded in making the dish according to the recipe." But before she could revel in her accomplishment for too long, a large hand extended from behind and swept her into an embrace, enveloping her tightly with no space left in between. The air was filled with Kakashi's scent. Sangmu, taken aback by the unexpected hug, maintained her arm's position from when she was holding the book, momentarily unsure of how to react. As she tried to steady her racing heart, she lifted her arm to lightly touch the tips of Kakashi's silver hair, asking softly, "Kakashi?" She had intended to share with her boyfriend about her day of physical training and still having the energy to cook for him. In the future, she would simply rest upon returning home, waiting for him to come back and prepare the meal. However, as Kakashi's gaze drifted from her neck to the cookbook in front of her, his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. The cookbook not only contained essential notes, but also had personal markings that reflected his preferences. For instance, where the original recipe instructed deep fry, someone had crossed it out and altered it to lightly pan fry. Next to it was a small doodle of a masked figure with a heart floating above its head. Kakashi, resting his chin on Sangmu's shoulder, stared intently at the doodle on the page, momentarily lost for words. Was this not a reminder for her to modify the cooking method from deep frying to pan frying, because the masked figure beside it favored that approach? Perhaps Kakashi's gaze was too obvious, prompting Sangmu to realize that her little doodle had been fully observed by him. With a sudden snap, she closed the cookbook and, in front of Kakashi, swiftly tossed it back onto the top of the cupboard. The sound echoed softly as Kakashi chuckled quietly, burying his face further into her neck. "You draw well," he remarked. Sangmu felt her ears flush with warmth, urging her to remain silent. Chapter 36. Dinner time, Rin Murakami? Kakashi inquired, holding a bowl of rice while following Sangmu's earlier comment. He reached for a small, charred yellow fish that she had cooked. Kakashi paused for a moment, contemplating whether to place it in his bowl. Noticing that Sangmu was focused on her meal and not paying attention to him, he quietly returned the fish to its original position and instead chose his favorite eggplant. "Do you know her?" Sangmu asked, still engrossed in her food until she swallowed before speaking. Kakashi rummaged through his memory, feeling that the name sounded familiar. "Is she a nurse? Or a medical nin? Why do you ask about her?" Sangmu replied, just as she picked up a piece of fish. Her eyes locked onto the blackened fish for a few seconds. She then shifted her position, moving to Kakashi's left side. Kakashi watched as she made a distasteful expression, using her chopsticks to push the charred fish away from her plate without a word. "Don't eat it. It's not good for you." Did she anticipate that he might feel compelled to eat the burnt fish out of consideration for her feelings? How thoughtful of his Sangmu. As she attempted to return to her previous position after removing the fish, Kakashi set down his chopsticks and wrapped his arm around her waist. Sangmu felt the pressure of his hand at her lower back, gently pressing her against the cushion. When she remained still, he patted her back twice, signifying his approval. "Sit here and eat. Don't move to the other side." Although his tone was calm, Sangmu felt as though she had been shocked into sitting upright. Kakashi had just patted a spot slightly lower on her back, which felt akin to a playful slap on her rear. Sangmu's hand, holding the bowl, froze, her face flushing as she felt an overwhelming rush of emotions, making her appear like a perfectly ripe shrimp. While she and Kakashi had indeed crossed certain boundaries, the sudden playful gesture felt a tad too bold. Recalling the last time they had shared intimacy, his behavior had clearly indicated familiarity and confidence, which was infuriating to observe. If memory served, he had used that very hand to wipe away her tears, whispering gently in her ear, "It'll be all right," while firmly holding her ankle to prevent her escape. Their fingers intertwined, his strong hand covering hers, leading her into a new cycle of entanglement. Kakashi during that moment had been markedly different from his usual self, like a child insatiable for more. Oh dear, he should not be likened to a child. Sangmu set her bowl down, instinctively covering her face with her hands to manage her uncontrollable expression and the impending exclamation. "Sangmu?" Kakashi glanced sideways at her, suddenly silent and hiding her face, muttering to herself, "Enough already." He raised an eyebrow, confused by her reaction. What? Unaware of the inner turmoil of his girlfriend. Kakashi continued to enjoy his meal, his cheeks stuffed with food. "So, what was it you wanted to tell me about Murakami?" Chapter 37. To date or not to date. With Kakashi's reminder, the flustered Sangmu snapped back to reality, realizing she still had matters to discuss. She gave her flushed cheeks a firm slap, attempting to regain her composure. Kakashi, with his cheeks puffed out, observed Sangmu as she awkwardly cleared her throat twice, then straightened his posture, retrieving 2 hot spring vouchers from the pouch tied at his waist and placing them on the table. He had a favor to ask of Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the vouchers, which bore the inscription Iching Therapy Hot Spring, blinking at the familiar sight. It was the same establishment that the third Hokage had given him a few days prior, and he recalled that he still had 2 vouchers in his room. At that time, having noticed that they were for a mixed-gender bathing experience, he had lost interest and tossed them into a drawer. However, Sangmu now placed them directly in front of him. As he focused on the words natural therapy and mixed-gender bathing printed on the vouchers, Kakashi swallowed the last bite of rice, his eyes betraying his astonishment as he turned to the short-haired woman beside him, who had regained her bright demeanor. Oh, they had yet to go on a proper date since they got together. The books mentioned that dates were essential for enhancing a couple's feelings. Although Kakashi believed that their relationship would not suffer from foregoing such frivolities, he pondered whether Sangmu's suggestion indicated that he had not done enough. Did she secretly desire to go on a date? Despite his personal reservations about the location, Kakashi thought it wise to remain open-minded. Yet, seriously contemplating whether Sangmu would be the one to suggest a visit to a mixed-gender hot spring seemed exceedingly odd. It was more plausible that someone else had influenced her. Within mere seconds of seeing the vouchers, Kakashi deduced that they were likely connected to the doctor, Ling Suan, whom Sangmu had met during her recent hospitalization. where she had been under the guise of a foster daughter of the Nikaritsu family. Currently, she was training in taijutsu for half a month under the identity of a genin named Mu. Since it was the foster daughter of Nikaritsu who had requested assistance, was she asking him to deliver the vouchers to another person? It felt inappropriate, especially since he was not well acquainted with Lingsuan. A myriad of questions swirled in Kakashi's mind, but he decided to set them aside for the moment. He had more pressing concerns, namely to gauge Songmu's thoughts on dating. If she enjoyed the idea, he could start preparing. If she did not, it would be best to abandon the notion entirely to avoid her merely feigning enjoyment while secretly feeling burdened. Although Kakashi was preoccupied with thoughts, he maintained a calm exterior. As Songmu prepared to ask him to deliver the hot spring vouchers to Xianjian, he suddenly appeared composed, extending his hand to push the vouchers slightly toward her direction. How about we consider a different date location? Huh? Songmu's mouth opened, caught off guard by Kakashi's remark, her expression shifting between confusion and curiosity as her eyes darted between him and the vouchers. As realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed anew, and she delivered a playful punch to Kakashi's thigh. That is not a date. Who would choose this place for a date, you weirdo? Kakashi, slightly bouncing from the impact, rubbed his leg, feigning innocence. Hey, I heard this place is considered one of the romantic spots in Konoha. What? Songmu took the vouchers, inspecting them with disbelief, before slapping them back onto the table, her fingertip pointing emphatically at the mixed-gender bathing section for Kakashi to see. What kind of romantic outing involves bathing with a crowd? Then what should a date entail? Kakashi inquired softly, his gaze intent on Songmu, eager for her response. However, Songmu paused, her expression contemplative. Well, as long as both hearts are in unison, the specifics of a date don't truly matter. Kakashi's expression momentarily faltered. The literature suggested that girlfriends often lacked security and that, as her partner, he should create a sense of ritual, proving his affection through various means at different times and places to quell any insecurities. Yet, Songmu seemed to possess a contrasting demeanor. Her nonchalant tone suggested that his presence or absence made little difference to her. Unaware of Kakashi's internal turmoil, Songmu shook her head and continued. Anyway, I wanted to ask you to help me deliver this hot spring voucher to Xianjian. Kakashi's enthusiasm waned. Oh, Xianjian, huh? This concerns Xiaotao's happiness, and I promised her to convey the message before tomorrow evening. But the third Hokage has suddenly ordered taijutsu training. He sat cross-legged, resting his elbows on his knees, gazing at the visibly conflicted Songmu. One must fight for their happiness. If I recall correctly, Lingsuan and Xianjian have known each other for a long time, right? Chapter 38. Self-inflicted suffering. That's true, Songmu replied, her lips pursed, revealing two faint dimples as she contemplated whether being honest would facilitate Kakashi's understanding. She shifted her position slightly, leaning closer to Kakashi's ear, who tilted his head in response to her gesture. I'll tell you, Xiaotao feels uncertain about Xuanjian's true feelings for her. She wants to confess, but Xianjian is so unpredictable that she can't decipher his thoughts. She's worried that if she gets rejected, she might lose his friendship. Songmu explained, leaning in closer. So, Lingsuan thought that by inviting him to the mixed-gender bathing, she could gauge his reaction. If he disapproves or shows jealousy, then she might choose to confess. Moreover, upon hearing that Qingyue planned to express gratitude to Xianjian after her discharge, Lingsuan requested that Nikaritsu deliver the hot spring vouchers to him, while also informing him when she would visit the establishment. Initially hesitant, Songmu had reservations, as she was close to Xianjian, but could not definitively say whom he favored or what type he preferred. Thus, she was cautious about agreeing to help Lingsuan, not wanting to offend her friend. However, after Lingsuan recounted numerous stories about her and Xianjian, Songmu discovered that the seemingly aloof and proud doctor had harbored feelings for the reclusive and handsome boy since childhood. Lingsuan's affection for Xianjian rivaled her long-standing admiration for Kakashi, and unable to bear the thought of her friend's unrequited love ending in despair, Songmu ultimately agreed to deliver the message, reasoning that as Nikaritsu, she was merely transporting an item and conveying a message, so Xianjian would likely not hold it against her. Besides, she sensed a hint of something in Xuanjian's gaze when he looked at Xiaotao that could hardly be deemed innocent. As a result, Songmu acquiesced. Yet, the situation unfolded unexpectedly. The day after Qingyue's discharge, as she planned to bring the hot spring vouchers to Xianjian, the third Hokage summoned her first, followed by a return to school and the commencement of taijutsu training. Testing the waters? The silver-haired ninja furrowed his brow slightly, revealing his confusion. Can't you just ask directly? Ordinary people understand their own feelings. A ninja should have an even clearer grasp of their emotions. How could he not know who he likes? That guy is a special jounin. Does he really need someone to use such a roundabout way to make him aware of his own feelings? If you ask me, he already knows who he likes. Kakashi released his chin, reaching for Tsangmu's bowl to check if it was still warm, then gestured for her to finish her meal. He rapidly transitioned from realizing his feelings for Xiao Mu to recognizing that she was indeed the person he desired. The process was swift. For the physical senses do not deceive. Kakashi found it perplexing. It seemed that Tsangmu had an uncanny understanding of Kakashi's thoughts. You merely happen to fall for someone who likes you. If love were as simple as you perceive, there wouldn't be so many individuals ensnared by their emotions. Kakashi, while skillfully using chopsticks to serve vegetables into Tsangmu's bowl, shrugged in indeterminate agreement. Perhaps it was true, those who stubbornly cling to unrequited affection, despite knowing the other's indifference, could only be described as self-inflicted martyrs, quite foolish indeed. As Tsangmu accepted the bowl from Kakashi, a fleeting moment of emptiness crossed her gaze. Had Kakashi not fortuitously developed feelings for her, she might well have been the self-imposed martyr he spoke of. Observing Kakashi, who urged her to eat quickly, or it will get cold, Tsangmu turned her face away, lifting her chin to plant a soft kiss on Kakashi's face, revealing her resolve to assist Xiao Tao in the endeavor, despite the potential ire of Xianjian. Sometimes, even ninjas cannot immediately discern their true desires. And thank you, Kakashi, for liking me, who also likes you. Chapter 39. The importance of pre-sleep reading. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Kakashi, I'm done, Tsangmu announced as she emerged, signaling that it was Kakashi's turn to bathe. Clad in a light-colored bathrobe, she felt her muscles, strained from the day's physical training, finally begin to relax in the warmth of the water. As the weariness that had been buried deep within began to surface, her usually bright voice took on a warm, soft timbre, laced with a hint of huskiness. This unexpected change compelled the silver-haired ninja, who was contemplating reorganizing the books on the shelf, to pause and turn his gaze toward Xiao Mu. Clearly, she had let down her guard in his presence. Xiao Mu had loosely draped a towel over her head, her arms raised as she dried her damp hair while walking toward the hairdryer. The wide sleeves of her bathrobe slipped down naturally, revealing her gracefully toned arms, which, unlike others, were not merely slender but possessed a strength and beauty of their own. She appeared to be in a state of complete relaxation. The sash of her robe hung loosely, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. As Kakashi's gaze lingered on the manner in which Xiao Mu tied her robe, a thought crept into his mind. This garment could be undone with just a single finger. However, the moment that notion surfaced, he promptly retracted his gaze. No. Xiao Mu had only recently agreed to stay with him, and the last time he had been overly eager, he had nearly scared her away. Reflecting on her injuries from that night, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Thus, he resolved to be a tender, considerate, and attentive boyfriend, ensuring not to frighten her again, and to always seek her consent regarding their intimate moments, fully respecting and caring for her feelings. Indeed, Kakashi held firm to this conviction. He mused to himself that short hair was indeed convenient. It dried quickly without much effort. Meanwhile, Tsangmu, having finished drying her hair, peeked around Kakashi's side, her black strands falling gently across her forehead. She noticed the neatly stacked assortment of books Kakashi had organized on the counter, her eyes widening in surprise at the sheer volume. So many. Do they all need to be rearranged? Yes, some of them I know by heart, so there's no need to revisit them. It's a good opportunity to tidy up, Kakashi replied, ascending the ladder to place books on the highest shelf. Is that so? Tsangmu responded, handing him the neatly organized stacks of books from the counter. She had no concern about the books collecting dust and dirtying her freshly cleaned self, for Kakashi was not the sort to neglect the condition of his own belongings. As Kakashi leaned down to take the books from her hands, the slightly loose neckline of her bathrobe revealed glimpses of her fair skin, striking a powerful visual impact on the silver-haired man. At that moment, even the black mask could not disguise the flush on Kakashi's cheeks as he strained to avoid meeting the clear, innocent gaze of the woman before him. Were it not for the purity in Xiao Mu's eyes, Kakashi might have doubted her intentions. What a temptation she was, a siren cloaked in innocence. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi swiftly descended the ladder, positioning himself behind Tsangmu. Startled, She was about to voice her question when Kakashi gently grasped her arms. Song-mu turned in confusion to face him, and Kakashi gestured with his chin for her to return the books to the counter. Once she complied, he gently urged her toward her room. "Change your clothes. You are distracting me." "Huh?" Song-mu inquired as she was guided toward the door of her room. Glancing down at her light bathrobe. "What is wrong with this outfit? I usually wear it after a bath." She had even thoughtfully put on undergarments since she was at Kakashi's home, and given the size of the robe, it covered everything adequately. Just as she was about to protest, Kakashi nudged her into the room and closed the door behind her. "You must be exhausted from training all day. Change, and I will tidy up the rest." Song-mu looked down at her attire again. The light silver bathrobe had been a deliberate purchase, chosen for its similarity to Kakashi's hair color. As a devoted admirer of Kakashi, she had bought it without hesitation. It was unexpected that Kakashi did not appreciate it. With a shrug, she walked over to the wardrobe, contemplating his words. While Kakashi had suggested she sleep early, she still intended to maintain her nightly reading ritual, not wanting to retire too soon. After all, the bathrobe was merely for convenience post-bath. Since Kakashi had brought it up, she decided to change into her pajamas instead. Upon agreeing to stay with Kakashi during the training period, he had swiftly organized half of his living space for her. As she touched the neatly folded clothing in the wardrobe, divided into two sections, Song-mu smiled softly. The faint herbal scent she had always worn mingled with the cool, invigorating aroma of Kakashi, wrapping around her senses. Simply inhaling the combination filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Sharing a meal, sleeping under the same blanket, and using the same wardrobe, wasn't their current relationship reminiscent of a newlywed couple? After changing into her pajamas, Song-mu stepped out of her room, holding her bathrobe. She spun around to face Kakashi, who was watching her from the bookshelf, showcasing her pajamas with a playful twirl. Raising her brows, she seemed to convey, "Are you satisfied now?" Kakashi's eyes, filled with a blend of helplessness and affection, sparkled with mirth beneath his mask. Xiaomu, with her chin slightly raised and a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, truly resembles the little white-haired girl she once was. However, in her childhood, her cheeks were a tad more plump, and her gaze was far more innocent, unlike the alluring charm she possesses now. Chapter 40. Exceptional Aesthetic Taste, Yamashiro Flower Shop. The girl with a high ponytail presented a beautifully wrapped bouquet of purple pansies, cradling it in her hands as she extended it towards the woman. "Hello. This is your bouquet. Please take care of it." Upon entering, Song-mu Lin noticed the pansies at the entrance were already wilted, having been brought in by Kakashi and placed on the table. Realizing she had nothing better to do, she decided to head downstairs to the flower shop and replace the flowers. Just before leaving, Song-mu Lin seemed to recall something. She returned to the living room, placed the 2 hot spring vouchers into an envelope, inscribed with the date and the signature of Ling Tzu and Tao Hui, and tucked it into the pocket of her pajamas, hoping to strike a bit of luck while buying flowers. Upon exiting the apartment building, she discovered that the flower shop run by the Yamashiro family was right across the street. "Thank you," she said as she accepted the bouquet, surveying the shop and noting that only the girl was attending to customers. Initially intending to engage Mrs. Yamashiro in conversation to glean some information about Shiranui Ginkan's whereabouts, she realized that this would not be feasible. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Little Kojiro, noticing the beautiful sister in her pajamas, began to scrutinize the shop. Distracted by the girl with the light yellow hair, Song-mu recalled that it was nearly 9 o'clock when she stepped out. The village children should all be asleep by now, yet the Yamashiro girl remained to help her family at the shop. Unable to resist, she reached out and gently pinched Kojiro's soft cheek, grinning as she asked, "You still haven't gone home, Koji?" Startled by the unexpected touch from a stranger, the girl instinctively recoiled but then felt a strange familiarity in the sister's smile and tone, reminiscent of a teacher she knew. "Koji? How does she know my name? I've never seen this person before." After saying that, Song-mu Lin walked towards the shop's entrance with the flowers. The little girl's gaze lingered on the sleek, black hair of the woman. It struck her that the woman's demeanor and appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to her teacher. And as she thought of this delightful coincidence, she exclaimed, "Teacher Qinghua, are you fully healed? Not that it concerns you whether I sleep early or late. Must you be so nosy?" Song-mu Lin halted her steps, gritting her teeth internally, yet maintaining a neutral expression as she added a tone befitting an elder. "Hey, what did you just say, Koji? When your mother returns, please send my regards to her." Upon hearing this, Koji stopped in her tracks. realizing that this sister was a friend of her mother, hence the familiarity with her name. It made sense that this sister, dressed in pajamas, would come to the shop, suggesting she was a local resident, and she knew the teacher's accommodations were not nearby. Realizing she might have mistaken the person, the little girl awkwardly chuckled. Haha, beautiful sister. You look so much like our homeroom teacher. Just now, I thought she had fully recovered. Caught up in her excitement, she blurted it out. I'm so sorry. The unreserved concern from the children struck a warm chord in Song Mu Lin's heart. She smiled gently at Kojiro and finally exited the Yamashiro flower shop. Having felt little of the cold inside, she now felt the chill of the winter night outside, making her cheeks sting with the cold wind. Song Mu Lin hugged the purple bouquet tighter, tucking her chin in as she hurried up the stairs to the third floor of the elite shinobi dormitory. All right. She had originally intended to buy flowers in hopes of encountering Jinkan or learning about his whereabouts. She was prepared to be forthright with him if he inquired, believing that once she handed over the letter, Tao Hui would receive the answers she sought, thus fulfilling her friend's request and sparing Kakashi from undertaking tasks he disliked. Yet, it seemed that fortune was not on her side. Perhaps she would make a trip to Ginkan's residence after tomorrow's training. Song Mu Lin sniffled and opened the apartment door. I'm back. As she placed the purple flowers on the table, Kakashi, freshly out of the shower, emerged from the bathroom. The woman, having just returned from the cold outdoors, couldn't help but feel a chill for him upon seeing his bare, muscular torso. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the purple blooms in front of Song Mu, realizing she must have just gone downstairs to buy them. Song Mu, following Kakashi's gaze, picked up the pansies from the table and stepped closer to him, feigning ignorance. Could someone tell me what kind of flower this is? With his silver-tipped hair still dripping, Kakashi smirked, and with one hand holding a towel, he pulled Song Mu Lin closer to his damp chest, his fingers gently pinching her lower back. I wouldn't he know? Didn't you just go buy them? Kakashi leaned down to sniff the bouquet, then raised his mismatched eyes to Song Mu Lin, who appeared momentarily dazed by his words, and teased, Are they a gift for me? Song Mu Lin felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and became momentarily speechless. Noticing Kakashi's gaze lingering on her lips, she suddenly felt a surge of defiance and snatched the towel from his hands, covering his head with it. A low chuckle escaped from beneath the white towel, and as Song Mu Lin was about to turn to leave in a huff, the hand resting on her waist prevented her from moving. Pushing the towel back to reveal his strikingly handsome face, Kakashi chose not to tease further. Instead, he lowered his head to meet Song Mu Lin's gaze. I genuinely don't know what kind of flower this is, but the girl at the shop told me it represents longing for a loved one. I thought you would appreciate it. Looking at the silver-haired man who seemed to blush at his own words, Song Mu Lin felt a flicker of triumph. With a satisfied smile, she tightened her embrace around the flowers and, standing on her toes, planted a kiss on Kakashi's water-drenched nose, her voice sweet and soft. I indeed like it. Now go dry your hair, don't catch a cold. Moving a little closer, Kakashi lingered on her rosy lips, his voice low and husky. Well, since Xiao Mu likes it, does that come with a reward? Feeling the tension in her body as their eyes met, Kakashi suddenly remembered his resolution to fully respect Xiao Mu's wishes. Changing his approach, he proposed, How about a reward for helping me dry my hair? Song Mu Lin's eyes widened in surprise, then she relaxed, handing the bouquet to Kakashi while retrieving the hairdryer from beside the bathroom door. She gestured for him to sit in the living room. Yes, I would also like to ask Kakashi to trim the flower stems a bit. The last time you arranged those pansies so artfully, it was absolutely stunning. Kakashi graciously accepted the compliment as he walked toward the living room. Well, I am indeed the aesthetically gifted Kakashi. Song Mu Lin smiled. Yes, he is undoubtedly the Kakashi from my memories, replete with that self-important air. Chapter 41, On the Edge of the Cliff. Under the blazing sun, Li, Tian, and Ning Ci sat in the shade of a tree. A bento box opened before them. They had spent the day practicing alone, while Teacher Kai was busy providing special training to that beautiful sister. Did the teacher mention anything about her identity? Tian turned to ask the two beside him. Ning Ci quietly chewed his rice ball without responding. While he shook his head, Teacher Kai wouldn't tell me anything, only that she was a youthful companion from his childhood. The two individuals have inexplicably vanished to some mountain cliff for their training. Xiao Li, with a hint of melancholy, picks at her bento. That sister had clearly stated her intention to join them, yet within a mere day, she had effortlessly lured away their esteemed teacher, Kai. On reflection, it is rather alarming that she can keep pace with Kai's rigorous training regimen, given her physical constitution. She mutters under her breath, casting furtive glances at Ningxi, who remains expressionless while eating. She harbors a secret. Ningxi casually remarks that they trained together yesterday, having observed that woman closely through his Byakugan. Initially, he had assumed she was an ordinary person, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that her physique is akin to that of a ninja. It is merely due to a sealing technique placed on her brain and heart that prevents her spiritual energy from merging with her physical prowess, thus inhibiting her from manifesting chakra. As long as she is not an enemy, it is acceptable. The teacher had mentioned that for the next several days, they would likely be training independently. Xiao Li, however, takes it in stride, reasoning that since Kai is assisting her, she must be one of them and poses no threat. So peaceful coexistence is the best path forward. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Sangmu Lin is engaged in a hand-to-hand climbing exercise with Kai, but she nearly slips and falls. Dangling perilously, her heavy breathing and the sweat trickling down her back signal her diminishing stamina. Sangmu can only cling to the rock face with her fingertips, her goal within reach. She steadies her mind and attempts to gather her energy from the edge of exhaustion. At that moment, an energy emanating from her dantian begins to crystallize, and she feels as if she can grasp it, control it. With her eyes slowly closing, she suddenly exclaims, "Open." This startles Kai, who is waiting at the summit, prompting him to rush towards the source of the sound. He sees the woman on the verge of reaching the top, her legs dangling and only her fingertips holding onto a thin layer of rock, with an abyss below her. The situation appears dire. Before Kai can extend his hand to pull her up, Sangmu strikes the thin rock with her palm, using the momentum to leap upwards, her toes nearly touching the summit. Unexpectedly, she loses her grip, and her previously sharp gaze turns blank for a brief moment. Hey, this isn't quite what I envisioned. Sangmu thinks as she feels her body tilting backward, perilously close to plummeting off the cliff. In that critical moment, Kai swiftly produces a summoning scroll. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. As Sangmu descends, she sees Kai forming hand seals, and a scroll is tossed beneath her feet. With a resounding thud, she feels something stabilize her falling body. With newfound solidity beneath her, she crouches and springs onto the summit. Then, a voice from below echoes with frustration. "You little brat, using me as a stepping stone again." Weak in the knees, Sangmu kneels on the ground and peers down at the base of the cliff, only to hear another thud. Had Kai's summoning beast just departed? Huh, what did he just say? Kai, somewhat sheepishly, collects the scroll and approaches to help Sangmu up. Without chakra, you managed to accomplish this feat of climbing with just your bare hands. You truly are remarkable, just as Kakashi said. Facing the older man, who gives her a thumbs up, Sangmu can only smile wryly. If it weren't for you, I'd be at the bottom of the cliff right now. It seems one must not be overly ambitious. Kai sits on a large rock nearby, shaking his head as he analyzes. Did you not just comprehend how to open the gate? Otherwise, you would not have suddenly lost your grip. Feeling her legs still trembling, Sangmu sits down on the ground. Reflecting on his question, she taps her chin and recalls the changes in her body. That last moment indeed felt different, but it lasted only about 3 seconds. She had intended to leap up in one go. Do not be disheartened. Achieving even a small understanding is already quite remarkable, Kai exclaims, tossing her a bottle of water from his backpack. Thank you, Sangmu replies, catching the bottle and eagerly drinking. The young man with the watermelon head observes Sangmu enjoying her drink on the ground, an expression of approval glimmering in his eyes. Logically, Sangmu Lin was once a prodigy nurtured as a secret weapon in the village, her aloofness and pride surpassing even Kakashi's. Although Kai and she were not well acquainted, their brief interactions in recent days have revealed a significant transformation in her demeanor. The stubborn resilience remains, yet the sharpness has dulled, making her more adaptable and amiable. Is it possible that her lack of chakra has tempered her edge? Yet, throughout their time together, Kai has not sensed any ulterior motives or pretense in Sangmu's behavior. Perhaps her kindness and affability represent her true nature? Chapter 42. The Vanished Memories. Sangmu is unyielding in her commitment to training, always ready for additional practice without a hint of complaint, which Kai finds quite agreeable. Were it not for her illness, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable companion for Kakashi on the path ahead. Suddenly, Kai falls silent, lost in thought as he sips water. After a lengthy pause, he speaks slowly. I was disrespectful the other day. Sangmu Lin wipes the water that has dribbled from her mouth with her sleeve, securing the cap back on the bottle before meeting Kai's gaze. It seems she anticipated Kai would revisit this topic, and she has already formulated her response. I understand your concern for your friend's future, Kai-senpai. However, I have also realized that I will not easily part ways with him. I apologize. Songmu offers a bittersweet smile to Kai, yet her bright gray-black eyes reveal a sense of determination. Kai-senpai must have heard about my childhood, right? Days filled with endless ninja training and nights fraught with the threat of unknown assassins. Even with Uncle Minato's guidance, I understood it was the village's way of honing my capabilities. Yet, as a solitary child in a parched land, relying solely on cold malice and fierce resistance yields no growth. If Minato's gentle nature made me feel rooted in Konoha, then Kakashi is the sun that allows me to aspire to grow. As she speaks, she notices Kai's expression shifting when she mentions Kakashi as the sun, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Perhaps you cannot comprehend, but young Kakashi truly was gentle, often displaying a kindness that was only visible to me. The watermelon-headed youth reflects on his memories of the young boy with a perpetual scowl, puzzled at how Songmu Lin associates gentleness with the childhood version of Kakashi. Although Kakashi is an excellent cook and often invites him to share meals out of necessity, he hardly embodies gentleness. Every time he was rejected, it was done with blunt firmness, and during their sparring, he fought without hesitation, not to mention his brash demeanor. Could it be that Songmu has developed an infatuation with a false version of Kakashi? Kai muses. Coughing lightly to redirect the conversation, Songmu clears her throat. I understand that you advised me to leave him because of my illness, correct? Upon hearing this, Kai's expression became solemn. Although it seemed rather heartless, he chose to nod honestly. I believe you understand better than anyone else. During that time, he had already developed tendencies towards self-destruction. I do not wish for you to. Songmu Lin's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. She was indeed aware of Kakashi's darkest moments, but at that time, she was engaged in a long-term mission and could only glean fragments of information about Kakashi's time in the Umbu from the sparse letters of the third Hokage. Why did Kai imply that she knew better than anyone else? Suppressing her inner questions, Songmu Lin met Kai's gaze, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. You are mistaken. It is not that Kakashi cannot accept the departure of those he cares for. What torments him endlessly is the notion of leaving without a word. They departed his world silently and without explanation. The departed are gone, leaving the living with questions and reflections that gnaw at his heart like countless ants in every sleepless night. This leads him to self-reproach and regret, constantly questioning the meaning of his existence. These sentiments could very well serve as the kindling for darkness. It must be said that Kai was taken aback by Songmu's explanation. Left momentarily speechless, he was attempting to comprehend her words, though he still struggled to grasp their full meaning. Nevertheless, it was evident that she cared deeply for Kakashi. In moments like these, Might Guy envied those who could articulate their innermost emotions with eloquence, such as Kakashi and Songmu Lin. Unlike him, who, after much contemplation, could only utter phrases like, "But you will still die." Songmu Lin was momentarily stunned by his words, then broke into a calm smile. I understand, but I will bid farewell properly. I will not abandon him unilaterally under the pretense of for your own good. I will ensure that I say goodbye to Kakashi at the right moment. As she spoke, her gaze lowered, as if addressing Kai or perhaps herself, or maybe she wanted to convey until the last moment of her life. She would let him know that she loved him. Betrayal is often more lethal than death. Kai, though partially understanding, recognized Songmu's firm resolve to be by Kakashi's side. It had been previously mentioned that Kakashi was aware of her bloodline illness, and if he had not chosen this relationship himself, no one could have forced him. It seemed he had spoken out of turn. Yet, the fact that a good brother could attain such love, with someone steadfast by his side, was indeed a source of happiness for him. After coming to this realization, Might Guy leaped down from the rock and sat cross-legged beside Songmu Lin. He crossed his arms over his chest and cleared his throat, stating, Kakashi, as my lifelong rival, choosing Songmu as his partner is a stroke of good fortune for him. Songmu Lin felt a warmth in her eyes at Kai's sudden change of attitude. When he continued, that guy is rather obstinate. If Songmu feels upset, as his close friend, I hope she can give him another chance. She nodded softly. Thank you, Kai-senpai. Over the years, I have been grateful for your unwavering support by his side. Alas, how sentimental, Might Guy exclaimed, awkwardly patting Songmu Lin on the back, causing her to feel a sudden jolt throughout her body, as if the chakra seals within her were nearly disrupted. However, before she could regain her composure, Kai's next statement left her mind blank. Fortunately, I informed you about Kakashi's situation back then. It's wonderful that you could return in time to help him. Xiaomu. Kai noticed Songmu's tense reaction to his words and, with a puzzled expression, extended his hand, waving it in front of her. What's wrong? Songmu Lin's pupils trembled as she slowly turned to face Kai, asking in a hesitant voice, back then, during her 10 years away on missions. She had never met Kai or the others. Yes, let me think. It was about 4 years ago at the border of the Land of Fire. Near a garrison close to Yunnan village, he recounted, his expression shifting as he noticed Songmu Lin frowning deeply, seemingly straining to recall. Xiaomu, don't you remember? You visited Yunnan village 4 years ago, but you encountered an annoying Uchiha and left swiftly after gathering some intelligence. You did not meet any Konoha ninjas along the way. Let alone me, Kai-senpai. If you had seen me, you would certainly have inquired about Kakashi's well-being. How could you have no recollection at all? Is it possible that her original memory has also encountered issues? A wave of immense panic enveloped Songmu Lin in an instant. She bit down on her pale lip, forcing herself to maintain composure, as she could not allow Kai-senpai to detect any flaws. Otherwise, if he reported to the higher-ups in Konoha, she, with her current lack of power, would be waiting passively for death. Steadying her tumultuous heart, Songmu Lin mustered a casual smile. Ah, I see what you mean, senpai. I thought you and the others in the village had forgotten about me. Over a year ago, when she had just returned to Konoha, everyone in the village did not recognize her. It was only through her presence that the memory escape technique was lifted. Mike Guy slapped his thigh and exclaimed, exactly. We had indeed met 4 years ago, but I only started to recall it after your return to the village. Your hair was so long back then. I even asked you why you hadn't cut it during your travels. Haha. Now realizing she had been on a mission at the time, Songmu Lin chuckled awkwardly. But the more she listened to Kai's words, the heavier her heart felt. For during those 10 years, she had never allowed her hair to grow that long. Chapter 43. What happened to the love letter after finishing a day of guard duty? Nara Shikamaru, having just handed over his responsibilities to a colleague, was discussing with his partner whether they should visit the newly opened barbecue restaurant at the end of the street that evening. As the two of them strolled out of the patrol post, they spotted a certain silver-haired jonin approaching them while reading a novel. Nara Shikamaru, with a cheeky demeanor, greeted. Yo, Kakashi. What a coincidence to run into you here. Kakashi, without lifting his head, retrieved an envelope-like item from his pocket and, with a sharp motion, slapped it against Shikamaru's chest. He pressed the envelope firmly against him, not caring whether he caught it or not, and turned to leave. Engrossed in the plot of the novel. It's not a coincidence. I made a special trip for this, he replied. Shikamaru hastily caught the envelope that was about to fall, staring blankly at Kakashi's retreating figure. Without a second thought, he lifted the envelope, flipping it over to see the writing on the white surface. To Shikamaru-kun, do not let others see it, okay? The ninja tools nearly fell from Shikamaru's mouth as he felt darkness closing in before him. Wow, what does this mean? His companion, noticing Shikamaru's reaction, leaned in with curiosity. Moments later, he pointed at Kakashi's direction and then at the petrified Shikamaru, unable to contain his laughter. What is this? Ha ha ha, no way. My goodness. Hearing the laughter, Kakashi instinctively turned back, appearing before them in a flash, snatching the envelope from the stunned Shikamaru's hands. He raised it to his eyes and realized he had casually pocketed it without reading what Xiaomu had written. To his surprise, it contained such ambiguous wording. With a little heart drawn at the end, Kakashi felt as if someone had struck him hard on the back of the head. It was unmistakably that guy's habit of leaving messages. Even if Xiaomu intends to imitate Ling Tsuan in delivering messages, is it truly necessary to add this touch of affection? Xianjian timidly raised his hand, only to be met with Kakashi's chilling gaze. The headscarf ninja, with a sly grin, remarked that although his charm is unparalleled, it is inconceivable that someone like him would agree to help others deliver items. So it was a lady who entrusted Kakashi-kun with this task? Ha ha. The realization dawned on the headscarf ninja, eliciting a goofy smile, as Xianjian and Kakashi exchanged looks of disbelief. Give it to me. Xianjian smirked, extending his hand to take the envelope from Kakashi. I must say, the handwriting is quite elegant. I am curious to see which young lady penned this. With a swift motion, Kakashi tore open the envelope. The atmosphere grew tense for a few seconds. What on earth is wrong with you? The headscarf ninja exploded in frustration. Unfazed, Kakashi retrieved the hot spring voucher and note from within, folded them neatly, and handed them to Xianjian. Here, these are yours. Take good care of them. Chapter 44. Hollow and unrest, I am back. Kakashi announced as he entered his home, carrying an entire box of strawberry milk and pushing the door open with one hand. He had just encountered the watermelon-headed youth downstairs, where Guy was leading 3 students towards the newly opened barbecue restaurant at the end of the street. Guy mentioned he had promised to treat the kids, having completed Xiao Mu's training before sunset. However, Xiao Mu declined his invitation to join for barbecue, claiming she did not wish to leave Kakashi to dine alone. In high spirits, the silver-haired ninja stepped into his apartment, expecting to be greeted by a cheerful Xiao Mu running to the door, yet she was nowhere to be found. Outside, the sky had turned nearly pitch black, and the apartment remained dimly lit, eerily silent, as if no one had returned. Xiao Mu, Kakashi called softly, placing his belongings down while changing shoes and turning on the lights, seeking the seemingly absent occupant. The house was as empty and quiet as it had been when they left that morning, but Kakashi's keen senses detected an unusual scent in the air. It was the scent of Huan Jianghua. Following the aroma to the kitchen, he discovered a brand new large soup pot conspicuously positioned on the stove, devoid of the Huan Jianghua branches typically used for soup. Yet, the faint residue of broth at the bottom indicated that Xiao Mu had recently been boiling Huan Jianghua. They had brought these flowers back from the land of ginger to help Xiao Mu cope with the ninja's routine health checkups. The entire plant can briefly generate a small amount of chakra, allowing both ninjas and non-chakra users to absorb it through a bath, granting them a fleeting possession of chakra. However, Xiao Mu had already utilized it for her health checkup. Recently, she had been diligently training to recover her chakra, making it illogical for her to resort to such a method for a trivial amount of ephemeral chakra. One must understand that while Huan Jianghua can produce chakra, its effects and side effects remain poorly understood. There have been instances where individuals, having forced the chakra within their bodies by using this flower, misjudged their chakra levels, leading them to employ high-cost forbidden techniques, resulting in their demise. Why had Xiao Mu chosen to use it today? She must be facing a dilemma she could not resolve. Picking up a leaf of Huan Jianghua she had yet to tidy, Kakashi furrowed his brow. An unsettling feeling surged from deep within him. As the surroundings grew increasingly quiet, the sound of dripping water from the bathroom became increasingly pronounced. Knock, knock, he called out. Xiao Mu, are you in there? The bathroom door was locked from within, and Kakashi pressed his ear against it, straining to hear any sound, but it was eerily still. There were no sounds apart from the droplets falling into the water, not even the slightest hint of breathing. Could it be that Xiao Mu has fainted in the bathtub? Panic surged alongside this thought, and disregarding his apprehensions, he focused his chakra, releasing a surge of lightning attribute chakra. The metallic lock shattered with a crack, and as he pushed through the thin glass door, the sight that met his eyes made him gasp in horror. The bathroom floor was strewn with various scrolls, the peculiar scent of Huan Jianghua mingling with the metallic tang of blood, assaulting Kakashi's nostrils. He grimaced as he pushed aside the blood-stained scrolls, striding toward the bathtub. Inside, filled with dark red water, sat a figure with pale skin, her head drooping. From her shoulders down, she was submerged in the bath, her typically healthy and fair neck now appearing ghostly pale against the color of the water, as if she might shatter at any moment. Xiao Mu. Kakashi's voice emerged with a rusty rasp, akin to a corroded gear. He feared she might not hear him, yet also worried his voice might startle this fragile figure. The seemingly unresponsive girl finally stirred upon hearing his voice, slowly lifting her head to meet Kakashi's gaze, her lips moving as she managed a faint smile, laced with fatigue. You're back. Catching sight of her reddened eyes, Kakashi knelt beside her, his fingertips brushing against her icy cheek, worry etched across his face. Why are you crying? Gently. She grasped his fingers, shaking her head in a gesture that implored him not to worry too much. It's nothing, just a little problem. With a swift motion, she grasped the edge of the bathtub to stand, the dark red water, mixed with Huan Jianghua, cascading down her graceful form. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed, noting that while Xiao Mu was not entirely unclothed, her undergarments and bandages concealed her modesty well. More pressing than her attire was his concern regarding the Huan Jianghua. Why had she immersed a significant quantity of the flowers, which should have been discarded after boiling, into the bath? Clearly, a large portion of her stock had been used. Why the urgency? Kakashi refrained from voicing his concerns too quickly, instead picking up one of the scrolls lying on the floor. He recognized some of the illustrations and texts, noting that they recorded techniques unique to the Tsangmu clan, which would be unusable by other ninjas. Among them was a summoning scroll, which Xiaomu had opened with her fingertip, drawing blood. During the brief moment that Xiaomu leaned against the wall, stepping out of the bathtub to wash off the Huanjiang bath, Kakashi pieced together the revelation from the scrolls scattered on the floor. It appeared that Xiaomu was eager to regain some chakra, likely intending to summon her spirit beasts. Kakashi recalled that Xiaomu had mentioned her spirit beasts were a litter of meerkats, due to their preference for dry and warm environments. She had not summoned them since returning to Konohagakure. Following the sealing of her chakra, she had even fewer opportunities to call upon them. Is there something you wish to inquire about? Kakashi asked the person isolated in the shower behind a glass partition while lowering his head to seal the scroll on the ground. After a moment, the person wrapped in a towel emerged from the shower area, approaching Kakashi from behind. It seems there is a problem, Kakashi. Chapter 45. The bigger picture and you in the bedroom. Kakashi set down the hairdryer and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to embrace the cold, trembling figure of Sangmu, allowing her to perch on his lap. The bathwater had long since cooled, and Sangmu had attempted to summon her spirit beast and perform ninjutsu. But each effort had ended in failure. Observing her despondent expression, Kakashi sought to console her from different angles. Could it be that Guy mistook someone for you? Guy had claimed to have met Sangmu 4 years ago during a mission, yet she had no recollection of such an encounter. Although the notion of a mistaken identity seemed far-fetched, there was a possibility if it were indeed Guy. Sangmu shook her head at this thought. Before leaving Konoha, she had employed the forgetting technique on everyone who knew her, including Kakashi. Logically, even if Guy had seen Sangmu while she was on a mission 4 years ago, without a reminder from Sangmu or those around her, the technique would not have unraveled. If the forgetting technique remained intact, Guy could not have known of Sangmu's existence, let alone discuss Kakashi's current affairs with her. Since Guy could accurately state that he had met Sangmu 4 years ago, it indicated that either Sangmu had voluntarily lifted the technique to rekindle Guy's memory of her, or that Guy had independently recalled her after seeing her, thereby breaking the technique. Regardless of which scenario was true, it led to one undeniable conclusion. Guy had indeed encountered Sangmu in person 4 years prior. Only she could have conversed with him, and then reinitiated the forgetting technique to prevent him from returning to the village to discuss the matter. As her existence was still a secret to Konoha at that time, Guy also mentioned that he gradually remembered seeing Sangmu only after her return to the village, further confirming that the white-haired girl he had encountered was indeed Sangmu. Thus, there was absolutely no possibility that Guy had mistaken someone for her, or that someone had impersonated Sangmu. Kakashi seemed to have reached a similar conclusion. He fell silent, one hand warming Sangmu's icy hands while the other gently massaged the back of her head. However, with chakra depleted, there was little he could do, and it was best to focus on the special training. If Guy's training could yield results and restore Sangmu's chakra, many issues could be resolved. Sangmu felt a surge of frustration. During her recent physical examination, she had sensed a faint response of chakra within her through the illusionary ginger soup. Now, after nearly scalding herself in the bath, she had deliberately chosen several ninjutsu that required minimal chakra, yet she could not perform even one. Summoning her spirit beast to inquire further was out of the question. Leaning into Kakashi's gentle caress, she rested her head on his shoulder, her gaze falling upon their intertwined hands as she pondered gravely. If I do not recover my chakras soon, do you think I should report my memory loss to the third Hokage? After all, I cannot ensure that the missing memories do not contain information detrimental to Konoha. Kakashi's expression turned serious as he contemplated the implications. If Sangmu were to confide in the Hokage, what consequences would follow? Would she face scrutiny, interrogation, or memory probing? After all, there were ninjas in the village skilled in extracting enemy memories to verify Sangmu's claims. The third Hokage would likely dispatch Umbu to capture her for a series of examinations. Should the situation worsen, she might even be sent directly to the interrogation department, facing the questioning of an interrogator. Given her unique status, the methods employed against her would likely be beyond what ordinary individuals could conceive. Despite her intelligence, Sangmu did not seem to foresee these repercussions, yet she still chose to seek his opinion. Deep down, she understood that out of concern for the village, he would likely advise her to report honestly. Reporting meant separation. Given her current physical state, entering the interrogation room would be perilous. No, not merely the interrogation room. Should she be restrained, those who had long wished for her demise would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act against her. The silver-haired ninja's expression became increasingly complex as time ticked away. Noticing Kakashi's prolonged silence, Sangmu, sensing his inner turmoil, suddenly smiled and nestled her forehead against his neck. All right, I understand this is a tough decision for you, so I will make the choice myself when the time comes. She intended to alleviate the burden from Kakashi, hoping to shift the topic away from such heavy matters. However, before she could finish her thought, Kakashi repositioned her to face him, his dark eyes meeting hers. Once this matter is reported, the aftermath will be beyond our control. Sangmu's mind momentarily froze. She had not anticipated that Kakashi, who always prioritized the village, would choose to conceal the truth for her sake. This indicated that he unconditionally trusted her. Since learning that she might have forgotten significant details, the anxiety that had gripped her heart began to dissipate due to Kakashi's simple words. Kakashi tightened his embrace, gently rubbing his chin against her forehead, softly assuring her, "Do not fear. There are those who remember all that you have done for Konoha over the years. The village owes you for the years of service you have rendered." His words flowed like a gentle stream, soothing her spirit. Kakashi seemed to acknowledge the pain and solitude she had never mentioned, nor had anyone else cared to notice. "I love you." Sangmu straightened her posture, cradling Kakashi's stunned face with her slightly warmed hands. "What did you just say?" His lashes fluttered as Sangmu pressed a soft kiss to his right eye, causing time to freeze for him in that moment, eyes following her departing kiss. Kakashi's lips moved slightly as he murmured. The short-haired woman leaned in closer, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What did you say, Kakashi? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it, please?" The silver-haired ninja's eyes lit up with determination. You, wait a moment." As Kakashi began to remove his forehead protector and pull down his mask, Sangmu's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly tried to leap from his lap. However, as he swiftly secured her waist, she found herself pulled back to him before she could escape. "Unless you repeat what you just said." "What do you mean?" Sangmu turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Her once icy skin now radiated warmth. She was bewildered by the sudden tension. In that moment, she had instinctively uttered those 3 words. Yet now, to repeat them while meeting his eyes felt daunting. Seeing the woman beside him blushing deeply, Kakashi's gaze intensified. He grasped Sangmu's hand, gently pressing her back onto the bed. Initially, he had merely intended to tease her, but now, his intentions had shifted to something far more serious. Chapter 46. Unspoken. As the newly donned loungewear of Sangmu was once again unfastened, the collar on one side slipped down, resting upon her arm. The moment she parted her lips, the kiss that had lingered at her collarbone ascended, consuming her voice entirely. The figure before her offered no chance for words to escape. Sangmu's delicate fingers entwined themselves in Kakashi's dense silver locks, while her other hand, much like a small creature's paw, grasped his sturdy arm. The tender skin of her neck ignited a desire within Kakashi that he found hard to resist. With his shirt discarded, Kakashi's palm, which secured her head, spread wide beneath her arm, the soft black strands of her hair entwining between his fingers. His distinctly knuckled right hand ventured beneath her clothing, beginning a slow ascent from her lower back. As he felt the slightly calloused tips of his fingers glide along her spine, Sangmu, already sensitive to touch, emitted a soft whimper, as if a switch had been triggered within her. In the dimly lit bedroom, amidst a crumpled blanket, 2 figures embraced tightly. Kakashi's large hand, cradling the back of Sangmu's head, drew her closer, their foreheads brushing lightly. The depths of Kakashi's eyes shimmered with a lustful hue, as he struggled to contain the roaring desires within. Despite the urge to proceed without restraint, he recalled the need to seek Sangmu's consent first. "Could you repeat what you just said?" His voice, low and husky, dripped with temptation. Sangmu, already thoroughly teased, felt her eyes glisten with moisture. She could clearly perceive the unabashed possessiveness in Kakashi's dual-colored irises, coupled with fervent affection. "Please say it again." The sultry timbre of his voice lingered in her ears. Refusing to relent, breathless, Sangmu lifted the hand gripping Kakashi's arm. Her legs, previously curled beneath her, now pressed against the bed, as she cupped Kakashi's face. Their gazes locking in the dim atmosphere. The closeness of their bodies allowed them to hear each other's hearts racing wildly. A gentle smile graced Sangmu's lips as she leaned down, her full, rosy mouth brushing against Kakashi's upturned lips. Her shivering frame steadied by the initiation of a kiss in lieu of a spoken reply. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Kakashi's fingers stirred to unfasten the last button of Sangmu's garment, on the verge of losing herself in the kiss, She suddenly pressed her hands against Kakashi's shoulders. Is someone? Sangmu attempted to speak, but her words faded into the depths of Kakashi's mouth, his sweet and tender tongue urging him to explore further. Kakashi, wait a moment. With flushed cheeks, Sangmu, unable to push him away, began to pound on his arm. Then, seizing the brief moment when he loosened his grip, she hastily reminded him, is there someone at the door? The heavy breath of the silver-haired ninja lingered in the crook of his girlfriend's neck, his focus entirely on her. Oblivious to Sangmu's words, leaning down once more, he aimed to capture that enticing blush. However, a soft hand abruptly pressed against his lips. Kakashi's intense gaze softened slightly. Raising an eyebrow, he directed his attention to Sangmu's eyes, his voice still heavy with yearning. Sangmu blinked, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as she pointed toward the ceiling, indicating that Kakashi should listen closely. The silver-haired ninja propped himself up, straining to catch the sounds from outside. Knock, 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 knock. Is anyone there? Knock. Sangmu quickly covered her mouth, surprised. She had thought she misheard, but indeed, someone was knocking at Kakashi's door. Quick, take a look. She turned to the window, where the yellow light cast shadows of villagers below, their chatter rising up. Ah, it's still early evening. Who would be visiting at this hour with their boyfriend? With that thought, she pulled the blanket over herself, feeling guilty. She vowed to be more cautious in the future. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi straightened up, his eyes brimming with barely contained frustration. The visitor had better have a valid reason, or he would ensure they truly had one. Chapter 47. Consumed. A porcelain cup filled with warm tea was placed on the table as Kakashi leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed. Dressed solely in a black undershirt connected to his mask, the absence of his forehead protector allowed his silver-gray hair to fall naturally over his brow, giving him an undeniably homely appearance, if one could overlook the glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Kakashi observed the turban-clad ninja lounging comfortably in his living room. He and Xuanjian had yet to reach a level of familiarity that warranted such unannounced visits, leaving Kakashi somewhat surprised. However, recalling that he had just delivered something to Sangmu earlier that evening, he surmised that Xuanjian might be inquiring about the hot spring tickets. Kakashi wished for Xuanjian to get to the point, yet the man claimed he was parched after indulging in too much barbecue and required a cup of water first. Kakashi's left eyelid instinctively drooped, while his right eye betrayed his mounting impatience. If you have something to say, say it. If not, finish your drink and leave swiftly. Xuanjian, startled by Kakashi's sudden intensity, glanced past him toward the bedroom door. I just wanted to check on Ling. I visited her place and found the door forced open, the interior in disarray. It seems the third Hokage assigned her another residence due to a new mission. Do you know where she is? Meanwhile, Sangmu, nestled in Kakashi's bedroom, listened intently to Xuanjian's voice, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. After taking on her new mission, she had tidied her previous residence before departing, and since then, she had not returned to the lower ninja dormitory. Xuanjian's mention of a broken door lock and signs of disturbance left her uneasy. Could it be that the third Hokage had not kept the old guards in the dark, and those seeking her demise had shifted their focus back to the lower ninja? Did that mean Kakashi, who had briefly served as her mentor, was also under scrutiny? Sangmu pondered whether her frequent comings and goings at Kakashi's home would cause him trouble. Although her stay had received the third Hokage's approval, she feared that those with nefarious intentions might still take covert action. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, shook his head. If Sangmu wanted to inform Xuanjian, she would do so. If she chooses to remain silent, it indicates she is not yet ready to share. I do not wish to disrupt her plans. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Xuanjian raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride crossing his face. Of course, I understand. Many times. I wish for Ling to rely on me more. Kakashi's eyelid twitched, his expression a blend of amusement and disbelief. Your words tread into ambiguous territory, my friend. As friends, one must respect boundaries and refrain from being overly familiar with another ex-girlfriend. In the bedroom, Sangmu found herself both amused and exasperated. Xuanjian, with his loose tongue, had inadvertently walked into Kakashi's line of fire. Wow, Kakashi, your words are truly something, she thought, but then realized, wait a moment. What did you just say about a girlfriend? The turban-clad man, who had been leisurely sipping tea, suddenly straightened in his seat. When did this happen? The silver-haired ninja sighed in exasperation. Love, in certain respects, could be rather daunting. Provoked by Xuanjian's remark, he had blurted it out without fully processing his thoughts. Perhaps revealing such information to Xuanjian would not be too problematic, given that he was someone who could read the room. Kakashi cleared his throat twice, choosing to be forthright. It was the day after I stepped down from my role as Jonin. The headband-wearing ninja immediately donned an expression of intrigue. Was it that guy who pursued you? TSK. TSK, when action is required, it must be Rin. The woman in the room, overhearing their conversation, raised the corners of her mouth. Reminiscing about the dawn atop the Tea Mountain, her heart gradually filled with sweetness. It was indeed not her who took the initiative first. Recalling that day, Kakashi's lips were about to curl into a smile, but he suppressed it. A few more dry coughs followed. He had no obligation to divulge details to Gunma. Noticing that the visitor had nearly finished drinking, he feigned urgency to usher him out. Don't you have an appointment? Why haven't you left? Gunma, nearly choking on his tea, raised his hand to signal Kakashi to wait, indicating he had more to discuss. Since you two are already together, there is something I must tell you. You are aware that Rin received a new mission from the third Hokage, right? Although I'm unsure of the task's content. I was the one who handed the mission scroll to her. At that time, the third Hokage presented Rin with two options. One was to leave the village and travel to the Land of Frost to seek a cure. The other was to accept the new mission and complete it. Kakashi furrowed his brow. The third Hokage sent Komugi to the Land of Frost for treatment? He had clearly informed me that the first Umbu squad dispatched to investigate the sealing of the Aoki chakra had not returned. Umbu members are still being sent to the Land of Frost for this matter. Reports have even suggested that the sealing technique used on Komugi's chakra likely originated from the Aokiba clan's own secret arts. How could there possibly be a cure provided to Aokiba Rin? Therefore, this mission to the Land of Frost is most likely a test proposed by the Hokage for the Aokiba. If she had chosen to leave Konoha for the Land of Frost, upon seeing her intention to depart, the village would undoubtedly have arrested her immediately, treating her as a rogue ninja. But Komugi, in all likelihood, chose to remain by my side, and thus the benevolent Hokage provided her with protection. On the surface, it was a new mission, but on another level, it allowed her to assume a new identity and continue living here. The department Kakashi had been part of in previous years symbolized the darker side of the ninja village. He had witnessed many diligent ninjas like Komugi, who sacrificed for the stability of the village, ultimately being cast aside due to injury or illness. If not for Komugi's unique abilities and the caution of the higher-ups, they would not dare to provoke her. Given Danzo's methods, it is likely that Komugi, bearing the secrets of multiple nations, would have faced persecution on her way back to Konoha, never to set foot in the village again. Ultimately, the Hokage does not fully trust Aokiba Rin. That esteemed individual must also be under pressure from various quarters. At that time, Rin had chosen to accept the new mission without a second thought. Gama regarded Kakashi, who seemed lost in contemplation, and spoke with an unusual seriousness. You know, with Rin's abilities, if she did not wish to be captured, no one in Konoha could subdue her. If one day she were to go against you, Kakashi, the silver-haired ninja turned his gaze back to Ginma, his brows knitting tighter, waiting for him to finish. I hope that when that time comes, you will not take action. Go against me? The short-haired woman in the room listened to Gunma's emphatic words, feeling a pulse of frustration. What are you saying? Going against Kakashi? Does that imply I might betray the village in the future? What a ridiculous notion. This is the Konoha where I grew up. The most important home for Uncle Minato and Kakashi. Why would I betray it? Because if you act, that guy will surrender without a fight. Gunma. Aokiba Rin could no longer contain herself and stepped out of the room, interrupting Gunma's shocking words. The astonished headband-wearing ninja, upon seeing her emerge from behind Kakashi, quickly approached her, fist clenched as if to strike. How did we go from discussing this to me betraying the village? Don't stir up trouble, Rin. You know Aokiba is just trying to put on a show. He wouldn't actually punch you. Gunma grabbed Aokiba's arm, scrutinizing her current casual attire, and asked with genuine curiosity, "What kind of outfit is this? Did Kakashi take advantage of you?" Chapter 48. Confession brings leniency. Kakashi, Aokiba Rin, observing the two in the room, who were momentarily rendered speechless by his remarks. The air hung heavy for half a minute. Gunma raised his index finger and slightly elevated his tone. Right? I guessed it correctly, you clever Kakashi. He began to roll up his sleeves. Kakashi closed his eyes, exhaling, standing quietly without evasion. Aokiba Rin, who had no familial ties, felt a sense of relief that she had a friend genuinely concerned for her well-being. After a moment of blushing, Aokiba scratched her head and stepped forward to grab Genma's arm, stopping him. All right, why do you make it sound like I've suffered a great loss? Let's not go down that path. It was a mutual decision, flowing smoothly. I cannot agree with the viewpoint that habitually places women in a position of disadvantage. Genma, seeing her reaction, halted his movements. He understood the significance of Kakashi and Rin's heart. He was genuinely happy for them, yet his words remained teasing. Isn't it you who suffers? A girl like you. Aokiba smiled lightly, choosing to change the subject. What brings you here, Genma? Don't you have an appointment tonight? Huh. Oh, you mean that? Genma scratched his cheek, his expression somewhat awkward. It's all sorted. I have no interest in mixed bathing. Aokiba was slightly surprised, about to inquire about Swearin Momo's situation. What about that little peach? But Genma grinned widely, his innocence shining through. So I called Dr. Momo to join me for some barbecue. We just said our goodbyes downstairs. Aokiba turned to Kakashi, only to see him back in a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought, suggesting he hadn't heard her conversation with Genma. She shrugged and redirected her attention back to Genma. The two onsen vouchers were merely a test of Genma's attitude. Momo had no real intention of going to the hot springs. Now that plans had changed, perhaps their barbecue outing would spark even more chemistry? Aokiba nudged Genma's arm with her elbow, narrowing her eyes as she asked with a hint of mischief. So, how was the barbecue? Did you order the couple's platter? Despite the short-haired Kunoichi's evident curiosity, the headband ninja pretended not to notice, acting oblivious. Rin, you jest? That platter wouldn't even be enough for his appetite. Huh. Aokiba's excitement diminished upon realizing that Raiga was also present. Just as she was about to engage him in a conversation about Swearin Momo, a large hand grasped the back of her collar and pulled her towards him. Glancing at the hand resting on her shoulder, Aokiba turned to look at the silver-haired man beside her. Kakashi? Kakashi, wearing a crescent-shaped smile, leaned in closer, his voice gentle. Do you want to eat barbecue, Komugi? We can go later. Was Kakashi suggesting she not pursue Genma about Momo? Aokiba quickly recognized the hint and closed her mouth. Oh right, this was your idea, wasn't it? Observing the two individuals in front of him, who were casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders, Xianjian couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain. He then extracted a note from his pocket and presented it to Tsangmu Lin, which bore the words, "Do remember to meet with Ling Tzu and Taohei tomorrow evening." This was indeed the same note that Tsangmu had placed inside the envelope. Dr. Taohei also asked me to convey her gratitude upon seeing you, Xianjian remarked, his expression tinged with melancholy as he gazed at Qinghua. Tsangmu Lin, feeling awkward, let out a couple of nervous chuckles, unsure whether to accept or reject the situation. Ultimately, she turned her body toward Kakashi, her expression earnest as she declared, I've made up my mind. When we go for barbecue later, let us order the couple's set. Given that Kakashi had anticipated this encounter, knowing Taohei would ask Qinghua to deliver something to Xianjian, he remained remarkably composed. Nevertheless, he readily acquiesced to Xiaomu's request, responding, as you wish. Stop changing the subject. The masked ninja exclaimed, tightly grasping the note in his hand as he stepped forward, pulling Tsangmu from Kakashi's embrace. Tsangmu cast a pleading glance toward Kakashi, her downcast eyes brimming with innocence. Moved by her pitiable expression, Kakashi was about to intervene, but before he could, a figure interposed itself between them, stating, For those interested in lovebirds, I have a pressing matter to discuss. Perhaps sensing that Xiaomu could use this opportunity to clarify matters with Xianjian, Kakashi leaned in from Xuanjian's side and suggested, How about I help Xiaomu choose an outfit? Once we are done, we can head for barbecue. Aware that if he did not address Xuanjian's concerns today, the latter would likely persist in his inquiries, Tsangmu nodded in agreement, allowing Kakashi to retreat to the bedroom, granting them the space to converse. With a soft sigh, Tsangmu urged Xianjian to take a seat, saying, I did not intend to keep this from you. It was, in fact, deliberate. I apologize for misleading you while in the hospital. Xianjian leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, scrutinizing Tsangmu, whose expression flickered with uncertainty. He too sighed, seemingly dissatisfied with the unfolding dialogue. Growing impatient, Xianjian interjected, Who wants to hear your apologies? I want to know what is going on with your chakra. In the living room, Xiaomu and Xianjian continued their discussion. Dressed in a long-sleeved ninja outfit, Kakashi was half-seated on the railing of the bedroom balcony, the winter night breeze gently tousling his silver hair. The composed man turned his gaze toward the spacious, clean alley below, where groups of passers-by strolled. chatting and laughing as they made their way toward the main street ahead. This was not the first time Kakashi had pondered what he would do if Sangmu Lin were to defect from Konoha one day. The last time he had considered this was the day before he resolved to confess his feelings to Xiaomu, when the third Hokage had posed a similar question. Although the Hokage had smiled lightly, claiming it was merely a casual inquiry, Kakashi understood it was a subtle warning, encouraging him to prepare himself mentally. He was aware that while Konoha appeared to flourish on the surface, its underground roots were entangled and murky. He had once nearly succumbed to Danzo's instigation, straying down a misguided path, only to be gently redirected by the third Hokage, who stood before him with composure, armed with mere documents and soothing words. Could such a cunning and steadfast leader genuinely conclude that Sangmu Lin might defect from the village after careful consideration? Beneath the veneer of peace lay sordid truths. Kakashi recalled the third Hokage mentioning something to him, his lips moving subtly beneath his mask, his gaze fixated on the distant lights of Konoha's main street. What was the truth? As for Xuanjian's earlier remarks, they likely stemmed not from insider knowledge, but from a mere analysis of Xiaomu's current predicament and his understanding of Sangmu Lin, leading him to propose the worst-case scenario. If he had contemplated this possibility, why had he, as Xiaomu's partner, not done the same? Would Sangmu Lin truly abandon Konoha? Or, perhaps the question should be framed differently. What reason did she have to remain in a place that had drained her of 10 years of effort? Only to treat her as a mere pawn upon her return? Kakashi, came a voice, breaking his reverie. I often feel guilt and sorrow for not being able to be by your side swiftly enough to offer you the comfort you deserve. In the past 10 years? Yes. During each and every night after your suffering. The memory of their conversation beneath the maple tree echoed vividly in Kakashi's mind. Was it because of him that Xiaomu returned to Konoha? Leaning against the railing, Kakashi bowed his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as his heart fluttered at the thought. Surely it was because of him. He couldn't quite grasp why he felt so certain. Thus, he resolved to protect her with all his might, providing her with the security she needed, ensuring the third Hokage would trust her completely, allowing Xiaomu to settle peacefully in this land. The notion of Sangmu Lin defecting from Konoha was utterly unacceptable to him. In the near future, Hatake Kakashi would come to realize just how naive and laughable his thoughts were during this time. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, he merely wished to know whether the two in the living room had concluded their discussion, as his Xiaomu had yet to dine. As if sensing his unspoken thoughts, a gruff voice emerged from within the house. That old man surely couldn't keep his mouth shut. You've got it easy. Whatever she says, you comply? Kakashi stepped back into the living room, only to find the masked ninja had leapt from his seat in a fit of anger. Xiaomu, seated opposite him, had withdrawn her neck, shielding her head with her left hand, unsure whether she feared being struck or was merely trying to protect herself from Xuanjian's tirade, mumbling. It's just a martial arts competition. It's not like I can't handle it. Xuanjian, half amused, scoffed. You can't possibly think that all ninja teachers are pushovers, do you? This martial arts competition only occurs once every few years, and the winner not only receives substantial rewards, but also brings honor to their clan. Some ninjas prepare for this event for years. Pointing at Sangmu, he continued, and you, who has only trained for half a month, expect to compete with those who have been preparing for years? Moreover, with your chakra sealed, your physical capabilities are undoubtedly inferior to those who can use their chakra freely. Xuanjian intended to emphasize this point, but hesitated, concerned that his words might diminish Sangmu's confidence. Given her illness and chakra restrictions, she was already facing enough adversity. Now, tasked with such a challenging mission, she was required to participate in this martial arts competition and even secure the first place. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xuanjian's finger, which had been pointed at Sangmu's dark hair, gradually lowered as he began to scratch his head in frustration. Unable to meet her gray-black gaze, he struggled to voice his concerns. Was there truly no alternative way to pass the third Hokage's evaluation? Returning to his seat, Xuanjian's peripheral vision caught sight of the silver-haired man standing at the bedroom door, arms crossed, observing them. A light bulb went off in Xuanjian's mind. I've got it. Marriage. Both Kakashi and Sangmu Lin froze in surprise. The more Xuanjian contemplated this idea, the more feasible it appeared. Rubbing his hands together and inching closer to the edge of his seat, he proposed to Sangmu, if you and Kakashi were to marry, wouldn't that naturally dispel the Hokage's doubts about you? How could I have been so slow to think of that? Such a flawless plan instantly came to my mind. Indeed, When Kakashi heard Xuanjian's proposal, he genuinely believed it to be feasible. Binding Tsungmu Lin to himself would not only satisfy the third Hokage, but also silence the critics among the higher-ups. After all, eliminating the wife of a Konoha elite jonin is far more challenging than disposing of an inconspicuous Konoha genin. However, Kakashi sighed softly, resting his head against the door frame, his unique eyes gazing deeply at the silent woman in the living room. If his intuition was correct, indeed, while Xuanjian was stroking his chin and pondering his own intellect, Tsungmu Lin's face had lost any trace of joy. Her expression darkened, and the smile that had once faintly graced her lips in Xuanjian's direction was now slowly retracting. The headscarf-wearing ninja attempted to beckon Kakashi over to discuss strategies. Then, he noticed the short-haired woman sitting across from him, narrowing her eyes. A smile with a hint of menace returning to her lips as she warned, "I might get angry if you persist." "Huh, Lin, don't you think my idea is simply brilliant?" Xuanjian protested, but Tsungmu's fist clenched as she made a move forward. Xuanjian hastily backtracked. All right, I won't mention it again. No one can drag Kakashi into this mess, right? I admit my mistake. Is that satisfactory?" Tsungmu shot him a glare before returning to her previous position, reiterating that Xuanjian need not worry about her, as she was well aware of her own capabilities. If it came to a confrontation, she would readily concede. Perhaps having discussed matters with Xuanjian had left her parched. Noticing the strawberry milk Kakashi had just set on the table, her eyes sparkled as she reached for it. Xuanjian, observing her childlike delight in the drink, clicked his tongue in disdain, remarking on her utterly lovesick demeanor. "I'm in love with this. You should try it too," Tsungmu said, biting the straw and tossing another drink box toward Xuanjian, who caught it effortlessly. Knowing what he needed to, he decided to leave, not wishing to linger under Xuanjian's watchful eyes. "When we meet again, don't pretend you don't know me. I'm off now." Hey. Tsungmu rose to see him off, while Kakashi casually strolled over to her side. Just as the headscarf-wearing ninja had one foot out of the apartment door, he seemed to recall something and halted. Turning back, his brow furrowed, he ultimately couldn't resist. "Hey, Lin, when you go out, make sure to wear a turtleneck. The barbecue place is bustling with people." Tsungmu froze at the mention of a turtleneck. If he intended to advise her to hide her identity, wouldn't it be simpler to tell her to wear a mask? "Ahem," Kakashi interjected, raising a hand to his face and clearing his throat. As Tsungmu's attention shifted to him, she noticed that the tips of his ears appeared to be gradually reddening. Suddenly, memories of the last time she had seen him in the bathroom mirror flooded her mind, recalling the unfortunate state of his neck. Then, she remembered that prior to Xuanjian's arrival, she and Kakashi had. Reacting instinctively, she hastily tightened her collar, observing the two flustered individuals before her, who had turned busy without knowing what they were busy with. Xuanjian felt an urge to distance himself from them, fearing an endless supply of dog food awaited him. Chapter 50. Elbowing outward at Xintian Barbecue Restaurant, gazing at the long queue stretching from the entrance to the end of the street, the short-haired female ninja, holding a drink box, exchanged a glance with the silver-haired jonin, who was engrossed in a small yellow book. They then tacitly turned to leave. "Let us stick to ramen," she suggested. "Agreed. Hey, we would like one special chashu ramen and one salt-flavored ramen, please." "Oh, coming right up. You two just wait," replied the warm-faced, hand-pulled noodle chef, as he served freshly made tonkatsu ramen to a customer while welcoming the newcomers. Upon noticing the elegant woman standing beside the silver-haired jonin, the chef expressed mild surprise. "Isn't this little Mo? It's been a while since I last saw you. The black hair suits you quite well." Tsungmu had frequented the restaurant daily to collect ramen tickets, so the chef immediately recognized her with her new short black hair. "Hey, I couldn't resist the aroma of your ramen," Tsungmu said, settling into a corner seat, with Kakashi beside her, his tall figure conveniently blocking the gaze of onlookers. While waiting for their ramen, Tsungmu propped her chin on her hand and inquired, "By the way, why did Kakashi stop me from continuing the conversation about Xiaotonghui?" Kakashi closed the novel in his hand and tucked it into his waist bag, turning his knee toward Tsungmu Lin with patience. "Do you think he wants to discuss it?" Reflecting, she recalled that when she had asked Xuanjian about his plans for the evening, his first response had been that it was resolved and that he had no interest in mixed bathing. Resolved? Initially, she hadn't sensed anything amiss, but now, upon careful consideration of those three words, Tsungmu felt something was off. What did resolve mean? If Xuanjian liked Ling Mo, He should have been thrilled to receive an invitation from someone he cherished. Saying resolved sounded more like he viewed her feelings as a troublesome matter. If he found it troublesome, then it implied that he held no affection for Lingmu. With this realization, Sangmu felt deflated, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Lamenting that she had merely meddled in someone else's affairs. Not only had she failed to assist Lingmu, but she had also inadvertently caused embarrassment. Observing her comprehension, Kakashi crossed his arms, returning to a quiet state as they awaited their ramen, and offered some insight. Well, fundamentally, that guy tends to behave frivolously. So it's no wonder others misunderstand. The short-haired female ninja tapped her fingers on the table, reflecting that her acquaintance with Lingmu was relatively brief. Yet it felt as though they had known each other for ages. She could sense that Lingmu truly had deep feelings for Xuanjian, having liked him for many years. She had initially thought that the intelligent and aloof doctor would become Xuanjian's beloved. Clearly, Kakashi was right. In matters of love, it was best for others to refrain from intervening. The silver-haired ninja glanced at the sighing Sangmu Lin, raising his hand to gently ruffle her soft hair. He understood that she felt guilty over her new friend's likely unfulfilled romance, and after a moment of silence, Kakashi decided to share with Sangmu, sometimes the friends you believe to be open-hearted may not be as sincere as you think. Don't take everything too seriously, Xiaomo. Sangmu rested her chin on the clean table, allowing his hand to tousle her hair absent-mindedly, and asked, "What does Kakashi want to tell me?" Kakashi retrieved 2 tickets from his waist bag and placed them gently before her. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she straightened up to examine them. Realizing they were the 2 hot spring tickets Lingmu had entrusted her with. Weren't they supposed to have been given to Xuanjian already? Why were they still in Kakashi's possession? Noticing her confusion, Kakashi lightly tapped the tickets with his long fingers and explained. These were the ones distributed to my Jonin team by the 3rd Hokage a while back. Sangmu nodded, her gaze asking, and then? She knew the next statement was what Kakashi truly wanted her to hear. As for Xuanjian's share, I gave him an identical set of hot spring tickets in front of Lingmu this morning. 3 or 5 tickets. Having said this, the silver-haired ninja left the rest for Sangmu to ponder. Sangmu's expression was momentarily frozen as she endeavored to decipher Kakashi's implication. He seemed to be conveying that the natural healing hot spring vouchers were indeed in Xuanjian's possession, and he had quite a few of them. Yet, knowing that Dr. Tao Wei was aware of this, why would she specifically present 2 identical vouchers to Riki Qingyue for delivery to Xinjian? If her intention was merely to test Xuanjian's attitude, she could have simply asked Qingyue to remind him of their appointment. Why go through the extra effort of providing 2 surplus tickets? Sangmu's eyes shifted slightly as she recalled that initially, Tao Wei had misunderstood her relationship with Xinjian. But she had clarified that Riki Qingyue and Xinjian were merely acquaintances. Did her explanation fail to fully convince Lingsu and Tao Wei? Could it be that her giving Qingyue 2 hot spring vouchers served a deeper purpose? Firstly, it might allow her to gauge Xuanjian's feelings based on his response to her plans for a mixed bath. Secondly, from Riki Qingyue's perspective, she might not have known that Xinjian already possessed the vouchers. If she harbored ulterior motives, she could easily have hidden Lingsuan's vouchers and later claimed to have given them to Xinjian. In that case, Xinjian, unaware of Lingsuan's arrangement, would not have shown any sign at the appointed time, thereby implying his indifference towards Lingsuan and indirectly confirming his lack of affection for her. If that were the case, Sangmu would quietly relinquish her feelings for Xinjian, allowing Riki Qingyue to remove an obstacle from her path. Conversely, if Qingyue truly had no romantic intentions towards Xinjian, she could freely hand over the vouchers without concern. Thereafter, Sangmu could trust Qingyue completely, without fearing that she might intervene and disrupt her affections. Was the truth really as convoluted as this? Sangmu felt that her clever mind should not be preoccupied with such matters, as they were causing her great confusion. Despite the peculiarity of Tao Wei presenting duplicate vouchers for Qingyue to deliver to Xinjian, it was also plausible that when Kakashi gave the vouchers to Xinjian, Tao Wei had not clearly seen what they were. A few days later, she might have had a sudden inspiration and thought to test Xinjian. It was far from the cunning scheme Kakashi and she had imagined. After all, during their subsequent interactions, Tao Wei had been quite kind to her, even going to the trouble of obtaining gourmet recipes as a gift. It seemed more likely that the latter scenario was true. Observing Kakashi beside her, arms crossed, and exuding confidence in her conclusions as if everything were within his grasp. Sangmu stroked her chin and reached into the ninja tool pouch tied around the silver-haired ninja's waist, pulling out the book Intimate Violence, and discreetly stowing it away in her own pouch. A slightly puzzled Kakashi watched as his girlfriend squinted at him, leaning in closer, and then lowered her voice to say, Kakashi should read fewer romance stories. Otherwise, he'll end up seeing everyone as a malicious female antagonist. It was evident that Xiaomu's intentions in forming friendships were pure, especially since she had never had a close female friend growing up. If it weren't for Riki Qinghua being exactly Aoki Rin and their conversation happening to revolve around this topic, and if he hadn't been involved with those vouchers, who could have detected such subtle, probing behaviors from supposed friends? The matter was indeed trivial, yet it illustrated that the female doctor had a contemplative mind. Why was Xiaomu blaming him for overthinking? Would this fellow start to turn against him in the future? The silver-haired ninja looked skyward in silence. Chapter 51. Good morning. As dawn had not yet fully broken, the grass-green curtains swayed gently in the breeze, and a few gray pigeons searching for food landed on the windowsill. Their soft coos resembled gentle drumbeats, drifting into the room along with the fresh morning air and a few rays of light, successfully awakening the woman in bed. The warm, dry, and soft bedding made it difficult for Tsangmu to open her eyes, and she lazily turned over. The refreshing scent of mint enveloped her completely. As Tsangmu's eyelids fluttered, she felt her hand resting on Kakashi's abdomen being instinctively grasped by him, a smile emerging at the corner of her lips. As her eyes fluttered open, her deep gray-black orbs pierced through the dim light of the room, meeting the gradually awakening gaze of the man beside her. Tsangmu lifted her delicate chin and rested it upon Kakashi's arm, her voice soft and laced with lingering sleepiness. Good morning, Kakashi. Hearing her gentle, cat-like yawn, the silver-haired man, still reluctant to rise, instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Kakashi drew her into his embrace, resting his chin atop Tsangmu's head while his other hand secured the blanket that had slipped down her back. His voice emerged low and husky. Not yet. Let us sleep a little longer. Tsangmu turned her face against Kakashi's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, wishing that time could linger a little longer in this moment. Her arms tightened around him, as his scent was utterly intoxicating. Realizing this made Tsangmu feel slightly embarrassed. Her ears flushed as she shifted, burying her face against Kakashi's chest and abdomen, attempting to hide her flustered expression from him. However, this position only intensified her awareness of his presence. Feeling her delicate nose tracing circles on his thin undershirt, Kakashi instantly lost any desire to continue sleeping. Xiaomu, he murmured. What's wrong? Kakashi, feeling a dryness in his throat, noticed Tsangmu's puzzled expression as she raised her head when she did not hear his response. He leaned down, gently kissing her smooth forehead, then her nose, cheeks, ears, and the corners of her eyes. Finally, he turned his body, half pressing her beneath him. Kakashi positioned his arms beside Tsangmu, cradling her head with one hand, and continued to shower her with soft kisses. Xiaomu was still inexperienced in this regard. He did not want to frighten her from the outset. She needed to be guided step by step, to adapt. The warm breath from Kakashi's nostrils and the gentle touch of his lips glided over her skin like feathers. Unable to contain her laughter, Tsangmu playfully pushed against his chest, her giggles laced with charming shyness. Stop it. That tickles, Kakashi. His distinctly shaped hands cupped Tsangmu's rounded and full head, as Kakashi wished for her to see his eyes, now devoid of sleepiness, and the bright affection shimmering within them. The bright, clear gray-black eyes sparkled with surprise before softening. Tsangmu's fingertips glided over Kakashi's beautifully shaped collarbone through the black undershirt, resting gently on the outer side of his slightly muscular arm. A light squeeze was her silent consent for Kakashi. The person who had been playfully nudging her cheek with his nose now transitioned quickly, a smirk gracing his lips. Kakashi turned his face, capturing that softness with his lips. In an instant, the refreshing mint fragrance enveloped her senses. Unlike his usual assertiveness, today Kakashi's kiss was crisp and lingering, akin to a patient teacher guiding her on how to respond to a kiss. Tsangmu, initially frowning and tightly closing her eyes, gradually relaxed as her brows unfurled. The tension in her body began to ease within the depths of that passionate kiss. As their breaths grew heavier, he reluctantly withdrew from the kiss, rising from atop Tsangmu. The warm blanket slipped down Kakashi's back due to his movement, and the sudden chill that enveloped Tsangmu made her instinctively curl up. Kakashi swiftly removed his sleeveless undershirt, then bent down with long arms to scoop up Xiaomu, one hand resting on her slender waist while the other grasped her delicate ankle, drawing her closer. Is it cold? A little. but it won't be cold in a moment. Chapter 52. Embrace the sun upon rising. Early in the training ground, the spirited black-haired youth, Maite Kai, was engaged in high-knee lifts and wide-arm swings, striving to invigorate his limbs. Upon spotting a figure approaching from the forest entrance, he called out cheerfully, "Hey, Xiaomu, today is another day brimming with vitality. Let us face the sun over there and commence our youthful morning jogging warm-up." "Good morning, senior," replied the short-haired kunoichi, raising her hand as she approached. Her voice lacked its usual strength, revealing a hint of fatigue that Kai noticed immediately. "Not feeling well. Are you sick?" Songmu Rin, who was in the midst of wrapping fresh bandages around her palms, stiffened momentarily. She turned her back to Maite Kai, attempting to conceal her flushed face from her senior, and replied somewhat awkwardly, "No, I just woke up too early and feel a bit drowsy." The single-minded youth thought little of it and continued his warm-up, clearly eager to chase the morning sun. "Drowsy? Oh, then let us start running to chase away the sleepiness." "Sure," Songmu agreed, and after securing her bandages, began to move her limbs, her gaze gradually returning to a focused training state. However, as she prepared to execute waist twists and knee bends, she felt a disconcerting sense of her body threatening to fall apart. She recalled Kakashi, who had just left with a light step and a beaming smile, hands tucked in his pockets as he headed to the Hokage Tower for a new mission. Anyone unaware would think he was off to collect a reward. "Damn it," Songmu muttered under her breath, turning to feed herself a soldier pill. Resolving that her boyfriend could manage alone for now, she couldn't afford to let him disrupt her training progress. Noticing her struggle during the morning jog, Maite Kai slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up. When she reached his side, the exuberant man exclaimed, "Xiaomu, how about we do 500 sit-ups in sets after our run? I observe that your core strength is somewhat lacking." The mere thought of sit-ups made Songmu Rin feel her waist ache. She hesitantly suggested, "How about we change it up today? I think my arm strength is quite weak too." "Is that so?" Maite Kai continued his running, playfully feigning a punch towards her arm with hands shaped like fists. As they were still in the warm-up phase, his strikes lacked force, resembling casual gestures. Songmu understood that this was Kai testing her arm muscle response speed, and she deftly dodged his punches, realizing that her decision to wrap her bandages earlier was prudent. Kai's training methods were often straightforward and effective, lacking formalities, and he would strike without a warning. Songmu recognized that this seemingly chaotic approach allowed her to adapt swiftly to unexpected martial arts attacks, which was precisely the training style she needed given the tight schedule and heavy tasks ahead. As Kai's strikes accelerated, realizing she had no way to evade, Songmu tightened her arms, crossing them to reinforce her muscles, successfully blocking his punches. Maite Kai then shifted his attack towards her side, and Songmu swiftly countered, mirroring his movements to protect herself, deflecting his punches aimed at her head. As she caught a glimpse of him still engaged in his leg exercises from the morning run, she seized his wrist, leveraging her weight to propel herself behind him, then swiftly lowered herself, executing a sweeping kick that sent the unsteady Maite Kai tumbling to the ground. Bang! "Ouch!" cried Kai, as his backside hit the ground, clutching his tingling calf, his round eyes glaring at Songmu. Wasn't this just supposed to be an arm test? "Xiaomu, you lack martial ethics. My apologies." Songmu quickly crouched down, raising her hand in apology to the green-haired youth, then reached out to help him up. It was simply that her senior's openings were too glaring to resist exploiting. Maite Kai, observing her mix of apology and concealed amusement, felt a wave of nostalgia for another silver-haired figure known for a similar lack of martial ethics. He mused that indeed, one bed cannot harbor two types of individuals. Yet he also chided himself for underestimating. How could he train Songmu Rin the same way he trained his students? He approached and patted Songmu on the shoulder, generously expressing his admiration. "If Xiaomu can utilize her chakra as usual, I fear I won't even get the chance to provide special training." Songmu Rin's martial arts prowess during her academy days was certainly on par with Kakashi's. For a decade, she had consistently engaged in high-difficulty missions across various nations, and her martial skills were likely as sharp as ever. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Songmu waved her hand dismissively, insisting it was nothing, and feigned readiness to resume her run, yet she did not hesitate to acknowledge Maite Kai's strength. "Senior Kai, in my eyes, you are indeed the #1 martial arts ninja in Konoha. You should not be so humble." "The #1 in Konoha?" The 4 words nearly made Kai beam with pride, and he quickened his pace to match Song Mu's, playfully slapping her on the back. How exaggerated. She laughed, swiftly bending down just in time to avoid his powerful hand, the gust of wind from his motion brushing past her hair. The powerful wind tore through the trees ahead, and as Song Mu straightened her posture to resume running, she glanced back at the trees that had fallen victim to Kai's earlier strike. A cold sweat broke out. That slap could have easily knocked her out. Ha ha! Echoed the cheerful laughter of the green-haired youth through the woods of Konoha. Who says Xiao Mu resembles Kakashi? Her words are merely flattering. Under the radiant morning sun, the determined figures of the two gradually disappeared into the forest. Though my Kai's resonant voice could still be heard, by the way, Xiao Mu, about your arm strength. I'm not convinced it's lacking. Your reaction speed seems quite impressive. Is that so? Song Mu considered, realizing she would indeed need to do 3 sets of sit-ups to strengthen her core and abdominal muscles. All right, let us go with what you suggested, Senior. Chapter 53, Memories in the Wind. 10 days later. Really, is that possible? As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, my Kai was removing weights from his legs when he heard Song Mu Rin express her intention to train alone. The green-haired youth was somewhat taken aback. Standing at the center of a circular target area, Song Mu, with a focused demeanor, held several shuriken in each hand and, with bated breath, simultaneously launched them toward the wooden targets surrounding her. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken struck their marks one after another, and even a couple that veered off track were deftly hit by her follow-up shuriken, all embedding themselves into the center of the wooden target. As the outcome matched her expectations, a smile graced Song Mu's lips as she brushed off the dust from her hands and approached my Kai with a light-hearted tone. It seems I've borrowed you for many days now. Your adorable students must be eagerly awaiting your return. My Kai's gaze swept over the shuriken embedded deep in the target, and he tossed her water bottle, wearing an expression of understanding. Have I been too obvious in my performance? Ha ha ha. Li and Tian still have a long journey of cultivation ahead of them. Although Ningxi's talent and disciplined practice have reached a level that no longer causes him concern, the child harbors heavy thoughts. Kai worries that if he is not consistently guided and monitored, he may lose his way and stray down the wrong path. Despite the exhilarating training sessions with Song Mu over these days, he is now the mentor to the children and cannot solely focus on his own comfort. He must prioritize the responsibilities that rest on his shoulders. Song Mu raised her hand to catch the water jug and settled down on a wooden stump opposite the watermelon-headed youth, twisting the spout open and beginning to quench her thirst. Initially, she did not take the physical combat trials at the Ninja Academy to heart, focusing entirely on grasping the essence of opening the door. However, following Xian Jin's reminder, she realized the importance of diligence. Over the past few days, she had asked Akai to help her familiarize herself with the various physical techniques she had previously learned. If the Ninja Academy truly harbors hidden talents, due to her arrogance and underestimation of others, she was swiftly knocked down upon her first attempt. Not only did that thwart her mission to join the Richu clan, but it also made it difficult to encounter the clan leader again. Fortunately, the third Hokage arranged for Akai to assist her, and with his formidable physical prowess as a sparring partner, Song Mu gradually regained some confidence after this period of practice. However, Song Mu noticed that Akai seemed to engage in a particular routine nearly every day. Even when he promised to practice late into the night, he would carve out time to return to the streets and dine with the 3 students who were studying alone, resuming their training only after dinner. It seemed that the third Hokage's temporary assignment had, to some extent, disrupted his rhythm in mentoring the students. Although the watermelon-headed youth appeared carefree and amiable, Song Mu could discern that he was a meticulous and responsible teacher. Song Mu tightly sealed the water jug and tilted her head towards the training gear being organized by my Kai, stating that it was not merely the senior's overt actions, but rather the reality that her matters consumed too much of his time. Upon hearing this, my Kai chuckled heartily, setting down his belongings and sitting on the ground. Supporting himself on his knee, he scratched the back of his head with a goofy smile, saying that these recent sparring sessions with Xiao Mu had rekindled many nostalgic feelings from his own time at the Ninja Academy. Song Mu was somewhat surprised, as during her time at the academy, teachers forbade her from sparring with her peers. She could only participate in matches during physical assessments. The reason was that her tendency to injure classmates had led to complaints from parents, resulting in the teachers facing accountability, given that she often defended herself against provocations. Xianjian's pleas on her behalf fell on deaf ears, leaving her sidelined during regular physical training. I seem to have little recollection of physical training classes during my school days, Songmu remarked as she gazed up at the sunset-tinged sky. She recalled a time when she patiently watched Asuma and Xianjian engage in a physical combat match. Despite their faces and bodies being bruised, after performing the reconciliation seal, they smiled with relief, causing laughter to resonate throughout the classroom, as if their earlier fierce exchanges had merely been an enjoyable game. That harmonious atmosphere was something she could not help but envy from her position in the corner. As she watched the blood-red sunset, a self-deprecating smile crept onto her lips. Later, she had persistently asked Kakashi to accompany her for a match in physical training. After much reluctance, Kakashi finally agreed. In that bout, Songmu suffered a bloody nose. And just as she thought that completing the reconciliation seal with Kakashi would lead to genuine laughter from the class, she was met only with scornful taunts and laughter that echoed around her. After that incident, she no longer attended physical training classes, nor did she wish to watch. I know. Xiaomu used to sit aside reading because she was too strong. So cool. Maite Kai, sensing her nostalgic reverie, chimed in, revealing that he too often struggled to find classmates willing to spar with him, as everyone sought opponents of equal strength. Songmu's thoughts returned to Akai's words, and she couldn't help but feel that those peers lacked vision. With a huff, she remarked that they now sought to be her seniors' opponents, but their abilities didn't permit it. The watermelon-headed youth displayed a rare hint of embarrassment, scratching his nose as he looked at Songmu. To be honest, whenever no one is willing to team up with me, I truly wish to invite Xiao Mu to be my sparring partner. Songmu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart as her gaze shifted to the watermelon-headed youth before her. Is that why Akai-senpai mentioned feeling a sense of nostalgia for the academy? I hope these days have somewhat compensated for your regrets. Even though I have now become a mere amateur, she laughed. Akai, witnessing the rare laughter emanating from Songmu, couldn't help but join in, feeling that he had previously harbored a deep misunderstanding of her. Let's have a drink and talk sometime, Xiaomu, and bring Kakashi along. Chapter 54. The last to enter. Unlike the seasoned ninjas in the village who consistently undertake missions and can showcase their achievements, the teachers at the Ninja Academy generally adhere to a routine, making it inevitable that some may neglect their responsibilities, leading to a decline in their ninja abilities and their capacity to fulfill their roles. Therefore, a timely assessment system is essential. Those who exhibit outstanding performance may even receive direct nominations from the Hokage for promotions to ninja ranks. This is crucial to prevent the still maturing children of the academy from comparing their teachers' combat results privately. Their pursuit of power may lead them to disregard the guidance of teachers who did not achieve high rankings, thereby blindly idolizing victors. This can create challenges for teachers who may perform poorly or have average physical skills, but excel in other areas. Thus, the trials for Ninja Academy teachers are, by regulation, not open to students and civilians. Only ninjas of the rank of Chunin and above are permitted to observe. Although this physical combat trial is restricted to teachers at the academy, the impact of the Great Ninja War has resulted in many young lives being lost on the battlefield. In recent years, the village's combat strength has significantly diminished, and the elite forces of intermediate to upper-tier strength are not what they once were. It is said that outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. At such matches, the prominent families of Konoha pay particular attention to the performances of their clan members, hoping for them to excel and bring honor to the family. While waiting in line to enter, Songmu overheard the discussions of the teachers on either side. Finally, as she was allowed into the open arena, she lifted her gaze to scan the surroundings. Although the match had yet to officially begin, the heads of various families had already taken their seats by the stands adjacent to the arena. To her surprise, it appeared that every family she could name had members who had become teachers at the Ninja Academy. As Songmu stepped into the venue, she immediately spotted a familiar figure approaching, a board tucked under his arm, as he made his way toward her line. His disinterested expression while holding the 1,000 books perfectly matched the scene. Xianjian was checking the identity of each teacher, marking them with his pen as he passed by. Songmu noted that those who confirmed their identities with Xianjian received a small badge, and their positions would subsequently change. Some advanced towards the front of the line, while others moved backward. Just as she struggled to comprehend the situation, another individual assisting with information verification, the esteemed Taishiku, timely spoke up, to save time and allow the teachers to return to their respective duties promptly. Hokage-sama had instructed the archives department to conduct a preliminary assessment of everyone's taijutsu skills early this morning. The forms are in the possession of myself and Schwanjin-kun. I kindly ask everyone to stand in their designated positions according to the order on the forms. Rishu, Chingyue-sensei. Schwanjin approached with the list in hand, and Sangmu maintained his usual demeanor, nodding in agreement. Schwanjin lingered for 2 seconds on Sangmu's azure-hued eyes before scanning the list for Qingyue's position. After what felt like an eternity, he finally found it. The headband-clad ninja clenched his teeth tightly, fixated on Schwanjin's subtly expressive mouth movements, while Sangmu realized he was suppressing laughter. Given Rishu Qingyue's qualifications, it was unlikely she would be ranked highly, and with that in mind, Sangmu cast a fleeting glance at him before extending his hand toward Schwanjin, requesting the sign. The headband-clad ninja, seemingly recalling something amusing, shook his head, stifling his laughter as he handed the number tag to the individual before him, who assigned these rankings. Quite intriguing. Upon hearing Schwanjin's words, the ninja behind Sangmu could not contain their curiosity and leaned in to scrutinize the number tag in her hand. 32. There are only 32 participants in this competition, right? Someone remarked. Chapter 55. An apology before the match. A silver-haired ninja with his hands in his pockets maneuvered through the crowd and found a seat at the judging panel. Nodding towards a short-haired female ninja at the far end of the competition area, inquiring of the headband-clad ninja beside him, "What is the situation here?" Schwanjin remained silent, merely passing the ranking list to Kakashi for him to peruse himself. 32 participants. 31st is from the Nara clan. Kakashi's fingertips tapped twice on the name Nara Shikaku, as he began mentally sifting through information about this individual. Moments later, his usually drooping eyelids blinked in surprise. "I say, is this person a ninja school teacher? How did he end up on the roster?" If memory serves, Nara Shikaku was the head of the 4th medical team at Konoha Hospital. How is he on the list for the ninja school teachers competition? Just a nominal teacher, nothing unusual. Schwanjin leaned back in his chair, a hint of disdain in his tone, vanishing when it was time to teach, yet present when it came to being thrust into the spotlight. Kakashi's gaze swept back and forth across the names on the list. Several individuals from other departments also appeared on this roster. Is this truly acceptable? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. He typically did not pay much attention to these competitions, but it seemed there were deeper implications at play. Schwanjin covertly covered his mouth, whispering to the silver-haired ninja. Previous competitions were never this extravagant. Even the usually uninvolved Nara clan has participants this time, which is rather unusual. Kakashi surveyed the stands. Indeed, the heads of many prominent clans had gathered. For a mere taijutsu sparring match among colleagues, was it necessary for these important figures to be present? It seemed only someone of significant influence could summon them all. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the elderly man dressed in white robes, seated between 2 advisors. With hawk-like acuity, the old man's sharp eyes immediately detected the gaze directed at him from the arena below. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded toward the silver-haired shinobi from afar, seemingly conveying, "Do not worry. Your concerns will not materialize." Kakashi averted his gaze, shifting his attention back to Sangmu, who awaited the commencement of the match. She stood quietly at the back of the line, the individuals in front turning to engage her in conversation, while Sangmu wore her customary polite smile. Kakashi felt a sense of relief. She appeared to be in good spirits. "I heard you just finished recuperating from your injuries?" The short-haired female ninja was still surveying the outdoor arena when a clear male voice resonated from her side. Rishu Qingyue was drawn back into focus, her gaze lingering on the clean-cut features of the man with braids. Qingyue mustered a professional smile. "I beg your pardon, were you speaking to me just now?" "Nara Shikaku. Who is your opponent in the next round?" Noticing his courteous gesture, Qingyue naturally nodded in return, greeting him. "Hello, I am Rishu Qingyue, a life teacher for the middle and upper grades." "I know you." Nara Shikaku, sensing Qingyue's reluctance to shake hands, awkwardly withdrew his hand. His pair of phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned closer to Qingyue, lowering his voice. "You are the ordinary teacher who was hospitalized after being injured by your younger brother, correct?" Sensing an unfriendly intent from him, Qingyue shot him a sidelong glance, her previously cool azure eyes now glimmering with coldness. "What instructions do you have, Nara-sensei?" At that moment, the scent of disinfectant emanating from him caused the short-haired female ninja's expression to change slightly. He bore an aura reminiscent of the medical ninja, much like Xiao Tao. "Not at all. On the contrary, I wanted to apologize to you first," Rishu Qingyue maintained her calm and polite smile, inquiring, "What brings you to this conclusion, Nara-sensei?" "My father insisted on pulling me from the medical team to participate in this troublesome competition, even ordering me that if I do not give my all, I should not return home." Nara Shikaku assumed that Rishu Qingyue would be shocked by his words, but to his surprise, she merely nodded, signaling him to continue. "I have been racking my brain. There is no better way to demonstrate my efforts than a comeback from the bottom. Therefore, I arranged for myself the most unfavorable ranking from the outset." Hearing his words brought a rare smile to Qingyue's face. He was quite candid, which was not entirely off-putting. However, his subsequent remarks were infuriating. Unexpectedly, in the end, it would be up to you, Qingyue-sensei, to secure that last place through your prowess. Rishu Qingyue let out a barely perceptible cold snort, refraining from responding, listening as Nara continued. "Thus, even though I know you have just recovered from your injuries, for the sake of my ability to return home for a decent meal, I must regrettably inform you that during the 32-16 match, I cannot show any mercy, and you may need to spend a few more days in the hospital." Chapter 56. The carefree ninja. The scorching sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, casting an entire shadow over the outdoor arena like a canopy. Nara Shikaku gazed skyward, his eyes, more beautiful than those of any woman, glinting with mischief as a smile spread across his flawless face. The woman in black standing opposite him observed the shift in his expression, fully aware of the cunning nature of his clan, renowned for their mastery of shadow manipulation techniques. Qingyue quietly stepped back into the sunlight, her toes just leaving the shadow cast upon her. He noticed her subtle movement and let out a scoff. "You are too tense." This match is before he could finish his sentence. The tall figure of Noera Xuanjian appeared between them in an instant, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as lightning. "I shall serve as the referee for your taijutsu duel, Noera Xuanjian. I presume you both have reviewed the relevant guidelines prior to entering. However, I must reiterate them for clarity. Please listen carefully. This competition will be purely taijutsu-based, with no chakra usage permitted. While conventional ninja tools are allowed, they must not be infused with chakra. Those who violate these rules will be subject to immediate disqualification at the referee's discretion. The match will conclude when one party concedes by raising a hand or when the referee determines a winner has been established." As the dawn broke, Qingyue's eyes flickered with curiosity, pondering why a dividing line had been drawn in the center of the circular arena, seemingly splitting it in two. Upon observing that two other instructors, like her and Nerang, stood on the other half of the field, along with a seemingly disheartened referee cradling a board under his arm, she began to grasp the situation. It appeared that due to the large number of participants eager to expedite the preliminary round, the arena had been divided for simultaneous use. Confirming once more that the esteemed clan heads were indeed seated in the stands, Qingyue privately mused about the paradoxical formality of the event. Was that Kakashi-kun? He had the leisure to act as a referee? Nerang's indifference towards his opponent, whom he deemed too weak to inspire his enthusiasm, was interrupted as he turned his head to see the silver-haired figure across the arena, unable to suppress his astonishment. Xianjian cast a bemused glance at Qingyue, who was equally captivated by the scene across the field, noticing that no one seemed to pay attention to his words. Ahem, Xianjian cleared his throat, drawing their focus back. He then turned to the braided youth, speaking clearly. "Do you understand, Nerang? No chakra use, understood? This is a competition exclusively among the teachers of the Ninja Academy." The public address of Nerang as Dr. left Xianjian on the verge of asking, "What are you doing here?" Observing the sudden rigidity in Nerang's neck, Qingyue bit her lip to stifle a laugh. Xianjian was indeed a man of little action, yet unwaveringly stubborn. "Got it. Xuanjian-kun is too serious." Nerang, accustomed to Xuanjian's demeanor, finally began to focus on the female ninja before him. "Even if I am not particularly adept in taijutsu, I can easily handle someone like you." With a faint gaze, Qingyue signaled to Xianjian that she was also prepared. Xianjian raised his right hand, announcing, "Then, we commence the first match, Riji Qingyue versus Nerang Luli. It officially begins." As Kakashi noted Xuanjian's announcement, he too raised his hand, his languid voice carrying a hint of metallic resonance. "All right, we are now at the second match. Let me see." He continued, "Yamanaka Shoko versus Koizumi Junko. Let us begin." The moment Qingyue spotted Nerang's fingers inching towards his equipment pouch, she seized the initiative and hurled a shuriken. The sharp projectile grazed the metallic clasp of Nerang's pouch, narrowly missing his finger. As he recoiled in shock, still grappling with Qingyue's swiftness, the short-haired kunoichi lunged forward, drawing a kunai from her waist pouch. With a deft flick, she gripped the kunai's handle, poised to strike at Narang's pristine neck. What? The braided man, still in disbelief, widened his eyes, relying on muscle memory to lean back just enough to evade the lethal thrust. However, before he could fully react, Qingyue unleashed another kunai with her other hand, adopting a stance that allowed her to wield both weapons, striking unhesitatingly towards Narang's face. The speed was overwhelming. All he could perceive were two streaks of cold light crossing before him. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he hastily retreated, attempting to defend himself with his own kunai. Hey. The relentless female ninja pursues without mercy. The clash of weapons ignited sparks, akin to beautiful golden characters bursting between them. Each strike from Qingyue grew increasingly forceful, the vibrations reverberating through Narang's arms, causing them to tremble. Finally, when he thought Qingyue might pause, believing she too was fatigued, she executed a graceful somersault, kicking the kunai from his grasp. As Narang stood bewildered, staring at the weapon embedded in the dirt, Qingyue soared into the air, delivering a flying knee strike directly to his chest. Ugh! The tall, slender man fell to the ground, and Qingyue knelt upon his collarbone, the icy tip of her kunai poised against his sweat-drenched throat. From her elevated position, she gazed down at him. The searing sunlight piercing through the clouds illuminated her disheveled hair, casting deep shadows across her face. Her chilling azure eyes remained fixed upon him. Narang, who had previously regarded Qingyue with disdain, now slowly swallowed, his gaze filled with trepidation as beads of sweat trickled down his neck. The kunai hovered perilously close to his throat. It seemed that with a single movement, she could end him. I concede. Faced with the choice between enduring further punishment or returning home to face his father, Narang decisively chose the latter. Qingyue retracted her weapon, rising to her feet as she shook her slightly numb hands, nodding for him to get up. Thank you for the match, Narang-kun. I dare not, he replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though the match had concluded before it had truly begun. Would his father reprimand him for this? He had initially believed that battling the underdog would be a leisurely affair, yet it appeared that he was the one being toyed with. Come on, underdog. Narang gestured towards Qingyue. She paused, contemplating his gesture, yet remained motionless. Just then, Xianjian approached, grasping her wrist and raising it high. The match has concluded. The victor is Riji Qingyue. As applause erupted from the stands, on the opposite side, Koizumi Junko and another female ninja halted their duel, turning to gaze at the graceful figure being celebrated by the referee. Wait, did they determine the winner in less than 3 minutes? Observing the outcome, Sarutobi Hizashi turned to Roharu, acknowledging the swift victory of the young Riji. The elderly matriarch maintained her composure, though she couldn't help but notice Narang's expression of disdain, as if he had swallowed a fly, causing her own lips to twitch in amusement. Meanwhile, Qingyue's expression remained inscrutable as she leaned towards Xianjian, gritting her teeth. Don't tell me this was the opponent you spoke of, the one you have been preparing for all these years. She hasn't even begun to fight, and he has already conceded? Xianjian wore an awkward smile as he turned his head. You know how it is with the lazy ones. Narang leaned in, straining to overhear. What are you two whispering about? Let me in on it. Xianjian pushed Narang's head away from the record board. Do you really want your esteemed Narang to witness such a display? Can you justify that upon your return? Was it his intention to lose right from the start, especially to someone ranked last? The braided ninja shrugged helplessly. I was considering using a shadow clone to cheat, but she charged at me before I could make a move. Xianjian had also witnessed her ferocity. She was like a vengeful spirit. I still need to keep my life intact to save others. Since we are destined to lose anyway, why endure unnecessary injuries beforehand? I am not foolish. Xianjian and Qingyue exchanged glances, sensing a surprising amount of logic in his reasoning. Chapter 57. The clarity of foolishness. The one-on-one match in the arena continued, devoid of intrigue, prompting Ri-Chu Qingyue to retreat to the waiting area. She settled onto a bench beneath the shade of a tree. The culinary recipe she had meticulously refined was once again taken out as a means to pass the time. An unsettling sensation crept up from behind her, with a flicker in her gaze, just as the dark shadow was about to encroach upon the shadow beneath her. She acted decisively. A kunai, wrapped with an explosive tag, swiftly embedded itself in front of the person concealed under another patch of shade. What? Oh no! It turned out to be Nara Shika-ryu, who was crouched on the ground, engrossed in manipulating shadows. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the paper ninja tool, he was startled, causing his calf to cramp, and he fell back onto the ground. He had merely been curious whether this ordinary teacher possessed any chakra-sensing abilities beyond her adeptness in taijutsu, intending to test her with shadows. But was it truly necessary to throw an explosive tag at him? What if it caused a commotion with so many people around? Wasn't Richu-Ching-Yu's approach a bit reckless? This was Shika-Ryu's immediate reaction, drenched in cold sweat. After 10 seconds had passed, and observing that the tag remained inert, the braided ninja cautiously approached the kunai, realizing that the explosive tag seemed to be a teaching prop. Shika-Ryu rolled his eyes, finally comprehending that he had been played. She merely wished to see him frightened. He stood up, brushing off his clothes, and coughed lightly, preparing to bend down to retrieve the kunai lodged in the ground. At that moment, a fine wire suddenly tightened at the kunai's ring. From the other side, where Richu-Ching-Yu was buried in her book, her left hand, dangling by her side, subtly moved, and the wire whisked the kunai, along with the explosive tag, back to her. How frightening. Shika-Ryu grasped the back of his neck, emerging from the shade. Ching-Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, uninterested in engaging. She set aside her culinary book. Without any ingredients, her mental rehearsals proved futile, for each time she envisioned her creations, the final dish always fell short of her expectations. Winner, Koizumi Junko. All right, let's promptly begin the next match. A deep, magnetic voice echoed from afar. A faint smile graced Ching-Yu's face. Indeed, the handsome referee was far more captivating than her book. Ching-Yu sensei, right? A clear male voice emerged, drawing her attention to the man who had positioned himself beside her. To her surprise, the Nara clan, known for their if it doesn't concern them, they won't bother attitude, had chosen to engage her once more. Richu-Ching-Yu felt a twinge of surprise. She knew he had just attempted to gauge her abilities, and she had provided him with a satisfactory answer. She assumed that being a clever individual, he would take his leave after obtaining the answer. Yet it seemed there was more about her that piqued his interest. She lifted the culinary book from the bench to make space for Shika-Ryu, echoing her previous words. Nara-kun, do you have any instructions? Without hesitation, Shika-Ryu sat beside her, his long legs crossed. He remained silent, and Ching-Yu, unconcerned, focused her attention on the new round of taijutsu battles in the arena. Kakashi stood at the edge of the field, evidently finding the competitors' sparring somewhat dull. She could easily read his fatigue from his drooping eyes. After all, he had just returned to the village after completing a mission the night prior. Yet he chose to apply for the role of referee instead of enjoying a well-deserved break, solely to prevent her from encountering any mishaps in the arena. Foolish. A subtle smile danced on Ching-Yu's lips, but it quickly vanished as the man beside her spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Why would a medical ninja like me participate in the competition? Aren't you curious, Ching-Yu sensei? The short-haired female ninja turned to face the braided man, who was crossing his arms and speaking with a seemingly profound expression. She replied coolly, who knows? Perhaps your clan has a penchant for winning championships? Of course. She was merely jesting. The Nara clan could undeniably be characterized as the epitome of simplicity and detachment in Konoha. They were not particularly driven by fame or fortune, often. Their sharp intellect led to accolades being bestowed upon them without any effort, which they would then choose to decline. Humph. In response to Ching-Yu's teasing, Shika-Ryu let out a light snort, neither confirming nor denying. It is because of our third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Ching-Yu's expression shifted slightly as she seized the opportunity to inquire, are you implying that Hokage-sama arranged for you to come? Her question trailed off, and she quickly corrected herself. No, I meant, did he instruct each clan to send representatives to participate in this competition? Why? Shika-Ryu shook his head, explaining, originally, this was a competition to assess the taijutsu skills of the ninja school teachers. But the third Hokage informed my uncle Narajuku in advance to remember to arrange for 1 or 2 capable members of our clan to participate. From what I understand, it is not just the Nara clan. The Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and several prominent clans have all come. Clenching her fist against her lips, Richu-Ching-Yu instinctively bit her finger. The participation of members from several prominent clans in the competition? What was the third Hokage's intention? She recalled how Richu Huichun had mentioned that night in the hospital, secure first place in the competition, and I'll bring you back to the clan. Was the third Hokage perhaps assisting her? With a subtle shift in her gaze, she tentatively remarked, The Richu clan leader has also instructed me to secure first place. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the man beside her opened his eyes wide, responding without hesitation. My old man never said uncle wanted me to secure first place. He merely told me to do my best. Shika Ryu, with his eyes that typically radiated intelligence, now appeared somewhat naive when meeting Qing Yue's gaze, which bore a hint of amusement. Realizing he had been ensnared in her words, he straightened up. Ah, you, trying to extract information from me? Chapter 58. Enemies on a narrow path, perhaps this height? What size do you think would be suitable? It was only halfway through the morning's preliminary rounds when the short-haired female ninja, having already qualified, departed the venue early, clad in her morning attire. With a ninja blade hanging from her waist, Richu Qingyue made her way to a clothing store on the streets of Konoha. She raised her hand to her neck level, inquiring intently with the store owner. The light in her eyes sparkled brighter than when she was engaged in the taijutsu competition. For a child of this height, a size 150 should be about right, the owner replied earnestly. All right, add 2 more sets of warm inner garments. And I'll take that orange tracksuit as well. Qingyue then bent down to select scarves and gloves for warmth. The owner, noticing that this young girl was more meticulous than many parents when selecting children's items, couldn't help but jest. Our Qingyue-sensei will surely make a wonderful mother someday. Suddenly recognized, the short-haired female ninja appeared taken aback, quickly recalling that her recent hospitalization had become widely known. After her discharge, she had even accompanied Richu Zayasho on this very street to deliver gifts, so it was no wonder the owner recognized her. A hint of awkwardness crossed her fair features, and scratching her head, she decided she should respond with a smile. Ha, please don't tease me, shopkeeper. She thought to herself that she had just donned the persona of Richu Qingyue once more. Observing the weather grow increasingly cold, she aimed to purchase some warm clothing, which she could later have Irika-sensei deliver to that child. Additionally, she could ask Naruto to replace his worn-out tracksuit. Handing over 2 soft, deep green gloves and an orange scarf to the owner, Richu Qingyue smiled brightly. Let's settle the bill. No need for elaborate packaging. Just a simple bag will suffice. Due to the teacher's competition, the children at the ninja school were granted a couple of days off, and she had gathered information regarding Irika-sensei's dormitory address along the way. Standing outside the door, Richu Qingyue adjusted her attire while holding a bag of gifts. After clearing her throat softly, she raised her arm and knocked on Irika's dormitory door. The clean, simple wooden door remained silent for a long time. She hesitated and knocked again. Was he not home? A flicker of confusion crossed the short-haired Kunoichi's mind. Earlier that morning, during the entrance of the competition, Irika had greeted her after receiving his number plate. According to his order of appearance, regardless of the outcome, he should have returned from the competition just like her. Had he stepped out? Feeling slightly disheartened, Richu Qingyue contemplated seeking another opportunity. Just as she turned to leave, a plump, bushy-browed female ninja appeared around the corner of the staircase. She seemed to have rushed up, now leaning on her knees, panting heavily. Upon raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Qingyue standing at the staircase entrance. Ai-chun senpai? The newcomer was recognized by Qingyue. She was a fellow instructor at the Ninja Academy, Ai-chun Li Ming, who shared an office with Irika. Xiao Qingyue. The teacher expressed momentary surprise upon seeing her, but then seemed disinterested in engaging in conversation. She hurriedly approached Irika's dormitory door, quickly producing a key to unlock it under Qingyue's watchful eyes. The short-haired Kunoichi stood in place, perplexed. If she possessed a key, she must not be an intruder or a threat to Irika, right? Perhaps she shared a close bond with him, while Qingyue couldn't claim to know him well. Would peeking inside be an imposition? As Qingyue remained at the door, wrestling with her thoughts, Ai-chun Li Ming's slightly urgent voice broke through from behind her. Xiao Qingyue. I have matters to attend to at school and can't leave right now. You're here at the right time. This is Irika's ninja identification tag and wallet. Qingyue stood there, bewildered, as she watched Ai-chun place the gifts and children's clothing into Irika's home, then hand her the ID tag and wallet. However, the teacher's next words jolted her back to reality. Irika sustained an injury during the competition this morning, and the medical ninjas need personal information for his hospitalization registration. Could you please deliver it? Of course, she replied. At the Konoha hospital, in a pristine white ward, the pale-faced Hei Irika lay on the bed, bare-chested, his torso bound tightly with white bandages. A man standing beside the bed clasped his hands together, fervently confessing to Irika. I truly didn't expect that shuriken to come back around. I'm so sorry, Irika. Can you forgive me? I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Just as the short-haired Kunoichi arrived at the appropriate department and completed Irika's admission paperwork, she pushed open the door to his ward and caught sight of Irika. Weakly lying on the bed, his hand, which had previously hung limply at the side, was now reaching out towards the man beside the bed, forcing a faint smile on his face. It was just a competition. I simply lacked skill. Teacher Mizuki, you needn't blame yourself. But you had already raised your hand to concede, and it was my failure to retrieve my ninja tools in time that led to your injury. I truly didn't mean to. Observing the man seated beside the bed, who was shaking with silent sobs, Qinghua felt a twinge of surprise. She had just learned from the medical ninja that Irika's condition was quite manageable, and with a few days of rest and healing ninjutsu, he would be discharged. Why was he crying? Surely, he must genuinely regret having harmed a friend, Qinghua mused. However, she had only seen him once before when she borrowed an umbrella from Irika. Mizuki-sensei, she thought, the name stirring an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. After pondering for a while, Qinghua ultimately could not recall where she had heard that name before. However, soon enough, the silver-haired man in front of her took actions that jogged her memory. After emerging from the hospital ward, still in tears and filled with regret, he sat down on a bench in front of a dumpling shop. Senpai, you were incredibly fierce just now, completely overpowering that guy. Mizuki picked up a skewer of sweet dumplings, taking a bite, while a sinister smile crept onto his face. Noticing the absence of others around, he discarded his facade. TCH. Even if there were 10 more, I'd take them all down without a hitch. And what was that about being a good teacher without regrets? Pooh. A nearby individual leaned in and asked, was that last shuriken truly an accident? The silver-haired man coldly chuckled, his eyes filled with malice as they locked onto the questioner. What do you think? Mizuki, now fully shedding his pretense, lowered his voice to vent his frustrations. You should have seen that guy's pale face, almost lifeless, still pretending to be a saint. He thought he was some kind of angel, putting on a show. What a joke. Before he could finish, the person beside him collapsed, having been silently approached from behind. A delicate, fair hand suddenly landed on his left shoulder, cutting off Mizuki's words. A strikingly beautiful face slowly emerged beside him. Oh, I remember now, accompanied by the eerie sound of a kunai sliding from its sheath. You're the one whose shuriken skills are atrocious, Mizuki. Chapter 59. A show without a performance. Walking alone down the street, Ri-Chu Qinghua twirled a kunai on her fingertips. Just after finishing the competition results, Shiranui Genma appeared at her side. Shall we grab some ramen? Kakashi, as expected, was left behind at the Hokage's office to assist. And Genma guessed she must be wandering alone. Ri-Chu Qinghua silently moved closer to the street edge, distancing herself from the headband-wearing ninja. She cast a warning glance at him, signaling that she was now Ri-Chu Qinghua, and that they should refrain from being too familiar, as it would attract attention. What's the matter? Is something wrong with your eyes, Qinghua-sensei? Gunma, unfazed, strode forward to match her pace, his demeanor suggesting he intended to stubbornly pursue this newfound teacher. Qinghua shot him a glare and continued walking, her grip on the sharp weapon nearly creating a blur of motion. Had it not been for a customer exiting the dumpling shop, her kunai might have truly clipped Mizuki's ear. Casting a glance at the kunai in Qinghua's hand, sensing the low pressure radiating from her, Genma tilted his head. What is going on? You look like you're ready to kill. Lost in thought, Ri-Chu Qinghua was jolted back to reality by Genma's voice. She shifted her gaze towards him and quietly inquired, for the second match tomorrow, can I choose my opponent? The man with the headband paused, his eyes momentarily wide as he recalled the rules of the competition. He remembered that for the round of 16-8, the opponents were to be randomly drawn by the judges. This meant that Qinghua would not only be unaware of her opponent in advance, but neither he nor Kakashi would know who she would face next. However, given that Sangmu Lin had returned to Konoha with a demeanor that suggested I won't initiate conflict unless provoked, Genma had not yet witnessed her exhibit the sort of intensity she had just shown. Understanding that she truly had someone in mind to confront, the headband ninja hesitated briefly before nodding. Sure, let me write one for you. Who do you want to fight? Stopping in her tracks, Ri-Chu Qinghua turned to look back at Genma, a hint of confusion on her face. What do you mean, write one? Thus, Xianjian conveyed to her the matter of their opponent being randomly selected by the referee for the match tomorrow. The short-haired female ninja couldn't help but smirk at this revelation, but soon worried that it might implicate Xianjian. Underhanded tactics? How audacious of you. The headscarf-clad ninja let out a soft huff and then placed a hand on Qingyue's shoulder, feigning profundity. While others openly send people in, we shall employ a touch of subtlety. It is not excessive. Speak. Who do you find disagreeable? Just tell me their number, and I shall ensure their defeat. This boastful demeanor. Has this individual truly spoken thus for all these years? Qingyue cast a sidelong glance at the increasingly ostentatious Riwo Xianjian, feeling a sense of futility in her attempts to critique him. However, she soon realized that she was unaware of Mizuki's number, so she inquired, knowing only the name but not the number. He faced Irika in the morning. Does Xianjian recall? The headscarf-clad man furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before shaking his head. The competition roster and results were already submitted, and no one could view them now. If one does not know the opponent's number, she lightly clenched her fists, habitually biting her index finger again. While she could inquire about Irika, she had just emerged from the hospital, where he had already taken his medication and was resting. Moreover, she did not wish to ask Irika directly. Should he deduce that Riji Qingyue intended to vent her frustrations on his behalf for an unprovoked injury? It would only burden him with unnecessary guilt, given Irika's kind-hearted nature. Xianjian recalled the mention of the 1,000 books, as if struck by a thought. Indeed, several individuals had been escorted to the hospital by the medical team due to injuries sustained during today's trials. Irika was the man with the braids who had accompanied students to visit Lin previously. Xianjian surmised that the wrath of Tsungmu Lin was likely rooted in the injury of this Chunin instructor named Irika. It was a side of her he had never witnessed before. She had always been independent and disinterested in others unless they were of concern to her or related to her missions. It seemed that the children at the Ninja Academy and her sincere colleagues had, to some extent, softened her demeanor. Xianjian mused. Do not smile at me in such a nauseating manner. Riji Qingyue smacked Xianjian's arm, waking the man who had been wearing a fatherly smile, and explained. If it were merely injuries from the battle, it would suffice, but that fellow deliberately harmed others after the match and then pretended otherwise. Irika was completely oblivious. Tomorrow, I must make sure to incapacitate him. Likely for reasons similar to his own conjectures, Xianjian nodded along, but Qingyue's subsequent words halted his movements. Mizuki is known for his underhanded tactics. I received much care from him when I was younger. Mizuki, that one? The headscarf ninja seemed to recall some past events, casting a look of mild reproach towards Qingyue. Was he not the silver-haired one who proposed a duel yet ambushed with a group of helpers hidden nearby? I remember saying I would accompany you to observe, and you remarked that bringing others to a duel would invite scorn. Ultimately, you were the one left bloodied. These memories were somewhat hazy for Tsungmu, only sharpening upon seeing Mizuki's treacherous visage that afternoon. Yet, Xianjian merely needed to hear a name to recall everything, which surprised Tsungmu. Before she could speak, Xianjian continued, should that injury of yours not have been treated by Kakashi over several days, it would likely still bear a mark. The short-haired female ninja appeared to recall something, a smile gracing her eyes as she nodded. At that time, Uncle Minato had been away on a mission, and Kakashi happened to be home after completing his task. During those days, she would frequently visit the Hatake residence, to the extent that Kakashi wished to tie her up and throw her out. Thus, quickly extricating herself from her memories, Qingyue returned to the matter at hand. If we are unaware of the opponent's number, is there still a chance to act? The headscarf ninja stroked his chin thoughtfully, muttering to himself, it was initially quite difficult. But if it is him, even if the odds are against us, we must still give it a try. Chapter 60. Lin as radiant as the sun. Can you imagine two exceptionally capable individuals, holding significant positions in the village, intensely discussing how to discreetly deliver a long-standing chunin into their hands? A tall, handsome young man with broad shoulders and long legs held a sanban between his teeth, bending over with one hand propped on the table while the other scribbled notes. Across from him sat a silver-haired shinobi, exuding an air of superiority, arms crossed as he attentively listened. The morning light, imbued with flecks of gold, streamed through the wide-open curtains, illuminating both of them. This captivating sight rendered the disheveled woman seated opposite, munching on bread and clutching a box of strawberry milk with bleary eyes, momentarily spellbound. It must be said, this scene was quite pleasing to the eye, a welcome sight for her. However, the occasional phrases that slipped from their lips, such as peeping, tied up, and secretly using genjutsu, were rather difficult to endure. Ultimately, the discussion concluded with Kakashi's declaration, leave it to me. You needn't concern yourself. Hey, I can manage on my own. No need for such courtesy. With a clack, as Tsangmu Lin organized her belongings and emerged from the bedroom, she witnessed Kakashi gripping Xianjian by the collar, tossing him out of the apartment, and promptly slamming the door shut with his foot. Upon turning from the entrance, she locked eyes with Tsangmu Lin standing at the bedroom door. It felt as though her childish behavior had been caught in the act, causing Kakashi to awkwardly rub the back of his neck as he approached Tsangmu, saying, he hasn't had breakfast yet. I sent him off first. Meeting the gentle, smiling gaze of his girlfriend, Kakashi's eyes fell to the ground, his confidence waning as he continued, just let him go have breakfast. Until Tsangmu approached him with purposeful strides, looking up to meet his gaze. Kakashi noticed that the warmth in her eyes had not diminished, and in a teasing tone, she asked, "Oh, is that so?" The silver-haired youth's cheeks flushed slightly. Of course not. It was merely that the thought of Komu soon packing up and leaving made Xianjian's presence increasingly irksome. With a bemused smile, Tsangmu Lin felt she had achieved her goal, teasing Kakashi before heading toward the small balcony off the bedroom. Kakashi silently followed behind her. "Apologies, Kakashi, for the trouble my sudden whim has caused you and Xianjian." Kakashi observed the back of Tsangmu's head, slightly furrowing his brow at her somewhat formal words. Xianjian echoed that this was not the first time that individual had engaged in such behavior. Previously, he had seemingly attempted to covertly harm an injured comrade during a mission, leading the Hokage to revoke his qualifications as an academy instructor. Yet, he remained unchanged in his nature. For one who disregards the lives of his comrades, it would not be excessive to administer a beating or even execute him on the spot, though they lacked concrete evidence. Therefore, our actions are not solely for Komu. Conversely, it necessitates a bit of effort on her part to punish the villain. In response to her boyfriend's attempt to comfort her, Tsangmu Lin turned her head, gazing at Kakashi as they walked into the bedroom, her lips curling into a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "You are truly considerate, Kakashi." The silver-haired ninja, hands tucked in his pockets, shrugged nonchalantly, accepting her acknowledgement with ease. Tsangmu Lin intended to gather the clothes drying on the balcony, but despite her efforts to reach for the clothes rack, she couldn't manage to retrieve a single piece. As the woman stumbled, the back of her head collided with a sturdy chest, followed by Kakashi's large hand gripping her shoulder. With a faint sigh, he resignedly reached out to take the clothing pole from Tsangmu's hands. The length of the pole and the height of the drying line were entirely tailored to his stature. Thus, Kakashi effortlessly handed the garments to Tsangmu in a matter of moments. The short-haired woman beamed and praised him, declaring that it was indeed the dependable and dashing Kakashi-sensei. Turning to return to the bedroom with the clothes in hand, she unexpectedly encountered a pair of slightly melancholic eyes. Faced with the sudden silence of the man who merely gazed at her, Tsangmu's heart sank, and she instinctively reached out to caress the silver-haired ninja's cheek with her free hand. "Well, as long as the mission goes smoothly, I will be back soon. Just wait for me." The clothing pole tightened in his grasp, and Kakashi raised his hand, pulling Tsangmu and the clothes into his embrace. "If I am not mistaken, this upcoming competition is likely a performance orchestrated by the third Hokage in collaboration with various clans before the head of the Nikaritsu clan, aimed at facilitating your quicker integration into the Nikaritsu family." The short-haired Kunoichi smiled subtly, her expression betraying no surprise, for she had surmised as much after her conversation with Nara Shikaku yesterday. If her granddaughter could claim first place in a competition with participation from members of various clans, then Nikaritsu Chingue's reputation for exceptional physical prowess would bolster the clan's presence within Konoha. If she was correct, the elder matriarch still placed great importance on the honor of the ninjas within the Nikaritsu clan. Otherwise, she would not have ventured alone to the hospital in the dead of night to negotiate with a seemingly insignificant, yet somewhat promising, junior like her. It seemed the third Hokage had seized upon this aspect of the Nikaritsu clan leader, allowing her to recognize the value in the false Nikaritsu Chingue before deciding to embrace her into the clan. Tsangmu gently wrapped her arms around Kakashi, patting his back softly as she spoke tenderly. "I understand, please do not worry about me." Reflecting on the once carefree air of the Tsangmu clan, now compelled to endure knowing she was being schemed against, she chose to bide her time and gradually immerse herself in the unfolding events. She desired nothing more than a reason to stand in the sunlight alongside him. In his life, he had never been chosen so resolutely by anyone. Now, he had chosen only Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, seemingly seeking validation from the woman in his arms, inexplicably called her name softly, Xiaomu. Sangmu understood Kakashi's tendency towards melancholy. She stood on her tiptoes to embrace him tightly, resting her chin on his broad shoulder, her cheek pressed against the warmth of his neck. With a voice imbued with gentle strength, she replied, Kakashi. The embrace around her shoulders tightened slowly, as if he wished to merge her into his very being, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Then, Sangmu heard from Kakashi's lips the words that sent a shiver through her heart. Lin, thank you. Sangmu Lin, thank you. Chapter 61. A fortunate turn of events, please rest well. The young medical ninja, clad in a white coat, placed his fingers on the doorknob, glancing back at the patient resting on the bed with a smile. After Irika politely nodded in acknowledgement, the young doctor exited the room, closing the door behind him. As he descended the stairs, he encountered a young nurse approaching with clean sheets, who greeted him with a nod. Dr. Mukamura, MM. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, the young doctor nodded in response and swiftly made his way down to the first floor of the inpatient department. In a moment unnoticed by others, the young doctor turned and slipped into the dimly lit emergency exit. With a soft thud, he emerged from the passage, transformed into the tall, silver-haired ninja. Striding confidently out of the hospital, Kakashi retrieved a novel from his pocket, his lips moving beneath the mask. The 20th, huh? Thus, the opponent to face Irika would be the 19th. The initial ranking numbers assigned to the participants would serve as their identification for the second round, during which the judges would draw lots to determine matchups. The 16 victorious teachers from yesterday would have their corresponding initial ranks meticulously documented and placed into a drawing box. When the second round commenced, the judges would personally draw the slips of paper to match the opponents on the spot, to ensure the randomness of the matchups in the second round. The list of the 16 teachers had already been submitted for safekeeping and would not be revisited during the competition. Kakashi glanced at his watch, noting that there was still an hour and a half before the event began, providing ample time. The drawing box containing the slips had likely not yet been transported to the venue, and his task was to locate that box and retrieve the 19th and 32nd slips for Shinjin. As for why Kakashi himself was not participating, it stemmed from a complaint lodged with the third Hokage after the preliminary round. A contestant had requested that Kakashi not serve as a judge, citing his excessively lackadaisical demeanor. Although he merely stood at the sidelines, his gaze, which seemed to regard the participants as if they were trash, was indeed a test of their composure on the stage. Thus, the responsibility of maintaining order in the matchups had been entrusted to Shinjin. The third Hokage had also mentioned that it was a perfect opportunity for Kakashi to assist behind the scenes and take a break. To this, a certain Jonin appeared quite bewildered. When had he ever regarded them with such disdain? He merely felt a bit fatigued from standing for too long. Kakashi being relieved of his duties as a judge was a last-minute decision, and not everyone was aware of it, such as the Hyuga clan member who intercepted him in the alley while he was headed to the administrative department. Kakashi-san. The individual stood poised, scrutinizing him intently, their pale eyes seemingly attempting to perceive everything. Kakashi felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. It appeared that the esteemed individual behind him was seeking him out. Checking the time again and confirming that he still had enough, the silver-haired ninja tucked his watch back into his pocket, sighed lightly, and exchanged a knowing glance with the Hyuga clan member. Let's go. Lord Nikaritsu. Kakashi had prepared himself to be tasked with some troublesome duty. But as the wooden sliding door slowly opened, the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat merely gestured for him to enter and sit while calmly brewing tea. The silver-haired ninja stood outside the door, giving a slight nod, his tone unruffled. I apologize, the competition is about to begin, please forgive me. Before Kakashi could finish, his gaze was drawn to a wooden box resting on the mat across from him. Isn't that the drawing box for the second round of the competition? The silver-haired youth, surprised by this unexpected delight, maintained an expression of shock and confusion. This is, even though Kakashi had not entered the room. Nikaritsu had already poured him a cup of tea at the table and naturally followed his gaze downwards, saying, Kakashi-kun, I will need your assistance in taking this little box to the venue shortly. Is that all right? As a well-trained ninja, even amidst his inner excitement, he could not reveal a hint of it. The silver-haired ninja furrowed his brow, feigning a troubled expression. If I am not mistaken, this is the drawing box intended for matching the combatants in the competition. It should have been kept in the administrative department. How could it? I have already made arrangements with the administrative department. You are a clever one, Kakashi. You don't need me to spell it out for you, do you? Hayashi Hyuga cast a probing and questioning gaze at the person outside the door. Another Hyuga clan member, who had been standing inside, received the signal from his patriarch and strode forward, handing the wooden box to Kakashi with both hands. Please hold it firmly. Kakashi felt fortunate to be wearing a mask. Otherwise, the subtle expressions he couldn't suppress due to the unexpected surprise would have been caught by the sharp-eyed and shrewd Hyuga patriarch. The silver-haired ninja then made a hesitant gesture, as if he had been struggling with his conscience for a long time, before finally convincing himself. He nodded heavily and replied, "For the next match. I wonder who Lord Hayashi would like to see fight." Seemingly pleased with his understanding, Hyuga Hayashi took a sip of tea. Another Hyuga clan member, understanding the gesture, slipped 2 slips of paper into Kakashi's hand. Although his words were respectful, the silver-haired jonin, whose eyes held a cold glint, didn't hesitate and openly read the slips of paper in front of them. One slip read 1st place, the other 9th place. Quite coincidentally, the owners of these 2 number plates had both won their previous matches on the half of the court where Kakashi was refereeing. One was from the Hyuga clan, the other from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan member was remembered by Kakashi because he was ranked 1st. The other, 9th place, belonged to Hyuga Miko. Kakashi remembered so clearly not only because he already knew her, but also because he had originally thought only Kogi had gone to the tournament as Hyuga Eigetsu. Seeing the list revealed that, in order to win, the Hyuga clan matriarch had even included Hyuga Miko from the medical department. Logically, the Hyuga clan head should have understood the 3rd Hokage's intention in having him send clan members to the tournament. The various clans could have simply given each other face and engaged in a friendly spar, even if the Hyuga clan won 1st place. It wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, this was a pure taijutsu competition, consistent with the Hyuga clan's pride and joy, their chakra-infused martial arts techniques. However, this Hyuga clan head seemed to prioritize clan honor above all else, and it appeared he wasn't willing to relinquish even this 1st place. Had he already made his move in the 2nd match? Did he simply not want to see the nearly fallen Hyuga clan resurface? The opponent chose Miko, not Koki. Clearly, compared to the bottom-ranked Hyuga Saigetsu, the Hyuga clan assumed the Hyuga clan would bet on the higher-ranked Hyuga Miko. The fact that the lottery box was now openly displayed in the Hyuga clan's residence likely indicated that this action had been tacitly approved by the 3rd Hokage and the higher-ups. Only moments after seeing the note in his hand, Kakashi had a general idea of the situation. He silently sneered inwardly. How arrogant these people were. He just hoped they wouldn't be surprised at the end. The silver-haired ninja put the 2 notes into his palm and nodded again to the Hyuga clan head sitting on the tatami mat. Then, Lord Hayashi, I'll take my leave and head to the venue. Go ahead. He couldn't care less about the rest, nor did he want to. Getting the lottery box was the key. With the box tucked to his side, Kakashi vanished in a flash from the Hyuga courtyard. Chapter 62 The Wicked Woman. The competition hadn't even started yet, and the waiting area was already noisy. The woman standing quietly at the back of the crowd glanced out of the corner of her eye at the braided man on her left, dressed in a medical ninja uniform and yawning with his hand over his mouth. Hizuki Aoki, arms crossed, spoke with a distinctly distant tone. The medical team is across the street, Narakuen. TSK, I had my family spend the night in the hospital's on-call room last night. I was cold and hungry, and I still have to go to work this morning, all thanks to you. Faced with Nara Shikaryu's accusation, the short-haired female ninja gave a light snort, raising her eyelids to look at him. Isn't it because you admitted defeat too quickly? Nara Shikaryu was momentarily speechless, then gave up, not wanting to argue further. He raised an eyebrow and began to scrutinize the female teacher's attire. Although she was still dressed in the same black ninja uniform as yesterday, today the cuffs and trouser legs were carefully bound with bandages, making her look even more neat and capable. Regarding ninja tools, yesterday she only carried a ninja tool pouch and a ninja sword at her waist. Today, she had added a ninja tool pouch to her right leg, and the light, sharp ninja sword was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a pair of steel floating canes. Canes. These are taijutsu weapons rarely used by ninjas accustomed to fighting with chakra. Such tools shouldn't replace sharp, lightweight ninja swords or kunai unless there's a specific need. Nara glanced at the ninja tools hanging on Aoki's waist again, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when several people in Chunin uniforms walked past them chatting. Irika-sensei should be alright, right? Mizuki-sensei, did you just come from the hospital ward? There are doctors and nurses at the hospital. You have a match today, so you need to take good care of yourself. I went to see Iruka-sensei yesterday, and it wasn't that serious. He doesn't need round-the-clock care. Mr. Mizuki is so conscientious and responsible. Don't say that, it's just what I should do. Seeing that Iruka is alright, I can finally focus on the match. She listened to the small group of people standing to her right, their conversation occasionally reaching her ears. The short-haired female ninja crossed her arms, her eyes lowered as she looked at the ground, a silent, sarcastic smile playing on her lips, as if afraid others wouldn't guess he'd been to the hospital. The stench of disinfectant emanating from him was even more overpowering than the guy standing next to her. Why doesn't he just immerse himself in a bucket of disinfectant? Perfect. That wicked heart, corrupted by evil thoughts, can be disinfected too. Nara Shikiryu, unaware of the situation, was naturally oblivious to Aoki's inner thoughts. He suddenly leaned closer to her, his tone laced with feigned surprise. Wow, that expression you just made. You were like a villain from a book. Then why don't you get away from me? The female ninja, who had tidied her room and even moved house that morning, was in no mood for banter. Just like Nara Shikiryu earlier, Aoki yawned, then leaned against the wall, preparing to close her eyes and rest. With her movement, the ninja tools hanging from her waist made a slight cracking sound. Feeling uncomfortable, Aoki quickly moved them to her side and leaned back against the wall, waiting for the match to begin. After a moment of silence, Nara Shikiryu's gaze returned to the steel weapon the woman was carrying. He couldn't help but ask, "I'm curious why you chose the floating." Just like yesterday, when she faced him with a small kunai, a single glance was enough to make him immediately admit defeat. Nara's confusion didn't last long. Aozuki, who had been resting with her eyes closed, uttered a few words. Because blunt force injuries heal slowly, and there's no blood yet. It took Nara a while to process her words. As if recalling that scene, Nara Shikiryu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, it's even more like it. Chapter 63 Special Kunai. The arena setup was complete, and the number draw box for matching opponents was now firmly placed on the stage. At the back of the crowd, Aozuki, who was casually chatting with Nara Shikiryu, saw that it was almost time. She stretched her wrists and prepared to walk forward when a loud female voice rang out from behind her. Aozuki, you've been here for a while. She and Nara turned around together, only to see a female ninja with a high black ponytail, dressed in a chunin outfit, waving as she approached them. It was her cousin, Richu Mizi, who had also advanced to the second round of the competition. Previously, at the Richu household, she had been unilaterally beaten by Richu Jin, and even when she was being dragged away, bloodied and bruised, her cousin had shown no concern. Although she was reluctant to engage, Qingyu understood that for their mission to progress smoothly, she and Richu Mizi would inevitably have to interact. Qingyu halted her steps, her expression inscrutable. Noticing that Mizi was holding hands with the long-haired Jun Koizumi, Qingyu nodded in greeting, "Koizumi-sensei." The latter responded with a sweet smile. "Xiaoyu, your performance yesterday was outstanding. You knocked your opponent to the ground in just a few moves. I was captivated watching from the sidelines." The short-haired ninja smiled faintly, but did not respond. Although they had not interacted much, Qingyu had discerned from their brief encounters that Koizumi Jun was the type of person everyone liked to befriend, someone who was perceptive and never let conversations fall flat. Even with strangers, she would not embarrass anyone publicly. So, when she mentioned being captivated by Qingyu's match yesterday, it was ironic that she had not noticed the very opponent Qingyu had defeated standing right in front of her, gazing intently. "Ahem," Nara Shikiryu interjected, sensing a second wave of emotional distress. He glanced at Qingyu to disrupt their conversation. "It's about to start, let's head over to the calling area." His gaze lingered on Shikaryu's handsome, yet somewhat unsteady face for a few seconds. After a moment of confusion over the fleeting awkwardness on his face, Koizumi Jun redirected her attention back to Richu Qingyu with a friendly smile. "Xiaoyu, your taijutsu is so strong. I'm honestly worried about facing you." Observing Shikaryu's reaction, Qingyu, unfazed by Koizumi's cordial words, responded perfunctorily, "Thank you. You're not bad either." She then lifted her knee, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Nara moved to follow, but Richu Mizi suddenly called out to her, "Wait, Xiaoyu." The short-haired ninja, who disliked superficial pleasantries, felt a flash of irritation in her eyes. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she turned back. Before she could ask what the matter was, a soft hand grasped her left one, and a hard object was pressed into her palm. Richu Qingyu looked in surprise at what lay in her hand, a kunai. It was a pristine, elongated kunai that gleamed under the sunlight. The weapon was sharp and striking, clearly custom-made. Qing Yu gazed at it, momentarily forgetting to respond. Mizi tightened her grip on Qing Yu's hand to ensure she could hold the kunai steadily and looked at the floating vine staff at Qing Yu's waist with concern. Xiao Yu, why are you only prepared with such a weapon? What will you do if you encounter a formidable opponent? Use mine. I have more in my bag. Faced with Mizi's unexpected gesture of goodwill, the short-haired ninja instinctively furrowed her brow and began to hand the weapon back, saying, I have one in my bag. I don't need yours. I am your sister, just use it. Mizi insisted, not allowing her to refuse. After thrusting the kunai into her hand, she pulled Koizumi towards the other side of the group. Hey, the short-haired ninja, frowning, was about to pursue them when the commotion from the arena halted her in her tracks. Everyone, please be quiet. A ninja with a bandana and a kunai in his mouth appeared beside the drawing box. His gaze first swept over the audience before settling on those in the waiting area. I am the referee for this match, Fuinjutsu Genkan. I trust you all have been waiting impatiently. Let us commence swiftly. Someone in the crowd shouted, Where is Kakashi? Why isn't he here to officiate? Is he slacking off? Qing Yu's attention was drawn to the stage. Kakashi had mentioned needing to find a way to acquire Mizuki's number that morning before leaving on his own. She had expected him to appear alongside Genkan, but it seemed he had not. Had he been dispatched elsewhere? However, given the glance Genkan had cast her way, Qing Yu surmised that her request to face Mizuki had likely been fulfilled. TSK, doesn't he realize he's making my job harder by not showing up? While Qing Yu maintained a silent smile, Genkan appeared as though someone had stepped on his tail. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the person who had questioned him, he exclaimed in frustration, You come up here and say that. What do you mean Kakashi is too lackadaisical to be a referee? Just because that guy is popular doesn't mean you should let him off the hook. He has been lounging around in the back reading novels. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Just wait until I draw you the toughest opponent. Hey, Genkan, what's with that attitude? Someone in the crowd whimpered. Both Richu Qing Yu and Narashika Ryu could hardly contain their amusement. Laughter erupted from the stands and the waiting area. The laughter was so loud that it disturbed a silver-haired ninja hiding behind a tree branch at the edge of the waiting area, who was secretly reading Intimate Violence. He silently raised his finger to block his ears, thinking, how noisy these people are. Chapter 64, Should I forfeit? Even if the atmosphere before the match was cordial and harmonious, it did not diminish the ferocity and decisiveness of the ninjas during their battles. They understood that during combat, a lackadaisical attitude or intentionally holding back was the greatest disrespect to their opponents. Although some individuals remained lackluster and devoid of fighting spirit, the overall atmosphere of the second round of taijutsu combat was noticeably different from the first. The competitors on the stage were giving their all, and the spirited state of the battles seemed to infect Richu Qing Yu in the waiting area. The elongated kunai that Mizi had given her was now being idly swung with her index finger hooked through its circular ring. Genkan easily caught sight of Qing Yu's gradually ignited fighting spirit through her aquamarine eyes. He glanced at the relaxed figure of the Chunin Mizuki, who was quietly discussing the matches with those around him, and felt a chill run down his neck. Soon, as the 16-8 third match concluded, Genkan sensed it was time. After several medical ninjas carried the fallen competitors off the stage on stretchers, he walked slowly to the drawing box, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. He reached into the circular opening of the box, retrieving a neatly folded square slip of paper with the numbered side facing the waiting area. As the headband-wearing ninja unfolded the paper, a 1 slowly revealed itself, just as Richu Mizi, focused on the slip in Genkan's hand, was suddenly jostled forcefully from behind. Stumbling forward, Mizi furrowed her brows, ready to turn and question the culprit. But the person who had brushed past her did not even glance back, not even offering her a fleeting look. With long, well-groomed hair tied neatly behind, strong limbs, and a haughty jawline, even without seeing the distinctive eyes of the person, Mizi immediately recognized that it was Hinata Fushin, ranked first in the initial standings, who had deliberately bumped into her. You. As Richu Mizi was about to step forward, Xiaoquan pulled her back, gesturing for her to observe the drawing results in Xian Jian's hands. 19th. Hinata Feng Xin seemed somewhat taken aback by this outcome, and her slight pause was exactly noticed by Mizi. It was said that this was a contest of pure physical skills. Could this fellow have been using Byakugan to peek at Xian Jinkuin's drawing results? With this thought in mind, Mizi wore a look of disdain. Teacher Shuemu, you're the 19th, right? A voice from the crowd caused Richu Qing Yu, who had been fixated on that piece of paper, contemplating why it hadn't been her turn yet, to suddenly perk up. Sure enough, not long after, the 30-second slip was displayed before everyone. The atmosphere in the arena fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds, followed by a surge of discussions. Huh, the 30-second is still in? Shouldn't she have been eliminated by now? Who is it? Who is so tenacious? Is she up against the bottom of the barrel? Shuei-mu, you really have good luck. I remember her being a beautiful teacher. Just don't injure her, okay? Cherish the fairer sex, you know? Go easy on her. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Shuei-mu scratched his head and walked onto the stage, wearing his usual harmless smile, masking his inner glee with a foolish grin. The judge had actually drawn the last-place opponent for him. How delightful. What beautiful woman. What cherishing the fairer sex. Get lost. Just wait and see how he showcases his prowess in front of Hokage and the heads of various clans. Observing his subtle expressions, one might think that if this person became a spy ninja, they would likely meet their demise before the end of one episode. Qingyu stuffed the kunai in her hand into her ninja tool pouch, then parted the crowd to approach the verifying ninja, handing over her number plate. 32nd. Ri-Chu Qingyu. The verifying ninja promptly opened the contestant handbook, found Qingyu's personal information, and after confirming her number with her photo, she quickly stood to the left of Xianjian. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Teacher Shuei-mu, please don't injure our beautiful teacher. Wouldn't it be better for the beauty to forfeit? I can hardly bear to watch. By the way, isn't she an ordinary person? There is not a hint of chakra response from her. So who did she defeat yesterday? Too pathetic. Listening to their banter, Nara Lu snorted silently, feeling that these were truly uncultured folks who couldn't appreciate the beauty of the lotus. When Shuei-mu realized that the person before him was the woman who had pretended to be mysterious and frightened him outside the hospital yesterday, the smile that had been plastered on his face froze at the corners of his mouth. He had carelessly revealed his true thoughts about tormenting Irika in front of his subordinates yesterday. This woman had likely heard everything. Being matched as opponents today was truly a narrow road for enemies. Shuei-mu's slightly murky eyes were filled with a false smile. He must teach her a lesson today. Make her think twice before spreading any unfavorable remarks about him. Ri-Chu Qingyu, an ordinary teacher with some martial arts skills. This insufferable woman who had knocked him out with a hilt yesterday. Just wait and see how he deals with her. How about it? Shuei-mu was still plotting revenge in his heart when he heard the woman across from him lightly ask, and he questioned in confusion, what about it? Qingyu stared directly at Shuei-mu's smiling face without blinking, and asked, are you going to forfeit? You can still speak now. The audience began to stir, occasionally erupting in laughter. Shuei-mu also feigned a light laugh, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere on stage. However, as he turned his gaze, he saw the judge beside him, holding a handful of shurikens, staring at him motionlessly. That serious gaze seemed to be waiting for his answer on whether he would forfeit. Feeling a sense of humiliation, Shuei-mu's face began to pale slightly. What a joke. This kind of person is even inferior to trash like Irika. Let us begin. Seeing that Shuei-mu was prepared for battle, Qingyu exchanged a glance with Xianjian, who understood and raised his hand. All right, round of 16. Match 4. 19th Shuei-mu versus 32nd Ri-Chu Qingyu. Let the match officially begin. Nara Lu, watching the two giant shurikens on Shuei-mu's back, couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety for the short-haired female ninja. Suddenly, a refreshing mint scent wafted into his nostrils. Turning his head, he discovered a tall figure standing to his right. The braided medical ninja's eyes lit up. Kakashi-kun? Oh, the laid-back doctor. The silver-haired jonin's teasing made Nara's lips twitch. And then he noticed Kakashi's gaze was fixed on the stage, on the two about to engage in battle. Nara remarked, I didn't expect Kakashi-kun to attend such a minor competition. Kakashi, however, remained transfixed on the stage, replying without a moment's thought, one mustn't let a life be lost. Nara was momentarily taken aback, thinking Kakashi was implying Qingyu might be in danger, then teasingly said, I didn't expect Kakashi-kun to be someone who cherishes the fairer sex. The silver-haired jonin was finally pulled back to reality by his words. He glanced at the mischievous smile on Nara's face before turning his attention back to the beautiful female ninja, who was clearly in combat mode. Kakashi emitted an ambiguous sound, not intending to speak further. Bang! While Nara was still focused on Kakashi, a crisp sound echoed from the arena. Shuei-mu, who had initially intended to spar casually with the female teacher, received a solid slap from Qingyu on his left cheek. As he regained his senses and attempted to form a forced smile, Richu Qingyu swiftly seized Shui Mu by the back of his neck, yanked him towards her, and slammed his face into the ground, then raised her right knee, forcefully striking his chest. Ugh! Shui Mu, in pain, tried to punch Qingyu in the side, but she released her grip, pivoted on her left foot, and delivered a sidekick to his abdomen. In an instant, she sent the man, whose fist had yet to even reach her, flying 3 meters away. Bang! Observing the person who had fallen to the ground, grimacing in pain, Richu Qingyu stood firm, dusting off her clothes, and gestured toward Shui Mu, indicating, drop that forced smile and unleash your full strength. Chapter 65. Not over yet. Oh, has it begun? Handing over a completed document to his assistant beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced down at the arena. The previous round of physical skill contests had concluded while he was distracted, and now the short-haired female ninja was standing resolutely on the stage, extending her hands in invitation to her opponent. It seemed he had finally waited long enough. The elderly man in a white robe slightly lifted his palm resting on his leg, signaling his Hokage assistant, who was about to hand over a new document, to hold off for a moment. The Hokage assistant immediately took note of the ongoing match below and realized that the contestant had already taken the stage. He quickly understood, tucked the document away, and silently stood to the side. Giant shurikens, huh? The large shurikens on the back of the silver-haired Chunin, tied with a headscarf, also caught the attention of the third Hokage. After a moment's contemplation, he slightly turned his head and called over a nearby individual. The Hokage's assistant immediately leaned in to listen. For today's second match, the 2 advisors from Konoha are absent. As for the clan heads, aside from those who hold important positions and truly cannot make it, or a few who did not come because their clan members were eliminated yesterday, the rest have still been summoned to observe the match. They are seated beside the Hokage. Some were covering their mouths to whisper instructions to their subordinates, while others were idly twirling their fingers, inwardly lamenting the pile of work they had left. Yet the Hokage insisted they must make time to attend this trivial physical skill contest. In contrast to the inattentiveness of others, Hyuga Hayashi, meticulous and striving for perfection, had his hands tucked into his sleeves, attentively watching the arena. He observed as the third Hokage seemed to grow serious, perhaps due to a newly arrived contestant. He glanced at his companion and whispered something, prompting the Hokage's aide to vanish from the stands in an instant. Hinata Hizashi could not help but shift his gaze to the 2 ninjas currently engaged in combat. Earlier, the esteemed Jinzai had mentioned the backgrounds of these 2 individuals. If he heard correctly, that slender, dark-clad female ninja appeared to be from the Nikaritsu clan. Hizashi's gaze sharpened, fixating on Nikaritsu Chingwa below. Why did the third Hokage seem to be more concerned about this seemingly worthless ninja ranked at the bottom? Had he inadvertently arranged the match between Fengshin and Nikaritsu Miyako incorrectly? Fortunately, it was not a critical issue. Even if that female instructor managed to win by chance, she would likely not stand a chance against Fengshin, who excelled in taijutsu. Disregarding the thoughts of the dignitaries in the stands, he focused intently on the black-haired female ninja. After Shuemu rose from the ground, the fury swirling in his eyes seemed poised to strip away his hypocritical facade. As Qingwe braced herself against Shuemu's solid punches, she appeared to be at a disadvantage due to her smaller stature, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe he was overpowering her. However, a more discerning observer would recognize that while Shuemu frequently threw punches, none of them landed solidly on their target. In contrast, the agile black-clad female ninja deftly avoided his attacks while seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. With each exchange, the silver-haired man grew increasingly uneasy. Despite his vigorous onslaught, she merely evaded, occasionally delivering a light strike to the back of his neck that seemed to lack any real force. As he caught a glimmer of a barely perceptible smile at the corner of Qingyue's mouth, Shuemu seemed to realize that this woman was perhaps toying with him. You think too much. I am not that bored. It was as if she had seen through Shuemu's thoughts, with a quick tilt of her head. She evaded his erratic punches and delivered a straightforward jab to his hypocritical face, concluding this round of physical confrontation. Oh, he had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such strength. Shuemu clutched his brow, which felt as if it might fracture, bending over in pain. As he moved, his neck was fully exposed to Qingyue, who smirked. Shuemu felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he sensed something was amiss and attempted to withdraw his kunai to create distance, it was already too late. Qingyue stepped forward, grasping his right shoulder with her left hand while her right hand formed a blade-like gesture, targeting the precise spot just above his neck. With great force, she struck down. Ugh! With that strike, she unleashed a burst of power, sending dust swirling around Shumu as he fell to his knees, his eyes wide open, staring at the ground. Hiss! The spectators gasped, startled by the unexpected force of Nikaritsu Chingyue's blow. The closest observer, Genzai, discreetly touched the back of his own neck. It seemed that Rin's strength had significantly increased in recent years. He would need to be cautious when conversing with her. Nara Shikaku, taken aback, could hardly close his agape mouth. Shuemu was no novice. He had executed numerous missions as a chunin. How could he be rendered utterly defenseless in this taijutsu bout? Thankfully, he had wisely conceded the previous day. Otherwise, would his clever mind not be in peril? Who exactly was this Nikaritsu Chingyue? Seemingly recalling something, Nara turned to inquire of his companion, wondering if Kakashi's earlier outburst had resulted in a fatality. If only Kimu could call it quits here and conclude this match. However, they watched as Chingyue extended her hand to steady Shuemu, who was about to face plant into the ground, seemingly awaiting his recovery. The silver-haired Jonin's forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat. It was not over yet, Kakashi replied to Nara. If he was correct, this match had only just begun. The location of her earlier strike was the third Hokage. Observing the proficient Hinata clan leader, furrowed his brow and spoke softly. The Yamane point is also known as the silent point. She has no Byakugan and lacks chakra. Yet she managed to locate and strike the Yamane point of this Nikaritsu woman with her bare eyes. She possesses remarkable skill. Receiving the probing gaze from the Hinata leader, Nikaritsu Huichun tightened her grip on her cane, feeling quite pleased. Wasn't Shuemu already unconscious? Nara, hearing Kakashi's assertion that the match was not over, still appeared puzzled. However, Shuemu, who seemed to have regained his senses, tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand. No longer pretending, he aimed the weapon viciously at Chingyue's slender neck, who was pressing on his shoulder to keep him from collapsing. It hurt terribly. He vowed to kill her. Prepared, Nikaritsu Chingyue wielded her short staff. And with a resounding clang, the sharp edge of the kunai was blocked by her weapon. Shuemu did not hesitate. Immediately gripping the kunai's handle with both hands and thrusting toward Chingyue's throat. Clang! Chingyue once again deflected the incoming kunai with her steel staff. Then she exerted force in her legs, leaping backward to create distance from Shuemu. It was evident that he had harbored murderous intent during the previous exchanges. The short-haired female ninja discarded one of her staffs and gripped the other tightly, her gaze sharp and resolute. This was more like it. Chapter 66. A sledgehammer to crack a nut. As the match progressed, one side of the arena showcased a tall man, panting heavily and sporting bruises, while the other side featured a nimble and determined female ninja. Watching as Chingyue skillfully wielded her pair of staffs, executing powerful strikes and deft blocks, the spectators were utterly captivated. There were moments when they thought Chingyue might falter, yet soon after, her staff would land another forceful blow on Shuemu. After Chingyue's staff struck his left cheek once more, Shuemu felt a dull ache radiate along his cheekbone, swiftly penetrating into his brain. The struck area felt as though it had been poured with boiling water, swelling and turning red, causing him sharp pain. Realizing he had no chance in close-quarters combat, and seemingly hearing the whispers of the crowd below, a frustrated Shuemu discarded his kunai. He gathered chakra beneath his feet and dashed toward the edge of the arena, unfastening the straps, securing the massive ninja tool on his back as he ran. Soon, a gigantic shuriken was in his grasp, its blade spinning rapidly in his hands. He was eager to see how this woman would defend against his massive shuriken attack, relying solely on her physical prowess and those two seemingly ordinary weapons. He intended to sever her neck with that spinning blade. After all, she had provoked him. A glimmer of malice flickered in Shuemu's eyes. As the giant shuriken spun with ferocious intensity, he hurled it toward the short-haired female ninja. The arena's dry leaves and dust were swept into the air by the force of the blade. Under the sunlight, the rapidly spinning weapon became a mere blur, as if it were set to cut through everything in its path, heading directly for her. Nikaritsu Chingyue gripped her floating staff firmly, tightening her grip on its short end. She positioned the longer end of the staff forward, while her left hand continued to shield her forearm, lowering her body slightly. Her eyes gleamed like lightning as she focused intently on the rapidly approaching shuriken. The shuriken traced a graceful arc through the air before swiftly grazing the face of Chingyue. In response, Richu Qingwei deftly raised her staff in defense, arching her body backward with agile footwork to evade the attack. However, before she could fully regain her footing, the colossal shuriken curved back toward her once more. The short-haired kunoichi seemed to have anticipated this, performing a somersault and leaping headfirst above the spinning shuriken. Adjusting the direction of her floating staff, she expertly thrust the extended end through the center of the massive shuriken, maintaining the inverted position. The kunoichi swiftly drew her knees to her chest in midair. In an instant, she clutched her knees and aimed for the short end of the staff, using the soles of her ninja shoes as a point of contact to deliver a forceful stomp. The collision produced a series of metallic clangs, disrupting the previously rapid rotation of the giant shuriken, which soon came to a halt and embedded itself into the ground with a thud. How could this be possible? Shuei-mu stared in disbelief at the black-clad kunoichi who had landed gracefully and was now approaching his shuriken. The adults in the stands seemed to have finally regained their composure, their eyes fixed intently on the evidently still energetic kunoichi. Her previous movements had been so swift and uncanny that it was clear her reflexes surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Richu Laotai had been observing the reactions of the other clan leaders, but now her full attention was captivated by Qingyue's performance. Without chakra, she had already achieved such a level. If she were to become Richu Qingyue, and I were to assist her in restoring her chakra. Richu Huichuan's once heavy-lidded eyes began to glimmer with a hint of excitement. Indeed, that child is quite impressive, remarked the third Hokage, who leisurely puffed on his pipe. Casting a pleased glance at Richu Huichun, seemingly already aware of the unfolding events, the Hokage's assistant, who had been assigned elsewhere, had returned to his post. The elderly figure in white robes gazed towards the entrance of the stands, where a small blue and white figure stood still, focused intently. This sight caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to reflect on his long-conceived plans. Could two spiky cacti coexist harmoniously? Or would bringing them together only deepen their animosity toward the world? Just as everyone was momentarily stunned into silence by Richu Qingyue's display, she swiftly withdrew the slightly deformed floating staff and placed it alongside another on the ground. Qingyue then picked up the colossal shuriken, and the expression in the short-haired kunoichi's eyes began to shift. With a mocking glance at the nearby silver-haired man, who was still bent over, catching his breath, she said, "Ah, it seems your shuriken skills are still lacking, Shuei-mu." The silver-haired Chunin did not react much. He sensed that Qingyue's taunts were simply intended to embarrass him. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he could hear the crowd below beginning to murmur. Gritting his teeth, Shuei-mu grasped the remaining giant shuriken behind him, opening his mouth to retort, only to find himself unable to produce any coherent words. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous, as he instinctively touched his throat, attempting to speak, but only managing to emit a series of unintelligible sounds. Had he truly lost his voice? What on earth was happening? His mind raced as he traced a finger over the still numb and aching back of his neck, quickly deducing that the woman before him was responsible for this predicament. He raised his gaze, intending to glare menacingly at Qingyue, but the moment she noticed him touching his throat, her previously stoic demeanor transformed into a warm, radiant smile. With the shuriken in hand, Shuei-mu felt his legs weaken. Her expression clearly indicated an intent to dismantle him piece by piece. As Richu Qingyue approached him, smiling, she queried, unable to speak? Then she began conversing with herself. "Ah, perhaps it's best not to make a sound while being struck." With each step she took closer, panic began to magnify on the silver-haired man's otherwise unremarkable face. It was as though the elegant woman before him was a demon from the depths of hell, her piercing turquoise eyes radiating a murderous intent that warned Shuei-mu of the fate that awaited him. Finally unable to endure the mockery, the disdain, and the whispers, he resolved to surrender. Chapter 67, A Mere Warning. He was now, at this moment, ready to concede, as a strained gurgle forced its way from his throat. It resembled the sound of a mosquito. Shuei-mu raised his hand, seeking help from the bystander, Noera Izumi. "Huh, what did you just say? I didn't catch that about the forbidden scroll. I mean, oh, is it that thrilling?" Then next time. However, a particular special jonin, who was squatting at the edge of the arena with his back turned to them, seemed engrossed in a lively conversation and had completely missed Shuei-mu's nearly breaking point. "How about I teach you how to properly utilize this shuriken?" Upon reaching the center of the arena, maintaining a distance from Shuei-mu, Richu Qingyue began to twirl the massive ninja tool, still smiling. realizing that he could not conclude the battle this way. Shuei steeled himself and began forming hand seals, then suddenly hurled the giant shuriken at Qinghua. It appeared to be a body flicker technique. In the waiting area, a ninja whispered to his companion, "Looks like Shuei intends to disregard the rules and give it his all to win this match." The rapidly spinning shuriken, now arcing toward Qinghua, prompted a warning from Narashika, who detected Shuei intentions. "Be careful." As the lethal projectile approached at high speed, Qinghua leapt backward to evade. Yet, as her toes barely touched the ground, a figure utilizing the body flicker technique appeared behind her, brandishing sharpened kunai aimed directly at her back. With a swift motion, Qinghua countered by raising her giant shuriken behind her, deflecting Shuei's kunai off course. The kunai grazed her arm, tearing a gash in her black ninja attire. Qinghua discarded the giant shuriken and reached into her ninja tool pouch at her lower back, grasping an unfamiliar, cold weapon. She recalled her earlier reluctance to use Yitzi's kunai, but found herself compelled to employ it now. Confronted with Shuei, who was once again forming seals to summon shadow clones, she recognized that she had no time to switch to another kunai. In an instant, she gripped the tool given to her by Yitzi. In that fleeting moment, two Shuei wielding kunai launched a simultaneous assault on Qinghua. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Xianjian to rise and glance toward the center of the arena, just as everyone anticipated that he, as the referee, would call a halt to Shuei's rule-breaking. The turban-wearing ninja merely sighed lightly and then turned to Kakashi below, seemingly seeking his opinion. Having closely observed the two Shuei's movements and attacking patterns, Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance with Xianjian. The latter then returned to his position, hands in his pockets, calmly watching the match unfold, with no intention of intervening. As anticipated, one was a prodigious ninja who had embraced the path of the shinobi from a young age, while the other was a lackadaisical chunin who often sought shortcuts through dubious means. The disparity between them was undeniably vast. In a mere few exchanges, Qinghua effortlessly dispatched the shadow clone of Shuei. With fierce determination, she charged towards her silver-haired opponent. In a swift motion, she stowed away her kunai and approached him in just a few steps. Grasping his waist with agility akin to that of a serpent, she ensnared his neck with her legs, twisting her body to propel him forcefully into the ground with a resounding thud. The towering man was thus overwhelmingly taken down by her scissor kick. Observing the woman on the battlefield, whose formidable aura was increasingly evident, those in the waiting area fell silent, unable to contain their disbelief. Was it truly futile, even with the use of chakra? Could she genuinely be an ordinary person? The only response was silence. It was clear that no one dared to jeer or jest at the female instructor on stage any longer. Narashika instinctively rubbed the back of his neck, cold sweat trickling down as he wondered if Kakashi had just glimpsed the smile on her face. How terrifying. The anticipated reaction never came, and as Nara lifted his gaze, he realized the silver-haired shinobi beside him was transfixed, watching the woman who was raining punches upon Shuei. Within Kakashi's exposed black eye, there lay an inscrutable heaviness. "Stop, please." After enduring a relentless beating, Shuei found his voice returning. He managed to force a smile and raised his arm, exclaiming, "I concede. Hurry, come save me." Meanwhile, Xianjian ambled over, scratching the back of his head. With a determined tug, Qinghua tightened the wire tethered to the massive shuriken, sending it flying beside Shuei. The sharp tip plunged into the earth near his ear, severing a significant chunk of his silver hair. Subsequently, Qinghua seized Shuei's hair and leaned down, lowering her voice to warn him, "Do not let me hear of you harming your comrades again, or next time, the shuriken will be aimed at your neck." Chapter 68. The Wrath of a Singleton. The short-haired Kunoichi continued to issue her warning, only to discover that the man whose hair she had seized had already fainted when the shuriken struck near his ear. With a disdainful glance, Qinghua released him and stood up. Xianjian approached to examine Shuei's injuries. "TSK, I see this is a matter of life and death," Narashika remarked as he stretched his neck and formed a hand seal, appearing beside the unconscious Shuei. The members of the 4th medical team who had been on standby quickly came forward, skillfully placing the silver-haired shinobi onto a stretcher. Recalling Richu's reasoning for choosing the floating lily as a weapon prior to the match, Narashika paused beside her, speaking in a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft. "It seems there was not much blood, but there isn't much good flesh left either. He'll likely be down for 2 or 3 weeks. Such ruthless actions, could it be personal animosity? Facing this doctor, whom she had only met yesterday and could hardly be considered familiar with, Ri Chu-Qingyu shrugged. Ah, that is beyond my knowledge. With the animosity from the battle dissipated, she reverted to her pre-match demeanor, prompting a light chuckle from Nara. He leaned closer and whispered, I look forward to seeing you again, Miss Straggler. Xian Jian observed the leisurely trailing doctor of the medical team, his sunbonne shaking slightly in discontent. Isn't it still early for spring? Why is that fellow throwing you those flirtatious glances? Ri Chu-Qingyu was taken aback, her forehead creasing with irritation as she gestured for Xian Jian to hasten the proceedings. She wished to leave the stage as there were numerous matters awaiting her attention at home. Sensing her intentions, Xian Jian leaned closer, quietly reminding her. It is clear you were not paying attention to the rules. The winning side must remain until the entire match concludes to select opponents for tomorrow's quarterfinals. Mutual selection? The short-haired kunoichi furrowed her brow, still processing Xian Jian's words, as the headscarf-wearing ninja began announcing. Then, for the fourth match of the round of 16, the winner is Ri Chu-Qingyu. Meanwhile, Kakashi's gaze shifted to the stage, where Xian Jian and Xiao Mu were seemingly engaged in a clandestine conversation. A flicker of unease stirred within him. Did this person not understand the concept of personal boundaries? Why was he leaning so closely to Xiao Mu? Even aware of their friendship, Kakashi instinctively felt it was too intimate. As he caught a glimpse of the menacing gaze directed at him from below, he experienced this emotion for the first time through Kakashi's eyes. The astonished Sun Jian smirked, inching closer to Qingyu, his headscarf nearly brushing against her dark locks. Even though it was Xian Jian, this proximity made her uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively withdraw. To her surprise, Xian Jian raised his arm, anchoring her shoulder in place, whispering, Don't move, someone is seething with jealousy. What? The short-haired kunoichi's body stiffened as she frowned, struggling to comprehend Xian Jian's words. Her gaze inadvertently met Kakashi's, whose dark eyes were shadowed with intensity. The mask could not conceal his grim expression. Suppressing laughter, Xian Jian's shoulders shook with mirth, as though he had witnessed a world wonder. He struggled to maintain his composure, continuing to tease Kakashi. Wow, the glare version of Raikiri. I feel like I've been pierced by several holes already. Is this the power of love? Truly astonishing. As she pondered over the absurdity of Xian Jian's behavior, Ri Chu-Qingyu brushed off his hand from her shoulder, feeling bored. Surely, her relationship with Kakashi was not so easily swayed by outsiders. Just as she was lost in thought, a petite figure approached the silver-haired shinobi, her soft, bashful voice cutting through the air. Kakashi-senpai. The short-haired kunoichi halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated on the woman's long, brown curls tied at the back of her head, observing Kakashi's attention shift from her to the girl before him. The darkness that had previously clouded his eyes dissipated, replaced with his usual indifference as he inquired, Is there something you need? I'll be up to fight shortly. Could you offer me a few encouraging words? With her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, Xiao Quan's face flushed a deep crimson, her admiration evident. The sudden boldness of the beautiful instructor ignited the previously subdued atmosphere in the waiting area, causing it to erupt with whispers, admiration, and whistles. Kakashi, who had initially dismissed the notion that Xiao Quan held any romantic feelings towards him during their last mission, was taken aback by her overt display of affection in front of everyone. As he blinked at her, the surrounding commotion reached a crescendo, prompting him to instinctively raise his gaze to the figure descending from the arena. The black-haired kunoichi glanced back at him before striding confidently down the steps, her expression calm and devoid of any visible emotion. Yet Kakashi understood. As a seasoned intelligence shinobi, masking one's emotions was an instinctual response ingrained within her. The more impassive she appeared, the more he perceived her underlying concern. The cold-faced kunoichi brushed past Xiao Quan, who awaited Kakashi's acknowledgement, inadvertently bumping into her shoulder. Oof. Kazuki Junko was evidently startled, covering her heart with her hand and turning to glance at the expressionless Qingyue with a pitiful look. The sunlit Qingyue, however, remained unfazed, walking straight past Kakashi and Junko with an icy demeanor, commanding, "Make way." Upon hearing the frigid tone of Xiaomu, Kakashi's lips, concealed beneath his mask, curled into a more pronounced frown than before. Naturally, the texts assert that no matter how mature or rational one may be, one cannot escape the pangs of jealousy when it comes to a beloved. Both he and she were no exceptions. During the competition, Qingyue's sleeve had been torn, brushing lightly against Kakashi's arm as she passed. A fleeting glance caught Kakashi's sidelong gaze, and within those eyes, threads of longing seemed to ascend where she had just grazed him, teasingly stirring his heart and leaving him parched. Those oblivious to the underlying tension between Qingyue and Kakashi could not comprehend the subtle atmosphere surrounding them. On the arena, Shiranui Genkan's eyes twitched as he reached into the draw box. Had he truly become excited upon witnessing Kakashi's bout of jealousy? His mind must surely be unhinged. These two were openly flaunting their affection, and as the sole witness, he felt like the solitary dog wounded by the obnoxious couple's antics. Chapter 69, No comment. The essence of humanity lies in its tendency to revel in commotion. Take the silver-haired ninja standing amidst the crowd as an example. Merely by standing there, passively receiving a gesture of affection from the opposite sex, the surrounding individuals began to assert that Kakashi must comply with their expectations. Isn't it just a word of encouragement? Kakashi-kun, why not indulge Junko-sensei? They clamored. The girl is being so proactive. Kakashi, drop the facade. Just get together already. You two are such a match. As Qingyue strolled toward the shade of the trees, she heard the uproar from the waiting area, and her steps slowed. Jinkan, standing on the stage, finally bellowed to restore order to the arena. Are you all right? If you have excess energy, come up to the stage. The gossiping ninjas finally seemed to realize that a few adults were observing from the stands and quickly adjusted their demeanor, retreating back to their designated positions. Meanwhile, Junko and Kakashi remained standing together. Qingyue took a seat on a bench, with Kakashi's form perfectly obscuring Junko from view. The waiting area was not extensive, and with the gentle breeze, she could distinctly hear their conversation. Kakashi, with his eyelids lowered, gazed at Kazuki Junko, who continued to fidget with the hem of her shirt, her gaze fixed on the ground. Yet, even with her ears flushed crimson and her embarrassment palpable, Junko stubbornly stood before Kakashi, as if resolved to express her feelings. Kakashi-senpai, she began. If it were merely an admission of affection, Junko had previously encountered more private, perhaps more dignified, circumstances to convey her sentiments. Yet today, she chose this moment, just minutes before the competition, to unveil her heart. Kakashi was not the type to take pleasure in the suffering of others. On the contrary, he wished for no one to suffer needlessly because of him, nor did he desire anyone to bind their happiness to him. He simply wished for his presence to diminish, to focus on his duties, to lead a simple, ordinary life with the one he cherished, and eventually fade away quietly. Much like those minor characters in novels who serve merely to advance the plot and recede into the background after completing their roles. The emotional burdens of others only left him exhausted. Of course, if what the third Hokage and Xiaomu suggested were true, that he was destined to find a purpose in life and encounter a group of fated students, then perhaps he would genuinely wish to illuminate their paths. But that was a matter for the future. For what had yet to come, Hatake Kakashi had long since learned not to indulge in hopes. He had inadvertently digressed. The pressing matter at hand required a decision. Logically, Kakashi should be quite adept at declining others' advances. Yet now he found himself contemplating a different approach. Was there a more persuasive way than simply coldly ignoring or firmly telling her no? After a moment's reflection, Kakashi sighed and asked, "Do you like me?" His tone revealed neither delight nor disdain, only a flat neutrality. The curly-haired girl buried her head lower, nodding slightly, the blush on her cheeks betraying her feelings unmistakably. Kakashi had not anticipated her reaction, instinctively wanting to flee. However, considering Xiaomu was likely still discreetly observing them, Kakashi scratched his head, deciding he needed to articulate his thoughts clearly. This was his first instance of openly sharing such personal matters with someone he hardly knew. I, in the past, would have certainly walked away in this situation. The only reason I am still here today is that I too have someone I care for. After much deliberation, I believe it best to clarify things with you. I love her and do not wish to cause her distress. In short, it would be wise for you to find someone else to like. Do not waste your time on me. His voice was low, just enough for Junko to hear. After finishing, he surveyed the arena, noting that the competitors had mostly shifted their focus to the numbers in Genkan's hand. Feeling there was no longer a need to linger, Kakashi turned on his heel, intending to make his way toward the large tree when suddenly, someone grasped his wrist from within his pocket. The silver-haired ninja lowered his gaze to his arm, furrowing his brow. Is it her? In the next moment, Junko had darted to Kakashi's side, raising her right arm and pointing with her index finger toward a figure seated beneath the shade, a dark-clad female ninja. At that moment, the exuberance in Junko's large eyes had vanished, replaced by a somber demeanor, her tone resolute. It must be her. Kakashi-senpai had not taken his eyes off her since she had appeared in the waiting area, just moments ago, when she had been besieged by her opponent's shadow clones. Jenkin on the stage had even glanced back at Kakashi for a cue. Junko's voice, tinged with emotional intensity, inadvertently elevated in pitch, drawing the curiosity of a few nearby competitors who could not resist stealing glances in their direction. No longer adopting the demeanor of a timid rabbit, Junko directed her gaze toward the woman on the bench, who was now tilting her head back to observe the leaves drifting above. Sensing the hostility, the initially eavesdropping Qingyue turned her attention from the leaves to find Junko's finger inexplicably aimed at her. Observing the indignation etched on Junko's face, Qingyue surmised that she likely had not received the response she desired from Kakashi. Well, that was to be expected. The dark-clad female ninja leaned back against the chair, and Qingyue's gaze met Junko's unflinchingly, her elbows bent and arms crossed before her, exuding an air that suggested, if there is something to discuss, then let us discuss it. What are you staring at? Qingyue's gaze was strikingly forthright, causing Xiaoquang to falter after merely a few seconds of eye contact. As she lowered her eyes, she instinctively tightened her grip on Kakashi's wrist, her voice trembling with sorrow and disbelief. So, had her senior already been together with her? Had they been together for quite some time? With a forceful downward push of his arm, he successfully freed himself from Xiaoquang's grasp. He believed he had communicated his thoughts clearly, yet he was taken aback by her persistence. Kakashi's tone bore a hint of impatience mixed with resignation. Well, I cannot divulge any information. Chapter 70. The scene of social death. Qingyue brushed away the fallen leaves from the chair with her fingertips, and Kakashi subsequently took a seat. The pleasant fragrance emanating from him made Ryu Qingyue, who was resting her chin on her hand, unable to resist leaning closer. How had Kakashi appeared in the waiting area? Was he worried about her losing? Leaning against the back of the bench, Kakashi observed Qingyue's eyes, which were initially focused ahead but shifted to him when she posed her next question, her lips curling into the confident arc that only emerged when she was assured. Clearly, she did not believe Kakashi truly thought she would lose the match. The silver-haired shinobi did not rush to respond, but sat up straight instead. His voice as languid as ever. It's not about fearing defeat. It's about delivering a book. What? She momentarily pulled her face away from her resting hand, the short-haired kunoichi expressing her confusion. As Kakashi rummaged through his waist pouch, he continued, I only learned this morning that the winning team must remain until all matches are concluded. I was worried you might be bored, so I brought you something nice. Upon hearing something nice, Qingyue assumed Kakashi had brought a good book, instantly piquing her interest. Just as she was about to inquire further, a book was tossed into her arms with a thud. She instinctively caught it, lowering her gaze to examine the cover. Kakashi resumed his previous posture against the chair, his tone carefree. Isn't it a good item? Open it and take a look. Noticing that the person beside him had not responded, nor even moved, the silver-haired shinobi felt a moment of confusion. He had specifically returned home to retrieve the newly acquired Ninjutsu Techniques Compendium, Advanced Edition, for Xiaomo. He had seen her peruse the ordinary version countless times, with detailed annotations on every page. It was a book she cherished so much that she even read it before bed. Wasn't the Advanced Edition a good item? Yet, Xiaomu's reaction seemed rather odd. Just as Kakashi tilted his head in curiosity, the person beside him turned to face him, raising the orange-red novel to her ear, and smiling at Kakashi with a playful glint in her eyes. Such a treasure. Should I read it aloud, Kakashi-kun? Her gaze lingered on the cover of Intimate Violence for half a minute. He had been concerned about mixing them up. Hence he had kept the two books separate, his in his pocket and Xiaomu's in the shinobi pouch. Yet, it was obvious he had grabbed the wrong one from the pouch. It seemed he had hastily stuffed Intimate Violence into his waist bag while he was perched in a tree, watching Xiaomu prepare to take the stage. He had indeed erred in his selection. Gazing at Qingyue's eyes, now glimmering with genuine amusement, Kakashi's forehead darkened with 3 lines of annoyance as he grasped Qingyue's shoulder with one hand while reaching out to retrieve his book with the other. Don't be silly. He. A few suppressed giggles erupted from behind them, causing the silver-haired shinobi to freeze in place. A few other victorious shinobi had been quietly observing the scene since Kakashi had taken his seat on the bench. They had just witnessed him rebuff an admirer and stride away with a nonchalant demeanor. In no time, they had overheard his entire conversation with Qingyue, and even witnessed him toss his little yellow book into the arms of the beautiful teacher who had just won her match, exclaiming "good item" and urging her to take a look. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined such a scene unfolding. Flirting with a little yellow book? Only Hatake Kakashi could pull that off. Was this the embodiment of the supreme confidence that came with being an elite shinobi of Konoha? As they cast him adoring glances, Kakashi felt momentarily stunned. Ryu Qingwei, who had initially intended to tease Kakashi, reined in her smile upon realizing that others were present. Silently, she placed the orange-red novel on Kakashi's lap, then opened her palm, lowering her voice. "All right, enough teasing. Hand over the other book." She seemed to still sense the peculiar gazes directed at him by those nearby. Kakashi tightened his grip on Xiaomu's shoulder. So, this was what it felt like to have one's private quirks publicly scrutinized? It was 100 times more uncomfortable than being killed on the spot. As Qingwei observed the tips of Kakashi's ears turning a deep shade of red, she initially found his flustered demeanor quite intriguing. However, upon noticing his discomfort and awkwardness, her expression changed. Almost instinctively, Ryu Qingwei leaned back, her soft, slender fingers caressing Kakashi's cheek. Her gaze shifted past him to the group of onlookers still stifling their laughter. "What are you looking at? Do you understand decorum?" The sharpness in her voice was icy and piercing. Just moments ago, she had been mercilessly pounding her opponent's face into submission on the arena, a scene still vivid in memory, even causing Mizuki to faint from fear. Now, the way she protected Kakashi with her icy gaze was even more formidable than her previous display of aggression. Having witnessed this teacher's approach to handling matters, the onlookers shrank back, not wanting to provoke trouble, and promptly fell silent, redirecting their attention to the ongoing matches. TCH, a barely audible scoff escaped Ryu Qingwei, who dismissed them entirely, withdrawing her hand from Kakashi's cheek and turning her focus back to him. "What a commotion. Don't mind them, Kakashi." Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, the silver-haired shinobi blinked in surprise as Qingwei leaned closer. He shifted his gaze to meet her slightly worried expression. Her brows were furrowed in concern, solely focused on his feelings, seemingly oblivious to the potential rumors that might arise from their earlier interaction. Such was her nature. Kakashi felt he had once again found a compelling reason for his attraction to Ryu Qingwei. She possessed a profound inner strength, unwaveringly focused on herself. She was sensitive, suspicious, and shy, but only towards those she cared about. Conversely, she maintained a calm demeanor towards those in matters she deemed unworthy of her attention, remaining impervious to their influence. Thus, did she instinctively feel the need to protect him, now that he was drawn into her world? That seemed inaccurate. Her instinctive protective behavior had manifested long before their relationship had even begun. With his mind racing, Kakashi swiftly arrived at a conclusion regarding his girlfriend's actions, a realization he had confirmed within himself many times before. She truly, deeply loved him. Chapter 71. Love is a unified front. This fervent, unreserved love belonged solely to him. Kakashi? Upon reaching this conclusion, Kakashi felt his face beneath the mask begin to flush as Qingwei approached, extending her palm in an attempt to bring him back from his reverie. The heat gradually spread to the top of his head. "Hey, Kakashi," she called out, noticing the steam rising from his scalp, yet the silver-haired ninja remained silent, his head suddenly bowing down. Rijichu Qingwei quickly cradled him with both hands, concerned about his unusual demeanor. Typically, he would nonchalantly hold a series of novels in his hands, but today, he appeared distinctly out of character. Ignoring the furtive glances cast their way, Rijichu Qingwei gently patted Kakashi's back, reassuring him that it was merely a book and nothing to fret over. Perhaps these onlookers were even more engrossed than Kakashi himself. "Forget them. Everyone has their own interests. I will join you in reading from now on, so we can enjoy it openly. We are merely exploring stories, studying the dynamics of romantic relationships, and learning from Jiraiya-sama's approach to life." As she observed the frowning young woman, who was struggling to articulate her thoughts, Kakashi, whose expression was mostly concealed by his mask and forehead protector, silently clenched his fist. Her earnestness was simply adorable, yet he felt powerless to embrace her in that moment. With a sigh, the taciturn silver-haired ninja removed her hand from his shoulder and retrieved another book from his bag, placing it steadily in her hands. "I'm heading back." As her gaze followed Kakashi as he rose from his seat, she noticed he had returned to his usual calm demeanor, bewildered by the fluctuations in her boyfriend's expressions. Qingwen nodded absently after securing the book in her grip. "See you later." Kakashi chuckled at her reaction once more. Feeling his heart soften as he tousled her short hair affectionately, his gaze warm. Fool, he remarked, departing. The short-haired kunoichi felt her heart flutter at Kakashi's touch, her shoulders instinctively drawing up, a delicate blush blooming on her fair cheeks. After a brief nod, she watched him stride toward the venue's entrance. Back at the contestant area, Junko Koizumi observed the interaction between the two with rapt attention, biting her lower lip. Even after Kakashi had exited, she found it difficult to divert her gaze from the woman on the bench, absorbed in her reading. She had believed that Kakashi, with his aloof demeanor, would not easily fall in love. Yet this unknown woman seemed to effortlessly capture the affections of Hatake Kakashi. Why was that? For years, she had diligently toiled to catch Kakashi's eye, forcing herself into the role of a ninja that she had never truly embraced. She maintained her beauty with utmost care, enduring the incessant chatter of boisterous children and the unwelcome advances of greasy uncles with a smile, all the while fostering a goddess-like image of charm and approachability. She believed that only such a refined woman could gain Kakashi's favor. So why? Why did this disheveled woman, whose hair appeared as if it had been gnawed on by a dog, roam freely on the arena, unrepentantly receiving Kakashi's affection? The stark contrast in their situations caused Koizumi's gaze toward Chingwe to gradually shift. A gentle hand clasped her shoulder, snapping Koizumi from her thoughts. It was Rijachimiko, preparing to take the stage, who nuzzled against Koizumi's cheek in a comforting manner. Your brave actions today have provided closure for your secret crush. It's just a matter of developing feelings for someone who doesn't reciprocate. No big deal. There are plenty of men to choose from. Don't be too fixated, Koizumi. It's my turn to perform. Cheer for me. The curly-haired kunoichi paused for a moment, Miko's words striking her ears harshly. After all, Rijichu Chingwe was Miko's sister. And before her performance, Miko had even gifted her favorite ninja tool. It was clear who she would advocate for. Suppressing a cold smirk, Koizumi presented a warm smile. Her voice soft as she replied, Miko, don't overexert yourself. I'll be counting on you to cheer for me later. Miko, approaching the arena where Hyuga Kazuki awaited her, patted Koizumi's shoulder, signaling her not to worry before stepping onto the stage. Meanwhile, Chingwe was far more concerned with the book Kakashi had specially brought for her. What did it mean? The short-haired kunoichi pointed to the title Ninja Ghost Secrets on the cover, which clearly seemed to be a horror novel. In the realm of the night, messengers from hell? 10 secret techniques to deal with the souls of fallen ninjas. Rijichu Chingwe quietly read the small print on the cover, scratching her cheek with her finger, her expression one of confusion as she scrutinized the deep blue book in her hands. Was this truly the treasure Kakashi had spoken of? As a materialist, she had little desire to read it and pretended to set the book down on the chair. Halfway through her motion, she hesitated, reasoning that since she was idle, and this was a recommendation from Kakashi, she might as well give it a try. With that thought, Rijichu Chingwe lifted her knee, turning to the title page, crossing her legs as she began to read. Meanwhile, Kakashi exited the venue and walked to a flower shop to purchase 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums before heading to the Konoha cemetery. Along the way, he exchanged pleasantries with Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, who had just returned from a mission. After carefully clearing the dust and dry leaves from Rin's tombstone, Kakashi took away the withered daisies and laid down a fresh bouquet. Despite not having an external mission today, he still felt compelled to visit the memorial stone, wishing to share his recent experiences with Obito. Sometimes, the silver-haired ninja could not help but reminisce about the days when a young Kakashi, who seldom spoke, would incessantly approach him, chattering away. Obito would repeat similar stories multiple times, and if he were to hear Kakashi now, would he not find it irritating? Yet, Kakashi believed that rather than mundane work reports, Obito, with his cheerful and sociable nature, would prefer to hear about the simple details of daily life. He had vowed to live on for Obito, to see the world through his eyes, and even amidst confusion and pain, Hatake Kakashi would not easily relinquish his will to live. In the first decade of his life, days continued without finding meaning, living mechanically and aimlessly. However, recently, he sensed a transformation within himself, as a single person's presence breathed new life into his once desolate soul, though he still felt uncertain about the future. As long as he thought of her, and remembered her gentle and steadfast gaze directed at him, Kakashi felt that even if his life's direction was unclear, there was still plenty of time ahead, and he could afford to wait. The current happiness seemed to surpass what he believed he deserved. Obito. Chapter 72. The cherry blossom tree. Kakashi thought it was imperative for him to undergo a thorough medical examination at the hospital. If there was nothing wrong with his health, how could he possibly commit 2 blunders in a single day? First, he had carelessly thrown a restricted novel to his girlfriend in front of everyone. And then he returned home only to discover the book that should have been with Komugi was still comfortably resting on his bookshelf. As he touched the side of the deep blue book on the shelf, his fingers glided over the title Ninja Tool Usage Compendium, Advanced Edition. He recalled that adjacent to this book was another deep blue volume. Earlier that morning, in his rush to figure out which round Komugi would be competing in, and due to the rule that no one could enter the waiting area once the competition had begun, he had hurriedly returned home to grab the book, placing it in his bag before heading straight to the venue. Once again, did I mistakenly take the wrong item? Kakashi slightly raised an eyebrow, quietly chuckling to himself at his seemingly foolish yet genuinely concerned behavior. It seems that now, Little Moo must be utterly perplexed with the book she holds. The crux of the matter is that Kakashi himself cannot recall what type of book was originally placed in that spot. It was intended merely to alleviate her boredom. As long as it was not some utterly tedious reading material, Kakashi mused. Since moving to the new house, Guangxi has been dreaming every night of a faceless man, appearing beneath a giant sakura tree during a torrential downpour, amidst flashes of lightning and thunder. His actions are quite peculiar. He stands at a distance that is neither too close nor too far from Guangxi, facing her with his body rigid, arms hanging by his sides, occasionally raising a hand as if beckoning her to come closer. The same scene has plagued Guangxi's dreams far too many times. Initially, she was quite far from him. But as the dreams continued, she noticed that with each occurrence, her position drew closer to the figure beneath the tree. In her dreams, Guangxi had attempted to move toward him, even running in his direction, yet every effort ended in failure. No matter how she advanced, the distance remained unchanged, as if he retreated whenever she approached, alongside that enormous sakura tree. Gradually, Guangxi began to feel that this recurring dream bore no ill effects on her. The man in her dreams seemed devoid of malice. Thus, the initial terror she felt from witnessing the same scene repeatedly faded away. With the relinquishing of fear, Guangxi, being in her prime, yet feeling lonely, found herself developing a profound curiosity about the man in her dreams. She started to wonder if he had something to convey to her, perhaps an important message he wished to share through the dream. As time passed, the space between Guangxi and the figure under the tree diminished. Finally, one day, she estimated the distance and believed that tonight would mark the long-anticipated meeting with him beneath the sakura tree. After finishing her evening routine, she eagerly nestled into her bed, her heart racing at the thought of finally seeing the man's face. At last, she dreamt of him again, but this time, unlike before, the scene was devoid of rain and thunder. Previously, only the black silhouette of the figure and the enormous sakura tree were visible, but tonight, the tree radiated a soft pink glow, ethereal in its beauty. Guangxi stepped onto the grassy path flanked by dancing fireflies, moving toward the figure beneath the sakura tree who awaited her, as expected. As she approached, she discovered that the man wore a flowing black robe and had hair smoother and silkier than that of any woman currently turned away from her. Although she had yet to see his face, his tall and distinguished stature made her heart flutter uncontrollably. She clasped her hands in front of her and, with a nervous voice, asked, "Is it you, Mr. Sakura Tree, the one who has been appearing in my dreams?" He remained turned away from her, yet a voice, rich and metallic, emanated from his direction. "It is I, but I do not wish for you to meet me, Miss Guangxi. Let us maintain the initial distance. I only desire to observe you from afar." His tone was filled with sorrow, evoking a sense of compassion within Guangxi, who had already developed feelings for him. She rushed forward and expressed her heartfelt desire. "I wish to see you, Mr. Sakura Tree. Just once, may I? Yet my appearance is peculiar. Miss Guangxi would not favor me. Do not leave." The man with black hair took a step back as if to depart. Guangxi reached out to grasp him, declaring, "Regardless of how Mr. Sakura Tree appears, I will not be deterred. Can you tell me your name? I yearn to know you." His voice, tender and resonant, replied, "Miss Guangxi wishes to know my name? Then, is Miss Guangxi willing to remain with me always?" The deep, magnetic tone seemed to enchant Guangxi, and without hesitation, she answered, "I am willing. Now, may I see you and learn your name?" As the silvery moonlight illuminated the giant sakura tree in full bloom, the silhouettes of the young couple, one tall and one short, appeared amidst a swarm of fireflies, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. My name. The man with black hair slowly turned to face Guangzi, his features sharp as a blade, shimmering under the moonlight. His metallic skin glistened, and beneath his sleek black bangs lay a face resembling a shuriken. He proclaimed, "I am the Shuriken Sage." In Guangzi's astonished gaze, the oversized shuriken face quivered slightly, and a resonant voice, filled with metallic tones, announced, "We have agreed to be together forever." The Shuriken Sage unfurled his black robe, enveloping the petite Guangzi. With a piercing scream, Guangzi's cry resonated before abruptly ceasing, as the beautiful woman yearning for love vanished completely beneath the sakura tree. Thus, in reality, Guangzi lay lifeless in her slumber. Yet, in the realm of dreams, the Shuriken Sage and the lovely Miss Guangzi lived happily together. The end. Thud. Beneath the shade of the tree, Ri Chu Qingyue, lounging with a book, was momentarily blinded, causing the novel in her hands to slip and fall. At times, reading alone can feel quite isolating. Chapter 73. The head of the household after perusing 7 or 8 stories. Qingyue found some plot twists in this genre to be rather unexpected. She bent down to retrieve the novel from the ground, preparing to delve further into the tale. A gentle breeze, accompanied by the warm embrace of sunlight filtering through the tree's shade, caressed the individual seated on the bench. Initially resting her chin on her hand while reading, Ri Chu Qingyue found herself drowsy from the warm gusts. Her gaze on the pages of the book began to blur, her eyelids growing heavier. Just as she reached an exciting part, she forced her eyes open, determined to finish the story. Leaning back against the chair, she tilted her head back, raising her hands to hold the novel above her head. Yet fatigue surged like a torrent, battling against her eyelids, and her thoughts seemed to disconnect from her visual nerves intermittently. The short-haired woman, seated in the chair, after confirming she could no longer focus, finally decided to cover her face with the open novel, opting instead for a brief respite. "Oh my, how cruel. Stop it," before she could drift off. A series of exclamations from the direction of the arena pierced through the crowd, directly reaching Qingyue's ears, half hidden behind the pages. Removing the book from her face, she squinted at the branches above her before straightening up. Amidst the increasingly chaotic discussions, she focused her gaze on the arena. A kunoichi clad in plain clothing and sporting a low ponytail strode with steady steps toward a wall stained with blood. Beneath the wall, a figure lay slumped in a kneeling position. The damaged earthen wall behind her and the crimson blood trickling down its surface seemed to herald the fierce nature of the recent taijutsu confrontation. From the perspective of Ri Chu Qingyue, the figures on the ground appeared as if pierced by a long sword, leaving numerous bloodied wounds. With bright red and dark crimson blood soaking through her chunin attire, the once high and elegant black ponytail she wore before the match had now been mostly severed, with disheveled strands falling helplessly across her face. Although her hair obscured much of her features, Qingyue recognized the woman before her from the piercing cerulean eyes that relentlessly fixated on her opponent through the chaotic locks. The short-haired female ninja suddenly recalled her earlier lapse in returning an item, as the victor was clearly determined on the platform. Ri Chu Qingyue rose from her seat and began to make her way toward the arena, arriving behind the competitors who were observing the match. She noticed that Xianjian had positioned himself between Ri Chu Mizi and Hinata Fengxian. Just as Qingyue anticipated, Xianjian would announce the outcome. A fierce and derisive female voice rang out from the platform. "I heard that your Ri Chu clan has only 2 worthless members left, and you still consider yourself the stronger one. Is this all you've got?" Ri Chu Qingyue's gaze remained unchanged. Judging by the momentum with which this Hinata clan member had approached Mizi, it was evident she had no intention of letting Ri Chu Mizi off the hook. The words spoken were merely a provocation to keep Mizi on the platform, allowing her to deliver further punishment. If Ri Chu Mizi were to remain calm and rational, she should not fall for such a trick. Conceding at that moment would spare her from further injury. In a situation where both parties were conscious and abiding by the rules, even with Xianjian possessing the authority to declare a winner, he could not abruptly end the fight without a concession or a breach of regulations. Observing the current circumstances, it was clear that the Hinata clan members still had strength left, while Ri Chu Mizi was clearly at her wit's end. Having carefully assessed Mizi's condition, it seemed she had resigned herself to the fact of her defeat. Just as Xianjian was about to declare the match concluded, he was interrupted by Mizi's feeble voice. "I am not worthless. You are the one devoid of independent thought." With a disdainful glance at the obstinate Ri Chu Mizi, Hinata Fong XN brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen across her chest. Letting out a dismissive snort, Xianjian furrowed his brow as he looked at the beleaguered Richu Mizi, who was straining to gather medical chakra for her own healing. Do you still wish to continue? Given that multiple vital points on Mizi's body had been pierced by Hinata Fong Xian's long Simban coated with anticoagulant, if medical assistance did not arrive promptly, the uncontrolled bleeding could prove fatal. Yes, please, Xianjian Kuan, grant me 2 more minutes. With trembling hands still attempting to gather chakra, Richu Mizi coughed violently as blood surged from her chest. Richu Qingyu silently navigated through the crowd until she reached the closest vantage point to the arena. Her cerulean eyes lingered on the bloodied but defiant figure of Richu Mizi. Mizi's right palm glowed with a faint green luminescence as she tended to her grievous wound near her heart. Xianjian remained silent. He observed Mizi's determination with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. After a slight nod, he stood up from in front of Mizi. Understood. The match shall continue. In such ninja competitions, as long as the match persisted and the participants did not wish to halt, any resulting injuries would be their own burden to bear. That child on the spectators' platform, Richu Huichun's concern was palpable. She clearly believed Mizi should concede and leave the arena at this juncture. Initially, she had intended to assess the strength of the female ninja impersonating Qing Yu during this competition, to discern if she truly possessed the exceptional potential as claimed by the third Hokage. However, upon hearing that others from various clans had participated, Mizi had boldly requested to join. The elderly matriarch, aware that her granddaughter, though seemingly carefree, was meticulous and deeply valued family honor, believed Mizi sought to contribute to the clan's legacy. Yet, the foolish bravery stemming from a lack of self-awareness could yield dire consequences. Alas, is it truly that difficult for the Richu clan to produce a capable leader? Contemplating this, the elderly woman, who had been concerned about her granddaughter's injuries, suddenly hardened her gaze, her expression darkening. She thrust her cane into the ground and rose from her seat, ignoring the official smile from the head of the Hinata clan. She nodded toward Sarutobi Hisashi and proceeded to leave the platform. The departure of the elderly matriarch and her entourage directly affected Richu Mizi, who was struggling to staunch her bleeding and laboriously rising from the ground. In disbelief, she pressed firmly against her severely injured left shoulder, looking up at the last clan member bearing the Richu emblem, whose figure gradually faded at the platform's exit. Chapter 74, Interfering. It seemed that Richu Mizi had only managed to stand through sheer will, but upon seeing her grandmother leave, that resolve crumbled, and she collapsed back to the ground. The flicker of determination in her eyes dimmed visibly. She gazed toward the approaching Hinata Fong Xian, who was once again retrieving multiple Simban, her murderous intent evident. The crowd stirred with apprehension, and Junko Koizumi, wearing a worried expression, seemed entirely at a loss for action. Richu Qingyu sighed softly. She truly wished to remain uninvolved. However, watching that elderly woman's granddaughter meet a tragic end seemed untenable. Furthermore, she still owed Mizi a debt for the item she had yet to return. If she allowed her to perish now, it would leave her indebted for a lifetime. With that thought, Qingyu's hand discreetly reached for her ninja tool pouch at her waist. Miss Mizi, Xianjian stepped forward, signaling to Hinata Fong Xian, who was about to launch her Simban. Please wait a moment. Sensing Mizi's precarious state, Xianjian, out of respect for their past camaraderie, was about to kneel and offer words of encouragement. I ask you once more, do you still wish to? Before Xianjian could complete his sentence, an aura of genuine malice erupted from Hinata Fong Xian, positioned just behind him. You are meddling too much, Judge. With that, several Simban flew from her fingertips, directly targeting the exposed backs of both Xianjian and Richu Mizi. Xianjian remained motionless, aware that the Sunban bypassed him and aimed for the vulnerable areas of the bloodied Mizi, striking her neck, back, and vital points. Even though Mizi, battered and barely alive, recognized the trajectory of the Simban, she lacked the strength to evade. It was as if she had yet to escape the despair of being abandoned by her family, her eyes dull with resignation. It should have been simple to concede. What had she been clinging to? It was her unwillingness to hear the word worthless uttered by others again. She had thought participating in a harmless physical competition during her break would not only strengthen her body, but also bring joy to her grandmother. Yet here she was, risking her very life. How ironic. Resigned, Richu Mizi closed her eyes. Ding ding ding. As the sharp weapons neared to claim the life of the woman on the ground, a flurry of shuriken swiftly pierced through the spaces between Mi-Zi and Xianjian, deflecting all the Sunban Hinata Feng Xian had launched. Hinata Feng Xian froze, then realized someone from the waiting area had intervened to save Richu Mi-Zi. She stared intently at several ninjas in the audience, perhaps due to Fengxin's current state of bloodlust towards her companions, which was too shocking for the teachers who only faced children from the Ninja Academy daily. Most of the ninjas below, when meeting Fengxin's gaze, instinctively displayed a sense of evasion. This allowed Hinata Fengxin on the stage to immediately pinpoint the woman with short hair standing at the front, arms crossed, wearing a faint smile as she observed her. Are you openly defying the spirit of a one-on-one ninja match by intervening? Which of your eyes saw me intervene? Ri Chukunju spread her hands, revealing her clean palms, along with a deep blue novel she held, clearly implying, don't blame me without evidence. Fengxin was momentarily speechless by Qingyue's retort, turning her gaze to the two ninjas closest to Ri Chukunju. You must have seen her make a move. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, they shook their heads in unison, not out of a desire to protect her, but because they had focused all their attention on the stage and genuinely did not see who threw the shuriken. Perhaps. Qingyue's eyes gleamed with contempt and provocation as she began to question the contestants below about who had seen Qingyue act. Ri Chukunju subtly exchanged a glance with Xiankai, who immediately understood. He leaned towards the weak and stunned Ri Chumi, who had just been saved, and whispered softly, she is saving you. If Miss Chumi does not want to concede, just close your eyes and pretend to faint. Chumi's nearly vacant pupils flickered slightly, meeting the pair of aquamarine eyes below that mirrored her own. Those eyes were clear and bright, imbued with an indescribable charm that brought a sense of reassurance. In the end, it was still family that saved her. Moved, Chumi bit down on her pale lower lip that had lost all color. She raised her gaze to Xiankai, slowly lifting her right hand, summoning the last remnants of strength from her chest. I concede. Hinata Fengxin, noticing Koizumi, who had stood beside Chumi before the match, suddenly exhaled as if relieved, belatedly registering the faint sound of concession behind her, realizing she might have been schemed against by that short-haired woman. The frustrated, low ponytail-wearing female ninja gritted her teeth, pondering for a moment. She was only a step away from accomplishing her task. Fengxin's gaze caught sight of Shiranui Shinkai stepping away from Chumi, moving to the edge of the arena to summon the medical team. Determined, Hinata Fengxin flicked a concealed item from her sleeve, wrapped in special fabric. Concentrating her chakra in her palm, she slowly peeled away the special fabric to reveal a purple poison kunai, which she then grasped tightly. If she failed to complete her mission, both she and her father would face inhumane punishment from their clan. Besides, Shinkai had yet to officially declare the match's outcome. If she eliminated this woman first, she could later claim that the noise had drowned out Chumi's concession. It was feasible. As long as she acted quickly, this kunai would strike true and take effect instantly. In mere seconds, Hinata Fengxin resolved in her heart, die. As Fengxin hurled the poisoned weapon directly at Chumi's forehead, the arena fell into stunned silence. A silver, elongated kunai zipped through the air, crashing into the dark purple weapon aimed at Chumi's head with a resounding clang. Sparks erupted at Chumi's eyes as the silver and purple kunai fell side by side on the stage. Hinata Fengxin, hearing the noise, Shinkai rushed over to shield Chumi, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the woman in plain clothing. You have gone too far. Just now, you threw 1,000 shuriken and secretly manipulated the direction of your weapons with chakra. I could easily disqualify you right now. Try me, Hinata Fengxin retorted, ignoring Shinkai's public revelation of her secret chakra manipulation. She turned sharply to glare at Ri Chukunju in the audience. It's you again. The short-haired female ninja grinned, raising her hand to signal the people on stage. This time it truly was me. Ri Chukunju intended to brush it off humorously, considering the match had concluded. But from the intensity of Fengxin's white eyes, she sensed only a profound murderous intent. From the beginning until now, the motives of this member of the Hinata clan had been glaringly obvious. Why was she so eager to take Chumi's life? The Hinata clan, though heralded as the strongest clan in Konoha, was, in Sangmu Lin's eyes, merely a rigid and tedious family bound by strict protocols, with the branch families utterly loyal to the main house. Yet this member of the Hinata clan, at a gathering that could hardly be deemed formal, violated the rules and sought to take her opponent's life even after the match had ended. The short-haired female ninja's gaze slowly shifted to Fengxin's forehead protector, seemingly grasping the reason behind her fervor. She tilted her head to look up at the stance, where a middle-aged man with a stern expression and an air of authority stood, his hands tucked into his kimono sleeves. That uncle is truly becoming more and more exaggerated. She was being targeted. The third Hokage wore an inscrutable smile as he spoke to Hinata Hizashi. Self-righteous, the cold-faced uncle snorted disdainfully. It was evident that Fengxin's extreme behavior today was not sanctioned by him. Someone under his command must have conveyed erroneous instructions to the child. What are you? How dare you look at Lord Hizashi with such eyes? Qinghue frowned, glancing back at the stance, once again channeling chakra into her palm as Hinata Fengxin angrily leaped from the stage to the waiting area. That weapon of yours is quite useful. Let me borrow it again, sister. Ri Chukunju deftly dodged Fengxin's chakra-infused strike, her fingers deftly moving to retrieve the elongated kunai that lay beside Fengxin's poisoned weapon, pulling it back with a wire, seizing it in her palm. It turned out that Ri Chukunju had anticipated that the ill-tempered female ninja would not easily end the battle, and had already wrapped wire around the kunai beforehand. Please don't let my blood splash on you. What happened to the so-called friendly match? Friendly my foot. Can't you see this is a conflict between the Hinata and Richuchin clans? The Hinata clan was too significant a name in Konoha for this to be happening. Shoo, just enjoy the show and stop talking nonsense. The onlookers in the waiting area prudently retreated, giving way to Ri Chukunju and Hinata Fengxin. Chapter 75 Hinata Fengxin, I leave them to you. You've worked hard. Shinkai lightly patted the shoulder of the leading medical ninja, having handed over the injured before finally focusing on the stage. Hinata Fengxin's eyes were wide with visible veins, her chakra coiling in her palm, ready to unleash. Opposite her, Ri Chukunju, holding the kunai, had set aside her book and assumed a diving stance, her eyes sparkling with rare excitement. As the tension between the two escalated, Shiranui Shinkai helplessly closed his eyes and sighed heavily. You really don't make things easy. Not even Lin. With a sudden burst of speed, he appeared between them, gripping Hinata Fengxin's right wrist with one hand while pushing forward the kunai poised to stab at Qinghue with the other. In a stern tone, the usually easygoing ninja warned, fighting outside the rules will result in disqualification. Do you two wish to stop here? Shiranui Shinkai looked at Ri Chukunju, who naturally understood that his gaze was a reminder not to forget her ultimate goal for participating in this match. One must admit that Hinata Fengxin's recent state of unbridled rage was rather intoxicating. Ri Chuqinghue glanced back at Xianjian, feeling a twinge of guilt. Her gaze fell to the ground, where she recalled the novel she had carelessly discarded moments earlier, prompting her to hastily return and retrieve it. Observing the woman vigorously shaking off dust from her book, the headscarf-wearing ninja, somewhat speechless, pondered what kind of masterpiece could elicit such fervor. Perhaps it was a gift from Kakashi. The pain lingered as Xianjian internally complained, while Fengxin let out a pained cry from her side. Noticing that the elegant-clad female ninja had already dissipated her chakra and had no intention of continuing the fight, Xianjian, belatedly aware, released his grip from Fengxin's wrist. He then regarded her with a dissatisfied expression as she rotated her wrist. Xianjian chuckled, apologizing for not managing his strength properly. The referee, now relaxed, promptly declared the results of the match. Thus, in the sixth match of the round of 16, the victor is Hinata Fengxin. I shall take the stage now, he declared, pointing once more at Fengxin and Qinghue, cautioning, do not engage in combat. There will be plenty of opportunities tomorrow. The short-haired female ninja, eager to please Xianjian, straightened her posture, adopting a demure demeanor. Yes, esteemed referee. Xianjian appreciated her compliance, nodding in satisfaction. With a disdainful scoff, the elegant-clad female ninja crossed her arms and shot a dismissive glance at the short-haired woman, whom she deemed overly sycophantic. Turning away, she caught Xianjian's gaze and, without hesitation, bestowed upon him another eye roll, muttering to herself about the absurdity of treating trivial matters with such gravity. In contrast to the short-haired woman's habitual arrogance, Xianjian chose to be magnanimous and not engage in conflict. Observing his insincere smile, Fengxin rolled her eyes yet again before tossing her hair and striding away. As she turned, the headscarf-wearing ninja's expression soured, glancing at Ri Chuqinghue, as if to suggest that Fengxin surely had no friends. However, the short-haired female ninja watched Fengxin's proud form as she confidently walked towards the crowd, her curiosity piqued. The way she carried herself appeared to contradict the submissiveness typically expected from someone of her clan. Had she misjudged her character? Chapter 76. A great bargain. The remaining 2 matches concluded swiftly, and Xingyue felt as though she had merely taken a brief nap. Upon opening her eyes, she found Xianjian announcing the victor of the final match of the day. The winner is Koizumi Junko. Xingyue yawned, wiping the tears caused by her drowsiness, and made her way back to the arena. At last, it was over. The short-haired female ninja glanced at her watch, estimating that she would have enough time to tidy her living space before returning home. Tomorrow morning will be the quarterfinals, and in the afternoon, the semifinals, Xianjian continued. The day after tomorrow will be the final match. Now, I require the teachers to select opponents. To save time, I suggest we skip the note-writing process. Simply inform the record keeper of your chosen opponents. The victors of the first 4 matches may go first. Xianjian, observing the 8 ninjas standing before him, calmly completed his instructions and gestured towards Xingyue's group. A female ninja responsible for recording approached them, and Xianjian added, "Those who successfully select opponents may leave. Those who do not must redraw." Naturally, Xingyue chose Hinata Fengxin, driven by the fierce glare Fengxin had directed at her moments ago. Just as she thought she could finally return home after selecting her opponent, Xianjian read the list and announced the first successful pairing, which did not include her. Fengxin had chosen another member from Konoha renowned for his taijutsu skills instead. The first pairing is Hinata Fengxin and Akimichi Yang. Noticing the flicker of surprise in Xingyue's eyes, Fengxin turned her face away, her tone still condescending. "You are not my target. The Richu clan's underachiever is hardly worthy of my time," Xingyue retorted internally. Who even asked her? Xianjian shot Fengxin an exasperated glance, exchanging looks with the male ninja opposite her before nodding in agreement. "If you both have no objections, you may go. Go." The robust Akimichi Yang, as he walked towards the exit, turned to Fengxin. "Hey, Fengxin, let's go grab some barbecue. I've already promised to fight you tomorrow. All you think about is food," came a cough from the referee. Now, the next successful pairing is. The second duo is Koizumi Junko and Asuka Mikasa. "Oh, thank you, Junko," exclaimed Asuka. "I should be thanking you, Mikasa. I'm so glad you chose me. I was saved." Junko and another unfamiliar female teacher clasped hands, the latter expressing gratitude towards Junko. Xingyue watched them with a mix of bemusement and annoyance. Why were they still exchanging thanks? Were they not supposed to be selecting opponents? One might think they were forming a supportive team instead. Oh, but if only she had a female friend with whom to strategize, it would indeed feel delightful. Xingyue, hands behind her back, began to scuff her shoes against the ground. Although she lacked a close female companion, she was too proud to admit it, fidgeting and feeling restless. She longed for someone to select her, just as she began to idly fidget with her ninja tools. A ninja standing diagonally opposite her exchanged glances with another ninja beside her. Clearly unwilling to face Xingyue, they both raised their hands towards Xianjian. "Referee, we would like to mutually select." Their decision spared Xianjian the need to continue with inquiries. He swiftly noted their names for the third pairing. "All right, that leaves just the 2 of you. Xingyue and Ishii Pan. Confirm with each other, and you may leave." Xingyue halted her shoe-scraping motion, raising her head. "Who?" Her gaze settled on the last contestant, who bore visible injuries from earlier matches, his face wrapped in bandages. It was no wonder she had not recognized Ishii Pan. She was curious as to how he had managed to progress through the preliminaries in today's matches. Perhaps others had refrained from choosing him due to his evident injuries, and Xingyue felt as if she had stumbled upon a great opportunity. "Oh, Ishii uncle." Chapter 77. Greetings. Teacher. Upon returning to her apartment, Xingyue noticed the sun still shining brightly outside and decided not to waste such splendid sunlight. She rolled up her sleeves and began to tidy up her living space. After scrubbing all the pots, pans, tables, and chairs until they gleamed, she diligently mopped the wooden floors twice. As she changed the bedding on her bed, perspiration glistening on her forehead, she surveyed her refreshed surroundings, finally allowing a satisfied smile to grace her face. Retrieving a clean yukata from her wardrobe, she made her way to the bathroom to wash away the sticky sweat and grime, only to realize upon reaching the bathroom door that she had forgotten to open the bedroom window for ventilation. She strode purposefully to the window, drawing the curtains aside with a swift motion, causing it to swing open with a soft rustle. Outside her bedroom window lay a lush grove, and as the glass opened, the warm hues of the setting sun poured in, mingling with the earthy fragrance of the towering trees. Riichi Qinghue closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, though winter had arrived. The foliage remained vibrantly green under the clear sky, and the climate was delightful. One could not help but admire the apartment arranged for her by the third Hokage. Not only was the interior spacious and comfortable with ample facilities, but the surrounding garden also included a training ground that provided a serene escape from the clamor of the world. It was truly a dream abode, provided there were no hidden eyes monitoring her movements. As she tilted her head back to bask in the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches, stretching her arms high in a pleasurable yawn, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze piercing through the trees, landing squarely upon her. Lowering her arms, she met the intense stare of a pair of black eyes from the opposite window ledge, none other than the young Uchiha. Ah, the Uchiha clan. The apartment was indeed delightful. But unfortunately, her neighbor was an Uchiha. The satisfaction that had lingered on Riichi Qinghue's lips vanished as her gaze collided with Sasuke's. She continued to hold his gaze stiffly. Sasuke, seated on the ledge engrossed in a theoretical manual, instinctively looked up upon hearing the sound of the window being drawn open from the second floor of the opposite apartment. His bright black eyes shone with clarity. Since that incident, he had been placed in this compound, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, his every action and routine were under surveillance until his graduation from the academy. The apartment across from his had remained unoccupied since he moved in, with only occasional visits from maintenance personnel to check the wiring and clean. For years, he had longed for a stronger mentor to guide him in his physical training. He had already learned the basics taught by his teachers at school. Yet, every time he practiced alone, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, unsure of where to direct his efforts. Earlier that day, a ninja from the Hokage's side had found him practicing the great fireball technique solo, inviting him to witness something of interest. Standing atop the high viewing platform, he was captivated by the ghostly agility of a female ninja wielding dual canes, her punches striking with iron precision, and her effortless control over her opponents stirred a surge of blood within him. Moreover, her accuracy with ninja tools, along with her deft manipulation of wires, embodied the very prowess Sasuke yearned to attain. Relying solely on what he had learned in school, he could not fathom how long it would take to amass the strength needed for his revenge against that man. Sasuke had always been aware of the formidable ninjas residing within the village, and he had been preparing himself as best as he could at his age, honing his skills, biding his time, and lying low. He sought strength and vowed to seize any opportunity that might come his way. Today, the Hokage had dispatched someone to bring him into a venue that was not open to academy children, further intriguing him. The female teacher, residing in the apartment directly opposite his, was sharp and perceptive, even at the tender age of 11. Sasuke understood he needed to make a positive impression on her if he wished to earn her assistance in becoming stronger. However, despite his resolution, the thought of greeting his teacher with a cheerful smile proved daunting for someone like Sasuke, who had only experienced being approached throughout his life. Thus, the following scene unfolded. On one side stood the short-haired female ninja, internally rolling her eyes at the idea of having to greet the young Uchiha, but recognizing that as his teacher at the academy, it was only polite to acknowledge him, especially since they were now neighbors. Yet, her deep-seated prejudices against the Uchiha clan made it impossible for Riichi Qinghue to muster even a semblance of a friendly smile, leaving her to merely glare at the black-haired boy from her window. On the other side, Sasuke, wishing to cultivate a favorable impression with the female teacher for future assistance in his quest for strength, felt a pang of awkwardness. When he caught sight of Qinghue staring intently at him, the words "hello, teacher" that had been on the tip of his tongue were suddenly swallowed back. Qinghue chastised herself for still holding onto old grievances against a child. This was indeed unbecoming of her. Sasuke, on the other hand, lamented his inability to even greet his teacher normally, feeling rather useless. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. The dappled light filtering through the sparse treetops created a serene and mysterious ambience between them. Suddenly, Sasuke recalled the image of the woman gently patting the shoulder of the golden-haired fool in the school corridor. She was a kind and friendly person. Even a simple greeting would not lead to anything dire. Realizing this, Sasuke swallowed hard, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the corner of his mouth began to lift into a tentative smile. Yet, the words "hello, teacher" remained unvoiced because, in the few seconds Sasuke spent mentally preparing himself, Qinghue, feeling a sense of relief as he averted his gaze, turned and left the scene. Staring blankly at the now empty window across, Sasuke's half-formed smile froze in place. Chapter 78. A gift. Moshi Moshi, is anyone there? Having finished her daily practice and noticing that the sky was still bright, she contemplated returning home to prepare a loving dinner for Xiaomu to take to Kakashi. Upon reaching her apartment door, she discovered a note left for her by Kai. Tonight, come to my house for dinner. Recalling the first time he attempted to cook, nearly burning down the place in a fit of enthusiasm, she remembered how Kai had since given up on culinary endeavors. Might Kai inviting her for dinner at his own home? Kakashi mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. This was rather intriguing. Was there good news to announce? With a raised eyebrow, he tucked the note away, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and knocked on the slightly ajar door of the adjacent apartment. After a moment of silence, receiving no response, Kakashi leaned casually against the railing of the hallway, idly fiddling with the watch he had pulled from his pocket. As he waited for Kai to appear, he contemplated the possibility of returning home to prepare dinner for Xiaomu if Kai had no pressing matters. Meanwhile, Song Mulin had just enjoyed a relaxing hot bath and was now drying her short black hair to a semi-dry state. She selected a simple yet stylish set of casual ninja attire and stood before her bedroom mirror, adjusting her outfit before using her fingers to tidy her tousled hair. Her gaze lingered in the mirror on her pair of grayish-black eyes, pondering whether to wear her contact lenses. In the room, just a small grove away, the black-haired boy sat cross-legged on the tatami, furrowing his brows in concentration as he meticulously arranged an array of expensive custom ninja tools, rare supplements gifted during his father's lifetime, and a pearl necklace left behind by his mother. A colorful assortment sprawled across the floor of the Uchiha household. Despite having been raised by a mother who instilled in them the values of simplicity and practicality, and seldom adorning themselves with extravagant items, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader undoubtedly possessed a significant personal fortune. Following the night of the massacre, the clan's unclaimed wealth had been entirely reclaimed by those responsible for the village's aftermath. As the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, the village had preserved most of his family's assets for him. For the first time in many years, Uchiha Sasuke, now with a definite purpose, eagerly presented what he deemed the most valuable items from his home, particularly those he believed would appeal to his female teacher. He envisioned these gifts as tokens of appreciation in hopes of establishing a deeper connection with her, enabling her to recognize his worth. Having never given gifts to adults, and indeed hardly to anyone, Sasuke found himself overwhelmed while surveying the assortment of ninja tools, medicinal herbs, and jewelry scattered on the floor. He picked up a brand new kunai, admiring it, contemplating, what if I gift this? Yet, his gaze fell upon a pearl necklace, leading him to ponder whether, from the perspective of a young adult woman, she might prefer such an item. However, this was his mother's possession, which darkened his thoughts. A wave of longing for his mother surged within him, intertwined with a deep-seated disdain for his own weakness. Why did he allow himself to succumb to nostalgia, to dwell in the past once more? The overwhelming conflict transformed into a suffocating weight, enveloping the small Uchiha Sasuke in his room. He yearned for strength, he needed power. He could not merely clench the relics of the deceased, remaining a sorrowful and impotent existence. This realization had echoed through countless sleepless nights, a mantra he had repeated to himself. If he could eliminate that man, his mother would forgive him. No matter how many times he reassured himself, the slightest thought still brought forth tears that fell silently onto the pearl necklace clenched tightly in his hand, reminiscent of those moments when he would abruptly stifle his cries. Having long since barricaded his heart, repeatedly instructing himself to relinquish the trivialities and concentrate solely on revenge, Sasuke shed only 2 tears this time, forcefully wiping them away with the back of his hand. With resolute determination, he grasped the sandalwood gift box he had prepared, poised to place the pearl necklace within. Yet, midway through he hesitated. It struck him that the woman rarely adorned herself with jewelry. Reflecting on this, Sasuke sniffled, setting down both the wooden box and the necklace. Gaining a semblance of composure, he recalled their previous encounters. Her attire had always leaned towards the simple and functional. What if he inadvertently chose an inappropriate gift? Nevertheless, this woman did not embody the typical teacher who would express joy merely through attentive students. Since her arrival at the school, apart from chasing after the foolish blonde and occasionally supervising physical education classes, she spent the remainder of her time recuperating in the hospital or taking extended leaves. As he considered this, a frown crossed Sasuke's forehead. She was hardly a conventional teacher. Yet, It was precisely her extraordinary capabilities that warranted her selection by him, Uchiha Sasuke, to aid him in becoming stronger. Yes, the dark-haired youth easily convinced himself of this. Chapter 79. A sudden impulse serious in his intentions. Sasuke closed the sandalwood box and began returning the scattered items to the cabinet. As he tidied up, he pondered the best time to present his gift to her. A series of rhythmic knocks from outside drew his attention. In the small grove outside, birds typically chirped, and the silence of winter nights often amplified even the faintest sounds of sparrows. However, the recent repeated noise bore no resemblance to sparrows. It resembled the sharp tapping of a woodpecker foraging, who foraged at night. Even if there were such creatures, he had never seen one in years. His instincts suggested that the sound likely originated from the woman across the way. He swiftly moved to the window, positioning himself against the wall, peering out. Sure enough, aided by the dim light, his keen eyesight detected a figure standing at the entrance of the ground floor of the adjacent apartment building, a slender figure clad in black ninja attire. From his vantage point, he noted she held a small wooden whistle, the source of the earlier sound. Convinced that the short-haired woman was awaiting someone, Sasuke observed as she blew the whistle 3 or 4 times, then stood in silence, waiting for half a minute, just as he anticipated someone approaching to meet her. The woman, seemingly aware of his presence, glanced in his direction before gracefully descending the steps of the apartment building, evidently preparing to leave. Separated by the obscuring grove, he had concealed himself, revealing only a sliver of his vision. How could she have detected him? Although skeptical, Sasuke felt a fleeting connection when their eyes seemed to meet. Had she not claimed to be an ordinary person devoid of chakra? Without the ability to sense chakra, how could she pinpoint him with such accuracy? But why was he spying? Why did he feel guilty about being discovered? Why not boldly stand there and greet her? Sasuke mused that with his current behavior, it could be ages before he would be able to approach her for training, with little time to hesitate. As school would resume the following day and he needed to return, while the woman prepared for the upcoming tournament, who knew when he would have another chance to see her? Driven by impulse, Sasuke decided he could not wait any longer. As she prepared to leave her apartment building, there was still a considerable distance to the outer park. Without chakra, he could easily catch up if he quickened his pace. With that thought, Sasuke snatched the sandalwood box from the table, tucked it into his pocket, and burst through his apartment door. As night fell, the once sparsely populated area became enveloped in darkness, with unlit paths and shadowy branches creating an eerie atmosphere. However, for Sasuke, who had lived in this area for many years, the darkness posed no challenge. He moved swiftly, honing his senses in the obscurity, striving to detect the woman's presence ahead. Just as he felt he was closing in on her, the subtle sounds of her footsteps abruptly vanished from the air. The boy clad in blue and white halted suddenly on the dim forest path, questioning whether he had failed to catch up, or if she had sensed his pursuit and deliberately evaded him. As Uchiha Shaogue strained to discern the sounds around him, pondering the whereabouts of Qingyue, a sudden beam of white light appeared unexpectedly behind his left shoulder. Within that radiant luminescence emerged the ghastly visage of a pallid woman, her eyelids drooping and her gaze vacuous. Almost immediately, the black-haired youth discerned a chilling and eerie voice slowly infiltrating his ears. "Wowu, Uchiha Shaogue, come play with me." It seemed that the visitor was intent on amplifying the atmosphere of terror, even adding an echo effect to her voice. Indeed, it was rather frightening. Had this been an ordinary child, they might have been reduced to tears. Alas, he was not so easily intimidated. The stillness that followed was most disconcerting. The youth, possessing a pair of exquisitely shaped and beautiful eyes, glanced sideways at the woman behind him, who was enthusiastically wielding a flashlight in a futile attempt to frighten him. How dreadfully tedious. Was this individual, with her remarkable physical prowess, truly lacking in common sense? Uchiha Sasuke had already begun to regret his decision to chase after this triviality. The woman behind him, who had been on the verge of rolling her eyes, continued to raise her flashlight for a moment longer. Observing the black-haired youth's unwavering cool demeanor, she received not even a hint of fear or surprise in response. TSK, how utterly uninteresting. With a look of dismay, Reihatsu Qingyue switched off the flashlight with a decisive click, then lifted her chin slightly, her tone unfriendly as she inquired, "What are you following me for?" Chapter 80. A fortunate turn of events in stark contrast to the enveloping darkness and chill of the forest where Qingyue resided, Kakashi found himself amidst a bustling kitchen, teeming with activity. More accurately, it was a certain watermelon-headed individual who was busily engaged. "How's it going? Are you managing?" The silver-haired Jonin, clutching a novel yet unable to concentrate, had entered Might Guy's kitchen for the third time, his unease compelling him to check on the situation. "Oh, just wait to eat." "Kakashi," exclaimed Guy, who was adorned with an apron emblazoned with a super spicy curry design. The apron, in a hue of pink that Kakashi found perpetually jarring, hung around Guy's neck. It appeared that Guy was diligently washing ingredients, an uncommon sight that piqued Kakashi's curiosity as he stepped further inside. His gaze landed on the vegetables that seemed to have been thoroughly cleaned, or rather, ravaged, by Guy's efforts. As Kakashi contemplated offering a suggestion, he caught sight of the black-haired youth happily humming a tune while washing meat. Reflecting on the rarity of Guy inviting him over for a meal, he noted that Guy had even gone to the market to procure fresh meat and vegetables. Moreover, in consideration of his tastes, Guy had opted for a milder shabu-shabu instead of spicy peppers. Given Guy's thoughtfulness, Kakashi felt it would be unreasonable to voice any criticism. Thus, he retracted the hand that had instinctively pointed towards the stove, slipping it into his pocket instead. "Well, if it gets a bit broken, so be it. As long as it's clean." However, just as the silver-haired Jonin had managed to convince himself of this, he turned to witness a scene that made it impossible for him to maintain his composure. He saw the watermelon-headed youth rinsing an entire uncut beef tenderloin under the faucet, intending to toss it directly into the pot after a brief drip dry. "Hey, Guy!" The silver-haired ninja rushed forward to rescue the ingredients from Might Guy's hands. Sweat beaded on Kakashi's brow as he gestured towards the pot of beautifully prepared shabu-shabu broth on the stove. "You can't just throw that in there. What will happen to the broth?" "Huh?" Might Guy's round eyes widened, and he earnestly replied, "The chef said that beef only needs a quick rinse to cook. And we aren't eating just yet, so putting a whole piece in will cook it slower." Kakashi thought to himself that the usually reckless Guy had surprisingly begun to think things through while cooking, once again defeated by Guy's peculiar logic. Kakashi sighed and began to assess the current state of the kitchen. Aside from the pot of store-bought broth that looked decent, the floor was a mess with water stains. The vegetables had been reduced to a pulp, the cutting board was splattered with blood, and fish and shrimp were still writhing about. It couldn't be described as chaos. It was simply a scene of utter devastation. Just as Kakashi began to worry about whether he would even be able to enjoy dinner that evening, Might Guy, who was once again wielding a kitchen knife, proudly displayed his work, revealing a toothy grin. "Hey, Kakashi, is this chopped up enough?" Gazing at the nearly disintegrated beef on the white plate, Kakashi pondered how much force Guy had exerted on the meat. Was it either a whole piece or completely minced? Could Guy not be a tad more moderate? The silver-haired ninja rubbed his face, feeling utterly defeated. After a lengthy silence, accompanied by another sigh from Kakashi, a voice filled with resignation echoed from Might Guy's kitchen. "All right, I'll handle the rest. You can just go chill." "What? How can that be? I invited you all. A man mustn't let his guests cook. You want to do it? Fine. But if you can wash these 2 vegetables without tearing the leaves, then you can take over." "How hard can that be? Just watch me." 5 minutes later, clatter. Might Guy mused that sometimes being able to set aside one's obsession and arrange the chairs and utensils neatly could serve as a kind of spiritual awakening. Knowing one's limitations and creating new brilliance. This, too, is youth. Having tidied up the unsightly mess, Kakashi quickly washed his hands. As he reached for another piece of beef to slice, his gaze fell upon the bushy-browed youth at the dining table, who was staring intently at the bowls and chopsticks as if they were engaged in a silent duel. After arranging the dining utensils, the youth stroked his chin, comparing them, and seemed dissatisfied, moving them around once more. Why did it seem that Guy was unusually meticulous today? Just as Kakashi was methodically finishing the food preparation, he and Guy set the hot pot on the dining table. Seeing that everything was ready, the silver-haired ninja washed his hands and was about to sit down when Guy's voice interrupted him. "Wait a moment, Kakashi." The watermelon-headed youth's words caused Kakashi, who had just grasped his chopsticks, to set them down in response. Kakashi tilted his head, resting his chin on one hand, quietly observing as Guy rummaged through cabinets to retrieve the family's sake vessels, then watched him meticulously wash the sake cups in the kitchen. So fastidious. Was this truly the Azure Beast he knew? Turning to glance at the impeccably clean room and the neatly arranged household items, Kakashi felt a sense of discomfort regarding this unusually ceremonious Might Guy. "I say," as Guy emerged from the kitchen, meticulously drying the sake cups, Kakashi could no longer contain his curiosity and tentatively asked, "Are you perhaps expecting to meet your future mother-in-law?" "What? Mike Guy, who was bent over selecting the sake, either did not hear or comprehend Kakashi's question. Before he could respond, he blurted out, "Can Little Moo drink sake? Or something stronger?" The individual at the dining table fell silent. Little Moo? Now that he thought about it, Guy had indeed mentioned inviting you all for dinner, and he must have missed it while preoccupied with the ingredients. So, Guy was behaving unusually because he had also invited Little Moo over for dinner? This fellow. Kakashi's lingering question dissolved as he gazed at the watermelon-headed youth, who was thoughtfully contemplating whether to choose sake or shoshu. Because he cherished this friend deeply, even a simple home-cooked meal warranted earnest preparation when his girlfriend was visiting. Was it? Kakashi supported his chin, the subtle arc of his mask mirroring the warmth that danced in his eyes. Life is fraught with unpredictability and pain. Yet to secure a true friend is indeed a profound blessing. Chapter 81. Enmity. As the night deepened, the eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, revealing the surroundings with increasing clarity. The cold white moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting shadows of hues entirely different from the evening sun, creating patches of varying darkness upon the ground. Bathed in the moonlight, Zuishu discerned the pair of still, gray-black eyes fixed upon him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Your eyes." Qing Yu's expression flickered slightly before returning to normal as she took a step closer to Zuishu, stepping into a patch of luminous moonlight. "Do you like my new pupil?" Zuishu remained silent, seemingly disinterested in engaging with her trivial inquiry. Noticing his aloofness, Qing Yu decided not to waste further breath, lifting her leg to bypass him and head towards the outskirts of the garden. The dark-haired boy instinctively stepped back, blocking her path. Qing Yu, who had been looking down while walking, nearly collided with him. She hastily halted, stumbling back and stabilizing herself, though her expression had soured. "This brat, silent for so long, yet one tea let me pass. You are Uchiha's Zuishu, are you not?" The black-haired youth appeared oblivious to the venom in Qing Yu's voice, merely nodding to himself. He tightened his grip on the sandalwood box hidden behind him, his gaze momentarily evasive before he silently produced the box from behind and extended it towards her. The woman, with one hand on her hip, was about to erupt when she noticed the antique wooden box in Zuishu's hands. Her first reaction was to raise her hands to shield her face. "Is this a prank? Flour? Or chalk dust?" Zuishu frowned at the woman, who leaned forward to inspect the item in his hand. How could she equate him with mischievous little children? Feeling underestimated, the boy lifted his chin defiantly, his voice rising. "This is my apprenticeship gift, please accept it." "Apprenticeship?" Qing Yu paused, slightly toning down her exaggerated performance, and began to regard the dark-haired boy before her with newfound seriousness. "I am curious to hear what you wish to learn from me." Seeing her willingness to converse normally, Zuishu felt a rush of joy, and a rare glimmer of childlike innocence appeared in his eyes. "There is much, so much that I wish to learn." If memory served her right, she had never revealed her abilities in front of this group of children. In fact, she had always been rather weak, even having been hospitalized. Not to mention, she had never truly fought against the ninjas of Konoha after returning to the village, except for today, when she had been somewhat serious against Mizuki. To have the usually aloof and taciturn Uchiha prodigy, the top student of the Ninja Academy, determined to present an apprenticeship gift was a testament to the boy's unmasked yearning for power, which dispelled any pretense she had maintained as a teacher. Her expression shifted, the calmness in her gray-black eyes giving way to indifference and scrutiny. "Where did you learn this?" She quickly recalled the blue attires Zuishu was wearing, realizing that earlier today, when Richu Hui-chun had left the spectator stands, there had been a fleeting blue figure at the entrance. Although she hadn't paid much attention at the time, she had felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, not with intent to kill, but simply being observed. It appeared now that it was indeed the gaze of this young boy. The competition was not open to the children of the Ninja Academy. It was impossible for Uchiha to have barged in on his own, indicating that someone must have brought him in. At an event attended by the Hokage and the heads of various clans, who would dare to blatantly bring in the orphan of the Uchiha clan to witness the bloody battles of adult ninjas? Even the esteemed Hyuga clan might find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. After a moment of silent contemplation, Richu Qing Yu let out a resigned sigh. "What scheme is the third Hokage concocting, allowing Uchiha to approach me? If the old man's memory serves him well, he should recall that Songmu Lin has an intense aversion to Uchiha." With this thought, when she lifted her gaze to meet Zuishu's, her eyes were filled with annoyance and indifference. "Step aside, brat," or I shall end you. Half of her body shrouded in darkness, the part illuminated by moonlight revealed a face devoid of warmth. Her gaze sharp as a blade. In an instant, the cold aura emanating from the female ninja made Zwashu's hand tremble as he held the sandalwood box, his instinct urging him to retreat. Yet, another voice within cautioned him. This is her true nature. Do not be frightened into retreating, or the opportunity will be lost. Uchiha Zwashu compelled himself to maintain eye contact with Sangmu. He swallowed the excessive saliva brought on by his anxiety, his voice trembling yet resolute. I have someone I must kill. You are strong. I have seen it. Please, take me as your disciple. Sangmu Lin glanced down at the boy, who held the wooden box aloft, bowing solemnly before her, and let out a scoff. She squatted down, tilting her head to meet his gaze, her tone teasing. I am but a waste. What could I possibly teach you, young master of the Uchiha clan? Zwashu raised his head, confusion evident in his eyes, as if he had never heard that title before. What did you call me? Crouching before him, Sangmu Lin extended her arm, resting it on Zwashu's left shoulder, and whispered softly into his right ear, You know, we have something in common. I once had someone I wanted to kill. Do you know who it is? The black-haired boy felt her voice, gentle yet laced with a chilling edge, slicing through his eardrum. It is your father, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Shock rendered Zwashu motionless, and the sandalwood box slipped from his grasp, falling onto the ground strewn with fallen leaves. As his gaze swept over the exquisite box on the ground, Sangmu Lin aimed to eliminate any thoughts of following her. With ruthless determination, she gripped the back of Zwashu's head, aligning his gaze with hers. Unfortunately, he is dead, yet my inner vendetta remains. Why not repay your father's debt? If you agree, I shall accept your wooden box. Here, where no one can see us, my blade can swiftly end your suffering without a trace of pain. Her depthless, chilling whispers starkly contrasted with her earlier feigned fright. The palpable intent to kill pierced straight to Zwashu's heart, causing the 11-year-old boy to falter, collapsing to the ground. Sangmu Lin's gaze lingered on Zwashu's pallid face for a moment before she averted her eyes. It dawned on her that her grievances with the Uchiha clan were not his burden to bear, especially since he had not even been born when she endured her own trials. Realizing her inability to control her emotions once more, Sangmu Lin felt a wave of frustration grip her as she clutched her hair. She stood upright, striving not to gaze at the boy whose face had turned ashen. At the very least, if she spoke harshly now, he might abandon the idea of following her. Chapter 82, Dining Together with a Soft Click. The wristwatch was placed upon the table, and the individual seated at the dining table appeared increasingly restless. Having removed his apron, the ever-bustling youth clad in green stood in the spacious living room, energetically moving his fists and feet in the open air. Sensing the hint of anxiety in Kakashi's eyes, Guy called out, Be patient, Kakashi. Perhaps Xiaomu is merely delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Come, let us spar a bit while we wait for Xiaomu. The silver-haired ninja paid him no heed, casting a sidelong glance at the thick darkness outside the window, fully aware that Sangmu was not one to arrive late. Given her penchant for cleanliness, upon returning home in the afternoon, she would have spent considerable time tidying the house that had long been unoccupied. Though there were watchers in her neighborhood, as long as she communicated her need to go out through the proper channels, she would likely encounter no difficulties. By this hour, Xiaomu ought to have arrived. Was it her performance at the venue today that caught the attention of some? Could it be that she was ambushed and attacked on her way here? With his current state of mind, Kakashi found himself increasingly uneasy as he contemplated the potential dangers she might face. Unable to suppress his instincts, he swiftly moved from the dining table to the entrance. Beside him, Might Guy paused his punching motions, surprised to see Kakashi so anxious for the first time. The young man with the watermelon hairstyle followed suit, cheerfully commenting, I didn't expect you to be so clingy, Kakashi. The innocent-minded youth, with his thick eyebrows, was oblivious to the complexities surrounding Sangmu Lin. Kakashi offered no further explanation and made his way toward the door, unable to remain seated at the mere thought of her possible plight. It was in moments like these that Hatake Kakashi genuinely realized how Sangmu Lin had, unbeknownst to him, gradually become someone who could easily sway his emotions. Just as Kakashi's fingers grazed the doorknob, 3 crisp knocks resonated from outside the apartment. The silver-haired ninja's face brightened with joy, and before the sound of the third knock had fully faded, he flung open the door to Might Guy's apartment. Outside stood Sangmu Lin, slightly taken aback. her right hand poised midair in the act of knocking. The sudden opening of the door surprised her, and for 3 to 5 seconds, she exchanged silent glances with the silver-haired man within. Kakashi, fixated on her without blinking, made Sangmu Lin unable to hold back a giggle. Was Kakashi lying in wait behind the door? A shiny watermelon-headed figure peeked out from beside Kakashi, exclaiming, "Xiaomu." Kakashi was practically glued to the door. "We were wondering when you'd arrive." Observing the silver-haired ninja's sudden awkwardness, Sangmu Lin realized her tardiness had caused him concern. "I'm sorry. I got held up on the way," she said, shrinking her neck as she stepped inside. Noticing that Guy had turned his attention back to the dining area, Sangmu Lin silently grasped Kakashi's left hand, which hung loosely by his side. Through the fabric of his fingerless glove, she gently rubbed his palm with her fingertips, as if to offer reassurance. Kakashi reciprocated the gesture, his previously tense expression softening at her touch. "Let us eat. Guy prepared sukiyaki just for us," he announced. "Oh, I thought it would be spicy. I can't believe he actually made sukiyaki." Sangmu Lin released Kakashi's hand and headed straight for the dining table. However, Kakashi's attention was drawn to the bulging ninja tool pouch at her lower back. Though their usual pouches appeared small, the special material allowed them to hold quite a bit. What had Xiaomu packed to fill it so completely? No chili peppers. How could a gentleman host without considering others? "Oh, Guy is truly considerate." She laughed. "Considerate? That's just a fundamental lesson of youth. What's the matter? Is it time to eat yet?" Guy inquired eagerly. Despite his curiosity, upon seeing Sangmu Lin and Might Guy already gathered around the hot pot, their hands rubbing together in anticipation, Kakashi smiled and shook his head, moving toward them. Even though the sun shone warmly during the day, winter nights remained cold. Kakashi recalled the chill of Sangmu Lin's fingertips when she grasped his hand earlier. Noting that Sangmu Lin was entirely focused on the bubbling hot pot, Kakashi took her white porcelain soup bowl and quietly filled it with steaming beef soup. "There's ginger in here. You should sip a little first," he said, offering the soup to her. Sangmu Lin's gaze shifted from the sukiyaki to Kakashi, her bright eyes momentarily lost in thought. However, she quickly accepted the bowl with both hands. Thank you, Kakashi." Though her seemingly casual words hinted at something amiss, Kakashi sensed her distraction. Holding the bowl, Sangmu Lin gently blew away the steam rising from the rim, her earlier anxiety about being late dissipating with the warm aroma of the soup. The comforting scent enveloped her cold cheeks and nose, and she inhaled deeply, raising her eyebrows to exchange a grateful glance with Kakashi, silently conveying, "I'm glad you're here." Despite sensing that Sangmu Lin appeared preoccupied, her sincere gaze brought a smile to Kakashi's face. The silver-haired ninja, with a twinkle in his eye, pulled a chair closer with his foot and sat beside her. As she focused on sipping her soup, Sangmu Lin suddenly scooped up a piece of beef, making an unintelligible sound. Both Guy and Kakashi turned their attention to her. The beef that Guy had been responsible for was too finely chopped for the hot pot, so Kakashi had opted to create a fragrant, warming beef soup instead. Perhaps Sangmu Lin had been silent for too long. It was rare to see Guy looking uncertain, and Kakashi couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Though he quickly composed himself. "What's wrong with the meat? Is it not tasty?" The large eyes of the watermelon-haired youth nearly bulged out as he asked, his voice betraying his nervousness. Today, his culinary talents were fully showcased in that piece of beef. Just as Guy braced himself for a disappointed expression from Sangmu Lin, she unexpectedly remarked, "It's tender and delicate, with just the right amount of elasticity. This meat is truly well prepared. Did Kakashi make it?" "Xiaomu," Guy interjected. What is it?" Sangmu Lin, still gazing into Guy's deep-set eyes, initially thought she had misspoken, so she corrected herself. "This beef was chopped by a professional chef from the restaurant, right?" "Ugh," Guy was about to be flattered again. Returning to the topic, Sangmu Lin admitted, "Even when dining out, I've never had such delicious beef soup." Who exactly was the chef Guy consulted? Kakashi coughed lightly, suppressing his laughter. He couldn't help but find it amusing to see Guy's expression, one of sheer joy and relief, as if he were on the verge of tears from gratitude. Chapter 83. The sky as our blanket, silently observing the warm glow of the lights and the rising steam from the pot. Kakashi poured himself a cup of sake. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet within, it felt as warm as spring. As he quietly sipped his drink, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. If only time could freeze at this moment, it would be splendid. He didn't have to rush to ponder the meaning of life or bear the burdens of protecting anyone. He was simply living in simplicity, with a lover, friends, and a warm jug of sake at hand. An hour later, in the forest behind Konoha, Sangmu Lin gathered her shoulders under Kakashi's coat and settled on a large rock at the cliff's edge. After dinner, they had left Guy's home, and Kakashi had returned to fetch a thick outer garment for her before leading her to the forest. On this cold, quiet night, walking hand in hand along the woodland path, she felt no chill. Seated on the boulder, Sangmu Lin surveyed her surroundings. Although the bright moon hung high above, the area was still shrouded in dark silhouettes of trees. She turned to Kakashi and asked, "What made you think of coming here all of a sudden?" This place left a profound impression on her, for not long ago, she stood at this very spot beneath the resplendent fireworks, declaring to the person before her, "I do not wish to relinquish my affections." Sangmu Lin silently lifted the corners of her lips, recalling how someone had pretended to be hard of hearing at that moment. Primarily, she desired to spend more time with Xiaomu, and upon exiting Kai's residence, she stumbled upon them. Unbeknownst to her, her girlfriend was inwardly teasing her, while Kakashi, with an expression of calmness, settled beside Sangmu, raising his index finger to the sky. Following Kakashi's gesture, Sangmu tilted her head back, instinctively softening her breath. The pristine, deep blue sky, devoid of any clouds, was adorned with countless twinkling lights, forming a magnificent tapestry that appeared as if a delicate veil hung upon the horizon. Breathtakingly beautiful, Sangmu Lin propped her arms against the stone behind her, tilted her face upwards, and took a deep breath, closing her eyes to fully immerse herself in the embrace of nature. This was a ritual she often engaged in during solitary moments between covert missions, a means of recharging her spirit. Throughout the past, she seemed to find solace and rejuvenation in these natural immersions. She had once shared these experiences as amusing anecdotes with Kakashi, who, after much contemplation, playfully suggested that since her surname was Sangmu and she was a descendant of an ancient lineage, perhaps she possessed an innate ability to absorb the essence of the universe for her own use. While she was aware of techniques that allowed one to merge natural energy into chakra, the notion of reclining in nature and effortlessly drawing in its energy was something she had never encountered before. Whenever Kakashi shared such musings, Sangmu would chuckle and tease him, likening her to a woodland spirit. Now, as she gazed once more at the starry sky, absorbed in the mountain breeze and lost in silence, Kakashi seemingly recalled the humorous remarks he'd made about Xiaomu. Suddenly, the silver-haired ninja quipped, "Ah, are you absorbing again?" The woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, opened her eyes, casting a discontented yet playful glance at Kakashi. She parted her lips to speak, but he began to lean closer, following her posture of resting her arms behind her. "Well, since your boyfriend is here, can't Xiaomu spare a bit of attention this way?" Kakashi's low, husky voice, coupled with his advancing movement, caused Sangmu Lin to furrow her brow. She surveyed the tranquil, dark woods surrounding them and looked up at the ethereal starry river above, realizing they were seated on a massive rock capable of accommodating 3 people. The last time she had helped Kakashi dry his novel, she recalled seeing a similar scene described in that little orange book. With this thought, Sangmu Lin's eyes widened in realization. She swiftly raised her hand to halt Kakashi's approach, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Change, pervert." Gazing down at the small hand resting on her chest, Kakashi was momentarily bewildered by Xiaomu's unexpected exclamation. He grasped the hand upon his chest, his lips behind the mask twitching as he struggled to voice his confusion. However, Xiaomu promptly withdrew her hand and pointed down at the rock beneath them. And Kakashi soon heard the 9 words that could haunt him for an entire year. "It's very cold, and also very hard." The air froze for 5 minutes, indeed, a full 5 minutes, before Kakashi finally processed what his adorable girlfriend was saying. He stared at Sangmu Lin, who had crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed in indignation, her bright, fiery eyes sparkling with anger under the moonlight, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Kakashi's face flushed, and he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Leaning down, he pressed a hand to his chest, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably with laughter, his heartbeat racing in tandem with his mirth. "What are you laughing at?" Initially quite upset and preparing to walk away, Sangmu was unsettled by Kakashi's laughter, her heart fluttering more with each chuckle. Then it dawned on her. Had she perhaps misunderstood? Just then, Kakashi heard a sound of embarrassment and despair from her. "Just kill me already." In the next moment, the silver-haired ninja extended his arm and embraced Sangmu tightly. He pressed a kiss to her hair, and due to the intensity of his hug, She momentarily forgot to lower her outstretched arms, leaving them suspended in the air. Kakashi's earnest voice resonated above her. I apologize for causing you to harbor such misunderstandings. I promise I will never bring out this series of novels in front of you again. Moreover, I will never force you to do anything you dislike, not ever. Sangmu, realizing it had been her own misconception, wondered why Kakashi was apologizing to her. With a soft sigh, she wrapped her arms around him. Her voice returned to its usual tone. I understand. Moreover, it was I who misunderstood Kakashi. Please forgive me. Not wishing to squeeze Xiaomu too tightly, Kakashi gradually eased his embrace. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter together. Chapter 84. The Starry River and the Promised. Sangmu Lin tilted her head, gazing intently at the person who was equally captivated by the night. Since their outing had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, Kakashi had not donned the forehead protector that concealed his left eye. His slightly long silver hair fell naturally across his forehead as he tilted his head back, the silvery tips swaying gently in the crisp mountain breeze. Kakashi's brows and eyelashes mirrored the color of his hair, and at this moment, his dark eyes, focused on the mountains and sky, shimmered with tiny silver specks illuminated by the moonlight. As his eyelashes fluttered, the light reflected into Sangmu Lin's eyes. Her gaze lingered on Kakashi's silver-white profile, which the moonlight cast in a gentle glow, prompting her to instinctively raise her right hand towards the black mask on his face. Kakashi, she called softly. I think I just saw the most beautiful starry river. The short-haired woman observed Kakashi's gaze, which had shifted from the sky to her. Xiaomu just said. He had only partially formed his question when Sangmu Lin leaned closer, her extended right index finger gently touching his nose. Xiaomu's fingertip was still cool, and the refreshing fragrance emanating from her drew Kakashi's attention, making him forget about the mask on his face, which she had effortlessly pulled down. Or perhaps, Kakashi was aware of Xiaomu's intentions and simply allowed her to proceed. He initially thought that her pulling down the mask was some sort of hint for him, so he lowered his gaze, shifting from her pale cheek to her naturally curved lips. Just as Kakashi's fingers began to move, preparing to cradle Sangmu's face and lean in for a kiss, his jaw was gently grasped by a soft hand. Shoo, Sangmu Lin focused her gaze on him, signaling for him to remain silent. The silver-haired ninja, still in a daze, felt the hand beneath his chin apply slight pressure, guiding his face back to the angle he had just been gazing at the stars. Although confused, Kakashi complied with Sangmu's request, remaining half reclined, stealing glances at her with a soft voice tinged with curiosity. Xiaomu, gently patting the shoulder of her companion. And ensuring that Kakashi understood he must remain still, Sangmu Lin straightened her posture, resting her chin on her hand, and began to earnestly admire the scene before her. Indeed, it was just as she had envisioned, the soft moonlight illuminating the naturally pale complexion of Kakashi. The contours of his profile, outlined by the moonlight, resembled a delicate porcelain artifact. Every feature from his forehead to his jawline was strikingly beautiful, eliciting a gasp of admiration. It was undeniably unfair to possess such a visage. Clearing his throat twice to mask his embarrassment, the silver-haired ninja sat up straight. Sangmu's serious demeanor led him to believe she was about to utter something significant, but it seemed she was merely captivated by him. He decided to recline against the smooth stone, gazing at the scattered stars in the night sky. Recalling the conversation about the Milky Way that Sangmu had initiated, did she truly find this to be the most beautiful galaxy? The person seated with her paused momentarily upon hearing his words, then smiled without responding. Kakashi, receiving no reply, shifted his gaze to the black hair of the person beside him. A gentle breeze swept by, prompting Sangmu Lin to close her eyes once more. In that moment, everything, the myriad stars above, the soft winds caressing her hair, and the earthy scent of the forest mingled with dried leaves, brought her immense joy. However, what she cherished the most was the silver-haired man behind her, who rested his gaze upon her. Kakashi, once we complete this mission, let us ask Lord Hokage for a break and go for a stroll, she suggested. Contemplating her words and realizing that Sangmu must be weary from being confined to the village, Kakashi nodded in agreement. I'll do as you say. Sangmu's heart fluttered at his unwavering response, and she gazed at him intently, her voice soft. Thank you. At this moment, she could naturally express her gratitude towards him. It was uncertain whether her words or the ambience evoked memories in Kakashi's mind. He shifted his head resting on his palm, his gaze burning into Sangmu, his voice low. The last time I saw a scene like this was when we returned from the land of Ginger. Do you remember, Sangmu? Initially taken aback by his question, Sangmu's expression shifted as if recalling something significant, causing her to avert her gaze in mild fluster. She simply closed her eyes and replied, "No, not really." Kakashi, leaning slightly closer with his elbow propped on the stone surface, moved near enough that Sangmu felt her left shoulder pressing against his chest. The warmth radiating from his long-sleeved ninja attire enveloped her exposed skin. Kakashi lowered his head, gently resting his forehead against the side of Sangmu's head. His whispers warm against her collar. "You truly do not remember?" Sangmu felt a rush of heat spreading from her neck to her ears, unsure whether it was her own warmth or emanating from Kakashi beside her. All she was aware of was her heart racing and her breath quickening. On the night they returned from the land of Ginger, the sky was similarly adorned with stars, and she had finally followed her heart to kiss him. Though it was merely on the lips, for Sangmu Lin, the significance was profound. Thus, how could she possibly forget? It was merely her embarrassment that led her to feign ignorance. Sighing softly at her own inability to be more candid, Sangmu brushed her heated ear against Kakashi's nose, still maintaining her facade of indifference. "I said I don't remember." Kakashi, now sitting upright, wrapped his arm around her shoulder with a mock-wounded tone, his breath brushing against her ear. How cruel, Sangmu, to deny such an act. In the past, she would have vehemently defended herself. Yet now, she perceived Kakashi's demeanor as playful affection, causing a smile to grace her lips, relishing his whimsical antics. Her delicate fingers caressed his chin, bringing his slightly parted lips close to her own, his gray-black eyes shimmering with tender mirth. "Are you implying I should take responsibility?" Kakashi, maintaining his deep gaze upon her, lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her palm. "What do you think, Sangmu?" Under the moonlight, the intensity of his focus made Sangmu's heart skip a beat, a wave of warmth flooding from her chest to her head. "Do not look at me with such a face and gaze that suggests you wish to devour me." Chapter 85. The past and present beneath the starry sky. They sat side by side. Kakashi's hand cradled Sangmu's neck as he admired the starlight reflected in her lashes, each one glimmering like silver halos. Sangmu lifted her gaze, her clear gray-black eyes seemingly soaked in moonlight, fixed intently upon him, revealing a fragment of a shattered starry sky within. Kakashi realized he had discerned what Sangmu had meant by the most beautiful galaxy. Sangmu Lin gently clasped Kakashi's hand. As Kakashi's Adam's apple moved in the dim light, his hand at her neck tightened slightly as he leaned toward her. The moment their lips met, the mountains, rivers, and stars all dimmed in comparison, transforming into countless tiny specks of light dancing in their eyes. Sangmu's lips were soft as dew-kissed petals, and dissatisfied with merely grazing them, Kakashi leaned in further. He withdrew his hand that was entwined with hers, trembling slightly as he cupped her face, his fingers gliding through her hair. Kakashi secured her head and skillfully coaxed her lips apart with his tongue, savoring the air within her mouth. Despite her prior experience, Sangmu found herself overwhelmed by Kakashi's fervent advances, feeling increasingly vulnerable. As Kakashi's arms encircled her waist, the weakened Sangmu instinctively clung to his shoulders, her coat slipping from her shoulders with the movement. The chill of her fingers pressed against her neck caused Kakashi to halt abruptly. Realizing the night air was unsuitable for Sangmu, who was devoid of chakra. Parting their lips, Kakashi rested his forehead against hers, gazing at her dampened lips, refraining from further pursuit. Sangmu Lin's lashes fluttered, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Both were striving to calm their racing hearts and breaths through deep inhalations in the night. After a while, Sangmu tightened her grip on the fabric of Kakashi's arm, softly suggesting, "Shall we head back?" Yes, we should return," Kakashi replied, rubbing the back of his neck as if he had committed a misdeed. Sangmu, her heart softened, smiled, and opened her arms to him, her voice sweet. "My legs have gone numb. I cannot walk." Instantly understanding, the silver-haired ninja bent down, taking her hand, his tone brightening. "I will carry you." Sangmu donned Kakashi's thick coat. For despite the winter chill, his ninja physique rarely required such attire. This garment was likely purchased during a mission abroad to fend off the cold, as Kakashi seldom wears it. Thus, it has remained tucked away in the wardrobe. The lingering scent from Kakashi's bedroom cabinet is somewhat potent, yet she does not find it unpleasant. Sangmu rests upon Kakashi's back, her head drooping, arms draped over his shoulders, with her cheek pressed against his ear. her gentle breath brushing against his fair complexion. Sangwoo's other hand finds its place atop Kakashi's silver hair, her fingers playfully twirling around it. Kakashi supports her, recalling how, during her initial years as a ninja, Sangwoo would unconsciously bite her hand when deep in thought or making decisions. This sudden habit was detrimental for a ninja, potentially even fatal. Due to the nature of a ninja's work, inadvertent contact with dangerous substances is quite common. To help Sangwoo break this harmful habit, Minato, who was not yet her teacher at the time, devised numerous strategies, ultimately succeeding in guiding her away from it. However, since then, Sangwoo has ceased to bite her hands. Yet whenever she ponders, she tends to fidget, as she is now, with her hands engaged in minor movements, sometimes twirling her ninja tools, sometimes tossing around scrolls, or perhaps forming meaningless hand seals. Noticing that her finger has circled around his hair 27 times, Sangwoo remains silent. Kakashi recalls her absent-mindedness when she first arrived at the Akai household and inquires what she is contemplating, wondering if it relates to her recent tardiness. Surprised by Kakashi's perceptiveness, she had thought she was being discreet during dinner. Sangwoo decides to be forthright, admitting she is thinking of Uchiha. Upon hearing that surname escape Sangwoo's lips, Kakashi halts mid-step. Reflecting on the past, Sangwoo, who once possessed excellent mental fortitude, unconsciously developed the habit of biting her hand after the Uchiha family had taken her in for what was termed in foster care incident lasting over 8 months. Although labeled as foster care, it was essentially detention. The reasons for this detainment remain unclear even to Kakashi and his contemporaries. Despite Minato's notable abilities, he was still a minor figure compared to these noble clans and was compelled to sign a confidentiality agreement upon retrieving Sangwoo from the Uchiha compound, ensuring no details regarding her time there would be disclosed. Outsiders only knew that the silver-haired girl had lived with the Uchiha for over half a year under the pretext of honing her abilities before returning to Minato due to personal reasons. Furthermore, after her return, Sangwoo resumed her life as if nothing had happened, leading those around her to gradually forget the incident. However, as someone who had been acquainted with Sangwoo since the Ninja Academy and later became a student of Minato, Kakashi noticed discrepancies in her behavior during their interactions. During a moment alone, he attempted to probe her about her memories of living on Uchiha territory. He discovered that her recollections were fragmented, leading him to reasonably suspect that she had subconsciously masked portions of her memory. Upon Kakashi's suggestion, Sangwoo, eager to recover her memories, managed to unravel the jutsu within half a year, retrieving those lost images. He vividly recalls the moment when she fainted from the emotional shock of recollecting her past, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Ultimately, Sangwoo regained her normalcy through sheer willpower, yet the Uchiha clan had ingrained an indelible thorn within her. Noticing Kakashi's furrowed brow and his silence, Sangwoo tilted her head to nudge him gently, her tone lighthearted. It is not about the past, but rather the present. Furthermore, by the time I return from my mission, the village will have changed beyond recognition, and I will have forgotten as well. Thus, you should ease those furrowed brows of yours. Sangwoo leaned forward, playfully tapping Kakashi's tightly knit brow, lightening his burden. You are on the verge of becoming all knotted up. Perhaps recalling the current state of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi lifted Sangwoo slightly and continued down the mountain path. The just now Sangwoo referred to was, he paused, the boy from the Uchiha family? Chapter 86. Camellias blooming. I was pondering what would happen if that little brat were to perish by my hand one day. Would the elders of Konoha spare me? Hearing the casual yet shocking remark from the person on his back, Kakashi halted once more. His expression shifted as he stood upright, attentively surveying the surroundings. Confirming that they were alone, he gently set Sangwoo down, turning to grasp her shoulders firmly, his gaze locking onto hers with a blend of seriousness and confusion. Are you serious? That boy is quite important to the village. Could you share your reasons for saying this? The silver-haired ninja braced himself to hear a perplexing revelation from Sangwoo, only to witness her roll her eyes and grit her teeth, declaring, he is so annoying. I worry that one day I might not be able to restrain myself and snap that delicate little neck of his. Kakashi furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, watching as she raised her right fist slowly, her eyes narrowing dramatically, embodying the demeanor of a classic antagonist. As he observed the lively Sangwoo, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was not a grave matter. He tilted his head, expressing his confusion. Just before dinner in the small grove. After delivering her harsh words, Songmu was about to step out of the courtyard when a foot suddenly flew through the air beside her head with a resounding thud. The boy, who had moments ago been trembling on the ground, quickly regained his fighting spirit and not only caught up with her, but even initiated an attack. However, he still seemed unskilled at concealing his movements, as the intense chakra pulsating within him allowed Songmu to easily detect his approach. Thus, when the boy's flying kick aimed at her left temple, Songmu leaned back effortlessly, dodging the strike. Yet, as she straightened up, the black-haired boy, who should have fallen backward due to the missed kick, executed a swift flip in midair, propelling himself forward, his fingertips almost grazing the collar of the short-haired kunoichi. In a flash, Songmu pivoted with incredible speed, sidestepping to Uchiha Sasuke's left side, and delivered a swift chop to the nape of the black-haired boy's neck. With a resounding thud, the boy fell to the ground, thoroughly subdued by Songmu's strike. They had now reached the edge of the courtyard, with no trees providing cover. Under the radiant moonlight, Songmu crouched beside Uchiha Sasuke, poking his unmoving shoulder with her finger, her tone laced with impatience. "Hey, stop pretending. I don't have time to play with you." After poking him 5 or 6 times without any response, the short-haired kunoichi expressed her surprise. "No way. Did he pass out?" She hastily leaned down to flip him over for a closer inspection. Just as she began her motion, a kunai had already found its way into Sasuke's grasp. He suddenly gripped the kunai tightly with both hands, then aimed the tip of the weapon directly at the temple of Songmu Lin and thrust it fiercely. Just as Sasuke anticipated that, given his attack angle, this female ninja would at least attempt to draw her kunai to defend herself. She instead clenched her right hand into a fist, raised her elbow, and swiftly struck the wrist of his hand, holding the ninja tool with her forearm. Ugh! The dark-haired youth felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his hand. Unable to react further before the kunai in his grasp was snatched away by the person crouching on the ground. "You!" Seeing the boy immediately sit up and reach out to grab the kunai from her hand, Songmu Lin, eager to conclude the encounter, curled her thumb inward while extending her other 4 fingers straight, swiftly delivering a palm strike to the boy's neck. The outcome was that he peacefully slipped into slumber. However, the victor felt not a trace of triumph, especially as her opponent was none other than the detested Uchiha. Observing the moonlight illuminating the boy's broken lips on the ground, the dried blood signified that in his attempt to conquer his fear and catch up to her, he must have bitten his own lip with considerable force. Pain has the ability to awaken one instantly. Did he grasp this at such a young age? Speaking of which, at his age, she had already learned the art of killing. Yet, is it not said that times have changed? The third Hokage once mentioned in a letter to her that he hoped the children of this generation could shoulder their responsibilities only when they reached an age to savor fine wine. Unlike their generation, who had to face the battlefield at such tender ages, witnessing the brutal crushing of lives by merciless war. The blood they shed and the lives they sacrificed would eventually nurture an ideal homeland for these children. But can it truly be so? Is their sacrifice genuinely meaningful? Songmu Lin lowered herself to brush aside the hair covering the boy Sasuke's face, her pair of dark gray eyes clouded with uncertainty. "You, born in this era, should have known happiness. Why must you endure such suffering?" "Xiaomu." Kakashi's voice, carried by the chilly night breeze, snapped Songmu back from her drifting thoughts. She returned her gaze to Kakashi, recalling their recent conversation. The short-haired female ninja blinked, realizing it was unnecessary to fixate on a child. She had just successfully carried the sleeping Uchiha boy back to his dwelling. Her involvement should be over. Thus, Songmu paused for a moment, casually waved her hand toward Kakashi, and remarked, "It's nothing. It has all been resolved. Let's head back. It's quite cold." Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Kakashi, after a moment of resignation, refrained from pressing further, simply responding to her previous statement. A peculiar habit has surfaced." Songmu Lin shot Kakashi a brief glare, retorting that it was not strange, and then extended her hand toward him. The moment her fingertips made contact with his palm, he enveloped her hand, gripping it tightly. "Let us go back. Xiaomu has 2 matches tomorrow and needs to rest early." "Only 1 match." Hearing this, Kakashi turned to look at her, and Songmu Lin shrugged, explaining, "The opponent for my morning match forfeited, so I only need to arrive at the venue in the afternoon. I plan to." Kakashi was about to advise her that half a day would be perfect for resting at home when suddenly, her eyes brightened, pulling him toward the other side of the road. After a short while, a white flower appeared in Songmu's hand. Watching her produce the flower as if by magic, Kakashi instinctively thought, Genjutsu? Then he realized that Xiao Mu could not utilize Genjutsu at the moment. So the silver-haired ninja stepped closer to the direction she had just plucked the flower from. It turned out to be the end of the path, where a camellia tree grew prominently. The blossoms were flourishing, their petals unfurling outward, with a few white flowers occasionally falling from the tree as their blooming period concluded. The white camellias, under the radiant moonlight, appeared less dazzling and instead exuded an ethereal beauty akin to ice and jade. Sangmu Lin gazed at the camellia tree under the moonlight, her eyes curving with delight. How wonderful, Kakashi. On our way home, we can encounter them together. Indeed, quite lovely. Chapter 87. In the early morning, the blood-red moon reappeared once more. It was that familiar street again. The air was thick with a congealed scent of blood, and there was not a whisper of sound, only a deathly silence. The figure of her mother, who would usually be at the entrance, smiling and welcoming her home, lay motionless there. The silhouette standing alongside her mother and father emerged once more before her. Foolish younger brother, if you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred, your vengeance. Then live on in your grotesque manner, fleeing, striving to survive. The voice, piercing to the core, echoed from all directions. That figure, resembling Ashura, slowly opened its eyes, which were terrifying beyond comparison to the blood moon. Witnessing her parents repeatedly suffer throat slashes, the warm liquid splattered time and again over her. The child in the dream let out a heart-wrenching wail, the cruel scenes replaying incessantly before him, ultimately causing him to collapse face first onto the cold ground. Huff, huff, huff. The boy, jolted awake from the bed, clutched the blanket, his shoulders trembling, gasping for air. Once his vision cleared and he realized it was merely a dream, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist tightly, slamming it down onto the bed frame. Damn it, why does fear still haunt me? He had exerted so much effort, tirelessly training day and night to strengthen himself, striving to surpass everyone around him. Yet, the profound sense of helplessness was all too real. Just when he believed his abilities were commendable, that female ninja from last night, devoid of chakra, had demonstrated how shallow his understanding truly was in just a few moves. And she was merely a life instructor at the Ninja Academy. If he could not defeat even a ninja of such caliber, how could he possibly seek revenge and kill that man? Yesterday, beneath the open arena, the figure who retrieved the kunai with wire and bent over to face the Hyuga girl, the excitement and composure reflected in her eyes resurfaced in Sasuke's mind. His instinct told him that the woman from last night was exceptionally strong, possessing a power far surpassing that of an ordinary Ninja Academy teacher. Currently, aside from his daily personal training, he could not even leave the academy to encounter other strong individuals. That female instructor was the highest choice he could reach at present. Regardless, he still wished to make an effort, hoping she would guide him in his training. Accompanying this thought were her words from the previous night. I once had someone I wanted to kill. He is your father, Uchiha Fugaku. Why not you repay this debt for your father? Remembering her tone when she spoke those words, along with her eyes that seemed to vanish into the night yet were chillingly cold, the black-haired youth released his grip on the bedsheet, feelings of desolation and defeat creeping into his gaze. How could he forget that she bore a grudge against the Uchiha clan? She would never agree to help him, and he could not compel her to assist him. Was there truly no other possibility? A sudden chill swept into the room, lifting a corner of the deep blue curtains and infiltrating the loose collar of the boy's blue garment, as if urging the child on the bed to raise his gaze towards this direction. The restless Sasuke was startled by the gust, turning his eyes towards the window of the room. As the deep blue edges of the curtains fell, an ancient sandalwood box appeared on the table by the window. It was said that he had lost consciousness last night after being struck by her palm. Glancing at the soft blanket draped over his legs, the young Sasuke paused momentarily, then turned his attention back to the sandalwood box by the window. She had proclaimed her enmity with the Uchiha clan, declaring herself the child of an adversary, eager to eliminate them. One must ponder, would a truly ruthless ninja, filled with vengeance, ever go so far as to carry the child of their enemy from the cold ground into a warm room, covering him with a blanket upon departure? Moreover, the placement of that wooden box seemed deliberate. Sasuke appeared to have made a decision deep within his heart. He rolled out of bed and took a few steps to the windowsill, picking up the sandalwood box. The sky outside had yet to brighten significantly, yet the forest was already alive with the morning calls of birds, and a cool, dry breeze gently stirred the boy's black hair. His gaze drifted towards the tightly shut windows of the opposite apartment building, where a subtle spark reignited in his striking black and white eyes. In stark contrast to his rising fighting spirit, the scene beyond that closed glass was quite serene. On a soft surface, two individuals lay entwined in slumber. Perhaps due to the internal clock of their bodies, one who usually woke up at the designated time had eyelids that fluttered slightly, while she, having dreamed of nothing, slept particularly deeply. Stretching her slightly bent legs lazily, the atmosphere of dry, soft sunlight mingled with Kakashi's refreshing minty scent. Grasping the sturdy arm that wrapped around her waist beneath the blanket, Samoku let out a slight yawn before her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Last night, Kakashi had carried her into the bathroom for a cleaning, and she had nearly dozed off in the bathtub due to exhaustion. After mustering the strength to finish her bath, she seemed to have little recollection of what transpired once Kakashi carried her back to bed. Feeling her lower back pressed against Kakashi's abdomen, warmth radiated from him, causing Samoka's lips to twitch slightly. Was she now being held by Kakashi without a stitch of clothing? Her hands swiftly ventured beneath the blanket, one exploring her chest and the other her waist. Upon touching the thin fabric, a sudden wave of modesty washed over her, and she released a sigh of relief. A warm, powerful hand began to move, clasping her soft, flat waist, and Kakashi's breath brushed against her ear. Awake? His palm rested on her waist, the calloused pad of his thumb gently gliding over her delicate skin. The languid, relaxed tone of his voice made Samoku's heart soften. She turned in his embrace and reached out to rest her hand on Kakashi's broad left shoulder. The silver-haired man, originally lying on his side, shifted to lie on his back. Samoku's fair and graceful arm draped across Kakashi's chest, resting her chin atop her arm. Gazing at the man on the bed with a slight tilt of her head and a smile in her eyes. Did you sleep well? Kakashi's right eye opened slightly. Feeling the softness of Samoku pressing against him, his gaze shamelessly wandering over her chest, where the pale skin, partly concealed by her thin nightgown, bore faint marks left from the previous night. The silver-haired man smirked slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Thanks to you, I slept quite well. The two indulged in each other's presence for a while longer, and sensing that the hour was still early, Kakashi once again grasped Samoka's waist, lifting her chin with his hand. The silver-haired ninja, slightly parting his lips, was about to lean closer when a cool, soft hand met his arm, while another pressed against his mouth, pushing him away. No, I have to go practice at the back mountain this morning. I won't have time. Yet, the one who relished the moment was somewhat relentless, even willing to compromise his reputation. It's fine, it won't take long. Observing his girlfriend's furrowed brow as she contemplated a retort, her ears flushed crimson and she struggled to find her words. Unable to resist, Kakashi pinched her nose gently, his voice low and raspy. I wouldn't lie to you. As his heated gaze once again fixated on her lips, Samoku, feeling exasperated, kicked the blanket towards Kakashi, covering his face. In that moment, she slithered like a small snake from Kakashi's embrace and gracefully slid off the bed. Propping herself up, Kakashi let the blanket slip from his head, gazing at Samoku, who stood at the edge of the bed, looking cool and composed. She was on her tiptoes, reaching for her slippers on the floor, bouncing with an agile grace. Love was indeed terrifying. Now, as he looked at her, no matter what she did, even the simplest of actions appeared to him as though they were viewed through a special filter, sometimes adorned with flowers, ribbons, and sparkles. It felt as if he were under a genjutsu, the idealized world of Kakashi's imagination. Kakashi considered himself neither energetic nor particularly diverse in interests. On the contrary, he felt his energy was quite limited. Facing tasks that required considerable effort often left him weary before he even began. Yet, he was devoted and cherished the things he loved. When life bestowed certain gifts upon him, he could persistently enjoy them for a long time. For instance, the books written by Jiraiya, the taste of grilled mackerel and eggplant, the flavor of miso-glazed eggplant, and, perhaps most significantly, the unexpected arrival of love into his life. Kakashi pondered that in the years to come, he would not be able to love anyone else as profoundly as he loved the person before him now. Samoku, do you prefer me calling you Xiaomura your name? As Samoku was about to wash up, she heard Kakashi, who was leaning against the headboard, suddenly pose this seemingly random question. Initially, she intended to respond, either is fine, but soon realized that Kakashi appeared earnest in his inquiry. Thus, Samoku returned, squatting beside him with a hand on the edge of the bed, tilting her head as she gazed at him intently. To me, it's merely a form of address. Is there something wrong? Kakashi observed her quietly, not responding immediately. He had suddenly become aware that, unlike his familiarity with Gunma, since Sumoku's return to the village, he had seldom called her by her name. Previously, he could justify it by saying, Sumoku wishes to conceal her identity. Calling her Xiao Mu is more reasonable. However, now that he had gained clarity, the silver-haired ninja had to admit that he seemed to be intentionally avoiding it, as if his subconscious was protecting him, instinctively steering clear of Sumoku's name, which sounded almost identical to Lin. He had previously thought of it as just a name, assuming Sumoku would not mind. Yet now, for reasons unknown, Kakashi felt compelled to understand her thoughts. After all, books had stated that when an important person calls out one's name, it carries a different weight. Kakashi's heterochromatic eyes partially opened, gazing down at her, his thoughts swirling within. Analyzing his subtle expressions, Sumoku silently repeated her name 3 times in her mind, Rin and Lin. Perhaps she could help him dispel nightmares, yet she could not erase the deep-seated sorrow and guilt within her heart. For when the same name was uttered, it inevitably struck a chord within her. Sumoku knelt, resting her arms on the bed's edge, locking eyes with Kakashi, her tone imbued with tenderness. If my name brings sadness to Kakashi, then I shall refrain from saying it. As Kakashi's erratic thoughts came to a sudden halt upon hearing those words, he realized how well she understood his inner turmoil, yet she was excessively indulgent. Confronted with the rapidly compromising and impassive Sangmu Lin, Kakashi felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Almost immediately, he grasped the hand that Sangmu had placed on the bed's edge, his gaze filled with complexity. Sangmu Lin, you may freely voice your desires to me. Do not always consider my feelings. Think of yourself as well. Sangmu raised her brow slightly, seemingly perceiving the concern hidden in Kakashi's eyes. She chuckled softly, I do not feel wronged. A name is merely a symbol distinguishing identities for me. In my past, I often disguised myself as others, traversing various places to fulfill missions, and I bore many names. For a long time, if it weren't for the task letters regularly sent from the village, I might have forgotten that I even possessed a name. The silver-haired ninja listened to her speak with an air of nonchalance, yet the ache constricting his heart did not diminish in the slightest. He tightened his grip on her hand, leaning closer to the woman at the edge of the bed. Xiaomu. Sangmu boldly straightened her posture, asserting, a name arbitrarily chosen by a selfish and willful woman who wished to stifle her child cannot possibly compare to your heartfelt utterance of Xiaomu. Thus, you need not force yourself to call that name. Xiaomu is perfectly fine, and I quite like it. You are deceiving yourself. Just as she understood him, Kakashi instantly saw through her conflicting words. When he first earnestly called her Lin, her eyes had glistened with unshed tears. Deep down, Kakashi already knew the answer. Compared to Xiaomu, Sangmu Lin preferred that he call her by her name. Why inquire further? Perhaps his subconscious believed she would yield to him. Kakashi held Sangmu's hand tightly, resting his forehead against hers, softly asking, why are you so kind to me? When I was engulfed in pain and confusion, you appeared clad in a tattered cloak, telling me that someone would approach me with love and that I would have a warm home. The one who, under the sacred moonlight, created illusory dreams for me with fractured chakra. The one who squatted beneath a tree, smiling gracefully while handing me beloved food. The one who, distracted by a detonating tag, had just been rescued from the brink of death, yet still managed to tell me, I have returned. The one who, despite her bleeding hands, meticulously cleaned my forehead protector. So many instances of you standing beside me, including the one before me now, who conceals her emotions yet constantly observes mine. Your favoritism and indulgence often render my reality surreal. Do you truly exist, Sangmu Lin? Ah, is this yet another aimless question? Faced with Kakashi's fleeting sense of loss, Sangmu lifted her hand to pinch his cheek, her petite nose playfully nudging his as she teased, does it hurt? Pain signifies reality. Gazing at this woman who, even in such moments, was reluctant to pinch him hard, Kakashi furrowed his brow, immediately adopting a pitiful tone. Not too painful. How about Xiaomu pinches me again? Does it feel better when pinched? Sangmu rolled her eyes, pushing herself off the bed as she stood, remarking, that cliff is still quite far. I must hurry, or I fear I won't make it in time for the match this afternoon. Watching her slender figure briskly stride toward the bathroom, a thought burgeoned in Kakashi's mind. Though he refrained from voicing it just yet, instead following up on Sangmu's earlier remarks. Must you go there? The treacherous cliffs pose too great a danger. How about I request a leave from Hokage-sama to accompany you? From within the bathroom, Sangmu swiftly squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush and poked her head out to respond. No need, no need. Last time at that cliff's peak, I seemed to grasp a trick. Today, I have half a day to spare, so I wish to try again. After all, youth should not be wasted. Kakashi shook his head, rising from the bed and slipping on his sleeveless shirt connected to his mask. Already knowing the source of Xiao Mu's last comment. Stretching his back and rotating his arms, he thought to ventilate Xiao Mu's room. With a swift motion, Kakashi drew back the curtains, simultaneously opening the glass window. In the apartment across the street, a boy perched on the windowsill, chewing on a mackerel rice ball, was startled by the sudden sound of the window being pulled open. He swallowed his food and focused on the source of the noise. A man? Appearing in the bedroom so early in the morning. Was he her husband? She looked so young. Had she already married? This man wore the attire of a Konoha ninja. Likewise a teacher at the ninja academy, yet his muscular build seemed atypical. One could only imagine that to catch the attention of that woman, he must be quite exceptional. What was his strength? He wore a mask, shrouded in mystery. A series of questions flooded young Uchiha Sasuke's mind as he stared blankly at the silver-haired masked man standing at the opposite window. The last remaining scion of the Uchiha clan had grown up, now a handsome youth. Kakashi, with his left eye habitually closed, gazed intently at the black-haired boy across the way. The bothersome individual Lin had mentioned must be him, appearing rather composed, merely munching on a rice ball for breakfast. At such a vital growth stage, was his nutrition not overly monotonous? Had age altered his perspective? Why, upon seeing a human child neglecting self-care, did he feel compelled to project waves of affection? After a moment of silence, Kakashi diverted his gaze, drawing the sheer curtain closed before striding toward the bathroom where Sangmu was. Noticing the light fabric fluttering, the black-haired boy, slightly regaining his focus, continued to eat his rice ball while facing inward. He understood the adage of see no evil, hear no evil. However, just as he swallowed the last bite of his rice ball and prepared to leap down from the windowsill to complete his morning exercises before heading to the ninja school, a voice from behind reached his ears. Kakashi, I'm leaving now, don't forget to eat. This was followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. Heading out now? Sasuke lifted his gaze to the wall clock. 5:45. He had learned yesterday that the participants for the morning taijutsu match would enter at 9 o'clock. Was it necessary to leave so early? Was she, like him, going for morning training? He was eager to see how such agile and versatile taijutsu techniques were honed. However, trailing behind her was something Uchiha Sasuke would never do. Ah, Xiaobai, how did you know I would pass by here today? You didn't spend the night away from Meishio, did you? Come quickly, I'll share half of my mackerel rice ball with you. Ah, but you can't eat mackerel. Can you? Suddenly halting, Sangmu Lin squatted at the corner, engrossed in playing with a black cat. The boy standing behind a thick tree trunk, hands in his pockets, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his mouth twitching. Following her was unintentional. Was she really conversing with a cat? How silly. Moreover, this voice, which sent shivers down his spine, truly belonged to the woman who had rendered him unconscious with a single strike the previous night? He had expected to witness her morning training routine. Yet after following her for so long, it appeared she was merely walking and meandering farther away from Konoha. Where on earth was she headed for her training? Was she planning to enter the mountains and spar with beasts? He had trailed her all this way. Yet this female ninja had not discovered him. Was she simply inexperienced, or was his hiding technique exceptionally proficient? Surely she should have sensed something by now. Or perhaps she had already noticed him and was intentionally leading him in circles. Realizing this, Suishu began to attentively listen to the sounds ahead. In just a moment, the woman who had been so absorbed in petting her cat that she lost all sense of time could now detect not even the faintest breath. With a delicate touch, her slender fingers scratched the chin of the black cat nestled in her arms. Her calm gaze pierced through the gaps between the uneven branches of the treetops. Observing the movements of the youth behind the trees, Sangmu Lin watched as Suishu, emitting a soft sound of dissatisfaction, began to retrace his steps down the path he had come from. It was only after his figure vanished at the end of the trail that Sangmu descended from the tree trunk, still cradling the large black cat. She gently placed Xiao Bai on the ground, the black cat obediently leaping down from her arm with a push of its hind legs. After licking its front paws and grooming its fur, it turned away and walked off without a backward glance. The woman stood upright, brushing the fallen leaves from her shoulders, and quickened her pace toward the cliff. She had also contemplated creating a shadow clone, or using a few teleportations to distance that little ghost. Yet she found herself utterly incapable of doing so at this moment. Fortunately, if her memory served her right, the Shinobi Academy was holding classes as usual today, allowing the top students to skip class to follow her. That child must have made some extraordinary resolution. As Sangmu Lin walked, she pondered the words the black-haired youth had spoken to her the previous night. Was he someone she must kill? Even in her current state. With her health intact and chakra unscathed, Sangmu dared not guarantee her ability to take that life. That was not an existence that could be vanquished solely through diligent training. Moreover, she was still in such a weakened condition. This child had chosen the wrong target. Perhaps revenge should be left behind. Just as Sangmu Lin was lost in thought, a dull pain began to throb in her head. She halted, pressing her hand against the source of the strange discomfort, and a cool, unwavering female voice resonated from deep within her, delivering a mere 2 words that left her dazed. Help him. Chapter 92. Consciousnesses. Help him? Help whom? No. Why was there once again a voice speaking in her mind? The last time it had been a dialogue. This time it was a female voice. Sangmu Lin recognized this voice well, for it was her own. However, the tone was flat, and the inflection was colder. Without granting her much time for contemplation, the pain in her head intensified, causing her vision to spin. Fearing she might collapse, she took a few steps sideways, reaching out to grasp the rocky terrain by the roadside. Sangmu Lin slowly crouched against the rock wall, striving to maintain a clear mind. Yet before she could form a coherent thought, that tearing pain jolted her nerves once more, and the icy voice echoed again. Help him. Still those same 2 words. Sangmu clenched her jaw, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What was happening? Why was there another version of herself instructing her from within? The situation was too urgent for her to ponder deeply. Almost kneeling on the ground, Sangmu pressed against her seemingly splitting head, desperately seeking a way to cope. This voice had emerged after Uchiha's departure. Sangmu furrowed her brow, the pain causing her features to twist, and as she struck her forehead with her hand, a thought flashed through her mind. Was she meant to assist that little ghost with his training? Strangely, as this notion took form, the intense pain that had engulfed her mind abruptly receded. With her palm pressed against the ground, the woman steadied her breathing, her eyes blinking in confusion and astonishment beneath her furrowed brow. What was this? The pain had vanished so suddenly, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. The dread in Sangmu's eyes was gradually replaced by concern. She truly felt that something was amiss. First, there had been the inexplicable male voice echoing in her ear. Then the fragment of memory from Senior Kai that she could not recall. Today had been absurd. Or had she been cursed with discomfort if she did not comply? Or had someone stealthily cast a genjutsu on her? Once the illusion was dispelled, the pain naturally disappeared. Sensing this possibility, Sangmu immediately heightened her vigilance, attuning her body to the surrounding chakra while scanning her environment. However, after her investigation, she found nothing. Surrounding her were only trees, rocks, and soil. Her gaze eventually landing on the large tree where the black-haired youth had concealed himself. A small trace of chakra emanated from the tree's canopy, faintly rippling in response to her scrutiny. Sangmu Lin's brow lifted slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Zuishu was adept at hiding, maintaining a calm demeanor, and striving to keep his chakra steady. He had first sent a shadow clone to divert her attention while he swiftly ascended the large tree. As Sangmu Lin bent down to observe Xiaobai, Zuishu had already concealed his presence, hiding in the tree's crown. Had she not sensed again, she would have been deceived. After all, he was executing this quite well. So why did the top student still wish to learn from her, a seemingly useless teacher? If she were to guess, based on the footsteps of Uchiha following closely behind her, that little ghost likely had not yet mastered how to disperse chakra and gather it beneath his feet. If he had, he could easily scale trees and traverse waters, leaving no trace behind. Yet, all of this would have to wait until after his graduation from the Shinobi Academy, when a proper instructor could guide them. She had no obligation to do so, and given her current physical condition, even a simple demonstration was beyond her capabilities. How could she teach? Sangmu Lin sighed lightly, thinking it best to let him follow, but not to refuse him outright. She could hardly believe that he would be able to accompany her while she ascended the cliffs. With each careful step, Sangmu Lin finally arrived at the base of the cliff where she had undergone special training with Kai. Behind her, that little tail persistently followed, sometimes hiding behind trees, at other times concealed in the grass, occasionally peering out from behind rocks. Sangmu Lin reflected on why, when she had followed Kakashi in her childhood, He had been so impatient with her rudimentary tracking skills, continually trailing her. Did he look down on her? How ironic that she had just praised Uchiha for his chakra concealment, while she merely increased her pace, and the little ghost had inadvertently revealed himself. Indeed, he was still lacking in experience. If he could only practice more. Stop. Sangmu Lin quickly suppressed her instinctive desire to assist, no matter how much practice was needed. It would have to wait until after his graduation, at which point capable shinobi would come to guide these children. Speaking of which, concerning the Uchiha clan's dojutsu, currently in the village, the only jonin capable of providing him substantial assistance was, though it was true that it was due to Kai and others' petitions that Kakashi was reassigned from the Umbu to become a jonin. Upon reflection, it seemed that even without their intervention, the Hokage must have had plans to do so. After all, it was essential to cultivate the last scion of the Uchiha clan properly. With this thought, Sangmu Lin paused her movements to stretch her shoulders and neck. Although Kakashi had his own set of assessment criteria for his students, returning them to the academy for retraining if they did not meet the standard. For this orphan of the Uchiha clan, his guiding teacher would likely be Hatake Kakashi, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, she could not involve herself. What would it mean for her to preemptively take Kakashi's student and teach him, standing before the almost vertical rock face? Sangmu Lin contemplated these matters while searching for a foothold with the tips of her toes against the cliff. Her fingers found a firm rock to grip in the next moment, her waist taut as she climbed upwards, her feet swiftly searching for a foothold. Ultimately, it was because this child's heart had been clouded by hatred, upon seeing someone of considerable strength whom she believed she could approach. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of seeking a master to follow. Little did she know, a far superior mentor awaited her ahead. Sangmu shook her head with a helpless smile, pausing at a height on the rock face that was neither too high nor too low, focusing intently on the movements of the youth behind her. After confirming that he did not foolishly follow her up, the short-haired girl concentrated fully on her own training. The sun at the mountain's edge had risen higher, warming her back with its gentle rays. Sangmu extended her hand to grasp a sturdy rock slab above her, her arms propelling her body upwards as her footwork became increasingly coordinated. Once she found her rhythm, Sangmu Lin felt an increasing sense of ease, her pace of ascent quickening. Chapter 91. Concerning the past more than a decade ago, inspired by Kakashi's ability to climb with one hand, the white-haired boy often sneaked away from Minato to the cliff base to practice climbing, only returning home just before sunset. Eventually, while she never mastered the one-handed ascent, the white-haired girl inadvertently learned to finally control her chakra after a few falls. One time, she climbed to the cliff summit in one breath and exhaustedly fell asleep there. It was only when she awoke in the middle of the night, frozen, that she suddenly recalled she had long surpassed the latest return time set by Minato. Shivering, with tears streaming from her nose, little Sangmu hurried down the mountain towards the village. At that time, she did not think much of it. She simply felt that if Uncle Minato found out she had not returned home all night, he would surely worry for her. As dawn approached, little Sangmu returned to her residence. The moment she opened the door, she was seized by two lurking Umbu members and brought to the Hokage's office. Despite the approaching dawn, the Hokage building was brightly lit. There, Sangmu Lin saw Minato, who was anxious, having removed his ninja gear and scrolls, being held by others. The golden-haired youth seemed utterly unconcerned about the kunai pressed against his neck, his attention drawn instead to the disheveled, bruised white-haired girl being held by the collar. Seeing her still vibrant with life, staring fiercely at the Umbu members gripping her clothes, much of the worry that had accumulated on Minato's face dissipated. Shaolin, where have you been? Did you encounter danger? After a slight sigh of relief, Minato's expression turned serious, albeit his feigned frown, combined with his gentle, almost overflowing azure eyes, only conveyed to Sangmu the message of "I made Uncle worry," lacking any real intimidation. Just as the white-haired girl had freed her clothing from the Umbu's grasp, she glared at him and heard Minato's question. "What danger?" "I went to the back mountain to practice." As she began to respond, she turned, noticing Minato restrained by several Umbu members. "What are you doing? Let go of Uncle." In an instant, the girl transformed into a furious little lion, her eyes wide as she began forming hand seals, ready to attack the Umbu holding knives to Minato's throat. Ahem, the individual seated at the head of the table cleared his throat before speaking. "Stand down. You've had a hard time, Minato." The golden-haired youth, upon hearing this, stood up nonchalantly and walked over to little Tsangmu, ruffling her white hair with a smile. Ha ha. I knew Shaolin must have run off to some mountain to train. What's wrong? Tsangmu Lin stared, bewildered, as the room full of vigilant Konoha Umbu retreated upon receiving orders. The ninja tools and combat scrolls that had been taken from Uncle Minato were respectfully returned to him by the Hokage's assistant. My apologies, Mr. Minato. Ha ha. It was all just a false alarm. The white-haired girl lowered her hands from the seals, gazing up at the gently smiling Minato, then at the third Hokage seated at the head, her expression shifting from anger to confusion. It was later that Tsangmu Lin understood it was due to her bloodline limit. Owing to its exceptional nature, any sign of irregularity from Tsangmu would directly implicate Minato, who was closest to her. In Konoha, Minato, who had raised her, was both family and the guarantor of all her actions. Tsangmu Lin could not act without informing the village, and all her movements had to be known to Konoha. It was during that incident that the young Tsangmu Lin realized she was different from Kakashi and the others, who could venture into the deep mountains to train freely, while she could not. After the climbing incident, Shimura Danzo and two advisors approached Tsangmu Lin once more, informing her that any future misbehavior on her part would lead the village to arrest Minato under the pretext of suspected memory manipulation. Those associated with Tsangmu would face similar consequences. They also revealed to young Tsangmu Lin that when she was born, the village had considered her clan's fearsome bloodline limit too dangerous to remain in Konoha, fearing it would attract suspicion from other nations. The original plan was to eliminate Tsangmu Haimu and her unborn child, had it not been for 12-year-old Minato, who took it upon himself to raise the crying infant. Tsangmu Lin would not have survived. They understood that controlling the orphan of the Tsangmu clan was simple. Mentioning Minato was sufficient. Observing how reverently Minato treated those three individuals, little Tsangmu naturally believed their words. From then on, Tsangmu Lin complied with the village's demands, refraining from leaving the village when asked. If they wanted her to accompany the Hinata clan for taijutsu practice, she did so. If they required her to utilize her still immature memory manipulation to erase rogue ninja memories, she complied. At that time, she was still very young, unfamiliar with the use of her bloodline limit, and unable to comprehend the mix of expectation and trepidation on the faces of the three old men when they looked at her. After several years of missions, Tsangmu Lin came to realize that if they truly wanted to eliminate Tsangmu Haimu and her unborn child, they could have acted when the news of Kazekage's death reached Konoha. Why wait until Haimu had been pregnant for 7 months before taking her own life at home? Ultimately, the allure of the Tsangmu clan's mysterious bloodline limit was too great. They were both wary and hopeful that this little sapling hidden within Konoha could provide them with what they desired. Therefore, she believed the three old men when they said it was Minato who had voluntarily taken on the responsibility of raising her, for in her first 10 years of life, Minato truly did his utmost to protect her. As for the matter of her nearly being eradicated by Konoha at birth, the naive little Tsangmu once believed it, but the current Tsangmu Lin did not. When those three approached her, a mere 10 years old, hoping to send her on clandestine missions to gather intelligence for Konoha, their eager expressions remain vivid in her memory. Why didn't they mention then that her abilities were too monstrous and would draw suspicion? Minato, usually gentle, truly wore a grim expression. Having just lost a student on the battlefield, he returned to find the higher-ups urging him to go home and talk to Tsangmu Lin about her thoughts. The idea of sending the little girl, who had just celebrated her 10th birthday and whom he had watched grow up, to the battlefield to infiltrate the enemy was unthinkable. The yellow flash that swiftly claimed the lives of over 50 enemies on the battlefield remained impassive as he heard their insistence for him to return and persuade Tsangmu Lin to undertake the covert mission. After a moment of confusion and bewilderment, he composed himself, fixing his gaze on the several high-ranking officials of Konoha before him. The serene expression on his face vanished, replaced by a stormy glare filled with an icy chill. I must respectfully decline. Chapter 92. Unexpected developments. Sweat soaked his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and slowly dripping into the collar of his clothing. As the edge of the cliff approached, the number of footholds on the surrounding rocky terrain dwindled significantly. Tsangmu Lin began to feel her body grow heavier. The once warm and gentle sunlight had turned fiercely scorching, burning against her skin. As she stepped onto a slightly larger rock protrusion, a cool breeze swept by her side, gripping the rock to her left. She extended her right hand outward to embrace the mountain wind rushing toward her. This timely refreshment provided a semblance of solace to her weary and overheated body. Let us push through to the finish. With the summit in sight, Sangmu took a few gulps from the water pouch at her waist, using her sleeve to wipe away the torrents of sweat cascading down her cheeks. Just as she regained her resolve and prepared to advance toward the cliff's pinnacle, the rock protrusion that bore most of her weight suddenly shifted. Seemingly anticipating this, Sangmu's reflexes kicked in, and she swiftly grasped a crooked pine tree directly in front of her. Her legs dangled precariously in midair as the ground crumbled beneath her. She looked up at the sturdy little pine tree above her, then lowered her gaze cautiously to the abyss below. After a brief moment of hesitation, the short-haired kunoichi steadied her grip on the tree trunk while eyeing a nearby rock slab that could serve as a foothold. She began to swing her body with greater intensity, and with one final push, she launched herself forward. Using her core strength, she released her grip on the tree and firmly grasped the rock slab with her right hand, anchoring herself. With a solid hold established, she swiftly located a secure position for her left hand. Climbing without chakra proved to be indeed exhausting. Sangmu paused momentarily to catch her breath, just as she lowered her gaze to search for a new foothold when an alarming thought struck her. The movements of the short-haired kunoichi froze as astonishment and disbelief reflected in her eyes. Her neck stiffened as she slowly turned to look in the direction where the rock had fallen. Did she just see a blackhead below? The figure wore a deep blue garment. Sangmu blinked, her eyes, now drenched in sweat, widened in disbelief as she squinted toward the bottom of the cliff, hoping it was merely an optical illusion caused by the blinding sunlight. However, the truth was that the distant black dot was not a figment of her imagination. It was indeed a genuine Uchiha legacy, an Uchiha orphan. Should he fall from this height, it could only spell disaster. With a sigh, Sangmu Lin decided to abandon her ascent. She retrieved a kunai from her tool pouch, aiming it at the gap in the rocks, and after confirming its stability, she began to descend. She withdrew the kunai and searched for another anchor point, repeating this process as she moved downward toward the small black figure. Above her loomed the towering rock walls, while below lay the unfathomable valley. Uchiha Sasuke often trained alone in rock climbing, initially believing it to be manageable. Though the mountain was terrifyingly high, the kunoichi, devoid of chakra, seemed unlikely to make a direct ascent to the summit. Most likely, she would turn back halfway. Sasuke intended to follow behind, waiting for her descent to engage her in conversation and demonstrate his determination. Yet, no one had informed him that Riichi Chinwa climbed at such a rapid pace, appearing utterly unfazed until she vanished from view. Only when he had climbed halfway did he realize that she might genuinely be aiming for the summit. Remarkable. To aspire to reach the pinnacle without chakra, she truly was someone he had chosen wisely. As the black-haired boy gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, he began to sense an ominous shift. He found himself in a precarious position, uncertain whether to ascend or descend, realizing that following her had been rather foolish. As Uchiha Sasuke gradually succumbed to the oppressive sunlight, a crisp and irate female voice echoed from above. "What are you doing following me? Are you courting death?" The physically drained and slightly dehydrated boy squinted up to see the woman who had retreated to his right front. She gripped a kunai lodged in a rock crevice, her elbow and thigh pressed against the hard surface of the wall, her expression dark and foreboding. Taken aback by her sudden reappearance, Sasuke licked his chapped lips, seizing the moment to declare, "I want you to train me." Sangmu Lin, observing the boy's pale complexion, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, noted the wound from the previous night still visible on his lips. As he fixed his dark, intense gaze upon her, she felt a surge of irritation. Taking a deep breath, she barely restrained herself from retorting, "Do you believe I won't kick you off this cliff?" Sasuke instinctively recoiled at her words, his intelligent eyes now scrutinizing the short-haired kunoichi, who was equally drenched in perspiration and panting heavily. Despite her bandaged left hand, the tips of several fingers were visibly bloodied. A realization dawned upon him amidst the icy words from Sangmu Lin. He had misjudged her previously. In response to her chilling tone, Sasuke shed his initial timidity. After a fleeting exchange of glances, he met her gaze with newfound determination, his voice tinged with a hint of the usual disdain he often carried. "Humph, you wouldn't dare." This reaction caught Sangmu Lin off guard. The boy who had been frightened into submission just the night before now bore a challenging expression. Had he abandoned sincerity in favor of bravado? "Dare you?" Sangmu Lin smirked, producing two shuriken with her free hand. Without further ado, She hurled them toward Sasuke's face, their sharpness slicing through the air. As they whizzed past his ears and cheeks, Sasuke's expression froze when he noticed a few strands of his hair fall to his shoulder. Severed by the shuriken. Had he not swayed in dizziness, the blades might have grazed his neck. Could it be that he was mistaken? Did this kunoichi truly wish for his demise? After all, she had claimed they were enemies. Realizing this, the boy struggled to maintain his composure, his throat tightening involuntarily. Sangmu Lin, now closer, withdrew her kunai from the rock and approached Sasuke once again, her tone still icy with warning. Little brat, do not presume to understand the thoughts of adults. With both hands gripping the rock wall, Sasuke, unable to move freely, felt every muscle tense up at the sight of Sangmu Lin advancing toward him. Do not come any closer. The short-haired female ninja appeared oblivious to his words, engrossed in rummaging through her tool bag, continuing her discourse. In this world, there exists a plethora of cunning individuals who defy conventions. Just as Sangmu retrieved a bundle of bandages from her bag, intending to hand them to Zhaoshu for him to secure around his waist so she could lead him down, she turned to find that the master she had yet to name was met with Uchiha Zhaoshu's grip loosening on the rock face. The boy's gaze, filled with astonishment and confusion, met Sangmu's as she engaged in conversation, and in that moment, the unaware short-haired female ninja could only watch as Zhaoshu plummeted into the valley before her eyes. Chapter 93, Bloodied Steel Wire. As she witnessed the slender form of the dark-haired boy cascading downwards like a leaf caught in the wind, a thought struck her. Should this boy suffer any misfortune, her afternoon match would surely be absolved, allowing her to avoid punishment and head straight to the prison. But the lingering wish she held to accompany Kakashi in discovering his life's path could not be jeopardized by this child. Sangmu cursed under her breath, quickly stowing the bandages back into her bag, and without hesitation, she released her grip on the kunai embedded in the rock wall and leapt towards the direction in which Zhaoshu was falling. Lord Hokage, should we send someone to this location immediately? Asked an assistant standing beside the Hokage, gazing at the crystal ball resting on the soft cushion. The sphere displayed real-time footage captured by the third Hokage using the telescope technique, revealing Uchiha Zhaoshu's current descent down the cliff. Do not rush. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to quell the assistant's anxiety, his voice imbued with a calmness that suggested he understood the situation fully. She can manage. The old man observed the image of Zhaoshu, who showed no signs of struggle or fear, his dark eyes firmly focused on Sangmu, who was soaring upward towards him. Unfazed by the impending danger, the boy's expression conveyed a determined intent. A knowing smile crept upon Sarutobi's lips. It seemed that this child held a particular fondness for Sangmu's guise as Rahatsu Saijetsu. Was he attempting to create an opportunity for himself? The elderly man appeared quite pleased with this development, taking a slow draw from his pipe. The connection forged between the Uchiha clan and the Sangmu clan, along with the shared traits of these two individuals, would likely deepen their emotional bonds as they mutually supported each other on their journey to protect the village. Undoubtedly, this would yield the most favorable outcome for Konohagakure. Unaware of the old man's intentions, Sangmu, reaching out to grasp Zhaoshu's clothing, felt a curse rising to her lips. Damn it, reach out. As she plummeted through the air, she was about to grasp the hem of Zhaoshu's garment when she noticed that the child, seemingly paralyzed by fear, could only stare blankly at her face, his fingers failing to move. Swish, swish, bang. Branches and thorns growing from the cliffside brushed against Zhaoshu's body, leaving his delicate limbs marked with numerous cuts in no time. Ugh! The pain from crashing onto a rock slab made him involuntarily cry out. In the next instant, Sangmu finally caught up and seized Zhaoshu's clothing. As they continued to fall, Zhaoshu, who had just coughed up blood from the impact, lost consciousness as Sangmu pulled him into her embrace. TSK. Glancing at the boy with blood trickling from his forehead and his eyes tightly shut, Sangmu furrowed her brow. Had he struck his head during the fall? Sangmu's left arm wrapped around Zhaoshu's waist, securing him against her side. The rocks surrounding them were as hard as iron, contrasting sharply with her earlier retreat, where she had been able to choose her landing spots carefully. Now, with their speed of descent accelerating, Sangmu drew out a kunai, attempting to stab into the wall multiple times, only to find it utterly ineffective. Resolutely shifting her strategy, Sangmu swiftly reached for her tool bag strapped to her thigh and, spotting several sturdy pine trees, she hurled a handful of kunai with one hand. The kunai's tips did not embed in the trees, but rather flew towards the thicker trunks above, subsequently falling downward. The wire previously tied to the kunai looped around the tree trunk, securing itself perfectly at the end of the kunai's handle. They completed their entanglement around the trunk almost simultaneously. The slender wire tightened abruptly. The other end, held firmly in her grasp, caused the multiple wires to constrict around her right forearm due to the weight of Sangmu dangling in midair. Inevitably, her body swayed with the tension, her right ribcage scraping against sharp rock protrusions, and the wire around her arm tightened further with each movement. The consequences of using such delicate wire as a lifeline were becoming painfully evident. The taut wires began to slice through her bandages, mercilessly embedding themselves into her flesh. As she felt the warmth of blood seeping outward, it wasn't long before her entire arm was stained crimson. Hey! Ignoring the pain, Sangmu waited for the shaking to subside slightly. Hanging in the void, she lifted her left arm and called out to the still unmoving Zhaoshu. Get up, climb down yourself. Wake up. After a moment of silence and realizing her attempts to rouse him were futile, Sangmu confirmed that the boy had indeed lost consciousness. TSK, what a troublesome child. Feeling as though her own life was at stake due to excessive blood loss, Sangmu gritted her teeth and cursed Zhaoshu once more. Finally, her right hand started to move slowly. Gripping the nearly severed wires that threatened to divide her arm, she tightened her palm around them. Stabilizing her position to prevent further swaying, Sangmu began to search for a foothold, ignoring the wounds on her palm. She pressed her knee against the hard rock wall while slowly rising on her other leg. Her target was a nearby sturdy pine tree, beneath which lay a small ledge large enough to accommodate a child. As she tightened her hold on Zhaoshu, Sangmu pulled the wires with all her strength, using them to kneel against the rock wall while positioning her other foot against it, inching closer to the pine tree. The blood flowing from her palms trickled down her arm, soaking the already bloodied bandages. The excruciating pain accelerated her heartbeat, but it also kept her alert. Finally, she reached the ledge. Testing its stability with her knee and confirming it was secure, Sangmu gently placed the unconscious boy onto the rock. With her left hand free, she seized the wires, swiftly detaching them from her right arm, where they had embedded themselves. The removal caused her to gasp in pain, hiss, as she inhaled sharply. Once she freed her forearm from the wires, Sangmu retrieved the bundle of white bandages she had intended to use to secure Zhaoshu earlier. However, now that he was unconscious and immobile, the bandages, initially meant to serve as a safety line, would have to be repurposed to secure him to her back. After studying Zhaoshu's face for a moment, she raised her numb, yet still functioning right hand, sighed, and cast a fierce expression towards the boy who lay in a deep slumber. Wait until later to settle accounts. Chapter 94, The Cunning Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to pry open his eyelids amidst a tumultuous haze. His drifting consciousness had yet to coalesce, and he found himself yearning to move his limbs. After much exertion, he realized that even wiggling his fingers proved to be an arduous task. His body felt as though its very skeleton had been extracted, rendering him utterly powerless, while his awareness seemed ensnared in a soft, fluffy cloud. After an arduous endeavor, he managed to reclaim a fragment of lucidity from the chaotic depths of his mind, yet the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing beside him resonated like a lullaby, coaxing him back into slumber. Uchiha Sasuke sensed that he was being carried, traversing a rugged path. It was a back that, though not particularly broad, provided a warm and steady support. His hazy vision swayed back and forth with the rhythm of the person's gait. Deep within his subconscious, a profound sense of insecurity and self-preservation compelled the young Sasuke to strive for clarity in his surroundings. As he furrowed his brow with effort, he inadvertently tugged at the abrasions on his face, a prickling pain enveloping him. This discomfort managed to liberate his consciousness slightly from its stupor, and the fingers that had previously felt lifeless seemed to awaken with sensation. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Uchiha Sasuke discerned the gray-black eyes of the person carrying him. Fixated ahead, those gray-black orbs mirrored the ones that had recently left a deep impression on him. His consciousness sparked like an electric current, and the images from before his unconsciousness flooded back into his mind, allowing the still-dazed youth to recall the purpose of his journey. Despite his weakened state, Sasuke found an unexpected surge of strength. His previously limp arm, which had been hanging by Sangmu Lin's side, suddenly bent, reaching towards her throat. The focused individual seemed taken aback by the sudden aggression of the child on her back. Sangmu Lin halted her steps, glancing down at the small hand that had unexpectedly encroached upon her neck. now smeared with dirt and blood. It felt as if the mud was merging with the sweat on her skin. The short-haired kunoichi clicked her tongue in disdain, issuing a warning, "Release the little brat, or I shall toss you to the wolves." Upon hearing her words, Sasuke tightened his grip, squeezing even harder. He recalled the moment before his fall from the cliff, when he had hurled a shuriken at her, and how her mere approach had sent him tumbling down. Song Lin turned her head to glance at the black-haired child still draped over her shoulder, her tone laced with mockery. Not seeking apprenticeship this time? Planning to strike first? The impact of his head against the cliff had evidently not jolted Uchiha Sasuke back to full awareness. He hadn't merely slipped and fallen, but had released his grip intentionally. He was betting that the person before him would not abandon him in his time of peril. Whether it was the sandalwood box that had been carefully returned to him, or the bloodied fingers that had hastily returned to his side, all signs indicated that the woman before him lacked the heart to harm him. She was soft-hearted and kind. Sasuke had long undergone training for emergencies related to falling from heights, and he had once been confident in his ability to reach the bottom unharmed. Yet, upon witnessing her leap into the abyss after him, her selfless form and the unmasked concern in her eyes momentarily left him spellbound. Such a high cliff, and she had no chakra, yet she jumped without hesitation. Was it a sign of care that clouded her judgment? Or perhaps the cliff posed no challenge for her? Regardless, these thoughts stirred a tempest within Uchiha Sasuke. Excellent. Truly, she was the one he had chosen. With her by his side, he would surely grow stronger. Had he not momentarily lost focus in midair, he would not have struck his head against a tree and lost control over his chakra. Uchiha Sasuke strained to keep his hand from relinquishing its grip on her throat, determined to convey the words he had long prepared for Tsang Lin. "I am sorry, but this may be the only way for you to truly hear me. Your feud with the Uchiha, I can promise you, just let me kill that person, and I will give you my life." Listening intently to the child's painstakingly articulated words, Tsang Lin finally grasped the gist of his plea after piecing together what he had said in the forest. She then raised an eyebrow, as if she had heard something exceedingly amusing, her tone laced with laughter. "If you kill Uchiha Itachi, you will give me your life?" "Yes, I must kill that man. And then, revive the Uchiha." With a chuckle, Sasuke fought to remain conscious, squeezing his eyes shut. The pressure on Tsang Lin's throat gradually eased. Just as his consciousness began to sink once more, he seemed to hear her low laughter, followed by a voice piercing through his haze. "If you've given me your life, how can you revive the Uchiha?" Konoha Hospital. The heavy, pervasive scent of medication and the distinct aroma of disinfectants filled the air as the boy lay supine on the stark white hospital bed. Before his eyes could open, his brow furrowed in response to the overwhelming sense. Soon, his hearing awakened, as a deliberate male voice penetrated his ears. "What's going on? You can see the bone. Look at the flesh torn apart." The sound of water splashing against the surface followed, mingling with the scent of antiseptic. Uchiha Sasuke's eyeballs rolled beneath his eyelids, his mind racing ahead of his vision. "Is someone cleaning the wound next to me?" Then, a distinctly feminine voice, strained as if biting back pain, chimed in. "Wasn't he at Xiao Tao Hui just now? Why is it you handling this?" "Me? What am I, just a bystander? How terrifying. Don't make a fuss. Hurry and stitch it up. I have a competition to attend later, right? This is my dominant hand. Otherwise, I'll have to forfeit." "Understood. Is the last place finisher really addicted to winning?" "Haha. Looks like the handsome boy is awake." Nara Shikamaru, who had been teasing her about the previous day's events, turned his head to glance at her back. To his surprise, the boy, his forehead wrapped in bandages, had somehow sat up from the hospital bed. His inky black eyes were fixed intently on the woman's right arm, which was suspended above the medical basin, being washed with medication. The gaping wound was pale and raw, particularly gruesome at the palm and the base of the thumb. The braided medic, having poured the last of the antiseptic, began to gather healing chakra in her palm, focusing intently on tending to her injury. Upon hearing Nara's words, Tsang Lin turned to glance at the silent Uchiha Sasuke on the bed, then quickly returned her gaze. When she faced him again, his eyes met her familiar aquamarine orbs. What a peculiar person. Even in such a situation, she had the composure to remove her gray-black contact lenses. "I feel it's ready to be stitched." Tsang Lin's tone remained as insistent as before, although she subtly adjusted the chair beneath her. It was perfectly positioned to obscure the boy's unwavering gaze on her injury. Sasuke quietly redirected his attention to the back of Tsang Lin's head. "Hurry up, I'm very hungry." Hunger must be endured. After stitching, there would still be injections to administer. Chapter 95. She has a partner. The hospital, a quiet and oppressive afternoon. The boy sitting quietly on the hospital bed gazes out at the sky, his forehead wrapped in a white bandage, beneath which his eyes reveal an unexpected calmness and detachment for one so young. As Nara Shikamaru pushes open the door to the room, this poignant scene greets him. Most of the ninjas of their age and standing are acutely aware of the trials that this child has endured. Upon seeing the pale, wounded profile of the boy, a sense of lingering solitude seems to permeate the empty hospital room, affecting even the usually carefree Nara Shikamaru, who instinctively softens his footsteps upon entering. A soft click. The sound of the door closing jolts Uchiha Sasuke from his reverie. He briefly closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, his gaze settles on Nara. Despite being just a little over 10 years old, Nara Shikamaru, who has already served as the head of the medical class for 2 years, finds himself momentarily bested in their silent exchange. The boy's eyes possess an uncanny ability to see through to one's very essence. Uchiha Sasuke, the school has already arranged for your leave. You will be staying in the hospital for the next couple of days due to a mild concussion, Nara Shikamaru states, breaking the oppressive silence enveloping the room. The black-haired boy responds with a faint acknowledgement, sitting up straighter in bed as he watches Nara pull a medical flashlight from beneath his white coat and inquires, "What about her?" After a brief pause, Nara gestures dismissively. "She does not require hospitalization. Your teacher has other matters to attend to." Sasuke falls silent, lowering his gaze and shifting his eyes slightly before looking up as Nara approaches. Nara switches on the flashlight, pulls the rolling chair closer to the bedside, and sits down just as Sasuke asks, his voice laced with urgency, "I saw you yesterday. Are you going to the competition again this afternoon? Can you take me with you?" "Huh." Nara takes a moment to process the question, then replies, "Yesterday? How did you get into the adult ninja competition?" The pain from his head and the medical ninja's unnecessary inquiries irritate Sasuke, who wishes the man would simply answer his question directly. However, reflecting from the perspective of a medical ninja, it is indeed unusual for him to have been allowed into the venue yesterday, and gaining Nara's trust seems essential. Thus, Sasuke steadies himself and explains that it was the Hokage's assistant who brought him to the stands, subtly steering the conversation towards the Hokage wishes for him to grow quickly and hone his abilities. He holds on to the hope that Nara will be persuaded to take him to the competition later that afternoon. "Oh, I see." After patiently listening to the boy's earnest words, Nara's eyes narrow slightly, and he shifts his chair closer to the bed. With a swift motion, he raises his hands, and before Sasuke can say more, Nara's left hand gently presses against his eyelid, while his thumb and forefinger apply slight pressure to pry open Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke feels a burst of white light and understands that the medic is performing his duties. After a slight frown, he complies with the doctor's examination. Upon checking the reaction of Sasuke's pupils to the light in both eyes and finding no significant issues, Nara turns off the flashlight and stows it away in his pocket. Receiving the boy's intense gaze, which clearly conveys a desire for him to agree to take him to the competition, Nara shakes his head. "Don't even think about it. Even if the Hokage were to come, I would not allow a concussion patient to attend." Seeing that there are no other possibilities in Nara's expression, Sasuke presses his lips together and leans back against the headboard, his gaze drifting away from Nara's face, completely shedding the earlier compliant demeanor, leaving only a sense of estrangement. How realistic this is, this little brat. Embarrassed, Nara Shikamaru initially intended to leave, but, noticing the barren space beside Sasuke's bed, devoid of anything to pass the time, he reluctantly pulls the chair back and prepares to engage the boy in conversation. "Well, since there's nothing else to do, I might as well keep you company for a while." Sasuke glances at him but remains silent, redirecting his focus to the window. Was this visit worthwhile? Has his resolve for revenge been adequately conveyed to her? Was that last laugh of hers one of agreement or dissent? With his injured hand in that state, will she falter in the afternoon's physical competition? If she does lose, will it be deemed his fault? As these questions flood his mind, Sasuke feels the veins on his forehead begin to throb, and the pain in his head intensifies. At the most inopportune moment, Nara shifts from his role as a responsible physician to that of a curious onlooker, asking, "Why don't you tell me what you were up to this morning? How did you fall off the cliff? And what about that injury on Akiyama?" Receiving a cold glance from Sasuke, who raises his chin defiantly, he responds, "If I tell you, will you take me in?" Nara smiles benignly. "Not a chance." Sasuke lets out an exasperated sound and closes his eyes, dismissing him. Yet Nara, seemingly unfazed by the boy's icy demeanor, continues with his inquiries. Why don't you tell me more about that guy's training? Isn't it quite extreme? Despite lacking chakra, his physical skills are remarkably impressive. Since you saw it, don't you think your teacher's techniques are quite beautiful? With his eyes shut, Sasuke remains expressionless, appearing to not even hear Nara's chatter. After 3 minutes, the black-haired boy can no longer endure the man's ceaseless prattle. Contemplating a swift means to silence him. He finally opens his eyes and says to Nara with a sardonic smile, I don't know much, but she has a partner. Huh. Nara is momentarily caught off guard by the child's unexpected statement, and an image of the woman quietly reading beneath the tree flashes in his mind. Does she have a partner? Without much thought, he asks who. Then realizing the inappropriateness of his question, he quickly adds, not that it matters to me whether she has a partner. Not waiting for him to finish, Sasuke's lips curl slightly in amusement, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Someone slightly stronger than you. Is that polite? While there are certainly many stronger individuals in the village, hearing it from a mere 10-year-old carries a different weight. Nara suddenly realizes that this little brat is trying to dismiss him. Chapter 96. Swift resolution in stark contrast to the tranquil atmosphere of the hospital room. The outdoor arena is alive with the commencement of the adult ninjas competition, where 4 contenders are vying for 2 spots. The candidates for the 2 afternoon matches have been personally designated by the principal of the ninja school, due to Akiyama's opponent forfeiting. She had not been present in the morning, and thus remains unaware of whom the 3rd Hokage has assigned to her. Upon entering the venue, Akiyama encounters Hinata Fo, who appears sullen, her cheeks adorned with bandages and her limbs wrapped in gauze, indicating that her victory in the morning match against Akimichi was not easily won. As their eyes meet, Akiyama notes the dark, predatory glare emanating from her opponent, as if she were ready to pounce. Song Lin, indifferent to the gaze directed at her, averted her eyes after a brief moment of connection. However, her attention was drawn to the figure of Shiranui Jinkan, who was conversing with colleagues in the audience. Unlike his usual polished and fully armed appearance, today the ninja was surprisingly without his headband, casually draped in a simple black cloak. Particularly, Jinkan was currently leaning casually against a companion, grinning broadly, with a pointed ninja tool dangling from his mouth. Was this relaxed demeanor appropriate for a judge? Sensing a piercing gaze from behind, Jinkan turned to look, his eyes lighting up upon spotting the short-haired female ninja who had unexpectedly appeared in the center of the arena. He patted the shoulder of the ninja beside him and strode confidently towards her. Just as he was about to call out her name, Lin, Song shot him a warning glance, prompting him to quickly amend his words. Teacher Qingwei. There was no need for such a loud volume. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, and the person in question was laughing joyfully with a kunai in her mouth. Song Lin lowered her head in silent exasperation, wishing she did not know this person. She teased Jinkan about his casual attire, only for him to explain that he was not acting as a judge today. It seems someone had reported to the Hokage about Gunkan's conduct during the match between Hinata Kazan and Hinata Yako the previous day. As a judge, he was expected to maintain absolute fairness, yet he had obstructed a competitor's move at a critical moment and even persuaded another contestant to concede, thereby compromising the integrity of his position. Jinkan offered no further explanation, stating that for the next couple of days, other judges would take his place. He chuckled lightly, appearing unaffected by the situation, remarking that he had effectively been benched, which freed him up. The teachers' tournament allowed outsiders to enter freely, and prominent competitors blatantly violated rules regarding chakra without consequence afterward. Jinkan had merely wished to prevent a friend from impulsively meeting a tragic end. Yet this too was scrutinized under the lens of professional ethics. After a moment of silence, Song Lin's gaze shifted to the female ninja in simple attire. If the roles were reversed, and the lives at stake were not those of the declining Hinata clan, but rather a young lady from a prestigious family, would they still uphold the same standards? Would they hope for the judges to refrain from interference, respecting the competitors' fates? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a sardonic smile crept onto Song Mu's lips, and she found her naive musings rather humorous. Stop staring, you'll provoke her, Jinkan warned, snapping his fingers in front of Song Mu to draw her attention back. She seemed not to grasp his words, responding with confusion. Provoke? I know what that means, she retorted, yet she was puzzled by Ginkan's sudden shift in attitude towards Hinata Kazan, who had seemed unperturbed yesterday but now appeared to be cautious. Jinkan lowered his voice. revealing that he was concerned about a confrontation with Kazan, who had nearly taken the life of Akadu Haru that morning. Realizing he had grown overly animated, he controlled his tone and expressed his worry, saying that they had been friends since childhood. You must not show mercy, one misstep, and you could end up in her crosshairs. The friend they had left together the day before was now risking her life in what could hardly be called a formal contest. Sangmu Lin glanced once more at the female ninja, who sat in the waiting area, meditating with a katana in her embrace. The ominous aura surrounding Hinata suggested that it might not be directed solely at her, but rather at everyone present. As if sensing Sangmu's probing gaze, Hinata Kazan lifted her eyelids, her cold, piercing white eyes contrasting sharply with the haughty demeanor she had exhibited the day before. Within those serpentine, chilling eyes, Sangmu discerned a shadow of bleakness lurking beneath. You nearly killed a friend. That must weigh heavily on your conscience, she thought. But as the words arose from her heart, she averted her gaze from Kazan. Turning her attention back to Genkan, she observed him encouraging the newly appointed judge, Suki no Kaze, with animated gestures, which made Sangmu smile slightly. Suki no Kaze, initially serious, ended up chuckling at Genkan's antics, even breaking into a light cough. The female ninja beside Genkan acknowledged him with a wave, and Suki no Kaze could only nod in response, raising his other hand in greeting. It seemed the impact of the bloodline limit Totan continued to afflict Suki no Kaze year after year. Was there truly no remedy for a bloodline illness? Reflecting on her own condition, Sangmu Lin sighed inwardly. She then faced Genkan, steering the conversation back, asking, I face her tomorrow? Who was my opponent today? Can it be resolved swiftly? Genkan surveyed the arena, theatrically tugging at her sleeve before pointing to a spot in the upper left. Look over there. Deceived by his feigned seriousness, Sangmu Lin followed his finger with earnest attention, finally resting her gaze on the back of a long, brown-haired woman. That one. The beauty who intercepted Kakashi in public yesterday is your opponent today. Thank you for the heads up. Chapter 97. The Sharp Blade Now. This opponent is a bona fide ninja school teacher. One wonders how she made it this far. I've heard she teaches children the theory of ninjutsu at school. Given her porcelain doll-like appearance, you'll need to be gentle when you engage with her. Otherwise, you might end up becoming the public enemy at school. Are you listening to me? The blood gushed from the combatants on the arena, droplets cascading like beads from a broken string, eagerly absorbed by the dry, gray earth beneath. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and mingling with the metallic scent of blood, filling Gunkan's nostrils. Ha ha! The heavy breaths echoed across the arena, as Genkan recalled his earlier conversation with Sangmu Lin before she took the stage. His increasingly anxious eyes were fixed on the female ninja who had been kicked across the stage within the first 5 minutes, her back crashing against the wall before she fell to the ground. Sangmu Lin struggled to rise, her body trembling as she knelt on one knee, barely stabilizing herself with one hand on the ground. Her pallid complexion and the beads of sweat gathering on her forehead signaled to the audience that something was amiss. Lin, Genkan thought, recalling her admonition about judging based on appearances. He turned to assess her opponent, Koizumi Junko, who was stretching her ankle, still wearing that harmless expression. Her large eyes sparkled, yet the force behind her flying kick was anything but trivial. Lin was right. One should never judge a book by its cover. Xiaoyu, are you all right? I had thought that my kick would miss you. It seems you are not in your best form today. Are you unwell? With her curly hair tied back and her exquisite features, Xiao Quan Chunzi retracted her elevated right leg and tilted her head towards the short-haired female ninja on the ground below, who was gasping for breath. Her tone, feigned with concern, was laced with a hint of mockery. Sangmu felt as though the world around her was spinning uncontrollably, her body weightless, as if she had fallen into a chaotic kaleidoscope of various shapes and vibrant colors intertwining and swirling about. Sangmu Lin began to perceive herself as a mere fragment within that kaleidoscope. The surroundings blurred into obscurity, leaving her unable to escape, caught in a relentless cycle of spinning. To make matters worse, her mind was bombarded with a cacophony of noise. At times, it felt like countless flies buzzing around her, and at other moments, like a swarm of bees buzzing, rendering her unable to concentrate. Fortunately, the deep hand injury from the morning's rock climbing session, still numbed from the recent anesthetic, had been controlled by Lu's hemostatic technique. However, the impact from earlier had reopened the wound, and the pain was becoming increasingly acute, which, paradoxically, allowed Song Mu to cling to a thread of her sanity amidst the overwhelming dizziness. What was happening? Why did her body react so strangely as soon as she entered the arena? Was it an illusion? Had Xiao Quan cast a Jinjutsu on her the moment she stepped in? No, she had not sensed any chakra fluctuations from Xiao Quan after entering. Nor had she seen any hand seals. Aside from the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques. Song Mu was unaware of any type of Jinjutsu that could be released without hand seals. Furthermore, if it were indeed an illusion, both Yu Guangji Feng and the spectators below should have intervened by now. Beyond the disorientation and weightlessness, the intense wave of nausea felt far more akin to something else. The answer was on the tip of her tongue, but Xiao Quan Chunzi was not giving her any respite. The moment she noticed the vacant gaze of Ri Chu Qingyu, Xiao Quan immediately crouched down to retrieve a shuriken from her bag, seemingly waiting for this very moment. The cold projectile, slicing through the air, grazed the pale cheek of the female ninja on the ground, embedding itself into the earthen wall behind her. Another shuriken hurtled directly towards Song Mu Lin's unguarded forehead. Xian Jian's eyelids twitched in response, the sunban in his mouth poised for action. Just as the sharp pain struck her cheek, Song Mu's right hand, which had been bleeding profusely above her knee, swiftly drew a short blade from her lower back, instinctively deflecting the projectiles with a clatter. Xian Jian exhaled a sigh of relief, although Lin appeared to be in distress. It seemed she had not yet reached the point where he needed to intervene to end the match. He decided to observe a while longer. As this contest held significant meaning for Lin, Kakashi had been dispatched on a mission early in the morning and before his departure. His anxious little dog had even made a special trip to deliver a message to him. What did it mean when he said, "When I return"? If Lin is not well, neither should you expect to be. He could keep an eye on the battle in the arena. But Lin's bloodied arm certainly did not appear to be merely the result of a collision with the wall. While Xinjian was still fixated on Song Mu's gushing right hand, she had just managed to deflect Xiao Quan's shuriken. With her gaze still dazed, Song Mu Lin forcefully slammed her blade against the wall behind her. Her fist, forearm, and elbow met the earth with a resounding thud. In an instant, the freshly stitched flesh beneath the bandages on her right hand began to tear apart inch by inch. Song Mu Lin gritted her teeth, employing a form of self-inflicted pain to maintain her consciousness. The warm liquid flowing out due to her relentless assault against the wall splattered everywhere, prompting the onlookers in the stands and the waiting ninjas to involuntarily gasp in concern, including Xiao Quan Chunzi, who stood across from her. She seemed taken aback by the sight of the typically composed Ri Chu Qingyu, who, upon realizing her body's abnormal state and lack of chances for victory, chose not to concede but instead resorted to this aggressive and pathological means to continue the match. With each strike, bang, 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 against the wall, Song Mu Lin appeared to find a glimmer of clarity amidst the overwhelming nausea. Besides the commonly used Jinjutsu, there existed a more straightforward and brutal method capable of inducing headaches and nausea while ensnaring someone within a hallucinatory realm. After leaving the hospital, she had rushed to the venue after consuming a bowl of ramen. It could not possibly be the handmade ramen from Uncle's shop that was at fault, which left only the hospital as the source of suspicion. Xiao Quan, with her bloodied hand hanging limply, finally regained a brief semblance of control over her body. Song Mu Lin, her face pale, still gripped her ninja blade tightly in her right hand. In that fleeting moment, her aquamarine gaze directed at Xiao Quan transformed into a chilling glare. Was it a hallucinogen? Was it the nurse who had administered her injection at the hospital? Or had someone else substituted the medication meant to prevent infection? To her astonishment, Ri Chu Qingyu had discerned the core issue in such a short span of time. As cracks began to appear on Xiao Quan Chunzi's meticulously crafted facade, Song Mu Lin's lips, devoid of color, curled into a faint, cold smile. I understand now. Your weapon is the innocent and benevolent exterior, the sincere and pure demeanor, the flawless persona. With these in place, it is indeed possible to manipulate certain individuals into serving you unconditionally. Earlier that morning, Nara Lulu had indeed suggested personally taking her to the infection department for an injection, a lapse in her vigilance that she had overlooked. It seemed that she had grown complacent after returning to the village. Song Mu Lin let out a long sigh and then shifted her grip on the ninja blade to her left hand, her gaze turning icy. Your little charade ends here. It is now my turn to perform. Chapter 98. She is terrifying. The battle between Ri Chu-Qing-yu and Xiao Quan Chun-Zi had been predetermined the moment Ri Chu-Qing-yu forced herself to awaken through pain and stood up from the ground. Song Mu-lin, having sustained significant injury to her dominant hand, switched to wielding the blade with her left hand. Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's techniques, honed in a sheltered environment, were utterly inadequate before her. Song Mu clearly had no intention of toying with her. On one hand, the effects of the hallucinogen coursing through her veins were not yet dissipated. Regaining control of her body was merely a temporary reprieve, and to secure victory in the match, she needed to act decisively. On the other hand, unless provoked by actions that crossed her bottom line, such as harming her comrades like Mizuki, Song Mu was still reluctant to engage in close combat with a ninja from Mai, preferring to avoid a fatal confrontation. Upon sensing the chilling intent in Ri Chu-Qing-yu's gaze, Xiao Quan Chun-Zi gripped her kunai and took a defensive stance. Song Mu-lin, with a speed that left Xiao Quan unable to react, lunged forward, lifting the back of her left hand to tilt Xiao Quan's chin upwards. Then pushed the hilt of her short blade against the soft cartilage of Xiao Quan's throat, pressing inward. Xiao Quan's face momentarily displayed disbelief before she felt an inexplicable pressure at her throat. Her eyes widened in shock as she slowly reached for her neck. Emitting a stammering the forced Song Mu-lin applied was exquisitely calculated, effectively blocking her airway. The constriction around her larynx made Xiao Quan instinctively feel that she was on the verge of suffocating. Grasping her neck in panic, her heartbeat quickened, causing her breaths to grow frantic. The more she struggled to breathe, the tighter her throat felt, leaving her gasping for air. The curly-haired female ninja's chest heaved violently. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the overpowering sensation of suffocation continued to torment her. Song Mu-lin allowed Xiao Quan to grasp her clothing. Observing the disbelief written across her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, now filled with a mixture of shock and horror. With a swift motion, Song Mu sheathed her short blade and kicked away the kunai that had fallen from Xiao Quan's grasp. She then raised her left hand and placed it on Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's right shoulder, leaning her face close to her ear. Her lips, still pale, parted slightly, imbued with a disdain for her opponent's life, suggesting disbelief that she would strike with lethal intent. Ugh, hearing her murmurs, Song Mu-lin shifted her gaze to Xiao Quan Chun-Zi and continued. However, the rules of the competition do not state that one cannot bring their opponent to death. Xiao Quan Chun-Zi began to strike her own neck with increasing force. The suffocating fear had rendered her unable to heed Song Mu-lin's words. All that remained in her mind was the singular thought: she did not want to die. After several futile strikes, Song Mu-lin seized the curly-haired kunoichi's hand, intending to choke her. Leaning closer to her ear, she whispered words akin to a devil's murmur, striking at Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's heart. "After what you have done to me, is it unreasonable for me to wish your demise?" Realizing that the short-haired kunoichi's tone was devoid of jest, with a chilling intent evident in her eyes, Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's rationality finally shattered, and tears streamed down her face. Witnessing her state, Song Mu-lin withdrew her hand from Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's shoulder, watching her collapse to the ground. Her tears cascading like a broken dam, her throat sounded like a dilapidated bellows, emitting a series of dissonant gasps. Not wanting to engage with the Konoha ninja was one thing, but having someone poison her opponent prior to the match was indeed despicable. Considering the torment she had just inflicted upon herself, Song Mu-lin contemplated that allowing Xiao Quan Chun-Zi to suffer a bit was indeed justified. She turned to signal to the referee, Ji Feng, to come forward. "Referee, if you do not declare the verdict soon, she may truly perish." Kneeling on the ground, her forehead pressed to the dirt in agony, Xiao Quan Chun-Zi felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing Ri Chu-Qing-yu call for the referee above her. She struggled to lift herself, seemingly unable to comprehend the implications of Ri Chu-Qing-yu's words. What did it mean that if the referee did not come soon, she would truly die? Did she not wish for her to live? Before Xiao Quan Chun-Zi could ponder further, Song Mu-lin had already crouched down and delivered 2 knife-hand strikes to her cervical spine, then leaned in to grasp Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's throat with her left hand, her eyes issuing a warning. Mechanical asphyxiation could end the suffering in 3 to 5 minutes. Regaining air made Xiao Quan Chun-Zi arch her body instinctively, drawing in oxygen with desperation. Once she had somewhat recovered, Song Mu-lin tilted her head closer, stating, "When the referee arrives, you will concede. Otherwise, I would not mind repeating this." Panic filled Xiao Quan Chun-Zi's tear-filled eyes, and before Song Mu Lin's words had even faded, she fervently nodded. The large tears cascading down to splatter against Song Mu Lin's sleeve. Ji Feng approached, and before he could inquire, the tear-streaked Xiao Quan Chunzi immediately raised her hand in surrender, exclaiming, "I concede. I will not fight her again. It's so terrifying." Sob, sob, sob. A momentary silence fell over the audience and waiting area, soon followed by a chorus of discussions and cheers. One move? Did I not see that incorrectly? What was that just now? A jab with the hilt, and the opponent could not utter a word? Not unable to speak, but choking. Choking can be fatal. No wonder the opponent surrendered so quickly, directly targeting the throat. If the force is not controlled, it could easily be lethal. How ruthless this female instructor is. I thought she was merely performing an art piece when she was pounding the wall. Having listened to the crowd's reactions for a while, Yueguang Jifeng, who also did not anticipate the match to conclude so swiftly, hurriedly declared, Oh, very well then. The first match of the semifinals. The victor is Ri Chu Qingyu. As Ji Feng concluded his announcement, Song Mu Lin released her grip from Xiao Quan Chunzi's throat, but instead of standing, she found her knees giving way, and she sank to the ground. Startled by Song Mu Lin's sudden slump, Xiao Quan Chunzi shuddered. Her body trembled violently, and tears streamed down her face, indicating that the near-death experience had genuinely terrified her. Song Mu Lin, feeling a wave of dizziness return, furrowed her brow. There was still one question she wished to ask Xiao Quan Chunzi. As the bloodline ability of the Song Mu clan rendered Song Mu Lin inherently immune to most hallucinogenic substances affecting the mind. Even without immunity, their effects were minimal on her. She seldom encountered a hallucinogen that elicited such a strong reaction. Song Mu Lin was curious about what exactly Xiao Quan Chunzi had been injected with. Chapter 99. Poisoned with a darkened expression. Ji Huaxianjian ignored the rising discussions regarding Ri Chu Qingyu's physical prowess. Unlike the inherent aid of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, both the silent strike to the water tree and the decisive blow to the throat required a high degree of coordination and muscle control from the practitioner. A slight miscalculation in force could prove fatal. Hence, these precisely executed techniques were the results of her unremitting diligence. Jihua had anticipated Song Mu's display. However, he was now more concerned about Song Mu Lin's arm, which lay on the ground. Beneath the soiled bandages on her right forearm, fresh wounds were evident, with hard dirt lodged within, sending shivers down one's spine. These injuries required urgent attention. Yet, the patient remained seated, seemingly oblivious to her pain, engaged in conversation with Xiao Quan Chunzi. What was wrong with Lin? Why was she still sitting there chatting? Did she not care for her arm? Meanwhile, Song Mu was busy inquiring about the source of the drug from Xiao Quan Chunzi. Their dialogue only halfway through when an even stronger wave of dizziness washed over her. And who provided you with the psilocybin you mentioned earlier? Song Mu inquired, slowing her pace to persist in questioning. With her doll-like face awash in tears, Xiao Quan Chunzi continued to sob, oblivious to Song Mu's unusual state. She seemed too afraid to meet the gaze of the short-haired kunoichi beside her, instead fixating on the ground as she recounted everything in detail. This morning, while Xiao Quan Chunzi spoke, Song Mu felt the sounds emanating from her mouth elongate and compress infinitely, the words swirling around her head but never entering her ears. Song Mu Lin instinctively tilted her head to focus on her companion, but apart from noticing Xiao Quan Chunzi's lips gradually fading into shadows, she could capture no meaningful information. The scene before her began to distort, the space twisting into a vortex. The vibrant world reappearing in her mind was a kaleidoscope of colors, far more chaotic than the previous kaleidoscope image. Song Mu raised her left hand to cover her mouth, the rising sensation indicating she might be sick. Shaking her head vigorously, Song Mu Lin clenched her right hand into a fist, bending her elbow. Swish, swish. Just as her fist was raised halfway, two figures appeared on the stage, one after the other. Hey! Ji Huaxianjian grasped Song Mu's seemingly unscathed right arm to prevent her from harming herself again as she had moments before. Meanwhile, Qingyu, another figure clad in medical ninja attire, pressed down on her left shoulder and urged, "Do not do anything foolish." With a flicker of awareness remaining, the short-haired kunoichi's expression froze. She glanced up at Jihua, then turned to look at Suzumura Taohui behind her. Ah, the match has concluded. It is time for Xiao Taohui to come forth and tend to the injured. Song Mu initially intended to speak, Yet the intense dizziness induced a wave of nausea that surged from her stomach. Her tightly clenched right fist promptly relaxed as instinct drove her to reach forward, grasping the only individual she could trust amidst the chaos. Xianjian, Yuan, take Xiaoquan to the hospital. Narashika, who was supposed to replace Suzumura Meiko at the outdoor arena, was unexpectedly summoned to the emergency room due to a shortage of personnel. Just as he settled the previous patient and hadn't yet taken a seat, he observed Xianjian, with a pallid complexion, bursting through the clinic door, carrying one person on his back while holding another by the arm. Xuanjingkuan, what is the meaning of this? Nara inquired, his expression suggesting he had anticipated such commotion in the emergency department. He marked the last patient's file on the desk, placed his pen back in the holder, and leisurely turned his attention to the newcomers. Nara, you must help her. Xianjian's urgent plea confirmed Shika's expectations. However, as Shika shifted his gaze to the bloodied, mangled hand hanging from Xianjian's shoulder, he recognized the fabric and felt his eyelids involuntarily flutter. Before he could voice his concern, Xianjian gripped the arm of the nearby Xiaoquan Junzi, pushing her towards Shika with a tone that was both harsh and tinged with anxiety. Speak, Xiaochuan-sensei. This guy has begun to ramble. What on earth have you done? Nara thought to himself, noting that Xianjian, typically gentle and courteous, especially towards women, was now exhibiting uncharacteristic distress. He turned his focus to Xiaoquan, whose tear-streaked face turned pale as she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. It was the injection the hospital gave to Xiaoya at noon. Moments later, a voice filled with disbelief echoed from the emergency room. You said injection? Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Nara slammed his hand on the desk and rose from his chair, startling the curly-haired female ninja, who instinctively recoiled, her eyes brimming with tears. That person only mentioned it would temporarily sap Xiaoya's fighting spirit. The effects will wear off within an hour, she stammered. Right, I'm sorry, she added, her expression one of innocence, prompting Nara to click his tongue in frustration. He furrowed his brow at the woman who had just been set down by Xianjian, her head drooping as if she had lost consciousness. Is she fainting? Based on his knowledge, misusing such substances could cause extreme agitation, hallucinations, and even suicidal tendencies. How could she have fallen into a coma so easily? Perhaps the astonishment in Shika's eyes was too evident, for Xianjian, securing Tsangmu's left arm around his neck, remarked, It was Qingwei who instructed me to use maximum force to knock her out and bring her to the hospital. What about that naked something mushroom? Is it serious? She's in this state, and I just heard her babbling on my back, he continued. What toxin is this? Is there a risk to her life? Nara waved his hand dismissively. Now that she's brought to the hospital, there's no immediate danger to her life. Xianjian, initially relieved to hear there was no life-threatening situation, soon noticed Nara's typically relaxed expression remained tightly knit with concern as he spoke slowly. However, if it truly is that thing she mentioned, naked mushroom toxin, it could be troublesome. Ingesting it isn't too concerning, inducing vomiting, drinking large amounts of water, and taking detox pills can alleviate the situation swiftly. But a subcutaneous injection, Xuanjian's prior relief vanished, replaced by anxiety. What about a subcutaneous injection? Hurry up and say it. Nara shot him a glance, then approached, bending down to reach for Tsangmu's grievously injured hand. Just as his fingers were about to touch the bloodied bandages, he paused. Her current state of unconsciousness is merely temporary. The hallucinogen will soon wake her. With another sigh, Nara declared, We should first clean the wound. It's bleeding profusely, and this injury cannot be delayed. Chapter 100. There are others. Naked mushroom toxin is a potent hallucinogen, historically used as a poison to assist ninjas in completing their missions. It is classified as a hazardous substance. It has always been securely stored in a specialized department. A month ago, the psychiatric department submitted a report stating that naked mushroom toxin may repair brain neurons, prompting the hospital to recently acquire a small batch for research purposes. Sangmu, with her eyes shut, lay on the treatment chair in the emergency room. Xianjian stood behind her, as per Shika's request, bending over to press down on Sangmu's shoulders to prevent her from thrashing about should she awaken. Meanwhile, as Shika cleaned Sangmu's injured hand and began suturing, he explained to Xianjian what naked mushroom toxin entailed. Even when used as a poison, it was typically mixed into the food of enemies, causing them to ingest it, resulting in immediate mental disarray and confusion. In severe cases, victims might even take their own lives. A subcutaneous injection, however, would likely result in a much quicker and more intense effect. Narashika spoke slowly, his movements precise and swift as he stitched the wound with chakra-infused needles. His palm brushed against Sangmu's cold fingers, and he glanced up at her, her brow furrowed in distress. The hand injury he had just treated had devolved into this state, likely due to her efforts to remain conscious during the competition. Was it really worth it for a mere contest? Xianjian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the pale Sangmu. She fought so fiercely for a mission, to assert her position to the third Hokage, yet he couldn't fathom why she felt the need to prove herself in such a manner. Was it merely because she possessed the ability to invade and rewrite others' memories? But the adults in the village had raised her precisely because they recognized her abilities. Hadn't they? Contemplating Sangmu's current terminal condition and the loss of her chakra, Xianjian felt an unsettling anxiety rise within him regarding the Hokage and the higher-ups' persistent mistrust and testing of her. If she successfully completed this mission, could she truly settle in Konoha? Jiankuan Xuanjingkuan? A voice from the braided doctor beside him snapped Xianjian from his reverie. He heard Shika say, "Loosen your grip a bit. You're going to crush her scapula." "Oh, haha." Xianjian chuckled apologetically, releasing his grip. Narashika worked swiftly, and in no time had finished suturing the wound. One hand gathered healing chakra while the other began to rewrap Sangmu's right forearm with clean bandages. Observing his hastened efforts, Xianjian recalled Shika mentioning that Sangmu would soon awaken due to the hallucinogen's effects. He asked, "Once the wound is bandaged, will you start addressing the hallucinogen in her system? Is there any way I can assist?" "Wait a moment," Nara replied, feeling the pressure of Xianjian's intense gaze. He wiped the thin sweat from his forehead, his voice lacking confidence. "I need to retrieve the experimental report on naked mushroom toxin from the psychiatric department to fully understand the situation before formulating a specific plan. Until then, we can only restrain the patient to prevent her from engaging in any extreme actions upon awakening." Xianjian stood upright in disbelief, exclaiming, "Huh?" Xiaoquan Junzi, sitting nearby with a disheartened expression, also raised her gaze towards the treatment area. She hadn't anticipated the treatment process would become so complicated, having assumed it was merely a short-acting sedative that rendered one's muscles weak. "But you just said there was no risk to her life?" Xianjian, evidently too preoccupied to notice Xiaoquan's concerns, remained focused on the matter at hand. He now yearns to comprehend how to restore Sangmu Lin to her normal state, especially since she has an important final competition tomorrow. Xianjian naturally wishes for Sangmu to rest adequately, yet the memory of her determined demeanor on stage, drenched in blood and resolute to win, causes him to feel anxious about her competition the following day. If Lin were to miss her match tomorrow morning due to today's unforeseen incident, would all her efforts over the past few months not be rendered futile? While the efficacy of such potions is potent, their effects are time-limited, typically not exceeding 12 hours. I too shall seek a swifter method to expedite the drug's dissipation. After wrapping the final layer of bandages, Lu brought his healing chakra close to the area on Sangmu Lin's cheek, which had bled profusely. The blood had long since dried, leaving a dark crimson stain on her pallid face. Lu refrained from glancing at Xianjian, seemingly focused on his treatment. Moments later, he withdrew his hands and released his chakra, letting out a slight sigh. He intended to secure her limbs with soft yet resilient restraints to prevent her from harming herself. If all goes well, once the effects of the hallucinogen wear off, there should be no further issues. However, the injury on her hand requires extra attention tonight. Although it has been properly cleaned, the potential for inflammation cannot be ruled out, particularly as the wound has been exposed to dirt and air for an extended period. Upon hearing that Lin could recover on her own, Xianjian relaxed his previously tense demeanor, only to recall that he might not be able to visit the hospital tonight. The thought of the small reconnaissance dog that had appeared on his windowsill this morning, with its lazy eyes reminiscent of its contracted master, nagged at him, repeatedly emphasizing, "Kakashi, please look after Miss Lin. Otherwise, you'll have to answer for it." In normal circumstances, without Kakashi's prompting, Xianjian would undoubtedly remain vigilant to ensure Sangmu faced no hazards. However, since he had been dispatched on a mission earlier in the day, another colleague, upon learning of his removal from the position of judge, had promptly taken leave to visit his mother. A somber expression settled on Nara Xianjian's face. He had to be on duty tonight and could not leave. Lu, observing the seriousness etched on Xianjian's brow, pondered silently. from his observations. The usually taciturn Ri Chukinju exhibited a character deeply guarded against those around her. As someone who had earned her trust during a moment of near emotional collapse, this man before him undoubtedly shared a profound bond with her. Strangely, Lulu recalled the words spoken by the Uchiha youth earlier that afternoon, but she has a partner. While Xianjian continued to furrow his brow, contemplating who might substitute for him tonight, he caught the nonchalant voice of Nara Lulu near his ear. I see that Xianjian-kun is quite anxious about the young lady's boyfriend? Huh. Slightly regaining focus, Xianjian shifted his gaze to Lulu's face, which feigned casualness. His eyebrows slightly raised. It was surprising to hear such inquiries about patient relationships from a physician who typically seemed oblivious to the outside world and solely dedicated to healing. Noticing a subtle unease in Lulu's expression, Xianjian smiled knowingly and remarked, "That fellow's boyfriend? Well, I fear that if I claim that identity today, I might face rage tomorrow." Chapter 101. Tomato soup noodles. Songmu Lin, who had been soaring through the skies, suddenly found herself stepping onto a rainbow-colored cloud, only to lose her footing. As her body penetrated several vibrant layers of clouds, she began to plummet vertically toward the ground, where a vast expanse of still water awaited her below. With a heavy splash, her back crashed into the crystalline pool. Yet, unlike the expected sensation of choking as water rushed into her nostrils, she felt only a chilling cold enveloping her. Songmu attempted to open her eyes, but her vision was engulfed in darkness, as if something were gently cradling her and lifting her upward. She understood that she was floating on her back, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could see nothing before her. The darkness compelled Songmu Lin to extend her hands forward, but all she encountered was emptiness. Her outstretched hands seemed to dissolve into the void, as if she had become part of the blackness surrounding her. Heavy breathing resonated in her ears, accompanied by the thunderous rhythm of her heart, echoing in her mind, clear and immense, as if it threatened to tear her body apart. Songmu felt akin to an old wooden raft adrift on a lake, carried about by the ripples. "I am so tired. I just want to sleep," she thought. Just as her consciousness was about to slip into oblivion, the icy lake water began to warm gradually. The constriction tightening around her throat made her breathing labored. Instincts for survival urged her to escape, yet no matter how hard she struggled, her limbs felt as if they had been encased in concrete, rigid and devoid of strength. Her body felt heavy, yet her consciousness floated. In that moment, Songmu Lin felt like a frog slowly being boiled alive in warm water. As her awareness ebbed and flowed, visions of her past began to illuminate her surroundings. "Lin, Shaolin," was someone calling her? Whose voice was this, familiar yet distant? The disordered layers of her thoughts seemed to part at the sound of that voice, creating a rift between dream and reality. A golden light seeped into her slowly parting eyelids, soon followed by that familiar voice saying, "Shaolin, the medicine is getting cold. Drink it, and then sleep, all right?" Her eyelashes fluttered, and Songmu realized she was lying in her former dormitory, not the lower ninja dormitory after concluding an undercover mission, but the one from her childhood. Filled with memories of her youth, Songmu raised her arm, examining her palm for a moment. The layers of bandages still clung to her forearm, and the lines from her palm to her fingertips were smooth and delicate. She was still the young Songmu Lin, unchanged from her youth. What was happening? A dream? Then who was that speaking to her, and what was the golden light? A waft of food fragrance drifted through the air, causing Songmu Lin's eyes to brighten. Was it the tomato soup noodles she had longed for but never had the chance to taste again? Suddenly, as if realizing something, she sprang up from her bed. As a cool, slightly warm towel slid off her forehead, she saw bluffing Shuimin standing at the doorway, holding a bowl of soup. He paused, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Oh, did you catch a whiff of the aroma? It seems only this can lift the spirits of a sick Shaolin." "Ha ha ha." Songmu's gaze fixated on the golden-haired youth approaching her with the bowl of soup, and she held her breath. Shock and elation overwhelmed her, and she parted her lips to utter a single syllable, "Uncle." That one word brought tears to her eyes, and the following words were choked in her throat as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. The golden-haired youth quickly placed the soup on the only table in Songmu's room, where she read. He then picked up the damp towel that had fallen onto her lap and gently wiped away her tears. "Why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare?" Songmu Lin allowed Shuimin to help her dry her tears, as if fearing that if she diverted her gaze, he would vanish. Her eyes remained glued to Shuimin, unblinking. Even though a part of her instinctively believed this shuemin might be a transformation technique and that everything in the room could be an illusion, Sangmu Lin could not bring herself to shatter the serenity of the moment. The golden-haired youth wore his usual dark blue ninja attire, devoid of armor, exuding a comforting air of home as her uncle Shuemin. He was not yet adorned in the robes of a Hokage, and the subtle weariness that accompanied the third great ninja war was absent from his brow. Instead, a youthful exuberance and refreshing vigor characterized his demeanor as he approached her. Could it be that the visitor before her was none other than Uncle Minato at the tender age of 18 or 19? How splendid it was to witness the spirited wave-wind Minato, who was deeply enamored with Juxanai. At that moment, Aoki's gaze drifted to the window opposite the bed, where the reflection in the glass had just revealed her adult form. But now, facing Minato, she had reverted to the innocent visage of a girl with flowing white hair. It was not a transformation technique after all. Indeed, this was merely a dream. Upon this realization, Aoki Rin felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, her eyelashes fluttering as a warm tear unexpectedly fell onto her hand. Whether it was a transformation or a mere fantasy, the person before her would eventually vanish, dissolving into mere illusions. The girl in the window, with flushed cheeks and labored breaths, was comforted by Minato as he wiped away her tears. He then placed his palm against her feverish forehead, his voice filled with concern, remarking on her persistent fever and the ineffectiveness of abstaining from medicine. He picked up a small bowl from the chair beside the bed, offering it to Aoki Rin, urging her to drink the medicine. Gazing into his cerulean eyes, she instinctively lowered her head and swallowed the bitter concoction without hesitation. Minato was momentarily taken aback by her compliance, but quickly deduced that little Rin was eager to finish her medicine before enjoying the meal that awaited her. In critical moments, it was indeed his little Rin virus-cleansing, energy-boosting, invincible tomato noodle soup that was essential. He dashed off to fetch it for her, instructing her to wait. When Aoki regained her senses and instinctively reached for the golden-haired figure retreating towards the desk, her fingertips brushed against the dark blue fabric of Minato's pants, and she slowly made a fist in the air, pleading, "Don't go." A voice, belonging to the young Aoki Rin, echoed in her mind. She could see her outstretched hand, and before her, a man bent down carefully, cradling the bowl of soup as he approached, gently blowing on the steaming noodles to cool them. Suddenly, the image of Minato gazing at the soup seemed to freeze in time. The scene began to fade away in Aoki's vision, which had grown blurry from tears. Chapter 102, A Letter from Home. There is so much more I wish to share with you. As she gazed at the golden-haired man, his face dissipated like the wind, and the bed beneath her melted into darkness. Aoki Rin remained seated, her gaze fixed on the direction where Minato had vanished, even as it plunged into utter blackness. The tears welling in her eyes were forcibly repressed at a visible speed. She understood it was a dream, yet the opportunity to meet him within that dream was an exceedingly rare gift. In the second year after 10-year-old Aoki Rin accepted her mission and departed from Konohagakure, Wave-Wind Minato ascended to become the fourth Hokage. She recalled vividly how, when Minato sent word via a messenger hawk to deliver this joyous news, she was at the estate of the Land of Soup. The bustling streets of the hot spring town below were aglow with lights, filled with travelers from afar, creating a lively atmosphere. Clad in a black night cloak, she stood at the eaves of the estate, intently perusing Minato's letter from home. "Dear Rin, how have you been lately? The Ninja World War has concluded, and the third Hokage and several high-ranking officials have finally relaxed their stance regarding my proposal to summon you back to the village. Soon, I will be inaugurated as the fourth Hokage, and my words will carry greater weight. I believe you will soon return to reunite with us. Additionally, I have made the decision to formally propose to Juxanai now that I am Hokage. I hope that by then, you will have returned to Konohagakure to restore the memories of our comrades and live happily. With me as Hokage, you should be able to lead a carefree and liberated life, no longer burdened by perilous reconnaissance missions. Also, concerning Kakashi, after your departure, Rin had an unfortunate incident. Since then, he has not been well, and I worry for him. If you could return and spend time with him, I believe Kakashi would soon recover. Oh, the more I write, the more I anticipate the day I can see you again. Lastly, Rin, remember to eat well. If you encounter danger, do not confront it recklessly. Understand? Your life is paramount. Take good care of yourself. Your uncle." Aoki Rin had memorized the content of the letter long ago, for it was the last letter from home written to her by Uncle Minato. After engraving the words into her memory, the meticulous Aoki burned it to ashes. At 11 or 12 years of age, she harbored the hope that Kanehagakure would soon summon her back, ending her reconnaissance missions, and thus devoted herself to gathering intelligence across various nations to send back to the village. As time flowed on, she ultimately did not receive the command to return. Instead, the following year, she received a cryptic message within a confidential scroll from the third Hokage. 3 days ago, the Nine Tails invaded Kanehagakure, and the fourth Hokage and his wife perished. A mere few words, yet they plunged her into a chasm of despair. The ensuing months became a blur, and she could not recall how she managed to continue her reconnaissance missions after receiving the news of Minato's demise. With tears stifled within her, the girl sat in a daze, her face ashen. Just as Aoki's hollow gaze wandered into the darkness, a sudden burst of intense white light illuminated her figure. Instinctively, Aoki Rin shut her eyes tightly, and the blinding light sliced through her vision like a blade. Once her sight adjusted to the brightness, she slowly opened her eyes, only to behold a cascade of pure white hair falling from her shoulders to her chest. Confused, she reached for the strands near her ear and turned to observe her surroundings, a damp and chilly cave, not far from which a fire pit crackled, its flames sputtering as they released smoke into the confined space. The acrid aroma was particularly stifling within the narrow cave. Realizing her predicament, Aoki Rin swiftly gathered her ninja blade and belongings, making her way toward the cave's exit. Lighting a fire for the night in a humid and enclosed cave was ill-advised. Upon hearing the sound of relentless rain falling at the dark cave's entrance, a sharp pain surged in her abdomen with each step, prompting Aoki Rin to halt. She lifted her garment's hem and discovered a fresh wound on her lower left abdomen, evidently inflicted by a sharp object. Having sustained an injury and now caught in a downpour, she sought refuge in the cave to warm herself and tend to her wound. After attending to her injury, had she allowed herself to succumb to fatigue? Lowering her gaze to examine her form, Aoki Rin instinctively reached for her flat chest. She surmised her current age to be that of the 12-year-old Aoki Rin, the same age at which she had received Minato's letter. Filled with hope for a swift return to Kanehagakure, and had chosen to grow her hair long in a style familiar to Kakashi. What then was this? Another dream? Yet, her consciousness was remarkably clear, and it was evident that the thoughts occupying her mind belonged to the 22-year-old Aoki Rin. As she contemplated this, the girl, who had been making her way towards the pitch-black entrance, turned back along the same path. She instinctively picked up some firewood nearby, reviving the dying embers of the fire. Sitting on a stone, half-dried by the warmth of the flames, Sangmu Lin began to ponder, listening to the sound of the rain outside. This place was undoubtedly a fragment of her memory, akin to instances where she had deliberately obscured her recollections. However, to recall those hidden memories, the techniques of the Sangmu clan were essential. What had she done? Before the physical combat trial, she had been injected with an unknown hallucinogen, leaving her in a daze so profound that Xianjian had to strike her unconscious. The body over there was likely still in a state of unconsciousness. Yet her consciousness traversed time to inhabit the body of 12-year-old Sangmu Lin. Strangely, she should have retained some memory of that time, taking refuge in a cave while nursing significant injuries. But why did the 22-year-old her seem to have no recollection of it? Was it the effect of that injection? Was the cave before her an illusion, a dream, or perhaps a segment of her reality that she had intentionally forgotten? If it were indeed the latter, what could be the reason for her actions? Soon, a small portion of a dark green scroll, peeking out from the edge of her travel bag, provided her with the answer. Sangmu Lin held the scroll in her hands, a confidential document used for communication with the Hokage of Konoha. Logically, a 12-year-old Sangmu Lin should have been capable of utilizing chakra. With a heart full of trepidation, she formed a series of hand seals and placed the scroll at the junction of her thumb and index finger, with a firm command of release. The sealed scroll unfurled effortlessly. She had anticipated it would contain various reconnaissance missions assigned by the third Hokage, but upon a cursory glance, Sangmu Lin found herself rooted in place. Shaolin. At last, I can return home. I apologize for the delay. It took Uncle quite a while to finalize this matter. Shaolin, the moment you receive this scroll, you may immediately return to Konoha. I, along with your sister Kushina, will be waiting for your return. P.S. Coincidentally, the days leading up to your return align with Kushina's due date. With Kakashi by her side for protection, I can work with far less worry, Our Shaolin is about to become an elder sister. Hurry back. Uncle. With the contents of the scroll revealed, Sangmu Lin felt as though a thunderclap had struck above her. The dark green scroll slipped from her grasp and fell onto the damp ground. Blood rushed through her veins as the shock rattled her body trembling uncontrollably. Had she truly been capable of concluding her infiltration missions at the age of 12? This meant that on the night of Kushina's delivery, when the village faced the chaos of the Nine Tails, and Uncle Minato sacrificed himself to protect the village, there was a strong possibility that she had been in the village. Chapter 103. Midnight Vigil. With a sudden crackle, a piece of firewood exploded in the flames, startling Sangmu Lin, who had forgotten to close her gaping mouth in surprise. This sound jolted her back to reality. She quickly bent down to retrieve the scroll from the ground to examine it closely. However, as she leaned over, pain shot through her abdomen, a reminder of her injuries. And the consciousness of the young Sangmu Lin began to show signs of detaching from her. Her gray-black eyes trembled in the warm flicker of the firelight as she gazed down at her ethereal form, slowly rising from the little Sangmu's back. Young Sangmu Lin instinctively reached out to grasp the shoulder of her younger self, but her translucent fingers effortlessly passed through the body of 12-year-old Sangmu Lin. Only when she was fully suspended, hovering at the cave's damp ceiling, did she abandon the thought of returning to her younger self. With a heavy sigh escaping her lips, the young Sangmu's eyelids drooped, quietly observing the white-haired girl sitting beside the fire. She watched as the girl picked up the dark green scroll, hurriedly attempting to wipe off the dirt and mud that clung to it with her sleeve. In the final moments of her semi-transparent form dissipating, the image of the girl below, cradling the scroll in her hands, repeatedly inspecting its contents, with a radiant smile brimming with hope and happiness, became deeply etched in the young Sangmu's memory. So, after longing for the journey home for so long, did you ultimately return to Konoha? In the dimly lit hospital room, a woman lay on a white hospital bed, her limbs bound and immobile. Her eyes rolled in their sockets before slowly opening. Greeted by the stark whiteness of the ceiling and walls, accompanied by the familiar scent of the hospital that she had only just encountered at midday. It seemed the anesthetic for her hand had just worn off, and the persistent pain radiating from her right arm was undeniable. The rigid position in which she was fixed to the bed served as a relentless reminder that this time, it was not a dream. Her consciousness had returned, and she was awake. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the pitch-black window, and as she turned her neck, she noticed a small yellow light still aglow beside her bed. Back in the hospital, this place, which had been largely foreign to her for the past decade, had become a frequent haunt since her return to the village. Just as she was about to force a wry smile, she felt the pressure below her neck. Sangmu Lin lifted her hands, which were restrained by flexible medical bandages, resting atop her abdomen. Although her knees could still bend, her legs were similarly bound, with straps wrapping from her waist down to her ankles. Even her torso, from the ribs down to the pelvic region, was tied to the hard iron bed beneath her. What was the meaning of this? Sangmu, disregarding the pain in her right hand, began to move her wrists, contemplating using the escape technique to free herself while analyzing her current predicament. Having lost consciousness before arriving at the hospital, it was reasonable to assume that Xianjian had followed her instructions and brought Koizumi Junko along. Given the circumstances, it seemed that Koizumi had not concealed anything and had honestly informed the doctors about the hallucinogen exchange. However, rather than administering an antidote directly, the hospital had chosen to bind her and let her resolve the situation on her own, relying on her body to endure until the effects of the drug wore off. The restraints were likely to prevent her from harming herself or those around her should she awaken in a fit of rage. Did this imply that the hospital lacked effective treatment options? It appeared that she had fallen victim to a rather complex hallucinogen. Recalling that ordinary psychotropic substances had little effect on her, it was evident that whatever substance had left her in such a disheveled state was no mere triviality. The psilocybin must have been something extraordinary. It even allowed her, devoid of chakra and unable to utilize her bloodline limits, to recall certain significant memories. If the dark green scroll in that cave was genuine, it was highly likely that the previous her had employed the memory sealing technique to obscure some recollections. Reflecting on the last time she had used the technique on herself, she was only 7 years old, amidst the Uchiha clan's territory. At that tender age, Sangmu Lin's naivety and vulnerability had led her to instinctively utilize her bloodline limit to escape her pain, a behavior that could be considered understandable. Yet by the age of 12 or 13, Merely physical injuries and mental torment should not have been sufficient to compel her, a battle-hardened individual with 2 years of experience in missions, to resort to altering her own memories. Although both belong to the realm of memory manipulation, the technique of Wanshu is fundamentally different from the Dune employed by her companion before leaving the village. Wanshu ultimately serves to erase her very existence from the memories of others. Though this technique requires an exhaustive amount of chakra from the Tsangmu clan, its straightforward and crude application makes it relatively easy to execute. In contrast to the complex retrieval of others' memories or the broad-range ninjutsu Wanshiwa, what truly drains Tsangmu Lin's mental energy are the intricate modifications and substitutions of memories. Unlike the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques, such as Baishinshin, which can directly alter another's will, the Tsangmu clan must first eliminate any conflicting memories within a person's mind before modifying a specific memory. Furthermore, this process necessitates the alteration of the memories of key individuals related to that specific memory. Human memory is not composed of isolated fragments. Rather, it is interwoven like the intricate root system of a towering tree, vast and complicated. Although it may appear daunting, the reality is that it is quite challenging. Particularly, her tasks require her to remain undetected while discreetly uncovering the secrets of the leaders, and later to infiltrate without arousing suspicion from foreign nations. The ninja world speaks in hushed tones of the Tsangmu clan's ability to rewrite others' memories at will, instilling fear in many. Yet, only the individuals involved truly understand that the Iduan technique is not as miraculous as rumored. Over the past decade, each time she infiltrated enemy territory for intelligence gathering, Tsangmu Lin prepared herself for a one-way journey. To avoid exposing Konoha, she refrained from leaving any final words. Returning to the matter at hand, Tsangmu Lin speculated that perhaps, at the age of 12, when she rushed back to Konoha and encountered the Nine-Tails attack, she could not bear the reality of losing someone significant. Thus, she consciously buried that memory, thinking to numb herself with work. Regardless of the reason, one thing is certain: what she deliberately concealed must have been something unbearable and unwelcome. However, the present Tsangmu Lin's mental state is no longer comparable to that of her 12-year-old self. Rather than evading pain through the Iduan, she now yearns to uncover the truth. All that was required was for her to activate her bloodline limit to unlock the technique and restore her fragmented memories. Yet she found herself devoid of chakra and unable to act. Contemplating this, Tsangmu Lin's eyes sparkled, and her attempts to untie the bandages grew increasingly frantic. The third Hokage must know something. She needed to seek answers from him. The way she was bound seemed almost intentionally antagonistic. The more she used the Jingta technique, the tighter the restraints seemed to become. After much effort, she was unable to loosen the bindings around her wrists, and the wound on her right arm throbbed painfully. Just as Tsangmu Lin was exhausted, staring up at the ceiling while taking deep breaths, a clear, youthful voice echoed from the doorway. "Are you a bit inclined towards self-harm?" Chapter 104. Nighttime Vigil 2. With one hand in his pocket, the boy leaned against the doorframe of the hospital room and met the gaze of the heavily breathing woman on the bed. As anticipated, she showed no intention of responding to his comment. Upon recognizing that the visitor was Uchiha Sasuke, Tsangmu Lin turned her neck back, opting to continue her earlier attempts at Jingta. Damn it, was she truly trapped by such a simple binding? The Jingta technique was one of the most fundamental skills for a ninja, one she had mastered back in the Ninja Academy. What was happening today? Save your strength, Sasuke said as he approached the bed and pressed down on her struggling wrist. That male ninja who brought you food specifically instructed the doctor. A male ninja who brought her food? Tsangmu Lin took a moment to recall that during her previous hospitalization, Irika had visited her with students and had encountered Gunma, who was bringing in a meal. Gradually, Tsangmu Lin ceased her movements, deciding to listen quietly as Uchiha's boy continued speaking. However, the discomfort radiating from her body and the current dizziness made her expression quite poor. This time, the dark-haired youth seemed unfazed by her sour demeanor, focusing solely on her arm, which had begun to seep red blood again. He continued, "I just heard him tell the medical ninja that your Jingta is exceptional and cannot be restrained by ordinary means." Tsangmu Lin frowned slightly at this remark and inquired, "You said just now?" After confirming that she had no intention of making further movements, he withdrew his hand and placed it in his pocket. The usually taciturn boy appeared surprisingly attentive tonight, patiently explaining to her in a clear and resonant voice. "Ah, he was here earlier. 15 minutes ago." I heard a sound like a signal flare from the village entrance. I saw him call for the duty nurse, and he personally tied you up before leaving the room. Upon hearing this, Sangmu Lin nearly rolled her eyes. She was puzzled as to why this binding technique seemed to predict her escape attempts. It was undoubtedly Gunma's doing. She recalled a previous training session where they had debated who Jingto was superior. For a moment, she had doubted, but she thought that even Gunma, upon seeing her in such a state, would refrain from going too far. To her surprise, his bindings were remarkably secure. Yet, she understood that Gunma's intention was to prevent her from waking up and exacerbating her injuries. After a brief moment of tension, she let out a small sigh, her body relaxing slightly, as she seemed to abandon the idea of further struggle. Even if she had countless questions to verify with the third Hokage, she needed to first recuperate her mental state. Although her consciousness had returned, the dizziness still lingered. Well, since it was Gunma who tied her up, she might as well rest here for a while. Giving up so soon? The sudden choice of surrender from the woman on the bed elicited a distinct surprise in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Upon perceiving the emotions on Sasuke's face, it was as if Sangmu Lin could see through the boy's thoughts. With a heavy breath, her voice, laced with a hint of amusement, concealed an undeniable fatigue. You don't expect to see me perform a dramatic unbinding for your entertainment, do you? Coughing lightly, she thought to herself, after all, I'm just a woman. The word mortal that had been on the tip of her tongue became lodged in her throat when she felt the coolness of his palm against her forehead. The self-deprecating smile that had lingered on her lips disappeared in an instant, her entire body tensing up as her words abruptly halted. It occurred to her that this boy, instead of remaining in his own hospital room at such a late hour, had snuck into hers while the coast was clear. Could it be that he intended to eliminate a threat to the Uchiha clan while she was vulnerable? While she had indeed made some rather dramatic remarks about trading her life for the chance to be his mentor. She had gone to great lengths to save his life on the cliff, hadn't she? Fixating on the expressionless face of the dark-haired youth, Sangmu's lips involuntarily twitched, as she realized that her current powerless situation had made her so tense that her palms were sweating. Under normal circumstances, even when faced with dire straits, she could rely on her own abilities to find a glimmer of hope. However, she now had to bow to reality, for the absence of chakra was indeed fatal. Tragically, she discovered that if someone wished to end her life tonight, even a mere academy student would be capable of doing so with ease. Ignoring the woman on the bed whose brows were furrowing into a knot and whose penetrating gaze seemed to bore into her, Sasuke's palm remained pressed against her feverish forehead as he calmly stated, "You have a fever. So what?" The short-haired Kunoichi narrowed her eyes, resembling a wounded and overly vigilant creature, focusing solely on delivering her fiercest warning, completely oblivious to the guilt concealed beneath the boy's indifferent exterior regarding her injuries. In the evening, during a routine check, Lulu noted that Uchiha seemed rather concerned about their teacher's match today. He recounted Qingyue's impressive performance in defeating her opponent with a single move in the arena and inadvertently mentioned her presence in the hospital. Thus, taking advantage of the quiet night, Sasuke effortlessly located her hospital room. Upon seeing that Qingyue had someone to look after her, Uchiha Sasuke initially intended to leave. But just as he was about to turn away, two strange sounds emanated from outside the window. Concealed in the shadows, he soon heard Shinkai summon the on-duty medical ninja. Giving a few instructions before assisting in securely binding the person on the bed, then departing without a backward glance. Before long, a commotion arose from downstairs, indicating that more injured individuals were being urgently brought to the hospital. The overwhelmed medical staff had no choice but to hastily leave the ward after confirming that Sangmu Rin was temporarily out of danger. The dark-haired youth withdrew his hand and, under the woman's watchful gaze, took the cup of water that Shinkai had prepared, holding it steady while offering the straw to Sangmu Rin's lips. "I heard the medical ninja say that your fever is due to an infection in the wound. Drink some water first. I'll go fetch someone to check on you." Sangmu did not glance at the straw at her lips, her eyes fixed firmly on Sasuke. After hearing his words, she reluctantly discerned the clarity in his gaze. Sangmu Rin's expression shifted from warning to suspicion, only to be replaced by a hint of astonishment. This little brat had come here in the dead of night, merely to care for her. Chapter 105. A soft heart is a malady. After pressing the call button several times and finding no one responding outside the door, Uchiha Sasuke finally set down the cup, his cool brows furrowing slightly. "I said." Due to her fever, Sangmu's breathing grew heavier, her voice faint and weak. The intense discomfort made her reluctant to utter another word, naturally disinterested in Sasuke's actions. However, as she glanced at the white bandages still wrapped around the boy's forehead, recalling the image of him bloodied earlier that morning, her heart twisted with compassion. She soon adopted an irritable expression, hastily urging him to leave. "You little brat. You don't need to concern yourself with this. Go back to your own room and sleep." Despite Sangmu Rin's earnest tone, Sasuke merely cast her a sidelong glance, not intending to respond. Yet, he found her words oddly familiar in both timbre and tone. His gaze flickered, and the dark-haired youth chose not to delve deeper. Upon realizing that yet another press of the button yielded no response from the medical staff, Uchiha Sasuke gently covered Sangmu Rin with the blanket that had slipped to her abdomen, then turned and walked toward the door. The woman, her cheeks flushed, felt the high fever making each breath increasingly agonizing. She turned her neck to watch Sasuke's slender silhouette as he began to vanish through the doorway, her dry, rosy lips murmuring, "Come back." The volume was low, and she was uncertain if Uchiha had heard her. After several seconds of silence outside the wide-open door, she thought, "Did he not hear me? Perhaps it's best to let him go. I might have to deal with Uchiha in the future." A voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that if she wished for her remaining days to proceed as planned, she ought to disregard him. Her life was dwindling. In the time that remained, she only wished to live quietly in Konoha with Kakashi. Through the ajar door of the hospital room, gazing into the empty corridor, Sangmu Rin contemplated feigning death from this moment on, ignoring all of Uchiha Sasuke's forthcoming actions. She could just act as if she had amnesia when they met again after her discharge. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she closed her eyes, almost relieved that Sasuke had not heard her earlier call. Just as she lay there, staring at the ceiling and waiting for the boy to make a grand effort to summon the beleaguered medical staff, the very figure that had turned to leave silently retreated back to the doorway. Sasuke tilted his head to peer into the room, his throat emitting an uncertain hum. The woman, lying on her back, promptly shut her eyes. It seemed that her earlier call had indeed reached the boy's ears. Feeling the veins on her forehead throbbing, the woman wrestled with her internal conflict. Should she continue to feign death, comfortably accepting the care of a child barely over 10 years old who was himself injured, while allowing him to run about seeking help for her minor fever? Or should she follow through with her earlier intention and call Uchiha back, asking him to stay and not create further chaos? In those fleeting seconds of contemplation, a series of images began to invade her mind. For instance, the child who trained desperately in the frigid solitude of the night, or the boy seated in a bustling classroom, always hiding his emotions behind a stoic profile, and the determination in his eyes as he sought power, alongside the boy's lips bitten raw in the moonlight, a testament to his effort to dispel his inner fears. Recalling how effortlessly she could cradle his slender frame, how he remained silent even after sustaining injuries, simply gazing at her with quiet resolve, and tonight, how he stayed by her side out of guilt, disregarding his own wounds. Without a doubt, Uchiha Sasuke is a good child. As this thought formed in her mind, Sangmu Rin could not help but recall the depth of sorrow and weight hidden within his clear and beautiful eyes, just as she had resolved to fully feign death. Upon hearing Sasuke's uncertain hum, she inexplicably opened her eyes. Sasuke observed as the person on the bed silently turned her head. Her aquamarine eyes were half open, penetrating the dim yellow light of the room, quietly locking gazes with him. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were equally fixed on her, standing in place as if awaiting her next instructions. Sangmu understood that once she spoke, she would owe him a debt of gratitude for the night. From this moment forth, whenever it concerns this little imp, as long as he has a need, she will, barring any unforeseen circumstances, have to intervene. Yet, the child's identity portends a future fraught with complications. However, upon deeper reflection, given that the orphan of the Uchiha clan is destined to become Kakashi's prospective student, it is inevitable that she will have to engage with the Uchiha if she wishes to remain by Kakashi's side. Contemplating this, Sangmu Rin could not help but close her eyes and emit a heavy sigh, as if resigning to her own disposition and conceding to the arrangements made by the third Hokage. Aware that she could not evade this reality, she met Sasuke's gaze once more. Although only 3 brief words escaped her lips, Sasuke discerned a notable softness in her tone compared to her previous stiff resistance. "I am thirsty." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke, who stood outside the door, was momentarily taken aback. However, the boy quickly regained his composure, hastening to the bedside in a couple of strides, and bending down to offer the untouched cup of water, guiding the straw to her lips. Have a sip of water. After gazing for a moment at the cup firmly held in Sasuke's hand, Sangmu Lin raised her eyes to meet the black-haired youth's gaze and articulated with deliberate clarity, "Well, rather than this, I believe you could assist me by cutting these bindings off." The boy seemed to have anticipated that Sangmu Lin would request his help in unbinding her, and promptly replied, "Since it was tied by a friend of the teacher, I think it best you remain as you are. After all, with no one around. Should you lose control, I might find myself in peril." Sasuke assumed that the woman would surely be angered by his words, or at least respond with a scowl. However, to his surprise, Sangmu Lin merely raised an eyebrow, letting out a soft chuckle, the curve of her lips hinting at amusement, revealing a candid little imp. Once again, a few terse words left her lips, and the black-haired boy found himself momentarily wide-eyed in astonishment. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth, and a glimmer of brightness reappeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. "Is this a consent?"